100 years after the game integrated with reality, everyone awakens a class. While everyone believes mages and warriors are the kingly paths, Su-chen, at the awakening altar, awakens the soul hidden class, Shield Emperor. He also gains the ability to master an SSS rank skill every 10 levels. Ridicule? Pity? It doesn't matter. When he activates the system-gifted SSS rank shield counterattack, high damage reduction plus high damage reflection plus infinite counterattacks, the world will finally understand even the toughest iron tortoise can dish out the most explosive damage. Divine Dragon Empire, Hachuan High School, Awakening Day. 1,000 third-year students gathered before the awakening altar, shimmering with cyan energy flow, their expressions apprehensive. Only Su-chen calmly looked at the system panel before him. Novice Quest, successfully awaken a class. Reward, SSS rank soul hidden skill. He had transmigrated to this blue star, where game and reality fused, 18 years ago. He knew deeply that one's awakened class determined their life. Monsters invaded a century ago, and humanity relied on awakening classes and evolving to regain control of Blue Star. Now, the main battlefield was in the starry sky. Classes were divided into combat, support, and lifestyle, with combat classes producing numerous powerhouses. Third year Class 1, Shinbo. The ceremony began. Students went up one by one. Most awakened lifestyle classes like chef or painter. The occasional warrior or priest drew waves of envy. Hope and disappointment intertwined, creating a tense atmosphere. Luo Fei, Su-chen's best friend, the muscular Luo Fei, clapped him on the shoulder with a grin. Wait for Big Bro to awaken as a mage and carry you. Heh, be glad if you don't end up as a meat shield, Su-chen retorted. The result, lifestyle class, merchant. Luo Fei's face fell. Ha ha ha, merchant? Destined to pick up trash. A youth named Lin Luo, dressed in designer brands with a fair complexion, walked over, dripping with sarcasm. Don't worry, Big Bro will look after you later, sell you materials cheap. Lin Luo was an old rival of Su-chen and Luo Fei. Luo Fei, already depressed, flared up. Lin Luo, cut the crap. Believe I won't slap you twice again? Lin Luo stepped back, sneering. My Lin family has several level 100 powerhouses, understand bloodline inheritance? You two trash collectors, just wait and see. With that, he strode proudly onto the altar. Boom! The altar's light flared dramatically, far exceeding normal. Half a minute later, Combat Rare Class, Hurricane Mage. The crowd erupted. Rare Class. The Lin family really is amazing. Sycophants immediately rushed forward to congratulate him. Luo Fei's face turned green with anger. Mosquito, Su-chen's nickname, our hope of crushing him rests on you. Luo Fei gritted his teeth. Su-chen frowned slightly. His feud with Lin Luo stemmed from the top student and school beauty, Yun Qi. Lin Luo had publicly confessed to Yun Qi and been rejected. Humiliated, he tried to get physical but was infuriated by Su-chen's mocking laughter and subsequently knocked out by 2 slaps from Luo Fei. They had been enemies ever since. Combat Rare Class, Frost Sorcerer. Another gasp went through the crowd as Yun Qi also successfully awakened. Class 3's teacher, Li Wenhua, who previously had high hopes for Su-chen becoming a mage, couldn't stop smiling. 2 rare classes. But he held even higher expectations for Su-chen, the city-renowned genius. Su-chen calmly walked onto the altar. Lin Luo shot him a provocative glance. The formation activated, cyan energy transforming into dazzling golden light. The phantom image of a massive shield, radiating white light, appeared in the air, sacred and imposing. Holy crap, an awakening phenomenon? This scale, a legendary class? The students went wild. Luo Fei stared, dumbfounded. This spectacle was countless times grander than that rare mage. Was revenge hopeless? The result displayed, Soul Hidden Class, Shield Emperor. The entire crowd was stunned. Shield Emperor? Never heard of it. Is it a meat shield MT? Even the teachers murmured amongst themselves. Though it was a soul hidden class, shield professions were generally considered to have less potential than DPS ones. Principal Sushan directly told Li Wenhua, cancel Su-chen's originally allocated resources. Prioritize nurturing Lin Luo and Yun Qi. For a meat shield, reaching level 15 before the college entrance exam would be good enough. Li Wenhua argued vehemently but was shut down by the principal, citing the bigger picture of aiming for the top universities. On the altar, Su-chen ignored the external commotion, checking his panel. Name, Su-chen, Class, Shield Emperor, Soul, Level 1, 0/500, Constitution, 30, Defense, 150, Skills, Defensive Block, A rank, 70% damage reduction. Astonishing constitution and defense. His innate block skill even got upgraded. Novice quest complete. Detected hosts class is Shield Emperor. Specially rewarding exclusive SSS skill, Shield Counterattack. Shield Counterattack, SSS upon successful block, gain 90% damage reduction, immunity to low attribute attacks, reflect 20% damage, splash 10% damage, within 5 next counterattack damage plus 300%. Cooldown, 0 seconds. Holy sh*t. Suchen sucked in a cold breath. This skill perfectly compensated for all the weaknesses of a shield warrior. High damage reduction, high damage reflection, burst damage 2, no cooldown. Who needs a party? Solo, definitely solo. Suchen walked off the altar. Lin Luo immediately sidled up with a nasty grin. Well, if it isn't our great neat shield? Your mentality hasn't collapsed, has it? Just then, Yunqi approached, her cool voice tinged with curiosity. Suchen, shall we run a dungeon together after awakening? I'll be DPS. She was intrigued by the Shield Emperor class. Sorry, I planned a solo, Suchen declined with a smile. The SSS skill was too eye-catching. He couldn't reveal it yet. TCH, a deadweight wants to solo? Lin Luo scoffed. Yunqi, don't mind him. Let's team up, the 2 rare classes. We'll hit level 3 today, minimum. Yunqi frowned, looking at Suchen. A shield warrior soloing? Isn't the efficiency too low? She thought Suchen was acting out of spite after being discouraged. Yunqi, I appreciate the offer. Suchen refused again, turning to Lin Luo with a slight smile. Young Master Lin, calling me deadweight? Is that the confidence your rare class gives you? How about a bet? Before logging off today, who reaches the higher level? Lin Luo paused, then burst out laughing. What's the wager? I wouldn't care for your meager possessions. If I lose, name your terms. Even calling you daddy is fine. Suchen pressed aggressively. But if I win, you run 3 laps around the track shouting, I am a simp. Deal? Lin Luo was furious. How could a rare mage lose to a meat shield? F***CK. It's a bet. After the awakenings concluded, Suchen headed alone towards the teleportation array for the LV-1-5 novice dungeon, Bloomwood Forest. A flash of white light, and Suchen appeared in a dim forest. A system gifted, Novice Wooden Shield, plus 50 def, and Novice Iron Sword, plus 50 DMG, appeared in his hands. AWA 3 green-skinned goblins, LV-1, 500 HP, charged, swinging bone axes. Perfect timing. Suchen advanced instead of retreating, judged the timing, and raised his shield. Shield counterattack. Clang. The shield didn't move an inch. The 3 goblins were instead knocked back, yelping, damage numbers floating above their heads, -10, -5, -5. A surging power built up within Suchen. Swish! The iron sword swung with the sound of tearing air, triggering the 300% damage bonus. -402. The foremost goblin was instantly left with critical HP. SSS skill, terrifying. Suchen was inwardly shocked, finishing it off with another strike. Successfully killed goblin, normal, plus 10 EXP. Killing the other 2 was effortless. He discovered attacking monster weak points, head, heart, etc. Dealt double damage. Got it. Suchen adjusted his strategy. After blocking and reflecting, attack the weak point directly. -803. One-shot kill. His efficiency doubled again. Suchen immersed himself in the thrill of efficient grinding, his EXP bar rising rapidly. The goblin's attacks couldn't even break his defense, only futilely triggering shield counterattack before being one-shot. Without realizing it, he had ventured deep into Bloomwood Forest. Ahead appeared a goblin twice the size, the goblin leader, LV3 Elite, 6000 HP, wielding a shield and blade, followed by 4 LV2 goblin archers, 1200 HP. An elite with ranged support? Interesting. Suchen was fearless, charging with his shield raised, targeting the backline archers. Seeing this, the goblin archers didn't shoot but instead huddled behind their boss. Damn, they used tactics? Suchen cursed inwardly, forced to engage the boss head-on. The boss swung its blade, a heavy blow. Shield counterattack. Clang. Block successful. The boss dealt no damage, but it and the archers behind it took damage. Splash -22, -11, -11, -11, -10. Returning the favor. Suchen counterattacked with his sword, triggering the damage bonus. -112. The damage wasn't high due to the level difference penalty, 5% per level, but it was enough. The boss and archers began focusing fire on Suchen. Arrows pinged off his shield, the boss's blade slammed against it, but Suchen's health bar didn't budge. Instead, the 5 goblins' health steadily decreased from the reflection and splash damage. Who needs DPS? I can reflect you all to death. Suchen simply kept his shield raised, enjoying the spectacle of monsters killing themselves. 80%, 62%, 40%. Successfully killed Goblin Archer, normal, plus 15 EXP, level diff bonus plus 0, 75, x4. With a few cries, the 4 archers died first. Only the boss remained, attacking futilely. A few minutes later, the already damaged goblin leader was also reflected to death. Boom! The boss fell, exploding into several balls of light. Successfully killed goblin leader, elite, plus 100 EXP, level diff bonus plus 10. Successfully cleared the dungeon solo, bonus plus 100 EXP. Congratulations on reaching LV2. All stats plus 1, SCR plus 1, con plus 2. Free attribute points plus 6. Obtained Goblin's Bone Blade, blue. Obtained all level clearance document, blue. Obtained 120 gold coins. Triggered quest, dungeon runs rely on shield warriors. Break the records of the 3 major secret realms. Reward, random LV10 purple equipment X1. Triggered quest, the SSS craving, long term. Gain a random SSS skill every 10 levels. An SSS skill every 10 levels? Su Chen was overjoyed, even more motivated to level up. He put all 6 free attribute points into Constitution, pursuing ultimate tankiness. While Su Chen was sorting his loot, outside in the Huchuan High School dungeon zone, the massive stone steel in front of the teleportation array suddenly erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The top name on the Gloomwood Forest clearing record leaderboard was refreshed. First place, Su Chen, 7 minutes 36 seconds. The previous record, 9 minutes 24 seconds, set 5 years ago by 2 genius upperclassmen, was utterly crushed. Every single teacher and student present froze solid. Su Chen? That Shield Emperor? Solo? Broke the record? Nearly 2 minutes faster? Is this fake? How can a meat shield be this fierce? Old Li. A teacher excitedly rushed towards Class 3's teacher, Li Wenhua. Your student Su Chen. He broke the record. Solo. He broke the record solo. Li Wenhua stared at the dazzling name on the steel, trembling with excitement. His previous frustration vanished, replaced by wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Who said hidden classes are worse than rare? Who said meat shields have no future? Where's the principal? Old Su. Get out here. Su Chen's resources must be doubled. Not a single point of the record-breaking reward can be missing. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the principal. Su Chen, still inside the dungeon, naturally had no idea what was happening outside. He was contemplating how to allocate points after leveling up and planning his future class development. Like most people, Su Chen had guessed his awakening would lean towards the mental type, corresponding to the spirit power attribute. Who would have thought he'd become a shield emperor? Fortunately, the class wasn't bad. It just required formulating a new stat allocation plan. Everyone is in the early progression phase right now. My only advantage lies in the SSS skill, Shield Counterattack. For efficient and sustainable solo farming later, I need to keep expanding my Constitution advantage, maybe adding some strength at most. As for agility, Su Chen recalled trading blows back and forth with the goblin leader, and his forehead immediately darkened. Whatever, I only have so many attribute points. Can't cover everything. I'll just stack good gear later. Su Chen allocated 6 points of free attributes according to the plan of 2 points in strength and 4 points in constitution. This was largely thanks to the unique hidden class of Shield Emperor. Ordinary classes level up with only +1 to all attributes and a reward of 4 points of free attributes. Su Chen had 1 more point in strength, 2 more points in constitution, and 2 points of free attributes compared to them, especially in the early stages when equipment is lacking. It's all about who has a stronger class foundation. Even among legendary classes, only a few could match Su Chen, none stronger. Goblin Bone Knife blue, usable above LV1. Melee classes can use durability 1000 damage, 65 strength plus 2, levelless clearance document blue. Item description ignores the prerequisite conditions for dungeon challenge difficulty, allowing free challenges at any difficulty. Note: dungeons are divided into 4 difficulty levels: normal, adventure, hard, hell. A blue piece of equipment and a levelless clearance document are both great rewards for Su Chen, who wants to level up quickly. Equipment is divided into 6 tiers: white, blue, green, purple, pink, and rainbow. The higher the tier, the better the equipment attributes. However, some rules differ from the online games of Su Chen's previous life. Once purple or higher equipment is picked up, it is immediately bound and cannot be traded. This also leads to most circulating items on the market being equipment-related products, such as sheep fat jade and emerald inlay gems, as well as enhancement gems like sky tilt stone. Therefore, the usage level of equipment also increases every 10 levels: LV1, LV10, LV20, and so on. The attribute entries increase by 1 every 20 levels. The bone knife that Su Chen just obtained provides an additional 2 points in strength, which is a decent attribute for a beginner. Name: Su Chen. Class: Shield Emperor. Unique: Level 2, 13/1000. Health: 740. Mana: 192. Strength: 26. Spirit: 16. Constitution: 37. Agility: 11. Physical damage 195, magical damage 145, speed 22, defense 235, skill, shield counterattack, SSS LV1, rage 0 out of 100, not bad, all aspects have improved a bit, and the damage from shield counterattack can also increase significantly. Su Chen was quite satisfied with these attributes. Farming goblins would be much more efficient. Unfortunately, dungeons' secret realms have cooldown time limits. For example, the Dark Forest, a beginner dungeon specifically prepared for students, has a cooldown time of at least half an hour. Higher level dungeons have even longer cooldowns. It is said that dungeons explored by level 100 experts have cooldown times calculated by the month. Next, I'll try to challenge the Snowy Ruins. I wonder if I can clear it as a challenge dungeon. For levels 5 to 10, even normal level exploration would impose significant attribute suppression on Su Chen. If it weren't for the level increase in the equipment drop, Su Chen wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. The most important thing is that the Dark Forest is in cooldown, leaving him with nothing to do. Entering the Snowy Ruins, a cold wind swept in, and Su Chen instinctively shivered. Unlike the normal climate of the Dark Forest, this place is surrounded by snow-capped mountains and is exceptionally cold. Even the ground is covered with ice and snow, a natural debuff that can cause one to slip if not careful. Su Chen cautiously moved forward, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings, but no monsters appeared. The teachers at school had emphasized the 3 major beginner dungeons, and he naturally knew about the monsters in the Snowy Ruins. The monsters are snow foxes with pure white fur. They hide beneath the ice and snow, ready to surprise incoming students at any moment. Every year, there are students who are ambushed by snow foxes and fail the challenge. But knowing is one thing. Su Chen widened his eyes and still didn't notice anything unusual around him. This is no different from being blind with eyes wide open. Whoosh! At that moment, several white figures suddenly sprang out from the snow, charging towards Su Chen. Su Chen was already prepared and immediately raised his shield in front of him. -62, -59. -56. Su Chen was attacked but did not break his defense, yet the reflected damage made his scalp tingle. It's important to note that this was only 20% of the reflected damage and 10% of the splash damage. If it weren't for the damage immunity from shield counterattack, and if another shield warrior had come, even with a 70% damage reduction, they would probably have been left with very little health. Although this was related to his low level and the challenge of fighting above his rank, it was still quite terrifying. Su Chen steeled himself, not daring to let the monsters in front of him hit him even a little. Snowfox, normal, LV5, health 1938/2000. With a total of 2000 health points, relying solely on reflected and splash damage would likely take a considerable amount of time. Su Chen seized the opportunity and struck at the nearest snowfox. The newly acquired ancient knife sliced through the cold wind, accurately hitting the snow fox's head. -794. Even with a critical hit, Su Chen only managed to take away a third of the snow fox's health. Bang! 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 The snow fox was very agile, attacking quickly, and Su Chen could only defend passively, occasionally counterattacking. Fortunately, the snow fox's damage was insufficient to break through Su Chen's defense. If this stalemate continued, it would only mean a slow death for them. But Su Chen did not dare to be careless. Foxes are highly intelligent creatures. Seeing that they were powerless in a frontal battle, 2 snow foxes began to harass from the sides. Su Chen fought while retreating, constantly shifting his position to maintain a straight-line advantage for himself. This way, he could counterattack appropriately. Finally, after nearly 5 minutes of fierce battle, Su Chen successfully killed 4 snow foxes. Successfully killed snow fox, normal, experience +30. Additional experience for fighting above level +4.5. Successfully killed snow fox, normal, experience +30. Additional experience for fighting above level +4.5. Successfully killed snow fox, normal, experience +30. Additional experience for fighting above level +4.5. You have obtained 14 gold coins. This efficiency is really painful. It's almost as if I'm spending as much time as killing the boss in the Dark Forest. Su Chen clicked his teeth, looking at the 14 gold coins that dropped, falling into deep self-doubt. He had thought that with his SSS level skills, he could dominate in the ice and snow ruins, but who would have thought that just 4 snow foxes would leave him with almost no ability to fight back? Although a large part of this was due to the lack of equipment, Su Chen still decided to change his approach. Goblins are easier to bully. Leveling up should prioritize efficiency. After experiencing several waves of snowfox ambushes, Su Chen barely managed to fend them off, but still did not see the boss. He sighed. Indeed, the Snow Mountain ruins were much stronger than the Dark Forest, far beyond what he could handle at the moment. Although he was confident that with shield counterattack he could push through to the boss without taking any damage, the time spent could have allowed him to grind several times in the Dark Forest. Fortunately, it wasn't a total loss. These snow foxes had contributed a total of 483 experience points and 34 gold coins to Su Chen. He was only halfway to reaching LV3. What a pity, I have to go play with my good friend Goblin now. Wait for me to come back next time. Su Chen waved his hand towards the depths of the snow mountain and turned into a beam of white light appearing in front of the dungeon's teleportation array. Su Chen calculated the time, just a little over half an hour had passed, and he decisively exited the Snow Mountain secret realm, stepping into the first novice dungeon, Dark Forest. You have selected Held difficulty. Gold drop increased by 200%. Monster level attributes have all been enhanced. Note: Goblin Leader Elite has undergone unknown changes. Upon returning to the Dark Forest, Su Chen directly chose to start at the highest Held difficulty. With the experience from the Snow Mountain ruins, Su Chen believed that his current strength could easily handle a level-up challenge, especially against goblins who were melee fighters slow to react, and not as intelligent as the Snow Foxes. The Snow Foxes could engage him in a few exchanges solely due to their speed advantage and intelligence above that of normal animals. They even understood how to surround him. This made Su Chen, who had previously shown off in front of the goblins, lose his confidence and reluctantly return to grind goblins. Snow Foxes are one thing, but you green-skinned shorties dare to provoke me? Looking at the 6 goblins rushing towards him, Su Chen confidently raised his shield and his right hand, gripping the bone knife, began to stir. Goblin, normal, LV5, health 2200/2200. As a level 5 monster, this green-skinned shorty actually had 200 more health than the Snow Fox. Could it be due to the size difference? Su Chen didn't think much about it, as the closest goblin had already swung its weapon at him. -28 -14 -13 -14 -13 -15 -27 -13 -12 -14 -14 -13 -26 -13 -12 -12 -12 -13. Bang, bang, bang. 6 consecutive dull sounds echoed, and Su Chen's wooden shield trembled continuously. Fortunately, he managed to block all the attacks without breaking through his defensive limit. The rebound damage was pleasing to his eyes. Swish. -796. -798. -797. After defending, Su Chen responded with explosive damage. Although he couldn't counterattack during the goblins' attack intervals, he still had a chance to retaliate after they finished their combo. 3 strikes took down 1 green-skinned shorty. Especially after the enemy's numbers dwindled, the counterattack rhythm became faster, and soon he sent these goblins to meet their maker. Successfully killed Goblin, normal, experience +30. Level up bonus experience +4.5. Successfully killed Goblin, normal, experience +30. Level up bonus experience +4.5. Successfully killed Goblin, normal, experience +30. Level up bonus experience +4.5. You have obtained 25 gold coins. In one round, he gained a total of 207 experience points, which made Su Chen feel that leveling up wasn't so bad after all. Unfortunately, the enjoyable grinding time was always short-lived. This time, his challenge in the Hell difficulty dungeon had a cooldown time that was 4 times longer than that of the normal difficulty, greatly slowing down his leveling efficiency. But there was no way around it. All job changers below level 10 were not allowed to grind in the wild. This is not a rule set up to protect newcomers like Su Chen, but rather a reality after the great changes in the world. Every area in the outside world has a corresponding entry level. The safest wilderness outside the city has a minimum level restriction of LV10, so I still need to level up quickly, otherwise, waiting for the dungeon to refresh at school, I don't know how much I'll be dragged down. After determining his goal, Su Chen didn't delay any longer and took his novice wooden shield to push deeper into the dungeon. To be honest, Hell difficulty is just like that. Compared to normal difficulty, there are just more monsters and their attributes are slightly higher than those of the same level, with no particularly outstanding features. Charging through, Su Chen directly leveled up to LV3 within the dungeon. Continuing to allocate points with 2 in strength and 4 in constitution, his attributes saw a slight increase. At the same time, the monster's suppression of his attributes decreased by 5%. However, the efficiency of farming monsters didn't change much. Dealing with these green-skinned dwarves still only required 3 strikes. Once again facing the boss, Su Chen's expression turned serious. He noticed that the opponent's attributes seemed off, as if some unknown change had occurred. It didn't match the data at all. Goblin Chief, boss, LV7 health 30,000. The elite tier evolved into a boss only at this level. Can one truly be called a boss? The Goblin Chief glowed with a bright red light behind him, a characteristic common to boss-level enemies. Sensing someone probing, the Goblin Chief let out a roar and charged towards Su Chen at a speed that surpassed racial limits. Su Chen was startled. Just as he wanted to step back and assume a defensive stance, he found his body uncontrollably running towards the Goblin Chief. Hint: you are affected by Goblin Chief taunt skill abnormal state 3s. Damn. Not only did the boss evolve, but it also had the god level skill of a shield warrior. Taunt. Now, it was difficult for Su Chen to escape. 3 seconds was enough for the Goblin Chief to close the distance and land a heavy blow. Sure enough, a powerful strike came down, and even though Su Chen blocked it with his shield, his body shook, taking damage for the first time. -23. -46. Seeing this damage made Su Chen's scalp tingle. Not to mention breaking through his defenses. Under the 90% massive damage reduction of shield counterattack, it still dealt 23 points of damage. If he took a hit head-on, other fragile classes would probably be left with almost no health. Whoosh! -154. This counterattack was successfully blocked by the Goblin Chief raising his shield, something Su Chen had anticipated, as the opponent had already shown this move during normal difficulty. But this damage made Su Chen feel uneasy. Over 150 damage against a goblin with 30,000 health was like hitting his head. It would probably just be a tickle, and the opponent would already be using his shield to turn him into a pile of meat. Even though dying in the dungeon allows for resurrection, who wants to experience the taste of death? Just as Su Chen was preparing to exit the dungeon, he heard a whistling sound coming from the dense forest. Whoosh! 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 -123. Is it a green-skinned dwarf archer? Su Chen's eyes lit up. He suddenly had a bold idea. If it worked, perhaps he could completely kill the Goblin Chief before the last drop of health. Given the current damage from the boss, Su Chen can probably withstand less than 40 attacks. This is still the result of the increased health after leveling up. Otherwise, if he encountered the boss at LV2, he would probably be knocked out. The Goblin Archer can't break my defense, but successfully blocking can trigger the shield counterattack effect, which means more opportunities for damage. Moreover, a round of damage splash can also reflect over 100 health points from the boss. The only thing to be careful about is to avoid hard collisions with the boss, except for taunt or other unavoidable attacks, and try to keep health within a safe range. As thoughts flashed by, Su Chen dodged a few more of the boss's attacks and used his shield to block some arrows, splashing the damage back onto the boss. Although it felt a bit like scraping, it at least gave Su Chen a glimpse of a novice class changer soloing a boss. If this got out, it would probably cause quite a stir. -92 -310. After battling for more than half an hour, Su Chen successfully reduced the boss's health by half, but his own state had also dropped by about a third. Although he had dodged the opponent's attacks as much as possible, once taunt was used, no matter where he hid, he would still take a hit from the boss. Every time his body involuntarily moved closer to the boss, Su Chen felt an intense envy. The effect of taunt not only controls the monster but also unlocks the core energy of shield warriors, rage. Most of the practical skills for shield warriors are linked to rage, which has a much greater impact than mana. Unfortunately, Su Chen had only changed classes for less than a day, and lacked much foundation, so he could only watch enviously. As Su Chen continued to maneuver, occasionally using the Goblin Archer's skill cooldowns to his advantage, the tug-of-war with the boss finally approached its end. 14263. 12502. 8895. 6620. The boss's health kept decreasing, but a wave of pressure surged within Su Chen. Generally, when a boss is severely injured, meaning its health drops below 20%, it will enter the second phase, commonly referred to as Berserk. In this phase, the boss, sensing the loss of life, becomes exceptionally irritable. Its attributes increase, attack speed accelerates, and most importantly, its rationality decreases. Conventional countermeasures become difficult to implement. Aside from higher-level lord bosses that automatically recover health and return to normal, the rest adopt a self-destructive attitude, going completely insane. 6405. 6228. 5984. Finally, when the health dropped to 20%, the Goblin Chief paused for a moment, then its eyes glowed red, appearing particularly glaring in the dim environment. At the same time, its entire body seemed mechanical, steam boiling out from its 7 orifices, and the red light behind it began to flicker rapidly. A dangerous aura instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, instinctively pulling back to prepare for the upcoming battle. Boom! A loud noise erupted. With its right foot stomping down, the ground cracked within a 5-meter radius centered on the goblin, rapidly spreading outward. This is typically an ability used by minotaurs called War Stomp. The attack target not only falls into a stunned state but also takes additional damage. For damage like this that cannot be defended against, Su Chen didn't even have a chance to block. If hit, he would be stunned. If he were exposed directly in front of the Goblin Chief, he would probably be chopped up like vegetables. Su Chen was startled, but fortunately he had been cautious, otherwise his life would have been completely over. However, before Su Chen could catch his breath, the Goblin Chief charged at him again. Its speed was even greater than before, and with explosive power in its short legs, it closed the distance to Su Chen in just a few steps. Ah! As he raised his knife, it suddenly let out a loud roar, using taunt to pull Su Chen in front of it, swiftly slashing down with the knife. -34. -68. Rebound. Damn. This damage. It increased by nearly half. Suchen felt a bit numb on his scalp just as he instinctively wanted to counterattack. He saw that the opponent's attack had not yet stopped, coming at him in a series of strikes completely different from its previous attack methods. Oh no! Suchen had no time to think about counterattacking now. He stepped back, leaning his body, narrowly avoiding the blows. Fortunately, the control effect of taunt had ended after the first attack, otherwise these 3 strikes would have made his already meager health even more miserable. Taking advantage of the opponent's attack ending, Suchen attempted a counterattack, lightly swiping his sword, and to his astonishment, a damage number floated above the boss's head that shocked him greatly. -825. Weakness damage. The boss actually didn't dodge? What about that annoying shield? Seeing the boss with red eyes, looking like it wanted to chop Suchen into pieces, he instantly realized this was a side effect of its berserk state. It only wanted to unleash its maximum output and eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. The already ugly little head had shriveled up even more in its berserk state, not caring about defense at all. This was great news for Suchen. He had always relied on finding opportunities to deal damage through weakness, but with that green-skinned dwarf's shield up, he lost the weakness damage, and with the shield reducing damage, it was barely even worth describing. Now the boss only wanted to trade blows with him, which gave Suchen a significant opportunity. -61 -823. Weakness damage. Using the Goblin Archer to trigger a skill, Suchen dealt another heavy blow to the boss. With just these 2 hits, the boss's health plummeted, leaving just over 4,000. As long as Suchen held steady, he could soon take down the boss completely. Suchen maintained his combat rhythm, and he wouldn't make a move unless he had over 70% confidence, focusing on dodging. Even if he had to take a hit, he was unwilling to take the risk, because if he failed to defend even once, his remaining health would suffer a heavy blow, sending him flying out of the dungeon. His cautious nature quickly paid off. 4234, 3318, 2482, 1512, 688 -826. Weakness damage. As the final blow fell, the goblin raised its weapon, its arm stiff in midair, the flickering red light representing the boss gradually extinguished, and its body weakly toppled to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ah! As the boss fell, the goblin archers hidden in the dense forest let out wails until they fell silent. At the same time, countless messages appeared before Suchen. Successfully killed the goblin leader. Boss. Experience plus 800. Additional experience for defeating a higher level plus 160. Successfully killed goblin archer. Normal. Experience plus 35. Additional experience for defeating a higher level plus 5.25. Successfully killed goblin archer. Normal. Experience plus 35. Additional experience for defeating a higher level plus 5.25. Single player successfully cleared Hell difficulty dungeon. Additional experience plus 800. You have obtained Goblin's War Shield. Green. You have obtained professional skill book. Taunt. A. You have obtained achievement Hell level. No pressure. Reputation plus 500. You have obtained title Goblin Slayer. Blue. You have obtained Skytilt Stone times 26. You have obtained 2,410 gold coins. A large amount of experience was injected, pushing Suchen's experience bar forward significantly. Although the efficiency of this Hell difficulty dungeon was not ideal, the gains were not measured that way. Picking up the boss drops, Suchen began to examine them one by one. Goblin's Battle Shield. Green. Usable from level 1. Can be used by dual-wielding classes. Durability 1000 defense 120 constitution plus 5. First was the most eye-catching green gear, which was also one of the treasures with the highest drop rate from the boss. Low-level equipment has fewer attribute modifiers, so compared to blue gear, green gear does not have much of an advantage aside from the extra attribute boost. However, in the later stages, even the appearance of a second modifier can lead to terrifying differences in attributes brought by different quality gear. In any case, this Goblin's Battle Shield. Green is much stronger than the Novice Wooden Shield, with high defense and an additional 5 points to Constitution, which translates to 100 health points. Suchen's gaze swept elsewhere. A book radiating a holy light, yet printed with a furious expression on its surface. Class Skill Book. Taunt. A. Item description. Exclusive to Shield Warrior classes. Consumes 30 mana points. Releases a skill that increases monster hate value, forcing the target to attack oneself, unlocking the Rage module. Cooldown time 60s. No need to say much, this is a Shield Warrior's divine skill, learn it directly. Suchen is at least a person of some stature. If people knew he, a Shield Warrior, couldn't use Rage, he would be laughed at. You have successfully unlocked a new module Rage, a unique attribute for Shield Warrior classes. Increases Rage slightly when attacking enemies and significantly increases Rage when receiving massive damage or frequent attacks from enemies. Passive. When Rage reaches 20/50/100, the following effects will be activated. Health increase of 10% / damage increase of 20% / damage reduction of 15%. The enhancement effects disappear after Rage is consumed. Before consuming Rage skills, Rage is essentially a powerful enhancement passive. especially for Su Chen, who needs to single-handedly support both offense and defense. All three enhancement effects are crucial. Goblin Slayer Blue, usable from level 1. Title: Durability 1000 Strength plus 2. Deals an additional 20% damage to goblins. Deed: This is a tough person who can trade blows with the chief goblin. Goblins should be careful. The title effect is good. Before Su Chen prepares to face those disgusting monsters like the Snow Fox, he decides to grind the Dark Forest until the dungeon cooldown. Sky Tilt Stone: The Sky Tilt Stone is blue like jade, firm and smooth, as if the sky is about to tilt and fall. It is said that this stone is a remnant of the sky mending, containing the spirit of heaven and earth, hiding the essence of the sun and moon, hence its divine nature. Item description: can activate the spirit of equipment, causing it to evolve. Playing with the blue jade stone in his hand, Su Chen felt a bit conflicted. The introduction of this Sky Tilt Stone looks impressive, but to put it simply, it is just a stone used for equipment enhancement. There is no failure in equipment enhancement, but it requires a continuous supply of enhancement stones, and the success rate is disappointingly low. With 26 Sky Tilt Stones, it's neither too many nor too few. He was contemplating whether to save them for completing the system task for purple gear or to use them now. After thinking for a while, Su Chen decided to wait a few more days. Currently, the best he had was a level 1 green gear, which wouldn't be very suitable to use. The remaining reputation and gold coins are not of much use to him right now. Reputation is mainly used after the dungeon ends, when encountering mysterious merchants. The merchant stall has good items that are rarely seen, and the prices are much lower than those in the outside world. Meeting them is considered a rare benefit. Equipping the shield and title, Su Chen opened the interface and checked his current attributes. Name: Su Chen, Goblin Slayer. Class: Shield Emperor. Unique: Level 3, 1817/4000. Health: 980 mana, 204 Strength, 32 Spirit, 17 Constitution, 49 Agility, 12 Physical Damage, 225 Magical Damage, 150 Speed, 24 Defense, 365 Skills: Shield Counterattack, SSS LV1, Taunt, Tamax, Rage, 0 out of 100 Reputation, 500 as at LV3 Novice. Su Chen's attributes were already quite luxurious. He estimated that even rare class players like Lin Luo wouldn't be able to break through his defenses. Facing the goblin boss again, he would definitely handle it with more composure than this time. After organizing his gains, Su Chen chose not to continue challenging the ice and snow ruins, but instead took a moment to rest. This time, the hell difficulty dungeon had left him mentally strained during the final boss battle, and now that he relaxed, he felt stiff and sore all over. Although the world had long been digitized, many things still adhered to the laws of reality. Even though Su Chen wanted to level up quickly, he also knew that maintaining a good combat state was part of efficient leveling. There was no need to turn himself into a machine for trivial gains. After resting, Su Chen directly entered the ice and snow ruins. After leveling up and updating his equipment, this dungeon became much easier. Although the Snow Fox was still annoying, having Taunt helped him solve many problems. The boss was a LV7 elite monster and posed no trouble for him. He received some gold as a clear reward, but no equipment dropped, as it was common not to get gear from dungeons. Both major dungeons were currently on cooldown, and Su Chen had nothing else to do. The monsters in the Adventurer's Graveyard were too high level, making leveling inefficient. Thus, until 6 p.m., the experience rewards disappeared, and Su Chen successfully leveled up to LV4, with the experience bar over halfway full. During this time, he had cleared the Hell difficulty Dark Forest twice and the Ice and Snow Ruins 7 times. In the subsequent runs of the Dark Forest, the final boss was just an elite monster, and no major boss appeared again. He didn't know the reason. After the rules merged, experience reward time was from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. Killing monsters outside this time would reduce drop rates by 50% and yield no experience. So, Su Chen planned to head home to rest by 6 p.m. He hadn't utilized his time to the fullest that day, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. As time passed, the fatigue in his body and mind grew heavier, and his monster farming efficiency significantly dropped. Without the initial drive, the mechanical blocking and hacking made Su Chen wonder how those high-level players managed to level up. They were all just. After exiting the dungeon, Su Chen did not head home directly. He looked around and finally found Lin Luo in a corner, his face already swollen to a pig liver color. Luo Fei stood beside him, gripping his shoulder, and when he caught sight of Su Chen approaching, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Hee, mosquito, young Master Lin wants to run. Shut the hell up. The experience rewards are gone. What am I still doing at school feeding mosquitoes? Lin Luo spotted Su Chen from a distance and tried to avoid him, but was blocked by Luo Fei, who had appeared out of nowhere. At that moment, his gaze was unfocused, a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he stubbornly held his ground, completely losing the glory of having awakened a rare class that morning. Moreover, in his eyes, the large LV4 above Su Chen's head was practically blinding. To think that he had teamed up with others and, despite working hard all day, only managed to reach LV3. How could Su Chen possibly be at LV4 all by himself? If it weren't for the game rules spilling into reality, he would have suspected that Suchen was cheating. Who levels up 4 times in a day as a shield warrior? Isn't this young master Lin? How did you manage to pull this off in just one day? Suchen waggled his index finger, laughing at Lin Luo's LV3 level. Do you still remember the bet from this morning? Lin Luo was about to retort when he saw Suchen seemingly nonchalantly reveal his shield, carefully wiping the dust off its surface with his sleeve. The shield emitted a faint green glow, shimmering as if it were breathing, particularly eye-catching. This is green gear? Lin Luo's expression went blank, staring fixedly at the goblin's battle shield, looking like someone who had never seen the world. He instinctively glanced at the blue gear staff in his hand. He thought it was pretty good to have found a blue weapon on the first day, but now Suchen was holding green gear. Green gear is common, but what time is it now? The first day. To find green gear on the first day of class change, are you kidding me? This. Lin Luo stammered, clearly lost in confusion. He wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Just as Lin Luo was turning his not-so-developed brain, a clear voice came from the side. Suchen, congratulations! You actually broke the record for clearing the goblin dungeon and the speed record. That's amazing. Yunqi smiled, her curious gaze fixed on Suchen. Breaking 2 records in one day, and his level actually reached LV4. She really didn't know how he did it. Today, she had teamed up with her girlfriends, a rare class plus support sorceress, and while they were efficient in clearing dungeons, they only managed to reach just over LV3 by the end of the day. For Suchen to reach LV4, based on the experience bar, he must have gained at least 3,000 to 4,000 more experience than her. How was that possible? A shield warrior leveling up faster than a rare class? Yunqi blinked her big eyes, making Suchen feel a bit uneasy. Break 2 records? Him? Are you kidding me? Lin Luo, still reeling from the previous blow, suddenly let out a strange cry upon hearing the bad news. He turned sharply to look at the stone tablet in front of the dungeon, where Suchen's name was printed at the top, declaring this to be the fastest record for clearing the dungeon in recent years. Moreover, the completion record was set at the highest difficulty level. Even other geniuses would need until tomorrow to clear the hellish difficulty goblin dungeon. At this moment, Lin Luo was completely stunned. Like Suchen, he had been thinking about leveling up quickly, and after a whole day, he hadn't even stepped out of the dungeon, resting and eating inside. He had no idea that Suchen had already broken the school's dungeon record. Just lucky. Suchen waved his hand, then glanced between Lin Luo and Yunqi, teasingly saying, Young Master Lin, the bet. What bet? Lin Luo instinctively replied. Then he remembered that there seemed to be another main character in the bet nearby and quickly changed his words. I remember now, you were talking about the 2,000 pieces of heavenly tilt stone, right? Wait until I finish my college entrance exam and then we'll trade. Saying this, he pushed away Luo Fei's still grasping hand and hurriedly ran towards the school gate. What's wrong with him? Yunqi looked at Lin Luo, who was leaving, puzzled, feeling that something was off just now, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. It's nothing, just lost a bet. Is that so? Yunqi didn't have the energy to delve deeper and continued to ask. After reaching level 10, let's go out of the city together to level up. You know the newbie dungeon only gives this much experience, and most of it is in the adventurer's graveyard. The rewards inside are decent, but they can't compare to the monsters you can keep grinding in the wild. After learning that Suchen had broken 2 major records, Yunqi thought about teaming up with him to level up. Especially in the wild, it was the most crucial part of breaking into a prestigious academy. It was also the key period for leveling up in 7 days. If it weren't for the fact that she had already teamed up with her girlfriends at school, she would have insisted on bringing Suchen along to tackle dungeons. With his LV4 strength, he was more than capable of helping her challenge the Hell Difficulty Goblin. Little did she know, the Hell Difficulty dungeon that seemed quite tricky in her eyes, Suchen had completed 3 times in one go today. We'll talk about it then. With my current experience, I'll probably get out of the city faster than you. Suchen casually brushed her off. Suchen wasn't thinking about forming a team yet, and what he said wasn't wrong. He was just 1 level short on his first day of class change, and it would only get worse from there. The possibility of teaming up would only decrease. After saying that, Suchen waved his hand and called Luo Fei to leave the school gate together. Just as he left, the homeroom teacher Li Wenhua rushed over, looking around and realizing the main person was not there. Where's Suchen? Wasn't he just here? Li Wenhua asked Yunqi. He left, together with that guy, Luo Fei. When Suchen returned home, he enjoyed the solitude of his own house. His parents had fallen in a battle against the starry sky monsters, leaving the 8-year-old Suchen behind. Although it was somewhat sad, Suchen, having lived 2 lives, quickly accepted the reality. From that moment on, he knew that this world was not as safe as it seemed. Earth was merely a backyard, the starry sky was the battlefield, and if nothing unexpected happened, most level 100 powerhouses would spend the rest of their lives there. continuously battling the starry sky monsters. He didn't know when it would come to an end. With the boost from the green gear, Suchen continuously attacked the newbie dungeon over the next 3 days. This included the final level dungeon, Adventurer's Graveyard, which had numerous monsters, and the experience gained from a single run was more abundant than that from goblins and snowfoxes combined. During this time, he looted 2 blue items, one snowfox fur coat and the other adventurer's boots, both with decent attributes. After lingering at school for 4 days, Suchen finally made a breakthrough. Before the experience rewards ended on the 4th day, he challenged the Hell difficulty, Adventurer's Graveyard, and successfully leveled up to LV10. 2 system notification sounds rang out in Suchen's mind simultaneously. Dungeon runs depend on my shield warrior task completed, SSS level desire task completed. The dungeon run still depends on my shield warrior quest completed. You have received a random LV10 purple equipment box for this profession, SSS level desire. Quest completed. You have obtained the exclusive SSS level skill Bloodchi like a dragon passive. After 4 days of hard work, Suchen finally completed all the tasks released by the system. Before he could check the quest rewards, he felt an intense heat in his body, as if a boiler was continuously heating him from within. Fortunately, this intense sensation lasted only a moment and he miraculously adapted. Is it because of the SSS level skill? Suchen was curious about the specific effects of this SSS level skill, which could directly cause a change in his body. It should be noted that when he obtained shield counterattack, he felt nothing at all. Without hesitation, Suchen directly checked the introduction of the new skill in the skill bar. Bloodchi like a dragon SSS passive transforms the body into an incredible energy source, recovering 1% health and 1% mana per second. When health is below 80%, recovers 2% health and 2% mana per second. When health is below 50%, recovers 3% health and 3% mana per second. When health is below 20%, recovers 5% health and 5% mana per second. Cooldown 0 as his Suchen gasped, making a trivial contribution to global warming. This skill? Passive recovery of health and mana. So, as long as he isn't instantly killed by high damage, he would be like an indestructible cockroach, forever standing on the battlefield. What Lord Boss, World Boss health and mana auras, all pale in comparison. This skill not only greatly enhanced Suchen's survivability but also indirectly increased his output efficiency significantly. Previously, when Suchen was besieged by a horde of monsters, if he wanted to survive, he could only slowly grind down the opponent's health with shield counterattack. Occasional counterattacks would seem insignificant at that time. Although the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Suchen, enduring the beating from start to finish would leave anyone feeling frustrated. Now, Suchen could fully utilize the passive of Bloodchi like a dragon to exchange health with those monsters. After all, with the moving spring water hanging on him, who was afraid of whom? Suchen felt a bit emotional, truly a case of a pillow arriving just as he was feeling sleepy, just in time for his plan to solo the dungeon. Tomorrow, the system rewarded him with this skill for infinite endurance. This was particularly important for the enhancement of Suchen's overall strength. Suchen hurriedly returned home from school. There was too much to prepare for tonight, and he needed to plan it out well. First was the LV10 purple equipment. Suchen dared not take this out at school. If someone found out, it would definitely cause a stir. The news of him dropping a green item had already spread around the school, and even today, people were still discussing it. Suchen's initial thought was to develop quietly and aim for the highest institution, and although his plan was disrupted and he didn't keep a low profile, he didn't want to attract more attention from others. He took out the quest reward. It was a cube-shaped gift box, palm-sized, just right to be held in one hand. It was enveloped in purple light, and upon closer inspection, countless pieces of equipment could be seen flashing through it. It was extremely similar to a certain pay-to-win online games canister from his previous life. Suchen took a deep breath, placing his finger on the miniature magic array on top of the box, which slowly rose into the air and then began to spin rapidly. Weapons! 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 Suchen shouted frantically in his heart, his eyes fixed on the box that was about to open. Boom! The box burst forth with brilliant light, blinding Suchen, and then he heard a soft sound as the box exploded, its surface fragments dissipating into thin air. A heavy-looking giant axe floated in the air. Unlike the common axes used for chopping trees, cutting bones, or other purposes, it resembled a special weapon of a warrior race from mythology, domineering and fierce, rich with a desolate and ancient mysterious charm. The giant axe was about 1 meter and 3 centimeters long, with the handle wrapped in silver dragon carvings, and the blade was exaggeratedly terrifying, its surface fan-shaped, with a blade edge nearly half a meter long. The entire surface had a faint purple halo flickering, making it clear at a glance that this was a valuable item. Holy crap! The moment Suchen saw the giant axe, he was almost shot to the point of dropping his jaw to the ground. The weapon had appeared, but it was a bit different from what he had imagined. In his impression, as he became The Shield King, a one-handed weapon, should be something common like a knife or sword, lightweight. At the very least, a short knife or dagger would suffice. Even if it looked a bit out of place, who would have thought that a giant axe would drop? By the way, is this even a one-handed weapon? Holding the giant axe in his hand, with his current LV10 strength attribute, he easily swung this seemingly heavy giant axe. Ally of Islandi, purple, has been bound. As the axe blade passed through, a purple light streaked through the air, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing through the void. This feeling. Su-chen hurriedly checked the attributes of the giant axe. Ally of Islandi, purple, usable above LV10. Melee classes can use durability 1000 damage, 376 strength plus 12. Binding, vitality 206, increase mana 117, increase super high damage and strength attribute bonus, and after automatic binding, there's also a slight increase in vitality and mana. This is simply top notch. I'm freaking going to explode. The insane damage made Su-chen's eyes bulge. The battle knife in his hand couldn't even compare to Ally of Islandi in terms of damage. Although there was a gap in equipment level and quality, the staggering 376 damage and 12 points of strength boost still made him itch with desire. He almost wanted to pick up the axe and go outside the city to kill indiscriminately. Without a second thought, Su-chen took out all the heavily tilt stones he had accumulated over the past few days, a total of 95 pieces. This item could be dropped by elite monsters, and the probability wasn't low, but to be honest, 95 pieces were still a bit too few. Picking up a heavily tilt stone, he attached it to Ally of Islandi and saw that heavily tilt stone suddenly burst open like a balloon, transforming into a massive starlight that enveloped Ally of Islandi. Moments later, a message flashed before Su-chen's eyes. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. Damn. Failing the modification on the first try. What kind of divine luck is this? Su-chen was almost so angry he couldn't catch his breath. The easiest modification failed. How ridiculous could it be? There's no such thing as failing in equipment modification. As long as you have heavenly tilt stones, you can keep modifying. But the probability is terrifyingly low. Modifying once only requires 3 heavenly tilt stones to fill the modification completion, which means a 100% success rate. For subsequent modifications, the number of heavenly tilt stones needed to fill the completion will triple for each level higher. Although success in modification doesn't necessarily require filling it completely, this only applies to early modifications and heavily relies on luck. For example, Su-chen, his first modification ended in failure. Su-chen took a breath and placed the second heavenly stone on the weapon. The same process repeated. Unfortunately, it seemed that Su-chen's luck was really not that great. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. Su-chen was somewhat speechless. He needed to stack up to modify it even once. How was he supposed to play? He decided not to think too much about it and directly shoved the axe into the pile of heavenly stones, lying back on the sofa to wait. Slowly, a stream of information flashed before his eyes. Congratulations, equipment modification successful. Current modification level +1. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. Congratulations, equipment modification successful. Current modification level +2. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. Congratulations, equipment modification successful. Current modification level +3. Congratulations, equipment modification successful. Current modification level +4. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. Successfully modified to level 4, which was the minimum gain from 95 heavenly stones, but Su-chen couldn't feel happy about it. This just proved he was a non-lucky player. The kind with pure bloodline. Fortunately, the attribute boost after the modification relieved Su-chen a bit. At least he had gained something. Ilandi's comrade, purple, +4, completion, 74.07%, usable above LV10, melee. Classes can use durability 1000 damage, 376 strength plus 12 modification damage 52 increase modification all attributes 2 increase binding, health 206 increase mana 117 increase the attributes had significantly improved, and holding the modified weapon, Su-chen checked his own panel attributes. Name, Su-chen class, Shield Emperor, unique, level 10, 875/81000, health 2386 mana 441. Strength 76 Spirit 27 Constitution 109 Agility 24 Physical Damage 808 Magical Damage 563 Speed 68 Defense 705 Skills Shield Counterattack SSS LV1 Taunt Amax Health like a Dragon SSS Max Rage 0/100 Reputation 500 After equipping Ilandi's comrade, the attributes had clearly taken a qualitative leap. As a shield warrior, Su-chen's health was close to 2400 and the most terrifying part was that his physical damage had actually reached 808, even more exaggerated than those who specialized in this field. With such attributes, combined with the 2 SSS skills, Shield Counterattack and Health like a Dragon, he was confident he could chop the wild monsters outside the city into pieces. However, he had to be careful. Dying in the wild meant real death. Unless A priest with resurrection could help within half an hour, otherwise, after the time limit, no one could help. After finishing the weapon modification, Suchin put all the food and water he had bought beforehand, as well as any possible supplements, into his storage space. Then he wrapped Alandi's comrade completely with bandages to prevent the purple light from leaking. After all, a LV-10 newbie flaunting a purple item in the city was really too much. However, Suchin thought for a moment, it seemed unnecessary. In the city, he could just use the goblin bone knife and it wouldn't be too late to switch when he was in the wild. Besides, who would go to the wild areas of LV-10, LV-20? Even LV-20, LV-30 areas were rare. After all, only those newbies who had just changed jobs would level up. In such places, generally, geniuses would probably take until the day after tomorrow morning to venture outside the city. A whole day behind Suchin, what was there to be afraid of? The next morning, Suchin set off from home, heading straight for the west city gate of Hachuan City, the closest to him. After the great upheaval of the world, to fend off the monsters attacking the city, humanity rebuilt the city walls that had been abandoned for many years. The walls were tall. Suchin estimated they were at least 20 meters high. The scene around the city gate was quite novel to Suchin. The level of prosperity here was not inferior to that of the city center. The streets were lined with shops run by professionals, including blacksmiths, potion shops, grocery stores, and more. There were also some grassroots organizations such as the Berserker Guild, the Shield Companions Mutual Aid Association, and the Medical Relief Center. Even official organizations were plentiful, like the Essential Hunting Hall in every city that specialized in issuing quests, the Logistics Department for the exchange of idle resources, the Welfare Hospital for treating patients, and the Professionals Alliance for finding teammates to level up in the wild. Many of these were things Suchin had never seen before, and they were rarely mentioned in school, as they were not considered particularly important knowledge. A quick tour would clarify everything. Most of the comings and goings were combat or support type professionals, and their levels were very high, far beyond what the school's baby cradle could compare to. Suchin walked out of the city gate and headed to the left, where there were a large number of level 10 to level 20 wild monsters about 10 kilometers away, naturally designated as a beginner leveling area. You have entered the Withered Woods. The leveling area was vast, with many different monster spawn points, and the first place Suchin entered was the Withered Woods. This area was abundant with venomous cat demons, whose miasma caused the once lush forest to gradually die, shrouded in poisonous fog, making them one of the monsters that beginners least wanted to face. Therefore, in the following days, this would be the place with the fewest wild beginners. The unique poison sacs of the cat demons were also rare materials that could sell for a good price, making this leveling experience a twofold benefit for Suchin. Strolling through the Withered Woods, Suchin noticed a few scattered venomous cat demons lurking behind the dead trees. These monsters resembled lion beast cats, gnawing at the already decayed land, with purple mist occasionally seeping from their pores. Suddenly, one of the cat demons sniffed the air, abruptly turned to look in Suchin's direction, let out a shriek, and quickly charged at him. The scream attracted the attention of other cat demons, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed on Suchin, their claws glinting like steel blades. Venomous Cat Demon, Normal, LV10 Health 4600/4600. The level 10 Venomous Cat Demon had a total of 4,600 health points. An ordinary professional might find it troublesome, but for Suchin, who had already cleared the Hell Difficulty Adventurer's Tomb, it was still somewhat lacking. -24, Rebound. With Suchin's current attributes, the Cat Demon's real damage to him was clearly not much, and even his rage value only symbolically increased by 1 point. Although he didn't care much, Suchin still focused, eager to see how much damage he could output after updating his equipment. Seizing the moment, whoosh! A dull sound of air being split echoed as Suchin, wielding a giant axe, swung down with a force that seemed to herald the arrival of a demon god, scaring the cat demon on the opposite side. With no chance to dodge, the axe blade plunged into the cat demon, resulting in an extremely exaggerated damage output. -4,120. He nearly split the cat demon in half with a single blow. The explosion's damage made the charging cat demon let out a shrill scream. Suchin's axe nearly sent it to meet its own cat demon great-grandmother. Its underdeveloped little brain couldn't comprehend why a human of the same level could inflict such high damage. Looking at its outfit, it was even a meat shield that took hits. However, life ultimately has its limits. In the moment it was pondering, Suchin quickly delivered another strike, cleaving it completely in half. You have gained 11 gold coins. You have obtained the cat demon's poison sac. There wasn't much time to pay attention to the prompts appearing before him, as the companions drawn by the first cat demon had already rushed to Suchin's front. There were about 10 of them. Suchin didn't mind, he simply raised his shield, waiting for their attack. Seeing the fate of their companion, how could the cat demons charge directly at him? They raised their fluffy tails, and like fireworks exploding, they released a thick purple mist from within. This area attack that enveloped Suchin would trigger his shield counterattack passive, but he would still take damage like an ordinary practitioner. minus 8 minus 7 dash 9. Plus 23 minus 6 minus 7 dash 6. Plus 23 minus 5 minus 6 dash 6. Plus 23. Put. This scene made Suchen burst out laughing. This group of cat demons seemed to have come to entertain him. Their damage was actually less than what he recovered. If he just lay there and let them attack, the cat demons probably couldn't kill him. And in an extreme case, they might even tire themselves to death. Suchen didn't retaliate immediately. He decided to give this poor group of cat demons a little shock with his shield. Anger plus 1, current anger 22, health increase 10%. Anger plus 1, current anger 56, damage increase 20%. Current anger 100, damage reduction 15%. At the moment his anger was fully stacked, looking at the group of cat demons still desperately attacking him, Suchen couldn't help but smile with a 30 degrees upward curve at the corners of his mouth. A terrifying and inexplicable aura radiated from him. The cat demon's beast instincts startled them. A few clever ones looked around, and not seeing any other enemies approach, they lunged at Suchen again. In their eyes, this big, silly human seemed to have been scared silly, not daring to fight back. But this meat was a bit tough, they couldn't bite through it. Humans in the past weren't this tough. Just as this group of cat demons was lost in thought, the previously passive Suchen suddenly let out a roar, sending invisible sound waves spreading outwards. The cat demons' minds went blank, and their bodies involuntarily leaned in. Suchen didn't hold back. He swung his giant axe in a circle and directly cleaved outward. A flash of purple light. The nearest few cat demons didn't even have time to scream before their heads were split in half. If one looked closely, they could even see the disgusting purple brains inside. Minus 4,945. Minus 4,938. Minus 4,964. Minus 4,934. Minus 4,942. Successfully killed poisonous cat demon, normal, experience plus 55. Successfully killed poisonous cat demon, normal, experience plus 55. Successfully killed poisonous cat demon, normal, experience plus 55. Suchen didn't stop. Within the poison zone, shield counterattack was almost constantly triggering. He quickly swung a few more axes, and the remaining cat demons soon sped off to meet their great-grandmother. Accompanied by this series of terrifying damage, the sound of experience notifications ringing in his ears was unending. This reminded him of the payment notifications from a certain app in his past life. It was simply too satisfying. A simple axe could solve monsters. Could there be a faster monster farming efficiency than this? If there was, then let's swing another axe. Efficiency doubled. Happiness doubled. Under the passive boosts of health like a dragon and anger, Suchen directly ignored the terrifying miasma in the withered woods and charged straight ahead. In the eyes of other newcomers, the terrifying withered forest was now like a backyard for Suchen to trample upon. Kill at the sight of a cat, chop at the sight of a cat. From south to north, from west to east, whatever he saw, no one dared to resist. And his experience bar was advancing like a rocket, rapidly pushing forward. He couldn't stop, absolutely couldn't stop. While Suchen was happily playing with the cat demon in the withered forest, Li Wenhua in the school was about to go mad. The principal, who had gone to the education department to apply for rewards, had only just returned today, after a full 4 days. What kind of joke was this? 4 days? Did you go to the education department of Huchuan City or the provincial education department? It shouldn't take 4 days, right? When he stormed into the principal's office filled with rage and just mentioned the job transfer rewards, he was sent back to the school instance by the principal's magic, forced to continue managing the class's logistics. A cheerful voice echoed in his ears. The job transfer rewards for Lin Luo and Yun Qi have been approved, including your excellent teacher reward. I picked it up for you on the way. Teacher Li, keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. The education department has more work to do. Let's talk about it when you return. The principal, who had just shown up, disappeared again, leaving Li Wenhua fuming with frustration. What I wanted to say was this: those 2 rewards were approved, but what about Suchen's? What? Unreliable hidden profession? Just look at who the first place is on the record stone in front of the instance. Is this the level an ordinary hidden profession can achieve? If we don't give him some special treatment when he goes to the highest institution in the future, what connection will he have with our school? Lost in thought, Li Wenhua decided to wait at the entrance of the instance for Suchen to come out and clarify things. He believed that even if the principal had poor judgment, he would understand how high the potential Suchen had shown was. So he dared to issue an empty promise to Suchen in the name of the principal. Li Wenhua believed the principal would understand him, but after waiting all morning, he didn't even see a shadow. After asking Yun Qi and others, he learned that Suchen had already reached level 10 after clearing the Hell Difficulty Adventurer's Tomb yesterday. He must be leveling up somewhere outside the city now. As she spoke, a hint of envy appeared on their faces. They wouldn't be able to leave the city until tomorrow at the earliest, and some would have to wait until the day after. If Su Chen could enter outside the city a day ahead of them, then the spot at the highest institution should be a sure thing for him. He left the city? Li Wenhua was in disarray in the wind. So fast? What was I doing yesterday? Li Wenhua recalled that when Su Chen cleared the Hell Difficulty Adventurer's Tomb and refreshed the speed record, he was so excited that he was frantically sending friend requests to the principal. But the chat box kept showing that it was in a special area, temporarily unable to receive messages. By the time the principal finally returned, he hadn't even settled in before rushing off to that damn education department, probably not even having time to read the private messages. These students can only use the friend function after the college entrance examination. What a ridiculous rule. Su Chen was not clear about how Li Wenhua was doing. In any case, he was quite happy at the moment. He ran freely in the withered forest, actively hunting cat demons. Su Chen's speed in clearing monsters was surprisingly faster than the rate at which monsters respawned in this area. This compelled Su Chen to search for any remaining cat demons. In just one morning, Su Chen had leveled up to LV12, and with a slight reduction in experience, he began heading to the next leveling area, Golden Domain. There lived a group of monsters resembling domestic pigs, with golden fur, moving in packs like a beautiful, shifting wheat field, hence the name Golden Domain. Golden pig meat was tender and quite popular among the townsfolk. Even those who were not skilled in combat were willing to team up with weapons to hunt them. Su Chen had also heard about the situation in this area. He did not underestimate these life profession players. Those who dared to venture here were mostly at a higher level than these monsters, and their equipment was decent as well. They were different from normal leveling players. They did not seek experience but only wanted the materials dropped by monsters to sell in the city, using the gold earned to indirectly strengthen themselves. On his way, Su Chen had already seen several groups of players, most of whom were above LV17, and he even spotted a leader at LV21. It wasn't until he reached the boundary of the Golden Domain that Su Chen stopped. In front of him, two groups of people were arguing around a stone-piled altar, their expressions serious and unfriendly as they glared at each other. Some even had their hands on their weapons, ready for a fight at any moment. "Nia Laosan, I'll say it again, we discovered this place first, don't force us to take action," a sturdy man with a square face shouted at the opposing leader. "So what if you discovered it first? In the wild secret realms, the capable take charge. You actually want to occupy this place? I think you're tired of living," the man named Nia Laosan replied coldly with a sneer. The wild secret realm was rich in resources, and if all went well, they could obtain considerable supplies from it, even possibly advancing further. It should be noted that these life profession players had been in their roles for 2 years, yet their levels were still stuck below LV20. Although working in related industries could passively increase their experience, it was nothing compared to the wild secret realms. If they did not seize this rare opportunity, their lives would likely remain stagnant. Now, to expect him to hand over the secret realm? Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents. Nia Laosan was ready to draw his knife and kill the opposing guy at any moment. Even if it meant getting hurt or dying, he was willing to fight. The square-faced man saw the fierce expression on Nia Laosan's face, his eyes bloodshot, looking like a desperate thug ready to kill, and he felt a chill in his heart. Although these low-level secret realms did not have a limit on the number of people, the space was limited, and he was unwilling to just split the spoils in half. Suddenly, a heavy footstep approached from the side. The square-faced man and Nia Laosan turned their heads simultaneously to see Su Chen, who was carrying a giant axe and holding a battle shield, appearing in their line of sight. At that moment, Su Chen was also looking at the secret realm altar with surprise. Above the altar, there was a mysterious rune, half gray and half white, with the white gradually eroding the gray. When the white completely filled it, that would be the moment the secret realm opened. The secret realm was different from ordinary dungeons. The requirements for clearing it varied. It was not very dangerous, and it was rich in resources, making it a desirable place for everyone. Attracted by the secret realm altar, Su Chen instinctively walked forward, but was simultaneously shouted at by the two group leaders. "Where did this kid come from? Get lost, this is not a place for you," the square-faced man shouted angrily. "Kid, stay away. If you come any closer, be careful of the blades, it won't be good if you get hurt," Nia Laosan sneered at. The same time, the two groups felt that even the division of spoils was too little, and now adding one more would only reduce their gains further. He caught sight of the LV12 level above the other's head and felt even more disdain. It was just a newcomer fresh out of the city. So what if they were a main combat class? With so many of them, they could easily overwhelm the opponent. In the wild secret realm, everyone shares the spoils, Su Chen said with a smile. Most of the time, secret realms are rule-based games where the number of people doesn't affect each other, and whether there's competition or not won't impact our individual gains. What do you think, brothers? Su Chen believed the others should know the rules of the secret realm and wouldn't act all tense. Moreover, judging by their age and level, they were probably low-tier life class players from the city. It was just a secret realm, couldn't they all go in together and be friendly? Heh, you said it's mostly the case, but what if it's a super small secret realm that directly turns into a dungeon? How would the spoils be divided then? Kid, don't waste your breath, go where it's cool, the square-faced, muscular man said coldly. Suchen looked very young, probably just a student who had recently changed jobs, and daring to venture out of the city to level up showed he had some skills. The square-faced man glanced at the giant axe behind Su Chen. He hadn't seen any low-level players use such an exaggerated weapon. Fortunately, Suchen was holding a battle shield, so he looked like a tank-type class. What use was a lone low-level shield warrior? He was just a punching bag, right? Not to mention main combat or support classes, even they, as life class players, weren't particularly afraid of shield warriors. Suchen frowned at the words, said nothing more, and stepped back a bit, continuing to watch the altar. Although he wasn't afraid of the others, Suchen didn't want to provoke any conflict. He was worried that if he lost control, he might end up killing these life class players completely. Anyway, once they entered the secret realm, he could follow them in. It was just a matter of order, not much difference. Aren't you leaving? Suchen's intentions were clear to both groups, and within Nia Laosan's team, there was a hot-tempered member who took out a self-made wooden bow and shot an arrow at Suchen. Although it had the same attributes as the most basic white gear, it was still a rare weapon for life class players. Whoosh! Suchen sidestepped, and the arrow embedded itself in a tree behind him, its fletching quivering. It was aimed straight for Suchen's face. Seeing this, Suchen smiled. He hadn't expected to be fighting others in such a situation in the wild. It was just a secret realm open for exploration without affecting each other. Couldn't they cooperate? Were they really this impatient? Or were they simply bad? Suchen stopped thinking too much. He only knew that others wanted his life. That was enough. He took down the battle axe from his back, gripped it tightly in his hand, and flashed a brilliant smile at Nia Laosan and the others. Run, maybe there's still a chance to survive. Before the others could react, Suchen's expression changed, and suddenly a loud shout rang out. Come here! Mockery released. The few closest to Suchen were instantly controlled, their bodies moving against their will as they charged at him. Their expressions were filled with horror. This was mockery? How could a LV-12 little ghost use mockery? If luck were to be a little worse, even a LV-50 might not obtain this shield warrior skill. This student who had just left the city actually possessed such a powerful skill? There was no time to think further. Their bodies, like marionettes, initiated the attack, and Suchen had no defense, allowing their strikes to land on him. -7, -5, -4, -6 plus 26. Under Suchen's super high defense and the pathetic attribute points of a life profession, these people only inflicted single-digit damage on him. In just a breath, vitality like a dragon replenished the lost health. Suchen did not swing his axe but pushed his shield forward like a speeding train crashing into a few stones, forcefully sending those people flying. The seemingly casual strike caused immense shock throughout the scene. -1024, -1134, -1099, -1152. The few who had been at full health were instantly left severely injured, their eyes filled with terror as they looked at Suchen. With just a gentle bump, they felt as if their souls were about to be knocked out. If he hadn't held back, they might have lost their lives today. This, isn't the student a shield warrior? How is his damage so high? You ask. Me, who should I ask? Stop talking nonsense, it's about to get real. How the hell do we fight? If he takes it seriously, we might lose our lives. I don't want to die. The crowd became chaotic under Suchen's strike, instinctively retreating. Their faces turned pale, unable to imagine what would happen if Suchen swung a weapon. Would they be cut in half? Especially the man who had just shot an arrow, his expression blank, the bow and arrow falling to the ground with a dull thud. He looked at Suchen, who was smiling at him, and a wave of regret surged in his heart. Why did he act so recklessly in front of Nia Laosan? He didn't know the answer, and no one would provide one. Because Suchen had already rushed over. The square-faced strong man was greatly frightened. Nia Laosan's heart raced, knowing he had provoked someone he shouldn't have, and hurriedly shouted, "Brother, spare us. My subordinates didn't know better and angered you. We are willing to pay the price to compensate you." While saying this, his body honestly ran backward. He didn't know if Suchen would attack him, but it was better to be cautious. He decided to run first and worry about face later. Apologize? Too late. Suchen laughed loudly and quickly arrived in front of the man. Looking at the already dumbfounded man, Suchen sneered, "Don't go around causing trouble in your next life." As soon as the words fell, Suchen swung his axe down, leaving a faint purple trace in the air, along with the man split in half. Blood splattered in the air, heat surging. The surrounding professionals were stunned, unsure how to respond to the scene before them. Although they had previously appeared tense, they were all life professionals, thinking they would at most just beat someone up or leave them severely injured. Very few had thoughts of killing. After all, people like them didn't spend as much time in the wild as main combat or support professions, and they rarely encountered real bloodshed, making their thoughts much simpler in comparison. Suchen's strike was violent. terrifying. The heavy axe blade was something they didn't know how to defend against. This group of professionals fell into panic, continuously swallowing saliva to cover their inner turmoil. Is this a purple gear? The square-faced strong man, not participating in the battle and positioned to the side, saw Su Chen's attack, the purple light flashing on the giant axe cutting through the air. Looking closely at Su Chen, green and blue lights constantly flickered around him. Even though the daylight was affected by the light, it still allowed the square-faced strong man to see clearly. He inhaled sharply. He had truly provoked his ancestors. What kind of student was this? Could he be some newly awakened legendary professional? Otherwise, how could he have such luxurious equipment? Right after leaving the city? The square-faced strong man had little experience and did not understand legendary professions, but Su Chen's performance could only lead him to speculate the most outrageous possibilities. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and shouted at Su Chen, "Brother, my men were blind and offended you earlier. This compensation is just a token of our sincerity. I hope you can spare us a way out." As he spoke, the square-faced strong man pulled out a pile of gold coins from his backpack, placed them on the ground, and ran off into the distance. The other companions followed suit, quickly leaving empty-handed. As for Nia Laosan and the others, under Su Chen's terrifying attack, they were so frightened that they stood frozen in place, not daring to move. This kid had chased them down and had mastered the taunt skill. They were afraid they wouldn't be able to escape. As for fighting back, recalling the pitiful damage caused by his subordinates and the opponent's unknown skill that allowed for automatic healing, Nia Laosan completely abandoned the thought of resistance. He trembled and said, "Little brother, we are also willing to offer compensation." Nia Laosan placed the gold coins on the ground, and then feeling it was not enough, he took off the few blue items he had on him as an apology. "Brother, I don't have much wealth, it's all here. The main target has been killed by you. What do you think?" Su Chen frowned and glanced at him, saying nothing, only silently putting all the gold coins into his backpack. As for that blue item, Su Chen didn't even look at it, mainly because there was a 7-day trading restriction on items related to professionals. This unknown level blue item couldn't be taken. "Let's go." He didn't bother with them too much. A group of life professionals, in his eyes, were no different from ordinary people. Moreover, the one who had attacked had already been killed by him, so there was no need to stoop to their level. Nia Laosan and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly left the altar area. The secret realm was good, but if one lost their life, nothing else mattered. Once the people at the scene disappeared, Su Chen sat on the altar and let out a long sigh. Just now, despite looking imposing and scaring a group of professionals, even splitting a certain unfortunate soul in half, he was, after all, just an 18-year-old boy. Even with memories from his past life, he had only lived through 2 18-year-old experiences, lacking any real-life experience or knowledge, let alone the chilling act of killing. Fortunately, this world was special. People had a clear understanding of the filth and the wild from a very young age. Today was merely a transformation of that understanding into practice. It was nothing serious, it was something that had to be experienced sooner or later. "Actually, I didn't want to kill anyone, it was you who struck first." After a long while, Su Chen chuckled again. Looking at the half-corpse of the man he had slain, Su Chen had some dark thoughts. Would Nia Laosan and the others come looking for trouble? He thought about it with some anticipation, unsure if it was a side effect of killing. In any case, Su Chen felt no strong aversion to it, it was just a bit fresh to him. During the time Su Chen was waiting for the secret realm to open, many people gradually arrived around him, all recognizing the existence of the secret realm. Fortunately, most of these people were quite rational and had no thoughts of monopolizing it. They each found a corner to quietly wait for the secret realm to open. Some also noticed the man who had been cut in half by Su Chen. His death was tragic and his face was twisted in agony. He must have been quite frightened before he died. Perhaps it was caused by the student in front of them? Some showed confusion but did not investigate further. They needed to maintain their peak condition and wait for the secret realm to open. Not long after, when the white light completely filled the mysterious symbols, the altar of the secret realm emitted a buzzing sound, and the ground around began to tremble slightly. Su Chen quickly got up and jumped down to the altar. As the ground continued to shake, an oval-shaped spatial light curtain appeared before everyone. That was the passage to enter the secret realm. Seeing the entrance appear, everyone was excited, and just as they were about to rush forward, a LV-23 woman in the crowd stopped their advance. "Wait, there are words on the entrance." Upon hearing this, the previously restless crowd gradually calmed down and saw the text that emerged on the spatial light curtain. Golden Secret Realm Type Cooperative Competition Description. The farmers of the Golden Territory are facing a monster invasion. Please successfully fend off the monster attack before the Imperial reinforcements arrive. Only the teams that successfully wait for the reinforcements can receive rewards, with the amount of rewards depending on the number of successful defenses. It's actually a cooperative competition type, thank goodness, otherwise, as a chef, I really wouldn't stand a chance against them. Haha, it looks like it should be a defensive position type. It shouldn't be too difficult. Let's team up. I'm a LV18 farmer. Anyone interested? Bro, I'm LV17, a blacksmith. Let's team up. Once the rules appeared, the atmosphere in the crowd changed instantly. The solo players began to form teams on the spot, shouting loudly and flaunting their few advantages. As for those who had come in teams, they all headed straight for the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, the mysterious symbol above the secret realm also began to transform into a small hourglass, displaying the number 300 next to it. 299. 298. The countdown began. Suchen did not shout loudly like those solo players. He directly walked into the entrance of the secret realm, his figure disappearing from the spot. Detecting that the team of practitioners currently lacks members, would you like to auto-match? Yes. In this type of cooperative secret realm, the spirit of the secret realm usually helps solo players form teams to better cope with the trials of the secret realm. Suchen knew this, which is why he dared to enter the secret realm space alone. Time passed. In the last 30 seconds before the secret realm officially opened, a soft white light gathered beside Suchen, and looking over, he saw a beautiful figure stepping out from the white light. Suchen raised his eyebrows. It was actually the woman who had reminded everyone earlier. Her level was as high as LV23, nearly double that of Suchen. Among the previous group of life practitioners, she could be considered a master. The woman's gaze fell on Suchen, and she was slightly disappointed to find he was only LV12. How could someone with such a low level dare to venture out of the city alone? Then she noticed that Suchen's attire was quite different from other life professions. He was actually a combat type profession. She carefully examined Suchen, recalling that this person seemed to be the boy who had been sitting on the altar earlier. Hello, my name is Yunling, and my profession is logistics manager. Although I don't have much combat power, my basic attributes should be higher than those of the people just now, so I won't hold you back. Yunling looked at Suchen with some nervousness. This handsome boy with a wild weapon design was her biggest support for this secret realm journey. Although his level was low, a main combat profession was definitely much stronger than her group of life professions. Her younger sister, who took the college entrance exam this year, was lucky enough to switch to a main combat profession, but when she returned home yesterday, her level had only reached LV8. Moreover, according to her, she was already considered a high-level professional among her classmates. A high-level professional at LV8? Then what about this boy in front of her at LV12? A genius, a monster? Suchen, my profession is Shield Emperor. You can also call me MT. Just hide behind me when the time comes. You don't need to do anything. Suchen introduced himself to Yunling. Although he didn't think there would be any further interaction after the secret realm, since the other party was being polite, he naturally wouldn't show a sour face. Besides, everyone coming this time were life-type professionals from the city, and the competition pressure wasn't great. He could just treat it as bringing along a burden. Yunling wanted to say something else, but the scene around them suddenly changed, and the two were teleported into the secret realm. At that moment, a group of farmers was sitting under an old tree at the village entrance, sighing. A few grandmothers, wearing yellowed headscarves, looked at the fields that had been mostly ruined in the distance, quietly wiping their tears. These damn wild boars only know how to come and cause trouble for us in the Golden Territory. The ripe wheat was trampled by them. Sigh, who says it's not? That kid from the old He family got gored by a wild boar this morning, right in the chest. It made a big hole, and as he spoke, the old man who had started talking began to choke up. Every year, those wild boars would come to the Golden Territory to wreak havoc, not only reducing the harvest, but this year, they had even killed several people. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to live. The old man sighed deeply, just about to say something more when he noticed two young people walking over from a distance. He saw Suchen holding a battle shield and carrying a giant axe, looking just like the soldiers from the Empire he had heard about. Are you sent by the Empire to help us? The old man asked uncertainly. Old man, I am. Suchen replied with a smile. The first wave of golden boars will arrive in 60 seconds. Please prepare, professionals. The previous conversation was the key to triggering the plot. These two fake Imperial soldiers needed to help the farmers of the Golden Territory get through this crisis that threatened the entire village. A square area that only Suchen and Yunling could see was emitting a faint green light. The two walked up, and another hourglass appeared beside them, showing the time until the monster attack. 54:38. 15. 0 time reached 0. A plump, golden wild boar appeared in front of the two, looking exactly like the golden boar from the outside. The golden boar spotted Suchen and Yunling, snorting and puffing, lowering its head to expose its long tusks, and quickly charged at the two. Get behind me, Suchen said. Yunling nodded. She also knew that her involvement might just complicate things, so she stood 2 steps behind Suchen, nervously watching the charging golden boar. Golden boar, normal, poisoned, LV12, health 4800/5000, so that's how it is. Seeing the panel of the golden pig, Suchen finally understood the hint at the entrance of the secret realm. Earlier, he thought that everyone encountered different scenarios in the secret realm, which was why there was a mention of the number of defenses. After all, logically speaking, if one successfully fended off the monster's attack, the total number of attempts should be the same. The golden pig was less than 5 steps away from Su Chen, and once again a -200 appeared above his head. Even if the adventurer did not attack the golden pig, it would die on its own. But what was difficult about this secret realm? Was it about dragging out time, trying to succeed with the least number of defenses until clearing the level? This was one way of thinking, but it had a premise. That was, the golden pig's hatred was always directed at you, and it was highly likely that it would focus on destroying the rice fields. Once the rice fields were damaged too much, the secret realm would end in failure. Directly dealing with the golden pig would lead to the next round, encountering more or higher level golden pigs, and in this vicious cycle, the only outcomes for the adventurers would be death or the destruction of the rice fields. How to control this balance of progress was the key to clearing the secret realm. In an instant, Su Chun understood the mechanism of the secret realm, and Yunling's expression changed, clearly realizing the truth as well. She shouted, "Try to hold off the golden pig, don't let the hatred shift, otherwise we won't get through the secret realm." Hold off? I don't have such bad habits. Looking at the golden pig so close, Su Chen revealed a hint of an excited smile, raising his shield while his right hand had already drawn the giant axe. Bang! The golden pig crashed heavily against Su Chen's shield, producing a muffled sound. Su Chen remained motionless while the golden pig staggered back 2 steps. It felt as if it had crashed into a massive mountain, unable to advance even an inch. Seizing this opportunity, Su Chen swung the giant axe, the blade glinting coldly, creating a heavy sound as it struck fiercely against the pig's head. -4,424. Weak point damage. Massive damage erupted from the top of the golden pig's head. And before it could react, the built-in poison debuff took away another 200 points of life. With just a sliver of health left, the golden pig collapsed on the spot, kicking up a cloud of dust and then vanished into starlight. Successfully killed the golden pig. Normal experience plus 65. Team bonus experience plus 32.5. The second wave of golden pigs will arrive in 60 seconds. Please prepare, adventurers. Is it over? Yunling behind him gaped, staring blankly at Su Chen, who was holding the giant axe. She had thought that Su Chen, as a transfer student who left the city so early, might be very powerful, but she never expected that a LV-12 golden pig, which excelled in defense, could barely withstand a single blow from Su Chen. It was known that someone like her, who could exert a level suppression on the golden pig, would have to put in considerable effort to deal with this monster. While this guy only needed 1 axe? Yunling felt somewhat defeated. Her level was already LV-23, and even as a life profession, the gap shouldn't be this large. Su Chen ignored Yunling, who was caught in self-doubt. A piece of information flashed before his eyes. Secret Realm Points plus 10. Secret Realm Points are a certificate for exchanging rare resources in the Secret Realm shop, provided one clears the Secret Realm. It includes equipment, skills, precious gems, and more. This is also one of the reasons people often say that resources in wild secret realms are abundant. If I refresh the golden pig's attack count at the fastest speed until the secret realm ends and gain enough points, theoretically, wouldn't I have a chance to purchase any resource in the shop with a guaranteed minimum? With this thought, Su Chen's eyes lit up. After all, he had run so many hell-level dungeons at school, and the equipment drops were few and far between. As a novice player, wanting to equip himself fully before the college entrance examination was undoubtedly a distant luxury. He didn't ask for much, just 2 pieces would be enough. Regardless of level, quality, or attributes, having them was sufficient. The attributes could still be improved a bit, which would help with the upcoming exam. As the countdown ended, 2 golden pigs appeared before Su Chen. -400, his health dropped rapidly, and without needing much operation, a shield counterattack turned the 2 golden pigs into ashes. Successfully killed a golden pig. Normal experience plus 65. Team bonus experience plus 32.5. Successfully killed a golden pig. Normal experience plus 65. Team bonus experience plus 32.5. The third wave also had a 60-second preparation time. 3 golden pigs appeared, and this time Su Chun used taunt to draw the monsters closer, stacking his rage points. He wasn't sure when the Imperial reinforcements would arrive, so he could only cautiously stack the buffs just in case. This led to Yunling looking at Su Chen with increasing shock. Not only was a shield warrior's damage fierce like a fighter, but how was it that his damage had increased significantly for no reason? Did he cast a blessing on himself? And how could he heal automatically? He wasn't a priest. The 4th wave, the 6th wave, the 10th wave, the 16th wave. The golden pigs kept increasing, and Su Chen grew more and more excited. This was a treasure trove of experience. No need to search for monsters everywhere. They respawned a minute after being killed. Where else could one find such a leveling paradise? Even without secret realm points, he would be willing to grind here until the end of time. Yunling's level was too high, so she received no experience rewards, but her secret realm points kept rising. Although it was just the minimum points plus 2, if accumulated, it might be enough to exchange for a barely usable blue gear. When she realized this, she felt both joy and anxiety. She was grateful to have such a strong teammate. If it weren't for the cooperative competition nature of the secret realm rules, she figured Su Chen wouldn't even look at her, a lifestyle class player. Yunling watched Su Chen, who was displaying great prowess ahead, her expression slightly conflicted. In the end, she gritted her teeth and made a certain decision. By the 20th wave, contrary to Su Chen's expectations, this time it wasn't 20 golden pigs, but a single LV13 elite golden pig. Golden pig, elite, poisoned, LV13 health, 17,000/17200. Well, there's such a good thing? Although an elite golden pig gave less experience than 20 normal monsters. Following this pattern, wouldn't there be a group of elite golden pigs waiting for him to harvest later? Looking at the elite golden pig charging towards him, Su Chen's eyes sparkled. That obsessive gaze seemed to see not a wild boar covered in yellow hair, but a movable rare treasure. Unfortunately, the more precious the treasure, the quicker it needed to be dealt with. There were many more brothers and sisters behind waiting for this butcher's favor. Facing the assault of the elite golden pig, Su Chen felt no tension at all. He simply raised his shield, quietly waiting for the opponent to trigger the passive skill, shield counterattack. With vitality like a dragon in hand, the crucial issue of sustainability for solo play was already resolved. Su Chen couldn't imagine anyone being able to kill him at this stage. Elite level? Even the boss level wasn't enough. At the very least, it would take a lord level boss to have a chance. Bang! The familiar sensation of impact came, and Su Chen swung back with an axe, striking the elite golden pig, which cried out in pain, its scarlet blood spraying out. -1735. -1740. -1738. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. In the intervals of the opponent's wails, Su Chen transformed into a berserk warrior, frantically attacking the opponent's vital points. To be honest, with his current attack speed, the damage he dealt while the monster didn't retaliate was surprisingly substantial. This discovery brightened Su Chen's eyes. If the monster's damage wasn't high, he could completely try standing still to output damage, triggering shield counterattack sporadically for bursts, which might further enhance his efficiency in farming. It didn't take long for the elite golden pig to fall to the ground with a cry, then dissipate into white light. Successfully killed. The golden pig elite experience plus 350. Additional experience for defeating a higher level plus 17.5. Team bonus experience plus 175. The 21st wave of golden pigs will arrive in 60 seconds. Please prepare, adventurers. As Su Chen had guessed, the 21st wave featured 2 elite golden pigs. Unsurprisingly, the 2 golden pigs contributed valuable experience to Su Chen. The 22nd wave, the 27th wave, the 32nd wave. Just as Su Chen was anticipating whether a boss would appear in the 40th wave, a chaotic sound of hooves gradually echoed from the distant hill. Turning to look, a team of 10 appeared in Su Chen's line of sight, primarily consisting of mages, priests, and warriors. At the forefront was a robust man at level 15, Paladin Angus. When Angus appeared on the battlefield, the golden pigs that had been continuously spawning seemed to have their necks snapped, and after being wiped out by the Imperial reinforcements, they never appeared again. At this moment, all the adventurers still struggling in the secret realm showed expressions of joy. Were they about to clear the level? You have successfully held out until the arrival of the Imperial reinforcements. Grateful golden farmers have prepared corresponding gifts for you in the village center. The secret realm shop has opened, located under the old locust tree on the left side of the village center. The voice of the spirit of the secret realm also allowed this group of adventurers to completely relax their tense nerves and cheer loudly. Su Chen felt a bit disappointed. He still hadn't encountered a boss-level creature. However, this trip had been quite fruitful, with a group of elite monsters willingly dying, yielding 5 times the experience of ordinary monsters. Moreover, since Su Chen had contributed 100% to the kills of the golden pigs, he pocketed the entire additional 50% experience from the team bonus. Calculating it all, he had gained 62,772 experience points in just 1 hour, filling half of his experience bar, and astonishingly fast leveling speed. He might reach level 14 today. What a rapid advancement! Su Chen couldn't help but reflect. With only 2 days left until the college entrance examination, he wondered how high he could reach by the last day with such a pace. Would he break the previous level records? As Su Chen pondered, he arrived at the village center. The Imperial reinforcements were conversing with the village chief, and while they should have been celebrating the repulsion of the golden pigs, the atmosphere around was somewhat off. The village chief, the elderly man who had spoken with Su Chen and the others earlier, looked troubled. His mouth moved a few times, but he couldn't say anything. He merely gazed at the leading Paladin Angus, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. "Old man, do you think the Imperial reinforcements are here for free support? We brothers have walked for 2 days in the mountains. You can't just think of sending us off with a few broken money bags." Angus, riding on his warhorse, ignored the pleading expression of the village chief and directly threw a bag filled with gold coins at the chief's face. The tremendous force caused the chief to stagger and fall to the ground with a thud. "Chief! Grandfather, are you all right? Chief! Chief!" The surrounding villagers were startled and looked anxiously at the towering Angus. Wasn't the Imperial reinforcements here to protect them? Why was this happening? Few villagers held the bloodied chief up, wanting to take him back to treat his wounds. The chief forcefully pushed them away, staggering towards Angus, clasping his hands together, and suddenly knelt down in front of the warhorse with a thud. Tears streaming down his face, he said, "Lord Angus, I beg you to show mercy. The village's wheat fields have been ravaged by the golden pig several times, and even this year's harvest is in question. We truly have no extra gold coins to reward you. This is all I have left. I hope you can spare us a way to survive, considering our annual offerings." The chief kept bowing to Angus, his face a mix of blood and tears, his pitiful voice making all the adventurers still in the secret realm exchange glances. Despite being in different spaces, they were experiencing the same thing. Could there be more to come? A few thought to themselves, but glancing at Angus's team's level and equipment, they immediately went to the secret realm shop to exchange their rewards. What was happening before their eyes was clearly wrong, but due to their class and equipment limitations, they had no opportunity to continue. If only they were main combat classes, perhaps they could participate in the next phase of the secret realm. These people sighed inwardly but felt no great disappointment. The gains from this secret realm were enough to make up for their hard work over the past 6 months. What more could they ask for? The life class adventurers looked back at the chief still pleading on the ground before turning into white light and leaving the secret realm. "Su-chan, I'm leaving. The upcoming battles are not something a life class profession like mine can participate in," Yunling said with a hint of regret on her face. "I didn't help you much this time. Instead, I ended up accumulating a lot of points behind you, so I've decided to exchange half of my secret realm points for rewards to give to you. These points should have all belong to you." At this point, Yunling's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed as she said, "It might be related to my class change. If any resources are exhausted here, I feel a sense of unease and urgency. I always feel that if I don't keep some resources in reserve, something bad will happen. You just consider me greedy for money." Su-chen thought he would hear something novel, but it turned out to be this. He couldn't trade or use items related to professions before his college entrance examination, so Yunling's secret realm points were of no use to him. Even if they were useful, with the points she had accumulated, it would be surprising if she could even get a blue item. "Forget it, you should keep it for yourself." Su-chen waved his hand, his gaze still fixed on the village chief ahead. "You don't need to feel embarrassed. With your level, switching teams would probably get you through to the end of the secret realm, and the earnings would at most be just a bit less than if you were with me. I'm still in the restricted trading phase, so the rewards you exchanged for me are of no use." Yunling shook her head after hearing this, not agreeing with Su-chen's words. The college entrance examination is starting in a couple of days. Even if you don't lack equipment at this stage, you must need skill books, right? Gems like Heavenly Tiltstone Emerald and Purple Robe Jade shouldn't be too much, should they? Not just you, even those level 100 powerhouses value these resources immensely. One doesn't mind having less, and two don't mind having more. Cultivating equipment is a long process. As a lifestyle professional, I won't be able to use any good equipment anyway. Selling these resources to others is also selling, so why not just give them to you directly? Su-chen was somewhat speechless at Yunling's logic. You said it yourself, cultivating equipment is a long process, but how much can your points exchange for? In the later stages, the gems needed for equipment enhancement are counted in thousands, like a bottomless pit, draining the wealth of many affluent powerhouses. Their level of poverty is not much better than Su-chen's current situation, and those are all level 100 powerhouses. Don't worry about it, just listen to me. After the college entrance examination, I'll add you as a friend, and then I'll directly mail the exchanged supplies to you. After saying this, Yunling didn't wait for Su-chen's reply and walked over to the secret realm shop, picking and choosing some resources before vanishing in a flash of white light. At this moment, Su-chen was left alone in the entire secret realm. After Yunling left, Su-chen continued to observe the unfolding situation. At this time, Angus had become quite impatient with the village chief. He dismounted and kicked the village chief, causing him to cough up blood and fly backward, then spat a thick phlegm on the ground. "I'll give you a day to prepare the reward. If today you still only bring me a broken money pouch, I guarantee that tomorrow the golden pig will trample your fields. You'll be completely reduced to monster fodder, and the survivors will become the lowest class of refugees in the empire." With that, he let out a loud laughed, mounted his horse, and led his companions away into the distance. Among them, a mage in a black robe shook his staff before leaving, muttering some incantation, and a magic circle appeared on the ground. The golden pig stepped out, snorting, its eyes red as it charged fiercely toward the village chief. Meanwhile, Angus and his group had already disappeared far away. Golden pig, normal, poisoned, LV12, health 4800/5000. It's exactly the same as the previous golden pig. Su Chen's eyes flickered as he looked in the direction Angus had left. If he guessed correctly, the entire secret realm was divided into two phases of trials. The first phase was to resist the golden pig, and next, the culprit behind the current situation in the Golden Territory would appear, and those adventurers who chose to continue the challenge would face Angus's 10-man team. That was a fully equipped Imperial team. What was supposed to be a trial for two had now left only Su Chen alone after Yunling withdrew. Although her staying here wouldn't have been of much use, Su Chen used shield counterattack and cleaved the golden pig in half with an axe, and at the same time, he heard the voice of the spirit of the secret realm. 3 years ago, the Golden Territory was a peaceful paradise where villagers relied on the land left by their ancestors to live and work happily until a blood-soaked young man broke in, successfully shattering the tranquility of the place. Since then, the originally docile golden pigs have trampled recklessly in the wheat fields during harvest season, destroying the fruits of the farmers' hard work. Throughout the year, the villagers were weak and had no choice but to seek help from the Empire. The person sent by the Empire was Angus, and every time he arrived, the golden pigs would tremble in fear and dare not invade. The villagers would warmly welcome Angus's rescue team until one time when they failed to offer the so-called reward, and things took a turn for the worse. You chose to help the villagers of the Golden Territory through their difficulties. Please defeat the Imperial reinforcements led by Angus and uncover the source of the golden pig's mutation. Attacking the summoned golden pigs, Su Chen's choice was already defaulted. Confront Angus's team. This was a well-equipped Imperial squad with reasonable distribution of roles among its members, balanced in offense and defense, and basically without weaknesses. A solo challenge was almost equivalent to seeking death, but Su Chen still chose to confront them because he was strong enough. Su Chen's confidence had been thoroughly established in just 4 days, thanks to 2 SSS skills. Even when facing a powerful enemy, he would not cower before the battle. Moreover, with the purple gear in hand, how hard could it be to tackle a low-level secret realm? After deducing that the mastermind behind the changes in the Golden Territory was Angus's team, Su Chen did not follow their suggestion to meet again in a day. Instead, he followed their hoofprints and charged into the surrounding woods. The area was overgrown with weeds and dense trees, making it almost impossible to see the path. If it weren't for the obvious traces left by Angus, Su Chen's pursuit might have been in vain. After walking for half a day, Su Chen finally entered a relatively open area. Many tents were set up here, and rough men with headscarves and curved knives were busy around, chopping wood, starting fires, cooking, and in the distance, someone was driving a fence into the ground, seemingly preparing to build a camp. Suddenly, someone spotted the sneaky Su Chen in the distance and shouted loudly, "Enemy!" The men around instantly stopped their work, drew their curved knives, and rushed towards Su Chen. Bandit, normal, LV12, health 4500/4500. So it's a group of bandits. Then your leader Angus must just be a small-time bandit chief. I really don't know how he dares to impersonate an Imperial squad. Su Chen chuckled lightly and cleaved the bandit who charged in front of him in half. From what he understood, the secret realm was merely a backdrop set in a fictional world with strength comparable to the outside world. Therefore, the Empire here was definitely not some small country or island, but a powerful nation capable of battling across the stars. In this context, Angus actually dared to impersonate Imperial reinforcements. He must be tired of living. How could a LV-15 minor character have the audacity? Kid, stop right there. Just as Su Chen was slaughtering the bandits in their camp, a furious shout suddenly came from a distance. A robust man riding a warhorse rushed over at high speed, followed by 9 figures, all eyes fixed on Su Chen. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. Angus's information had quietly changed. Defector Angus, boss, LV-15, health 97500/97500. This Angus is indeed a boss-level leader. Su Chen had long suspected this, but the other party's title surprised him a bit. A defector? Does this mean Angus was previously part of the Imperial military? But that doesn't make sense. The military's treatment is quite generous throughout the Empire. Isn't it better than extorting and bullying farmers in the Golden Territory all day? Despite his confusion, Su Chen decided to take action first. After defeating Angus in front of him, he might find some answers. Su Chen ignored the surrounding horse bandits and swung his giant axe, laughing as he charged at Angus. "Horse thief, take this axe first." A hint of disdain flashed in Angus's eyes as he drew his longsword and urged his warhorse to charge forward. Relying on his full-body armor made of mithril, Angus didn't even bother to defend and directly clashed with Su Chen. -678. minus 246, plus 26, plus 26. Goodness, the damage is quite high. Seeing the damage numbers pop up, Suchen raised an eyebrow. With his current defense, this Angus could take away over 200 health. In one hit, he was indeed not simple. Are you just scratching me? Seeing Suchen's attack weak and powerless, Angus sneered and swung his longsword towards Suchen's neck. Suchen's pupils constricted. He was always the one targeting others' vital points. When had he ever been treated like this? He didn't overestimate himself. Even if he couldn't die, Suchen didn't want anyone to land a sword on his neck. Minus 49, minus 24, plus 26, plus 26. Although his defense was broken, the damage was only a pitiful 49. Before Angus's next attack could land, blood like a dragon restored all the health Suchen had lost. What is going on? The moment Angus saw Suchen raise his shield, he felt as if the other person had transformed into someone else, with an incredibly thick aura, like facing an immovable mountain. When the longsword struck the shield, it hardly dealt any damage to Suchen. Instead, he felt an inexplicable counterattack coming from nowhere. What surprised Angus even more was that the kid opposite him seemed to have used some secret technique, as his health was slowly recovering, soon returning to peak condition. This kid is strange. Get him. Anyone who dares to come here looking for trouble will not leave alive. Angus didn't underestimate the situation, calling out to the surrounding horse bandits, and, together with the 9 professionals behind him, they unleashed various skills towards Suchen. Arrows, fireballs, ice spikes. Suchen had never experienced so many ranged skills attacking him simultaneously before, but he wasn't too panicked. From his perspective, the information on the 9 professionals was clear at a glance. They were all level 14 elite minor monsters, only slightly tougher than the previous group of golden pigs. At that moment, a brown beam of light fell on Suchen's head. You are affected by basic armor. Break, your defense decreases by 10%. Then another skull appeared. You are affected by magical mark, enemy summons prioritize you. As the target, summon damage increases by 10%. A magic circle appeared, and the summoner who had previously summoned golden pigs in the village released them again. One skill after another left Suchen dazzled. He couldn't help but marvel at how formidable the combat power of these professionals was when they formed a team. Although under his super high defense and the support of 2 SSS skills, these attacks couldn't deal any damage to him at all. But if it were someone else, they would definitely be reduced to a sliver of health in the first round of concentrated fire. The more fragile ones might even be taken out immediately. It's a pity that your skills are completely useless against me. After blocking Angus's strike, Suchen laughed and charged towards the 9 professionals. As long as these elite monsters were within his reach, their only fate awaited them. That is death. Come here. With a roar, Suchen unleashed a wave of transparent sound waves around him. The closest few professionals were pulled in front of him, and his giant axe came down fiercely, sweeping across the enemy's chests, causing them to let out a chorus of painful screams. Minus 5,433, minus 5,560, minus 5,486. This axe strike terrified the few of them, their souls nearly escaping their bodies, and they dared not resist, wanting to quickly flee back to their team to wait for the healer to restore their health. They had almost been killed in one blow. Was this still a shield warrior? It was more like a berserker skilled in martial arts, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Watching the other party's legs go weak as they desperately tried to escape, Suchen felt no pity at all and approached with 2 axe strikes to send them on their way. The thick scent of blood spread, causing those around to retreat in fear, looking at Suchen, who wielded the giant axe with terror. Those noble professionals just died like this? The bandits could hardly accept it. Usually high and mighty, powerful professionals now appeared before Suchen, like little chicks, being crushed and tortured at will. Their ease made it seem as if they were not killing professionals of a higher level than him, but rather squashing some oblivious ants on the roadside. 4th brother, 6th sister, 9th brother. Even Angus, the boss-level leader, did not react in time as Suchen swiftly slaughtered his own siblings. Seeing the other party wanting to pursue the remaining few, his eyes widened in rage as he roared and charged at Suchen. Get out of the way. Be careful, don't get close to him. The remaining professionals hurriedly distanced themselves from Suchen, not daring to engage him directly, the brutal scene still fresh in their minds. Elite-level experts seemed like ants before him, barely able to withstand a single blow. How could they fight like this? They ran ahead while Suchen chased from behind. As for Angus, relying on the advantage of his warhorse, he quickly closed in behind Suchen, his long sword slashing down. A blinding sword light striking Suchen's back at high speed. Minus 450. Terrifying damage appeared, and Suchen staggered from the sudden blow. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and was not knocked down. At the same time, plus 52 began to appear above Suchen's head. Vitality like a dragon started to restore 2% of health and mana per second. In just a moment, the damage from Angus's sword light had already recovered more than half. This caused Angus's expression of joy to freeze instantly, and then he quickly executed a 3-hit combo, wanting to kill Su Chen on the spot. That strange vitality recovery secret technique was back if he didn't kill Su Chen. Instantly, Angus estimated that no matter how many more attacks he made, he wouldn't be able to inflict substantial damage on that shield warrior. -180, -210, -250, +78, +78, +78. That feeling was back. It was even faster than before. Angus was thoroughly frightened. He hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, quickly attack the shield warrior. He has a vitality secret technique. If we can't kill him instantly, then we'll be the ones dying later." Angus's roar startled the bandits, and they exchanged hesitant glances. That shield warrior was too terrifying. This group of ordinary bandits would probably lose their lives if they approached. But thinking of the ruthless methods of that shield warrior, if their leader couldn't defeat him, they would only face death. With death looming on both sides, they might as well fight. The bandits steeled their hearts and charged forward, swinging their curved knives at Su Chen. -12, -14, -10, +78, -11, -16, -13, +78. The pitiful damage felt like mere tickles to Su Chen, barely affecting the health he was regenerating every second with the passive skill Vitality of the Dragon. Su Chen only needed to accumulate the passive skill shield, counterattack once, then swung his giant axe, not even looking at anyone, sweeping it around him. The terrifying damage took out a group of bandits each time. It was like chopping vegetables. A few professionals who had fled to a distance released their skills again, colorful orbs of light flying towards Su Chen. But the crazed Su Chen couldn't care less, relying on his high defense and the passive vitality of the dragon to withstand all the damage. He wanted to quickly deal with these minions. Only Angus needed Su Chen to keep an eye on him, to prevent him from unleashing a killing move that could take him down. Although the likelihood of that was small. -5,560, -5,643, -5,548. Su Chen's frenzied slaughter continued, and before long, not a single bandit was left standing, all lying in pools of blood. Even those few professionals, except for the summoner, were all pulled in close by Su Chen's taunt skill and killed, meeting their demise. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Angus was panting heavily, and the summoner had fainted from excessive mana and mental exhaustion. Only Su Chen and Angus remained standing. "Kid, I admit you're strong. I can't kill you, but don't think you can kill me." Angus glared at Su Chen with bloodshot eyes. At this point, he understood that this man wouldn't stop until he had killed them all. He didn't ask for the reason. Angus had seen this man in the Golden Territory. He was most likely here for those foul-smelling farmers. But was it worth it? What benefits had those people given him to make him fight like this? He wasn't sure how many sword scars were left on Su Chen, but before long, Su Chen's terrifying health secret technique had restored all his wounds to their original state. Like an unkillable cockroach. This filled Angus with a sense of fear. Could it be that he would die here today? As for escaping, the treasures predicted by his lord were still in the hands of those farmers. He had planned to retrieve them tomorrow, but who would have thought he would suddenly encounter this reckless Su Chen? A shield warrior. It was simply outrageous. For a moment he even doubted that a priest resided within Su Chen. Otherwise, how could that health secret technique last so long? It hadn't stopped from the beginning until now. "You can't kill me, but that doesn't mean I can't kill you. Don't think too highly of yourself, traitor." Su Chen spoke coldly, then rushed towards the fainted summoner. Traitor? Did he know something? Angus's expression darkened. If that were the case, he couldn't just walk away. He had to silence Su Chen to prevent the secret from leaking. He hurried to his younger brother's side and fought alongside Su Chen. This time, however, he struck harder and faster, vowing to completely slay Su Chen here. To prevent the other from escaping, Su Chen took Angus's blow head-on, then aimed the axe blade at the horse's head and struck. With just one hit, the warhorse bled profusely and died instantly. Angus also fell from his horse. Without his charging steed, he could only engage Su Chen in close combat. -5,560, -1,580, -1,602. Su Chen's damage output was off the charts. Without the protection of his warhorse, a casual strike from him dealt 4-digit damage. And even under the effect of shield counterattack, he could unleash a terrifying damage exceeding 5,000. This was simply beyond Angus's ability to withstand, especially in a 1v1 situation. Although he was a boss-level enemy, it was hard for him to compare with Su Chen, who was clad in purple gear and equipped with 2 SSS-level skills. Each attack could take away at least 1% of Angus's health, and in a high burst, it could even take away 5%. Not long after, Angus was already covered in blood, and the red light behind him began to flicker rapidly, indicating that the boss-level enemy had entered his final berserk state. Angus's attributes increased and he attacked Su Chen frantically. But at this moment, Su Chen changed from his usual casualness to a cautious approach. No longer attacking recklessly, he simply waited for shield counterattack to trigger, slowly whittling down Angus's last sliver of health. Under Su Chen's steady defense and counterattack, Angus was driven to madness with rage. He knew his time was short and only wanted to rely on a final burst to kill his opponent. Unfortunately, that shield radiating a faint green light seemed like a mountain, nullifying all his explosive skills. In the final moments, Angus was already delirious, only seeing a dazzling purple light fill his vision before losing consciousness. Successfully killed the traitor Angus as boss level, experience plus 1600. Additional experience 4. Defeating a higher level enemy plus 240. You have obtained Ring of the Traitor green. You have obtained Belt of the Traitor blue. You have obtained Sky Tilt Stone times 120. You have obtained 3052 gold coins. The loot was decent, 1 green and 1 blue, very much in line with the output of a boss level enemy. As for the Sky Tilt Stones, they were always welcome, never too many. Su Chen did not check the specific attributes of the equipment but walked over to the summoner, picked him up, and headed towards the village. When Su Chen returned, the village chief was still anxiously waiting in place, not having left. He occasionally sighed, his brows furrowed deeply. It was only when he saw Su Chen return, still holding someone, that he finally felt relieved, quickly getting up to approach, his face unable to hide his joy. Brave warrior, that bastard Angus. I killed him. Before the village chief could finish, Su Chen interrupted, throwing the summoner to the ground as he spoke. Chief, the source of the golden pig plague from a few years ago was probably this guy. He pointed at the still unconscious summoner. Do you recognize this person? Upon hearing Su Chen's response, the village chief finally let out a sigh of relief, and then he couldn't help but shed tears of joy. The villain who had plagued Golden Ridge was finally killed, they were saved. After crying for a while, the village chief realized that Su Chen was still there. He wiped the corners of his eyes, slightly calming his emotions, and without paying attention to the fainted summoner, he came before Su Chen, clasped his fists solemnly, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brave warrior, for your righteous action, saving the villagers of Golden Ridge from peril. This old man has nothing of value, and I'm sure a few pieces of gold and silver wouldn't catch your eye, so I can only offer you the treasures left by my ancestors. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Was there an unexpected surprise? The village chief took Su Chen back to his own courtyard. He opened the counter and carefully took out a square box covered in rust, gently inserting a key into the lock. With a click, the box opened. In that moment, Su Chen clearly saw a deep blue light shooting out from the box. The blue light seemed to contain some kind of magic, and Su Chen felt his blood surging within him, as if he had boundless strength. Su Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. Could it be that a low-level secret realm actually had something good for him? He began to feel excited. It wasn't until the village chief took out the item from the box that Su Chen realized it was a smooth, flawless sky-blue gemstone. There was a carving on top that added an extra layer of beauty to this fine gem. Blue chalcedony, level 4 equipment above level 20 can be embedded health 4000. Wow. It's actually a level 4 blue chalcedony. Seeing the attributes, Su Chen gasped in surprise, not expecting to come across such a good item. It's important to know that the biggest difference between level 20 and level 10 equipment is not just an extra attribute. Top-tier equipment is hard to come by, but by embedding different gemstones into the equipment, it's entirely possible to make up for those missing attributes. For example, this level 4 blue chalcedony, when embedded in equipment, could give you an additional 4000 health points out of thin air. Although it lacks a defense attribute, this 4000 health can only be considered inflated. But what profession is Su Chen? Shield Emperor. He focuses on defense. With his defense, if he adds another 4000 health points, he would truly become a massive tank. Neither adventurers nor boss-level enemies could pose a real threat to him. Unfortunately, only level 20 equipment can be embedded. It seems he would have to wait a few more days. Warrior, this blue chalcedony was left by my grandfather's grandfather. It's said to be a level 4 gemstone, and even in the imperial capital, it's an extraordinary treasure. The village chief proudly introduced the blue chalcedony in his hand. Su Chen nodded, agreeing with the village chief's words. The advancement of gemstone levels relies on the fusion of 6 gemstones of the same level. This level 4 blue chalcedony, when converted to level 1 blue chalcedony, would require 216 pieces. Even if bought, it would cost a considerable amount. This blue chalcedony is of no great use to us. Warrior, you saved the lives of all the villagers. I have no way to repay you, so I hope you will accept this gem. The village chief handed the blue chalcedony to Su Chen, his gaze still lingering with a hint of reluctance and affection. Su Chen certainly wouldn't refuse and gladly accepted the treasure. As for the summoner, when it came to this, the village chief's expression turned somewhat despondent. He said that the summoner was originally a struggling adventurer whom the villagers kindly rescued, but unexpectedly turned out to be an ingrate. Every year, he would follow Angus to the village to take advantage. As for Angus, the village chief was also unaware that he had become a defector. The clues had actually been cut off. After chatting with the village chief for a while longer, Su Chen arrived at the secret realm shop. The array of treasures made Su Chen's heart race with excitement. If only all of these were mine, Su Chen thought to himself. Skystone times 1 point, emerald times 1 point, blue chalcedony times 1 point. Golden spear, blue times 150 points, Vilaz's blessing, blue times 180 points. Stealth skill book times 200 points, berserk skill book times 200 points, low level blessing skill book times 200 points. Guardian's armor, green times 400 points, dragon scale necklace, green times 500 points, ordinary golden pigs reward 10 points per round, while elite golden pigs reward 20 points per round. Su Chen currently has 520 secret realm points. The item that Su Chen valued the most here was the green quality dragon scale necklace, along with a melee skill book berserk. Unfortunately, with his points, he couldn't obtain both. After hesitating for a long time, Su Chen decided to take the dragon scale necklace and 20 heavenly tilt stones. In the early stages, a piece of green equipment provides a much greater boost to a professional than an ordinary skill. Moreover, a necklace is such a rare piece of equipment. Besides, after the college entrance examination, this type of skill might also be directly purchasable elsewhere. At most he would use it a bit later. By the time he exited the secret realm, it was already 3 in the afternoon, with 3 hours left until the experience reward ended. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry. He found a corner to slowly check his gains from this trip. First were the most precious necklace and ring. Dragon scale necklace, green, usable above LV10. Durability, 1000 health, 300 constitution plus 8 trader's ring, green, usable above LV10. Durability, 1000 damage, 110 strength. Plus 7. It was probably due to the secret realm rewards that both pieces of equipment had excellent attributes, very suitable for melee professions. Especially the dragon scale necklace, green, which doubled health and defense, was just right for Su Chen. There was also a belt that dropped from Angus. Trader's belt, blue, usable above LV10. Durability, 1000 health, 180 strength plus 3. These 3 pieces of equipment now filled most of the gaps in Su Chen's gear. Just a trip to the wild secret realm, and he had really made a fortune. If he were to leave the city tomorrow like other students, he feared he wouldn't even get a sip of soup. Su Chen felt a bit emotional. After putting on the equipment, he officially stepped into the golden domain to find those fat-headed golden pigs to level up. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had already gone by. With the hardware update, Su Chen's leveling efficiency had increased significantly, coupled with the majority of experience he had accumulated in the secret realm. Before 6 o'clock, Su Chen successfully leveled up to LV14. After a busy day, Su Chen planned to head home and enjoy a good sleep. Leveling in the wild was exhilarating, but it was also much more exhausting than in the school dungeons, with hardly any time to rest. From morning till night, he had been in constant battle, during which he had also killed quite a few people. Besides Nie Laosan's subordinates, there were also those bandits in the secret realm. Su Chen couldn't quite remember how many he had killed. Nie Laosan, how was today's harvest? I heard that Fang Chi's group made quite a bit selling pig skins today. What's selling pig skins? I heard that a low-level secret realm appeared over at Golden Domain, and anyone who clears the secret realm is making a fortune. Damn, a secret realm? What luck! Too bad I wasn't over there. Wang Hong was wandering in front of the West City Gate, listening to passing professionals share their gains for the day, and he sighed slightly. A secret realm? That was a great place, but unfortunately, he had just reached LV10, just 1 day short, and missed out. He felt a bit unwilling. If he could have made it to the secret realms emergence, he was confident he could secure a spot in this year's top university. Sigh. Just as Wang Hong was still sighing, a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. Wang Xiao, what are you doing at the city edge so late? Turning around, he saw the son of the family subordinate, the owner of the weapon shop, Nie Laosan. This person was a few years older than him, but unfortunately, he was just a life profession worker, and that was all there was to it for him in this life. However, Wang Hong was surprised to find that the other person's complexion was pale, lips purple, and he wore a stiff smile on his face, looking overly frightened. Nie Laosan, what's wrong with you? Wang Hong looked at Nie Laosan with curiosity, noticing his pale face. Could it be that today's harvest was poor? He scoffed inwardly. A life worker should just do their job in the city, and not always run out into the wild. That's not where they belong. Wang Xiao, sigh, one of my brothers died today, and on the way back, we ran into that group of ruffians from the apothecary across the street. We were short-handed and got a few people injured by them. Someone died? Wang Hong looked at Nie Laosan in surprise. Although he looked down on these life workers, most of them were at least level 17, right? How could someone die in the low-level areas outside the city? You must have grown up on slop. Seeing Wang Heng's incredulous and slightly disdainful expression, Nia Laosen felt a surge of anger but dared not show it. Wang Xiao, it's not what you think. At that time, we discovered a newly emerged secret realm at the same time as Fang Qi's group, just over by the Golden Territory. But then a ruthless person drove us all away and killed my brother. Nia Laosan briefly recounted the events of the afternoon, omitting the reasons for the other party's actions and only mentioning the outcome. He wanted to seek some burial fees for the deceased, so he couldn't be too clear. Secret realm? You encountered it? And you just let yourself be scared away? Wang Heng's eyes widened, looking at Nia Laosan as if he were a foolish dog. How could someone be so cowardly? Why hadn't he noticed before? That person is a main combat class, and with one axe he split my brother in half. I also wanted to avenge my brother. I wanted to venture into the secret realm, but unfortunately, we weren't a match for that person. As Nia Laosan spoke, it seemed he recalled something, his pupils constricting and his lips trembling slightly. Hearing Nia Laosan's explanation, Wang Heng became somewhat confused. One person? Main combat class? Why was he causing a commotion in the Golden Territory? Shouldn't those people be leveling up in high-level areas? Surely they wouldn't be greedy for the rewards of a low-level secret realm. Hey, Wang Xiao, that person is a newbie, just reached level 12, probably from the same batch of students as you. He carried a very large axe and held a shield, so he should be a shield warrior or something like that. The other party's damage was also very high, with one hit, he could kill someone. I estimate that person should be a legendary main combat class, otherwise he couldn't be that strong. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Heng lost his composure. He stared intently at Nia Laosan and shouted, "You said that person is from the same batch of students as me? How is that possible? I just reached level 10 before the end of today's rewards. How could that person be at level 12? And this year, besides me and a few geniuses from other schools who transferred to rare classes, everyone else is an ordinary class. I've never heard of any legendary class appearing." Wang Heng's chest heaved violently, and his previously gentle face now looked somewhat ferocious. He was the young master of the Mage Mutual Aid Association in Hechuan City, a rare class user, and before his transfer, someone had even helped him plan his leveling route. Yet, he barely reached level 10 before the 5th day ended. How could someone else reach level 12 in the afternoon? And a shield warrior? What is that, just a punching bag? How could they be so strong? Wait, a shield warrior? Could it be that guy from Hechuan High? He had learned about all the geniuses in the city, and he had heard that Su Chen, who was once called the #1 genius in Hechuan City, had transferred to a shield warrior. However, he had focused on leveling up later and had no time to care about that fallen genius. As for others, among the rare classes, no one had transferred to a shield warrior type. The more Wang Heng thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He quickly called over a follower beside him, gave a few instructions, and then saw that follower leave swiftly, disappearing from the sight of the two. Wang Xiao, this. Nia Laosan did not expect Wang Heng to react so strongly. Did he say something wrong? At this moment, Wang Heng was extremely irritated and had lost the desire to linger, leaving in a hurry without even saying goodbye. This left Nia Laosan standing there in a daze, but he was clever enough to sense something was off from Wang Heng's demeanor. After inquiring a bit about the current job transition, he guessed the truth. The person he encountered in the wild had actually left the city on the 5th day, and their level was so high. Recalling Wang Heng's level just now, Nia Laosan scoffed lightly. You can only put on a show in front of someone like me, a life class professional. Meanwhile, at the Yun family estate, a sharp gasp suddenly broke the silence of the courtyard. Yunqi looked at her sister in shock, her pride from just reaching LV-10 shattered. What did she just hear? Su Chen had already reached LV-12 by the afternoon. What a joke. At his leveling speed, wasn't he already at LV-13 today, or even possibly LV-14? So you really know Su Chen? From the same school? The beautiful girl sitting next to Yun Qi was Yun Ling. She was Yun Qi's biological sister, but unfortunately the theory of bloodline inheritance failed in her case, leaving her as just an ordinary life class professional. Fortunately, the Yun family was powerful and did not neglect Yun Ling. Because of this, perhaps out of compensation, her treatment was even better than before. Oh, it's not just the same school, we're in the same class. Yun Qi felt a bit down, changing her sitting position and burying her head into her long thighs. This guy was ridiculously strong on his first day of job transition. I even told him to team up and level outside the city. I wanted him to help me, but I was outright rejected. He said I level up too slowly. At that time, she was a bit unconvinced. It was just one level difference, and she thought she could catch up quickly once they were outside the city. But now, she hadn't even had the chance to leave the city, and he was already rampaging in the secret realm. Compared to him, you really do level up slowly. Yunling did not comfort her sister but instead chuckled lightly. Sister, you're still laughing. Quickly help me. Think of a way to catch up to that guy, the gap is already so big. Yunqi shook Yunling's arm, occasionally letting out sounds of frustration. Yunling was startled by her sister's annoying antics and quickly pressed Yunqi down, playfully scolding her. You're so grown up, yet still the same as when you were little. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were going crazy. Yunqi didn't mind, smiling as she leaned closer to her sister and casually handed over the snacks she had already eaten half of. Sister, you're the smartest, tell me what to do. Yunling chuckled, taking the snacks while leaning in to whisper a few words into Yunqi's ear. Leveling up time always passes quickly, especially for someone like Su Chen, who is a professional aiming for the college entrance examination. A day feels like just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! Su Chen cleaved the small monster in front of him in half with his axe, then sat down under a tree to rest. Today is the afternoon of the 7th day. Only half a day remains until the college entrance examination. At this moment, Su Chen's level has reached LV18 with the experience bar over halfway full, and he expects to reach LV19 before 6 o'clock. Despite the terrifying efficiency, even if he were to participate in the college entrance examination right now, Su Chen is confident he could enter the highest institution. However, he also realizes that as his level increases, the difficulties of the shield warrior in leveling up are quietly surfacing. That is, there are no area of effect skills for mass damage. He can only deal single target damage to monsters. And even though his giant axe has a wide attack range and can hit several monsters at once, it doesn't change the fact that Su Chen lacks mass damage skills. This is a problem of professional positioning, and it is understandable. Su Chen, however, is unwilling to continue. Like this, in the early stages, he could rely on his SSS level skills and equipment to stay ahead of other professionals in his cohort. But as everyone's levels rise and their equipment becomes established, those mages with area of effect skills will absolutely see their leveling speed skyrocket. Catching up to Su Chen is not impossible, especially those from families or guilds who, after the college entrance examination, can tilt more resources towards their younger generations. This is an advantage Su Chen does not have. He needs to think of a way. As Su Chen closed his eyes and thought, a strange sound entered his ears. The rustling of leaves and countless sharp sounds of slicing through the air. Could it be a wild boss? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. In low-level leveling areas, wild bosses are quite rare. He hadn't encountered a single one in the past few days since leaving the city. Could it be that today is his lucky day? Run! It's a boss-level monster. I can't hold it off. A burly young man holding a shield struggled to fend off the monster in front of him. It was a moving tree-ant with branches flailing wildly, attacking the professionals in all directions. The surrounding professionals were shocked and quickly huddled behind the shield warrior. They had thought it was just an ordinary tree-ant, but upon getting closer, they realized it was actually a boss-level monster. Unfortunately, this burly young man did not possess the skill of taunt, so he couldn't protect all his teammates. A few were knocked back, coughing up blood. The priest in the team had his healing spell on cooldown and couldn't help his teammates at all. Quickly retreat. This trent's movement speed isn't fast. Hurry and get out of its aggro range. Sorcerer, cast a swamp spell on the boss, and priest, keep an eye on the low health status. Ranged professionals, stop attacking and retreat quickly. As the team leader, Wang Heng shouted the order to retreat, his face filled with unwillingness. If this boss weren't a tree-ant capable of multi-target attacks, their team's configuration could definitely have killed it. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. He couldn't help but recall the missed opportunity from a few days ago in the secret realm, his expression twisting even more. Why? Why is it always just one step away? It was like this in the secret realm, and now with the tree-ant boss. If it were another boss, the chances of successfully killing it would likely yield green gear. This would be the greatest boost for Wang Heng, who is about to take the college entrance examination. But alas, Wang Heng clenched his fists tightly, glaring fiercely at the tree-ant, then led everyone to evacuate the area. After Wang Heng left, Su Chen quickly arrived near the tree-ant. Upon careful inspection, he discovered a boss-level monster that looked exactly like the surrounding tree-ants. Truly cunning, Su Chen chuckled lightly, not caring about the opponent's high level of LV20, and charged forward with his giant axe. As for the professionals who had been here earlier, they were most likely chased away by the tree-ant. If they couldn't even handle such a boss, Su Chen wouldn't take them seriously. They were probably just a team of casual players. The giant axe struck the tree demon, and a painful, twisted expression appeared on its withered trunk. It glared at Su Chen with resentment. A dangerous and eerie aura emanated from it as countless branches shrouded in black mist lashed out at Su Chen, only to be met with a shield counter that reduced the damage to the extreme. The tree demon's proud attack failed, and it was struck by Su Chen's axe once more, letting out a wretched howl that echoed in all directions. Hiss! At that moment, Wang Hong and the others who had already left were stunned by the distant howl. That direction. Wasn't it where the tree demon boss was? Could it be that someone was fighting? The group exchanged glances, each with a hint of eagerness in their eyes. They couldn't defeat that boss, but if someone else could, that would be enough. They would wait until the others had exhausted their resources before seizing the opportunity to strike. If they could snatch the boss's ownership, perhaps they could completely slay it. As for how to seize ownership, a few of them wore sly smiles, their gazes fixed on Wang Hong, waiting for him to make a decision. At this moment, Wang Heng's mind was filled with thoughts of the boss, and he didn't want to think too much. He directly led his team back the way they came. He needed a LV-10 green gear to boost his combat power, striving to obtain an entrance ticket to the highest academy by the afternoon of the last day. Anyone who competed with him would be his enemy. In Hachuan City, no one could bear the wrath of the Mage Mutual Aid Association. On the other side, Yun Chi, who was also hunting monsters, heard the tree demon's roar. Has a wild boss appeared? She was somewhat surprised that a wild boss could spawn in a low-level leveling area. It was indeed rare. However, she had no intention of joining the fray. She had just reached LV-15 and had only a little time left. She needed to push hard for LV-16 to strive for admission to the highest academy. Boss-level monsters were few, but the experience they provided might not be more than what she could earn by grinding monsters here. The calm leveling environment lasted only a short while. Another roar from a monster came from that direction, accompanied by some human screams. Listening closely, it was getting closer. Wang Xiao, this person's level is so high, and their damage is a bit outrageous. Should we still go in? From behind the distant trees, Wang Hong and his group quietly hid, watching Su Chen battle the tree demon, all displaying incredulous expressions. The previously high spirits had now somewhat deflated. Too strong. One person challenging a boss-level monster, and their level was much higher than theirs. Could they really take the boss's ownership from him? Wang Hong was equally shocked as he watched the figure fighting the tree demon. He recognized the person. It was Su Chen from Hachuan High School, the former top genius of Hachuan City. But how could this be possible? Wang Heng's gaze towards Su Chen was filled with astonishment. How could this guy level up so quickly? A shield warrior, and without even taking the college entrance exam, he was already at LV-18? Although he had heard from Nielao-sen about Su Chen before, at that time his level had already reached LV-12. Wang Hong, despite being surprised inside, still had confidence to catch up. His profession was Flame Spellcaster, which was considered strong among rare professions. Moreover, he had obtained a small AoE skill for mages in the novice dungeon. So Wang Hong was confident that, as a mage, he could catch up to Su Chen in a place crowded with monsters. In the wild, all mages were experts at leveling up. Previously, he had only been limited by the cooldown time of the dungeon. But when he truly stepped outside the city, he realized how ridiculous his earlier assumptions were. There were many monsters, and the small AoE skill was indeed useful, but the frequent use of skills left him often drained of energy and mana. He had to stop and rest. Before, he hadn't noticed anything with the dungeon cooldown as a buffer. But once he arrived outside the city, he found that the reality was not as beautiful as he had imagined. By the last day, he was still far from leveling up to LV-16. So when Wang Hong saw Su Chen's impressive LV-18, he was shocked. After the shock, a wave of jealousy arose in his heart. Why could he reach LV-18? How could a fallen genius achieve this step? Shouldn't he just fall into the mud and be stuck there forever? How could he become stronger than before? Wang Hong didn't understand, nor did he want to understand. Jealousy and anger shattered his reason. He only wanted to kill Su Chen, seize the boss ownership, and become the true #1 genius of Hachuan City. Go! Why aren't you going? Wang Heng's gritted voice came through. Kill this guy. The boss drops mage equipment or skills will be mine. I'll give you triple compensation later and introduce you to the Mage Mutual Aid Association or other guilds of the same level. Wang Heng's voice gradually turned cold as he stared fiercely at Su Chen. Even if we can't kill the tree demon, at the very least, we must take that guy down. The crowd was drawn in by Wang Heng's promise, and their previously tangled emotions were thrown aside. Even though a few still felt a bit resistant and didn't want to risk dealing with that seemingly powerful shield warrior, they ultimately chose to agree after being persuaded by the others. At Wang Heng's command, they all rushed out of the woods, unleashing their skills towards Su Chen. There are still people? Hearing the sound of air breaking behind him, Su Chen instinctively raised his shield to block the chaotic skills coming at him. Even his defense wasn't broken, allowing his heart, which had been tense just a moment ago, to relax slightly. He turned around and saw a group of young professionals. Their highest level was LV-15, and the lowest was only LV-13. They should be professionals of the same generation. But with such little strength, how dared they to attack him? At this moment, Su Chen's health bar also appeared before everyone as the battle began. The Students who had been a bit riled up by Wang Hong were now like someone who had been splashed with cold water, completely sobered up. Human. LV18 Health 3874/4146. This. Everyone was so scared they were almost speechless. The tree demon boss had clearly entered a berserk state. So why did this person still have so much health? Isn't he losing health? That super high health of over 4,000 left these newcomers, especially the burly shield warrior, in a bit of confusion. Why was it so difficult for him as a shield warrior to break 2,000 health while the enemy had more than double that? Is this a newcomer from the same generation as me? Wang Hong was also greatly stimulated, but at this moment he couldn't back down. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Quick, use your skills to kill him. With so many of us, he can't possibly be our opponent. If we succeed, I'll double the compensation afterwards." Looking at Wang Hong hiding behind the crowd, Su Chen let out a cold laugh and did not immediately pay attention to him. He did not know Wang Hong, nor did he need to. "If you dare to steal my boss, then be prepared to pay the price." Su Chen unleashed all his firepower, completely abandoning his shield, and crazily attacked the nearly dead tree demon boss. He planned to take the boss down first. The boss, already in a frenzy, could not withstand Su Chen's relentless assault for long before it completely died. It turned into a withered tree, no longer moving. Ignoring the dropped equipment, Su Chen looked at the group of players still attacking him, a hint of disdain on his face. "Want to kill me? Just you?" Su Chen let out a roar, activating the skill Taunt, controlling several melee players. Then he triggered Shield Counter, swinging his axe across the chests of 3 people, dealing terrifying damage above their heads. -5,810, -6,021, -2074. Without even a scream, 2 of them were cut in half by Su Chen. The shield warrior at the front stood firm, his shield raised, unharmed, but his vigorous breath suddenly extinguished. His pupils shrank to the extreme, muscles still tense, yet he had lost his breath and heartbeat. He was killed on the spot by Su Chen's terrifying damage even through the shield. Silence. A deathly silence. With one axe, he killed 3 of their companions on the spot. These still student players had never seen such a scene. Even though they had dark thoughts earlier, facing the shock of their companion's blood, they were still scared out of their wits. Until Su Chen charged towards them, they finally came to their senses, screaming in fright and hurriedly fleeing into the distance. "Run! Monster! It's a monster!" Unfortunately, early on, few players added agility attributes. Even assassins, thieves, archers, or their advanced rare classes only treated it as a secondary attribute. This group of low-level players, without speed equipment, could not escape from Su Chen's grasp. Whoosh! Whoosh! Slash! Continuous slashes terrified them into screaming, with each axe falling, a vibrant life would leave them. Seeing Su Chen getting closer, a few scattered around, preparing to break away from the main group. Su Chen frowned at this sight. His taunt had not yet cooled down, and it seemed a bit difficult to wipe out this group. However, he looked at Wang Hong, who was running at the front, with an exceptionally cold gaze. "If you want to kill him and steal the boss, then be prepared to be counter-killed." A group of ignorant players. "Su Chen, if I die here, you will never leave this River Spring City. No one can save you." Seeing Su Chen getting closer, Wang Heng's soul was in turmoil, screaming in terror. "Those people will tell my parents about this, and if you touch a single hair on me, I swear you will come down to accompany me. Ha ha ha. Even at death's door, you dare to threaten me, truly unafraid of your own life." Hearing Wang Heng's screams, Su Chen burst into laughter. "You even know my name, so tell me, how could I dare to let you leave safely? Dying under my axe may be your last choice." Yunqi furrowed her brows slightly, the sounds of fighting growing closer, and she could even hear the clear screams of humans. In such a low-level area outside the city, would there really be a brawl? She looked over and saw several disheveled professionals fleeing in a panic. Behind them was a figure wielding a giant axe. With each swing, a professional was cleaved in 2, dying on the spot. Yunqi was startled, and before she could retreat to a safe distance, she heard Wang Heng's anguished voice. "Su Chen, if I die here, you will never escape from this River Spring City. No one can save you." Su Chen? Yunqi, who had intended to distance herself from trouble, paused. She looked puzzled. Was this the person she knew? Soon, Su Chen and Wang Hong, one chasing the other, came into Yunqi's line of sight. The young master of the Mage Mutual Aid Society had lost all composure, though uninjured. The excessive fright had twisted his originally gentle face into something grotesque. Watching Su Chen draw closer, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Wang Hong looked at Su Chen in terror, his legs flailing as he tried to scoot backward. "You can't kill me. No, you can't." Wang Hong was stuttering in fear, repeatedly uttering those words. But Su Chen paid him no mind, his gaze landing on Yunqi, who was standing behind a tree. Upon seeing him, her expression turned excited, but soon worry and fear took over. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter a classmate here. Unfortunately, this wasn't the time for reminiscing. He walked slowly toward Wang Hong, who, terrified, began to release skills haphazardly, but they barely tickled Su Chen. As Wang Hong shifted from begging for mercy to crying and cursing, Su Chen raised the giant axe and brought it down heavily on Wang Hong's head. With a soft whoosh, the skull shattered and blood gushed forth. This. Even Yun Qi, from a family of strong warriors, stuttered as she watched Su Chen approach. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. This guy, wouldn't he kill me to silence me? Su Chen. I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. She involuntarily forced a smile that looked worse than crying, waving her stiff arm to greet Su Chen. Don't be nervous, we've been classmates for 3 years, I won't kill you. Seeing Yun Qi's forced smile and her trembling legs, Su Chen tucked the intimidating giant axe behind him and spoke with a smile. This guy ambushed me while I was killing the boss, so I killed him. Just that simple? Perhaps due to the slight trust built over 3 years of being classmates, Yun Qi let out a long sigh, her body relaxing considerably at his explanation. Especially when Su Chen put away his weapon, she felt the air around her become a bit fresher. The impact of that frightening giant axe had been too great. Killing someone was like chopping a little chick, who wouldn't be dazed by it? So the previous boss was discovered by you? Yun Qi asked, shifting her gaze away from the gruesome sight of Wang Hong, her tension easing a bit more. No, but when I got there was no one, so I casually killed the boss. Su Chen's tone was casual, as if killing a boss was no different from killing a regular monster. You just said you came out of the city to find me? Why is that? He and Yun Qi were just ordinary classmates and friends. What could be so important that she would come out of the city to find him? At this, Yun Qi instantly perked up, showing none of the earlier tension and awkwardness. I came to level up with you. My sister said your level is very high, so I thought I'd come and cling to you for support and maybe leech some experience. Yun Qi couldn't help but blush, then started laughing to herself. The pride of being a genius in school was nowhere to be found. A rare class player spoke confidently about leeching experience to level up. She secretly glanced at Su Chen's head, and the LV-18 level made her cover her mouth and gasp. LV-18? How did he level up so fast? As a rare class herself, she poured all her energy into leveling up every day and was still a bit away from LV-16. Su Chen was already LV-18? How did he manage that? With his strength, wouldn't he be able to smoothly enter the highest academy this year? After the surprise, a wave of joy surged in Yun Qi's heart. It was worth it to have looked for him for so long. It was indeed better to choose a stronger thigh to hold on to. Reliable. Your sister? Yun Ling? Su Chen recalled that companion from the secret realm who had always seemed somewhat familiar. It turned out to be Yun Qi's sister. But why was she a life profession? Could they not be biological sisters? Su Chen didn't think much of it and looked at the eagerly expectant Yun Qi, chuckling lightly. Just as he was about to refuse her request to team up for leveling, he remembered the bottleneck he had encountered while grinding monsters. No matter how good the equipment, he could only find monsters one by one to kill, and compared to others, his efficiency was still lacking. But Su Chen always felt something was missing. He asked, do you have any monster gathering skills? What's your attack range? There's hope. Yun Qi felt excited inside and, without hesitation, revealed all her capabilities. I'm a frost sorceress, and I don't have any monster gathering skills, but my basic attack has a cone of ice effect, with a maximum attack radius of 30 meters. However, the further away, the more the damage is reduced. At 30 meters, my basic attack damage is only about 60% of the original, but attracting monster aggro is still no problem. And if there's a boss to kill, I have a damage skill that comes with my class change, and a slowing obstacle skill I got from a dungeon drop. It should be useful. Listening to Yun Qi, Su Chen nodded slightly. If she could gather monsters while he focused on killing, their efficiency would likely improve, and teaming up would also grant experience bonuses. Since that was the case, he now needed to consider finding a balance between his monster grinding efficiency and Yun Qi's monster gathering speed, maximizing the use of time. Su Chen sent Yun Qi a team invitation, and without a second thought, she immediately agreed, happily following behind him. Brother, I'll follow your lead. If you go east, I won't go west. I promise to hit wherever you point. Su Chen was amused by Yun Qi's quirky demeanor. How had he not noticed her cheeky side before? But that was fine, at least he had someone to chat with along the way, so it wouldn't be too boring. Su Chen first went to pick up the equipment that had dropped earlier, and after discovering it was just a LV-10 useless staff, he tossed it into his backpack and ignored it. Then, Su Chen and Yun Qi began to head deeper into the forest, where they were going to the habitat of the LV-22 wild goblins. There were many monsters and few players there, and he still had the title of Goblin Slayer, so it should be much easier to handle. Before long, the two arrived at their destination. Upon arriving here, Su Chen did not act immediately but turned to Yun Qi and instructed her. Your level is too low right now. It's best if you can draw the aggro from these goblins without breaking their defenses. If not, we can go to the level 21 training ground. Remember to protect yourself. The wild monsters here have a 35% attribute suppression against you. Don't die on the last day. Yunqi nodded seriously, her previous playful expression gone. I still want to further my studies at the highest academy, so I won't die that easily. Moreover, I will judge whether we need to continue drawing aggro based on your monster killing progress. Don't underestimate me, my theoretical knowledge is not much less than yours. Suchen smiled. Indeed, if he hadn't shown up, this girl would have been the top student in theory at the school. He had underestimated her. In that case, let's try out the tactic. You draw the monsters, and I'll handle the damage output. Although he was a shield warrior, he spoke with more confidence about damage output than Yunqi, who was a real mage. Yunqi's eyes brightened as she raised her hand, conjuring an ice spear from the air and shooting it at the goblin 20 meters away. -224. Under the level suppression and the long-range damage reduction, Yunqi's basic attack surprisingly dealt 224 points of damage, which caught Suchen off guard. Did it actually break the defense? Although this damage seemed trivial to him, it was enough to attract the monster's aggro. The attacked goblin turned its head, its eyes glowing ominously, fixating on Suchen and Yunqi. Compared to ordinary goblins, the wild goblins were generally larger, wearing skirts woven from vines, and their faces were covered in various colorful graffiti. It charged at them, raising its pickaxe, intending to smash these two oblivious humans. Wild goblin, normal, LV 22 health, 10016 over 10240. These goblins have such high health, over 10,000. Seeing the information about the wild goblin, Yunqi's mouth fell open. She had never seen a small monster with over 10,000 health. She looked slightly worried. Fighting such a high-level small monster should be quite challenging, right? After all, there was level suppression, and with such high health, defeating it wouldn't be easy. Suchen, however, remained calm as he raised his shield. The moment the goblin's attack came down, he drew his giant axe and struck fiercely at the goblin. -62. Rebound, -5577. With one axe strike, a terrifying damage number appeared above the goblin's head, blood gushing from its chest, a massive wound slicing from its left shoulder to its right leg, nearly splitting it in half. It threw its head back and roared, wanting to resist, but Suchen followed up with 3 consecutive axe strikes, killing it on the spot. -1824, -1846, -1920. The corpse fell, turning into light and disappearing, leaving behind some golden materials that automatically entered Suchen's backpack. Successfully killed. Wild Goblin, normal, experience plus 115. Additional experience for defeating a higher level monster plus 23. Team bonus experience 56.35. This. Yunqi's eyes widened. She never expected such a scene. What was that first skill? How could he deal such high damage despite the level suppression? This was unreasonable. He was just a shield warrior. The following 3 axe strikes each dealt nearly 2,000 health points, and she could naturally tell that it triggered weakness damage. But that was what surprised her the most. With a little calculation, she realized how absurd Suchen's current damage was. It was hard to say exactly how much, but his panel damage definitely exceeded 1,000. Wow, if you're that strong, why are you still using a shield? You might as well switch to being a berserker main damage dealer, Yunqi thought to herself, but her hands didn't slow down. The ice spear reappeared, shooting towards several directions in quick succession. The aggro was established, and the wild goblin was successfully drawn to Suchen. Yunqi initially wanted to appreciate Suchen's violent aesthetics once more, but she didn't expect him to remain completely still, merely using his shield to block the attacks. What was going on? She felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that Suchen was brewing some big move? After waiting for a while, he still maintained his blocking stance. Just as she was about to ask, Suchen moved. He swung his giant axe in a half-circle, tracing a graceful arc, precisely sweeping past each wild goblin. -6,780, -6,821, -6,792, -6,888. The damage had increased. What was happening? Seeing Suchen unleash his skills, taking down a goblin with just 2 swings, Yunqi's beautiful eyes widened, and she instinctively looked around. There were no priests here, so who was giving him the buff? Could it be that a shield warrior was buffing himself? That was just absurd. Wait. Yunqi suddenly thought of a shield warrior skill, Taunt, which would increase the blessing state based on the anger points accumulated. She never expected Suchen to acquire such a core skill of the shield warrior so early. It was unbelievable. As she realized this, Yunqi also became excited. The stronger Suchen became, the more monsters she could lure back, and her experience would skyrocket accordingly. The 2 waves of wild monsters earlier had given her a taste of what true leveling up was like, and she understood why Su Chen's level was so much higher than hers. Who could withstand that damage? Even a boss-level enemy wouldn't stand a chance. At this moment, Yunqi recalled the day of the job change when Su Chen unexpectedly became a shield warrior and was laughed at by everyone. She clearly remembered the sneers, taunts, and schadenfreude on their faces. What a fallen genius, huh? This was clearly a complete rise to power. The Shield Emperor was definitely stronger than rare classes, even comparable to legendary classes. As their cooperation became more and more tacit, the number of monsters Yunqi lured began to increase. From 3 at the start to 5, 10, even now 15. After Su Chen used taunt, they all shifted their targets and charged towards him. If it weren't for considering Yunqi's safety, Su Chen could have accepted even more wild monsters. But thanks to his classmate, Su Chen could recklessly slay monsters without worrying about finding them. At this moment, he was fully utilizing shield counterattack. Every moment triggered the skill, making his attacks incredibly terrifying. 2 swings for 1 goblin, it was simply frighteningly strong. Even Yunqi had to continuously attack the distant monsters, fearing that if she wasn't careful, they would fall into a state of stagnation. The efficiency of luring monsters couldn't keep up with the efficiency of killing them. It was ridiculous. She was now both pained and happy, continuously casting ice spikes, which made her a bit dazed. Although the basic attack ice spikes didn't consume mana, the frequency of finding and luring monsters still put a lot of pressure on her. For someone like her, who only lured monsters without dealing damage, a significant portion of the rewards would be deducted during experience calculation. But it was still better than grinding alone. Watching the slowly rising experience, Yunqi revealed a slight smile. She loved luring monsters the most. It wasn't tiring at all. This continued until 6 in the evening, when the two finally returned to the city satisfied, resting early to prepare for the college entrance examination. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion within the city, someone was smashing exquisite porcelain on the ground, unable to sleep at all. Damn it, you were supposed to protect the young master, and now where is he? Where is he? Hunger is now out of contact. What are you back for? A plump sorceress in an exquisite robe was raging madly. She smashed all the precious items in the room, venting her fury. Seeing the guard kneeling in front of her, terrified, the noblewoman became even more furious at this useless waste who failed to do his job. She conjured a fireball in her hand and pressed it hard against the guard's left shoulder, ignoring his heart-wrenching pleas until she completely burned off his left arm before stopping. The president of the Sorcerers Guild, who was sitting nearby and was also Wang Heng's father, frowned at this but did not stop his lover's actions. Their only son had gone missing on the last day before the college entrance examination, which indeed stirred unease in their hearts. After a moment of thought, he asked the guard in a low voice, "When did you discover Hunger was missing?" The guard clutched his left shoulder tightly, the searing flames still burning through his nerves, causing him immense pain. But facing the president's inquiry, he dared not remain silent and could only tremble as he replied. Before leaving the city, young Master Wang arranged to team up with a few classmates for leveling up and ordered us not to follow. But I was worried, so I secretly followed them until this noon when I was unexpectedly discovered by young Master Wang, who then sent me back and instructed me to prepare some materials and equipment in advance. He said he would need these after the college entrance examination, and I thought the time for the reward was almost over, so I returned early. I didn't expect. At this point, the guard fell silent, but the middle-aged man had already understood the gist. He calmed his wife, who was still ready to vent her anger, and said softly, "The most important thing now is to find Hanger. Perhaps he was delayed by something and returned late." Hearing her husband's persuasion, the sorceress took a deep breath, barely suppressing her anger, and coldly asked the guard, "Who are Hanger's classmates? Have they returned?" The guard shook his head and explained, "Before reporting to you two, I had already sent others to gather information, and I believe we will receive news shortly." That shortly was half an hour later. Another guard brought news that among the 8 people who accompanied young Master Wang, only 2 had just returned to the city, and there was no news of the others. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's heart sank, and he had a bad premonition. He quickly asked, "What did those people say? Did they see Hunger?" The sorceress also stared at the guard, her fingertips digging into her palm, veins bulging. They said, "Young Master Wang was killed in the wild." "What did you say?" The next morning, Su Chen had a simple breakfast, stored his weapon and shield in his spatial backpack, and went to school early. With the college entrance examination approaching, the number of professionals active in the city was noticeably higher than usual. Most were there to send their children to take the exam. There were also vendors selling equipment and materials near the school, hoping to sell off their junk gear after the exams. The streets were crowded, and Su Chen saw a few classmates, but he had no intention of greeting them. Over the years in high school, apart from Luo Fei and a few others, he hadn't made many friends. Speaking of Luo Fei, Su Chen paused at the school gate, looking strangely at Luo Fei, who was dressed in black clothes and shoes, resembling a salesman. His explosive muscles stretched his clothes tight. At that moment, he looked more like a bodyguard than a newly transitioned merchant. At the school gate, Luo Fei was holding a stack of flyers, loudly explaining the newly opened academies to the surrounding students. He talked about the abundant resources inside, how impressive the teachers were, and so on. The surrounding students were stunned, taking the flyers and reading them carefully. With each flyer handed out, the smile at the corner of Luo Fei's mouth grew wider. Clearly, this behavior resonated with his professional characteristics, allowing him to level up much faster than ordinary life professionals. He was already at the level of LV8. Suchen naturally noticed this and stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Give me one too." "Sure, bro, just look." Before he finished speaking, Luo Fei reacted, laughing heartily as he patted Suchen's shoulder twice and whispered a few words in his ear. He then quickly distributed the flyers and took Suchen into the school. "Why did you come so late? Didn't you see me showing off my skills? What a pity, what a pity." Suchen was taken aback, looking at Luo Fei in confusion, wondering if he had missed something. Look, what is this?" Luo Fei pulled out a small red booklet from his pocket and handed it to Suchen, grinning. "The admission notice from the Hadong Vocational Academy. How about that? Impressive, right? Isn't the college entrance exam today?" Suchen was a bit surprised as he opened the admission notice, which indeed had Luo Fei's personal information and admission proof at the top. However, the date was yesterday, in the afternoon. "We're different from you life professionals. We took the exam yesterday afternoon." You absolutely wouldn't believe how surprised those classmates were to see a LV8 merchant in the exam room. "We mainly had interviews, and those below LV3 didn't even qualify to participate. The teachers from Hadong Vocational Academy interviewed us, and seeing my high level, they just chatted for a bit before handing me the admission notice." Suchen roughly understood the situation, but he was still puzzled. "Then why is your level so much higher than theirs?" This was something Suchen found confusing. After all, he was an A life professional and didn't know much about their leveling methods. "Trading. I changed my profession to merchant, and any actions related to merchant activities can increase my experience points. For example, sales, distributing flyers, even spending counts as a means for merchants to level up. Anything bought or sold through me will yield corresponding gains." Suchen suddenly realized if that's the case, it made sense. Although the merchant is a life profession, it is indeed a rare existence among them. Luo Fei, as a life professional, was successfully admitted to the academy, and Suchen was genuinely happy for him. Even if this academy was just an ordinary second-tier institution in the province, Luo Fei had also noticed Suchen's level, and although he was surprised, his acceptance was clearly stronger than others. Long before Suchen wreaked havoc in the school dungeon, he knew his brother was about to take off completely. Now, seeing it, it was indeed the case, even more exaggerated than expected. The principal might not be able to sit still. Not to mention the principal, their homeroom teacher had long been unable to sit still. Thinking of this, Luo Fei couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You probably don't know, the homeroom teacher has been looking for you for many days, wandering around the school gate every day, almost going crazy." "Looking for me? What does the homeroom teacher want with me?" Suchen was a bit confused, but seeing Luo Fei trying to hold back laughter, he knew it couldn't be anything serious. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. The two walked into the classroom, instantly causing a stir around them. "Wow, Suchen, how did you reach LV19? Don't joke with me, bro. How dare you? Suchen is not someone you can just call. It's Sugu. I thought Yunqi and Lin Luo had high enough levels, but now there's Suchen. How are we ordinary players supposed to survive?" The classroom was filled with wails, especially from those in main combat roles, all of them clutching their heads in disbelief, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Originally, Lin Luo had been smug in class, flaunting his successful advancement to LV16, but now he looked like a duck suddenly caught by the neck. Not a sound could escape his lips. He could only watch Suchen silently show off. "This guy, is it real? Wow. LV19. How did he level up so fast?" He had worked himself to the bone just to barely reach LV16, and this guy was quietly approaching LV20, truly terrifying. Lin Luo felt a bit relieved. Thankfully, after losing the bet on the first day, he hadn't provoked Suchen again. Otherwise, today he would probably be slapped in the face publicly. Lin Luo recalled that there were a few second-generation students in other high schools who always looked down on others. If they encountered Suchen in an exam and acted so arrogant, there would be a good show to watch. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Li Wenhua, walked in, habitually adjusting his glasses. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Suchen surrounded by everyone. "Suchen, you're back? Come, let's go for a walk." Li Wenhua felt a surge of joy and quickly pulled Suchen out of the classroom, handing him a smooth silver card while Suchen looked completely bewildered. "Take this, it's the job transfer reward I applied for you earlier. After today, you can go to the logistics department across the country to collect the resources inside. This is a little support from the school, and I hope that when you achieve success in the future, you can come back to visit the school." Suchen stared at Li Wenhua for a moment, shook his head, and did not take the card. The Li Wenhua he remembered wouldn't say such things. Moreover, Li Wenhua had previously hinted that due to his outstanding performance over the past 3 years, he would receive some special rewards on the day of the job transfer. But with the college entrance examination coming up, this card probably wasn't provided by the school. It was likely Li Wenhua's personal offering. I ran into Yun Qi outside the city before, and she told me that the school has relevant subsidies for special job holders like us. She got hers on the first day. Mine should have been given to someone else by now, right? He didn't mean to blame Li Wenhua. With a little thought, he could understand the situation. At the time, he had unexpectedly transferred to a shield warrior, his potential lowered, and the original rewards had been distributed to others. For an ordinary high school like theirs, it was just standard procedure. Over the past 3 years, Li Wenhua had treated him well, and Suchen didn't want Li Wenhua to dig into his own pocket to make up for this friendship. Was it really necessary to consider so much for the school? Having been called out by Suchen, Li Wenhua awkwardly scratched his already sparse hair but still forced the card into Suchen's hand. You're right, but there was an unexpected situation within the school. The principal has been at the education department for 7 days, dealing with important matters. So, the principal is not aware of your situation. Suchen, don't take it too seriously. I will persuade the principal to get those missing resources back for you. Li Wenhua spoke decisively, and Suchen believed he had the ability to do so. But he still smiled and shook his head. Teacherly, I know you're doing this for my own good. And those teachers who have looked out for me, I remember them all, but this has nothing to do with the school level. What we have is a pure teacher-student relationship, but the principal and others may not feel the same. How can I dare to present my feelings to such powerful leaders? Hearing this, Li Wenhua sighed and didn't say much more. He knew this kid was holding a grudge. However, he had done what he needed to do. And now it was up to the principal to deal with the headache. Before the exam, all students were given a piece of teleportation stone engraved with a miniature one-way teleportation array, a special tool for entering the exam hall. All candidates from Hadong province would enter the same exam hall. The teachers and leaders spoke for half an hour, warning students about the taboos during the exam and various precautions. At exactly 8 o'clock, all the teleportation stones shone brightly, and the students disappeared in streams of light. They then entered a grand, ancient-style plaza. Hadong province is vast, with over 100,000 candidates combined. Streams of light continuously appeared around the plaza, and Suchen noticed many high-level professionals in the crowd. There were plenty of level 13s, as those who made it to this plaza were all main combat class professions, while support professions were in another exam hall. Suchen, at level 15 and level 16, also spotted many. These were the top talents from various high schools. He even noticed a level 17 youth who, to reach such a level in such a short time, was likely a rare legendary professional. Just where did he come from? Anyway, in a small place like Huchuan City, Suchen hadn't heard of anyone changing to a legendary profession. Suddenly, a massive light curtain fell from the sky. Text scrolled across it, and everyone could see a name glowing with golden light in their field of vision. That was their ranking on the sky screen. At that moment, a towering high tower slowly emerged from the ground. The tower's door opened, and a majestic, authoritative voice rang out. The Hadong Province candidate trial has begun. The rules are as follows. The trial is divided into 2 types, small and large. The small trial is a universal trial for all professions. Killing the monsters inside will reward corresponding academic credits based on the number of kills, which can be used at all academies in the Empire. This is also one of the main ways for you to exchange resources for your future. The large trial is a boss battle, where bosses of different levels and ranks will appear, and academic credits will be calculated separately based on the time taken to kill the boss. After both trials, the academic credits earned plus the credits awarded for your level will be your final score. As the voice fell, the light curtain rapidly rolled, and a real-time score list appeared before everyone. This was the score granted by the base level. First place, Suchen, 19,000 points. Second place, Luoxing, 17,000 points. Third place, Meng Yuxuan, 17,000 points. Fourth place, Ling Tianxiao, 16,000 points. Fifth place, Ji Zixuan, 16,000 points. When the students looked at the leaderboard, they all gasped in shock, and the previously quiet plaza erupted in chaos. What the hell, am I seeing things? First place is what, 19,000 points? I'm level 14 and only have 14,000. Meng Yuxuan is a legendary professional from our Yunmeng city, and even she, at level 17, can only rank 3rd. This is really terrifying. Forget everything else, the top 3 spots are already taken before it even started. The candidates wailed, the pressure suddenly intensified. How were they supposed to play now? Even the previous authoritative voice let out a slight gasp, sounding somewhat surprised. After the commotion, the authoritative voice rang out again. The trial begins, please enter the trial tower. As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying suction suddenly came from the tower entrance, pulling all the candidates into the high tower. Su Chen found himself in a vast wilderness, with no other candidates in sight. It seemed this place was some kind of instance. Just as Su Chen continued to observe, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. You have received a new mission, dare to be the first in the world. Mission difficulty, mission content, break all previous scoring records and let the name of the Shield Emperor resonate throughout all academies. Mission reward, random gems times 2000. Mission time limit, 1 day. Another mission? Su Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The reason he could outpace his peers so much was not only due to the 2 SSS level skills but also the unique equipment he possessed. Although this time it wasn't an equipment reward, 2000 random gems were still quite good for him. Not far in front of Su Chen, a teleportation vortex suddenly appeared, interrupting his study of the mission. A muscular dog-headed man stepped out from it. In people's impressions, dog-headed men were hybrid monsters with dog heads and human bodies. This was a misunderstanding. They were more accurately called lizard men. It is said that they belong to a dragon-like biological lineage, possessing a trace of dragon blood within them, which is why their appearance is covered in scales, making them look more majestic and imposing than ordinary creatures. However, their barking sound led people to nickname them dog-headed men. Dog-headed man, normal, LV19 health, 8750 level LV19, corresponding to the candidate's own level. Monsters of this level posed no trouble for Su Chen at all. In the instant the opponent charged at him, he didn't even need to use shield counterattack, and in just 3 or 4 strikes he turned the opponent into a corpse. At this moment, Su Chen received a prompt from the trial tower. Credits plus 100, only credits, no experience rewards. Su Chen guessed that this dog-headed man was likely a puppet formed from condensed mana specifically for candidates' trials. After a brief half-minute interval, a second wave of dog-headed men charged in, this time with 2, similar to the rules of the previous Golden Secret Realm. However, the third wave made Su Chen overturn this judgment, because this time 4 appeared. Although surprised, Su Chen felt no fear. With shield counterattack, the damage he could unleash was incredibly impressive. These little creatures were merely tools to help him gain credits. Meanwhile, in an unknown space, a group of high-level big shots was watching this student trial. Among them, Su Chen, Luo Xing, and Meng Yuxuan shone the brightest, all having cleared the second level at an extremely fast speed. There are quite a few good seedlings in this year's Zhejiang province. To think 3 legendary professions could emerge. An old man with a white beard chuckled while stroking his beard. 2. During the previous statistics, only Luo Xing and Meng Yuxuan were mentioned. This first place, the data states it's a unique hidden profession. Incredible, a hidden profession actually has a higher level than the 2 legendary professions. By the way, I remember old Su reported a hidden profession before, right? As they spoke, several big shots turned their gaze to Su Shan, who was resting with his eyes closed. They were all presidents of various universities involved in the creation of the trial venue. Especially those monsters that didn't grant experience upon being killed were all condensed by their mana. With over 100,000 candidates in Hedong province, one can imagine the time and effort these presidents had invested. Hearing the discussions, Su Shan, still resting and recovering, did not open his eyes and said lightly, there indeed was a hidden profession that appeared in the school before. Unfortunately, it's a shield warrior. It's not as good as a rare profession. Upon hearing this, the few big shots who spoke showed a strange expression, and someone asked, what is that hidden profession called? Is it Su Chen? How do you old fellows know? What are you plotting? Su Shan finally opened his eyes and realized that the atmosphere around him was a bit off. Why were all these old folks looking at him with such dumbfounded expressions? Mockery, teasing, and a hint of schadenfreude? What was going on? He furrowed his brows and asked in confusion, what's going on? Why is everyone looking at me? Just then, the leaderboard suddenly lit up with golden light, catching his attention. This phenomenon only occurred when there was a change in credits among the top ranks. A quick glance made Su Shan freeze, his expression momentarily dazed. First place, Su Chen, 19,300 points. Su Chen? That name sounded familiar, but it shouldn't be the person he knew. After all, in his impression, leveling up in the early stages of shield combat was incredibly difficult and had nothing to do with the current first place in the trials. Perhaps it was just a coincidence of names. Suddenly, a gasp broke the silence. Look, this Su Chen's damage is so high, he actually hit 6,000. Wow, this isn't shield combat at all. He's clearly a damage dealer. A middle-aged principal exclaimed dramatically, his somewhat comical expression drawing everyone's attention. Another principal, seeing this, was first surprised, then puzzled. Using such explosive skills now, what will he use later? After all, for shield combat, such high damage skills shouldn't have a short cooldown. The earlier middle-aged principal waved his hand. These are all early stage skills. Even if the cooldown is long, it should be available by the next round. His eyes were filled with curiosity. He had never heard of such a powerful shield combatant. Even those legendary shield combatants would probably be outmatched by this kid at the same level. Sushan also walked over, looking at Su Chen on the screen, his face full of disbelief. How could it be him? The kid he had abandoned after his job change actually had such strength? He rubbed his eyes and looked again. No mistake, it was indeed Su Chen from his school, the student he had high hopes for but had cast aside. It was actually him. Watching Su Chen's violent output, Sushan began to question his life. He hadn't been to school for just a week. How had the outside world changed so much? And what were those school leaders doing? Why hadn't they informed him of such a big deal? Just as he was about to question them, he remembered the space he was in. Conventional means couldn't connect with the outside world at all. But fortunately, this was a student from his own school. If he achieved something in the future, it wouldn't be difficult to connect with him given their relationship. Su Shan comforted himself. After all, he hadn't deliberately targeted the kid after his job change. As for the matter of the rewards that should have belonged to Su Chen being taken away by him, Su Shan didn't care. He could just find some excuse to brush it off. After all, he was just a freshly graduated kid. What insight could he possibly have? Thinking of this, Su Shan's previously troubled expression gradually turned rosy. He began to praise Su Chen and a few other geniuses wildly, saying things like the future hope of Hadong and so on. He quickly bonded with this group of principals. After all, many of the students under these people had made it to the top of the leaderboard, so he had to give a little face to them. While this group praised Su Chen, he also had to respond politely, offering compliments when commenting on the talents from various schools. He flattered them to the point where the principals felt a bit embarrassed. Most of their students were rare professionals, certainly excellent, but being praised by this old man made them seem comparable to legendary professions. There should be a limit to mutual flattery in business. While Su Shan was still pointing out the situation to this group of principals, little did he know that Su Chen had already stripped him bare. Did he really think Su Chen knew nothing? Su Chen was unaware that everything about him was being observed by numerous principals. He was simply slaughtering the respawning kobolds over and over, focusing on his own task. Now he had reached the 8th level, and the number of kobolds had risen to a terrifying 128. The densely packed kobolds surrounded Su Chen, frantically swinging their weapons, trying to tear the human in front of them to shreds. But their efforts were destined to be in vain. Although Su Chen couldn't eliminate so many kobolds at once, the damage they inflicted on him was minimal. At this moment, Su Chen also noticed a small weakness in the shield counterattack skill, which was that it became somewhat difficult to deal with being besieged. Fortunately, vitality like a dragon compensated for this weakness, preventing his health from being depleted by the small monsters. For ordinary small monsters to kill the current Su Chen was simply a fantasy. Among the group of kobolds still attacking, only a dozen could inflict damage on Su Chen. The others were stuck, unable to advance further. It could be said that whether it was the 8th wave or the 80th wave, it was the same for Su Chen. Dealing with them was just a matter of time. The principals watching Su Chen were all wearing expressions as if they had seen a rare species. Does this Su Chen's health recovery skill have no cooldown? How is it still ongoing? From the 6th wave until now, it hasn't stopped at all. It must be a very powerful passive skill. Ha, this isn't a skill at all. I think this kid has a priest living inside him. He's like an indestructible cockroach. This minor trial poses no difficulty for him. Don't rush, maybe the skill has other limitations. Let's wait and see. By the way, Principal Su was really lucky to encounter such a good seedling like Su Chen. Everyone sighed, and the topic was once again brought to Su Shan by one of the principals. Su Shan, with his hands behind his back, smiled and said, "Lucky, very lucky." Besides Su Chen, the other prodigies are also performing quite well, like Luo Xing and Meng Yuxuan. Hearing Su Shan's nonsense, the principals secretly scoffed. Just quite well. Can you say that about two legendary professions? However, compared to Su Chen, Luo Xing and Meng Yuxuan were indeed lacking quite a bit. The two had already reached the 6th wave, but they looked rather disheveled. Luo Xing's profession was similar to that of a formation master, with skills that had crowd control and damage attributes, and his basic attacks were ranged, greatly enhancing his survival ability. But Luo Xing was not Su Chen. His skills had cooldown limitations. Faced with the collective siege of 32 kobolds, he could only use his skills to control a portion, while the rest had to be kite slowly, waiting for the right moment. Several times he was nearly caught by the kobolds, scaring Luo Xing into fleeing completely, neglecting to deplete the kobold's health. As for Meng Yuxuan, she had also reached the 6th level and was engaged in a frenzied melee with the kobolds. Meng Yuxuan's profession was in stark contrast to her name. She was a legendary profession, known as the bloodthirsty swordsman. By continuously attacking the kobolds, she gained the bloodthirst effect. This simultaneously enhanced her lifesteal and attack capabilities. That was why she could persist as a melee fighter until now. However, at this moment she appeared somewhat disheveled, her usual elegance gone, with her hair in disarray and her face pale. Especially under the bloodthirst effect, Meng Yuxuan's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a hungry wolf eager to feast on someone. Although the two legendary professionals were strong compared to their peers, it seemed that their hope of passing the 7th level was not very great. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already advanced to the 9th level of the trial. Facing 256 kobolds, Su Chen remained calm, simply swinging his giant axe amidst the siege until all of them were dead. Seeing this, the middle-aged principal who had previously been very optimistic about Su Chen suddenly exclaimed, "Guys, how many trial levels did we set up in total? This kid isn't planning to clear them all, is he?" Everyone was taken aback by the words and looked at Su Chen, who had already broken through the 10th level, silently contemplating that there might indeed be such a possibility. The small trial consisted of 10 levels, a number set by a senior from years ago for the sake of completeness. The most outrageous candidates from previous years had only managed to get through 8 levels, being beaten to death by the monsters in the 9th level. But looking at Su Chen's current state, the 10th level seemed to pose no difficulty for him at all. It seems a true prodigy is about to emerge. At that moment, an elderly voice rang out. The heads of the schools were startled and turned to the source of the voice, only to see an old woman with a face full of wrinkles and yellowed skin, leaning on a vine staff as she approached. Upon seeing her, everyone gasped. They hadn't expected that such a small trial would attract such a significant figure. This old woman was the deputy director of the admissions office of the highest institution, a genuine powerhouse at the 100th level with formidable strength. It was said that she had once single-handedly slaughtered a group of monsters that had been reproducing for over 100 years, truly terrifying. "Elder Mu, what brings you here?" "Yes, it's just a trial. Even if this Su Chen is a genius, it shouldn't be a big deal for you, right?" Looking at the astonished juniors, Elder Mu shook her head and sighed. This little guy is not simple. To be precise, the profession he has transitioned to is much more powerful than you imagine. The heads of the schools widened their eyes. They had previously speculated that the Shield Emperor might rival legendary professions, but hearing Elder Mu's words, the implications were quite significant. So, does that mean the power of the Shield Emperor surpasses other legendary professions? Elder Mu shook her head again, and it was clear that everyone had misunderstood her meaning. "No. I'm curious about this little guy's skills. From the 3 he has displayed, one is Taunt, a shield warrior skill, which is quite a fortune to master at this stage. The second is the passive skill you mentioned for recovering health. Many professions have such passive abilities, but the effect is not as pronounced as Su Chen's. What surprised me is that at a certain moment earlier his health recovery actually fluctuated, increasing by about double." "What? Double? Why didn't we see that?" Everyone turned to look at the screen, only to see Su Chen still surrounded by the dog-headed monsters, with his health recovery being a stable value. They did not see the doubling situation that Elder Mu mentioned. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a passive ability triggered based on his remaining health. It seems there are already 2 layers of effects. As for whether there is a 3rd layer, it remains to be seen. As for the last part, it's his shield, or rather, the active skill triggered by using the shield. Don't forget, most active skills can be upgraded. If it's this powerful now, just imagine how terrifying it will be after upgrading. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood and looked at Su Chen with a different gaze. It should be noted that Elder Mu's formidable strength relied on the level of skill development. It was said that Elder Mu had once exterminated a starry monster group solely relying on a divine skill, which was widely circulated. If Su Chen were to elevate this skill to the level of a divine skill in the future, congratulations on successfully clearing the trial tower. When Su Chen killed the last goblin in the 10th level, a prompt from the trial tower suddenly echoed in his ear. Su Chen placed the giant axe behind him and let out a somewhat frustrated sigh. If these goblins were real creatures, he might have leveled up to LV20 and obtained his 3rd SSS skill. At that point, his combat power would surge even further. Now, he could only watch helplessly, with no benefits to gain. Su Chen felt quite dejected. After being teleported out, he had no sense of joy from clearing the trial tower. After all, this level of trial was hardly a challenge for him. When Su Chen appeared in the square, he noticed that nearly half of the candidates had not yet finished their trials, and the rankings on the light screen were constantly changing, with fierce competition. However, upon closer observation, he found that these people's credit scores were rising slowly. It was like squeezing toothpaste, getting a little out at a time. Su Chen could guess the reason. Not everyone had the strength and courage to confront goblins head-on like he did. Most of the candidates still challenging were ranged kite-type professions, slowly grinding through, killing one every minute, and there was nothing shameful about wanting a few more credits. But as time passed, the goblins they faced multiplied, finally reaching a critical point they could no longer withstand. Many candidates finished their challenges and returned to the square. Among them was Meng Yuxuan, one of the only 2 legendary professions in Hadong province this year. Although she had exited combat mode, her eyes still had a bloodshot hue, not yet fully recovered from the previous encirclement. After a moment, she gently shook her head, finally distinguishing between the trial and reality. Reflecting on everything that happened during the trial, she slightly curled her lips, revealing a beautiful arc with a bloodthirsty skill. I fought to the 8th level. I should be among the top candidates. It wasn't arrogance on Meng Yuxuan's part. Rather, the legendary profession granted her enough power to dare to give herself the highest evaluation. She had exceeded the predictions of many principals by clearing the 7th level. Although the process was somewhat difficult, Meng Yuxuan was very satisfied with her performance this time. Only by personally experiencing the difficulty and despair of being surrounded by a massive number of monsters could one understand what it meant for her to reach the 8th level. Meng Yuxuan's gaze fell on the sky, wanting to find her name at the top of the rankings. She wanted to hear the incredulous gasps and shouts from the crowd, to see the expressions of disbelief on their faces. This would bring her joy and help her shake off the fatigue from the trial. But when Meng Yuxuan saw the name in first place, she froze, turning to look at the people around her. Their expressions were just as she had imagined, but the object of their surprise was not her. What the hell, 121,300 points, I can't be seeing this wrong. He beat Meng Yuxuan in second place by nearly 100,000 points, this can't be real. Calculating 100 points per goblin, it seems this guy cleared the 10th level? Definitely, brother, he cleared the 10th level. I heard the trial tower only has 10 levels, the strongest in previous years only cleared 8 levels, and this guy just broke the record. The square was now in an uproar, everyone discussing one person, Su Chen. Even Meng Yuxuan, a legendary profession, seemed incredibly dim in comparison, like a transparent passerby in front of Su Chen. No one cared that she had cleared the 7th level, no one cared about her achievements. Meng Yuxuan raised her head in confusion, feeling that the world had suddenly become uneven, different from before. Clearing the trial tower? How on earth did he do it? She felt a sense of unwillingness, wanting to find that unfamiliar Su Chen to ask how he survived amidst the tide of monsters. The number of monsters is simply not something these novice professionals can handle. Not even legendary professionals can. Meng Yuxuan began to search among the crowd, and suddenly, she spotted a figure that stood out like a crane among chickens. He carried an exaggeratedly large battle axe on his back, with his arms encased in shields, and just standing there quietly gave off an imposing aura. It seemed the other party sensed something, turned around, and nodded slightly in her direction, a warm smile appearing on his face. He was Su Chen. The great trial begins. Candidates, please re-enter the trial tower. After the minor trials concluded, everyone rested for about 10 minutes before hearing this authoritative voice again. They were once more drawn into the tower, the scene shifting to a dark cave background. An elite kobold stood in the distance, its fierce gaze fixed on the suddenly appearing Su Chen. However, due to the restrictions of the rules, it could not move freely at this moment, only watching as Su Chen approached step by step. Just an elite level? How boring. An elite kobold completely failed to pique Su Chen's interest. It was merely a high health experience point. Su Chen drew the giant axe from his back and struck heavily on the kobold's head, causing the elite kobold to howl in pain. It immediately lunged at Su Chen, wanting to tear him apart and rip out his insides to destroy everything in sight. But it misjudged the combat power of both sides. Before it could even touch the hem of Su Chen's clothes, it was met with 3 swift axe strikes, its health plummeting. Moments later, the elite kobold was reduced to minced meat. Its head was brutally smashed by Su Chen's giant axe, dying in an exceptionally tragic manner. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he awaited the next challenge. A minute later, sure enough, a new monster appeared, also a kobold, but 1 level higher than Su Chen, reaching LV20. In this battle, Su Chen would be suppressed by 5% in all attributes. Su Chen didn't care, it was just a matter of defeating an elite monster at a higher level, something he had done before. Even against a boss, he could currently manage to defeat them at a higher level. Second round, third round, fifth round. When an elite kobold that was 5 levels above Su Chen was slain, the next one finally piqued his interest. Kobold Bobby, boss, LV19. Health 126000/126000. The 6th round is a boss. According to the previous rules for elite monsters, could the Great Trial have 10 rounds? Su Chen pondered, but his hands did not slow down as he swung the giant axe towards the kobold. Indeed, this Su Chen is a freak. Even elite monsters can't break through his skill defenses. I estimate these boss-level monsters won't be able to stop him either. Why are you so anxious before it even starts? Look, hasn't the kobold broken through his defenses? Heh, and then gets one shot back to full health, right? I think we might as well let him clear it. This kid is purely a monster that breaks the balance. With him around, other candidates won't even have a chance to compete for first place. What do you think, old Moo? With the strength this little guy has shown, it's estimated that a boss-level leader would have a hard time causing him any trouble. Mu Lao quite agreed with the opinions of those present. After all, at the end of the day, a boss level is just a small boss. It might pose a challenge for this group of candidates who had just recently changed jobs, but that did not include Su Chen and those two legendary professionals. Their strength was simply not on the same level as the other candidates. Mu Lao looked at Su Chen on the screen, curious about how many more levels he could clear. Over the years, there were not many juniors she valued anymore. She wanted to see if Su Chen could still display the same bravery and strength under the level suppression of a boss. Su Chen was unaware that a true academic big shot was currently paying attention to him. A swirling wave appeared, and a dog-headed boss one level higher than him walked out. A 5% attribute suppression instantly took effect. But this posed no trouble for Su Chen. He simply followed the routine of defense and counterattack, and he once again killed a boss-level creature. At this moment, Su Chen felt no sense of achievement. Even though he earned a considerable amount of credits, he still found the trial too boring. His strength had long surpassed that of normal candidates, and being here felt more like a warm-up activity, with hardly any challenge. The most important thing was the lack of experience. It was far less satisfying than leveling up in the wild. But the other candidates did not think so. They could barely protect themselves in front of elite monsters. By the 5th level, even ordinary main combat professions could rely on their equipment or professional traits to wear down the monsters completely. They lasted even longer than in the previous small trials and earned more points. However, when the boss-level creature appeared, a large number of candidates were simultaneously kicked out of the trial tower because they were simply no match for the boss-level creature. The difficulty instantly increased a notch. This also led to many candidates, even after defeating all the elite monsters, seeing little change in their rankings, because everyone could defeat them. As long as one person could defeat a dog-headed boss of the same level, their credit ranking would instantly rise, creating a gap with the other candidates. But how many could achieve such a feat? Wang Heng and his group had been forced to flee madly by a tree demon boss yesterday. It should be noted that Wang Heng was a rare profession. If he couldn't even handle the tree demon, who among these candidates could claim to be stronger than him? Even though there was severe level suppression at that time, it indirectly indicated how powerful the level suppression of boss-level creatures was against the candidates at this stage. Therefore, to pass the 6th level, a rare profession was the baseline. At this moment in the 7th level, Luo Xing used one hand to form a seal, releasing a formation skill to trap the boss. He stepped back while continuously shaking his staff, launching star bursts that bombarded the boss. -421, -408, -426. This damage is going to take forever to deal. Watching his normal attacks land on the boss without causing a splash, Luo Xing complained. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of health points, his damage was indeed a bit like a tickle. Fortunately, the legendary profession granted him many upgrade attributes, making him stronger in terms of consumption and pulling than other candidates of the same profession. As a result, even if Luo Xing couldn't deal with the boss immediately, he was confident that he would ultimately be the winner. And the reality was just as he had predicted. Under the influence of Luo Xing's two powerful control skills, the boss found it difficult to inflict much effective damage. When its health dropped below 20% and it entered a berserk state, the boss barely managed to take away half of Luo Xing's health. After successfully clearing the level, Luo Xing sat down on the ground, letting out a long sigh. This trial really tests one's endurance. Thankfully, it's not that kind of group beating assessment, or else I would have fallen behind that crazy woman again. In the minor trial, he regrettably stopped at the 7th level due to skill and profession mechanics. Meanwhile, the previously ranked Dream Rainxian successfully overtook him with the skill Bloodthirst. When Luo Xing saw the leaderboard at the end of the trial, he was completely stunned. What the hell was that, over 100,000 credits for first place? Did he take down the Knoll's lair? Or did he encounter some special level? How could the credits be so high? If it were just that, it would be one thing. After all, he was originally first and had a starting level of LV19, a true big shot. But how could Dream Rainxian also surpass me? What's going on? Thinking of this, Luo Xing felt a surge of anger, then chuckled. Let's see how you activate Bloodthirst. Are you going to stand and trade blows with the boss? If you get killed by the Knoll boss at the 6th level, that would be interesting. As for that first guy, would he manage to clear the trial tower again? Luo Xing was skeptical. After all, the 10th level was a boss 5 levels higher than the players. Under the level suppression of 5 levels, it was hard for any candidate to gain an advantage against the boss. At this stage, even if that person was Su Chen, it wouldn't work. If Su Chen knew Luo Xing's thoughts, he would definitely chuckle and send a picture of the Knoll boss, which only had 7% health left, to him, especially highlighting the Knoll's level 24. This was the final guardian of the grand trial. The Knoll was now in a state of absolute frenzy, even abandoning its weapon, using its primitive sharp teeth and claws to bite at Su Chen. Su Chen clearly wasn't going to give it a chance to get close. The gnoll shouldn't think it could bite him with its foul-smelling mouth. Su Chen frequently used shield counterattack, blocking all of the gnoll boss's attacks, then suddenly slammed his giant axe into its face. A close encounter at a negative distance. Every time this happened, the gnoll boss would let out a piercing scream. Then, its offensive would pause, and Su Chen would seize the opportunity to attack wildly. Just like that, the gnoll, unwillingly widening its eyes, fell heavily to the ground under Su Chen's final blow. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the trial tower. A white light enveloped Su Chen, transporting him out of the trial area. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen felt he had arrived in another place, but there was no noise of the trial square. Instead, it was somewhat calm. Su Chen opened his eyes but took a sudden step back, frowning at the old woman who had appeared out of nowhere. Such strong power. Being able to teleport him here must mean she had mastery over spatial skills, conservatively estimated to be above LV 60. However, Su Chen wasn't too worried. After all, this was the high school entrance exam trial site in the Eastern River province of the Empire. Countless hidden big shots were closely watching everything happening here. This person could silently move him from the trial tower without alarming those big shots, so she was probably someone from the Empire's official ranks. But Su Chen was unclear about her intentions. Was it really necessary to pull him out for a mere entrance exam? Su Chen, there's no need to be afraid. Old Mu gently tapped her rattan staff, and 2 rocking chairs appeared out of thin air. She smiled and said, when one gets old, even the effort of speaking makes one want to lie down and rest for a while. Saying this, Old Mu leaned back in one of the rocking chairs, raised her rattan staff, and gestured for Su Chen to sit down. Su Chen looked puzzled but still sat down according to etiquette. My name is Mu Jin, but you can also call me Old Mu. I am the deputy director of the admissions office of the highest academy, which is a leisurely position I returned to enjoy my old age. Old Mu looked at Su Chen and said with a smile, are you curious why I sought you out? Su Chen recalled how he had been transported here immediately after finishing his trial, and how the other party had called out his name directly. He estimated that he had likely been monitored during the battles in the trial tower. To say monitored sounds unpleasant, describing it as observed would be more accurate. This was not targeted at Su Chen but rather a means of close examination for all candidates. Is it for the admissions of the highest academy? Su Chen showed a puzzled expression, but inside he was somewhat surprised. This seemingly elderly woman, who looked like she was nearing the end of her days, was actually the deputy director of the admissions office of the highest academy? Moreover, she personally sought him out after the trial. Wasn't that a bit too much? Not entirely. A hint of a kind smile appeared on Old Mu's wrinkled face. I mainly want to talk about your future career planning, and I want to know your views on the starry sky. Career planning? The starry sky? Su Chen's expression was somewhat confused. He didn't quite understand what the other party meant. Career planning? As a shield warrior, isn't my future path just to level up and improve my equipment and skills? Having such thoughts isn't wrong. In fact, it's a generally correct answer. But there are always people in the world who are different from ordinary folks like you, like Meng Yuxuan and Luo Xing who took the exam with you. In fact, most rare professionals are. Your starting point is undoubtedly much higher than that of ordinary professionals. In this case, do you still want to walk the same ordinary path as them? Su Chen still didn't understand. Regardless of the profession, isn't the ultimate pursuit always the maximum level cap, top-tier equipment, and various extraordinary skills? This is true at level 1, and it remains true at level 100. Compared to ordinary professionals, all we have is a few extra attribute points for leveling up, and the ability to comprehend special skills of our profession at certain levels. Aside from that, we don't have many advantages. Even legendary professions are the same. Just like now. Su Chen brought his weapon in front of him. An ordinary rare profession could take my weapon into the trial, and the results might not be worse than those of 2 legendary professions. In the end, a good profession is just a small boost on the path to becoming stronger. Hearing Su Chen's remarks, Old Mu was slightly surprised. Most young people who had just changed professions were still immersed in the merits and prospects of their professions. Very few young people, like Su Chen, saw things so clearly. Even the students in the academy were the same. They reveled in the joy of transitioning to rare professions. They always held a superior attitude towards those ordinary professions. Only profession theory. Well said, it seems you have a profound understanding of this aspect. Old Mu nodded in approval and then asked, since you mentioned that the strength of a professional lies in the 3 general aspects of equipment, skills, and levels. Take this trial as an example. You swept through the trial grounds relying on this purple equipment and a few skills. Your advantage over others lies in your equipment and skills, doesn't it? Your proud LV-19 didn't play any role, right? After all, the level of the trial monsters is the same as yours. In this regard, you have no advantage. Hearing Old Mu mention his skills, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained unchanged as he replied, "That's true, I was just lucky and took a bit of advantage." Old Moo swayed in her rocking chair, her body gently rocking as she smiled again. "If the low levels are like this, then what about the high levels? What about the max level? Have you ever thought about this question? Others have accumulated countless years at level 100. How can you compare your equipment, your skill intensity? Which one can surpass them? Even for those in life professions, if they have spent decades accumulating at level 100, how weak can they possibly be? If humans are like this, then what about monsters? The higher the level, the higher the intelligence of the monsters. They are not just a string of code, they are truly terrifying forces capable of annihilating Blue Star. And this is just the monsters in the surrounding starry sky of Blue Star. As for those further away, who knows if there are any?" Su Chen was taken aback by Old Moo's words. Indeed, it was a direction he had never considered. Previously, he thought that by leveling up to the max as quickly as possible, he could rely on the system to gain the most powerful strength. Now, after hearing Old Moo's words, it seemed to make some sense. However, while he pondered what Old Moo had said, Su Chen felt a bit confused. "So, according to you, the first to reach max level must be the strongest, and it would be difficult for later arrivals to surpass them, right?" Old Moo shook her cane, and a cup of fragrant tea appeared before her. She took a gentle sip before saying, "So, doesn't this bring us back to our initial topic? Which path do you want to take? Is it the ordinary path of hard work, quickly leveling up to 100, turning from a genius into an ordinary person? Or is it the true path of a prodigy?" Guided by Old Moo, Su Chen found himself with no other choice. He didn't want to be bullied after reaching level 100, so he sincerely asked, "Then may I ask, Old Moo, what exactly is the second path?" Su Chen stood up, slightly bowed towards the old woman in front of him, raised his hands in a fist, and performed a gesture he deemed appropriate. The summary of the prodigy path is 4 words: accumulate foundation. And this foundation is vast experience. Experience enough to burst everything. Hearing this, Su Chen felt a bit confused again. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. It shouldn't be because he hadn't washed his hair before today's exam, but because he needed to think more. Why did he not understand as he listened? Since the demand for experience is so great, why not quickly level up to 100? After all, the base experience from level 100 monsters is the highest. Shouldn't the experience gained from killing monsters of the same level be the most? Old Moo seemed to have anticipated Su Chen's question. She patiently explained, "Wisdom. I told you before, the higher the level, the higher the intelligence of the monsters. They won't wait for you to kill them. Moreover, some will find themselves a strong backing. Under the protection of powerful monsters, what will you do? Don't even mention killing them. Even finding some lone monsters isn't particularly easy. Otherwise, would I still need to ask you? So, being at a high level isn't necessarily the best time to accumulate experience. By accumulating foundation, putting experience into skill upgrades, and honing equipment to the best it can be, you can maximize the efficiency of gaining experience. Don't think it's a waste of time. You should know that most of the current level 100 powerhouses are doing exactly what I said. It's just that their levels are too high, and they can't easily gain experience like you can. Even now, I rarely hear of new divine skills being born. Do you understand why I want you to take the prodigy path after this explanation?" Hearing this, Su Chen finally understood what the path of the prodigy mentioned by Old Moo was all about. Due to level restrictions, newly promoted level 100 powerhouses with their shallow foundations find it difficult to match the strength of established powerhouses. This includes those ancient monsters with long lifespans. This also leads to the awkward situation where even if a genius advances to level 100, they will face a long period of stagnation with no way to progress, without experience to upgrade skills, without the best equipment to arm themselves, and various other limitations. Su Chen now realized that advancing to level 100 was not as glorious as he had imagined. "Old Moo, if I want to walk this path of the prodigy, what should I do?" Su Chen asked. After killing monsters, the experience automatically fills the experience bar and cannot be used to upgrade skills. Su Chen's choice did not surprise Old Moo. In fact, most students from the highest academy are quite proud. The worst among them are still rare professions. Unless one has absolute strength, who would be convinced by whom? So when they learned about the information regarding the path of the prodigy, most would choose this path to prove themselves. Use the Qiankuan lock. Old Moo took out a capsule-shaped piece of equipment, only the size of a fist, but it emitted a faint purple glow around it. "This is the Qiankuan lock I used before. Due to rule restrictions, I cannot let you check its attributes yourself. The Qiankuan lock contains an infinitely large experience pool. Once equipped, it can absorb 90% of the experience you gain each time and store it within. As for the remaining 10%, that is for your daily upgrades." 90% experience? Su Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. If only 10% of the experience was available, how could they upgrade? Wouldn't they be stuck in place for a lifetime, overtaken and surpassed by those normal students? Exactly. As for why it's 90%, if you want to transform your skills into divine skills, the total experience required is roughly 9 times that of leveling from 1 to 100, maybe a bit less, but 90% is enough. Old Mu looked at Su Chen, who was incredulous, and asked, "What's wrong? Do you feel the upgrades are too slow? Or is the required experience too much?" Su Chen nodded. A gap of nearly 9 times in experience, who could withstand that? As for divine skills, he had only learned a bit about them from the materials. They are the products of skills reaching their peak. He wasn't clear on the specifics. Even without considering divine skills, the normal upgrade speed was already slow. If he put the experience into the Qiankuan lock, how long would it take to reach level 100? If everyone had divine skills, how could they be worthy of the word divine? At this point, a faint pride rose from Old Mu. She was the master of divine skills, one of the highest combat powers recognized by humanity. She was very clear about a difference between divine skills and non-divine skills. It could starkly divide powerhouses of the same level into 2 species, one in the sky, the other on the ground. It was that simple. As for the time it took, if one wasn't a super genius, who would choose such a tortuous path? Wouldn't it be better to advance to level 100 early and become a so-called powerhouse? The specifics you'll naturally know when you come to the highest academy. Don't worry, compared to this little cost, what you gain will far exceed what you pay by 10-fold or 100-fold. The 3rd day after the trial ends is the official start of the highest academy, so don't be late. After saying this, without any further action from Old Mu, Su Chen was already teleported back to the trial square. Beside him, a young man with a dazed expression was looking up at the sky, appearing to be overly impacted. Level 17. Not a low level, probably that legendary professional Luo Xing. But this had nothing to do with Su Chen. The rankings on the light screen had basically solidified, just waiting for the candidates who had not yet finished the trial to come out, and this year's college entrance examination would be completely over. Su Chen waited for a while, and the trial tower emitted a burst of white light, slowly sinking into the ground, disappearing from sight. The previous authoritative voice sounded again. The trial is over. Candidates may use the teleportation stones to return to their respective schools. The enrollment teacher will contact you through the trials, wishing all candidates a prosperous path and an early ascension. As the voice fell, the light curtain in the sky shattered like a mirror, turning into countless thin papers that flew into the hands of the candidates. Accompanying them was a teleportation stone identical to the one they had arrived with. Su Chen curiously looked at the golden thin paper, and countless trial information surged into his mind in an unknown manner. After a moment, a look of realization flashed across Su Chen's face. This was the paper version of the leaderboard, also a proof of personal trial results. On the leaderboard, Su Chen was at the top. The credit differences among this batch of candidates were extremely exaggerated and terrifying. Even the 3rd-ranked Meng Yuxuan had credits far exceeding those of previous top scorers. First place, Su Chen, 506,300 points. Second place, Luo Xing, 244,800 points. Third place, Meng Yuxuan, 186,500 points. Fourth place, Kong Haoming, 124,000 points. Fifth place, Li Zihan, 123,800 points. 32nd place, Yun Qi, 74,560 points. 44th place, Lin Luo, 72,600 points. Taking the exam with these freaks, I really can't believe it. My credits don't even reach a fraction of theirs, and I'm still trying to get into some mediocre academy. Exactly, especially this Su Chen, 500,000 credits? He must have cleared the major trials too. Is there anything easy about this batch? Even some rare professions can solo boss monsters at this stage. How are we supposed to survive? Looking at their credits, they probably just barely defeated the first boss monster, but in previous years it was never this outrageous. Sigh, with my credits, I'm going to fall behind. Just asking, will their high credits affect our chances at a low-tier academy? Damn, that hurts. A group of candidates did not leave immediately but began discussing the recent trials among themselves, especially Su Chen, Luo Xing, and Meng Yuxuan, who indeed managed to secure the top 3 spots. From the basic levels at the start, it could be inferred that this year's candidates from Hedong province had produced 3 legendary professionals. Compared to previous years, where there was either none or just one, this year was undoubtedly much livelier. Su Chen did not linger for long, gripping the teleportation stone and starting to return to school. White light flashed continuously. Candidates from Huchuan High School returned, one after another from the trial grounds. Upon seeing Su Chen, they all offered their congratulations, their eyes filled with endless envy. The top scorer of Huchuan province, and a full-score top scorer at LV 19. Once this news spreads, all major forces will take action, especially those grassroots organizations who will do everything to befriend Su Chen. Investing in Su Chen guarantees at least a level 100 powerhouse as a backing. A surefire deal, who wouldn't be tempted? When Su Chen walked out of the teaching building, Luo Fei, who had been waiting there, hurried over. He wrapped his arm around Su Chen's neck and grinned. Mosquito, how did you do? You didn't embarrass your brother Fei, did you? I shocked all the candidates at the time. As my little brother, you should at least bring back a second place. Though he said this, Luo Fei understood that Su Chen was competing against all the main combat candidates in the province. While he was full of confidence in Su Chen, he didn't dare to make any rash conclusions before the trial ended. Su Chen gave him a speechless glance, then handed the golden paper in his hand to him. Luo Fei took it and saw that the original credit ranking had somehow turned into an admission notice. Shinwu Academy College Entrance Admission Notice. Shinwu Academy? Wow, isn't this the highest academy of our Shenlong Empire? Impressive, Mosquito. Seeing the large characters on the golden paper, Luo Fei exclaimed excitedly, drawing the attention of the surrounding students. When they noticed Su Chen beside him, they all turned their heads away, pretending nothing had happened. If the provincial champion couldn't get into the highest academy, wouldn't the trials be a joke? Luo Fei didn't notice the reactions of those around him and continued to browse through all the contents of the admission notice. When he discovered the attached credit ranking list, his eyes widened and his mouth fell open, unable to speak for a long time. I was just joking about being the second place. Hey, how did you come back as the champion? Luo Fei was still somewhat incredulous. His good brother had actually pulled off something big. Bro, I might have spoken a bit too loudly just now. Please be magnanimous. And don't hold it against me. Su Chen gave Luo Fei a playful slap on the back, scolding with a smile. Are you making fun of me here? Luo Fei scratched his head, only managing a few dry laughs. Su Chen, not in a good mood, put the admission notice back in his backpack and asked, when does your school start? In half a month. The school hasn't urged us to arrive early. What about you, Mosquito? Su Chen held up 3 fingers and gestured. 3 days. A teacher in the academy told me. So I need to go home for a bit, think about what else to bring on the way, and then head to Tiandu. Shinwu Academy is located in Tiandu, the core of the Shenlong Empire. It is a metropolis that integrates economy, politics, and culture. Countless people travel to and from Tiandu every day, so he needs to book his ticket there as soon as possible. To avoid missing out on tickets, although the world has been forced to merge game rules, the technology of Blue Star has not regressed. After years of development, it is even more advanced than in Su Chen's previous life. So soon? Luo Fei was a bit surprised, then rubbed his chin, nodding pretentiously. After all, it's the highest academy. It's normal for the requirements to be stricter. Since that's the case, Mosquito, you should prepare a bit. It's unfamiliar there, and there will definitely be a lot to take care of. Su Chen nodded, quite agreeing with what Luo Fei said. Just as the two were chatting, a rosy figure approached and stopped in front of them. Seeing the person, Su Chen was slightly taken aback and was the first to speak. Hello, Principal. Luo Fei did the same, looking at the beaming principal, finding it somewhat amusing that he was coming now. Wasn't it a bit late? He knew the principal's intention was simply to get close to Su Chen, who was about to soar to great heights. But others might not know. How could Luo Fei not be aware of how Su Chen's rewards were cut after he changed to a shield warrior? Now he wanted to mend the relationship? Luo Fei shook his head and scoffed, waving his hand to Su Chen, preparing to leave first. Just enough to give the two some space to talk privately, so the principal wouldn't lose face later. I didn't expect that our Huchuan High School could actually produce a college entrance examination champion. Not bad, not bad, it's all thanks to you, Su Chen. Su Shan patted Su Chen on the shoulder, showing a kind and amiable expression like an elder. The last student who brought us such honor was 5 years ago, but the best score only reached the top 100. Not to mention you. Even Yun Qi and Lin Luo can't compare. Su Chen smiled humbly, then suddenly moved the principal's hand off his shoulder. It's all thanks to the school's good teaching. I just did what I was supposed to do. They had crossed paths before, but it couldn't be considered familiar. However, Su Chen's impression of Su Shan had never been very good, especially since he had taken away the rewards that rightfully belonged to him, which further lowered Su Chen's opinion of this person. As for the original reward, he heard it was uniformly distributed by the Education Bureau to outstanding students, having nothing to do with the school at all. Su Shan laughed a few times upon hearing this, looking at Su Chen with admiration. This kid really knows how to speak. Look at him, achieving the top score in the province without being arrogant or impatient, not forgetting the school's nurturing. This is the true genius of Huchuan High School. Don't be so modest. If it were someone else who achieved what you have, they'd probably be strutting around like a peacock. To celebrate Su Chen's outstanding achievements, I, on behalf of the school, am awarding you the Excellent Alumni Scholarship. It includes some materials used for early upgrades, such as recovery potions, slot gems, and other items. Su Shan waved his hand grandly, presenting a beautiful scroll to Su Chen. This is a storage scroll, all the rewards from the scholarship are inside. Don't worry, this is just the first phase of the reward. For the next few years at the academy, we will continue to support you in the name of the school. So, what do you think? Not bad, right? As Su Shan spoke, he laughed again, but soon his smile began to freeze on his face, because Su Chen not only did not take the storage scroll but instead gently pushed it back towards him. Thank you for your kindness, Principal. I appreciate it, but during the trial, a senior has already promised to prepare a scholarship for me at the Divine Martial Academy. These should be left for other outstanding alumni or junior students to use. Su Chen showed a friendly smile, showing no sign of rejecting Su Shan's offer awkwardly. He walked past Su Shan, apologizing slightly. Sorry, Principal, I have some things to tidy up at home and I need to report to the Divine Martial Academy soon. I hope you understand. Saying this, he quickly left the school, ignoring the unpleasant expression on the principal's face. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Su Shan furrowed his brows, and the earlier joyful expression completely vanished. Divine Martial Academy? Could it be Mu Lao? Besides her during the trial, were there other teachers from the top academies? Or did this kid discover something? If it were the former, Su Shan wouldn't mind putting his pride aside to give the scroll away. After all, who would criticize supporting an outstanding graduate? But if it were the latter, a trace of regret suddenly flashed through Su Shan's mind. If it weren't for his sudden change of heart back then, would this scroll have already been given out today? Perhaps he could have had a level 100 powerhouse as a student in the future. Unfortunately, Su Chen, who had already returned home, was unaware of the principal's inner turmoil. It had little to do with him. Just a shallow-minded principal. If he were to covet the resources offered, Su Chen would undoubtedly face trouble from him in the future. Su Chen lay on the sofa, relaxing his body. 7 consecutive days of high-intensity upgrades had truly worn him out. If he could, he would love to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights without waking. But the system's notification shattered Su Chen's fantasy. Dare to be the first in the world. Task completed. You have received Sheep Fat Jade times 2000. What the heck, 2000 Sheep Fat Jades? Upon seeing the reward, Su Chen jumped up from the sofa in excitement. So many gems actually yielded the Sheep Fat Jade he needed the most? His luck was off the charts. The Sheep Fat Jade is similar to the blue chalcedony that Su Chen obtained earlier. Both are gems that can be embedded in equipment, greatly enhancing personal combat power. Especially for a student like Su Chen, who is preparing to walk the path of a genius, the boost provided by the gems will undoubtedly last longer than for ordinary people. Su Chen picked up a piece of Sheep Fat Jade. Its surface was light yellow, with a delicate texture, and there was a greasy sensation that brushed past his fingertips while he played with it. Sheep Fat Jade level 1 usable for equipment above level 20 damage. 10 The additional damage of a level 1 Sheep Fat Jade is only 10 points, which Su Chen did not mind. For gem-type items to be effective, they must be continuously synthesized to achieve powerful effects comparable to modification equipment. Now with 2000 pieces of Sheep Fat Jade in hand, as long as Su Chen's level rises to 20, he can find suitable equipment to start embedding them. After putting away the rewards, Su Chen did not rush to leave the city to level up but went straight back to his bedroom to rest. With the college entrance examination over, he also needed to release and relax his tense nerves. Meanwhile, the news that Hechuan High School produced a provincial champion in this year's college entrance examination finally spread. Under the arrangement of the school leadership, eye-catching banners were hung in every corner of the school. Congratulations to our student Su Chen for winning the provincial champion in this year's college entrance examination. Warm congratulations to our 3 geniuses for being admitted to the Divine Martial Academy. Champion High School welcomes all new students' parents to enroll. Not just banners. The school's official website, the education department's website, and even the Hechuan city government personally joined in to warmly congratulate the birth of the champion. For a time, most people paying attention to this year's college entrance examination knew that their home had produced a champion. Breaking previous records, he successfully topped the list with a perfect score. Major forces took notice and sent people to court him, wanting to bring a potential new star into their ranks. Huang Yiming, as the steward of the Mage Mutual Aid Association, personally came to Hechuan High School, preparing to visit the school leadership and Su Chen himself. Several powerful social elites with strong auras also appeared around him. They had the same intentions as Huang Yiming. One of them saw Huang Yiming arrive and couldn't help but sneer. Doesn't your Mage Mutual Aid Association have anyone left? You let the meat delivered to your doorstep slip away. Your president must be really bold to still let you come here. Hearing this, Huang Yiming's face involuntarily flashed with a hint of embarrassment. A few months ago, a talented mage wanted to join the Mutual Aid Association but was intercepted by another group halfway, making him a bit of a joke among his peers recently. That incident was just a small episode, but unexpectedly, it was brought up for ridicule at this moment. Huang Yiming felt gloomy but did not want to waste words with them, engaging in useless arguments. After waiting for a moment, he finally succeeded in meeting the school leadership. The man was portly, bald, and looked no different from most middle-aged men. But Huang Yiming knew that this leader had received help from the old president and had some connections with the Mutual Aid Association. With Su Chen's current popularity, the number of people coming to find him was certainly not small. Huang Yiming was not a big shot, he had no advantage over others, so he could only rely on the old president's connections to find the school leadership, hoping to gather information about Su Chen's whereabouts. Old he, you must know the purpose of my visit. I won't beat around the bush. I want to know where Su Chen lives, Huang Yiming stated directly. Old he, sitting in a recliner, leisurely took a puff of smoke, looking at Huang Yiming with a light smile. Old Huang, you know, as the leader of Haichuan High School, I won't casually disclose a student's privacy. If this matter gets out, it will not only affect the school's reputation but also cause me considerable trouble in my personal future. Huang Yiming felt somewhat helpless and took out a prepared envelope from his pocket. He placed it on the table and pushed it forward. I know, I heard that a new restaurant has opened in the East City where they serve dishes made with special experience items. Lao he, if you have time, you should go and try it. The middle-aged leader placed his hand on the envelope, feeling its shape and thickness, and a smile appeared on his face. Sure, I've been wanting to try it for a long time, but, you know, the school's salary is really not enough. I'm quite strapped for cash. Huang Yiming thought to himself, damn, being strapped for cash, you're a school leader, look at how impressive you are. Not even caring about the old president's kindness, just don't let me run into you in the wild. Su Chen slept straight until 3 in the afternoon. After a quick wash, just as he was about to head out of the city to level up, he heard the doorbell ring outside. Su Chen opened the door to find Huang Yiming, dressed in a long robe and smiling, standing at the entrance, holding a magic book that emitted a strange aura. A mage, and a high-level one at that. At least 20 levels above him, he couldn't even see the basic information. Faced with the sudden visit from a high-level mage, Su Chen was a bit confused and asked, "Excuse me, sir, what brings you here?" Seeing that Su Chen had no intention of inviting him in, Huang Yiming wasn't annoyed. He was here to invite someone to join, not to act like a big shot. The hierarchy was quite clear. He introduced himself. Hello, Su Chen, I'm the steward of the Mage Mutual Aid Association in Haichuan City, and I'm here to invite you to join us. Mage Mutual Aid Association? Su Chen had never heard of it, and besides, as a shield warrior, would it really be appropriate for him to join such a mage guild? Sorry, I'm not very interested in joining a guild, Su Chen replied with a smile. And I'm leaving Haichuan City in a few days, so joining a guild wouldn't be very suitable. Without giving Huang Yiming a chance to respond, Su Chen quickly closed the door. Bang! The sound echoed around. Huang Yiming stood awkwardly in place, not expecting to be met with a closed door right away. Given this attitude, it seemed unlikely that further persuasion would be effective. But Huang Yiming didn't give up. He squatted at the corner not far from Su Chen's house, preparing to create a chance encounter. When the time came, he would try to persuade him again. If successful, that would be great, but if not, he would have to abandon the plan. I have to say, Huang Yiming's patience was quite commendable. He really did wait until Su Chen was ready to leave the city. He followed from a distance, thinking about how to create a chance encounter. Should he take a detour to meet him head-on, or follow from behind? Neither seemed good. It all felt a bit forced. While he was pondering, Su Chen had already reached the west side of the city gate, looking like he was about to leave the city to level up. Huang Yiming didn't want to run into Su Chen outside the city, as that would lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Just as he was about to call out to Su Chen, he suddenly stopped, his expression turning suspicious as he stared ahead. He saw Su Chen fully equipped with weapons and armor, carrying an exaggerated giant axe on his back, and under his frowning gaze, he slowly walked out of the city gate. This kid, could he be the one the president mentioned? Huang Yiming lost interest in a chance encounter, his face showing a flicker of uncertainty. Huang Yiming paused in thought, and after a moment he turned and left the West City Gate, heading towards the Mutual Aid Association's base. He was unsure what choice the president would make upon learning the news, but reason told him that he should not continue to wade through this murky water. Even following the other person from a distance felt inappropriate to Huang Yiming, so he didn't even use any means of communication, directly returning to the Union to minimize his involvement. As a senior steward, he had the authority to meet the president directly. Upon arriving at the base, he went straight to the 3rd floor and stopped in front of the president's door. Knock, knock, knock. He tapped on the door and, without waiting for a response from inside, opened the door and walked in. At that moment, President Wang Fei was frowning as he looked out the window, ignoring the heavy documents piled on the desk. He merely glanced at Huang Yiming's arrival before turning his gaze back to the distance. President, there's something I want to report to you. Huang Yiming stood behind Wang Fei, his voice somewhat heavy. What is it? Wang Fei was indifferent. He felt that any matter could wait. The murderer of Wang Heng had not yet been found, so how could he focus on anything else? However, Huang Yiming's response caused his expression to change. The person who killed young Master Heng has been found. According to the description from young Master's classmates, that person was holding a shield and wielding a huge axe as a weapon. But that person seems to be Su Chen. The same Su Chen who just became the provincial champion, the one you were going to invite to join the association. Wang Fei turned around, a strong aura erupting from him, as if he were a volcano about to erupt. His eyes widened, staring intently at Huang Yiming. Are you sure? It's that Su Chen? Not someone else? Under this pressure, Huang Yiming felt a heaviness in his chest, even finding it difficult to breathe. I'm sure. Based on the information you provided, in terms of level, equipment, and appearance, Su Chen matches the clues perfectly. There's almost no chance of error. Upon hearing this, Wang Fei closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and turned his back to Huang Yiming again. After a long while, he spoke softly, I understand. You can leave now. Just as Huang Yiming was about to exit the room, Wang Fei suddenly spoke again. Where is he? Huang Yiming trembled slightly and quickly replied respectfully, outside the West City. Outside the city, Su Chen, who was happily leveling up and just 10% away from reaching LV20, was disturbed by a system notification. He frowned as he read the message that had come through. Malice of the Mutual Aid Association Mission. Difficulty, mission content, urgent mission. The president of the Mutual Aid Association has discovered the true cause of his son's death and has decided to take action against you immediately. Please survive the impending assassination. Mission reward, 1 piece of designated LV20 purple equipment. Mutual Aid Association? Su Chen's impression of this guild was limited to Huang Yiming. They had only exchanged a few words, so it was unlikely he had offended them. Moreover, the system's hint was about the president's son dying. Why would he kill the president's son for no reason? That doesn't make sense. Wait. Su Chen suddenly remembered the arrogant young man who had been so boastful in front of him before. His strength wasn't impressive, but he had a big mouth, even claiming that Su Chen wouldn't be able to leave Hechuan City. He seemed quite powerful. After killing that guy, he had almost forgotten about it, not expecting retribution to come so quickly. Su Chen stored his equipment in his backpack, took out the goblin bone knife he hadn't discarded earlier, and pretended to be a warrior. At the same time, he tucked away those green equipment rings to make himself appear as ordinary as possible. Su Chen didn't dare to gamble on what level of strong opponents might come to assassinate him. It was always better to be cautious. Glancing at the sky, Su Chen didn't return to the city immediately but instead moved south along the edge of the low-level area. LV-22, LV-26, LV-30. Until the surroundings were filled with LV-30 monsters, Su Chen finally felt a bit more at ease. Those people want to kill me, and they have 2 choices. One is to directly leave the city and take me out. The second is to send someone to watch at the city gate, waiting for further action. Moreover, the Mutual Aid Society is not aware that I know their plans, so apart from the West City gate, they are unlikely to set up surveillance at the other 3 gates. So as long as I can avoid this period and hold out until tomorrow morning at the latest, I can safely return to the city. Su Chen analyzed the situation, considering all the possible actions of the Mutual Aid Society. He put himself in their shoes, planning how they could quietly kill him. Su Chen was now the top scorer of the college entrance examination, a prodigy about to enter the Divine Martial Academy. If someone were to discover that he had been secretly assassinated, it would definitely cause a tsunami-like uproar. The authorities would spare no effort in finding the murderer. In this situation, the other party would likely secretly hire professionals to act, avoiding leaving too many suspicious traces. At the same time, to ensure they could kill Su Chen, the incoming attackers would not be of too low a level. If they were main combat classes, they would at least be above LV-30. As he thought about this, Su Chen's heart began to race. After all, in 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had been so closely targeted, something he had never encountered before. If a big shot above LV-40 came, he would have no chance of survival. Or they might discover him before he could escape back to Hechuan City. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. Su Chen put on his equipment again, walking south along the edge while watching those LV-30 wild monsters. If he could level up to LV-20 and gain another SSS level skill, even if he was caught, it would increase his chances of escaping. Seeing a group of not too large earth dragon beasts, Su Chen gritted his teeth and charged forward. Who cares about level suppression, just do it. Yi Hui was a killer. He had transitioned to the main combat class, Assassin, years ago. He thought it was the beginning of his peak in life, but what awaited him was a nightmare. In the early stages of his transition, he only had a basic backstab and didn't even have shadow stealth, making it extremely difficult for him to level up. After all, the development direction of an assassin meant he didn't have tank-like attributes. Moreover, without the most important, shadow stealth, he couldn't truly blend into the darkness and deliver a fatal blow to his enemies. Yi Hui could only struggle in direct combat with those monsters. He didn't even have the chance to trigger skills for a sneak attack. A fragile character fighting monsters in melee and without any means of recovery. One can imagine how miserable his life was at that time. As a main combat class, he hadn't even been admitted to a second-rate academy. It must be said that Yi Hui's life back then was like a joke. It wasn't until half a year ago that he accidentally obtained Shadow Stealth and truly became a professional assassin. Backed by the Shadow Alliance, he barely survived by taking on some not too difficult tasks. Until today, he found a very simple task in his task list: kill a LV-19 newbie. Although Yi Hui didn't think he was particularly powerful as a LV-34, he felt incredibly confident in dealing with such a newcomer. It wasn't until he saw the target's introduction that Yi Hui became cautious, carefully checking the places where Su Chen might appear. Once I finish this job, I'll have to run, sigh. I really feel a bit reluctant to leave here. Looking at the surrounding monsters and the occasional passing professionals, Yi Hui revealed a bitter smile. If given a choice, who would want to do such dirty work, even worse than the sewers? Unfortunately, fate does not stand on my side. I can only accept it. Sorry, Su Chen, but I have to completely take you out. After all, you messed with the wrong people. As a professional assassin, Yi Hui dared to take on such assassination contracts not only because of the confidence brought by his overwhelming level but also due to a little gadget for tracking people and objects. According to the intelligence, after he exited the West City Gate, he headed straight for all leveling areas between LV-17 and LV-25. The target's level was close to LV-20, and if he wanted to level up, there weren't many options outside the West City. Moreover, the activity of personnel in such low-level areas was sparse, and he was confident he could find and kill Su Chen before sunset. He arrived at the nearest location, the jungle swamp. Yi Hui took out a worm with 2 long antennae from his backpack. This was a chi recognition worm. This milky white little worm was a rare top-tier item even among assassins. It could identify the life signs of all creatures below the user's level 10, recording and displaying the data in front of the user. It was an alternative biological tracker after the fusion of rules, and its effectiveness was quite powerful. Yi Hui held it in his hand, watching the 2 antennae of the chi recognition worm shake continuously, occasionally flashing a faint red light. After about 5 minutes, the chi recognition worm completed the collection of high-level life signs in Yi Hui's exploration area of the jungle swamp. Suddenly, a virtual screen appeared in front of him, visible only to Yi Hui. It displayed various colored data bars. Among them, the white data was the most prominent, undoubtedly representing the most common wild monsters in this area, which Yi Hui ignored. He then blurred the life sign range perceived by the chi recognition worm to LV-15, LV-25. Useless data was directly reduced by half. It wasn't that Yi Hui didn't want to continue narrowing the range, but the chi recognition worm's ability was limited, and it couldn't probe any further. The intelligence indicated that Su Chen had left the city alone, so he eliminated the numerous, chaotic, and dense life signs. These were likely the life professions or current adventurers in groups. None of them were his targets. Gradually filtering through Yi Hui retained a few noteworthy life signs as alternatives. He then moved to another area, taking the chi recognition worm for a round, carefully inspecting. This process was very tedious, even somewhat frustrating. But Yi Hui had no extraneous emotions. He simply searched slowly, one by one. It would be best to find him, complete the job, and then go to the Shadow Alliance in another city to collect the bounty. Although the overall environment had humans united against external threats, focusing mainly on the depths of space, the internal strife was not insignificant. In fact, due to the emergence of adventurers, the situation had become even more complicated than before the fusion of rules. This was why underground forces like the Shadow Alliance had surfaced. As for not finding him, well, then he wouldn't search anymore. It would just be a waste of time, something he had encountered before. As time passed, the sun slowly set, and with the reward time about to end, Yi Hui still had not found any trace of Su Chen. Relying on his exceptionally high agility attribute, Yi Hui ran through all the places between LV-15 and LV-25. The clues in his hand were increasing, but he still hadn't found the target. At this moment, only 3 individual life signs appeared somewhat suspicious in his view. However, he had just seen 2 of them. There were 2 students leveling outside the city, with levels quite decent among this batch of students. They were at LV-14 and LV-15, which did not match the target's LV-19 strength, right? Yi Hui frowned slightly. Could it be that the other party had already returned? He looked towards the city gate, but the internal system of the Shadow Alliance did not provide any hints about task cancellation or completion. The informants he left at the city gate had not reported any news of the target returning. So where could he have gone? Leaning against a large tree, Yi Hui rubbed his chin, his eyes filled with contemplation. Just when Yi Hui was at a loss and prepared to give up, his gaze inadvertently glanced at the distant brown forest, a place he used to frequent for leveling. It was also a dead corner he had not explored. Could it be over there? Yi Hui didn't hold out much hope. Being able to narrow down the search to LV-25 was already a high regard for the target. As for higher level areas, he hadn't considered them. After all, challenging higher levels comes with level suppression. No matter how strong one is, being 5 or 6 levels lower makes one as weak as a muggle, and training there would be utterly meaningless. However, after some thought, Yi Hui decided to investigate further. After searching for so long, he wasn't afraid of spending a little more time. He set off towards the Earth Dragon Mountain range from LV-26 to LV-30. Just as he entered, the sensing bug's two long antennae began to shake wildly. The previously marked Kiora was actually present here. Too. Yi Hui's eyes lit up. Could it really be here? But this place wasn't meant for newly promoted students. Could it be other professionals? Yi Hui pondered for a moment and then made up his mind. Whether it was or not, he had to see it for himself. After all, there was only one clue left. His figure trembled and transformed into a shadow, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind a series of footprints leading deeper into the Earth Dragon Mountain range. Meanwhile, on Su Chen's side, due to the terrifying attribute suppression, his monster farming efficiency was not ideal. He no longer had the confidence of facing multiple enemies like the dog-headed men. Against these Earth Dragon beasts, even though they were just ordinary low-level monsters, the pressure they exerted was much greater than that of a boss at the same level. The attribute suppression from LV-30 to LV-19 was as high as 55%. This meant that every attack from the Earth Dragon beast would break through his defenses and deal considerable damage. His own health and mana were sealed at over half. In such circumstances, Su Chen could only pull 3 to 5 Earth Dragon beasts at a time to attack, ensuring he could level up to LV-20 in the shortest time possible. This was still relying on the results of his 2 SSS level skills. Although the Earth Dragon beasts provided a lot of experience, the efficiency was still far inferior to the wild goblins he had killed before. 96%, 97%, 98%, 99%. Just when Su Chen was less than 100 experience points away from leveling up, a ripple in the air behind him shook and a pitch-black dagger suddenly appeared, stabbing towards the back of his head. Su Chen's heart raced with alarm. The clear killing intent from behind made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Without time to think, he suddenly twisted his body and brought his shield in front of him. -248. -124. Rebound. Seeing such terrifying damage even after the reduction, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat and he quickly retreated. A figure in black appeared where he had been standing. The person wore a scarf and held a black dagger in reverse grip, looking at him with a hint of surprise in their eyes. You actually managed to block my attack? Impressive. You must be the top scorer of the college entrance examination in our Hadong province. Truly remarkable. Yi Hui smiled at Su Chen, but inside he was incredibly shocked. In his ambush, not only had the other party blocked his attack, but the damage dealt was only a little over 200. What kind of monster was this? To be clear, he was at LV-34 assassin. Even if there was no level suppression among humans, that still wasn't a reason for Su Chen to withstand his attack. Fortunately, the target had been found. Now it was just a matter of attacking a few more times. Kid, I don't know where you got your information, but trying to sneak in through the south gate alone is quite clever. You almost tricked me. Unfortunately, heaven did not favor you, genius. Do you have any last words? Su Chen did not speak, only cautiously watching the other party. In the moment the other party made the first move, he could clearly see their level and health. LV-34. A fragile class actually had over 6,500 health. Very strong. This was Su Chen's first impression. But fortunately, it wasn't the LV-40 or above class he had previously guessed. That meant he could fight back, even though he was the one being attacked. Nothing to say? Yi Hui said. His figure flickered and disappeared from Su Chen's sight. Relying on the trait of shadow stealth, he could gain invisibility for a short time. In a dim environment, it had a certain effect boost. However, Yi Hui's level wasn't too high, and he couldn't eliminate the sound of his footsteps. The moment he wanted to ambush Su Chen, he was detected in advance, and Su Chen raised his shield in front of him. -275. -137.5. Rebound. -280. -140. Rebound. -290. -145. Rebound. Yi Hui's dagger flashed with black light, swinging 3 times at an extremely fast speed, instantly reducing Su Chen's health by almost 1/4. Fortunately, Su Chen had filled his rage while fighting the Earth Dragon beast. Earlier, health increased 10%, damage increased 20%, damage reduction 15%. With the 3 buffs stacked, Su Chen's total health reached 4246, a level that made others of the same rank look up in awe. Excluding the 90% damage reduction from shield counterattack, the damage Yi Hui dealt to him could still be reduced by another 15%. Although Su Chen was forced to keep retreating, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. This assassin's damage was terrifying, but it would be equally difficult to kill him instantly, because a faint green light began to emanate from him like a swarm of fireflies surrounding him, incredibly dreamlike. Plus 84. Plus 84. Plus 84. The second stage of health like a dragon activated. During the time Su Chen was retreating, he had already recovered over 400 health, and Yi Hui's face turned extremely ugly upon seeing this. Damn, this guy actually has a passive skill to recover health. He hadn't seen Su Chen use any potions, so this green glow was a recovery skill he possessed. If he couldn't kill the opponent quickly, they would fall into a stalemate, unable to determine a winner. Not to mention taking the opponent's head for a bounty. Thinking of this, Yi Hui let out a low growl, no longer hiding his figure, and quickly charged towards Su Chen. At the same time, as he stepped on the ground, blue light shadows suddenly appeared, accompanying his footsteps. His speed increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he brought his weapon to Su Chen's face. Bang! 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 Yi Hui frantically waved his dagger, and an 8-part ring symbol appeared above Su Chen's head. With each attack received, the halo would fill one segment. After 8 attacks, the ring symbol would explode, dealing massive damage to the target. Compared to Su Chen, this LV-34 Yi Hui undoubtedly had more skills at his disposal. In just a brief exchange, he had already displayed at least 4 different skills. Moreover, Yi Hui's agility was extremely high, leaving Su Chen with no opportunity to counter. He feared that if he lowered his shield, he would be killed in one hit by the opponent's incredibly high attack speed. At this moment, Su Chen could only grit his teeth and hold on. His only advantage now was his passive health recovery ability and his exceptionally high constitution attribute. He could only compete with the opponent in endurance, looking for an opportunity to defeat him or escape into the city. Hopefully, this guy hasn't passed the message to the Mutual Aid Association. Su Chen silently prayed. Minus 276. Minus 280. Minus 265. Minus 247. Minus 138. Minus 140. Minus 132.5. Minus 123.5. Plus 84. Plus 84. Plus 84. While Yi Hui was attacking Su Chen noticed that the initially unremarkable rebound damage was actually dealing quite a bit of damage to the opponent. Humans are no better than monsters, especially with a fragile body like that. Although Yi Hui has already reached LV-34, his health is at best comparable to that of a LV-16 wild monster. The rebound effect of shield counterattack doesn't show much against wild monsters, but when aimed at a fragile target like Yi Hui, the effect is explosive, especially since Su Chen has the passive health like a dragon, which continuously restores health. With this back and forth, Yi Hui found that after attacking for a long time, he actually received over 1,500 points of rebound damage. It's like killing 1,000 enemies but injuring himself by 1,200. At this rate, before he can kill anyone, Yi Hui might just be the first to go down. Yi Hui stopped his assault, took a step back, and pulled out a bottle of red liquid from his backpack, tilting his head back to drink it. Plus 40. Plus 40. Plus 40. A basic healing potion. Su Chen ignored him. During battle, the healing effect of potions can be interrupted by injury. If Yi Hui continued to attack Su Chen and received rebound damage, that potion would be wasted. Both were recovering health, but their mindsets were completely different. Su Chen had gone from cautious to much more relaxed, while Yi Hui looked at Su Chen with a serious expression. This kid is a bit tricky, like a porcupine. Taking advantage of Yi Hui's pause in attack, Su Chen turned his attention to the earth dragon beast that had been chasing him. Earlier, Yi Hui's sudden attack had interrupted his path to advancement, but now, ha! After holding back for so long, Su Chen shouted and smashed the head of the severely injured earth dragon beast with an axe, its body collapsing to the ground. Minus 2,839. The terrifying damage made Yi Hui's pupils constrict. While feeling alert, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Glad he had noticed this kid's attack in advance, he could now prevent this move in the ongoing battle. Under the immense level suppression, he could still unleash such damage. If it fell on him, Yi Hui couldn't bear to imagine. There is no level suppression among peers, even if most of his equipment is LV-20 or 30 green gear. But if he took that axe, he wouldn't die but would be severely injured. Suddenly, his expression tightened. After Su Chen killed the earth dragon beast, a white light actually shone around him. This is leveling up? After checking Su Chen's level, he indeed rose from LV-19 to LV-20. However, the white light did not immediately dissipate. Instead, it transformed into 3 orbs emitting a soft white glow, continuously circling around Su Chen. Yi Hui didn't understand what these orbs represented, but a strong sense of unease rose within him. Is it because of these 3 orbs? Yi Hui wasn't sure, but he saw Su Chen, who had been somewhat dazed after leveling up, suddenly show him a smile. The smile was incredibly sunny and bright, but in the dim environment of the Earth Dragon Mountains, it appeared extremely eerie and terrifying. Yi Hui's sixth sense went into overdrive, warning him to stay away from this newly leveled LV-20 rookie. What kind of monster is this guy? Just leveling up by one level gives him such an unsettling feeling. Yi Hui decided to abandon this mission and flee to Hechuan City. But just as he activated Shadow Stealth and prepared to escape, an inexplicable force enveloped his entire body, making him involuntarily turn and charge towards Su Chen. Yi Hui's expression changed drastically. Not good. This feeling is the taunt of the shield battle? Yi Hui's heart shook violently. At this moment, he had been controlled by a skill and brought in front of Su Chen. He raised his hand, and the dagger lunged forward. Bang! The attack landed on the shield, and a damage value of -246 appeared. But in Yi Hui's eyes, the three orbs of light surrounding Su Chen spun wildly at the moment the attack landed, forming a translucent light shield that enveloped him. Moreover, the damage number was not the usual red but a very dim grayish white. This indicated that Yi Hui's damage was absorbed by the light shield and did not inflict any substantial harm on Su Chen. At the same time, a faint purple light rapidly filled his vision. The howling wind fiercely slapped against Yi Hui's face, causing his hair to dance wildly and his eyes to widen. Yi Hui turned his head, desperately trying to dodge backward. But Su Chen had only just used taunt now, precisely to keep his opponent completely in place. There was no way he would give Yi Hui even the slightest chance to evade. Whoosh! -5048. Weakness damage. The sound of the axe blade sinking into flesh echoed. Yi Hui's pupils constricted sharply, and his body, which had been retreating, froze. He opened his mouth, pointing at Su Chen, wanting to say something. But with his health reduced to 0, he could only crash heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A trace of shock and confusion remained on Yi Hui's face, as if he couldn't believe he had been easily slain by a mere student. If only he had been a second later. With the help of a basic recovery potion, he could have successfully escaped. Unfortunately, the moment Su Chen received the task, he had already been calculating various possibilities in his mind. With a clear mind and the newly acquired SSS skill, Su Chen had the confidence to use the combination of taunt plus shield counterattack. He decisively took down his opponent. He didn't want to leave himself with any hidden dangers. After all, a hidden assassin was undoubtedly a terrifying threat. After slaying Yi Hui, Su Chen did not delay and continued southward along the Earth Dragon Mountain range towards the city. Su Chen was unsure if there was only one assassin, and he could be discovered even if he hid on this side of the Earth Dragon Mountain range. Others might also have similar tracking methods. For now, it was best to return to the city as quickly as possible. Fortunately, Su Chen's worries were unnecessary. The sky gradually darkened, and along the way, he encountered only returning adventurers. They wore cheerful expressions, loudly boasting about their gains to those around them, occasionally bursting into proud laughter. Su Chen followed this group of adventurers back to the southern city. It wasn't until he arrived home that Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. He then took out his phone and hurriedly changed his ticket for tomorrow morning to tonight. This Hechuan city was too dangerous. He couldn't stay here for even a moment. Just as Su Chen was packing his bags, preparing to flee overnight, a system notification suddenly appeared. Malicious intent of the Mutual Aid Association. Task completed. You have received a LV-20 designated purple equipment box. An item similar to the previous random equipment box appeared in Su Chen's hand. The slight difference was that a key pattern was printed on the top of the box, looking quite meaningful. Thinking of the earlier scene where he was pressured and beaten by Yi Hui, Su Chen felt a surge of anger. Ever since he changed jobs and activated the system, he had been smooth sailing, and this was the first time he had suffered a loss. Although the new SSS skill ultimately gave Su Chen considerable confidence, allowing him to swiftly take down his opponent, he still felt a wave of fear. What if a LV-40 or LV-50 assassin had come this time? Would he still have a chance to survive? Su Chen didn't know. But as the Shield Emperor, he thought it was time to update his core equipment. Su Chen tightly gripped the equipment box glowing with a faint purple light. He silently chanted in his heart. The equipment box slowly opened, and a dazzling purple light shot out from within. Su Chen instinctively squinted his eyes, and when he opened them again, a shield with a metallic texture, shaped like a long triangular point, was fitted onto his left arm. His gaze swept over, and the equipment information immediately appeared before him. Protectors. Choice: purple, usable above LV-20, can be used by dual-wielding classes. Durability: 1000 defense, 1024 constitution plus 21 constitution plus 19 bound, health 542, increase mana 226. Increase. Seeing this shield with such high defense and dual constitution bonuses, Su Chen almost drooled uncontrollably. This was simply the ultimate dream lover for a shield warrior. If he had this shield, would that assassin dare to be so arrogant in front of him? He'd be beaten to a pulp. If I embed the LV4 blue chalcedony on it, combined with the newly acquired SSS skill, this is definitely going to take off. Let's see who can kill me in the future. With such thoughts, Su Chen embedded the blue chalcedony into Protector's Choice and then turned his attention to the new skill he obtained at LV20, Innate Unmoving King, SSS. Passive condenses 3 protective light spheres with 10 times the health power, which will always surround the user, automatically absorbing damage taken. Note, the protective light spheres enjoy the passive enhancement of health like a dragon. Current shield value 95880 after changing the shield end. Embedding an additional blue chalcedony that provided 4000 health, Su Chen's health nearly doubled compared to before. It reached a terrifying 9588 points. With the enhancement of Innate Unmoving King, it was equivalent to Su Chen having a health shield of nearly 100,000. It was precisely because of the appearance of Innate Unmoving King that Su Chen had the confidence to fight that black-clad assassin head-on, with such a high shield, who at the same level could break it? Looking at the 3 light spheres surrounding him, Su Chen felt a wave of reassurance. With an update to his equipment skills, Su Chen suddenly wanted to see how explosive his current attributes were. Name: Su Chen. Class: Shield Emperor. Unique: Level 20 32/361000. Health: 9588 4000. Mana: 763. Strength: 124. Spirit: 37. Constitution: 218. Agility: 34. Physical damage: 1106. Magical damage: 687. Speed: 88. Defense: 2174. Skills: Shield Counterattack, SSS LV1, Tankiest Max, Health Like a Dragon, SSS Max, Innate Unmoving King, SSS Max, Rage, 0 out of 100. Reputation, 500 as a shield warrior. Su Chen now had an impressive 9588 health and 2174 defense. At the same level, Su Chen could serve as the absolute main tank in any team, a super tank that could rival several legendary shield warriors. Moreover, with a damage output of 1106, Su Chen could maintain solid defense while also showcasing damage that could rival the main damage dealer. Now, with 3 SSS skills, Su Chen had truly completed the armor fusion and was soaring to new heights. Today is a good day, a good day. Su Chen hummed a little tune, packed his belongings, and walked out into the cool night towards the station. Just before leaving, he glanced in the direction of the Mutual Aid Association, a cold smile appearing on his face. The next morning, Su Chen arrived at Tiandu with a face full of yawns. Looking at the bustling center of the empire, which was even more prosperous than in his previous life, Su Chen, aside from his initial amazement, just wanted to find a place to sleep. Well, perhaps due to the aftereffects of the assassination attempt last night, everyone he saw in the car looked like a bad person, especially those professionals who were drawn to him by the 3 glowing orbs around him, frequently glancing his way. Su Chen thought the assassins had chased him into the car. Fortunately, on such intercity transport, there were high-level professionals stationed, and no one dared to cause trouble, allowing Su Chen to safely arrive in Tiandu. Following the instructions on his admission notice, Su Chen took a winding route and finally arrived at the entrance of the Divine Martial Academy before noon. This top-tier academy was not much different from those he had seen in his previous life. It emphasized grandeur, heritage, popularity. Whatever was good, it showcased it. At the school gate, he spent 3 gold coins to buy a map of the academy and began to wander around like an ordinary tourist. He explored places like the Treasure Pavilion, Divine Martial Platform, and 10,000 Books Pavilion, going around all of them. After a round, Su Chen noticed that the students inside were generally not very high level, mostly around LV30, LV40. Compared to the LV50 geniuses of other academies, they seemed to fall short, which was a bit of a letdown for the reputation of the highest academy. If Su Chen were unaware of the path of the prodigies, he might have thought, like others, that the highest academy was just a name without substance. With so few high-level students, how could they dare to carry the name of Divine Martial? However, after hearing Old Mu's explanation, Su Chen understood that most of these seniors were utilizing the Qianku unlock to store experience. Their goal was to advance to level 100 in the future, overtaking the old-school level 100 powerhouses and striving to master divine skills in the shortest time possible. After wandering around again, Su Chen arrived at the entrance of the Academic Affairs building, preparing to handle his enrollment in advance. But looking at the towering 20-story building in front of him, Su Chen was full of questions. Was this really not a teaching building? Even if it were a dormitory, he could accept it, but what on earth was an Academic Affairs building? Did a place that handled school affairs really need so many people? Su Chen didn't understand, but he was greatly shocked. Indeed, it was a big city, it was impressive. At the registration desk, Su Chen found a few people like himself, also preparing to check in early. 3 boys and 2 girls were chatting and laughing, looking like they came from the same place. Just as Su Chen was bored waiting in line behind them, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from inside the door. Su Chen, come in. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, crossed over several surprised young men and women, and pushed the door into the registration area. His gaze fell on the figure behind the desk. Old Mu? Why, surprised to see me? Mu Jin put down the documents in his hand and smiled back. I guess so. Aren't you from the admissions office? Why are you here? Just thought I'd drop by since I had some free time. But don't worry, I can't guarantee anything else. But I'm very familiar with your enrollment process. Old Mu typed a few keys on the computer and the printer behind him whirred to life, pushing out a sheet of paper filled with dense text. Handing it to Su Chen, Mujin said, "Fill this out, it's for school registration." Su Chen found a pen from a nearby desk and carefully read the contents. It was no different from normal forms. Age, gender, level, and so on. There was also a choice for dormitory rooms, with options for 4-person or double rooms. However, a portion of the rent needed to be submitted each year, which was not a problem for Su Chen, so he decisively marked the double dormitory. Next were questions like, do you need daily necessities, and do you have any requirements for your roommate? After filling those out simply, Su Chen handed the registration form back to old Mu. Mu Jin glanced at it and then shouted outside, "Xiao Xin, come over and take him to the boys' dormitory area, double room, you arrange it." Before long, a beautiful girl with a ponytail walked in. "Alright, Elder Mu, I'll take the junior over now." Saying this, the girl referred to as Xiao Xian by Elder Mu waved at Su Chen, signaling him to come with her. The two left the registration office and headed straight for the boys' dormitory area. "Junior, I remember that new students have a 3-day break after the college entrance examination. Why are you here so early?" "Oh right, I'm Lu Xian, your senior in the 3rd year hearing." This, Su Chen felt a bit gloomy. Without the pressure of leveling up, who wouldn't want to rest a few more days? But that damn mutual aid association had already started sending assassins after him, and if he didn't run now, he might not get another chance. A large public association like that could easily deal with someone like him, a mere LV-20 practitioner. "Hello, senior, I'm Su Chen. I heard the atmosphere at the academy is nice, so I thought I'd come early to check it out and get familiar with the surroundings." Su Chen chuckled, randomly making up an excuse. The two walked towards the dormitory, chatting along the way. During his conversation with senior Lu Xian, Su Chen unexpectedly discovered that quite a few new students had arrived at the academy early. Especially around the freshman dormitory area, there were small groups of 2 or 3, regardless of gender, quietly discussing something. Seeing Su Chen's surprised expression, Lu Xian smiled and explained, "These are all new students who want to take the path of the exceptional. They've come to scout for teammates in advance. The academy claims to enroll 10,000 students each year, but it's rare for that many to meet the standards. In previous years, having 8 or 9,000 was considered good. In this situation, aside from those students who are leveling up normally, there won't be too many students taking the path of the exceptional. If they want to form a reasonably configured team, it's necessary to come early. After all, the majority of professions in the academy are main combat types, while those support professions are in high demand. By the end of each year, there are always some unfortunate souls who can't find support teammates and have to make do with a few main combat types, barely getting by." At this point, Lu Xian couldn't help but add, "But don't think that having more damage output is a good thing. You won't see problems in the short term, but the time spent on the path of the exceptional won't be short. Such an unbalanced team configuration won't last long before they fail in dungeons or secret realms. Neither safety nor efficiency can compare to a normal team. If possible, I still suggest you, Junior Su, take a look early on and build good relationships with some support professions. It will be quite helpful for you in the future." Su Chen nodded, deeply agreeing with what Lu Xian said. Although he considered himself a jack of all trades, after the team-up with Yun Shi that day, he understood the importance of having a good teammate. Moreover, everyone in the academy was a genius, with the lowest being rare professions, and the stronger ones were legendary professions. If he could recruit a few legendary support professions, Su Chen's eyes lit up, feeling that this matter had great potential. Just then, a message suddenly popped up on the panel, which had already unlocked most of its functions. "Add me as a friend?" After the college entrance examination, Su Chen added several friends and teachers with whom he had a good relationship. Li Wenhua, Luo Fei, Yun Qi, and even Yun Ling, with whom he had teamed up once. But looking at the panel displaying Lin Luo LV-16 Hurricane Mage's information, Su Chen felt a bit surprised. His relationship with this guy wasn't exactly close. Why was he adding him now? Despite his inner doubts, considering they were both studying at the Divine Martial Academy and were high school alumni, Su Chen chose to accept the request. It seemed the other party had been waiting for his response. As soon as the friend request was accepted, Lin Luo sent an email. Upon opening it, Su Chen realized it was the 2,000 heavenly tilt stones they had bet on earlier. Su Chen was taken aback. He had almost forgotten about this matter and didn't expect Lin Luo to actually pay up. Choosing to accept the email, a sudden pop-up appeared on the panel, with an address and a series of keys. This indicated that the heavenly tilt stones had been registered with the logistics department and the resource transport was underway. It was estimated that it would arrive in Tiandu within a few days. This reminded Su Chen of the express delivery industry in his previous life. The two were quite similar, the only difference being that the email service didn't require all those messy details to be filled out. One just needed to send an email to the recipient, and the logistics department would quickly complete the delivery based on the user's location and email permissions. However, Lin Luo was indeed impressive, giving away 2,000 heavily tilt stones just like that was no small feat on the market. These would easily fetch at least 200,000 gold coins. Suchen couldn't help but marvel. No wonder the Lin family had a 100-level powerhouse backing them. Even a high school graduate like Lin Luo could produce such resources. Other classmates from well-off families would likely experience an unprecedented surge in strength after the college entrance examination. Suchen could already imagine the scene when school started in a few days, with those classmates decked out in green gear. After all, green gear was the highest level of equipment available for trade. Families with slightly better conditions would prepare a set for their children. As for purple gear, most dropped from bosses, with a 1 in 1,000 chance from boss-level bosses, but Suchen had never encountered one. The 2 core purple gear pieces were both system rewards drawn from the lottery. After walking with Lu Xian for a while, the two finally arrived at the entrance of Suchen's dormitory building. After adding each other as friends, Lu Xian reminded Suchen a few things to pay attention to when school started, then waved her hand and turned to leave, under the knowing gaze of the dormitory matron. Suchen's dormitory was 504, facing south, a 2-bedroom apartment with a large space estimated to be nearly 200 square meters. For Suchen, using such a place as a dormitory felt somewhat extravagant. No wonder it was the Divine Martial Academy. Even the dormitory building was built so well. This instantly lifted Suchen's spirits, giving him a sense of being respected. "Hey, bro, you're here?" Just as Suchen was looking around, a deep, resonant voice suddenly came from beside him. A muscular man, about 1.9 meters tall, with a face full of stubble, walked over wearing a pink apron, holding a broom and dustpan from the adjacent room. Under a black trench coat, he wore a sky blue lining that was quite an eyesore. However, what caught Suchen's attention even more was the levitating staff behind him, glowing with a faint green light. The muscular man flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of white teeth, and introduced himself. "Hello, bro, I'm Ji Hao. I just arrived from the neighboring province this morning, thought I was early enough, didn't expect you to be here too." Despite the discomfort caused by his outfit, Suchen immediately responded. "I'm Suchen from Hedong province. I heard from a senior that coming early can help find a good teammate, so I came to check it out. What's your profession, a mage?" Remembering Lu Xian's advice, Suchen didn't act all high-end mighty but instead struck up a conversation with Ji Hao. After all, every province in the empire has a top scholar, and in the prestigious academy where geniuses gather, being a top scholar isn't really something to be proud of. At least that's what Suchen thought. "Hee, most of those who came early think the same way as you," Ji Hao said with a smirk, taking the floating staff behind him in hand and gently waving it, 3 beams of light falling onto Suchen's head. "You have received basic healing enhancement, recovering 30 health points per second, and will not be interrupted by damage. Lasts for 30s. You have received basic bloodlust enhancement, increasing attack by 100 points and attack speed by 10 points. Lasts for 200s. You have received wind whisper enhancement, increasing movement speed by 20 points. Lasts for 300s. How's my skill? What is a mage? Can they compare to me?" Ji Hao's face showed pride, and seeing Suchen's mouth slowly open in exaggerated surprise made him feel quite pleased. "Sure enough, support roles are in high demand at the academy." "Ah, of course, you're the real deal, bro. Those other mages can't compare to you." Suchen was slightly surprised by the skill effects, not expecting this thick-browed, big-eyed guy to actually be a priest. Looking at the other person's level, he was actually LV16, which is definitely top tier among support roles. A hot commodity. Can't let this one slip away. Thinking of this, Suchen stood on tiptoe, wrapped his arms around Ji Hao's neck, and laughed. "Bro, your skill enhancements are amazing. Way better than my teammates in high school. They only had a basic healing spell, and their recovery effect isn't as good as yours. Besides, you're a priest at LV16. How can those main combat class students hold their heads up?" "Ha ha ha." Suchen flattered him without a hint of embarrassment. He had a ghostly priest teammate in high school, and the Yun sisters he teamed up with were also in life professions, one being a rare main combat class. Not even a support role, let alone a priest. Ji Hao was clearly not the type to shy away from praise. Being flattered by Suchen made him feel a bit elated. He scratched his head, feigning modesty, but couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. "Bro, keep it low-key. I just got lucky and changed to a legendary profession, plus I had a classmate who helped me for 7 days straight. That's how I reached LV16. Besides, bro, you're not bad either, already at LV2. Wait, what the hell, are you a monster? How did you get to LV20? Ji Hao initially wanted to engage in some mutual flattery with Suchen, but just a glance at Suchen's level nearly made his eyes pop out. What did he see? A fresh graduate at LV20? To know that in their neighboring province, the highest level in the college entrance examination was only LV17, and his roommate actually reached LV20? What kind of monster is this? Or is the Western province already falling behind and the outside world is full of such geniuses? Bro, don't say anything else, you're the real big shot. What is my LV16? Does it even qualify to carry your shoes? It doesn't. It has no right, you understand? Jihao pulled Su Chen in for a hug, his scruffy face full of flattery. Bro, do you need any accessories? I don't want to work hard anymore. Ugh. Su Chen was caught off guard by Jihao's sudden move. Looking at the increasingly close face and those affectionate eyes, Su Chen almost vomited the meal he had eaten last night. He pushed Jihao away with a force of 124 points, which was no joke. Despite Jihao's tall and muscular build, his strength was even less than one-fifth of Su Chen's. Seeing Su Chen retching against the wall, Jihao also looked embarrassed. Damn! He unexpectedly encountered a real big shot and couldn't hold himself back. He was just thinking about hugging a thigh. Jihao scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Brother, I didn't mean to, I just couldn't help it. You. No, us support types, oh no, I mean, dads, just love to assist those powerful professionals. The moment I saw you, I knew you were the real deal. A true big shot. As he spoke, Jihao even gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Su Chen rolled his eyes at Jihao, not wanting to continue that topic, and instead asked, by the way, Jihao, have you heard of the Tianjiao Road? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have come here so early, Jihao replied with a nod. Most students who arrived early at school were aware of this information. After all, for these geniuses who had entered the Divine Martial Academy, the ordinary leveling pace was just that, ordinary. Only the Tianjiao Road would provide them with some novel experiences. But this road also harbored dangers. If one couldn't persist, the consequences of unsealing the Qiankuan lock would be a series of adverse effects. Previously, a senior at the Divine Martial Academy couldn't bear the boredom of leveling and didn't want to linger at low levels, so he privately unsealed the Qiankuan lock. With a massive influx of experience, that senior's level skyrocketed from LV34 to LV68 before he finally stopped. His level increased, but the awkward part was that his equipment and skills still belonged to the LV34 range. He couldn't even fight against monsters of the same level. Moreover, killing monsters lower than his level by 5 would yield no rewards, leaving him without a decent piece of equipment. The final outcome was predictable. They say support roles are in demand, but our difficulties are no less than yours. Finding good teammates is a huge hassle. Jihao sighed, speaking of the woes of support roles. Everyone wants to grab them, but you never know the character of the other person. They are all geniuses. Who would submit to whom? I heard that many teams in previous years were hastily formed, with mutual unfamiliarity, and ended up falling apart. At that time, other teams had already formed and wouldn't casually accept new teammates, leaving them as unwanted solo players. You tell me, with the Qiankuan lock bound, what future does a solo player have? Hearing Jihao suddenly bring this up, Su Chen frowned. It really was a problem. If forming a team relied solely on the quality of the profession and level, there wouldn't have been so many teams that ended up in discord. Then we need to be more cautious about recruiting in the future. Jihao, since we were assigned to the same dormitory, it's highly likely we'll be placed in the same class. Let's take our time to get used to each other. I think we should have no problem coexisting. And based on past experience, a team with 4 to 6 members is the most reasonable. Now, besides you and me, is there anyone else worth trusting? Su Chen had only asked casually, but unexpectedly, Jihao really knew someone. Yes. Remember I just told you that my level was brought up by someone? At that time, in our city alone, there were 2 legendary professions, and the person I know wasn't even from the same high school as me. He only heard that I had changed to a legendary support role and transferred to find me to level up together. That person has a good personality and is reliable. I just don't know if he has arrived. As he spoke, Jihao directly called the person on his friend list. Beep beep beep. After a moment, the call was connected and a crisp and pleasant voice came through. Jihao, is there something you need? Jihao replied casually. What? Can I call if there's nothing? Ahem, there's something important. Have you reported to the academy yet? No, why? My bus is in the afternoon and it's not far, so I'm not in a hurry. Hearing that the other party hadn't come to the academy, Jihao urged, hurry up, I've found a big shot. He whispered this, covering his mouth, glancing over at Su Chen, afraid the other party would hear. What big shot? Is it someone more impressive than me? The voice on the phone sounded very calm. As a LV-17 legendary professional, Su Lingyun was confident that few of her peers were stronger than her. Even if there were, they were limited in number. So she took Jihao's words as a joke, thinking he was just being silly. It's a real big shot, the kind that's ridiculously strong. LV-20. Do you know what that means, big sister? Jihao suppressed his excitement and told the other party Su Chen's level. He knew that the competitive girl would be extremely stimulated upon hearing this news. Bang! Sure enough, there was a crisp sound of something hitting the table on the other end. Immediately, the originally pleasant voice turned sharp. What did you say? LV-20? Ji Hao, if you're trying to make fun of me, congratulations, you succeeded. A LV20 peer, how am I supposed to believe that? Ji Hao knew the other party would react this way. He had almost popped his eyes out when he saw it himself. This level was just too exaggerated. But the fact was right in front of him, so he had no choice but to believe. I'm not lying. Hurry over, we're discussing forming a fixed team. Quick hands have, no, just hurry up and come. Hearing Ji Hao's urgency, Su Lingyun also realized that what he said was likely true. But the more she thought about it, the more she doubted it. LV20, how was that possible? She and Ji Hao, as a legendary professional duo, had only reached LV16 and LV17 during the college entrance examination. That was already the highest level achievable in previous years. Could it be that the other party was in a team of 4 legendary professionals grinding monsters? Or had they encountered some experienced secret realm? Or some other special opportunity? Only these scenarios could barely explain the other party's LV20 super high level. Suddenly, Su Lingyun blinked her beautiful eyes as if she remembered something, and she asked Ji Hao, by the way, what profession is that person? A mage or a legendary profession with AoE attacks? Ji Hao glanced at Su Chen, who at that moment was not carrying any weapons or shields, looking no different from an ordinary professional. The only thing that caught attention was the 3 glowing orbs around him, emitting a pure white light, very much like the passive ability of a lightning sorcerer, Starry Eye. But this should be a light attribute passive for Su Chen. Ji Hao's eyes lit up. He had discovered a blind spot. He knew Su Lingyun was also a genius, managing to focus on the other party's profession issue even without them having met. Impressive, impressive. He whispered to Su Lingyun, he's a mage. A light type 1. Su Chen did not have the habit of eavesdropping on others, so he was unaware of the huge misunderstanding that Ji Hao had about him. Hearing Ji Hao say that the other party would only arrive in the afternoon, Su Chen nodded slightly and chatted briefly with his future roommate before returning to his own room to rest. After nearly a day and night without closing his eyes, even with Su Chen's super high physical attributes, he was starting to feel the strain. He collapsed onto the bed and soon the room was filled with the sound of soft snoring. As for Ji Hao on the other side, he was still in a state of high excitement. He tossed the apron aside and ran out of the dormitory with enthusiasm. Before entering the academy, Ji Hao thought it would be enough to find a teammate of similar strength as long as there were no unexpected issues. Even if the leveling was slow, it didn't matter. His requirements were that simple. But suddenly, a stroke of fortune fell upon him. A potential top-level freshman had unexpectedly become his teammate and a main combat expert at that. How could Ji Hao not be thrilled? What secret realms? What resources? Was there a better deal than this? Although support roles were highly valued in the Divine Martial Academy, Ji Hao knew that support was just support. Clinging to a strong ally was their essential lesson. He had to find the strongest one and latch on. Following that person while showing off and soaring high, that was the correct way for a support role to operate. Stepping out of the dormitory building, Ji Hao found a shaded area under a tree and dialed a number again. Hello, third uncle? At that moment, Gxin Yuan was at home having lunch with his wife, Fonglan. Seeing his nephew's call, Gxin Yuan smiled at his wife. Xiaohao is calling. I remember they start school the day after tomorrow, right? Ah, in the blink of an eye, Xiaohao is already at the age to enter the academy for further studies. Time really flies. Fonglan sighed, then raised her chin, signaling him to hurry and answer the call. It had been a long time since they had seen their big nephew, and she missed him. Hello? Third uncle, can you get the enrollment information for this year's freshman? A rough voice came from the phone. You brat, you don't even greet me and just start ordering me around? Gxin Yuan laughed and scolded. Xiaohao, when are you coming to visit? Aunt has prepared a lot of supplies for you, all for your future leveling up. Fonglan also chuckled. Third aunt is there too? Let's wait a few days, I have a big matter to discuss with you, third uncle. What big matter could you have just coming to the academy? Tell me, let me hear how big your matter is. As a freshman counselor at the Divine Martial Academy, Gxin Yuan certainly had the information, but if Ji Hao couldn't provide a solid reason, he wouldn't share it. After all, these seemingly inconspicuous materials could cause unnecessary trouble if leaked. Oh my good third uncle. You don't trust me, do you? I have no bad intentions. Gxin Yuan sneered. This kid was always up to something. Who knew what he was planning? Speak up. If you don't give me a reason, don't even think about getting a word of information from me today. Faced with Gxin Yuan's firm attitude, Ji Hao sighed and had no choice but to reveal his plan. Third uncle, let me tell you, do you know who my new roommate is? Su Chen. The one from Hedong province. My goodness, he's actually LV20. Almost blinded your big nephew's eyes. With such a strong ally, how could I not hurry to latch on? We were discussing teammates before, so I came to borrow some information from you to see which classmates would be suitable as teammates. Hearing Ji Hao's explanation, Gxin Yuan nodded, acknowledging his reasoning. As a freshman counselor, he had detailed knowledge of every student. Especially in Hadong province, there is a genius who broke the trial record with a perfect score, which caused quite a stir in the education sector. But unexpectedly, my nephew actually shares a dormitory with that genius. What great luck! Ji Xinyuan sent him the information and reminded him, just take a look at this yourself, don't share it, got it? Got it. Third uncle, you've really helped me a lot. In a few days, I'll treat you to some fruit platters at Honglingman, don't be polite with me. Do. A cold gaze was instantly cast over, and Ji Xinyuan, who had been leisurely leaning back in his chair, was startled, and quickly sat up straight. Wife, it's not like that, let me explain. Explain? What are you explaining about the fruit platter? No, this, even your closest nephew doesn't believe you. You deserve it. After hanging up the phone, Ji Hao chuckled. He then began to quickly browse through the information Ji Xinyuan had sent him. This year's new students totaled 9,348, a few hundred more than previous years. There were 104 legendary professions, and the rest were rare professions, with the lowest level of the main combat classes being LV16. Ji Hao focused on the new students with legendary professions. These individuals were strong and talented, making them the first choice for team formation. Ding Minghui, Sword of Calamity, legendary profession, level LV16. No way, a main combat legendary profession is only LV16. What? A disgrace. Junsun Jiayue, Holy Priest, legendary profession, level LV15. No, bringing her in would be stealing my job. Sishulan, Forest Bow, legendary profession, level LV17. You're competing with Su Chen, both are ranged damage dealers, even worse. Ji Hao critiqued this group of legendary professionals, but by the time he reached the end, he hadn't found a single one he liked. This was awkward. It wasn't that his standards were too high, but rather that his team didn't even have a prototype yet, and he actually didn't know what he wanted. However, after looking for a long time, Ji Hao did gain a general understanding of these geniuses. He also took note of a few outstanding rare professions. 3 hours passed just like that. Until he heard a yawn, Ji Hao finally came back to his senses and realized it was almost 4 in the afternoon. His friend's private chat was vibrating wildly. Ji Hao opened it to see a prominent 99 plus at the top. Sender, Su Lingyun. Damn, how could I forget her? Ji Hao slapped his forehead and quickly returned the call. The call was answered, and an angry roar came through. Ji Hao, you better give me an explanation. Su Lingyun's originally pleasant voice was now completely ruined, scaring Ji Hao so much that he almost hung up the phone. I arrived at 2 o'clock, where are you? I called you over 100 times and you didn't respond, what do you want to do? You're not really trying to trick me about that LV20 mage, are you? Ji Hao, if you dare to lie to me, you'll definitely regret it. Ji Hao chuckled awkwardly and quickly explained, how could I lie to you, Sister Yun? There really was something just now. The big guy is resting inside and just woke up. Don't worry, we'll go find you soon. After saying that, Ji Hao hurriedly hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. At that moment, Su Chen's voice came from outside. Ji Hao, has that person arrived? If not, let's go ahead and see if we can clear the Chen Koan lot before school starts. She's here, she's just arrived. I sent her the location, let's meet at Wanben Pavilion. Su Chen had also been to Wanben Pavilion while wandering around in the morning. It was the gathering place for the dungeons of the Shinwu Academy, where a large number of students fought daily. At the same time, there was a dungeon there specifically for producing Qian Koan locks, which attracted many students from other schools. The two walked along the path towards Wanben Pavilion, and the academy was noticeably busier in the afternoon. Many clear-eyed, naive students were curiously exploring this prestigious academy of the Dragon Empire. These were also new students, just arriving a bit later. Their levels were mostly above LV16, the envy of countless ordinary students during high school. But at Shinwu Academy, they were just the most inconspicuous ordinary members. Fresh newcomers. The two arrived in front of Wanben Pavilion. It was a hexagonal building similar to a trial tower, with each floor occupying a huge space equivalent to 3 or 4 football fields. The pavilion had 9 floors, each with corresponding level dungeons for students to choose from. For example, the first floor was prepared for students from LV10 to LV19. The dungeon they were going to challenge today was the LV18 dungeon, Goblin's Treasure. Just then, a pleasant voice called out, "Over here." They turned to see a beautiful girl in a white dress, with a small handbag slung over her shoulder, waving at them. Ji Hao's eye twitched. If he hadn't seen this young lady's true appearance, he might have been fooled by her. I didn't expect you to come so early, Sister Yun. I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting for us two big men. Ji Hao scratched his head, showing an awkward yet polite smile. To his surprise, Su Lingyun ignored him completely, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Chen's head. LV20. Ji Hao really didn't lie to her, he was a true powerhouse. Su Lingyun flashed a sweet smile at Su Chen. I'm Su Lingyun, a main combat legendary. Class, Starlight Messenger, just like you, we're both light mages. Su Chen was taken aback. Light mage? Is she talking about me? A light sphere passed in front of his eyes, and then Suchen suddenly realized. It turned out these two had mistaken the protective light sphere of the innate unmoving king for a mage skill, thinking he was a mage. Suchen, hidden, legendary class, shield, holy light mage. I heard from Ji how that a super strong teammate brought him to LV16 and it turns out to be you. Oh, it's nothing. It's mainly about teaming up to level up with experience bonuses. And Ji Hao is a legendary healer, he has a lot of buff skills. Once you fight with him, you'll know who really leads who. Is that so? Hearing Su Lingyun's response, Suchen looked at Ji Hao in surprise. Does this guy have more than 3 skills? But that's good. With a strong healer, there will be a lot less unnecessary expenses in the team later on. For example, recovery potions, alchemy potions, etc., which are quite valuable, especially for ordinary professionals. Watching Suchen and Su Lingyun chat casually, Ji Hao felt like an outsider. So, should I leave? He cleared his throat a couple of times, finally drawing their attention. By the way, aren't we supposed to go into the dungeon? What's the point of staying here? If we go in a minute earlier, who knows, we might be able to clear the dungeon one more time. And someone has calculated that in the Yi Goblin's treasure, the boss drop rate is more than 10 times that of the same level boss outside. Especially the Qiankuan lock, which has a drop rate of 10%. What are we waiting for? Facing Ji Hao's urging, Suchen looked at him in surprise. Anyway, it's normal not to level up in 10 days or half a month on the path of the talented. So does it make a big difference if we grind once more? Or less? Or do you think we will hit a jackpot and get it all at once? Su Lingyun also nodded. Exactly, even if you level up now, won't you still need to lock experience when you reach LV20? That said, but we are gathering together, aren't we just assessing and adapting to each other to form a team in the future? Any issues will be clear in the next dungeon, no need to discuss it in such detail outside. Suchen felt that the other party had some twisted logic, nodded, and then looked at Su Lingyun. Since you all agree, let's go in. Saying this, she stepped forward to the Goblin's Treasure dungeon and actively sent a team invitation to Suchen and Ji Hao, who agreed without hesitation. Instantly, a temporary 3-person team was formed. Next was the team's first battle, and the outcome depended on how everyone performed in the dungeon. Just as they were communicating, a voice suddenly sounded behind them, impatiently saying, "Move aside, can you not block the way here? What are a bunch of newbies doing here? Isn't it better to go to the LV15 Dreamland Amusement Park? That place is more suitable for you rookies." Suchen turned around and saw a long-haired youth behind him, accompanied by 2 classmates, apparently another small team. But this level. Suchen glanced at them all. LV16. Goodness, what are you pretending to be here for as a newbie? Before he could speak, Ji Hao couldn't hold back. He walked up to the long-haired youth, looking down at him. His height of 1.9 meters combined with exaggerated muscles gave off a huge sense of pressure, especially with Ji Hao's frosty expression. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. If one didn't know this guy's background, it would be easy to be intimidated. The long-haired youth's 2 companions were just like that. They tugged at the long-haired youth's arm, whispering something. The long-haired youth remained unmoved, tossing his bangs back, looking at Ji Hao's staff behind him with a somewhat playful expression. "What's wrong, big guy? Want to block the way? Don't say I didn't warn you. Once we start fighting, the one who will be unlucky is definitely you." He crossed his arms, looking calm and collected. Ji Hao's third uncle was a counselor at the Divine Martial Academy, and his understanding of the school's rules was definitely not something an ordinary newcomer could compare to. Looking at the long-haired youth, who was only LV16 but acting bigger than anyone else, he grinned. "You're right, fighting privately will get you detected by the Academy's formation and lose credits. You can still get compensation as the victim. You know quite a bit about the rules. But you might not know, the Academy organizes a grade assessment every 2 months. And if you are designated to challenge and are defeated by someone of the same or lower level, the punishment is even more severe than now. If you're not afraid of that, I think you want to taste the flavor of a deathmatch." The long-haired youth's expression changed upon hearing this. Clearly, he was not a complete novice. He only wanted to take advantage of the new semester to earn some credits using the Academy's rules and had no intention of being threatened with a deathmatch. A deathmatch, as the name suggests, is where professionals fight for their lives, striving to slay their enemies on the deathmatch platform. Of course, this is just a special secret realm created by the Academy to resolve student conflicts. Professionals do not actually die, but the penalties are extremely severe. Losing a deathmatch means losing all the experience needed for the current level up, and the experience stored in the Qiankuan lock is also included, resulting in a 10-fold experience loss. Dying on the deathmatch platform incurs losses calculated monthly, which is simply more painful for this group of experience-locking geniuses than being killed. The long-haired youth felt his confidence wane under Ji Hao's threat. He snorted coldly and walked past with his 2 companions, also entering the Goblin's Treasure dungeon. "TCH, I thought he was some powerful character. Ji-hao returned to the team, spitting in disdain. Just a disgusting guy who bullies pure newbies, let's not bother with him. Su Lingyun comforted. Before coming to the academy, she had heard that some people would exploit the academy's rules to specifically bully those who knew nothing. The goal was to take the credits from the other party's hands. Moreover, this phenomenon was not unique to the Divine Martial Academy. Other larger academies had similar issues. The reason is that credits are incredibly precious within the academy, redeemable for many resources that cannot be purchased outside. The long-haired youth was clearly aiming for this. Let's hurry in too. Compared to other dungeons, the Goblin's Treasure is slightly special, because it only has one difficulty level with no so-called tier divisions, but according to the seniors, it is likely a hell-level dungeon, so be careful. After saying this, Su Lingyun stepped forward and disappeared into the dungeon's teleportation portal. In no time, a flash of white light enveloped Su Chen and the others, and they also entered the dungeon. A dimly lit underground city appeared before the three. The air here was damp, the light was murky, and the torches hanging on the rough stone walls flickered erratically. Feeling the cool breeze constantly blowing from the passage, Ji-hao picked up his staff, muttering something, and then waved it at Su Chen. You have received Beginner's Bloodlust Enhancement. Attack increased by 100 points. Attack speed increased by 10 points. Lasts for 200s. You have received Wind Whisper Enhancement. Movement speed increased by 20 points. Lasts for 300s. After applying the enhancement skills, Ji-hao, being a big muscle man, surprisingly turned around and hid behind Su Chen and Su Lingyun. Seeing the strange looks from the two, Ji-hao spread his hands. I've given all my skills, the rest are either useless or for self-preservation. It's not time yet. Su Chen pondered upon hearing this. After the trading permissions were opened, Ji-hao, being a wealthy player, had probably already acquired some suitable skill books for himself. A priest had already demonstrated 3 practical skills earlier, almost catching up to him, who hadn't even broken through level 20. Su Chen also wanted to experience this feeling of becoming stronger just by spending money. Unfortunately, the most affluent thing he had was probably the hundreds of thousands of credits in his school account. Moreover, the student card would only be officially opened at the start of the semester, so there was currently no opportunity to spend. Stop looking, let's go. Great master, let me experience the feeling of leveling up like flying, I can't wait. Su Chen shook his head and walked towards the underground city. He was at the forefront, while Su Lingyun chose to stay at the back, protecting Ji-hao, who was the healer. This is the most basic quality of a professional team, protecting the support. My god, those damned humans are back, their smell is as foul as rat droppings. Boss Kevin, let's go kill him. Suddenly, a sharp howl came, and something was being said in a garbled manner. 10 green-skinned goblins with blood-red eyes appeared before the three. They were short and ugly, looking too much like their close relatives, the goblins, especially in the dim underground city. When Su Chen saw the goblins appear, he almost thought Su Lingyun had chosen the wrong dungeon. Goblin Captain, Elite, LV 18 Health 34500/34500. Goblin, Normal, LV 18 Health 11,000/11,000. As expected, it's hell difficulty. A LV 18 goblin actually has over 10,000 health. Everyone, be careful. Su Lingyun's voice came from behind, and a star-shaped light shot out, accurately landing on the goblin captain's head. Minus 1,360. Weakness damage. Seeing the damage burst out on the goblin captain's head, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Such high output from a basic attack, no wonder it's a legendary class, truly impressive. Su Chen, they're coming. Why haven't you taken out your weapon yet? Su Lingyun, who was preparing to chant a skill, noticed Su Chen still dazed in place and couldn't help but frown, reminding him, what is this guy doing? If the enemy relies on their high level and looks down on these goblins, they won't be able to clear this dungeon. As the only place to obtain the Qianquan lock, the boss guarding the gate naturally had its special features. If they weren't careful, they could easily face total annihilation. This was one of the reasons Su Lingyun was worried. Just as she finished chanting the spell and was about to release an area of effect attack, she saw Su Chen calmly take out an incredibly exaggerated giant axe from his backpack. She momentarily lost focus, causing her impending skill to be interrupted. Isn't this person a light mage? Why did he suddenly pull out something like this? Not only was Su Lingyun surprised, but even Ji-hao had a look of disbelief. Bro, are you kidding me? Where's the mage you promised? How did you become a warrior? Before they could regain their senses, they saw a flash of purple light on Su Chen's left arm. The triangular-shaped protector's choice appeared out of thin air, nearly making Ji-hao's eyes pop out. What the hell? He's actually a shield warrior? The top player of this level is actually a shield warrior, which is even harder to level up than him. What kind of development is this? As the goblins charged within a few meters, Su Chen's chest trembled and he let out a massive roar. The goblins that originally wanted to attack the back row immediately changed direction, their weapons swinging towards Su Chen. With a light block of his shield, Su Chen spun his body, swinging the giant axe in a semicircle and struck down fiercely. -6,512. -6,648. -6,720. -6580. A flurry of damage numbers appeared, and the goblin, which had previously been in perfect health, was instantly severely injured, its health dropping below 1/3. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! This lady is definitely going to go wild. This damn light mage, Ji Hao. Your whole family are light mages. Two incredibly shocked screams and roars drowned out the goblin's cries of pain, echoing throughout the entire underground city. Looking at Su Chen, who was swinging a giant axe ahead, Ji Hao felt as if 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his heart. The gap between this and his imagination was just too big. He had thought Su Chen was a mage, a fragile class like him that needed protection. Who would have thought this person suddenly became so tough? The shield in Su Chen's hand seemed more like a decoration, as he didn't even bother to block. With each swing of the battle axe, the already severely injured ordinary goblins couldn't withstand a few blows. Swish, swish, swish. 9 ordinary goblins fell on the spot. Successfully killed goblin, ordinary, experience plus 95. Monster level lower than player LV2, experience -19, additional team reward experience 46.55. Successfully killed goblin, ordinary, experience plus 95. Monster level lower than player LV2, experience -19, additional team reward experience 46.55. Successfully killed goblin, ordinary, experience plus 95. Monster level lower than player LV2, experience -19, additional team reward experience 46.55. The experience notifications came in, but at that moment, Su Chen had no time to pay attention, because he was engaged in a fierce battle with the only surviving elite goblin. Though it was called a fierce battle to Su Lingyun and the others, it was a complete one-sided crushing. Originally, it was already absurd that Su Chen was a shield warrior. But who would have thought that a shield warrior wouldn't even use a shield and instead engaged in hand-to-hand combat? However, she also noticed that the 3 glowing orbs that had caused their misunderstanding earlier transformed into a protective shield every time the goblin attacked, absorbing all the attacks from the monster opposite. This guy is so strong. No wonder he's a LV20 big shot. In just a moment, the elite goblin was slain by Su Chen on the spot. He stood there with an exaggerated giant axe radiating a faint purple glow, looking at Ji Hao and the others with a smile on his face. So, how is it? Is my strength okay? Looking at Su Chen's smug expression, Ji Hao was furious. Damn. Brother, you tricked me so badly. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you were a mage. Ji Hao walked up to him and continued to complain. If your strength is just okay, then what am I? Trash. Su Lingyun nodded in agreement. Exactly, we're both legendary classes. Why is the gap so big? As she spoke, she shot a glare at Ji Hao, regretting that she had previously said they were all light mages. Now it made her feel so awkward. Damn it. Haha, so how does it feel to level up like flying? Su Chen laughed. Ji Hao was currently bombarded with a series of notifications. The experience he was gaining felt like being propelled forward by a rocket, even faster than when Su Lingyun helped him level up. He quickly nodded, nearly drooling. This is too awesome. No wonder I have my eyes on such a strong ally. Looking at Ji Hao's pig-like expression, Su Lingyun moved a little further away from him, thinking he might be sick and fearing contagion. Alright, I was just teasing you guys earlier. My real class is Shield Emperor, the only hidden class similar to yours. I specialize in both offense and defense, capable of serving as both damage dealer and healer in the team. Su Chen briefly introduced his situation, which once again amazed the two. Oh, so that means you're a combination of me and Sister Yun, one person doing the work of two. That's so demoralizing. Get lost. Who said I'm a combination with you? Shameless. Ji Hao, who was scolded, clearly didn't care and continued to mumble. That's just how it is. But if our team is officially formed, the next members will need to focus more on the second support class. After all, the best at healing is the healer, and those real blessing experts are way stronger than me. When that happens, the support on the other side will really take off. Su Chen treated Ji Hao's words as mere bragging. How many people want to be a healer but can't even become one? Ignoring Ji Hao, Su Chen led the team to continue moving forward. As Su Chen completely shed his disguise, he couldn't wait to swing his giant axe at the monster. As soon as he spotted it, forget about shield warriors and support, they could all go to the side. I am the main damage dealer, and the support should protect me. This time, Su Chen abandoned his shield, charging through with his giant axe, sending the goblins before him into disarray. Behind him, Su Lingyun could only keep casting spells to deal with the small monsters, barely gaining any extra experience from the team. After passing through 4 levels, Su Chen and his group finally arrived in front of the boss. At this moment, Jihao finally understood why Suchen claimed to be both offensive and defensive. Because this kid was actually emitting a green light all over. He squinted at himself and thought, damn, isn't that the effect of a healing spell? And the effect was even better than his basic healing spell. Is there no justice in this world? Suchen ignored Jihao's resentful gaze, focusing entirely on the guarding boss. Goblin Scholar, Chief Boss, LV18 Health 114800/114800. This boss goblin was clearly different from its kin. Dressed like a scholar, it wore thick glasses that obscured its blood-red eyes, exuding an aura of calm and peace. But the three were not fooled by its appearance. Su Lingyun chanted a spell, waving her staff, and a circular starry array appeared beneath the boss. Stars shot out from within, attacking the Goblin Scholar. -400, -423, -410, -460. The Goblin Scholar's health continued to drop, and at this point, it could no longer maintain the scholarly demeanor it had just displayed. If it kept this up, it would be dead soon. The Goblin Scholar roared in anger and charged directly at Su Lingyun in the back, but Suchen was in front, so how could it have such an opportunity? He let out a roar as well, and the Goblin Scholar changed its charge path, aiming its spear at Suchen. It held a short hunting rifle, a mechanical weapon that had been obsolete for who knows how many years, but at this moment, in the Goblin Scholar's hands, it seemed enchanted. Without changing the bullets, it attacked Suchen continuously for nearly 10 seconds. But with the innate unmoving king as Suchen's greatest life-saving trump card, how could a chief boss break through that? Plus, with health like a dragon continuously restoring shield value, the effects combined were simply outrageous. Su Lingyun released another magic array, and the yellow starlight shone, successfully controlling the Goblin Scholar that was still shooting. This made it even easier for Suchen to continue his attacks. With extremely high damage, the boss's health quickly dropped below 20%, officially entering a berserk state. Even this scholarly-type monster, under the influence of the berserk state, would unconsciously lose its rationality and attack Suchen frantically. What? Good, Yunjia, come on, I calculated the time, maybe we can break the record directly. Hurry, hurry, charge. I want to be on the school record board to earn credits. Let's take it down together. As Jihao's excited shout echoed through the underground city, Suchen and the Goblin Scholar's battle also entered its final stage. Originally, if Suchen had come alone to challenge, although the outcome would not have changed, he might have achieved the record-breaking ranking that Jihao mentioned. However, throughout the dungeon run, Suchen found that with the addition of Jihao and Su Lingyun, he felt much more comfortable in battle than before. Just like now, the Goblin Scholar, already in a berserk state with significantly enhanced attributes, intended to unleash a powerful skill to attack Suchen. But as the opponent began to chant a spell, they were interrupted by a suddenly appearing circular starburst array. When the starburst array shot out its starlight spell, the intense brightness fortuitously caused a blinding effect on the Goblin Scholar. This made the once mad boss seem like a mere muggle in front of Suchen. There was no intimidation whatsoever. He swiftly swung his giant axe, striking at the Goblin Scholar's head. With less than 20% health remaining, how could the boss withstand Suchen's explosive attacks? After just a few strikes, the Goblin Scholar was left severely injured. As death approached, the boss still appeared frenzied, wanting to unleash one last powerful blow. But it was pierced through the head by the starlight spell released by Su Lingyun from a distance, and its body slowly fell down. Successfully killed the Goblin Scholar. Boss experience plus 1900. Monster level lower than player LV1, experience -190. Additional team reward experience 782. At the moment of the Goblin Scholar's death, the three received a notification. At the same time, the Goblin Scholar's body transformed into a burst of white light, splitting into various sized light orbs. The colors of the orbs varied, with white being the most common, followed by blue, and green being the rarest. Unlike Suchen's solo dungeon runs, the loot in a team dungeon needed to be privately discussed and distributed among the team, rather than being rigidly allocated to individual backpacks based on team contributions. This situation had its pros and cons, the first being uneven distribution, as trivial interests often led to the dissolution of the team. Consequently, a more serious problem evolved. It was rare to see teams tackling dungeons in the wild, especially in random teams. No one knew if their teammates would betray others for high-quality equipment. Once such an incident occurred, it often led to the team's true demise. As a result, many people found it hard to trust other players besides their fixed teammates, keeping a respectful distance from random dungeons. However, there were also benefits, such as avoiding rigid personal gains. This was especially true for familiar teammates. If they could obtain the Shenku unlock this time, even if Suchen's contribution was not the highest and he was somewhat slacking, as long as his level reached LV20 and he could use it first, this rare item would likely belong to him. Unfortunately, this time the dungeon did not drop anything good. There were only scattered gold, gems, and blue gear, all of which were LV10 and overlapped with the equipment Suchen already had. Naturally, there was no reason to keep them. As for the other two, seeing the faint green light emanating from them, Suchen knew they were all wearing green gear. Even if the attributes were poor and there were some standard models, they still had no use for these worthless blue items. Suchen picked up the only green orb. You have obtained Dungeon Refresh Scroll, green. It's actually this, so we should have a few more chances to challenge today? Seeing the scroll in Suchen's hand, Su Lingyun let out a light exclamation. Ji Hao leaned over, his face showing surprise. We're quite lucky, although we didn't see the Jiankuan lock, but finding a refresh scroll during the exploration is still a decent haul. As a special dungeon at LV18, Goblin's Treasure had a cooldown time of 2 hours for each challenge. Calculating it, there weren't many opportunities to challenge this dungeon in a day. For those students who have not yet worn the Jiankuan lock, coming here every day to grind has become their daily task. Moreover, in order to quickly lock in experience and accumulate it for a breakthrough, this green item that can refresh the dungeon 3 times has naturally become a hot commodity among the students. The market price is a guaranteed 230,000 gold coins. Not bad, not bad. Let's do it a few more times today. Maybe we can really get the Jiankuan lock. Su Chen was also satisfied with this harvest. After distributing the loot, the group hurriedly entered the dungeon again, hardly caring about resting. At this moment, the originally quiet first floor of the Wanben Pavilion was suddenly pierced by a sharp exclamation that attracted the attention of all the students mingling there. In front of the record stone tablet next to the Goblin's Treasure, a beautiful girl covered her mouth in surprise, staring at the golden light that suddenly burst forth from the stone tablet. Goblin's Treasure completion record. First place, Divine Machine Team, 6 people, 12 minutes 36 seconds. Second place, Shadow Team, 6 people, 13 minutes 4 seconds. Sixth place, Suchen/Jihao/Su Lingyun, 14 minutes 21 seconds. Someone has entered the leaderboard, and there are only 3 people. Which senior came to join the fun? The girl was quite surprised to see the change in the rankings, especially since most challengers were 6-person teams. To break into the leaderboard with just 3 people showed how strong the other party was. She asked her classmates around, does anyone know Senior Su Chan and the others? Why are they here challenging a low-level dungeon? Someone nearby shook their head and replied, there are so many people in the school, unless they are particularly famous, who knows who? Besides, how do you know these people are seniors? What if they are new students? As soon as this was said, countless looks of disbelief fell on the speaker. This was a thin young man who now felt a shiver run through his body, a sense of panic rising in his heart. He muttered softly, what's wrong? I was just expressing my guess. Bro, if it were another dungeon, there might be a chance for what you said to happen, but Wanben Pavilion records the aura of incoming students. Anyone whose level exceeds the current pavilion level range is not allowed to challenge the dungeon. As a result, the scores of other dungeons are all created by practitioners of the same tier, but Goblin's Treasure is different. It can accommodate auras below LV35, so anyone who can make the leaderboard now must not be new students. It should be some senior who suddenly wants to take the path of a prodigy, coming here to grind for the Jiankuan lock. Nothing to be surprised about. The thin young man was silenced, but he still found it hard to believe because he had indeed seen 2 teams of 3 enter the dungeon earlier. He had also heard some things during the argument, which led him to speculate that Su Chen and the others might be new students. Just as he frowned in confusion, a sudden wave of exclamations erupted around him, including from the new student who had confronted him, all equally shocked as they looked at the completion record. It's broken. The record has been broken again. My god, this time it improved by more than a minute, only 3 seconds slower than the first place. Terrifying. What a pity, just 3 seconds short, otherwise they would have topped the list. Goblin's Treasure clearance record. First place, Divine Machine Team, 6 people, 12 minutes 36 seconds. Second place, Su Chen/Jihao/Su Lingyun, 12 minutes 39 seconds. Seeing Su Chen and the others, who were just in 6th place, suddenly break into 2nd place, the onlookers felt a bit dreamy. When did the record board become so easy to break? Or has the dungeon's difficulty been adjusted, making it easier than before? With this thought, many new students were eager to try again, wanting to meet those goblins once more. Perhaps with a bit of luck, they could clear it too? Those watching the excitement outside were all newcomers who had just completed the dungeon, chatting and joking around. Someone sighed, that's impressive. If they come again, they might just take 1st place. I wonder if they are seniors from our academy. I'm not sure about that, but to secure 1st place, it must be quite challenging. Don't be fooled by the mere 3 seconds difference. At this level, every second counts, and 1st place isn't so easily won. So what? As long as they're still in the academy, with their names on the board, they earn credits every day. Aren't they much better off than us? The originally quiet atmosphere on the 1st floor of the 10,000 Books Pavilion became lively due to Su Chen and the others. Even seniors who had just arrived and were preparing to head to higher floors gathered around, asking each other if they had heard of Su Chen and the others. These 3 guys are amazing. They almost beat the Divine Machine team, a chubby senior holding a staff exclaimed. You said almost, so they didn't break it, did they? What do you know? Almost means there's hope. After all, the credit reward for first place is not something second place can compare to. Once they beat Shui Tianjiao, I will definitely buy 2 bundles of fireworks to celebrate. Ha ha ha. His companions looked at the chubby mage with exasperation. Just because Shui Tianjiao rejected you from joining her team back then, you still hold a grudge and want to set off fireworks? If that woman found out, she would definitely blow you up on the spot. Su Chen was unaware of the stir they had caused outside. At this moment he was busy slaying a goblin, preparing to face the final boss, the goblin scholar. Ji Hao, are you keeping track of the time? Yes. Hurry, let's kill the boss. Last time we were just 3 seconds short, this time we must surpass the Divine Machine team. Ji Hao was flipping through the panel information, constantly comparing it to the previous dungeon's progress. Su Chen, a bit faster. We're about 5 seconds ahead now, we must maintain this advantage until the end of the dungeon to have a chance at first place. Su Chen nodded, saying nothing more, and plunged deeper into the dungeon. He had heard Ji Hao say that securing first place on the record board would earn substantial credits every day until graduation or until someone broke the record. Su Chen was all alone, without any backing, and until now, the only equipment he had was the Protector's Choice, which was level 20. The rest were all level 10. Compared to others who had upgraded to level 20 and could switch to a full set of green gear, he was still quite far behind in this regard. If he could seize this opportunity to accumulate a large number of credits, perhaps he could maintain his leading advantage. So, he was determined to secure that first place. Facing the Goblin Scholar again, Su Chen wasted no time and unleashed Taunt, charging straight at it. With each attack, he aimed to trigger shield counterattack, maximizing the damage. Su Lingyun behind him also unleashed a frenzied output, disregarding mana consumption. Even Ji Hao was waving his staff, casting pure white orbs of light onto the boss. Although the damage was less than Su Chen's, it still accelerated the boss's demise. Moments later, the Goblin Scholar let out a reluctant roar before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Its body exploded into a burst of light. Among the blue and white colors, purple mixed in, dazzling the 3 of them and making it hard to look away. Purple gear. Shipment is here. Such a low probability, and they actually encountered it. Su Chen and the others quickly stepped forward to check, only to see a capsule-shaped item the size of a fist quietly lying on the ground. Wow, it actually dropped the Qiankuan lock. Su Chen, you're so lucky. Su Lingyun said, her mouth slightly agape, looking at the item on the ground with a tone of envy. Ji Hao felt the same way. He patted Su Chen's arm and said with a hint of jealousy, bro, hurry up and pick it up. School hasn't even started, and your first piece of equipment has already graduated. This is just too awesome. As he spoke, he tilted his head, suppressing the urge to look at the first purple item that had dropped in his life. Luck. Tonight, I'll treat everyone. What do you want to eat? It's on me. Su Chen smiled broadly, waving his hand grandly to his 2 newly acquainted friends, indicating that today's expenses would be covered by young Master Su. Without hesitation, Su Chen directly picked up the Qiankuan lock, as he was the only one among them who met the usage level for it. He should be the first to use it. As for the other loot, Su Chen gave it all to Ji Hao and Su Lingyun. After all, he had already taken the big prize, so he definitely had to share the remaining spoils. After collecting all the loot, the 3 of them finally exited the dungeon, satisfied. Damn, it refreshed again. This time, we beat the Divine Machine team by 8 seconds, and it was a 3-man team. That's just insane. Thinking about the first place reward makes me jealous again. Brothers, does the academy have any ophthalmologists? I think I might have red eye disease. Let's go together. My eyes seem to be red too. At this moment, the main characters of the discussion appeared from the dungeon entrance. Since others were appearing at the same time, they didn't attract much attention. Instead, their gazes fell on the leaderboard, looking at the first place score with satisfaction. Listening to the bragging around them, the 3 felt a bit smug. Especially since these people didn't know them. Ji Hao felt secretly pleased listening to the flattery. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Just as Ji Hao was still pondering how to casually let everyone know about their record-breaking achievement, an untimely voice rang out from behind him. Oh, you actually came out of the dungeon before us. Your strength isn't that impressive, huh? The 3 were taken aback and turned to look, only to see the long-haired youth from before had also exited the dungeon right after them. The other party no longer had the previous caution on his face. Instead, he grinned and said, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? I thought you were some big shot who dared to threaten me with a deathmatch, but it turns out it's just this." After saying that, he even stuck his pinky finger in his ear and twirled it, looking quite arrogant. Ji Hao chuckled at this. What a coincidence, the perfect opportunity had come to him. He maintained a calm expression, pretended to adjust his collar, and walked to the side of the long-haired youth, meaningfully patting his shoulder. "Little brother, that's not how you act tough. He pointed to the top of the leaderboard and smiled. Look, doesn't that Jihao look a bit like me? The long-haired youth was taken aback and instinctively looked in the direction pointed out by Jihao. He saw that the record holder had changed from the Shinji team to the names of 3 people at some unknown time. Looking again at the Suchen team, it was also a trio. At this thought, the long-haired youth suddenly had a bad premonition. While he was leading his 2 teammates through the dungeon, the other side had actually managed to break the record? Everyone was a newcomer. The gap couldn't be that big. This was definitely not the other party's real names, they were just trying to scare him. After all, what are the odds that someone they casually provoked could break the dungeon record? The long-haired youth kept building himself up internally, took a deep breath, and tried to control his anxious feelings. Stop acting. Do you think I haven't seen Suchen and the others? Or do you feel a sense of accomplishment by flaunting someone else's name to deceive others? Upon hearing this, Jihao was first stunned, then burst into laughter. Goodness, he thought he was trying to fool him here. Jihao placed his hand back on the other person's shoulder, his tone playful. Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. You keep provoking us. Do you really think I have no temper? Saying this, he chose to send a friend request to the other party. Jihao LV16 Holy Spirit Priest has sent you a friend. Request this. Seeing Jihao's name, the long-haired youth panicked completely, not expecting to have truly run into a hornet's nest. He signaled his 2 companions to prepare to leave immediately. Although they were all LV16 students, the other party had managed to top the dungeon record before school even started. Their strength was not something he could mess with. Watching the 3 leave in embarrassment, Suchen and the others did not stop them, merely watching their retreating figures calmly. If I let you leave so easily, then Jihao, wouldn't need to hang around the Divine Martial Academy. Jihao's gaze fell on one of the avatars in his temporary friends list, which belonged to the long-haired youth he had just added. Jihao pointed into the air, and a red skull mark appeared above his head. At the same time, the same mark appeared above the long-haired youth's head. What is this? Deathmatch mark? How is that possible? Seeing the sudden appearance of the red skull, the long-haired youth's expression changed drastically, and a strong sense of regret surged within him. Once the deathmatch mark was formed, it meant that a month after school started, during the grade assessment, he would stand on the deathmatch platform with the other party. If he died, he would lose an incredibly terrifying amount of experience. Especially for newcomers like them, this punishment was far too harsh. The top tier of new students had already reached LV17, while the next tier was LV16. Just a 1-level difference could divide people into 2 categories. One was called a prodigy, and the other was merely a genius. And in the Divine Martial Academy, there was no shortage of geniuses. If he lost to his opponent in the upcoming deathmatch, the long-haired youth would absolutely plummet to the bottom of this year's new students. Jihao, why did you initiate a deathmatch? You're a priest, be careful not to get counter-killed. Suchen looked at Jihao in surprise, wondering if this kid had some hidden card up his sleeve. How could he, a support class, dare to actively initiate a deathmatch? Don't worry, I have my own tricks. I'm confident I can win against an ordinary student, just wait and see. Jihao's face showed a proud expression, as if the long-haired youth posed no threat to him at all. And the truth was indeed so. As a second-generation strongman, Jihao had been bestowed with many life-saving items by his elders. These were different from equipment, they were used once and gone, but their power would definitely exceed the current level limit. Ordinary students simply couldn't withstand them. Seeing Jihao so confident, Suchen didn't say much more. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Suchen chose not to continue challenging other dungeons. Instead, he suggested going to the Academy's restaurant for a small meal, treating it as a celebration for the recently acquired Shinkuan lock. Jihao and the others had no reason to refuse, and the 3 of them took a seat in a relatively lavishly decorated restaurant. Starting their team's first bonding activity. Old G, this year you've produced some incredible talents. Before school even starts, they've already broken the Academy's dungeon record. The young people today are truly monsters. Hearing the sour tone from the other end of the phone, Ji Xinyuan felt a wave of relief but still smiled and comforted him. Old Shou, one must learn to be content. I remember you have quite a few prodigies among your disciples. Why are you still thinking about my people? Alas, only those like Shui Tianjiao are passable, the others, let's not talk about them. To be overshadowed by a freshman who hasn't even officially enrolled yet, they should be embarrassed. Ji Xinyuan didn't take Old Shou's words to heart. The other party hadn't seen Suchen's footage from the trial tower and naturally didn't know what kind of strength this LV20 kid possessed. Not to mention Shui Tianjiao, even those more monstrous ones at the same level probably wouldn't be Suchen's match. When Suchen and the others topped the record list, he received a message from the Academy's formation spirit. Not knowing until he looked, he was shocked to find that several new kids had actually broken the record left by Shui Tianjiao, which was truly impressive. So, he called the head of the school's logistics department, Zhou Yongyuan, specifically to apply for the highest level of support rewards. Old Shou, how about what I said before? It shouldn't be difficult for Su Chen and them to apply for the super level support rewards, right? Who would have thought that Xiao Yong Yuan on the other end of the line shook his head and denied it? There's no doubt about their strength, especially that Su Chen, he definitely qualifies for the highest level of support rewards. The other two kids should be fine for the next level, but according to the process, Su Chen hasn't been enrolled for a year yet and the assessment period is too short. It's likely that the application won't really go through. Ji Xin Yuan sighed upon hearing this. It was indeed the case. The one-year assessment period was a hurdle that couldn't be crossed. The highest academy once didn't have these rules, but in previous years, there had been cases of beneficiaries betraying the academy, even turning against humanity, causing great damage to the then Dragon Empire. Since then, the academy instituted the so-called assessment period for newcomers, aimed at discerning the student's character and selecting geniuses loyal to the empire and humanity. Alright then, old Xiao, I won't keep you. Let's gather when you have time. After saying that, Ji Xin Yuan hung up, gazing out at the night scenery, lost in thought. On the other side, after finishing dinner, Su Chen and the others returned directly to their dormitory to rest. They had no desire to experience the academy's nightlife. Once everything was settled, Su Chen finally had the chance to check the new purple gear he had obtained. Qiankuan Lock, purple, special item usable above LV20 status, unopened current experience pool 0. Unlike the normal equipment, the Qiankuan Lock, although also a purple item, did not increase attributes such as health and mana after being bound. Su Chen activated the Qiankuan Lock and suddenly felt an inexplicable force tightly connecting him with the other party. The status changed from not activated to activated. However, to his surprise, the activated Qiankuan Lock actually had a hidden skill. Qiankuan, use the fog of qi to conceal yourself, making any practitioner not above your LV10 unable to see your level information, and causing those below your level to subconsciously ignore your level. Cooldown 0s. Upon seeing the skill description, Su Chen realized why some practitioners couldn't see levels when he first arrived at the academy. Even if they actively checked, it would show only a fog. It turned out to be the hidden skill of the Qiankuan Lock. Su Chen was very interested in this. At the Divine Martial Academy, everyone's levels were not far apart due to the Qiankuan Lock. Therefore, wanting to check someone else's level was difficult for others, except for those veteran practitioners. This also reduced a lot of unnecessary trouble. Su Chen came to the academy just to quietly level up and did not want to get involved in messy affairs. He decisively activated Qiankuan to shroud his level in fog, so within the new student group, there wouldn't be too many people who would provoke him. Time passed quickly. The next day, Su Chen and the others once again rushed through the Goblin's treasure dungeon. Aside from some junk, blue gear and various gems, their other gains were meager. Moreover, since Su Chen's level had already reached LV20, he was not allowed to challenge other dungeons on the first floor of the 10,000 Books Pavilion. He could only rely on Ji Hao and Su Lingyun to venture alone. Fortunately, as legendary practitioners, their dungeon efficiency was not slow, and they each leveled up by 1. Ji Hao reached LV17, while Su Lingyun reached LV18. After activating the Qiankuan Lock, Su Chen's leveling efficiency was astonishingly slow, especially in ordinary dungeons. Aside from occasionally dropping some equipment, the experience efficiency couldn't compare to the wild. His level remained at LV20, and future leveling would likely be on a weekly basis. That evening, the three received class assignment messages from the academy. Su Chen and Su Lingyun were in Class 1, while Ji Hao was in Class 4. This year's new students were divided into 93 large classes, with 100 students in each class, and Class 93 had 48 students. At this stage, the academy did not divide classes based on so-called main combat or support professions. The purpose was to mix the students' professions in each class to better find suitable teammates. Seeing that he was assigned to Class 4, Ji Hao's face fell, and he kept lamenting in the small group the three had created. The 6 brothers of Gord 3A. Kick to the sky, Ji Hao brothers, I'm done for, I didn't get into the same class, degree. I will lead the charge, Su Chen don't panic, you can find teammates in Class 4, it won't be a problem. Ordinary light mage, Su Lingyun? A kick to the sky, Ji Hao can I even find anyone? I heard there are cultural classes coming up, my goodness, I've already learned enough in high school /_. Ordinary light mage, Su Lingyun? A kick to the sky, Ji Hao, my third uncle is the counselor for all the new students in our academy. Of course, I know. A kick to the sky, Ji Hao, and he also serves as the head teacher of Class 1, you two better take care of yourselves. On the official start of school day, Su Chen and Ji Hao arrived at the teaching building together. Due to the Tianjiao Road, the Divine Martial Academy was different from most other academies, having a total of 10 grades. Almost every cohort had 8 to 9,000 students, and with other personnel, the total number was over 100,000. Therefore, the teaching buildings for students were also divided into 10, each building 25 stories high. When Su Chen first saw the teaching building, he thought he had arrived at an ultra-luxurious apartment, only this apartment was a bit larger. When Su Chen arrived at Class 1, he found that Su Lingyun had already taken a seat in the front row and had thoughtfully saved a spot for him. At this time, there were only 50 or 60 people in the class, and there was still some time before the lesson began. He sat down next to Su Lingyun and quietly asked, "I heard that our teacher for the class later is Uncle Jihao. Have you met him?" Su Lingyun blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise and said, "Why would you think I've met him?" "Well, I've known Jihao since the day I changed jobs, so I don't know him much better than you do. But we've all been admitted to the Divine Martial Academy and we still have to take theory classes. I'm not Li Jie." As she spoke, Su Lingyun placed her notebook on her face, looking utterly disheartened. Horror. High school cultural textbooks were already difficult, and she thought that once she changed jobs, she would be free, but she didn't expect to have to study even after entering the academy. Isn't this just making things hard for people? How frustrating. Su Chen didn't feel much about this because he had ranked first in cultural subjects for 3 consecutive years in high school. Studying was simply without pressure for him. However, he still smiled and comforted her. "It's okay, you mages, after leveling up, your mental strength is much stronger than ours, so you should learn quickly. Otherwise, what's the use of leveling up so much?" Just like how his strength attribute crushed Jihao, despite the latter's large build, 10 of him combined wouldn't match Su Chen's strength. Hearing Su Chen's explanation, Su Lingyun perked up and her mood improved significantly. She was just about to say something when a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, a handsome face, and dressed in a well-fitted mage robe walked in. His appearance seemed to have some kind of magic, instantly silencing the previously noisy classroom. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction, then walked to the podium, and a fire-type skill appeared out of thin air, startling everyone. The fire skill was not released but swayed slowly in front of the middle-aged man, eventually forming 3 fiery characters. Ji Xin Yuan. "Hello, students, I am your counselor for the first year at the Divine Martial Academy and the head teacher of Class 1, Ji Xin Yuan. For the next 10 years, I will accompany you on this long journey of leveling up. Currently, there are 100 students in the class, and I hope that 10 years later, when we meet again, you can all still stand here safely. My expectation for you is not to achieve great success, but to learn to protect yourselves and not to fall during the process of becoming stronger. In the next 3 months, we will implement a policy of 3 days of classes followed by 1 day off, and 1 day of classes followed by 2 days off. That means students will have to attend 3 consecutive days of cultural classes to free up 1 day for leveling up in the wild or in dungeons. Do you all understand?" Ji Xin Yuan scanned the students below and smiled. "Is there any student who has objections or doesn't understand?" As if waiting for him to say this, a student with a scarred face, a full beard, and an overly mature appearance raised his hand. After Ji Xin Yuan nodded at him, this person voiced the common confusion of all the new students. "Teacher, we have all become professionals, why do we still need to learn this theoretical knowledge?" This student asked a good question. Ji Xin Yuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said with a gentle smile, "I believe everyone is equally puzzled. After enduring 3 years of high school, why don't we quickly level up at the academy, but instead have to take theoretical courses? Does anyone have this thought?" Students below nodded, some even shouted in agreement. Ji Xin Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he continued. "Every year, new students ask similar questions. I might as well explain it to everyone so that no one takes it lightly and ends up regretting it later." Ji Xin Yuan took out 100 storage scrolls from his backpack and distributed 1 to each student. Looking at the curious expressions of the students who managed to control themselves from opening the scrolls, Ji Xin Yuan clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. "These are our upcoming textbooks. You can open the storage scrolls and keep the books safe." Upon hearing that there were actually teaching books inside, a chorus of wails erupted from below. "Spare me, teacher. I just finished 3 years of high school. I didn't come to the academy to start over." "Yeah, 5 thick books like this, how could you bear to give them to us, teacher? I can't take it anymore. Seeing these books makes me feel like I have low blood sugar and everything is going dark." "You've been in your new job for so long, what low blood sugar? Just say you don't want to read." "I don't want to, do you?" "I don't want to either." Looking at the textbooks on the desk, each 3 centimeters thick, the students instantly exploded. Sitting next to Su Chen, Su Lingyun had a dazed look in her eyes, her pupils unfocused, perfectly demonstrating what it means to have dead fish eyes. Like a girl who had been completely worn out, she had completely lost the confidence and charm she had as a legendary class player when entering a dungeon. Even Su Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. He had excellent grades, but that didn't mean he genuinely liked these things. From Ji Xin Yuan's words, this was just preliminary material. Don't be afraid, classmates. These things may look numerous, but you'll learn them quickly. In high school, we already had a preliminary understanding of this semi-dataized world. We've heard about monsters, dungeons, and secret realms countless times. But the actual time we've spent touching this world is less than 10 days since you all awakened. What you know is only about entering dungeons, looting equipment, leveling up in the wild, and maybe some lucky classmates have been to a secret realm. Even after coming to the academy, when we heard about the Road of the Talented, we only thought about how to level up to become stronger. What I want to say is, your thoughts are not wrong, but if you become nothing but muscle-bound brutes, then what is the meaning of our teaching? Wouldn't it be better to just throw you into the wild and let you fend for yourselves? At this point, Ji Xinyuan's elegant demeanor instantly vanished and his expression became serious. In this world, the enemies are not just those monsters from beyond the stars, we also have internal pressures. For the sake of so-called resources and power, the 9 great empires of Blue Star are secretly warring against each other, and countless students die each year because of it. They use schemes like assassination, division, and sowing discord to constantly erode the internal structure of the empires, wanting to carve out a large piece of meat from us and devour it. Do you think the academy would set up cultural courses for no reason? Take a good look at the names on the books, perhaps you'll understand why the teacher said what he did. As the students listened to Ji Xinyuan's gradually rising voice, the playful expressions from earlier disappeared, and they began to carefully examine the books that had just been distributed. Analysis of Blue Star Forces, Comprehensive Analysis of Secret Realms, Detailed Explanation of Beginner Dungeons, Material Value Assessment, Introduction to Resources Around the Academy. Ji Xinyuan held up Analysis of Blue Star Forces and Comprehensive Analysis of Secret Realms and said loudly, I don't expect you to learn much from the remaining 3 books, but these 2, each of you must remember. He pointed to Analysis of Blue Star Forces and explained, this book not only includes the current layout of the 9 major empires, but also marks various other forces, whether they are families or guilds, official or civilian, or even lone wanderers, most of them are introduced in here. That's why I want you to study this book carefully. Because the Divine Martial Academy, as the highest academy of the Divine Dragon Empire, possesses countless resources. Among them, some are large shared dungeons or secret realms. The entrances are scattered all over the world. For example, the second floor of the Wanben Pavilion has several large dungeons that connect to other imperial academies. It should have been a cooperative effort to clear the dungeons and obtain rewards, but for some unknown reason, the geniuses who enter have started to undermine each other for greater benefits, especially among students from different empires. Due to cultural, linguistic, regional, historical, and various other reasons, fierce battles often break out until one side is completely annihilated. Moreover, it's not just other empires, even large civilian organizations have many such large secret realm entrances. Therefore, this book records how the official or civilian forces of various countries can teach you to more accurately discern the identity of the other party, maximizing the advantage of intelligence. This can greatly reduce our mortality rate, trust me. After finishing, Ji Xinyuan pointed to Comprehensive Analysis of Secret Realms and warned, this book contains most of the current information on exploring secret realms. Don't think that's secret. Realms and dungeons are the same, they are not just treasure troves for you to take at will. In fact, according to the discoveries of the powerful from the empires over the years, the secret realm is also a real world, like a mirror, one body with 2 sides. We can go to the secret realm to harvest resources, seemingly without regard for any imperial laws, but can they come out if we can enter? Listening to Ji Xinyuan's words, many students felt a chill run down their spines, hardly able to imagine the chaos that would ensue if the empires within the secret realms descended into reality. Especially Su Chen, who had truly experienced a complete secret realm. He had helped the villagers of the Golden Territory deal with a beast disaster while also slaying Angus, who had betrayed the imperial military. If the person behind Angus discovered his death and found the Golden Territory, he didn't know if those poor villagers could withstand the other's wrath. Even though they were not in the same world, Su Chen was still very grateful to the village chief for gifting him the LV4 Blue Chalcedony. It was a true treasure. To be honest with you, such situations have occurred, and there has been an increasingly frequent trend in recent years. 4. Example, the report of a sudden flood in Shuijing Town 2 years ago, Linshan Town encountering a once-in-a-century typhoon, and the recent monster riots attacking cities. These disasters have caused significant casualties among ordinary people, with the property losses amounting to astronomical figures. After investigation, it was found that the destruction was caused by the arrival of powerful beings from the secret realms, unleashing devastating skills. According to official estimates, one day, the passage between our real world and the secret realm will completely open, and war between the 2 sides will inevitably break out. Classmates, this is a matter comparable to the datization of Blue Star rules. We must take it seriously. After Ji Xinyuan finished speaking, no student responded to him. The atmosphere in the classroom was somewhat heavy, with many people frowning as they flipped through the 2 large books, Analysis of the Blue Star Forces and Comprehensive Guide to Secret Realms. The more they read, the more anxiety grew in their hearts. They had a persistent feeling that their generation would experience something significant. Matters like imperial conflicts and the wars between reality and secret realms. which had originally seemed distant to them, suddenly felt very close after Ji Xinyuan's words. After all, as geniuses who had emerged from the entire empire, breaking through to LV16 before the college entrance examination already indicated their extraordinary nature. This also meant that the things they would encounter in the future would surely be different from those of ordinary people. For instance, when Su Chen heard that the second floor of the Wanben Pavilion had a large dungeon, where they would encounter other forces or imperial geniuses, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Would they really have to fight those people? The feeling he had when he killed Wang Heng and was tracked down by the Mutual Aid Association was incredibly thrilling. If a higher-level assassin had been involved, Su Chen might have been done for on the spot. Looking back now, he still felt a faint sense of dread. That time, his miraculous comeback was purely due to luck. The opponent's level wasn't high, and they didn't have particularly good skills or equipment. Compared to him, who had 3 SSS level skills, they were indeed lacking. But in a large dungeon, things were different from the previous small skirmishes. Even a random death could mean a genius lost. If it turned out to be like before, with the escapees reporting information, wouldn't he have to live in constant fear again? Even if he was safe within the academy, Su Chen would still have times when he needed to leave the city to level up. What if an assassin suddenly appeared? Even if Su Chen wasn't afraid, his teammates like Su Lingyun and Ji Hao would definitely be implicated. They might even die out in the wild. No way. He needed to see if there were any face-covering items for sale in the academy, preferably something that wouldn't even be recognized by enemies standing right in front of him. Such precious items probably couldn't be bought with gold coins and could only be exchanged for academic credits. Thinking of this, Su Chen began to feel a bit excited about how many academic credits he had accumulated from the academy. He hoped it wouldn't disappoint him. After finishing his remarks on analysis of the Blue Star Forces and comprehensive Guide to Secret Realms, Ji Xinyuan pointed to the remaining 3 books. You'd better familiarize yourselves with these as well. They will definitely come in handy in the future. I don't want to hear one day that my students were sold out and helped others count money. Students should understand that the specific information of an item will only be displayed once you acquire it or recognize it. After all, resources like these, aside from those dropped by monsters or personally owned, often don't have obvious characteristics. For example, when everyone judges the quality of an item, the first thing they look at is the aura it emits. We can clearly tell what level of item it is. But in the wild, if you're resting under a tree and an apple falls on your head, and the apple is dull and lacks luster, even inferior to a white item, would you pick it up or even eat it? Probably not. After all, who would be bored enough to pick up and eat an ordinary apple? Except for me. Ji Xinyuan crossed his arms, his gaze falling on the cloudless sky outside the window, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. The students were a bit curious about what Ji Xinyuan had said. Could it be that this apple wasn't as ordinary as it seemed? After a moment, Ji Xinyuan spoke lightly. I once thought it was a mutated apple from my memories, possessing the ability to permanently enhance a specific attribute. At that time, I was incredibly excited and without a second thought, I ate it, and the result? I was poisoned. The LV65 poison effect tormented me in the wild for a full 7 days until I returned to Tiandu for professional treatment, and only then did I recover completely. But I thought it was a stroke of luck, but it turned out to be a poisoned apple. Teacher Ji, how impatient were you to eat it without even reading the prop description? Many people couldn't help but chuckle, and Su Lingyun was no exception, but she couldn't control herself and let out a strange sound of Ge-ge-ge. Su Chen looked at Su Lingyun, who was trying hard to suppress her laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped. A question mark slowly appeared above his head. Did he just hear something strange? Noticing Su Chen's odd gaze, Su Lingyun coughed a few times, then straightened up, flipping through her textbook with a serious expression, as if the Ge-ge-ge just now wasn't her at all. As the classroom atmosphere shifted, Ji Xinyuan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It was his first time as a counselor, and he was tasked with teaching such a challenging class. He was quite flustered. However, it seemed to have gone quite well. At least no student in the entire class was distracted throughout the lesson. He took out a storage scroll and pulled out several student cards, distributing them to the corresponding students. Alright, this class is over. I just wanted to give you a general introduction to the significance of our cultural courses. Next, professional teachers will come to teach, so remember to be polite. All your credits from the college entrance examination are stored in this student card. With it, you can roam the entire Divine Martial Academy, so don't lose it easily. Replacing it will cost quite a bit. After distributing the student cards, Ji Xinyuan announced the end of the class and left the classroom directly. As he walked out the door, he turned his body halfway back, his smile still warm. One last thing. Are there any students who want to be class monitor? We will hold elections after the 3rd day of cultural classes. The class monitor gets extra credits every month. With that, he truly left, leaving Su Chen and the others, a group of excited freshmen. Damn, there are credits. I have to get in on this. Anyone with some clout, vote for me. Hey, do we small fries not have any rights? Put. Bro, you really dare to say that? What's your name? I'll definitely vote for you. Unlike what Su Chen expected, the freshmen in Class 1 didn't have that kind of arrogance, thinking they were amazing just for getting into the Divine Martial Academy. Instead, there were more familiar and silly types. Su Chen leaned on the desk, picking up the student card he had just received, the information appearing. Su Chen 87th student, remaining credits 508,300. He earned 506,300 credits during the college entrance examination, and the extra 2,000 was probably the reward for being first on the leaderboard for the Goblin's Treasured Dungeon. Doing nothing and still getting 1,000 credits every day, this is too comfortable. Sigh, if I hadn't leveled up to LV20 and broken all the records on the first floor of the 10,000 books pavilion, I could have earned even more credits. Missed opportunity. Seeing Su Chen sighing on the desk, Su Lingyun was a bit curious. Was this guy stimulated by something? Su Chen, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Su Chen turned his head, looking at Su Lingyun with a pained expression, his right hand tightly clutching his heart, breathing heavily. My heart hurts so much I can't breathe. I feel like I've missed out on 1 billion. What? What do you mean by 100 million? Don't ask, you wouldn't understand. Su Lingyun looked confused. If you don't say anything, how would I understand? This person is really something. Su Chen still wore a look of indifference, his gaze hollow as he stared at the study card. Su Lingyun suddenly had a flash of inspiration, picked up her study card, and looked at the numbers inside, her expression thoughtful. Could it be that this guy Su Chen failed the college entrance exam and earned too few credits? But that doesn't make sense. She knew how strong he was, even though all the candidates had the same level of trial targets during the exam. But it shouldn't be enough to make Su Chen fail. What's wrong, Su Chen? Are the credits inside not enough? She asked tentatively. No, didn't you notice the change in credits? The top of the leaderboard earns an extra 1,000 credits every day. Unfortunately, my level exceeds the limit, so I can't go fight those first-level dungeons anymore. Otherwise, sigh. Hearing Su Chen's explanation, Su Lingyun was taken aback, then calculated her own gains. Why do I only have 800? Even if we're in the same team, could the rewards be divided into different tiers based on contribution? That guy Jihao probably also has 800. If he was just coasting, he might only have 600. Or even less. After saying that, Su Lingyun showed a hint of a forced smile. Besides, there aren't many first-level dungeons, they're just for practice. Even if you reach the top, it doesn't hold much value. The credits aren't that generous. Meanwhile, someone in her heart was thinking incessantly, this guy has such a high level and still wants to take all the good things for himself? What a beautiful thought. Su Chen raised his left eyelid and stared at Su Lingyun with one eye. What are you laughing at? What good does it do you if I can't earn credits? If I make the leaderboard, it means you make the leaderboard too. If I earn credits, it means you earn credits. You don't understand such a simple logic? It seems the mage's spiritual power attribute hasn't helped you strengthen your brain much. You're bound to fail this semester. Su Lingyun fell silent, feeling a bit choked by Su Chen's words. She suddenly felt that what he said made a lot of sense. Why do I feel like I've lost 100 million too? Aside from Ji Xin Yuan attending a class after opening the course, the rest of the time was taught by professional teachers from the academy. According to the weight, Blue Star Power Analysis took 2 hours in the morning, followed by a secondary subject, which didn't require rote memorization of 3 books. Secret Realm Analysis Compendium took 2 hours in the afternoon, plus 2 secondary subjects. A day passed quickly, leaving no time to explore dungeons. Back in the dormitory, Jihao complained to Su Chen, bro, you wouldn't believe it, our homeroom teacher said when it comes to selecting a class leader, there's a guy who can show off even more than I can. He thinks he aced the exam, acting all high and mighty, and anyone below his level is nothing. It disgusted me. Su Chen retorted, who's the top scorer in your province, Su Lingyun? Jihao nodded, yeah. This time we had 4 legendary combat professions, but that girl still came out on top and became the top scorer in our province. Then why don't you let her help you out? Why are you telling me I'm not from your hometown? Jihao was dumbfounded. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to see him show off, not to have someone beat him up. Besides, she's a top scorer, her strength is impressive. Stop worrying about that, just focus on your studies. If you find suitable teammates, bring them over quickly to avoid long delays. Don't worry, forming a team won't be that quick, just the team formation and member review will take a long time. At least we don't need to rush for half a month. Hopefully, it goes as you said. 3 days passed in a flash, and after the intense pressure of external knowledge, not to mention Su Lingyun, even Su Chen was quite exhausted. These things really need to be memorized with care because they are closely related to their lives. After the teacher of material value assessment left, Ji Xin Yuan, who had not been seen for 3 days, reappeared before everyone. Classmates, after 3 days of learning, I think you should all know each other a bit better. Let's use our spare time to elect a class monitor. Is there anyone who would like to volunteer for this position? Let me make it clear, while the class monitor enjoys benefits, they must also fulfill corresponding duties. This includes, but is not limited to, taking attendance every day, recording everyone's progress, and checking on everyone's mental well-being. So, who wants to come up? Before the words finished, many hands were already raised. Oh, teacher, pick me. I can do anything, I can endure hardships, and I promise to serve my classmates well. Don't listen to his nonsense. On the first day of school, he said whoever has the biggest should be chosen. It should be me. Girls are more suitable for this position, okay? A class monitor not only needs to be strong but also must be attentive and care for every classmate. Who's like you boys, dazed every day, totally unreliable. You, shut up. The classroom was in chaos and Su-chen stared blankly at the scene. Was it really that serious for a class monitor? Su Lingyun also didn't understand. Shouldn't this be a tough and tiring position with little credit? Who knew that Ji Xinyuan's next sentence made the classroom boil like cold water poured into a hot pan? 5,000 credits a month. What? I only got less than 80,000 credits for the college entrance exam, and this 5,000 a month. The academy is really generous. Brothers, vote for me, and I'll perform a talent show for everyone. I don't believe you. I'm LV17, definitely qualified to be the class monitor of class 1. Well, when he heard about the reward of 5,000 credits a month, even Su-chen couldn't help but be tempted for 0.1 seconds. Unfortunately, he now earns 1,000 credits just by lying down every day. Isn't that better? Even Su Lingyun, who only had 800, looked down on these rewards. The class monitor position, this hard labor, was actually a welfare position prepared for students from less fortunate families. Facing the enthusiasm of the classmates, Ji Xinyuan had them come up one by one to introduce themselves, emphasizing what contributions they could bring to the class as monitors. Naturally, those who went up first had the advantage. After several rounds of selection, Ji Xinyuan finally chose a few students who performed well to go on stage. Everyone then voted. Until the last girl, named Li Yi, who had a ponytail and some freckles, came on stage. The class monitor election came to an end. Li Yi was successfully elected as the class monitor. She was a rare profession at LV17. After the college entrance exam, everyone had more or less leveled up by 1, so now, only a few in class 1 were still at LV16. There were also 2 at LV18 and 1, Su-chen, who had already broken through LV20. If Jihao were here, based on the information he had previously obtained, he could confirm what Su Lingyun said. Because the family backgrounds of the last few who went on stage were not outstanding, the academy was giving them a chance to catch up with their classmates. Even if this support was not obvious, it was still better than having nothing. We're done here, but I wonder how Jihao's side is doing. I heard there's a top student in their class, really impressive. Su Lingyun pouted, as if no one else is a top student. When it comes to Jihao, the two decided to meet up first to discuss tomorrow's plan. The academy implements a policy of 3 days on and 1 day off, and they actually have very little time to level up. The higher-ups at the school haven't required these geniuses to follow the old paths of ordinary professionals. That path has low potential and significant bottlenecks. Even if they break through to LV100, it won't affect even a local disturbance. So, in the Divine Martial Academy, leveling up isn't particularly important. As Su-chen and the others just left the classroom, they ran into Jihao, who had hurried over from class 4, looking somewhat anxious. He was out of breath. As he spoke, Brother, I just suddenly found a pretty suitable teammate. He's a legendary class warlock, and there's potential. To put it simply, that guy has basically gathered all the essential abilities for a warlock after the college entrance exam, like damage increase, damage reduction, slowing, and blessings. Most importantly, his initial awakened skill is extremely rare. Jihao's mouth was like a machine gun, rapidly explaining to the two. Miraculously, even at Jihao's triple speed, Su-chen could hear every word clearly. How do you know so much in detail? Su-chen asked curiously. Such private matters would be shared? You don't understand. That guy just wanted to run for class president and said a bunch of stuff. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to find you now. What do you want me for? To invite him? But a legendary warlock should have no trouble mastering those skills. Or is his initial awakened skill particularly special? Jihao nodded seriously and said, that's right, that person's skill is called Soul Rebirth. The effect is to mark friendly units with the rebirth mark, making them immune to instant death judgments, and it can extend the near-death state of the marked unit for 3 seconds. After the effect is triggered, the rebirth mark disappears. Instant death is one thing. At our current level, we won't encounter that, but how does extending the near-death state work? Su Lingyun was a bit confused. This soul rebirth didn't sound that impressive. Why was Jihao so excited? But after Su-chan understood the effect of soul rebirth, his eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly, is it what I imagine it to be? Absolutely. I asked when I voted. After receiving a fatal blow, their health will drop to just 1 point, and if no one heals them within 3 seconds, they will die directly. If someone heals them. Ji Hao took out his staff and immediately cast Basic Healing on Su Chen, causing a green glow to appear above his head. Plus 30 plus 30 plus 30. The professional will directly recover from the near-death state, equivalent to giving someone a shield against fatal attacks. Although the cooldown is long, it's not much different from Resurrection. Don't you think this skill is awesome? Slap. Su Chen excitedly slapped his thigh and then quickly walked towards Class 4, turning his head to ask, with such an amazing guy, why didn't you just pull him in directly? To save us from running another trip. Ji Hao spread his hands. Looking somewhat helpless, I'm not the team leader, and my strength is weak. I'm afraid I can't negotiate with him. Besides, if a new member joins the team, shouldn't everyone assess them first? I wouldn't dare make a decision on my own. What if you all don't like him? Wouldn't that be awkward? Su Chen nodded. Ji Hao was indeed right. In the future, if the team wanted to add new members, everyone's opinion would be very important. They couldn't have a one-man show, or it would easily breed internal conflicts. Especially for future new members, if they had a past with someone in the team, even if they were strong and had great potential, they absolutely couldn't be brought in. Otherwise, it would be like a single rotten apple spoiling the whole barrel. Lu, how have you considered it? With the two legendary professions of you and me, along with a few rare professionals from our class, let's say something arrogant. There aren't many teams in the entire first-year freshmen that can match us. Once our strength increases, special dungeon slots, rare skill books, high-level gems, and other precious resources will be ours to choose from. It's not impossible to surpass the second and third-year seniors. What are you hesitating for? Listening to Fei Hu paint a beautiful blueprint, Lu Mingqing felt a bit stirred. He knew the other party wasn't lying to him because Fei Hu was the only LV18 genius in their class and also the top student in the province this year. If it weren't for the invisible rules of the class leader selection, he might have already become the class leader of Class 4. He had the strength and confidence to make such bold statements. However, what troubled Lu Mingqiang was that Fei Hu's style was somewhat domineering, leaving no room for others to question him. In the 3 days since school started, a few classmates who merely voiced some rebuttals to Fei Hu were dragged to the duel arena for a practice match. The duel arena was similar to a death match, but without penalties, only 4 students to spar. The fate of those unfortunate souls was predictable. Under the watchful eyes of many classmates, they were all swiftly defeated by Fei Hu. After reviving outside, they left without looking back. Lu Mingqiang longed for a powerful main combat captain in the team, which would greatly enhance the sense of security for the supporting professions within the team, especially for someone like him who had almost allocated all his skills to control and blessings as a warlock. He needed a strong teammate, but to join Fei Hu's high-pressure team like this? He feared that one day the team would fall apart under such long-term pressure, and then where would he go? Seeing Lu Mingqiang's expression constantly changing, his brows furrowing again and again, but still not giving a definite answer, Fei Hu's expression also turned cold. He spoke in a deep voice, Lu Mingqiang, the strength of my team is the strongest in Class 4. If you join us, we will definitely soar like a tiger with wings, and I am confident we can compete with other genius teams. At the same time, I promise you, you can take an additional 3% of the resources from the team. This applies whether in the wild, dungeons, or secret realms. If you refuse, Fei Hu didn't continue, as some things shouldn't be said too explicitly. He believed Lu Mingqiang was a smart person who would make the right choice. He extended his hand, waiting for the other party's response. Under Fei Hu's half-temptation, half-threat, Lu Mingqiang sighed inwardly just as he was about to extend his hand. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. Fei Hu's hand, suspended in midair, was firmly grasped by a muscular man over 1.9 meters tall. Both of them were taken aback. When did this guy appear? Ji Hao revealed a row of white teeth and smiled down at Fei Hu, saying, "Sorry, I refuse." Before Fei Hu could react, Ji Hao continued, "Brother Lu is the one our team has set its sights on. Unless something unexpected happens, he should have no connection with your team." Ji Hao? What are you doing here to stir up trouble? Fei Hu, who had come back to his senses, looked terrifyingly grim. He suddenly pulled back his hand, causing Ji Hao to stumble. Ji Hao was not the least bit angry, nor did he have the foolish idea of competing in strength with someone like Fei Hu, a legendary main combat class. He wasn't that stupid. Instead, he stood firmly between Fei Hu and Lu Mingqiang, unmoving. His attitude was very clear. "I said, Brother Lu, our team wants him. Since there's plenty of time, you should quickly find some other excellent classmates to join your team." After saying this, Ji Hao turned around, put his arm around Lu Mingqiang's neck, and laughed as he led him towards the door. Fei Hu couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement at this scene. Ji Hao's almost dismissive attitude ignited his fury. Usually, he was the one causing trouble for others. When had even a support class dared to challenge him? Even if they were at the Divine Martial Academy and Ji Hao was a legendary class, that didn't matter. "Stop right there!" Fei Hu shouted, startling some students who were still in the classroom. Everyone turned to see Fei Hu striding up to Ji Hao, his gaze icy as he stared directly at him. Who do you think you are? You dare to snatch someone I have my eyes on? Who gave you the guts? Fei Hu's attitude had not been like this when he first learned that Ji Hao was a legendary class priest. Just a couple of days ago, he had been inviting and trying to win Ji Hao over, promising various conditions just to have a legendary healer in the team, ensuring safety while greatly reducing expenses. But how could Ji Hao be interested in this arrogant guy who was even more pretentious than himself? The person he had been complaining about to Su Chen was Fei Hu. Therefore, Fei Hu's attempts to win Ji Hao over had naturally ended in failure. Now, Ji Hao dared to publicly snatch away the teammate Fei Hu had his eyes on. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Fei Hu, this is the third time, and the last time I tell you. Brother Lu, our team wants him. Ji Hao looked down at Fei Hu, whose face was turning red as if he was about to explode at any moment, and spoke calmly. Got a problem? Keep it to yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of suppressed gasps erupted around them, with many classmates looking at Ji Hao in disbelief. As a legendary support class, Ji Hao was quite a celebrity in Class 4. He was usually very kind to everyone, but what was going on today? He actually slapped Fei Hu's face in public? Wasn't Ji Hao afraid of Fei Hu's retaliation? Even if he was a legendary healer, if he really provoked Fei Hu, he might not be able to walk away unscathed. Good. Fei Hu gritted his teeth, spitting out 3 words in succession. He directly applied to the academy for the use of the duel arena through his own panel, preparing to teach this reckless kid a harsh lesson. Challenge target, Ji Hao. At the same time, Ji Hao received the notification, and before he could speak, he heard Fei Hu's cold laughter in his ear. Since you dare to snatch people from me, do you have the guts to go to the duel arena and practice with me? If I don't kill you within 30 seconds, I'll consider it my loss. The events unfolded so quickly that Lu Mingcheng, who was at the center of the storm, only just came to his senses. He looked at the calm Ji Hao and the furious Fei Hu, finally realizing the seriousness of the situation. Although Lu Mingcheng was grateful for Ji Hao's righteous intervention, he didn't want this big guy to take the hit for him. The team he mentioned was probably a lie. Because Ji Hao rarely went out, where would he find the time to look for teammates? Even if it were true, Fei Hu, as a legendary class, was a genius who had achieved provincial champion status, and his strength was definitely at the top tier among the freshmen. Even other legendary class players could only match him at best. Lu Mingcheng pulled Ji Hao's arm, wanting to speak up, but Ji Hao pressed his head down and pushed him back. Challenge me? Ha ha ha, Fei Hu, are you still half asleep? You're a main combat class trying to take me down, a support class? How shameless. And you think you can kill me in 30 seconds? Look at how capable you are. Ji Hao ignored Fei Hu, whose face was dark and seemed ready to drip water. This guy was arrogant, but not foolish enough to act directly in the academy, so he wasn't afraid of any threats. Ji Hao walked out of the classroom, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he stood behind a girl they had never seen before. The girl was wearing a light yellow floral dress and a sun hat, her hair cascading naturally behind her, giving off an air of quiet elegance. When she stepped in front of Fei Hu, she said something that shocked everyone. Kill Ji Hao in 30 seconds? How about you come play with me and see if you can last 30 seconds in my hands? So bold. So audacious. Her calm tone was filled with immense confidence, completely disregarding Fei Hu, the top player of Class 4. This was a stark contrast to her quiet and elegant demeanor. Wow, who is this girl? She's so fierce. She must be the teammate. Ji Hao mentioned, she definitely has her eyes on Lu Mingcheng, that's why she's here to steal him. Wow, she's already at LV18, definitely a main combat legendary class. Do you think she can beat Fei Hu? That guy is not easy to deal with. Hard to say. Don't listen to that girl's nonsense about not lasting 30 seconds. It's not that easy to determine a winner between legendary classes. I think she's just helping Ji Hao save face. The crowd whispered among themselves, their eyes glued to Ji Hao and the others, and Fei Hu. At this moment, a few of Fei Hu's recruited teammates also gathered around, both sides standing in a tense standoff. Fei Hu also noticed Su Lingyun was at the same level as him. He could sense a strong threat from her. In this situation, it was either a class counter or her strength was simply far superior. They were all freshmen, and with the same level, the latter was clearly impossible, so there was only one answer. In this case, it was impossible to clash head-on. He had to think of another way. Fei Hu's mind raced, and then he sneered, saying something he would regret later. Ji Hao, you big man, hiding behind a girl, what kind of skill is that? His gaze fell on Su Chen, who posed no threat to him at all. Moreover, under the influence of the Jian Kuan skill, Fei Hu and the others subconsciously overlooked checking Su Chen's level, thinking he was just an ordinary rare class player. As soon as he said this, Ji Hao's mouth dropped open, and within 3 seconds, his face displayed a myriad of exaggerated expressions: astonishment, confusion, shock, joy, and ecstasy. He gave Fei Hu a thumbs up. Well done. You really are useless when given a chance. Su Lingyun was stepping in for him, hoping not to let them bully him too much. The outcome of a fight between two legendary classes of the same level was still uncertain. But you had to pick the most formidable one among all the freshmen. Courageous. When Su Chen heard Fei Hu challenge him, he was also taken aback, then smiled, revealing a look of young man, you have a bright future. As he stepped forward to accept the challenge, a system prompt suddenly came through. The birth of a campus bully, task difficulty, task content, defeat Fei Hu with extreme aesthetic violence, making him feel the harshness of society. Task reward, equipment upgrade token ×1. Goodness. A mission has arrived. This challenge was already a must-win, and now the system has added fuel to the fire, making Su Chen feel a strange sense that not beating Fei Hu would be a mistake. He didn't waste any words and directly sent a challenge request to Fei Hu. The other party agreed without hesitation. With the surrounding students as witnesses, both sides headed to the nearest arena to the teaching building. Moreover, some busybodies spread the news of this battle, and many new students came to watch. Even those second and third year students came to see the excitement. At this moment, in a high-level office, a tall figure with long golden wavy hair, dressed in casual clothes, was quietly watching the surging crowd below. Hey, aren't you going to do something? This is your class's outstanding talent. If he gets beaten too badly, it won't end well. A voice full of mockery rang out from behind. Zhuang Qing ignored it, her gaze still fixed below. Although Fei Hu is quite strong compared to Su Chen, he probably falls short by quite a bit. I heard this guy scored full marks in the trial tower. How long do you think Fei Hu can last under Su Chen? I'll bet 5,000 credits. Who wants to take a small gamble with me? That's not fair. There's no suspense in this fight. Besides, 5,000 credits is too stingy. I'll bet 10,000 for 1 minute. I'll also bet 10,000 for 50 seconds. Fei Hu is at least a legendary professional, don't look down on him. I'll bet 10,000 for 45 seconds. Listening to the voices coming from behind, the topics became more and more absurd. Zhuang Qing's forehead twitched. Why should our class's genius be looked down upon like this? Zhuang Qing turned to look at this group of unruly colleagues, took a deep breath, and coldly spoke. Don't go too far. I admit Su Chen is strong, but Fei Hu is not bad either. It's just a 2-level difference, not so great that he can't fight. Moreover, just say how long your kid can last. He is your student, you should have some confidence in him. Defeat is just a matter of time. There's nothing to get tangled up about. Zhuang Qing was choked, her chest rising and falling for a full 3 seconds before she coldly huffed, 1 minute. I believe Fei Hu can last at least 1 minute. Zhuang Qing blared at he who had opened the betting first until the other party felt goosebumps all over. Then she enunciated, I bet 30,000. None of you can escape. As her words fell, the office fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into loud cheers. A few seasoned veterans exchanged smiles, feeling as if they had finally hooked a fat sheep. Meanwhile, Su Chen had also arrived at the duel arena. Looking at the countless expectant eyes around him, Su Chen recalled the task requirements he had just triggered, feeling somewhat like he was bullying a child. Moreover, this time they were in the wrong, having directly snatched away a teammate they were about to recruit. Su Chen thought it best not to let Fei Hu lose too badly and to give the other party some face. He tentatively suggested, how about we find a more private place? There are too many people here, I'm afraid it won't look good. Hearing this, Fei Hu sneered, what won't look good is just an excuse. Just like the few classmates he had dealt with before, always trying to find some inexplicable reasons to avoid fighting. But since Fei Hu had chosen this place as the battlefield, it was to let the onlooking classmates see clearly what would happen to those who defy him. Stop talking nonsense. I can't wait to crush you bastards. Su Chen spread his hands, feeling somewhat helpless. The opportunity was given to you, but you can't seize it. There were no referees in the duel arena. When both sides were ready, a bowl-shaped light curtain descended from the sky, enveloping the ground. A circular area with a diameter of 100 meters was marked out, centered around Su Chen and Fei Hu, while isolating the students outside. A dull horn sounded. Fei Hu took out an iron sword glowing with green fluorescence from his backpack, and at the same time, a blazing red sun ignited around him. Just as he was about to swing his sword at Su Chen, a familiar female voice suddenly reached his ears. Fei Hu, don't rush in to fight. Try to hold out for 1 minute. If you can do that, the teacher will reward you with 10,000 credits. Remember, Su Chen is a LV20 hidden class. His strength is terrifying. Don't engage him head-on unless you're absolutely sure. Hearing the transmission from his homeroom teacher, Zhuang Qing, Fei Hu was taken aback, staring in shock at the figure across from him. LV20? How is that possible? He, a main combat-type legendary class, had only recently reached LV18. How did this guy manage that? Fei Hu's expression grew serious. He had no doubt about what Zhuang Qing said. This guy named Su Chen was probably the strongest in that small team. But why didn't he sense any danger from him? At LV20, Su Chen should feel even stronger than Su Lingyun until Fei Hu checked the level display and found it shrouded in mist. His heart sank again. This time, it was serious trouble. Fei Hu fell silent, his body tense, the blazing sun around him no longer as dazzling, beginning to shift to an orange-red hue. He circled around Su Chen, his eyes fixed on him, determined to present his best state to face this opponent. Su Chen was confused. What was wrong with this guy? Not just him, but even the other observing students looked bewildered. Why wasn't he attacking? He was a swordsman. What was he waiting for? Only a few teachers secretly observing from the high-level office noticed something amiss. One of them laughed and scolded Zhuang Qing, "You little girl, using these outside tricks." Otherwise, with Fei Hu's temperament, he would have rushed in to fight Su Chen long ago. Now, look at him, just circling around. He can drag it out for a minute. Exactly, this time it's a draw, no more betting. Right, Zhuang girl is cheating, really doesn't take us old comrades seriously. Zhuang Qing smiled lightly. I just told Fei Hu to be careful of Su Chen. Is that cheating? Besides, you guys set the betting odds. I've put in so much, don't you think it's a bit late to want to back out now? After saying that, Zhuang Qing continued to focus on the scene below. Watching Fei Hu become extremely cautious and fully absorb her words, Zhuang Qing nodded in satisfaction. A teachable child, not just a muscle-bound brute. This time, Zhuang Qing wanted to see how Su Chen would defeat him within the first minute, even if the opponent had passed the trial tower with full marks and leveled up to LV20. At this moment in the duel arena, the two maintained this strange standoff for a full half-minute. Some senior students couldn't help but shout loudly, urging Fei Hu to step up and take down Su Chen, telling him not to be so timid. Fei Hu ignored the external distractions, only wanting to complete the task assigned by Zhuang Qing. At the same time, he was looking for any weaknesses in his opponent during this time. But Su Chen's patience was clearly not as good as his. Taking out a triangular shield, Su Chen stepped forward towards Fei Hu. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Classmate, come on, I can let you attack first for 3 moves. Stop dragging this out. Fei Hu was taken aback to see that Su Chen was a shield warrior, and then became even more vigilant. With this meat shield class reaching LV20, Su Chen's danger level rose another notch in Fei Hu's mind. Facing Su Chen, who was continuously closing in on him, Fei Hu could only retreat. He thought about truly battling Su Chen in 1 minute. Unfortunately, Su Chen did not give Fei Hu the chance. He accelerated with his shield and charged at Fei Hu. All the watching players' attention was drawn to the scene. Although they didn't know what kind of trick Fei Hu was playing, Su Chen's initiative to attack still satisfied everyone's enthusiasm for watching this battle. 2 melee fighters had to engage in close combat for it to be exciting and interesting. However, a surprising scene unfolded. Fei Hu, as a legendary class player, actually started to run away as well. What the hell is going on? You challenge others, and when you get to the duel arena, you play this game with me? Brothers, I don't get it. What is Fei Hu doing? Since the beginning, he hasn't dared to land a single hit. What kind of challenge is this? Hey, Fei Hu, why are you running? Go back and fight him. Are you still a man or not? At this moment, even Jihao and the others were puzzled. What was going on? Although they were confused, Jihao didn't hold back his voice, his loud shout cutting through the crowd and directly reaching the duel arena. Fei Hu, aren't you the top scorer in the college entrance examination? Aren't you LV18, claiming to be the best in class 4? Aren't you supposed to duel me? Fei Hu, do you only know how to bully ordinary students in your class? As Jihao's shouts continued to reach Fei Hu's ears, Fei Hu's expression became extremely ugly, wishing he could jump down and tear Jihao's mouth apart. And those senior students, pointing and looking at him, made him feel nauseated. The trash talk was wildly affecting Fei Hu, causing his blood to surge, his eyes reddening, wanting to unleash all his power and have a big fight with the guy chasing him from behind. But not yet, he had to wait a little longer. Fei Hu desperately suppressed the anger in his heart while calculating the passage of time. It was almost there. Almost there. 45, 47, 50. Did you see that? Fei Hu is like this. Letting him be your captain. What else can he do besides run? He doesn't even dare to face a normal duel, and you expect him to help you? When you encounter danger in the wild, do you think this kind of person will step up to protect you? As the 1-minute mark approached, Jihao's loud voice suddenly rang out around them, clearly reaching Fei Hu's ears. Even though this was directed at a few of Fei Hu's new teammates, watching their leader being chased around the duel arena like a rat, dodging left and right, even they felt embarrassed to look on. It's not that he can't fight. What are you afraid of? 2 of them shook their heads and sighed, turning to leave the crowd. This scene was just seen by Fei Hu, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He let out a long howl to the sky, his body burning with intense sunlight like a warrior reborn from the flames, finally launching his first charge at Su Chen. Perhaps it would also be the last. At this moment, only a few seconds remained until the 1-minute mark. The teachers watching from the higher levels all sighed in disappointment. This little guy is really cunning, dragging it out until now, and I'm afraid all my credits are going down the drain. It's all because of Zhuang girl reporting me, otherwise it would have ended long ago. No way, I'm going to apply for a draw. Can you all stop making excuses? Losing is losing. Everyone, get ready to transfer your credits to my account. Zhuang Qing wore a broad smile, extending her hand, her meaning clear. She wanted money. What the hell? Suddenly, a phrase of pure exclamation echoed throughout the room, drawing everyone's attention. Immediately, Zhuang Qing's smile froze, as if she had turned to stone. The other teachers were no better off. They realized that at this moment the duel stage had only Su Chen left. Where did Fei Hu go? Old He, who was opening the betting, looked at Su Chen in shock, smacking his lips. He wanted to say something, but in the end, it all condensed into one sentence. What the hell? This young man. The other teachers looked at Old He in confusion, wondering what was going on. They had only spaced out for a moment. Where did such a big person like Fei Hu go? Zhuang Qing was the same. She stared at Old He, wanting to hear an explanation. Time rewound a few seconds. Fei Hu, furious at his teammates' departure, charged towards Su Chen like a volcano erupting. The surrounding students erupted in excitement, their eyes glued to the two. The distance between them quickly closed, and the blazing sun on Fei Hu seemed to come alive, wrapping around his long sword, forming a fire dragon that slashed fiercely at Su Chen. Su Chen remained unfazed, simply pushing his shield forward, the protective light sphere of the primordial unmoving king enveloping him. When this grand strike hit the shield, Fei Hu felt an inexplicable powerful force surge towards him. Immediately, he suffered a backlash. What shocked Fei Hu even more was that this strike didn't inflict any damage on Su Chen, as if it hadn't even broken through his defenses. How could this be? He was a legendary class Blazing Sun swordsman with an incredibly powerful attack. Why was this happening? Before he could think further, a ridiculously shaped giant axe suddenly appeared in Su Chen's right hand, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, glowing with purple light, and slashing towards Fei Hu with unstoppable force. Fei Hu's pupils constricted, the blazing sun on him recongealing as he tried to dodge this overwhelming strike. Unfortunately, Su Chen merely let out a light shout and pulled Fei Hu over. The giant axe, carrying purple light, collided with the terrified Fei Hu. Whoosh! Minus 5,490. A damage value that far exceeded Fei Hu's life limit erupted. Then, Fei Hu transformed into white light and exploded, dissipating, and was teleported out of the duel arena. At this moment, he hadn't yet recovered from the battle, his mind only left with the domineering axe light that seemed capable of shattering everything. The scene fell silent, no one uttering a sound, all staring blankly at the figure on the duel stage, shouldering the giant axe. With just one strike, the top scorer of the college entrance examination, a legendary class with a level as high as LV-18, was slain on the spot. Can anyone tell me what exactly happened? Fei Hu was killed in one hit? Are you kidding me? That's a legendary class, the Sunblade Knight, and he was actually taken down by that unknown kid with one axe strike. This unknown? His name is Su Chen. After today, the entire first-year freshman will probably experience a shockwave. What a terrifying guy. The crowd first fell silent, then erupted into the most frenzied shouts since the duel began. Shock, excitement, disbelief. Everyone's eyes were wide open, some even holding their heads in their hands, their gazes darting back and forth between Su Chen and Fei Hu. The Fei Hu they had high hopes for couldn't even withstand a single blow from his opponent. That explosive damage didn't seem like something a freshman should possess. Even the older students watching had serious expressions, warily eyeing the two purple pieces of equipment in Su Chen's hands. Yes. Many people on the scene had already realized that Su Chen was a shield warrior, but his equipment was just too good. At the freshman stage, he actually had purple gear to wear, and two core pieces at that. This might just be the combination of the strongest spear and the strongest shield, an older student exclaimed. Not only did he not break through the defense, but he couldn't even take a hit from a shield warrior? I don't understand. Easy to say. Why don't you go try it and see if you can win? The second-year student who was retorted let out a dry laugh. What a joke, he was just a mage. If he got hit by such terrifying damage, wouldn't he just go meet the king of hell? While everyone at the scene was in a frenzy of emotions, Fei Hu, who had been teleported out of the duel arena, looked lost and dejected. Even though the battle was over and his injuries had healed, he walked unsteadily, like a drunken strongman. He was supported by two remaining teammates as he staggered away from the duel arena. Fei Hu took one last look at the figure in the center of the duel arena, stared for a few seconds, and sighed helplessly. There are always people better than you. There are heavens beyond the heavens. In fact, Su Chen also noticed Fei Hu's change. He felt a bit embarrassed, hoping he hadn't really made the kid shut down. He walked out of the duel arena and returned to his team. Ji Hao immediately came up and hugged Su Chen's neck, excitedly shouting, "You were amazing, bro. You really made us proud, taking that guy down in one go. I thought he was supposed to be so powerful. Turns out it was just this." Lu Mingcheng also walked over, but he seemed a bit reserved. There was no helping it. Su Chen put a lot of pressure on him. Fei Hu had been so fierce and domineering before, and in just one battle he was almost taken out by the person in front of him. Such strength was simply his dream come true. Although Su Chen's class seemed a bit strange, apparently a shield warrior. But what did that matter? The only thing that made Lu Mingqing a bit worried was whether Su Chen would agree to let him join the team. Don't be fooled by his legendary level. Warlock status. With so many freshmen around, there were others with similar class traits, so he wasn't irreplaceable. Especially with Su Chen's strength, the difference between rare and legendary classes shouldn't be that significant. Lu Mingqing thought silently. After leaving the duel arena, Su Chen and the others went to the restaurant where they had gathered a few days ago. Fragrant flavor building, the dishes and flavors inside were quite good, and after sitting down, Su Chen finally took a good look at the legendary warlock in front of him. Lu Mingqiang was slender, pale, and completely enveloped in a robe, wearing a bright red wizard hat. The wizard hat was quite ugly, ruining Lu Mingqing's somewhat handsome image, but it was indeed a piece of headgear for mages. After chatting for a while, Su Chen got to know a bit about Lu Mingqiang. This guy was a LV-17 legendary class arcane sorcerer, a type of warlock, skilled in obstacles and buff skills, essentially the main controller of the team. Lu Mingqing didn't have the perverse constraints and striking power of a formation mage, but he played quite diversely. Curses, fortune changes, prophecies, and the supernatural are all within the scope of his future skills. It's a truly versatile profession. After getting to know each other, Su Chen formally extended an invitation to Lu Mingqiang. He stood up, extended his right hand, and said gently, "Welcome to the team. I hope we can walk together as teammates for the next few years, even decades." Lu Mingqing quickly got up, grasped Su Chen's right hand, shaking it up and down, his face filled with uncontrollable excitement. "That's great. I've always wanted to find a strong team with a good atmosphere, and I thought I wouldn't have the chance. I didn't expect to meet everyone in this way." After saying this, Lu Mingqing picked up a beer from the table and downed 3 bottles in quick succession. "If you all don't mind me, Lu Mingqiang, I will definitely accompany you all from now until the deep space battlefield, from dawn to dusk." "Ha ha ha. Brother Lu, you said it so well. Come on, let's have a drink." Jihao also picked up a beer and clinked glasses with Lu Mingqiang, tilting his head back to gulp it down. Seeing this, Su Chen and Su Lingyun smiled slightly. The atmosphere of the gathering was incredibly harmonious, with cups clinking and an unspoken youthful spirit in the air. Until they left the fragrant building, the few of them were a bit drunk, unable to walk straight. Su Chen stopped them and they sat around a flower bed, enjoying the evening breeze and looking at the stars. He suddenly spoke up. "Originally, after class, Lingyun and I were planning to discuss something with you, old Ji, to see what we could do during our day off tomorrow. But with old Lu suddenly joining the team, it actually saved me a lot of trouble." Jihao's face was flushed from the alcohol and he slurred, "What's wrong, bro? You said tomorrow we should do something." Lu Mingqiang also looked over, but as he turned his head, his body uncontrollably fell to the ground. This scene caused everyone to burst into laughter, and Jihao laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. "I mean, old Lu, are you really that excited? Wait until I get this on camera, ha 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 ha." Lu Mingqiang was slightly sobered by the fall. He ignored Jihao's threat and instead asked Su Chen, "Brother Su, does the team have any tasks for tomorrow?" Su Chen waved his hand and smiled. "Not really a task. According to my previous plan, I was going to take Jihao and Lingyun to grind the Qiankuan lock at school. But grinding for a long time doesn't benefit me much. I can't fully utilize my level advantage. Since you came, with 3 legendary professions in the team, sweeping through the first layer of the Wanben Pavilion dungeon shouldn't be a problem. This morning, I heard that a 7th grade teacher moved a large dungeon's teleportation entrance from outside, and the challenge level isn't too high. Next week or the week after, once everyone levels up to LV20 and equips the Qiankuan lock, I'll take you all to explore." "Large dungeon? Can we do it? I heard it's meant for the veterans. Can we compete with them?" A hint of worry flashed across Su Lingyun's face. "It's fine, the news from Wanben Pavilion has spread. The challenge level is only LV20 LV25, it won't be too difficult. It's considered a relatively simple large dungeon, but since it's a new one, the dungeon information hasn't been released yet. However, with our strength, it shouldn't be a big problem." Su Chen gave her a reassuring look and explained, "This matter is only tentative, we'll see how it goes when the time comes. It's still early, no need to rush." After discussing the news about the large dungeon with a few others, they each returned to their dorms. Especially that kid Lu Mingqiang, who stumbled with every step, as if his feet weren't his own. He could only rely on Su Chen and Jihao to help him back. The next day, Su Chen slept until 9 before getting up. After a quick wash and breakfast, he lay down on the sofa and placed his recent main gains on the coffee table. On the first night of school, Su Chen had gone to the logistics department to retrieve the 2,000 sky tilt stones sent by Lin Luo. Adding his recent gains, he had a total of 2,456 stones, including those exchanged at the secret shop. The second was the 2,000 pieces of mutton fat jade rewarded from the Dare to be First in the World quest, which he planned to synthesize and then embed into his equipment. The The third was the task reward that was suddenly released yesterday. Su Chen looked at the task panel and a line of prompts appeared. Birth of the Campus Bully task completed. You have received an equipment upgrade token ×1. An ancient yellowed rune appeared in Su Chen's palm. It was covered in dense lines, resembling some kind of sacrificial or wish-fulfilling ritual imprint, exuding a mysterious aura that calmed the mind. This was the most valuable item Su Chen had at the moment. Equipment upgrade token, green, special item usable above LV1 effect, can consume the equipment upgrade token to enhance the equipment level. Each piece of equipment can only be used once, and the number consumed is only affected by the equipment level. Based on Su Chen's observations last night, the effect of this equipment upgrade token was incredibly powerful. Although it was only of green quality, to him, it was worth as much as purple equipment, because it could elevate any equipment's level to the next tier, from LV10, LV20, LV20, LV30, and so on. However, the number of equipment upgrade tokens required varied by level. For example, upgrading from LV10, LV20 only required 1 token, while LV20, LV30 required 2. As for how many were needed for higher level equipment, Su Chen was unsure, because he only had equipment from LV1 to LV20, and LV1 equipment was not even in the category of usable items. No one would bother to enhance a broken LV1 item. Su Chen took out his weapon and laid it flat on the ground, then carefully placed the token on the giant axe according to the instructions. Buzz. The equipment upgrade token transformed into a ball of yellow light, enveloping the giant axe and emitting a tangible pale yellow wave of light. This startled Su Chen, who quickly pulled the curtains in the living room shut, watching in amazement as the weapon underwent transformation. After about 5 minutes, the light dissipated, revealing a battle axe that was even more fearsome than before. Now the battle axe was 1.5 meters long, 20 centimeters longer than before, with silver dragon engravings coiling around it, and the dragon's eyes began to emit a blood-colored mist. Seeing the appearance of the battle axe, Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked it up and swung it, creating a whooshing sound. He had a fondness for such fierce and domineering weapons, especially compared to the long sword he had used before. Su Chen felt that the battle axe was his true love. Looking at its attributes made Su Chen smile from ear to ear. Lover of Alandi's comrade, purple, +4, completion, 74.07%, usable above LV20, melee classes can use, durability, 1000 damage, 1188. Strength +24, strength +22, modified damage 82, increased modified all attributes 4, increased bound, health 524, increased mana 207. Increased. After a quick calculation, Su Chen found that the base damage had directly exploded by 3.16 times, which he had read in a theoretical book. The attribute increase of weapons of the same quality in adjacent levels is roughly between 2.2 to 3.24 times, with the measurement data provided by 10,000 growth-capable equipment. So this battle axe can be considered a one-step solution, almost reaching the effect limit of the equipment upgrade symbol. Other attributes also have varying degrees of increase. Su Chen held the mutton fat jade in his hand and began the long journey of synthesis. Congratulations, gem synthesis successful. You have obtained mutton fat jade, level 2 × 1. Congratulations, gem synthesis successful. You have obtained mutton fat jade, level 2 × 1. Congratulations, gem synthesis successful. You have obtained mutton fat jade, level 3 × 1. Congratulations, gem synthesis successful. You have obtained mutton fat jade, level 4 × 1. Congratulations, gem synthesis successful. You have obtained mutton fat jade, level 5 × 1. A total of 1,296 pieces were consumed, and Su Chen finally obtained a level 5 mutton fat jade, which was 1 level higher than the blue chalcedony he had obtained before. He did not continue synthesizing because the level 20 equipment only opened 1 socket. 2 sockets require level 50, and 3 sockets require level 100. Su Chen found it a waste to install it on the remaining equipment. Even though he was about to update his gear, he felt it was not cost-effective. Green gear has low cost-effectiveness and is popular in the market purely because it is the best quality equipment available for purchase. Compared to purple gear, it falls far short. Without hesitation, Su Chen embedded the level 5 mutton fat jade into the battle axe. Now he lacked defense, but his damage was somewhat lagging behind. Previously, he could take down small monsters in one hit, but now even using shield counterattack he couldn't do it. So Su Chen invested all the sky tilt stones into the battle axe. A series of messages prompted again. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. Congratulations, equipment modification successful. Current modification level +5. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. Congratulations, equipment modification successful. Current modification level +6. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. The sky tilt stones were used up, but Su Chen's weapon ultimately only reached +6, as the materials were still somewhat lacking. However, looking at the freshly forged giant axe, Su Chen felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. This is the weapon a man should use. Lover of Alandi's comrade, purple, +6, completion, 66.75%, usable above LV20, melee classes can use, durability, 1000 damage, 1188 strength plus 24 strength plus 22 gem, mutton. Fat Jade, level 5, physical damage 104 increased modified damage 131 increased modified all attributes 6 increased bound, health 524 increased mana 207 increased. Su Chen ran his hand over the surface of the battle axe, his movements gentle as if caressing a lover. Despite having lived 2 lives, Su Chen was still an unrepentant single dog. But this did not diminish his love for the newly upgraded weapon. The equipment update made Su Chen feel as if he were on adrenaline, and looking at the balance on his student card, he took out his phone and began browsing the treasure trove that specialized in selling equipment within the academy. Su Chen would not stay in the LV20 to LV29 stage for too long, so he needed to update his gear. Not to mention how good it was, at least he had to arrange for a full set of green gear. He wouldn't be arrogant enough to think he could dominate the newcomers relying solely on 2 purple items. The strength of the Feihu was formidable, but it wasn't that impressive. At the LV20 stage, many wealthy students were gathering gold coins, preparing for a major equipment update. There were even those who were truly well off, able to adorn themselves with gems at LV20, although they were just low-level gems. The enhancements they provided should not be underestimated, so Su Chen also needed to prepare well. However, after browsing for half a day, Su Chen found that there were almost no green items with decent attributes on the market. Most were the worst kind. Many had contradictory attribute tags such as strength and intelligence appearing on the same chest piece. There were also helmets with the combination of intelligence and clothes combining intelligence and agility. These were hardly usable. It was unclear whether there were truly no top-tier items or if they had been bought by other students. In any case, Su Chen did not find any. In the end, he could only select a few pieces of equipment that were somewhat acceptable, bind them to his student card, place the order, and pay a total of 45,980 credits. He also bought 2 general skill books for warrior classes, Sword, Chi Slash, and Triple Strike. These 2 were common skills on the market. Other skills available at this stage were either single target bursts, which couldn't compare in damage to shield counterattack, or rare skills or universal skills that he couldn't buy. Such popular items, once sold, would be snatched up instantly as long as the price wasn't outrageous, leaving no chance for Su Chen to pick up a bargain. This reminded Su Chen of a very famous saying from his previous life: the rich play with technology while the poor rely on mutations. He was the latter. If he wanted good skills and good equipment, he could only grind for them himself. After handling everything, Su Chen stored his weapon and began heading to the wilds outside the city. The equipment and skill books, according to online descriptions, were supposed to be delivered within the day. He wondered if that was really reliable. The area outside Tiandu was similar to Hechuan City. The further one got from the urban area, the more dangerous the wilderness became. After passing through several leveling zones, Su Chen arrived at a gathering place for monsters at LV25-LV27. Here, giant, bizarre man-eating flowers thrived, their flower buds as large as wash basins swaying freely. They often swallowed whole those foolish enough to underestimate them. It was one of the few low-level areas with a high death rate in the wild. Su Chen's gaze fell on the man-eating flower, and a line of information appeared before him. Mutated venomous man-eating flower, normal, LV25, health 11710/11710. The health was very high, nearly 12,000, about more than 3 Feihu combined. But Su Chen still wanted to test whether this hideous and terrifying man-eating flower could withstand the upgraded version of himself. He walked up to the man-eating flower, and before he could raise his shield, the monster opened its large mouth and bit at him with a speed that even surprised Su Chen. Hiss. -124. Su Chen did not dodge. 3 light spheres transformed into a protective shield, completely absorbing the damage. Now, in the low-level areas of the wild, as long as he wasn't deliberately seeking death, it was hard for him to encounter any real danger. The man-eating flower wanted to continue its attack, but due to Su Chen's earlier use of shield counterattack, it couldn't even break through his defenses this time, and even suffered some minor backlash. When the skill's passive was successfully triggered, Su Chen felt a power much stronger than before brewing in his weapon. Without hesitation, Su Chen tightened his arm muscles and swung the battle axe downwards in the most brutal manner towards the man-eating flower. At the moment the weapon made contact with the bud, Su Chen seemed to see a miniature sun rising before him, and then a blinding white light filled his entire vision. Boom! -9048. A terrifying damage. Close to 5 digits appeared, and the man-eating flower let out a piercing scream, its health nearly plummeting to the bottom. If it weren't for the 25% attribute suppression, Su Chen's axe would have definitely dealt over 10,000 damage, killing the man-eating flower on the spot. Fortunately, it was just one more axe swing. As the attack landed, the already low-health man-eating flower had no chance of recovery, and its body quickly withered after death, as if time were only passing for it. Successfully killed the mutated poisonous man-eating flower. Normal experience plus 130. Additional experience for defeating a higher level enemy plus 32.5. Su Chen was very satisfied with this weapon modification. When he returned to the dormitory at night, he could further enhance his attributes. Coupled with the newly purchased skill book, Su Chen, who had advanced to LV20, was finally entering a true explosive period of strength. As for later hardware updates, it all depended on whether he could get purple gear from boss drops that was too reliant on luck, and even Su Chen wasn't confident. After putting away his weapon, Su Chen moved on to the LV24 leveling area, where he might be able to kill monsters in one hit, thus achieving a mowing down effect and leveling up rapidly. Even with the Qiankuan lock, he was confident he could level up in just a few days. If he brought Jihao and the others along, the speed would be even faster with the team experience boost. Arriving at the miasma jungle, where dead trees were everywhere and a group of mushrooms continuously exhaled purple mist as if they were breathing. As soon as he entered, Su Chen was affected by an abnormal status. You are affected by low-level neurotoxin dash, losing 1 health point per second, and your attack speed decreases by 10%. No big deal. Seeing the prompt, a smile even appeared on Su Chen's face. The reason he came here was to utilize the mist formed by the toxins to continuously trigger the passive of shield counterattack. Moreover, his rage value was rapidly increasing. 24, 65, 87, 100. Health increased by 10%. Damage increased by 20%. Damage reduction by 15%. With all statuses activated, Su Chen swung at the nearest dead tree. As he approached, the old tree, which had seemed dead for a long time, suddenly came to life, its branches glowing with a purple-black halo. The monsters here even had attribute attacks. This made Su Chen even more excited. Both sides' attacks landed simultaneously. Unfortunately, those branches with attribute damage hitting Su Chen felt no different than a tickle. All the damage was absorbed by the light shield. However, Su Chen's axe swing directly exploded with 5-digit damage. Boom! Minus 10,749. Successfully killed the withered tree demon. Normal experience plus 125. Additional experience for defeating a higher level enemy plus 24. 1 hit and it was blown apart. The withered tree demon was directly blown apart, turning into a ground full of wood chips of various sizes. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction at the sight. This was the strength he should have. Unlike before, when it took him 2 or 3 hits to take down a minor boss in a dungeon, that was simply too pathetic. Su Chen hoisted his battle axe and charged at another withered tree demon. With the experience from before, he moved towards the next target the moment the damage was triggered, completely ignoring whether the monster was dead or not. A real man never looks back at explosions. At this moment, Su Chen was like a ruthless lumberjack machine, starting his frenzied work in this area. 5, 10, 100, 300, 500. A mad slaughter, without a hint of fatigue. Su Chen's 2 strongest attributes were strength and constitution, so he wasn't afraid of getting tired. Perhaps his spirit was a bit lower, but even if Su Chen's mind went blank, his powerful muscle memory and the strong subconscious of a professional could still drive him to kill indiscriminately here. From morning to afternoon, and then to nearly 6 o'clock, Su Chen had lost count of how many tree demons he had killed. Looking back, the roots of those tree demons that hadn't respawned yet were scattered over a vast area. Glancing at the time, Su Chen decided to return promptly at 6, not wasting a moment. At this moment, inside the Academy's secret realm, Jihao and the others were besieging the Goblin Scholar. With Su Chen absent, Su Lingyun had become the main damage dealer, while the 2 supports continuously cast skills from the back. Compared to Jihao, who was almost pure healing, Lu Mingcheng had a fair number of attack methods due to his class characteristics. However, due to not having fully updated equipment, his damage was somewhat disappointing. Fortunately, with several powerful buffs, Su Lingyun's attacks were fierce, dealing over 1500 damage with each hit. Although it couldn't compare to Su Chen's monstrous output, the efficiency wasn't too different due to the dungeon's cooldown time. It was just 1 less hit. It's about to collapse, let's focus fire one more time and try to take it down. Seeing the Goblin Scholar had entered a berserk state, Jihao couldn't help but shout loudly. Don't rush, you're not dealing damage, so it's easy for you to talk. Su Lingyun, at the front, huffed in annoyance. How could she, a little girl, be at the front? She wondered how those 2 had the nerve. Was it just because they were supports? Or was it because her health was higher than theirs? Su Lingyun hadn't felt any problem facing wild monsters or bosses when she soloed before, but everything was daunting when compared when Su Chen was around. She could safely hide behind and deal damage without worrying about anyone harming her. But now, as a fragile mage, she not only had to take care of the two big guys but also constantly reposition to deal with the already enraged Goblin Scholar. It was too difficult. Listening to the two behind her chatting and joking, Su Lingyun grew more and more frustrated, her skills and normal attacks flowing more smoothly, pouring damage onto the boss. 16%, 11%, 6%, 3%, 1%. When the boss was left with a sliver of health, Su Lingyun deliberately used her strongest single-target damage skill to finish it off. Minus 2,750. A beam of starlight pierced through the Goblin Scholar's head, and the completely enraged boss froze in place before slowly toppling over. Bang! Its body exploded, turning into clusters of light, but Su Lingyun's eyes instantly widened in shock, because among the several blue-green light clusters, she spotted a brilliant purple. It exploded. It exploded. After a whole day of work, we finally got a drop. Su Lingyun excitedly bounced over to the light clusters, and Ji Hao and Lu Mingcheng also approached with joyful expressions. Wow! It really is the Jianku Unlock, Sister Yun. You've finally graduated, Ji Hao said with a hint of envy. Congratulations, Sister Yun, on getting a purple item, hee. Lu Mingcheng also didn't expect that just a day after joining the team, he would witness the birth of a purple item. With a drop rate of 1/10 for the Qianku Unlock in this dungeon, it can be considered the most abundant junk purple gear. But at least it's still related to purple, right? Once Hago gets his drop, it'll be my turn, no rush. Although Lu Mingcheng was quite envious, he kept comforting himself in his heart. Hee. My level is higher than yours, so I'll use this first. No objections, right? Su Lingyun's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled and asked her two teammates, Ji Hao and Lu Mingcheng, both shook their heads. Su Lingyun had contributed the most and was the highest level, so it was only right for her to use it first. After receiving their agreement, Su Lingyun put away the Qianku Unlock and distributed the remaining equipment items to the others. After sorting through their gains, the three of them teleported out of the dungeon, and by this time, the sky had already darkened. Today's haul is really great. At this rate, we'll probably each have a Qianku Unlock before next week. I'm almost sick of this dungeon. Ji Hao stretched lazily, his bones cracking. Although he didn't have to deal damage in the dungeon, casting healing spells for a long time was tiring, especially since Su Lingyun didn't have Su Chen's passive recovery skills, so he had to keep worrying. We've been pretty fast, okay? The official school year hasn't even started for a week, and our team is almost graduating. Just look at the other teams, they're still focused on leveling up. They probably want to wait until they're LV20 before farming, but the time wasted then won't be as cheap as it is now. Lu Mingcheng comforted. I know, I'm just venting. Ji Hao shrugged, not wanting to continue the topic. Let's eat first. That guy Su Chen is probably still outside the city and hasn't come back yet. Let's go. I'm starving. Just bring back a portion for Su Chen. Don't give him your leftovers. Ha, then he'll definitely be mad at me. Meanwhile, our classmate Su Chen was on his way back to the academy. After a whole day, his experience bar had progressed by January 7, and with the accumulated experience, he was less than halfway to leveling up to LV21. By next week at the latest, that was the goal Su Chen set for himself. Upon returning to the academy, Su Chen headed straight for the dormitory, eager to see if the equipment he had ordered had arrived. He wasn't disappointed. Outside the door, he found 4 neatly arranged boxes. There was also a note on top with his order information. After confirming everything was correct, Su Chen moved the boxes into the dormitory and took out the equipment one by one. There were 4 pieces: a helmet, a top, pants, and shoes, all emitting a faint green glow. As for the equipment for other parts, it wasn't that Su Chen didn't want to buy them, but they were severely out of stock. He simply couldn't find them. Especially the rings and necklaces, which were the rarest parts of the whole outfit, were nowhere to be seen in the market. Even the belts were all of poor attributes. There wasn't a single usable one. Fortunately, Su Chen had already collected all these in the secret realm. Although they were only LV10 equipment, their attributes were still excellent and would suffice. Su Chen changed into all the equipment, ready to welcome the second surge in his overall attributes. You have equipped Shadow Helmet green, health plus 624, strength plus 17, constitution plus 16. You have changed equipment Adventurer boots blue, Gale boots green, speed plus 32, agility plus 14, strength plus 17. You have changed equipment Snowfox fur coat blue, Willow leaf armor green, defense plus 176, constitution plus 16, strength plus 16. You have equipped Silk pants green, defense plus 134, constitution plus 17, constitution plus 18. The notification sounds kept coming, and Su Chen could feel that with the equipment updates, his own strength had also made significant progress. Stronger power, more robust health, and swifter speed. These improvements were visibly apparent. Su Chen had changed dramatically, shouldering a giant axe, holding a battle shield, wearing an iron helmet and dressed in the extremely lightweight willow leaf armor. If it weren't for the strange silk pants on his lower body, Suchen would actually fit the image of a general quite well. Unfortunately, in their entire team, aside from Su Lingyun, everyone's outfits were somewhat abstract and the style had gradually become ridiculous. However, for the sake of greater strength, Suchen could still accept this minor flaw. He opened the panel and began to admire his significantly boosted attributes. Name: Suchen. Occupation: Shield Emperor. Unique: Level 20 214 020/361 000. Health: 11 950 Mana, 901 Strength, 212 Spirit, 41 Constitution, 289 Agility, 52 Physical Damage, 2 541 Magical Damage, 1 579 Speed, 156 Defense, 2 839 Skills. Shield Counterattack. SSS LV1 Taunt Max. Health like a Dragon. SSS Max Innate Immovable King. SSS Max Rage 0 out of 100 Reputation 500. Most importantly, both damage types, physical and magical, had increased significantly, and the attributes of Constitution and Strength were far ahead. Suchen was very pleased after seeing this, but when he noticed his health exceeding 10,000 and his mana in the triple digits, he felt a wave of melancholy. Although Suchen was a pure-blooded shield warrior responsible for protecting teammates and absorbing damage, he didn't want to develop into a muscle-bound fool with no intelligence. Thinking of a certain scene that might occur in the future, Suchen couldn't help but shiver. However, there was nothing he could do. All the equipment he had bought focused on defense and health attributes. There was very little emphasis on spirit. This also led to the somewhat peculiar appearance of Suchen's current attributes. Picking up 2 skill scrolls contained in a box, Suchen quickly checked them and chose to learn them directly. You have mastered his skill, Sword Chi / you have mastered his skill, Triple Strike Sword Chi / B consumes 40 points of mana using the weapon to slash forward, creating a radiant attack that can rapidly advance 5 meters, dealing 180% magical damage. Cooldown: 12s Triple Strike. B consumes 35 points of mana, swings the weapon to quickly slash 3 times, dealing 120% / 150% / 180% damage respectively. If 30 points of rage are consumed, it will increase the damage by an additional 20%. Cooldown: 15s. These two skills weren't particularly powerful, but they compensated for Suchen's lack of attack skills, especially Sword Chi /, which allowed a melee class to perform ranged attacks, dealing magical damage, making it a very rare effect. It was considered a highly cost-effective skill, and most melee classes in the academy would buy a copy to learn. After all, it was just a common item and not expensive. Just as Suchen was preparing to head to the treasure pavilion to see if there were any new rare skills for sale, a light sound suddenly came from the entrance. He saw Ji Hao walking in with a bag. Seeing Suchen with his upgraded equipment, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Placing the meal in front of Suchen, Ji Hao smiled and said, "I thought you wouldn't care for the trash green gear on the market, but I didn't expect you to secretly change it while we were in the dungeon." Who was being secretive? "My gear just arrived." "Okay." Suchen pointed to the side and said, "Did you not see the boxes that were delivered still over here? By the way, how was your haul today?" Mentioning this, Ji Hao became a bit excited. "Today, Yunjia already dropped a Qiankuan lock. We're probably close too. At the latest, we can arrange it for next week." Hearing that Su Lingyun had graduated, Su Chen was a bit surprised, not expecting such good luck today. "If that's the case, maybe we can enter that new large dungeon soon. Now we just need you and Lu Mingcheng. If luck is on our side, we can grind for 2 days this weekend, and we should be able to get it. Then we can go level up in the wild. I found a good spot over there." Ji Hao nodded with a smile. These past few days of constantly running dungeons had actually been quite boring, leveling up slowly, and with his bad luck, he hadn't dropped any useful gear. It was better to level up in the wild. "Is old Lu adapting to the team?" Suchen suddenly asked. "Old Lu? Don't worry. That guy just looked shy. Once he joined the team, he was chatting happily with us, no sense of awkwardness at all." Suchen looked at Ji Hao with disbelief. "I think he was chatting happily with you. Lingyun isn't that talkative." Ji Hao, feeling wronged, was about to retort, but saw Suchen had already stood up, taken the meal, and brought it back to his bedroom. At the same time, a voice floated over. "Please help me clean up the trash in the living room." "Thank you." Days passed by. The new students gradually adapted to the rhythm of life at the academy. Classes, dungeons, leveling up. Every day was busy, with little time for personal rest. Ji Hao and Lu Mingcheng weren't too lucky. They only managed to get one Qiankuan lock over the weekend. It wasn't until Thursday of the second week, the first day off, that they finally dropped the gear before the reward event ended. Thus, the entire team achieved the accomplishment of one Qiankuan lock per person. After these days of battles, everyone's levels had also increased. First was Su Chen, who had been crazily chopping trees in the wild, reaching level 21. Su Lingyun, with a 2-to-1 advantage and team experience bonus, reached level 19. Meanwhile, Jihao and Lu Mingcheng were only at level 18, still a bit away from level 19. But this was nothing to Su Chen. On the weekend of the second week, the group didn't go to the 10,000 books pavilion again but followed Su Chen to the wild, starting a 2-day crazy adventure. The 4-man team enjoyed an extra 200% experience, distributed according to contribution. Even though the 2 support players couldn't gain too much extra experience, they still enjoyed the experience feeding brought by Su Chen and Su Lingyun killing monsters. Lu Mingcheng, who was teaming up with Su Chen for the first time, was wide-eyed the whole time, watching Su Chen kill small monsters as if he were chopping vegetables, his eyes filled with shock. Isn't it, bro? You've always been this fierce? Why does it feel like leveling up is as easy as riding a rocket, with no difficulty at all? Lu Mingcheng, who had just applied the buff aura to Su Chen and Su Lingyun, let out a sigh from the depths of his soul. Jihao, holding a staff, continuously cast recovery skills on Su Lingyun. He patted Lu Mingcheng on the shoulder and laughed, "Old Lu, don't act so clueless. That guy Su Chen is no ordinary powerhouse. With him around, even if we put on another Qianku and lock, those guys from the academy won't be able to catch up with us." Watching the wild monsters that were instantly obliterated by Su Chen as soon as they got close, and the experience bar that kept jumping forward, Lu Mingcheng still felt a bit dazed. When did leveling up become this easy? Could it be that the equipment effects at LV20 are this good? Lu Mingcheng attributed the reason to the equipment. Su Chen had updated. After all, the damage was not this exaggerated when they fought the Feihu a while ago. Su Chen, hearing their conversation, just smiled silently and didn't explain much. They were currently challenging the LV27 Fear Demon Ape, a wild monster with a built-in heavy strike skill. After updating all his equipment with the support of 2 major buffs, Su Chen focused on this remote area where new players would never come. With the enhancement from the aura and other skills, combined with the passive effect of rage even when facing monsters 6 levels higher than him, Su Chen could still one-shot them. Su Lingyun was building a stone platform at the back of the team. Standing on it, she continuously released skills in all directions, attracting monsters to come. Wave after wave, under the huge rewards for challenging higher levels, Jihao and Lu Mingcheng managed to level up to LV19 in less than a day. Their levels were on par with the main battle legendary professionals in the academy. This motivated the 2 even more to level up. During the cooldowns of their skills, they actively helped Su Chen pull monsters, greatly increasing the efficiency of farming. By the next noon, all 3 of Su Lingyun's group had reached LV20. Only then did they feel a hint of difficulty in leveling up. As for Su Chen, the experience he gained was almost equivalent to the total of the 3 combined. Thanks to the extra experience from teaming up, his contribution accounted for over 80%. This was equivalent to an additional 160% experience, a staggering increase. After killing a Fear Demon Ape with a base experience of 140, Su Chen received an actual experience of 582. This terrifying efficiency also pushed Su Chen's experience bar for LV21 forward by March 4. With just half a day's more farming, he was confident he could directly advance to LV22. However, Su Chen did not choose this path. Instead, he had the 3 of them change into the LV20 equipment they had prepared in advance and return to the academy. On the second floor of the Wanben Pavilion, the group arrived at a deserted corner. This was the entrance to the large dungeon that the 7th grade teacher had moved to. Previously, it was thought that over time, information about this dungeon would spread among the students. But unexpectedly, the level restrictions for challenging the dungeon limited those students who wanted to join in the fun. The higher grade students were too high in level, while the freshmen were still hovering below LV20, which made Su Chen's team the first to challenge the dungeon. After entering the dungeon, unlike the usual direct teleportation to the dungeon interior, the 4 of them arrived in a waiting space. Besides them, there were many other professionals who had entered through different entrances. There were people of all 3 skin colors. Based on skin color, people gradually formed 3 large circles. Within those, different smaller circles formed. What surprised Su Chen was that he hardly saw any professionals from the Dragon Empire. Most were from the Sakura Empire. Although the 2 looked very similar, they ultimately belonged to 2 different empires. Moreover, the 2 were clearly opposing forces in the shadows. The way those people looked at the Dragon Empire professionals was not very friendly, and when they whispered among themselves, certain derogatory terms could be clearly heard. Is there really so many students above LV20 here? Looking at the increasing number of people entering, Su Lingyun showed a hint of confusion. In the Divine Martial Academy, only the 4 of them met the challenge conditions. Other academies, even if they didn't follow the path of the talented, wouldn't all crowd hereafter. Reaching LV20, right? Su Chen shook his head and whispered, "Not all of them are students. Some look quite old, probably professionals from small factions. Don't worry, those who come in at this time are either students from ordinary academies or professionals from insignificant factions. There's nothing to be afraid of." Ji Hao took out his staff and nodded in agreement. Su Chen is right. Other academies don't have as many cultural classes as we do, so they have more time to level up. It's not surprising that they can reach LV20 after more than 20 days of job change. This also indirectly shows that these people's strength isn't as formidable as we imagine, otherwise it wouldn't be us in the Divine Martial Academy, but them. Su Lingyun realized. Earlier, she thought everyone here was a talented individual above LV20, which startled her. However, the dungeon is definitely not simple. With so many different factions, cooperating seamlessly is just a dream. There might even be some kind of numerical trap in the dungeon. We need to be careful. Just as Su Chen finished speaking, a white light filled every corner of the waiting space, enveloping all the professionals. The white light was blinding, and when they opened their eyes again, the four of them had arrived in a new place. There were also a dozen professionals from the Cherry Blossom Empire around them. A number 200 of 200 appeared in the sky, representing the number of participants in this large dungeon. A thought entered the minds of all the professionals, and the dungeon rules appeared. Ruins of the ancient city. Please have 20 teams pass the random trials and proceed to the central hall to kill the ancient city lord. Afra. Each successful participant will receive a basic reward. Note 1. Afra has been tainted by dimensional energy and needs blood nourishment to awaken its reason. For every participant reduced, Afra's reason increases by 1% and the basic reward increases by 1%. Note 2. The ancient city is shrouded in dimensional energy and all items have undergone unknown changes. Professionals should be vigilant. Note 3. When Afra's reason reaches 100%, it may trigger unknown changes. A series of information popped up, and just a brief glance made everyone's mood quite subtle. The professionals from the Cherry Blossom Empire exchanged glances filled with inexplicable meaning and quietly moved closer to Su Chen and the others. Holding various weapons, some even summoned beasts appeared from the void, slowly surrounding Su Chen and his group. The leader looked at Su Chen and the others as if they were dead, revealing a cold smile. Trash from the Divine Dragon Empire. This time we, the Chiba Society, have run into you. You can only blame your bad luck. As your old saying goes, you should have checked the almanac before going out today. The four of Su Chen did not understand the language of the Sakura Empire. When they heard the leader babbling a lot, no one knew what it meant. However, according to the rules of the dungeon, for every eliminated practitioner, the final reward would increase by 1%. It's not hard to understand why the practitioners of the Sakura Empire were attacking them. Even without the rules, when the two sides met, it was unlikely to be very harmonious. Watching the practitioners of the Sakura Empire closing in, a smile flashed across Su Chen's face. Just 16 people thought they could surround and kill them. Wasn't that a bit of an underestimation of the talents of the Divine Martial Academy? The practitioners of the Sakura Empire, seeing the indifferent expressions on their faces, felt a surge of anger. Damn monkeys, daring to provoke the great Sakura god even when death was imminent. They should be grateful this was just a dungeon, otherwise they would be permanently erased from this world. The leader took out a unique samurai sword of the Sakura Empire, let out a strange cry, and charged at Su Chen and the others. The other practitioners prepared to unleash their skills, wanting to wipe out Su Chen and the others in one fell swoop. Seeing this, Su Chen laughed loudly, and several skill effects rose around him. You have received Beginner Bloodlust Enhancement. Attack increased by 100 points, attack speed increased by 10 points. Lasts 200s. You have received Wind Whisper Enhancement. Movement speed increased by 20 points. Lasts 300s. You have received Beginner Strength Aura Enhancement. Strength increased by 24 points. Lasts 150s. You have received Beginner Constitution Aura Enhancement. Constitution increased by 30 points. Lasts 150s. With a series of enhancements, Su Chen's state instantly reached its peak. Ignoring the charging practitioners of the Sakura Empire, he exerted force in his legs and jumped nearly 3 meters high with over 200 points of strength attribute. Locking onto the distant practitioners, Su Chen swiftly swung his battle axe, and a purple axe light appeared out of thin air, illuminating the surroundings even brighter. The axe light sliced through the air at high speed towards the opponents. The practitioners of the Sakura Empire, who were still casting spells, hadn't even realized what was happening before the axe light filled their entire field of vision. Minus 5,507, minus 5,646, minus 5,880. After updating his equipment, Su Chen's spell attack was even higher than the current Su Lingyun. After experiencing 2 major auxiliary enhancements, the damage had become unimaginable. An axe light carrying spell damage directly split 3 distant practitioners in half. At this moment, the practitioners of the Sakura Empire finally completed their skill releases and hurled their attacks at Su Chen and the others. Facing the incoming attacks, Su Chen, as a shield warrior, stood firmly in front of everyone. Those melee practitioners who rushed forward intended to cooperate with the ranged spells to kill Su Chen and the others. But unexpectedly, the first casualties were actually their own practitioners. They were filled with rage, releasing skills to chop Suchen into pieces, wanting him to suffer the pain of being cut. In the next moment, 3 light spheres formed a shield, completely shattering their thoughts. The powerful skills they were proud of hit the shield of this kid who hadn't even grown hair yet, and they couldn't even break through the defense? How was that possible? Gale, thunder. Before the practitioners of the Sakura Empire could figure it out, Lu Mingqing's voice rang in their ears. Then, a light blue circular mark emerged from the ground beneath their feet, its brilliance flickering, and a gust of wind surged upward, lifting them off the ground. Immediately after, a violent thundercloud bizarrely appeared above their heads, and several bolts of lightning as thick as an arm struck down instantly. -2890, -3012, -2741. These charging practitioners were severely injured by Lu Mingqiang, who had updated his equipment. Although his profession leaned towards support, the Miracle Master mastered a wide array of skills and could do everything. As long as his equipment kept up, switching from support to damage output was not a problem. Suchen is a typical example. Relying on powerful equipment and extraordinary skills, a shield warrior can deal damage that many main damage dealers cannot comprehend. Before they could fall, Su Lingyun raised her staff, and starlight surged forth, piercing through the chests of several people, completely ending their journey in the dungeon. The sudden turn of events happened too quickly, so fast that the priests of the Cherry Blossom Empire couldn't save anyone and were instead killed by the opposing side as they exited the dungeon. As the number of players decreased, the numbers in the sky began to change slowly. 193/200. 7 people had already died at the start, making the other players in the trial dungeon increasingly wary of one another. Aside from the friends who had come together, they dared not trust anyone else assigned to them. Here, for every person that dies, the rewards increase by 1%. But the situation was developing beyond the control of the players present. It was as if some kind of magic was at work, igniting the murderous intent hidden deep within the players. Su Chen and the others were like a bomb thrown into a pot of oil, completely igniting the dungeon space. Clearly, the task was to clear the trial dungeon first before defeating the final boss, yet people were now attacking each other for that 1% reward. As for Su Chen, he had no intention of sparing the players from the Cherry Blossom Empire. He raised his battle axe and charged into the crowd, beginning a frenzied slaughter. With every strike, a player from the Cherry Blossom Empire met a gruesome end. Before they died, their faces showed panic, as if they had encountered something extremely terrifying. What no one noticed was that although these players' true bodies were sent out of the dungeon, the projections left behind here had their blood slowly seeping into the ground after death. The ground seemed alive, gently undulating up and down, absorbing the blood of the fallen players. This blood flowed out from the 20 trial areas, converging in the central hall. On the throne, a person clad in armor stared blankly ahead, where there was a gigantic plant. It broke through the ground of the hall, with green vines spiraling around a large flower bud, as if guarding the king of the flower realm. Countless streams of blood seeped from the ground, flowing into the flower bud and the armored figure on the throne. As the blood soaked in, a glimmer of light flashed in the armored figure's eyes, and the hollow gaze gradually became more animated. The return of reason brought a flicker of pain to the armored figure's face, and their body began to tremble continuously, strange sounds echoing from within the armor. It sounded very much like the explosion of some kind of flesh tumor. Damn the void, even in death it must keep tormenting me. When I return, I will surely seek you all out for reckoning. The armored figure cursed, but what came out were several incomprehensible beastly roars. Blood! I need more blood. The divine garden flower will soon bloom, and my chance to escape is coming. Just wait for those foolish players to arrive. After killing the last person of the Sakura Empire, Su Chen slung his battle axe behind him and finally had the time to survey the trial dungeon where his team was located. Only by passing through this embedded dungeon could they possibly enter the central hall and find the final boss. Su Chen looked around and found that several people were actually inside a rocky cave, with luminous pearls embedded in the stone walls around them. Gee, how curiously placed. His hand on a luminous pearl, pushing harder. It wouldn't budge, and his dream of getting rich was shattered. Su Lingyun rolled her eyes at Jihao, crossing her arms with a somewhat helpless tone. This is obviously a guiding mark of the dungeon. How could you expect to take it for yourself? You can't just fleece it like that. Jihao, unfazed by her words, continued to do as he pleased, testing every luminous pearl he passed. The others followed Jihao's lead, beginning to explore the rocky cave. There were clear signs of artificial excavation here. However, strangely, after nearly 5 minutes of walking, they still hadn't encountered a single enemy. The stone walls around them began to close in. With each step forward, the cave became increasingly narrow. As they advanced, the cave had shrunk to the size of an ordinary cave, and 3 forks appeared ahead. After observing for a while, Su Chen didn't notice anything unusual. Which way should we go? Su Lingyun asked. Lu Mingcheng also looked at Su Chen, wanting to hear his opinion. Anyway, if we were in the wild, I would never be so reckless, randomly. Choosing a direction is irresponsible to everyone's lives. But this is a dungeon. No matter which way we go, there are bound to be corresponding rules waiting for us, and the final outcome will always converge towards the most correct path. So, just walk anyway. After saying that, Su Chen hoisted his battle axe and stepped into the right passage. Su Lingyun and the others followed suit. However, as they walked, a serious expression appeared on Su Chen's face because this passage almost replicated the way they had come. As they delved deeper, the stone walls gradually closed in, and after a while, they arrived at a familiar fork. Seeing this scene, a hint of confusion flashed across Su Chen's face. Could it be that we returned to the original place? Impossible. I marked the way we came. I can assure you, this is a brand new passage. Then what is going on now? What happened to the trial? Why are we stuck in a maze? Everyone was somewhat puzzled. But when faced with this fork, Su Chen chose the middle opening. The stone walls still had luminous pearls embedded in them. Following the guidance, the group returned to the fork once again. This time they took the left path. As everyone expected, the left path was no different from the other passages. After walking for a long time, they still returned to the original spot. It was as if there was some magic at play, continuously beckoning the four of them. Damn! What is this? Jihao cursed as he cast a light spell around, trying to figure out what the problem was. This dungeon was clearly different from the usual ones. Besides the abnormal mechanisms, they hadn't even found the path to the central hall. The four felt as if they were trapped in a maze, endlessly looping. By the time they reached the third loop, Su Lingyun, whose patience was not very good, finally couldn't hold back. She stopped, looking at the others who were about to make a fourth loop, and said helplessly, "We should carefully search for useful information. Continuing like this isn't a solution." Jihao shrugged. "How do we search? After 3 loops, it seems we haven't missed anything. Although the dungeon wouldn't let us lose our way completely, the current situation really has us trapped here. Not to mention, the initial arrival point is gone." Lu Mingcheng interjected, "I say being anxious won't help. Look, the number of survivors in the dungeon keeps decreasing. If someone walks in front of the boss, given the strength of this dungeon, the boss's power can definitely be described as terrifying. Going early just means dying early. What's there to be anxious about?" After walking 3 laps, Su Chen's mindset remained unchanged. He looked at Su Lingyun, who was filled with resentment from being tormented by the dungeon, and smiled to comfort her. Old Lu is right, the final boss isn't that easy to defeat. As long as we reach before the boss dies, it won't be too late. Do you still remember the story about eating apples that our homeroom teacher told us? Su Lingyun's eyes lit up. She knew what Su Chen was getting at. According to Ji Xin Yuan, the method to identify item information, besides holding it for automatic inspection, is to establish a connection with the item. As for how to establish it, that's by touching. In this looping dungeon, there probably isn't a better way to break the deadlock. Listening to the two of them playing charades, Jihao and Lu Mingcheng both wore puzzled expressions like subway uncles looking at their phones. What poisonous apple? How come I don't know about it? Following the principle of asking when in doubt, Jihao was the first to pose the question. Su Lingyun covered her mouth and chuckled. "Your third uncle mistook a poisonous apple for a treasure in the wild and ate it. Didn't he tell you?" "No way, that happened?" Jihao took out his phone to call Ji Xin Yuan and ask about it, but then remembered they were in a dungeon and regular communication devices were useless. Lu Mingcheng also laughed upon hearing this, but his hands didn't slow down. He had already started feeling around nearby. The group began to explore from the fork in the road. Although their progress was slow, they indeed found some clues. Especially Jihao, who had the most clues. Since entering, he had been dealing with those luminous pearls. While checking the luminous pearls as usual, Jihao suddenly paused, his eyes filled with surprise and delight. He exerted force with his palm, and the previously motionless luminous pearl was now effortlessly cradled in his hand. "Brothers, come look at what I found. There's a big treasure." Su Chen and the others gathered around, looking at the luminous pearl in Jihao's hand, but they didn't notice anything different from the others. Seeing this, the three had no choice but to place their hands on it, trying to actively establish a connection. Teleportation Array Base 1/8 Item Description: one of the bases of a teleportation array, sealed within the luminous pearl by someone with great magical power. Item status: damaged. Please return to original position to reactivate. Seeing the description, Su Chen was somewhat puzzled. How could there be a teleportation array here? He looked at the original placement of the teleportation array base, only to suddenly realize that the surrounding environment had changed without him noticing. After taking a few more steps forward, they should have returned to that fork in the road, but were instead blocked by a door emanating an enigmatic aura. The door slowly opened, and endless darkness poured out, enveloping the entire dungeon in the blink of an eye. Even the faint light of the luminous pearl was completely swallowed. You have entered the dark realm and gained a layer of dark mark, all attributes -10%. The dark mark stacks every 5 minutes, up to a maximum of 5 layers. Be careful, something's not right. Without needing a panel reminder, Su Chen sensed the abnormality the moment darkness descended. Ji Hao raised the light spell, and a skill light sphere appeared, illuminating a range of less than 5 meters. The skill's effect was severely diminished. The surrounding darkness felt like the most viscous liquid in the world, trapping even the light that fell into it. A strange low growl echoed, and Su Chen and the others looked solemnly at the location of the previously appeared door. Bang! 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 Heavy, rhythmic footsteps reverberated throughout the dungeon. A cold and utterly mad, terrifying intent emanated from within the door, enveloping Su Chen and the others. Scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood surfaced in their minds, countless beings despairingly dying under the shroud of darkness. Instantly, a chill ran from the base of Su Chen's spine to the crown of his head. Su Chen felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Since his class change, he had never encountered such a terrifying opponent. Just the unconscious emanation of mental power was enough to affect him. One could only imagine how terrifying the opponent's strength truly was. Su Chen, are you sure this is a dungeon challenge within LV25 range? I don't read much, don't lie to me. Looking at the flickering light spell, Ji Hao swallowed hard, his expression uncertain. To better navigate the path of a professional he had been attentively attending every cultural class offered by the academy over the past half-month. Within LV30 there was hardly any information he was unaware of. Whether it was equipment appreciation, material analysis, or information gathering on dungeons or secret realms, he had done well. But Ji Hao had never heard of a domain with such a vast coverage at this level. Something must be wrong. I'm not sure either. I felt something was off as soon as I entered the dungeon. As far as I know, the rules of large dungeons are primarily based on cooperative competition. Though there is competition overall, it still leans towards multi-party cooperation. Only then can the final boss be defeated. But this time, it's forcing us to kill each other, fighting for the meager rewards, not to mention whether we can even obtain the final grand prize. I feel the dungeon mechanism is quite unreasonable. Su Chen spoke in a deep voice. He equipped the purple armor shield on his arm, ready to face the monster emerging from the dark portal at any moment. As the sound drew closer, a massive silhouette appeared in everyone's view. 2 ghostly blue flames floated in mid-air, and upon closer inspection, they realized these were not flames at all, but the eyes of this gigantic monster. Under the illumination of the light spell, the monster finally revealed itself to everyone. It was a ferocious giant dog, 3 meters tall and 7 meters long, covered in flesh tumors. At the base of the tumors grew an unknown placenta, breathing as if it were alive. The giant dog's tongue hung down, drool dripping, the strong acidity corroding the ground into pits. What sent chills down their spines was what they had previously thought were blue flames. These were actually composed of writhing worms emitting blue fluorescence. This scene caused a strong psychological discomfort among the group. Hellhound. Boss level, Dark Corruption, LV28 Health, 324000/324000 LV28? With these attributes, how can it be a boss level creature? I'd believe it if you said it was a lord level boss. Ji Hao's forehead broke into a cold sweat, and a faint glow lit up on his staff as he began to silently cast buffs on Su Chen and Su Lingyun. Even Lu Mingchun was doing the same. A pale green transparent ghostly mark flashed from his staff and then directly landed on Su Lingyun's head. It was his innate skill, rebirth technique. It could extend a teammate's time on the brink of death. This was also the first time he had used such a life-saving measure since joining the team. The hellish hound's gaze fell upon Su Chen and the others, a powerful pressure spreading throughout the area, making it hard for them to breathe due to the high-level attribute suppression. Coupled with the effects of the dark domain, the feeling was even more intense. The blue maggots swayed their forms. The hellish hound let out a deafening roar, a substantial wave of sound rushing towards Su Chen. His expression changed, raising his shield while pulling the others behind him, ready to withstand the attack. But Su Chen was a moment too slow, or rather, the hellish hound's skill was too fast. The sound wave struck Ji Hao and the others in the chest, sending them flying and slamming them hard against the stone wall. -78. -1420. -1607. -1207. Su Chen took little damage, all absorbed by the innate unmoving king, but Ji Hao and the others were severely injured, their health dropping by more than half. Su Chen had never seen such a level of attack, nor had he even heard of it. One blow nearly killed the 3 legendary class players. It was simply terrifying. At that moment, Ji Hao slid down from the wall, clutching his chest and coughing continuously, his staff shaking as he quickly cast a group healing spell on the 3. A flash of green light appeared, with +75 healing amounts appearing above their heads. What the hell is this monster? It almost one-shot me. Ji Hao gasped, looking at the hellish hound with a wary gaze. Stay away from this guy. Su Lingyun felt as if she had been hit head-on by a speeding train, her body nearly falling apart. Gritting her teeth, she looked at Lu Mingchun. Old Lu, Use your skills to create a barrier for us, or if we take another hit like that, we can forget about clearing this dungeon. Lu Mingqing nodded seriously, using the barrier skill stone wall as a stone wall over 10 centimeters thick slowly rose from the ground, shielding the three behind. It's in front. Su Chen saw this scene and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Safety was all that mattered. He looked at the hellish hound, which was also staring at the bug in front of it, capable of withstanding its roar. Impact, showing decent strength. However, this time it would not hold back. The hellish hound let out a strange cry, dark flames swirling around its black palm, rapidly slapping towards Su Chen. With no time to dodge, Su Chen could only raise his shield to block. Bang! -547. Under the attribute suppression, the hellish hound broke through Su Chen's defense. It took away over 500 of Su Chen's health, marking the first time he had received such terrifying single target damage since his class change. However, a hint of mockery flashed across Su Chen's face. He flipped his battle axe, matching the hellish hound's terrifying momentum, and slashed at its forelimb. -7175. The moment the attack landed, a purple light emanated from the surface of the battle axe. Taking advantage of the hellish hound's brief moment of stiffness after its attack, Su Chen struck 3 more times. -2682, -3380, -4120. But that wasn't the end. With a flash of axe light, Su Chen unleashed his final active damage skill onto the hellish hound's forelimb. -2638. In a brief moment, Su Chen, under the terrifying level suppression, dealt over 20,000 health and damage to the hellish hound. The hellhound let out a mournful howl. Clearly, Su Chen's combo had not been easy for it either. The hellhound's body flickered with black light, and the surrounding area boiled, the thick darkness further compressing the range of the light spell. It reduced Su Chen and his companion's field of vision to the extreme. Whoosh! At that moment, Su Lingyun released a dazzling starlight that pierced through the darkness and struck the hellhound on the head. -1780. The starlight continued to shoot out, barely illuminating the hellhound for Su Chen, who wanted to take the opportunity to strike a couple more times. But unexpectedly, a hint of human-like mockery appeared on the hellhound's face. Its strong forelimb muscles suddenly swelled, and it struck down on Su Chen's shield. Naturally, Su Chen reacted in time to block the attack, but he overlooked one thing: the hellhound's massive body. The physical strength at this level couldn't be judged solely by the panel data. With one claw, it sent both Su Chen and his shield flying. Fortunately, as a shield warrior, Su Chen's strength and constitution were not weak, and he didn't crash into the stone wall like Ji Hao and the others. While Su Chen was battling the hellhound, a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck the hellhound's blue eye. -1250. This damage, even more impressive than Su Lingyun's, did not pose a significant threat to the hellhound. Its attention remained fixed on Su Chen. This little guy gave it an incredibly dangerous feeling, almost unbelievable. Its eyes, made of blue maggots, kept rolling, and to Su Chen's astonishment, one of those eyes actually shot out a ray. Su Chen didn't dare to take it head-on, as he clearly saw maggots flying along with the ray. This made Su Chen's hair stand on end, and he felt utterly unwell. There was even such a disgusting move. He waited for a cooldown on sword chi slash and sliced the blue maggots in half, causing the hellhound to let out a wretched howl. Then, a blue light gathered in its mouth, compressing wildly before shooting towards Su Chen. The blue ray, like a long knife, slashed past Su Chen and then shot along the ground towards the back. At that moment, Su Lingyun was about to cast a skill to relieve some of Su Chen's pressure, but unexpectedly, the change happened too quickly. A blue ray pierced through her chest, causing her body to stiffen and slowly fall to the ground. Meanwhile, in the central hall, many small teams had successfully arrived here. They had not encountered the outrageous situation that Su Chen faced. They simply passed the trial dungeon and naturally came here. They turned their attention to the other teams, wary of certain individuals who might resort to underhanded tactics for that trivial 1% reward. If that were the case, they would erupt into internal strife, and even if they survived, they wouldn't have the strength to face the final boss. The armored figure, who had regained some intelligence, looked at the wary professionals with a hint of disdain in his eyes. These low-level trash, if it weren't for the rules, he would really want to grab you all and directly sacrifice you to the divine court. He closed his eyes, and a mysterious, formless wave spread out from him to the surroundings. Those wary professionals had a barely noticeable red glimmer flash in their eyes. Among them, a dark-skinned professional whose features were barely visible except for his 2 eyes suddenly shoved the Sakura Empire professional standing in front of him, causing him to stumble. He spoke in a bird-like language, chattering away at the Sakura Empire professional. The one shoved was a short, chubby mage who looked at the dark-skinned professional spitting saliva at him from behind. Although he couldn't understand what was being said, he felt that the other party was probably greeting him, and it sounded quite vulgar. The chubby mage was originally a relatively rational professional, willing to give way to others in difficult situations. But today, for some reason, looking at the dark-skinned professional still greeting him, a strong anger surged in his heart. There are so many people here, why do you get to bully me? Is it because my level is low that you have developed some inappropriate thoughts? Then let me show you just how powerful a mage blessed by the cherry blossoms can be. The fat mage raised his staff, and a fierce fire serpent spewed forth, charging towards the black professional who was still boasting. The two were too close, and the fat mage's attack was too sudden. The fire serpent struck solidly against the opponent's chest. Minus 1,460. A massive damage number appeared, and the black professional was taken aback, raising his weapon to counterattack just as 3 ice spikes followed the fire serpent, forming a triangle. The ice spikes struck the black man's head, heart, and internal organs, piercing through him and killing him instantly. The crowd was startled by the fat mage's explosive power, retreating and eyeing each other warily. What was this guy doing? Why were they still killing each other at this point? The fat mage looked down at his hands. His pupils dilated, unable to believe his own actions. He just wanted to teach that rude guy a lesson. How did it escalate to using a killing move? Bastard, how dare you kill Kroll? Without giving the fat mage time to think, several burly, fierce-looking black professionals charged at him with weapons in hand. A glint of bloodlust and madness flashed in their eyes. They wanted to kill the fat mage and take revenge for their brother. But the fat mage was not alone. After a moment of daze, some professionals from the Cherry Blossom Empire rushed over as well. A great battle was about to erupt, and the surrounding professionals retreated again, fearing they might be accidentally harmed by some reckless fighter. But contrary to their wishes, both sides began to throw spells without restraint. It was inevitable that others around would be caught in the crossfire. As the battle escalated violently, what started as a mere verbal conflict between two people gradually evolved into a chaotic melee. Stop! Something's wrong here. There's a halo effect influencing us. This is a dungeon trap. If we keep fighting, none of us will clear the dungeon. Someone shouted hoarsely as they exited the battle circle, but no one responded. If they had noticed the abnormality of the dungeon and checked their status panels, perhaps they would have realized they were fighting for a ridiculous 1% reward that no one believed in. Unfortunately, everyone was caught in madness, and the number of survivors continued to dwindle. 147, 124, 108. Blood pooled into a small river, flowing not through the ground but directly towards the divine flower at the center of the great hall. The stem of the divine flower absorbed the life force, its vines swelling invisibly, growing larger. The armored figure on the throne showed a glimmer of anticipation in his hollow gaze. As the divine flower bloomed, there was a chance for his strength to recover, and he might have the opportunity to return to his original position. It's almost time, just a little longer and I can leave this damned world. Once these worthless fools are all dead and become part of the divine flower's nourishment, my strength might advance even further. At this moment, on Su Chen's side, as the hellhound pierced through Su Lingyun's chest, a look of horror flashed across the faces of several people, unable to believe what they were seeing in the direction of the girl. Su Lingyun looked down at the bull-sized hole in her chest, first feeling a sense of quiet in the world, then a constant buzzing in her ears, countless fragments of memories echoing in her mind. At that moment, she felt as if she had truly died. The cold wind of darkness passed through Su Lingyun's chest, allowing her to clearly perceive the life force within her fading away, like fine sand slipping through her fingers. No matter how hard she tried to hold on, it was all in vain. Seeing Su Lingyun's vitality plummeting, Su Chen shouted loudly at Jihao and the others, "What are you waiting for? Heal her!" Upon hearing this, Jihao jolted, his face stiffening, and without saying a word, he shakily raised his staff. He unleashed all the healing skills he had mastered. Lu Mingcheng did the same. Various colors of light enveloped Su Lingyun, and the girl on the brink of death surprisingly began to regain color. Her vitality warmed up, and the fatal wound on her chest was healing at a visible speed. Su Lingyun coughed up a mouthful of pus and blood, sidestepping behind a stone wall, taking a red pill from her backpack and swallowing it. Feeling her body gradually coming back to life, Su Lingyun let out a long sigh, while a ghostly mark on her forehead quietly shattered. "Thank you, everyone. Without you, I would have almost thought I was dead. Phew. If anyone should be thanked, it should be old Lu. The soul rebirth technique is really amazing. It literally snatched you back from the hands of death." Su Lingyun cast a grateful glance at Lu Mingcheng. She understood that if it weren't for the soul rebirth technique, she would have been directly erased by the hellhound just now. Although it wasn't true death, that terrifying feeling of suffocation was still fresh in Su Lingyun's memory, and she didn't want to experience it a second time. Lu Mingcheng cast the skill again, applying another soul rebirth technique on Su Lingyun. For everyone's safety, Lu Mingcheng was now prepared to keep a close eye on his teammates' status. He couldn't let their vitality drop below a safe line. In front, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, then his gaze fell on the hellhound, revealing a strong killing intent. If it weren't for his earlier carelessness in not using Taunt at the first opportunity. How could this ugly monster have brought Su Lingyun to the brink of death? The opponent's strength was clearly abnormal, but Suchen didn't want to think too much about it. He dragged his battle axe and strode towards the hellhound, letting out a low roar. Die for me! Facing this little ant that posed a sense of danger to him, the hellhound was extremely cautious, not daring to let itself be easily injured in the opponent's hands. Watching the hellhound trying to dodge, Suchen sneered, chasing after it with his battle axe. -2,973, -3,012, -3,010. The damage wasn't high, but Suchen had an enormous advantage compared to other damage dealers. That was, he wasn't afraid of death. Or rather, he simply couldn't die. With over 5-digit vitality under the enhancement of Innate Unmoving King, his shield value exceeded 100,000. Even this exceptionally powerful hellhound, under the support of 2 legendary healers, couldn't break through his shield. This was also the confidence that allowed Suchen to fight recklessly. The hellhound was forced to retreat repeatedly by Suchen's fearless tactics. It wanted to unleash skills, trying to push back this ant, but Suchen's unconventional approach left the hellhound's plans in vain. Its damage was high, but it posed no threat to Suchen. Only a few stray hits sent Suchen flying when he couldn't dodge in time. But soon, Suchen would return to the battlefield, his battle axe swirling with vigor, continuously dealing massive damage to the hellhound. 289055, 246,810, 196580. The boss's vitality slowly decreased, and facing Suchen, who was like a rogue, the blue maggots in the hellhound's eyes writhed wildly. One by one, they crawled out from the eye sockets. A hint of vigilance appeared on Suchen's face. This bizarre boss had too many tricks up its sleeve, and he had to be on guard. The blue maggots all fell to the ground, and the hellhound began to tremble, its flesh tumors bursting one after another, releasing a foul-smelling pus. The originally massive hellhound, after a series of transformations, began to shrink gradually, eventually becoming the size of an ordinary tiger. However, the aura it emitted became increasingly terrifying. As for the blue maggots that had emerged, they intertwined with each other, forming a snake-like creature. Its size expanded, transforming into a terrifying giant python over 5 meters long. Its exterior remained a nauseating blue, with a layer of transparent, viscous liquid hanging on it, resembling a giant slug. Dark Original Worm, boss level, LV28 health, 216000/240000. The boss underwent a mutation, and Suchen's eyelids twitched. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if his attacks landed on this so-called Dark Original Worm. Would his weapon be contaminated by the disgusting slime on its surface, rendering it completely useless? In the distance, Su Lingyun and the others also changed their expressions. The little girl, who had just suffered a heavy blow, even instinctively began to gag. It wasn't until Lu Mingqing cast a purification spell that Su Lingyun felt somewhat better. Looking at the Dark Original Worm that caused her physiological discomfort, Su Lingyun's staff glowed, and several starlights fell on its head, inflicting considerable damage. This action undoubtedly angered the Dark Original Worm. It let out a shriek, preparing to deal with Su Lingyun and the others first. But how could Suchen make the same mistake twice? Get over here, he roared in anger, an invisible force pulling the Dark Original Worm that was rushing towards Su Lingyun back. Raising his shield, he first triggered shield counterattack, and then a terrifying damage exploded on the Dark Original Worm's head. -9,740. Although this newly appeared boss also exerted considerable attribute suppression on Suchen, its own defense could not withstand the Dark Hellhound. Suchen's shield counterattack directly took away nearly 10,000 points of its terrifying health. Several bolts of lightning and starlight suddenly fell, scorching the head of the Dark Original Worm black. -1,340, -1,407, -1890, -1347. It was Su Lingyun and Lu Mingqing who had made their move. With the 2 legendary classes joining in, the Dark Original Worm's health plummeted instantly, losing the dominance and majesty it had just displayed. But the boss side also had the Hellhound. Although the departure of the Dark Original Worm weakened its strength, consuming the energy stored in its flesh tumors still allowed it to briefly reach its peak power. The Hellhound let out a roar and charged towards Suchen along with the Dark Original Worm. Today, this little worm must die. It had interrupted its symbiotic relationship with the Dark Original Worm, and that was unforgivable. The great battle is about to break out. Faced with the joint assault of the Dark Larvae and the Hellhound, even Suchen couldn't help but become cautious. The shield counterattack was activated throughout, continuously colliding with the 2 major bosses. Behind them, Jihao and Lu Mingqing nervously monitored Suchen's health. Upon discovering that all damage was absorbed and the shield still had a long way to go, they finally turned their attention back to themselves. They didn't have Suchen's terrifying health and defense. If they didn't want to cause trouble for Suchen, they needed to take care of themselves first, lest the bosses come over and they were already gone. Su Lingyun, as the deputy C of the team, had a considerable output without considering mana consumption. The Hellhound, after being crazily targeted by several people, had already lost more than half of its health. It was about to drop below 100,000. 78954, 72,456. 65420. When the health was nearly depleted, the Hellhound let out a furious howl, its aura skyrocketing, and its eyes turned blood red. It had entered a berserk state. The already powerful Hellhound, after falling into a frenzy, abandoned all defenses and attacked Su Chen madly. Its tail, front claws, and sharp teeth became weapons. Unlike ordinary tigers, leopards, and wolves, as an incredibly special boss, it possessed a full set of skills. Each attack could inflict significant damage on Su Chen. Although all damage was absorbed by the innate unmoving king, the pressure on Su Chen was still considerable. He tightly gripped Taunt, fearing that the attribute-boosted Hellhound would rush to the back row and take out Su Lingyun and the others in one explosive attack. Suddenly, a prompt appeared, nearly disrupting Su Chen's battle rhythm. You have gained a layer of Dark Mark. Current Dark Mark layers 2, all attributes minus 20%. Under the dual impact of the Dark Domain and level suppression, even with Su Chen's defense if he didn't use shield. Counterattack to block. Each attack from the two bosses could inflict terrifying damage exceeding 4 digits. Fortunately, the Hellhound had reached its end. Under the frenzied fire of the group, this incredibly powerful boss finally fell to the ground, unwillingly. But the corpse showed no signs of change, just lying there quietly. Naturally, Su Chen and his group, still in the heat of battle, had no time to pay attention to this. With only the Dark Larvae left as a boss, despite the significant reduction in attributes, Su Chen's pressure was much less than before. Even Jihao dared to throw some damage-dealing skills from the back to provoke the Dark Larvae. The death of the Hellhound made the Dark Larvae become agitated. One skill after another hit Su Chen. This forced Su Chen, who was originally outputting crazily, to temporarily avoid the spotlight, relying on the ranged attacks of the others to slowly whittle down the health. Fortunately, the Dark Larvae's defense was not strong. Even though Su Chen had few opportunities to counterattack, the boss's health steadily decreased under the attacks of Su Lingyun and the others. 152304, 124,205. 85245, 65,204. 38400. Without the assistance of the Hellhound, the Dark Larvae was quickly pushed into a berserk state by the group. However, its threat was far less than that of the Hellhound, as its remaining health could no longer pose any trouble for Su Chen and the others. Facing the Dark Larvae's frenzied counterattack, Su Chen chose not to dodge this time but to confront the boss head on. Now with Taunt in hand, he was confident he could keep this monster firmly by his side. The battle axe slashed rapidly at the Dark Larvae's head, with gusts of wind, thunder, starlight, and unassuming glowing orbs following in succession, with the bombardment of various skills. With a mournful cry, this bizarre boss, which had originally lived in the eyes of the Hellhound, finally fell to the ground. In the hopeful gaze of the crowd, the two major boss bodies transformed into points of light and then with a bang, exploded into countless light clusters. White, blue, green, among them, there were even 2 flashes of purple light. This made Su Chen and the others instantly excited. With the death of the boss, the Dark Domain also dissipated. The group approached the light clusters, exchanged glances, and finally all broke into smiles. This damn boss is finally dead. I have to say, large dungeon bosses are fierce. If the trial levels are this difficult, I can't imagine how twisted the final boss will be. Jihao shook his head with a sigh, but his gaze remained fixed on a certain purple light cluster, his eyes unblinking. I feel like we must have entered the wrong dungeon. How can there be trial bosses above the dungeon level cap? Lu Mingqing voiced his disagreement. You misunderstood. Just because the boss exceeds the level cap doesn't mean that practitioners of that level can't handle it, it just means it will be a bit troublesome. Besides, if we really entered the wrong dungeon, how could we get in at our LV20 level? Su Lingyun retorted, but like Jihao, her eyes were also glued to a certain purple light cluster. Seeing the way the others were acting, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. He understood how much a piece of purple gear attracted them. Not to mention, one of the 2 purple light clusters was a staff, which made the 3 mages in the team itch with desire, wishing they could directly pocket the purple gear. But they all knew that once a piece of purple gear was collected, it would bind to the individual, and it was best not to touch it before proper distribution. This involved the core interests of the entire team, and no one could break that. This staff is useless to me. Should you 3 roll for it or just bid to buy it? Su Chen's foolish suggestion earned him a big eye roll from Su Lingyun. She covered her forehead and said with a hint of helplessness, "Come on, Su Chen, how can you bring that wild team logic here? We're a fixed team, okay?" Jihao nodded in agreement. Exactly, why would we need an auction? That feels so distant. We'll discuss it. It's not like only one purple weapon can drop. This time it's not your turn, next time it will be. Lu Mingqing didn't speak but clearly agreed with Jihao's statement. After some discussion among the three, it was ultimately decided that the vice of the team, Su Lingyun, would take the purple weapon. Su Lingyun happily placed her hand on the purple light cluster, and after checking the weapon's attributes, she couldn't help but exclaim, drawing the attention of Su-chan and the others. Sister Yun, how are the equipment attributes? Share them with us, don't hide any good stuff. Yeah, even if we can't get it, at least let us feast our eyes. Seeing the curious looks from her teammates, Su Lingyun smiled and posted the equipment attributes on the team chat screen. Dark Blessing, purple, usable by LV20 and above, usable by mage classes, durability, 1000 damage, 928 spirit power plus 20 spirit power plus 22 binding, health 489 increase, mana 202 increase. Wow! A staff with high damage and dual spirit power. With this, Sister Yun, you finally became the second pillar of the team. Hee, wasn't I already? I see you have ulterior motives, really bold. Watching the banter between Ji Hao and Lu Mingcheng, Su Lingyun covered her mouth and chuckled. She toyed with the completely black staff, her eyes unable to hide her joy. She never expected that a chance encounter in a dungeon would yield a purple weapon suited for her. With the blessing of darkness, her output would experience a surge. If she faced the hellhounds and dark primordial insects again, she was confident she could work with Su Chen to resolve the battle even faster. Stop messing around. There are still many things here, don't take them all for yourself. Hearing Su Chen's threat, Ji Hao tilted his head back and snorted, considering you contributed the most, I'll let you pick first. His words were grand, but Ji Hao's eyes were still fixed on the last purple light orb. He knew that with his contribution, he had no chance of getting the purple gear, but one must have something to look forward to, right? Maybe next time the staff would be his. Right, Brother Su can pick one first, and we'll divide the rest. Su Chen understood what these two were implying and didn't hesitate, directly grasping a purple light orb in his hand. You have obtained Dark Blue Eye Purple, usable above LV20 durability, 1000 damage, 354 strength plus 22 agility plus 19 bound, health 522 increase, mana 211 increase, a purple ring, with high damage and dual strength and agility bonuses. In Su Chen's view, this was definitely top-notch. When he had time later, he would add a Shivat Jade to the ring to maximize its damage attributes. Su Chen, in a great mood, after obtaining the new purple gear, never expected the team to actually gain 2 purple items in one go. Their luck was simply outrageous. The remaining items had no trading restrictions, and Ji Hao squatted down, continuously rummaging through the light orbs. Thinking there were no good items left, Ji Hao's eyes widened as he picked up a book and started laughing. This scene made Lu Mingcheng feel heartbroken. It was a skill book. Their two professions were extremely similar. If Ji Hao could learn it, it meant he could learn it too. As soon as that lewd shrimp head expression appeared on Ji Hao, Lu Mingcheng knew something good had come up. He sighed with a hint of regret. That lucky bastard, how could he stumble upon this? The contributions of the two in this dungeon were not far apart, so the ownership of this book should have been discussed. But Lu Mingcheng didn't have the habit of taking away others' good fortune. He could only bear the pain and let the skill book go to Ji Hao. With a full harvest, Ji Hao immediately returned the favor, and a green light orb resembling a large elixir exploded above Lu Mingcheng's head, the green glow showering down like warm sunlight. A wave of warmth rose from his heart, feeling like returning to his mother's embrace. Plus 2104. Damn! Such a high health recovery. Looking at Ji Hao, whose health had increased by more than one circle, Lu Mingcheng was almost in tears from envy. With such a level of single target recovery skill, calling Ji Hao a big healer was not an exaggeration at all. Why did I foolishly give it away? Why didn't I roll and test my luck? Lu Mingcheng silently slapped his own face in his mind, left and right, nearly knocking himself silly. It's not that much. Ji Hao scratched his head and laughed. His expression humble, but his words were quite ostentatious. Dark Redemption calculates health recovery based on my damage, and if I upgrade my gear in the future, the skill effect will improve even more. The most important thing is, Dark Redemption has two forms. What I just used was Redemption, a single target healing skill. As for Darkness, it is a single target damage skill, and the cooldowns of its two forms do not interfere with each other, so it can completely be used as two independent skills. Su Chen wholeheartedly agreed with Ji Hao's acquisition of Dark Redemption. It wasn't aimed at Lu Mingcheng, but rather because this guy was about to engage in a deathmatch with others soon, and the thought of a priest fighting against a main combat class made one's head spin. Although Ji Hao surely had many trump cards, Dark Redemption as a regular self-defense skill was definitely sufficient, and its effect was quite good. Seeing Ji Hao's strength greatly increase, Lu Mingcheng searched through the remaining dropped items with hopeful eyes, trying to defy fate and find equipment or skill suitable for himself. Unfortunately, luck had already been divided among Su Chen and the others. What was left was all garbage. Seeing this, Lu Mingcheng could only silently shed tears as he stuffed the garbage into his backpack. After everything was sorted out, Su-chen led everyone to continue forward. The door that had originally exuded a dark aura had already changed its appearance. An ordinary one-way teleportation array stood before them. This was likely one of the passages to the central hall. At this moment, inside the central hall, the teams of professionals had already descended into chaos, vying against each other. Even when Su-chen and the others appeared, a misfired fireball shot towards his face. Su-chen instinctively tilted his head and dodged the fireball. Then he looked ahead, where the professionals had already beaten each other senseless. Especially the professionals from the Sakura Empire, who were numerous and were surrounding and killing those who tried to resist them. A professional from the Dragon Empire was carelessly caught in the crossfire and was instantly killed by two professionals from the Sakura Empire. One of them was the catalyst for the brawl, the Fat Mage. Su Lingyu looked ahead in disbelief. The boss was right on the throne, and they weren't even fighting it. They actually had to kill each other, allowing the boss to regain its sanity and thus increase the difficulty. What kind of logic was that? She attempted to gather starlight and shoot it at the boss on the throne. In the next moment, the armored figure sitting still spread his palm, and a transparent hexagonal light curtain appeared to block the attack. As the armored figure released his skill, the previously fighting crowd seemed to awaken. A series of information appeared, and only then did everyone look in shock at the throne. The boss could actually influence over 100 of them silently. What a terrifying ability. Someone instinctively tried to probe the boss's information, but the result made that person exclaim in shock, their pupils contracting as if shaken by an earthquake. Lord, it's actually a lord. What? Hearing this person's exclamation, everyone began to probe, but the results cast a shadow over their hearts. The confidence of smoothly clearing the dungeon had now become incredibly shaky. Even Su-chen frowned upon seeing the boss's information, doubting once again if he had entered the wrong dungeon. Ancient City Lord Afra, Lord/Remnant, LV26, Health 1048000/1048000. Damn, it's actually a Lord boss. I knew this dungeon wouldn't let us off easy. After checking the boss's basic information, Jihao was filled with complaints. They had just battled the trial boss for half a day, not even catching their breath, and now they were facing a boss more terrifying than the Hellhounds? Its health was already over 7 digits. Was this really meant for them? It's not a true lord, just a half-damaged guy. Lu Mingqing's expression was serious. Even though this boss hadn't attacked the professionals yet, he could already feel the terrifying aura emanating from it. And did you notice? The surviving professionals are almost below 100. If the boss regains its sanity completely, it might even remove the damaged label from its stats. We don't know if the boss will evolve into a true lord level, and we can't worry about other professionals. Su-chen spoke in a deep voice. What we need to do now is protect ourselves. Safety first, old Lu. Pay extra attention and make sure to cast Soul Return on your teammates in time. Don't worry about me. Lu Mingqing nodded, his gaze fixed on the boss, watching its every move closely. Afrala, seeing everyone free from the effects of the skills, sighed with some regret. He stood up from his throne, scanning the extremely tense professionals. Below, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. This group of pathetic weaklings dared to face the great Afrala? Afrala gathered his magical power, and a special skill that confused the enemy's mind slipped from his lips. Gentlemen, why fight and kill? Why not come under my banner and become knights of my 78th Expeditionary Force? I will grant you endless wealth, treasures, and strength 100 times greater than what you have now. Afrala spread his arms wide. At that moment, he seemed less like a dungeon's guardian boss and more like an impassioned orator. With your lives, offer me your highest respect. Come, become my brave and fearless knights. I will remember you forever. As his words fell, a glint of madness flashed in the eyes of many professionals present. They seemed to be brainwashed, instinctively releasing their skills, wanting to honor him with their deaths. This bizarre scene startled everyone, but fortunately, there were more who remained clear-headed, saving the nearly uncontrollable professionals. Not to mention these ordinary professionals, even Ji Hao momentarily lost focus, but fortunately, his will was strong enough to stabilize his mind in just a moment. This strange tactic made Ji Hao extremely vigilant, and he instinctively cast a group healing spell to calm everyone down. Seeing that no one followed his orders, Afrala seemed insulted. He stepped forward, his pressure enveloping the entire area. You refuse my toast and choose punishment instead. I wanted you to become knights who would fight alongside me, but now it seems you won't have that fortune. Afrala sneered coldly, raising his hands to the sky, his previously indifferent expression now filled with warmth. In a humble tone, he prayed, Great unknown being that masters curses, your servant begs you to bestow your power and punish this group of ants that dare to defy your will. As Afrala made a gesture resembling a charlatan's prayer, a fierce wind suddenly surged above the hall, dark clouds gathered, and a sense of impending storm loomed. At the same time, everyone received a panel notification. You are affected by Curse of the Spirit, all attributes -10% health limit. minus 12%, attack speed minus 8%. What the hell is wrong with this boss? It just curses us out of nowhere? Could there really be a great being that masters curses? Impossible. This is just a skill to confuse us from the boss. Everyone, stay alert. Ignoring the noisy professionals below, Afrala's prayer continued without interruption. Great unknown existence that masters luck, your servant implores you to bestow power and punish this group of ignorant fools who question your existence. Great unknown existence that masters thunder. Great unknown existence that controls fierce fire. With each prayer from Afra, a negative buff appeared on everyone present. Thunder fell from the void and fierce fire spread from the ground, plunging the entire hall into chaos. Everyone faced skill attacks from all directions. Su Chen also encountered a thunderstrike, but fortunately, the innate unmoving king took effect, absorbing the damage. However, Su Lingyun and the others were not so lucky, getting charred and tender from the sudden thunder. Their health plummeted. Noticing that the thunder and fire did not cover the entire map, Su Chen found a safe zone and shouted, "Come with me, let's hide for a moment." If viewed from a god's perspective, the entire hall appeared as a large square. Afra's skills had a strong attack pattern. Many areas seemed dangerous but were actually true safe zones. Su Chen discovered this place, which is why he led everyone over, and other attentive professionals also noticed it. After a brief commotion, the professionals present barely survived, but their expressions were quite grim. This guy performing the ritual is so strong. A casual strike of thunder or fire dealt 4-digit damage, just a few hits, and even knights with high health and defense couldn't withstand it. How to fight this? Seeing that Afra showed no signs of stopping, Su Chen hefted his battle axe and charged through the sea of thunder and fire. If Afra continued to unleash skills, no one present besides him would survive. Protect yourselves, I'm going in. Leaving only a silhouette behind, Su Chen disappeared into the sea of flames. Ji Hao sensed this and cast a movement speed buff on Su Chen before turning his attention to Su Lingyun. What they needed to do now was to protect the secondary damage dealer and help Su Chen share the pressure. Please give me a status update, I don't wanna lie. Down and clear this time. Su Lingyun took out the newly acquired Dark Blessing, aimed it at the ritualist Afra, and began to chant a spell. Ji Hao and Lu Mingcheng exchanged glances and nodded silently. At the same time, colorful lights illuminated Su Lingyun, and several enhancement buffs were applied to her. You have received Primary Spirit Power Aura Enhancement. Spirit Power increased by 24 points, lasting 150s. You have received Agile Spirit Speech Enhancement. Skill Release Speed plus 20%, lasting 120s. You have received Primary Meditation Enhancement. Recovering Mana plus 5 per second, lasting 180s. Stargate. Su Lingyun's mana fluctuated continuously, and with a tap of her black staff on the ground, a buzzing sound was heard as a 6-pointed star formation emerged from behind her. Continuous star rays surged forth at high speed, striking Afra's chest, including Su Chen among many professionals. Minus 1,278, minus 1,225, minus 1,324, minus 1,333, minus 1,257, minus 1,302, minus 1,298. A dense array of terrifying damage numbers appeared, drawing the attention of many professionals. Which mage is going all out? Afra was interrupted in his skills, looking at Su Lingyun, who held a black staff, feeling slightly surprised. This group of professionals actually had a few who were barely worth noticing. They could be recruited as his knight followers. Before Afra could be surprised for too long, a tall figure shouldering a battle axe charged out from the sea of flames. As he leaped into the air, he let out a roar and brought the battle axe down fiercely. Afra squinted his eyes slightly, and a golden hexagonal light curtain resembling a beehive appeared, ready to block Su Chen's attack. As a spirit language sorcerer, Afra had quite a few close-range defensive techniques. Facing the enemy's sudden assault, he naturally had rich experience in dealing with it. But what he didn't expect was that this oddly dressed shield warrior, wearing willow leaf armor on top and silk trousers on the bottom, the moment he made contact with the hexagonal light curtain, the surface of the curtain was covered with dense cracks. His defensive skill actually couldn't withstand this person's attack. Die. To prevent the boss from using defensive skills again, Su Chen abandoned the idea of engaging in close combat with the opponent. A beam of axe light sliced through the air at high speed, so fast that even Afra couldn't react in time, and a horrific wound appeared on his chest. Minus 2,495. The tremendous impact caused Afra to stagger backward. Without giving the boss time to react, Su Chen charged forward, wildly swinging the battle axe, continuously inflicting damage. At the same time, streaks of starlight followed Su Chen, constantly landing on Afra's head, surprisingly managing to temporarily suppress this half-step Lord boss. The surviving professionals around, seeing this scene, didn't think too much and began to unleash their skills towards the boss. Facing a boss of this level, they had no hope of clearing the dungeon without joining forces. Warriors, charge with me. Be careful to avoid the sea of flames and the range of thunder attacks. Mages, output from a distance, unleash your big moves first. If you don't do it now, there won't be another chance. Brothers and sisters who can restore health, please keep an eye on us, thank you. A burly man raised his long sword and shouted loudly to the surrounding professionals. His words seemed to have a magical effect, rekindling the fighting spirit of those professionals who had been somewhat demoralized by the boss's overwhelming power. You are affected by Warhorn - health recovery. Speed +5, damage +50, lasts for 90s. With the man's shout, these professionals picked up their weapons, letting out battle cries, and charged into the depths of the sea of flames alongside him. Meanwhile, the ranged professionals, mages, rangers, warlocks, etc., aimed their weapons at Afra in the center of the hall, frantically unleashing their skills. The man was right, if they didn't use their powerful skills now, they really wouldn't have another chance. Large dungeons differ from ordinary ones in that once you enter the final stage to face the boss, even if you die, as long as your teammates clear it, you will still receive the most basic experience and gold rewards. Although the big loot dropped by the boss had nothing to do with them, it was still better than having nothing at all. Su-Chen, who was engaged in fierce battle with Afra, also didn't expect that this group of ordinary professionals would dare to be so reckless, charging forward even against a half-step lord boss like Afra. Countless dazzling skills appeared first, fiercely striking the suppressed Afra. -895, -578, -1204, -895, -1004, -1202, -1240, -1008, -1088. Even though Afra's health exceeded 1,000,000, when faced with the concentrated fire of numerous mages, his health plummeted like an avalanche, losing over 50,000 in just a few seconds. Afra let out a wail, wanting to unleash skills to crush the swarm of ants outside. But how could Su-Chen give him the chance? A single taunt drew Afra's attention, and a duel between men began. The previous man had now led a group of melee fighters over. Seeing Su-Chen facing off against the boss head-on, their eyes flashed with a hint of shock. However, they were not idle. Surging magical power swirled around their weapons as they struck at Afra. In a short time, facing a barrage of attacks, even Afra, with his exceptional strength, was left dazed. Various skills filled his vision, overwhelming him, and he didn't know which to block first. But after all, he was a half-step lord-level boss. He chanted incantations, spreading his arms to the sky. Thunder roared above, and a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel broke through the ceiling of the great hall, enveloping Afra entirely. Just as everyone was puzzled by this operation, the thunder gathered, condensing into a thunder pearl before Afra. A flicker of terror crossed their eyes as the thunder pearl collapsed and then rapidly expanded, forming a powerful circular thunderstorm that spread in all directions. The lightning swept through the crowd like a fierce gale, sending them flying. Many of the injured adventurers barely had time to let out a scream before being turned to ash by the lightning, scattering within the hall. After the sudden turn of events, many priests' healing skills finally caught up. Although they couldn't resurrect the fallen adventurers, they helped those present recover a significant amount of health, slowly bringing them closer to safety. Having witnessed the boss's terrifying skills and damage, these adventurers, who had previously been a bit hesitant, now completely let themselves go. They knew that if they slowed their offensive and didn't deal massive damage to the boss immediately, it would be their own deaths. Brothers, don't stop, keep charging. Charge! Let the boss see our might. The man who seemed to have a rallying skill for the Legion shouted loudly again, pointing his long sword at Afra, letting out a thunderous roar. Bear man! The man's body rapidly expanded, transforming into a nearly 3-meter-tall giant bear, sprouting a thick coat of fur, and his longsword grew larger, engulfed in flames, dragging along and sparking as he charged at the boss. Keep suppressing the boss, we can't clear the dungeon without those mages behind us. Don't give him a moment to breathe, brothers, charge. Let's take him down. Watching the unfamiliar adventurers charging to their deaths, a complex expression flashed across Su-Chen's face. Although death in the dungeon didn't mean true death, their charge was merely to clear the dungeon. But those who died first wouldn't have the chance to claim the boss's loot. Even if they cleared it, their relationship with them wouldn't matter much. So foolish, not even knowing to play it safe. I didn't expect there would be adventurers from the Sakura Empire. It's really a bit disruptive to the atmosphere. Su-Chen shook his head with a light laugh, swinging his battle axe and joining the siege against the boss. Everyone, get up, let the great Shield King charge to the front. I want this ancient city lord to experience a little shock from the Shield Warriors. Su-Chen took a detour, made a brief moment of himself in the fire, triggering shield counterattack, and charged towards the boss. Ants! You damned ants! The great being who commands the hurricane will punish you. Overla, besieged by the crowd, despite his strength, could not withstand the tsunami-like attacks for long, his vitality plummeting. The bizarre knight-armored Overla was utterly powerless against the onslaught. Every time he attempted to unleash a skill, he was interrupted by a mage hiding in the distance. The melee minions around him charged in fearlessly, truly a depiction of the reality where a master is beaten to death by a flurry of punches. Fortunately, Overla still had a few instant spells at his disposal. This time, he did not even pray to the unknown being he believed in, he simply pointed his finger at the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. The sky reflected the phantom of celestial bodies, a white light connecting 9 celestial bodies, forming a bow and arrow shape. In an instant, as the bow and arrow took shape, 6 arrows coalesced from his mana and shot towards the ground with a whoosh. The targeted professionals changed their expressions drastically, trying to evade this deadly strike. But the arrows were too fast, even if some lucky ones managed to dodge. An explosion occurred the moment the arrows touched the ground, a terrifying heatwave sweeping outward. With just one strike, more than 10 professionals were killed on the spot. Watching the countless streams of blood flowing in the Great Hall, Overla faced the attacks of the crowd without flinching or dodging. He laughed up to the sky. The divine garden is about to bloom, and I will finally break free from the influence of the void dimension. Ants begin to tremble. The blood on the ground flowed towards Overla and the strange plant in the center of the hall. The strange plant, nourished by the blood, began to sway, and the flower buds slowly opened under everyone's gaze. Seeing this, even a pig would understand that the boss was up to something. Su Chen, who had originally charged at Overla, turned back directly, his battle axe landing on the flower bud. But a layer of transparent barrier isolated Su Chen from the flower bud, and then the barrier emitted a terrifying explosion sound, sending Su Chen flying out. Overla endured the attacks of the crowd and approached the flower bud. He released a defensive skill that enveloped his entire body, turning to look at the increasingly frenzied professionals. Overla sneered, "Ants, enjoy your last revelry, because in the next moment, the great Overla will send you to hell." After saying this, Overla laughed heartily and placed his hand on the flower bud. A fruit radiating golden light appeared, and Overla lifted it up, swallowing it whole under the gaze of the crowd. The strange plant from which the fruit fell quickly decayed, while Overla's aura began to rise dramatically. The red light that originally represented a boss-level leader began to shift towards purple. A sense of foreboding filled everyone's hearts. This guy can't really be leveling up, can he? And the more they worried, the worse things would turn out. Even Su Chen's expression was extremely grim. Just now, Overla's strength was already terrifying. If he leveled up to a lord level, the chances of them, a group of half-damaged professionals, winning would be incredibly slim. Because lord-level bosses come with a recovery aura. As long as they can't outpace the recovery speed, the boss would become invincible. In everyone's eyes, Overla's vitality began to recover at a terrifying speed, then broke through its limits, advancing to an even higher level. From just over 1 million, it surged directly to 130,000 before barely stopping. The increase in vitality was secondary. The main thing was the terrifying aura emanating from Overla that put immense pressure on these professionals. It was clear that after devouring the fruit produced by the strange plant, Overla had officially leveled up to a lord-level boss. All attributes had significantly increased. The original Overla was already a tough guy who could hit 100. Now that he had leveled up, who could stop him? A glimmer of despair flashed across everyone's faces, and they all wanted to directly abort the dungeon and return to reality. At that moment, Su Chen, wielding his battle axe, erupted in fury, delivering 3 consecutive strikes atop Overla's head. -2,762, -3,379, -4,021. A set of skills directly took away Overla's massive health, which caught everyone's attention. They never expected such a terrifying powerhouse to exist. Perhaps there was still a chance to fight back? At this moment, the flames and thunder outside had long dissipated, and the ranged professionals rushed over. Looking at Overla, who had evolved into a lord-level boss, their faces were extremely grim. But a loud shout drew their attention. Su Chen stood in front of everyone, shield raised, and shouted, "All ranged professionals, output from behind me. Unless skills pass over my head, coming from the sky or underground to hit you, I will firmly block Overla in front of me, not giving him a chance to harm you. We must unite now, otherwise facing a lord-level boss means certain defeat." Saying this, he swung his battle axe forward and charged again. The group of professionals looked at each other, puzzled. How could a shield warrior protect so many of them? What a joke! But Su Chen had already charged forward, and no one was foolish enough to ask for clarification. They released their skills again, following Su Chen's lead to attack Overla. Facing the barrage of skills, Overla merely smiled faintly. He brought his hands together and uttered a strange syllable. Walls of earth rose from the ground, countless skills struck them, the walls trembled, but ultimately they still shattered. They did not completely block the attacks. -1,204, -1,008, -985, -1,104, -875, -578. But the remaining skills were entirely bearable for Overla. After advancing to a lord-level boss, he could recover 0.1% of his health per second, which, with his current health of 1,300,000, meant he regained 1,300 health. It was as if a priest was beside him, ready to cast healing spells on Overla at any moment. I told you, despair, ants. Waiting for death to arrive will be your only fate. Overla spread his arms again, preparing to unleash a wide-range curse and spell attack. Suchen charged in front of Overla, shield raised, allowing the opponent's weapon to touch the shield, triggering shield counterattack. At the same time, the battle axe swung down. Minus 11,840. A single strike dealt massive damage, one person standing against 10. Wait for death? I think it's you who will wait for death. Suchen began to actively trigger shield counterattack, each time taking away over 10,000 health from Overla. The surrounding professionals felt their spirits surge, reigniting their confidence in defeating the boss. Everyone, don't be afraid, melee fighters, charge with me. Ranged professionals, unleash your maximum firepower. Trust me, I will lead everyone to ultimate victory. Charge. As Suchen's voice fell, countless skills erupted instantly, like a meteor shower falling towards Overla. After using their big moves, they switched to smaller skills. When skills ran out, they resorted to basic attacks. Any bit of output was directed at the boss. The melee professionals did the same, great swords and long blades all slashing towards Overla, instantly overwhelming the boss. Do you really think you can challenge the great Afra? Afra laughed wildly, completely unconcerned about the skills that had injured him. A protective light shield enveloped him, and seizing this opportunity, he once again directed a prayer to the sky belonging to his followers. Great unknown being who masters ice and snow, your servant begs you to bestow power, to freeze this group of ignorant ants into ice sculptures, to become your playthings. Great unknown being who masters heavenly flames. Great unknown being who masters the stars. As Afra unleashed skill after skill, the entire dungeon world began to tremble violently. The earth cracked, and the sky seemed to fall into some otherworldly space, rendered in a dark, blood-red hue. Heavy snow formed into hail, ice spikes fell, piercing the top of the great hall, and rushed towards the crowd of adventurers. Heavenly fire rained down like meteors, each drop threatening to burn the small dungeon world to ashes. In the distance, a rumbling sound approached as celestial fragments tore through the air, trailing flames, indiscriminately covering the great hall. The drastic changes ignited the emotions of all the adventurers. They understood that time was running out. If they waited for those large-scale natural disaster attacks to land, the chances of clearing the dungeon would approach zero. The man who had transformed into a bear, wielding a flame-forged sword, pointed the sword's tip at Afra. His voice was deep and infectious as he cast the skill, Warhorn. Again, brothers, charge with me one more time. Even if we die, we can't let this damn boss have it easy. We must take a piece of his flesh. With that, the bearman charged at Afra with his flaming sword. A heavy slash struck Afra's shoulder, sparks flying, barely stopping him from continuing his spellcasting. Minus 1870. Beside him, Suchen glanced at the bearman in surprise. This guy dealt some serious damage, almost breaking 2,000 against Afra. Although his single strike wasn't as high among ordinary adventurers, his strength was definitely outstanding. Brother, I'm coming to help you. Suchen, unwilling to fall behind, raised his battle axe and struck at Afra, accompanied by countless weapons and skills. As the natural disaster descended, everyone unleashed their final energy. A torrent of furious skills rained down on Afra, forcing this terrifying lord-level boss to retreat step by step. But Afra merely sneered at the adventurers present, making no unnecessary movements. Because the natural disaster had arrived. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted from the top of the great hall as celestial fragments crashed down like bulldozers, smashing into the hall and sending waves of heat sweeping outward. Many adventurers were thrown away, and what filled them with despair was that ice spikes and fire rain fell simultaneously. The vast skill range and high damage quickly crushed the adventurers who couldn't evade, turning them into corpses. This terrifying scene did not frighten the adventurers. Instead, it ignited the wildness deep within their blood. While dodging the ice spikes and fire rain, they continuously unleashed skills upon Afra. Minus 898. Minus 607. Minus 998. 1074. Minus 899. Although the damage was not high, it added up over time. Afra's health plummeted like an avalanche, and the recovery of 1,300 health per second was utterly ineffective. Afra was also a ruthless character. Facing the onslaught of attacks, he did not dodge or evade, but instead clashed head-on with the adventurers. Many were melted by the boss's explosive skills, turning into wisps of white smoke that drifted away. The speed of the falling ice spikes and fire rain increased, and with each strike, adventurers fell on the spot. The numbers representing the adventurers' survival in the sky slowly decreased. 91, 85, 80, 67, 62, 55. The balance of battle began to tilt towards Afra. But at this moment, he felt an immense pressure, even to the point of being unable to withstand it. Led by Suchen, the melee classes fought desperately against him, inflicting massive damage each time. And those surviving mages, especially the girl with the black staff, were equally fierce. Neither side wanted to give in at this critical moment. continuously unleashing skills to hold the line. With the number of participants dwindling, the area affected by the plague began to shift towards the center of the Great Hall. The occasional falling ice spikes and fireballs not only killed the fighters but also dealt a certain amount of damage to the caster, Afra. This left Afra feeling incredibly frustrated. Those damned ants. At this moment, Afra was no longer the arrogant figure he once was. His health had nearly dropped below 50%, leaving him with only 585, 225. Compared to the previous 100-strong army, the fighters were now down to a pitiful 27. The battle was incredibly brutal. Fortunately, the remaining group had a decent class configuration, with ranged damage dealers and healing priests standing in the back, along with the melee classes led by Su Chen, including shield warriors, knights, and assassins. This guy can't hold on much longer. Brothers, watch your positioning, don't die before we clear the dungeon. The bearman, wielding a longsword and covered in wounds, spoke with a breathless tone, yet his eyes were incredibly bright. They had hope of defeating this lord-level boss. His gaze fell on Su Chen, who was holding a battle shield and shouldering a giant axe. This guy, clearly a shield warrior, was far more ferocious than anyone else present. His extremely high burst damage, along with his invincible health and shield, kept him at the front lines, clashing head-on with Afra until now. And the girl with the black staff, who seemed to be in the same team as him, was also incredibly powerful. With these two around, the bearman felt confident that even if he died in the end, they could still obtain the basic rewards from this dungeon. Afra had no idea what the bearman was thinking. He originally relied on the recovery aura of the Lord Boss to drag out the time and wear down the enemy. But he didn't expect that shield warrior to be even more ferocious, able to recover health on his own as well. It looked like the shield he had fought so hard to maintain was also regenerating. This instilled a sense of urgency in Afra. He couldn't let that guy recover smoothly. Even though most of his skills were still on cooldown, Afra took the initiative to attack first. He fought alongside everyone once more. Afra's health plummeted, and the fighters were not faring any better. Almost every time the boss struck, they lost a member. As time passed, both sides felt they could see the dawn of victory. Especially Afra, who at this moment unleashed a powerful area attack skill again. 6 arrows sliced through the air, shooting towards everyone. Without a doubt, facing this move again, Su Chen and the others still had no good countermeasures, and nearly half of the fighters were blown to pieces on the spot. Looking at the remaining 15 fighters, Afra let out a hearty laugh. Farewell, ants. Challenging me was the biggest mistake of your lives. Is that so? Be careful not to speak too confidently, or in the end, we might be backstabbed by this group of ants. Su Chen revealed a faint cold smile, but his body quietly retreated. It wasn't until he backed up to stand in front of Su Lingyun and the others that he let out a quiet sigh of relief. He couldn't control others, but his teammates had been frantically assisting in dealing damage since they entered the dungeon. If they were to die just before clearing the dungeon, Su Chen would feel guilty. He whispered to the three of them, "Stay close to me from now on, stand behind me. Old Lu, keep an eye on the rebirth mark. Whoever is in danger, apply it immediately." Due to the low skill level, Lu Mingqing's rebirth mark could currently only affect one person. He couldn't mark 2 people at the same time. Otherwise, Su Chen wouldn't have to worry about his fragile teammates. Lu Mingqing didn't speak, just nodded seriously, giving Su Chen a reassuring look. He raised his staff, refreshing Su Chen's status, then kept a vigilant watch on Afra, ready to cast rebirth at any moment. At this stage, a boss-level enemy was still a bit too much for them. Even though they were all legendary professionals, they were powerless against such a boss before they had fully grown. Su Chen slashed forward with an axe light, then charged again. The bear, who was silently recovering health, followed suit, albeit half a step behind Su Chen. He had full confidence in his own strength, but the one in front of him was the real big shot. Having come this far, if he were to be accidentally killed by the boss, he would have nowhere to cry. The mindset of the other professionals was also subtly changing. A melee professional from the Sakura Empire, although also attacking Afra, was actually hiding behind Su Chen to avoid the boss's damage. Su Chen paid no attention to this situation. Although he disliked the professionals from the Sakura Empire, they had fought together until now, and as long as they didn't cause trouble or drag him down, he couldn't say much about them taking a little advantage. Otherwise, with only 15 people left in the team, they wouldn't even need Afra to act. Internal strife would naturally lead to failure in the challenge. The two sides clashed again. However, this time, Afra seemed to handle the crowd's assault with ease. Apart from Su Chen and Su Lingyun, whom he had to be particularly wary of, he didn't take the others seriously. Afra pointed into the void, and a magic circle appeared out of thin air, summoning a flying dragon made of ice elements. It glided swiftly towards the rear professionals. Since Su Lingyun and the others were close to Su Chen, they easily dodged the attack with a sidestep. But the others weren't so lucky. 3 rangers and a priest were unfortunately hit head-on by the ice dragon. The 3 were sent flying, and the dragon exploded into countless ice crystals, freezing them into ice sculptures. Their health plummeted rapidly, and even their recovery skills seemed ineffective at that moment. In just a moment, the three's breaths faded and they died completely. At this point, only 12 people remained. Su-chen was helpless. Despite his decent strength, it was still a bit too much for him to completely stop a boss-level enemy. All he could do now was to output as much damage as possible and kill the boss before everyone else died. Compared to the previous hellhounds and dark primordial insects, Afra's level was not as high, so the attribute suppression was not as severe. Plus, with the updated purple gear ring, Su-chen's output against Afra was still quite considerable. Every time shield counter erupted, it could take away over 10,000 health points. Facing the high burst damage of shield counter with no cooldown even, Afra, as a boss-level enemy, found it hard to withstand. His health continued to decline. 557,385 for 78,958, 389,980, 320,274. As the boss was about to enter a berserk state, Su-chen not only did not stop but instead intensified his assault. Even the remaining players were outputting damage frantically, wanting to quickly slay Afra. However, Afra was no ordinary foe. With a few instant cast spells, he once again took down 2 melee fighters and 2 ranged mages. Now the team was left with only 8 members, including 4 from Su-chen's squad, 1 from the Bearman, 1 from the Sakura Empire, and 2 priests from other empires. With the boss's health dwindling, everyone had no thoughts of retreating, unleashing skills madly upon Afra. However, Su-chen furrowed his brow during the battle. The melee fighter from the Sakura Empire had not attacked for a long time, continuously hiding behind him. If it weren't for the fact that he could still catch a glimpse of the person's figure, he would have thought that this individual had already been killed by the boss. Trying to take advantage of them at such a critical moment? Wasn't this clearly an attempt to pick up the scraps? Su-chen sneered coldly. How could he allow such a thing to happen? When Afra launched a beam attack at him, this time he did not raise his shield to block it but instead dodged and moved directly to Afra's side. The Sakura Empire fighter hiding behind him turned pale and hurriedly dodged to the side. The beam grazed past his ear, causing cold sweat to pour from him. However, he was not a fool. That shield warrior clearly had the strength to block the attack but chose to let the skill go unchecked. This was obviously an attempt to have Afra take his life. A hint of hatred appeared in the eyes of the Sakura Empire fighter. His gaze kept shifting between Afra and Su-chen, not knowing what to think. Su-chen was slightly surprised that this person could evade Afra's attack, but it wasn't particularly unexpected. After all, those who had survived to this point were individuals with both strength and luck. It wasn't particularly easy to take down the opponent. But Su-chen didn't pay much attention, acting as if nothing had happened, unleashing 3 major damage skills on Afra. The Lord-level boss was being forced to retreat continuously. During this time, he cast several large-scale disaster skills, but this time everyone had gained experience, and with fewer people, it was easier to move, so no one died as a result. At most, they lost half their health from the skill's aftermath. Afra wanted to use skills to eliminate everyone except Su-chen, but unfortunately he did not have that opportunity. Because all the remaining members, except for the reckless Bearman, were hiding behind Su-chen. He couldn't hit them at all. Even the Bearman, when facing imminent danger, would move closer to Su-chen to save his own life. The two sides thus reached a stalemate. Just as everyone was about to push Afra into a berserk state, Su-chen, standing at the forefront, suddenly turned around. The originally aimed shield counterattack at Afra now targeted the Sakura Empire fighter. The berserk pressure swept over him, and the man's face changed drastically, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. What was this shield warrior trying to do? Had he gone mad? What do you want? How dare you attack the great Sakura god's people? In the face of this person's roar, Su-chen showed no sign of slowing down. With a single axe strike, he cleaved the opponent in half. The sudden turn of events happened so quickly that the nearby professionals stared wide-eyed, shocked at Su-chen. What just happened? Why did he kill a teammate over a disagreement? Is he trying to eliminate us from the game early? The other two professionals from the Empire all looked at Su-chen warily, no longer casting any supportive skills for him. The Bearman was also somewhat surprised, but as a frontline damage dealer he could understand Su-chen's choice. A damage dealer assassin hiding in the back, not even daring to strike. From the perspective of the team or the Empire, killing that person wasn't a big deal. The two nations were already in a state of hostility, given the circumstances. Why should they carry a professional who only wanted to muddle through? Wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? If it were him, he would have made the same choice as Su-chen. Afra looked at the suddenly chaotic team of professionals, somewhat dazed, not understanding what had happened. Although he was puzzled, his movements were not slow. He unleashed a series of instant skills, aiming to eliminate Su Lingyun and the others who had exposed their positions. But Su-chen used a taunt to draw him over, forcing a 1v1 showdown. After several rounds of attacks, Afra's health finally dropped below 20% and a terrifying aura erupted from him, forcing everyone to retreat continuously. However, contrary to Su Chen's expectations, Afrala, upon entering a berserk state with significantly enhanced attributes, did not lose his rationality and recklessly attack them. He quickly retreated to the side of a withered, strange plant. Afrala looked at Su Chen and the others, shook his head, and spoke with a hint of regret. What a good batch of seedlings. I had intended to take you back to the Empire as knights and attendants for my expeditionary army to enjoy endless glory and wealth. But it seems you made a wrong choice, which is to oppose me. Afrala's expression turned cold. He placed his hand on the strange plant, letting out a low, angry roar from his throat. Since you are unwilling, let the iron hooves of the Empire completely crush you, turning you into nourishment for young knights. A brilliant purple light flashed in Afrala's hand, imprinting onto the strange plant. A massive teleportation array appeared centered on the strange plant, spreading out in all directions. The array enveloped the entire hall, rising into the air and slowly rotating. A projection of a strange world emerged within, densely packed with knight legions standing at the entrance of the teleportation array, coldly gazing at Su Chen and the others. The coldness in their gaze seemed to regard them as mere corpses, showing no concern for them at all. Such a turn of events caught everyone off guard, and they all looked at Afrala and the Knight Legion in utter shock. From Su Chen's perspective, these knights were all elite templates above LV30, which was also the reason for his disbelief. How could a LV26 boss summon so many elite monsters? From the tone of his words, it seemed to come from some Imperial Expeditionary Army. But as far as he knew, there was no army named the Expeditionary Army among the 9 great empires of Blue Star. What on earth was going on? Su Chen's mind raced, and for a moment he couldn't figure out the situation, only able to grip his weapon tightly and watch the already flamboyant Afrala warily. While Su Chen and the others were still exploring the dungeon, the sky outside gradually darkened. At this time, Situ Jia was resting at the academy. He held an ancient book in his hands, leisurely flipping through it while lying in a rocking chair, muttering something to himself. Ah, it's that time again to send the little ones out for training. How troublesome, where should I send them this time? As a homeroom teacher for 7th grade, his main teaching task this semester was to take the students on various perilous adventures. While leveling up, he also bore different responsibilities. However, the choice of trial locations had left Situ Jia in a quandary. He pressed an ancient text against his face, preparing to clear his mind for a moment. Just then, he suddenly stood up, his sharp gaze like that of a hawk, looking towards the direction of the Wanben Pavilion. At the same time, several terrifying auras rose from within the academy. They were firmly locked onto the Wanben Pavilion. That is, the entrance to the copy I brought back? Sensing an otherworldly aura that was clearly inconsistent with the Divine Dragon Empire, Situjia's face turned serious as he flew towards the Wanben Pavilion. His speed was incredibly fast, and in just a moment he arrived at the 2nd floor of the Wanben Pavilion. By this time, several teachers had already gathered, all looking at the newly appeared large copy entrance with uncertainty. Upon seeing Situ Jia, someone asked in a deep voice, "Teacher Situ, what's going on? Why is there an otherworldly aura inside the copy? You didn't bring it back without checking, did you? What if there are still some guys inside who haven't fully died? Do you know what consequences that would bring us?" Facing the serious inquiries from the teachers present, a hint of apology flashed across Situ Jia's face. He walked to the entrance of the copy, waved his hand, and unleashed his magical power, projecting the situation inside the copy. I don't know what happened, but let's take a look at the situation first. At that moment, the scene displayed was of Su Chen and others confronting Afra. Behind the massive teleportation array was an army of knights, preparing to advance into the copy. Seeing this, the teachers present all narrowed their eyes, staring intently at the mysterious patterns engraved on the knight's armor. This is the Knight Army of the Dusk Empire. Why are they appearing here in such large numbers across dimensions? Could it be because of this teleportation array? But why would the teleportation array activate inside the copy? That doesn't make sense. We need to report this news. This matter is not something we can handle lightly. No need, things might not be as urgent as you think. The crisp sound of a cane hitting the ground echoed, and everyone turned to see Mu Jin had appeared behind them at some point. Old Mu, Director Mu. The crowd first greeted him respectfully, then asked in confusion, "What does Old Mu mean? Are the Knights of the Dusk Empire fake?" Mu Jin shook his head, looking at the massive teleportation array inside the copy, a strange smile appearing on his face. "This teleportation array is incomplete. If I'm not mistaken, even if the teleportation array were complete, those knights wouldn't be able to enter the Divine Dragon Empire. These scoundrels from the Dusk Empire have caused quite a bit of destruction within the Empire in recent years." At this point, Mu Jin's tone turned somewhat cold, but when he noticed Su Chen and the others along with Afra, his expression became somewhat surprised. This kid, he can actually deal with a Lord level boss so quickly? Although to her, Afra seemed like a barely advanced Lord level trash. But for Su Chen, it should have been quite a pressure to deal with, yet he unexpectedly pushed the boss into a berserk state. This young man is remarkable. Old Mu, what should we do now? A teacher asked in confusion. Just watch the changes. Mu Jin calmly looked at the group of knights and said lightly, everyone need not worry, I will take action if necessary. Upon hearing that Old Mu was backing them up, C2 Jia and the other teachers all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the other side of the teleportation array was the Twilight Empire, a behemoth comparable to the Dragon Empire. However, its location was deep within a secret realm, and for some unknown reason, such a massive cross-border teleportation array had been activated. Although they had detected it in advance, if the other side really crossed over, it could cause tremendous damage to the academy, and they could not bear that responsibility. Fortunately, with Old Mu overseeing the array, they felt much more relaxed. Inside the dungeon, neither Afra nor Su Chen continued to take action, their gazes fixed on the enormous teleportation array. Su Chen, what should we do now? Ji Hao whispered, shouldn't we take this opportunity to kill Afra and stop the teleportation? With so many LV-30 elite monsters, we are no match for them. Su Chen shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. The teleportation array has already been activated. Even if we kill Afra, we probably won't be able to stop the teleportation. Moreover, he looked at the constantly rotating teleportation array, where the light flowed, illuminating one array base after another. 6 of the 8 array bases had been lit, leaving only 2 remaining. These elite knights would likely fully descend soon. How could they possibly kill Afra, the Lord Boss, in such a short time? He couldn't think of any way to break the deadlock, unless the teleportation array shattered and became ineffective, giving them a chance to duel Afra one-on-one. But was that even possible? Compared to the somewhat silent atmosphere on Su Chen's side, Afra burst into laughter, standing on a platform formed by Earth-type skills, looking down at Su Chen and the others. Ants, do you feel despair? The Great Twilight Empire's expeditionary knights are about to descend, their iron hooves will crush everything. None of you will escape. Afra was in a very good mood. Although his strength had not yet returned to its peak, the evolution of his life level brought him immense pleasure. It was as if he had drunk a glass of aged fine wine, making him feel completely intoxicated. Looking at the soon-to-be-formed cross-border teleportation array, Afra could already imagine the scene of the knights crushing everything, invading this empire and bringing back countless resources and wealth. He might have the chance to receive rewards from the upper echelons of the Twilight Empire. Titles and honors would be within reach. Afra began to fantasize about the grand scene of thousands celebrating his return when he returned to the Empire. He watched the teleportation array, and at that moment, the 7th array base was lit. The knights behind also began to draw their weapons, preparing to charge into this world. But just as the array's light flowed toward the last spot, the 8th array base began to devour the light like a black hole, showing no signs of condensing. The array, which was about to solidify, began to flicker, as if it would turn into a bubble and directly dissipate. This scene left everyone present in shock, especially Afra, who held his head in disbelief and shouted, how could this happen? Why is there a corner missing from the array base? What on earth happened? The original plan for descent was forcibly interrupted, which made Afra furious while also giving rise to a faint sense of fear. If the knights could not descend, he would have to face the siege of these professionals again, especially that shield warrior who, along with a few supports, definitely had the strength to kill him. Afra's gaze instinctively glanced toward Su Chen, his expression froze, and then he let out an angry roar that echoed throughout the entire dungeon. Bastard! So it was you who stole the array base. He stared fiercely at Ji Hao, his terrifying gaze seeming to want to swallow the other alive. Just as the formation fell into a strange halt, a seemingly ordinary night pearl emerged from Ji Hao's backpack. It landed in Ji Hao's hand, its surface radiating a glow that resonated with the formation. Anyone who wasn't a fool would know that the night pearl in Ji Hao's hand was the final piece of the interdimensional formation. Su Chen and the others instantly tensed up, cautiously watching the furious Afra. At that moment, Afra was seething with rage, striding towards Su Chen and the others. He muttered incantations, continuously unleashing skills and spells ahead. Su Chen quickly stepped forward, raising his shield to absorb all the incoming attacks. By now, the defensive barrier of the innate unmoving king was nearly breached by Afra's relentless assault. With over 100,000 shield points, even with the recovery from vitality like a dragon, it was struggling to withstand the onslaught of a lord-level boss. Thus, Su Chen had to frequently use shield counterattack, barely keeping himself in a relatively safe state. As Afra unleashed his skills, the dungeon world trembled once more, calamity descending and enveloping the Great Hall completely. In his frenzied state, Afra's damage was terrifying. Just a shockwave from a falling fire rain severely injured a priest. The subsequent burn status directly drained the priest's health, forcing him to exit the dungeon helplessly. At this moment, Ji Hao, Lu Mingcheng, and the last remaining priest began to frantically cast healing spells. As a legendary healer, Ji Hao's healing output was substantial, green light continuously falling on his teammates. Among them, the newly acquired skill, Dark Redemption, transformed into a large elixir, reviving the similarly injured bear warrior. The bear shot him a grateful glance, then charged towards Afra alongside Su Chen. Lu Mingqing began to apply buffs to everyone, arranging basic defense, movement speed, and recovery skills. At this point, damage buffs were far less important than survival. Afra, intent on seizing the Night Pearl from Ji Hao, had completely lost his mind, recklessly charging towards them. Su Chen and the Bear Warrior found it exceptionally difficult to hold him back. Although they dealt considerable damage to Afra, he was now charging forward without any regard, pushing through their attacks. Only Su Lingyun in the distance could output normally, but she also had to dodge the Calamity's onslaught to avoid being suddenly killed by Afra's massive damage. The battle had reached a fever pitch, with neither side willing to take a step back. Faced with the frenzied Afra, even as Su Chen desperately dealt damage, he could only barely impede Afra's advance. At this rate, he would eventually reach Ji Hao and kill them one by one to reclaim the Night Pearl. Su Chen shouted to the Bear Warrior beside him, "Big guy, go protect the backline. I've got this covered, don't let them die. The boss can't hold out for too long, trust me." Faced with Su Chen's proposal, the Bearman did not refuse. He stepped back, standing in front of Ji Hao and the others. Holding his long sword horizontally, he was ready to respond to Afra's attack at any moment. At this moment, Su Chen was alone against the boss, and the opponent's madness shocked him. Without dodging or evading the attacks, Afra charged straight at Ji Hao, wanting to reclaim the last piece of the teleportation array's foundation. It should be noted that when Su Chen used shield counterattack, even a LV-26 Lord-level boss like Afra could take over 10,000 terrifying damage. At this point, Afra had less than 200,000 health left. It wouldn't take many hits before he might be completely slain by Su Chen, not to mention that behind him was Su Lingyun, wielding a purple weapon. With their cooperation, the severely weakened boss couldn't withstand it at all. Yet even so, Afra charged recklessly, like a holy sword knight. The distance between the two sides quickly closed, and Ji Hao and the others had no choice but to retreat, not wanting to have even the slightest contact with Afra. This guy's damage was too high, just a casual touch could cost them their lives. In this critical moment, no one dared to be careless. They would rather not use skills, sacrificing Su Lingyun's output to ensure their own safety. Su Chen unleashed his skills in succession, causing large amounts of damage to explode above Afra's head. 185,850, 145,250, 98,050. When his health dropped below 100,000, Afra finally halted his charge. He looked at Su Chen, who was always in front of him, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. "I thought that after revolving in the realm of life, dealing with you little bugs would be a piece of cake. I didn't expect that the strength of this world would be so remarkable. Just a random group of little guys could push me to this extent." In response to Afra's self-mockery, Su Chen and the others said nothing, silently closing the distance between them. They actually wanted to actively hunt a Lord-level boss. "If I ask you once more, are you willing to be my nightly followers and enjoy the rare glory and wealth of 100 lifetimes, what would your answer be?" Afra asked. Seriously. But what responded to him was a faint purple axe light. One strike shattered the hexagonal light curtain that had gathered in front of Afra, then landed on his shoulder. Looking at the axe mark on his left shoulder, Afra laughed, a laugh that was incredibly arrogant and sinister. "Ha, daring to refuse the great Afra, today even if I die, I will let you witness the true power of the commander of the 78th Expeditionary Army of the Empire." A strong purple aura surged from Afra, making Su Chen and the others extremely tense. This Lord-level boss wouldn't be unleashing some big move, would he? Afra flashed to the side of the cross-border teleportation array, his gaze falling on the 7 bases filled with radiance. At this moment, he waved his right hand in the air, and the nearest base to him dimmed. 1, 2, until all 7 bases fell silent. He turned around and said indifferently, "I was wondering why you had the aura of the Dark Ancient Domain. It turns out you stole the bases that suppressed me. You bunch of rats, since you like to take, I will give you one more gift before I leave." As his voice fell, the cross-border teleportation array vanished like a bubble. Only the 7 bases transformed into gates remained, and endless darkness shot out from within, instantly enveloping the entire dungeon. Seeing this scene, Su Chen and the others' expressions changed drastically, recalling the terror of the 2 previous mutated bosses. If they allowed the opponent to release the monsters inside the gate, even with 2 more lives, they wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon. Su Chen picked up his battle axe and quickly charged towards Afra's position. Several beams of skill light of different colors cut through the night, illuminating the path ahead. Su Chen arrived in front of Afra, swinging his battle axe down. As the injury manifested on the opponent, Su Chen finally realized that the once youthful-looking Afra now appeared incredibly aged. His skeletal frame made one doubt if he was truly the same Lord-level boss who had just unleashed a natural disaster, shattering a 100-member adventurer team into pieces. Ancient City Lord Afra, Lord, LV26 Health 4856/1 300 000. The information feedback told Su Chen that the bloodless Afra was indeed genuine. It was just that after triggering the Dark Gate, his health had plummeted, transforming him into this ghastly state. Afra, struck by a blow, spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. He gazed at the pitch-black sky, yet a faint smile appeared on his face. Poor little ants, even if you steal the formation base, what does it matter? Do you think you are the victors? Back then, to seal the 8-dimensional rifts leading from the dark ancient domain to the Empire, I led the expeditionary army to fight fiercely, suppressing those monsters one by one. Do you think the formation base in your hands is the key to defeating me? Little do you know, this is merely the beginning of your demise. He looked at Su Chen, revealing an incredibly mocking smile, as if he were the true victor of this battle. The surrounding darkness seemed to respond to Afra's words, stirring violently. Before the 7 dark gates, a spatial passage slowly emerged, with darkness continuously surging inward. Behind the passage, towering buildings stood, streets bustling with countless pedestrians strolling through the city. Even some extremely famous city landmarks appeared. Su Chen's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. The passage connected directly to the cities within the Dragon Empire. Afra intended to lead those dark monsters into the city? Su Chen ignored Afra and swung his battle axe at the dark gate, but the attack only sparked a few embers upon impact. It caused no damage at all. Seeing Su Chen's anxious demeanor, Afra burst into mocking laughter. Do you think I sealed these dimensional rifts at what level? And what sealing materials were used? If my strength had fully recovered, do you think you could defeat me? You even want to destroy the passage? It's simply laughable. Afra laughed maniacally, nearly in tears. His death was already a foregone conclusion, but seeing Su Chen, who wanted to destroy the Dark Gate yet was powerless to do so, brought Afra a sense of relief. He wanted to mock him a bit more, but suddenly the previously pitch-black instance world was illuminated by a fierce green light. Afra, like an old duck with its neck grasped, stared blankly at the source of the green light. A seed that had appeared at some unknown time. It fell from the sky, rooted itself beneath the great hall, and crazily absorbed the surrounding darkness, using it as energy, visibly growing into a large tree. The branches swayed, emitting a gentle glow that dispelled the surrounding darkness. How could this happen? This is the dark essence of the dark ancient domain. How could it be so easily cleared away? Who is the one making the move? No one paid attention to Afra's shock. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the ancient tree, which exuded a breath of desolation. It grew at an astonishing speed, expanding enough to cover the entire instance. A gentle breeze swept through, spreading the green light emitted by the leaves into every corner. The once pitch-black instance world was once again illuminated. Even the darkness that had seeped into the Dragon Empire was completely eradicated by the green light following its traces. Seeing his final trump card easily erased, Afra's heart turned to ashes as he lay there in a daze. He knew he had lost without a glimmer of hope for a comeback. That mysterious powerhouse had sealed the dark ancient domain passage that had nearly led to his demise with just one move. He couldn't fathom what kind of strength that was. Did the general have any means to counter the opponent? Afra was unclear. He no longer wanted to think too much, quietly closing his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. After the ancient tree cleared the darkness, it transformed back into a seed the size of a yellow bean and left the instance world through a mysterious crack. Looking at the restored yet utterly ruined instance world, Su Chen knew it was all over. A mysterious powerhouse had acted in the real world, directly suppressing the dark passage through the instance world. He walked up to Afra, raised his battle axe, and without a word, brought it down heavily on his head. Thud! The skull exploded. Afra's entire body burst into a ball of light. Successfully killed the Lord of the Ancient City. Afra, Lord, experience plus 135,000. Level up bonus experience plus 33,750. Team bonus experience plus 189,000. Instance rules bonus experience plus 261,900. 194%. You have obtained the achievement I equals Lord level. Understand? Reputation plus 2,400. A delightful notification echoed in everyone's ears, and a white light even shone from Su Chen. The massive experience directly pushed him to LV22. The rewards from large instances were terrifying. Although Su Chen knew this was likely an exception, it was undeniable that the benefits from such a highly participated instance were truly outrageous. Just the base experience was enough to make one feel exhilarated, and the bulk of the rewards depended on the boss drops. The light mass that Afra transformed into made everyone present envious, all wanting to claim it for themselves. Jihao and the others came to Su Chen's side, smiling as they patted his shoulder. Su Chen, it's all thanks to you. You can even take on a Lord-level boss head on, truly monstrous. Lu Mingcheng nodded in agreement. Their captain was indeed incredibly fierce. Even Su Lingyun, who controlled the purple martial arts within the team, fell short of Su Chen in terms of output, not to mention that he excelled in defense. To fight a Lord-level boss from start to finish and actually kill it, he couldn't think of anyone else in the new generation with such strength. Probably not even 1/5 of them. The Bear Man and the Priest also approached, their faces beaming with smiles. The bear man had transformed back into a human form. A robust man not much smaller than Ji Hao appeared before everyone. He flashed a bright smile, showing his white teeth, and said loudly, "Thank you, brother, for leading us to defeat the Lord-level boss. When that guy appeared, I thought we were in for a long haul. I didn't expect you to be so powerful, able to grind a boss to death." The bear man gave Su Chen a thumbs up and then introduced himself. "I am Lingxiao Academy's first-year student, Xiong Yuanzheng, a LV-23 legendary class dreaming druid. What do you all go by?" "I'm Su Chen, this is Su Lingyun, Ji Hao, and Lu Mingcheng, all my teammates." Su Chen introduced Xiong Yuanzheng one by one. "We are all first-year students of the Divine Martial Academy, as you can see, just over LV-20, not as good as you." "Divine Martial Academy? No wonder you all are so strong." Xiong Yuanzheng nodded in realization and then smiled, saying, "Su Chen, don't tease me. I've heard a bit about your Shenwu Academy. What is this Tianjiao Road you all are talking about? Not only do you have to lock experience, but you also have to take cultural classes. It's normal if your level isn't as high as mine. If I were at Shenwu Academy, I'd probably be lucky to have LV-19 by now." Su Chen chuckled and didn't respond directly to Xiong Yuanzheng's comments. Locking experience isn't the goal. Equipping the Qiankuan lock allows us to have an experience pool in advance, which can upgrade our skills. To be honest, I'm going back to use up my stored experience. It's really tough to fight a Lord-level boss, it's just pathetic. Listening to Su Chen's casual bragging, Xiong Yuanzheng scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. What does it mean to struggle against a Lord-level boss? You probably don't know that. Ordinary professionals find it hard to even solo a boss. Su Chen also realized he was showing off a bit and quickly changed the subject. "Brother, you're a legendary profession. Why didn't you come to Shenwu Academy to study?" "I remember Lingxiao Academy is just a first-class academy, right?" This question had been asked of Xiong Yuanzheng many times, and he explained it with great familiarity, "Because they offer more. Lingxiao Academy is in my hometown. They said it was to support outstanding local professionals to study at the academy, and they gave me a medal, promising me quite a few benefits. With my strength, I clearly wouldn't rank at Shenwu Academy. If I went, there wouldn't be many resources, so why not study at Lingxiao Academy?" Su Chen nodded, understanding Xiong Yuanzheng's choice. Better to be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond. However, Su Chen still sighed, somewhat regretfully, saying, "Your strength is good, but as a legendary profession, not taking the Tianjiao Road is a bit of a waste of talent. Lingxiao Academy is decent, but just decent. I estimate not many people there have even heard of the Tianjiao Road. With your strength, there probably isn't anyone at Lingxiao Academy who can keep up with your leveling pace. Leveling alone will ultimately be less efficient. How about joining our team?" Upon hearing this, Ji Hao beside them showed an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. "Dude, why are you suddenly trying to poach from Lingxiao Academy while talking? They are still a first-class academy. Who knows how many benefits they promised." "Xiong Yuanzheng, is this something you can just casually mention and expect to pull off?" As expected, Xiong Yuanzheng was momentarily stunned by Su Chen's suggestion and then slowly shook his head. "Brother, I appreciate your good intentions, but Lingxiao Academy has indeed helped me a lot. I can't just leave. Moreover, even if I agreed, the academy wouldn't let me go because I'm the only legendary profession in the first year. They wouldn't agree." Su Chen knew that what the other party said was true. He didn't really mean to poach from Lingxiao Academy. He pointed at Ji Hao and the others, saying, "What I mean is to join the team, come to Shenwu Academy, and level up in dungeon with us. In name, it's just a temporary study. In reality, you're still a Lingxiao Academy person. What do you think? With your strength, I estimate that whether it's Shenwu Academy or Lingxiao Academy, they wouldn't refuse this proposal." Hearing Su Chen's proposal, Xiong Yuanzheng stroked his chin and fell into thought. He had just seen the overall strength of this small team. Whether it was Su Chen, who faced the boss head-on the entire time, or Su Lingyun and the other mages and support, their strength was formidable. Although they didn't seem that impressive in terms of levels, the reality was quite the opposite. They were among the top tier of their profession. Moreover, from what Su Chen implied, they were preparing to enhance their skill levels as soon as they returned. What did this mean? Their foundational strength would surge dramatically without any equipment boosts. This was an improvement that practitioners without the equipment universe law could not achieve. He also understood that as time passed, the other students in the academy would inevitably fall further behind him, gradually unable to keep up with his pace. By then, both their leveling speed and strength progress would be significantly inferior to what it was now. With this in mind, Xiong Yuanzheng was indeed somewhat tempted by what Su Chen said. "If that's the case, I might give it a try." Xiong Yuanzheng didn't finish his sentence, considering, "But I need to consult with the school leadership first. After all, a large part of my resources is funded by the academy, and I need to inform them of the specifics regardless." Su Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. He didn't say much more. just added each other as friends for easier communication later. As for the remaining priest, he looked on in confusion at Su Chen and Xiong Yuanjing chatting. He wasn't from the Dragon Empire and couldn't understand what Su Chen was babbling about. He could only silently stand by, waiting for the distribution of the loot. After Su Chen reached a preliminary agreement with Xiong Yuanzhang, he turned to face the light orb. Due to the special rules of the dungeon, only 6 out of the 200 survived, and the rewards were directly increased by 194%. Afra wasn't stingy. Although he didn't drop the legendary pink equipment, he did provide quite a few purple items. Among them were various high-level gems, skill books, and other precious resources. After a brief discussion, Su Chen first distributed the gold coins, with the team taking the bulk and the remainder going to Xiong Yuanjing and the priest. Most of the gems were of levels 2 and 3, but there were also 6 level 4 gems. 2 of them increased physical damage, the Shifat Jade, 1 increased spell damage, the Purple Robe Jade. The remaining 2 were a emerald that increased speed and a red agate that increased defense. Although they were all level 4 gems, the value of the Shifat Jade and Purple Robe Jade was undoubtedly higher. Su Chen gave the 2 emeralds to Xiong Yuanjing and the priest, while the rest were divided among the team. After finishing this, Su Chen's gaze fell on the skill books. There were a total of 4, one of which shimmered with a purple light. It was undoubtedly an ultra-rare skill book. The so-called rare skill books on the market were at most A-level, because the truly good items were all bound to the individual and couldn't be sold. The skill book wrapped in the purple light orb had a sword and blade pattern on its surface, which was undoubtedly prepared for melee professions. Su Chen unceremoniously took it in his hand, and the others had no objections. Su Chen had put in the most effort and was the key figure in clearing the dungeon. He had the final say on what loot to pick first. Of course, if he encountered something that was hard to negotiate, Su Chen would definitely clear the other party out of the dungeon first and then feast alone. As for discussing any reasoning with him, let's talk about whether your life is tough enough to withstand a blow from my axe. You have obtained the professional skill book, Melee Weapon Mastery S. Seeing the prompt from the panel, Su Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect it to be this. As one of the most useful skills for melee professions, Weapon Mastery truly deserved its S level skill rating. The effect was simple yet domineering. Weapon Mastery S. Passive. Familiar with the operation of various weapons, each of your attacks will deal an additional 15% damage. Cooldown 0s. A straightforward increase of 15% damage, which is absolutely equivalent to upgrading to a purple item for damage dealers. The reason why Weapon Mastery is favored by all melee classes, aside from this basic effect, is that it is one of the few passive skills that can be upgraded. This made Su Chen, who was originally prepared to spend some experience to level up the skill, overjoyed. When Ji Hao saw Su Chen's delighted expression, he also knew that the skill book was definitely a top-notch item. However, with others present, he could only suppress his curiosity. The remaining 3 skill books had no trading restrictions, so Su Chen picked them up one by one to check. 1 Ranger's Bow skill book, 1 Aura skill book that increases attack speed, and finally, the Mage-exclusive Meteor Shower. Unlike the catastrophic effects caused by using it with AO Fula, Meteor Shower is just a simplified version, but it can still be considered an A-level skill. There's nothing more to say. Generous Su Chen gave the unused Bao skill book to Xiong Yuanzhang, and the rest were naturally shared with Lu Mingcheng and Su Lingyun. As for the priest who was eagerly watching Su Chen, he could only think. Ji Hao, as a legendary healer, didn't get a single piece. What are you hoping for? Of course, this was just a thought. After all, even though this guy didn't contribute much, he had fought alongside them through thick and thin until the end. Su Chen distributed other materials and equipment that were not useful but still had decent value to the others. Among them was a piece of exceptional green gear, the kind that couldn't be bought on the market. After the priest received the equipment, he kept smiling. Without even looking at the remaining purple items, he simply exited the dungeon. Su Chen giving him the exceptional green gear represented something he was very clear about. Since he couldn't get a purple item, there was no need to continue coveting it here. Ao Fula, as a spirit speaker, dropped purple items that leaned more towards mages. But there were 2 items that made Su Chen very envious. One was the knight armor that Ao Fula had been wearing, which consisted of an upper and lower set. As for why a warlock would wear armor, that would require asking how Ao Fula became the Expedition Army's commander. You have obtained Expedition Knight Armor, purple. You have obtained Expedition Knight Leggings, purple, receiving 2 pieces of defensive purple gear. Su Chen felt he was getting tougher. There were still 4 purple items left. It was very rare for Ao Fula, even as a lord-level boss, to drop so many top-notch items at once. Su Chen estimated that this was due to the extra rewards from the dungeon leading to such a big drop. The remaining 4 items were a blue gem-adorned intelligence necklace, an ancient book filled with mysterious writings, a deep blue magical cloak, and a golden belt. The belt, which was needed for melee, was given to Xiong Yuanzhang. The ancient book was a spirit-speaking manual highly compatible with Lu Mingcheng. As for the remaining 2 purple items, Su Lingyun and Ji Hao discussed them. the one with the worst survival ability. Su Lingyun took the magical cloak, while Ji Hao received the relatively rare intelligence necklace. After all the loot was divided, Su Chen and the others chatted with Xiong Yuanzheng for a bit before exiting the dungeon. When they returned to the Wanben pavilion, the sky had already darkened. Su Chen and the others had just exited the dungeon when they saw a group of teachers shrouded in mist gathered there. The leader was none other than Old Mu. Remembering the towering, ancient tree in the dungeon, Su Chen suddenly understood. That kind of ability certainly didn't seem like it could be formed by an ordinary skill. But if it was Old Mu who mastered the legendary divine skills, then it all made sense. Su kid, it's been half a month since we last met and you've actually managed to defeat the weakest lord-level boss. Not bad, not bad. Looking at the surprised expressions on Su Chen and the others, Mu Jin nodded in satisfaction. Hee, luckily Old Mu stepped in at the end, otherwise, if that boss had succeeded, who knows what kind of trouble it would have caused. At this point, Su Chen felt a bit puzzled again. Old Mu, do you know what happened in our dungeon this time? That Offrigan is nothing like a normal boss. It actually has cross-dimensional teleportation and dark ancient domain abilities. If it had been able to fully unleash those two moves, we might have been out long ago. I'll explain this. At that moment, a refined middle-aged handsome man walked over. It was Situ Jia. This large dungeon was something I encountered in a perilous place beyond the heavens. I initially thought it was an ordinary level 100 dungeon, but the aura it gave off was incredibly weak. After my testing, I discovered that it was a low-level dungeon formed from a dying powerful being that had been altered by the world's rules. But what I didn't expect was that this person actually had such means. Not only could he fake his death and resurrect, but he also nearly activated the cross-dimensional teleportation array. Saying this, even Situ Jia, a level 100 powerhouse, felt quite fearful. Although that group of knights was not strong and even weak in his eyes, the implications contained within were not something that could be explained merely by their levels. Listening to Situ Jia's explanation, Su Chen and the others understood that he was the 7th grade teacher who had brought back the entrance to the large dungeon. However, according to the principle that large dungeons have multiple entrances, the one he had brought back was likely just a fragment of the dungeon. Other entrances were scattered throughout the world, discovered and brought back by other powerhouses. Situ Jia only briefly mentioned the cross-dimensional teleportation array and didn't explain too much. Even Old Mu only simply talked about the origins of that group of knights. They were an expedition knight group from a place called the Twilight Empire. As for why they were summoned and teleported by Offrigan, that had to do with the Dark Ancient Domain. Speaking of this, Old Mu warned Su Chen, the Dark Ancient Domain is one of the more powerful forces we've discovered among known extraterrestrial civilizations. It is shrouded in strange darkness, and all the monsters have undergone mutations. From small monsters to bosses, their strength has all risen a level. In recent years, many naturally formed spatial passages to that place have been discovered, causing considerable damage to the present world. I suspect that the other side sealed the spatial passage leading to the Twilight Empire within the array, which is why the cross-dimensional array is connected to the Dark Ancient Domain. And this time the Dark Gate appeared in the present world. Even though I have eliminated the traces of the Dark Remnants, I still worry that new passages will appear soon. Listening to Old Mu's explanation, Su Chen felt a headache coming on. He just wanted to clear a dungeon. How did it lead to so much trouble? Seeing Su Chen's distressed expression, Mu Jin laughed. These things are still far from you, at least for now. They have nothing to do with you. As for the spatial passages formed from the Dark Ancient Domain, they're actually not that terrifying. For you professionals, they might even be an opportunity. As for what that opportunity was, Mu Jin didn't say, and Su Chen didn't ask. He would naturally know when the time came. After bidding farewell to Mu Jin and the other teachers, the 4 of them returned to their dorms separately. They had gained so much this time that Su Chen needed to organize everything properly. Due to this dungeon run, Su Chen obtained 3 pieces of purple gear, so he had to spend a large amount of credits to start collecting low-level gems. Naturally, the main focus was on the main physical damage gem, the Shivat Jade. As for the 2 gems obtained from the previous dungeon, they were not enough to embed into his 3 pieces of purple gear. After waiting for a day, Su Chen received a delivery from the academy, a very ordinary storage scroll. But inside, there were a large number of low-level gems. After combining the gems to level 4, Su Chen finally took out the purple armor and rings, starting to embed them one by one. The reason Su Chen only combined the gems to level 4 was that level 4 offered the best cost-performance ratio, focusing on getting big results for little investment. The process was quick, as embedding had little chance of failure. With the equipment freshly made, Su Chen looked at the attribute interface and nodded in satisfaction. Expedition Knight Armor Purple level 20 and above can be used. Durability 1000 defense 264 Constitution plus 24, Constitution plus 24 Gem, Sheep at Jade, level 4, Physical damage plus 58 Binding, Health plus 522 Mana plus 214 Expedition Night Leggings, Purple, level 20 and above can be used. Durability, 1000 Defense, 178 Constitution plus 23 Constitution. Plus 22 Gem, Sheep at Jade, level 4, Physical damage plus 58 Binding, Health plus 502 Mana plus 198. Wearing the two pieces of purple armor with high Constitution felt incredibly secure. Unfortunately, there was only one gem slot, otherwise he would have insisted on embedding a piece of blue chalcedony for a boost. However, Suchen also understood that at this stage, having one blue chalcedony on the shield was sufficient. Any more health would lead to some attribute overflow. After all, with his current strength, he could barely handle a Lord-level boss. The premise was that there were enough players to deal significant damage to the boss, otherwise in a one-on-one fight he should still not be the opponent. But in reality, there weren't that many Lord-level bosses for him to encounter. It would be lucky to run into a chief boss. After finishing up the equipment, Suchen began to rest in bed. He had been feeling drowsy during cultural classes yesterday, not knowing if it was a side effect from the battle with Afra. Back in high school, he didn't have so many issues. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, another week had gone by. During this time, Suchen seemed to clock in for work, taking a few teammates to level up in the wild every rest day. Dungeons were merely a seasoning for their leisure time. Whenever they had the chance, they would run one, striving to break records, and seeing the large amount of credits pouring into their accounts daily brought immense joy. Because of this, the four of them became quite famous among the new students and even the second and third year students. Especially a certain shield warrior who wandered around the academy all day in a full set of purple gear, not knowing how many people's eyes he had dazzled. Watching Suchen, who could emit large amounts of purple light just by walking, made these people nearly shed tears from their mouths. Each one was cursing madly in their hearts. This Suchen was simply not acting like a human. Having purple gear was impressive, but showing off every day? Was this show-off really that interesting? Suchen didn't know if it was interesting, but a rare-level professional, upon hearing about Suchen and his friends' exploits, had an extremely grim expression. In a certain freshman dormitory, a long-haired youth slammed his hand on the table, producing a dull thud. Listening to the news he received from his roommate, his mood was extremely irritable at the moment. That tall guy who had marked him for a death match was said to be thriving recently, breaking several dungeon records. Moreover, he had learned that the team that had previously provoked him was none other than the rising star, Suchen's team. Suchen, who was referred to as the top freshman by many. Previously, he had publicly one-shot a legendary class player, Fei Hu. With such terrifying strength, he really didn't want to provoke him. Even if that tall guy was just the team's priest, he had no confidence in winning. Because a deathmatch was not like a regular arena duel, their items could be used without restriction. Anything that could be used within the current level range could be deployed in a deathmatch, perfectly replicating the wild scene. So the long-haired youth worried that the legendary priest might just pull out a bunch of items to smash him to death. Thinking of the terrifying experience penalty after death, the long-haired youth felt a pang of pain. After binding the Qiankuan lock, who knew how much effort it took him to level up? No way. The long-haired youth slammed the table again and stood up abruptly. He was unwilling to fall to the bottom of the freshman rankings after losing. Even if he was facing a member of Suchen's team, he couldn't just sit and wait for his doom. With just over a week until the great assessment, he still had a chance to prepare for the deathmatch. The long-haired youth had already decided that even if he completely offended the other party, he would take down that priest. Wasn't it just a competition of items? Who didn't have any? Gritting his teeth, the long-haired youth took out his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang for a while before being answered, and a deep male voice came through. "What's up, looking for me?" With the rise of Suchen's team, many people in the academy had recently contacted him, all requesting to join the team. Faced with their applications, Suchen felt helpless because Xiong Yuan had previously told him that the negotiations with Lingxiao Academy were almost settled. They were just waiting to finish their current tasks before coming to Shenwu Academy to find Suchen and the others. The usual team configuration was 6 people, and now there was only one spot left, which he was unwilling to give to those ordinary rare class players. Even if they were legendary classes, as long as their skills weren't too special or super rare, he didn't want to add them. Suchen's preference for the last member was a formation master, also a support type. This would perfectly balance the team with 3 damage dealers and 3 supports. However, there were very few formation masters among the new students in the academy, and they all had teams, which made Suchen feel exceptionally troubled, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, Suchen adhered to the principle of not thinking about what he couldn't figure out, and pushed the problem out of his mind. The boat would naturally reach the bridge. He didn't believe that in such a large academy he couldn't find a suitable teammate. He took Ji Hao and the others out of the city again to level up. Due to the equipment updates, they directly chose a level 30 ordinary monster spawn area this time. Now, Su Lingyun and Lu Mingcheng were both equipped with purple weapons, their damage skyrocketing, and with Su Chen's help, they handled these monsters with ease, even with some level suppression. Under the bombardment of large-scale skills, the four of them gained experience at an incredible rate. At this time, it had been 2 weeks since the challenge against Aofula, and in a few days, the academy would organize a trial assessment among the freshmen to evaluate the achievements made in the month since entering the academy. They took advantage of the few rest days to crazily level up by slaughtering monsters outside the city, their levels rising rapidly. In the past half-month, Su Chen had gone from level 22 to level 25. Su Lingyun and the others, with the massive experience gained from the Aofula large dungeon, quickly leveled up from 20 to 23. This level was even higher than the highest level freshmen in the academy. It must be said that they have already distanced themselves from the ordinary students and are starting to catch up with the second-year seniors. At this terrifying rate of progression, Su Chen believes they will almost reach LV 30 within a semester. Moreover, after this period of monster hunting, several of them have already stored a large amount of experience in their Chin-kun locks, enough to slightly upgrade the skills they control. Su Chen sat under a large tree, leaning against the trunk, watching Ji Hao and the others take out their Chin-kun locks. Everyone, what do you think we should do to upgrade our skills to maximize their effects? Compared to them, most of Su Chen's skills were already at max level, and there were only 2 worth upgrading. Ji Hao stroked his chin, glanced at Lu Mingcheng, and smiled. Right now, I'm focusing on Dark Redemption and a few healing skills. The experience required to upgrade skills in the early stages isn't much. I should still be able to handle it. But old Lu, you need to upgrade Soul Rebirth first. Your 1 soul mark makes me feel a bit insecure. Lu Mingcheng nodded, feeling that Ji Hao's point was very reasonable. Then I'll upgrade Soul Rebirth first. I don't think the other skills need upgrading. It would waste experience. Yun Jia, what about you? Lu Mingcheng shifted the topic to Su Lingyun, remembering that she had quite a few powerful skills as well. It was likely to be a tough choice. Sure enough, Su Lingyun tightly closed her eyes, her face showing a look of painful struggle. She really liked the meteor shower given by Afra as a rare skill that had been dropped. This large-scale fire rain was indeed an unparalleled tool for leveling up. But she also had her own Star Array and Starlight Impact, both of which were quite powerful skills. One could deal damage in multiple segments, while the other was a single target burst. She didn't want to give up either. Lingyun, I advise you to choose less. Su Chen naturally knew where her dilemma lay. The experience stored in the Chen-kun lock is actually only enough for us to elevate 1 skill to the divine level. In the early stages, the experience required for upgrades is low, and we can still develop evenly, but later on, if we still can't determine the prototype of a divine skill, it will be exhausting for you. Su Lingyun covered her face with her hands in pain. She naturally understood Su Chen's meaning. I feel that the few skills I have mastered are quite good, but if you want me to invest all future experience into them, I feel it's not worth it. At the very least, I should obtain a super rare skill to qualify for a divine skill prototype, right? I'm just too greedy. I want everything, regardless of good or bad. Su Lingyun felt like she was going crazy. Why did she have to suffer from choice paralysis at this moment? What should she do? Waiting online, really urgent. Seeing Su Lingyun already wearing a mask of pain, Su Chen was about to mock her bit when suddenly a message popped up on the panel. Not just him, but Ji Hao and the others were the same. Upon opening it, it turned out to be a message from the Academy's Academic Affairs Office. Hello, all first-year students. The Academy will hold the first trial assessment of this session on October 1st. Please gather in front of the Wanben Pavilion at 8 a.m. on that day. Late arrivals will have their scores invalidated and will automatically lose 20% of their academic credits. Please remember this, students. Academic Affairs Office of Shinwu Academy. Wow, the legendary monthly exam. What the hell is a monthly exam? In the past, if you had excellent exam results, you'd at most get a certificate. I heard this trial gives out quite a few good things. How do you know? How do you not know? Ji Hao and Lu Mingcheng were bickering on one side, while Su Chen carefully read the notification above. There was also an attachment. Upon opening it, it turned out to be just as Ji Hao said. Those who performed excellently in the trial would receive substantial rewards. The top 10 would start with level 4 gems. The top 3 academies were even generous enough to reward level 5 gems, but unfortunately, they were only auxiliary gems. There were no sheep fat jade or purple robe jade, the 2 major damage increasing gems. After all, level 5 is inherently more valuable than level 4, not to mention those 2 top gems. Su Chen could understand this. Such small trials held every month were like the academies opening their treasure vaults, giving students benefits. As long as you ranked in the top 70%, you would receive corresponding rewards, more or less. Watching the two still bickering, Su Chen rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "Stop arguing, let's quickly upgrade our skills first. With this bickering time, we could have killed dozens of wild monsters." Jihao spread his hands and smiled at Lu Mingcheng. "What can I do? Our team accidentally mixed in a stubborn one who always argues with me." Lu Mingcheng immediately became unhappy upon hearing this. Just as he was about to retort, Jihao reached out his hand. He grabbed Lu Mingcheng's mouth and head together, making him look like a ball caught by someone, and a deflated one at that. "I'll just upgrade Meteor Fire Rain and Starry Array first." At this moment, Su Lingyun had already taken off her painful mask. "As for single target burst, with you holding the front, I won't worry about that." Su Chen nodded. Su Lingyun's idea actually aligned with his. As a legendary mage with area damage skills, the best direction to develop was indeed towards the disaster taboo. Just like Afra, any skill could wipe out a large number of people. This made grinding monsters in the wild incredibly enjoyable. Sometimes Su Chen couldn't help but marvel. Mages were truly the darlings of the world, reaping all the benefits. Burst damage, area damage, terrifying leveling speed, and a high social status, none of these were lacking for mages. Fortunately, he wasn't doing too badly either. Through his own hard work, he had turned the Shield Emperor into an absurd existence comparable to a multi-class fusion. Su Chen's gaze fell on his shield counterattack and weapon mastery. The Qin Kuan lock in his hand began to tremble slightly, and the sea of light formed by the experience pool inside was constantly surging. A line of prompts appeared before his eyes. "Do you want to upgrade shield counterattack LV1 LV2, consuming extra experience 5,750? Su Chen didn't hesitate and chose yes. He currently had just over 19 million experience stored, so this consumption was just a drop in the bucket for him. "Congratulations, your skill shield counterattack has successfully upgraded to LV2. Damage reduction plus 1%, rebound damage plus 5%, splash damage plus 5%, counterattack damage plus 20%. Although it only increased by one level, to Su Chen, the effective shield counterattack felt like a tremendous change. This initial SSS skill already had a damage reduction of up to 90%, and now it increased by another 1%. Su Chen silently mourned for his opponents for 2 seconds. Because this upgrade was just the beginning, shield counterattack was far from reaching its final form. Continuing to invest experience, prompts kept flashing before Su Chen's eyes. "Congratulations, your skill shield counterattack has successfully upgraded to LV3. Congratulations, your skill shield counterattack has successfully upgraded to LV4. Congratulations, your skill shield counterattack has successfully upgraded to LV5. Congratulations, your skill shield counterattack has successfully upgraded to LV6. As the skill level increased, Su Chen could clearly feel that the shield in his hand seemed to undergo some special change. As long as he raised it, Su Chen could safely hide behind the shield, preserving his life. He knew this was the effect of the shield counterattack feedback on the shield. Even if he was holding a piece of scrap iron, as long as the material could withstand it, it could unleash the immense power of an SSS level skill. Just as Su Chen was lost in the joy brought by the transformation of the skill, he instinctively continued to click for upgrades, only to be interrupted by a cold notification. "Your reserve experience is insufficient to support the skill level upgrade." This startled Su Chen, and he quickly checked his remaining experience. When he found that he still had 14 million left, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but also grew curious about the upgrade requirement for LV7. If tens of millions of reserve experience were not enough, how much would it take to advance? Units, tens, hundreds, millions, tens of millions. 17,968,750. When Su Chen counted to the tens of millions, he fell silent. The experience consumption for upgrading skills increased exponentially. Just at LV7, it had reached such a terrifying level, he couldn't even imagine how many monsters he would have to kill in the future to fill this huge gap. Fortunately, the experience required for early upgrades was still acceptable, so Su Chen turned his attention to weapon mastery. "Congratulations, your skill weapon mastery has successfully upgraded to LV2. Congratulations, your skill weapon mastery has successfully upgraded to LV3. Congratulations, your skill weapon mastery has successfully upgraded to LV6. When both major skills were upgraded to LV6, Su Chen looked at the drastically reduced reserve experience, feeling a pain that made it hard to breathe. Fortunately, the explosive effects of the skills allowed Su Chen to catch his breath, and he could only comfort himself that good steel should be used on the blade. Shield counterattack SSS LV6 successfully resisting enemy attacks reduces damage taken by 95%, immune to attacks with power and spirit lower than your physique attribute, rebounds 45% of the damage to the opponent, and splashes 35% damage to hostile life within 5 meters. Additionally, your next counterattack damage is increased by 400%. Cooldown time, zeros. Weapon Mastery S passive LV6 familiar with the operation of various weapons, each of your attacks will increase by 65% additional damage. Cooldown time, zeros. The enhancement brought by the transformation of the two major skills was no less than upgrading several pieces of green gear to purple gear. The special effect of the Qiankuan lock, which allowed for early skill upgrades, made Su Chen deeply admire the power of this special equipment. For those students walking the path of the chosen, it seemed that their upgrade speed was slower than others, but the benefits gained from early skill upgrades were something those people could never compare to. Even the upgrade speed, in Su Chen's view, might not be that much worse. He wielded the shield and battle axe in his hands, beginning to feel some anticipation for the trial assessment 3 days later. Who can take a hit from my axe? 3 days passed quickly. During this time, Su Chen and the others attended classes at the academy, and they had little opportunity to test their newly upgraded skills on the professionals. It is worth mentioning that Xiong Yuanzhang happened to arrive on the day of the academy's trial. Looking at the imposing Shenwu Academy, a hint of emotion appeared on Xiong Yuanzhang's face. Truly the strongest academy in the empire. Just the aura alone gives one a sense of its extraordinary nature. As he walked in, following the map's guidance, Xiong Yuanzhang arrived in front of the Wanben Pavilion. At this moment, it was crowded with people, a group of professional students constantly moving about, searching for their class locations. The dazzling green light was almost blinding Xiong Yuanzhang. What a show of extravagance! Shenwu Academy actually has a set of green gear for each person? It should be noted that Lingxiao Academy is also a first-class academy, but it's not absurd enough to equip every student with green gear. Even if it can be bought on the market, it doesn't mean it's cheap. Moreover, compared to the elite gathering at Shenwu Academy, most academies have tens of thousands or even over 100,000 students each year. Not all of these professional students come from wealthy families. Most of their parents are in everyday professions, and they can only grind for their own equipment. After all, buying finished green gear is still too extravagant for them. Just from this point, Xiong Yuanzhang felt the terrifying gap between the two academies. At Shenwu Academy, even if you were poor before enrollment, you could exchange credits earned from the college entrance exam for a decent set of equipment. Xiong Yuanzhang moved a bit further away and stopped in a relatively open area, looking at the gathering academy students with mixed feelings. At this moment, Ji Xingyuan, the first-year counselor, was floating in the air, his magical power surging, projecting his voice into the ears of every student. There are still half an hour until the trial begins. Please, class teachers, check in your students in a timely manner. We will start the trial instance at 8 o'clock. Sharp. Late students will have their scores voided and will lose 20% of their credits. He shouted repeatedly, and the students below began to get busy, each heading towards their class teacher or class leader. A black stone appeared in each class. The students placed their hands on it, and its surface flickered with a faint light, indicating a successful check-in. It would record the points earned by the students and project the characters seen to the outside, serving as a decent score display. Su Chen and Su Lingyun were in the same class, and they approached their class leader, Li Yi, placing their hands on the black stone. Li Yi's appearance hadn't changed much from before. She still had her hair in a ponytail, and her freckles were not covered by makeup. She looked clean and fresh-faced. Seeing Su Chen and Su Lingyun, Li Yi smiled. You two, make sure to do your best in this trial. Let's aim to bring back first place for our class. A month had passed since the start of school, and most of the first-year students had heard of Su Chen's team. They had been constantly breaking instance records, and their captain, Su Chen, could even one-shot the legendary professional Fei Hu. Although Fei Hu had not yet reached level 20 at that time, being able to one-shot him also indirectly proved Su Chen's strength. So after a month, even Li Yi was a bit curious about just how strong Su Chen had become. Facing her praise, Su Chen humbly waved his hand. First place is not that easy. There are over 100 legendary professionals among the new students, so we can't be careless. To Su Chen's words, Su Lingyun beside him could only cover her mouth and chuckle. She didn't believe it at all. As Su Chen's teammate, she knew his strength all too well. Not to mention his equipment and newly upgraded skills, just his level alone was enough to look down on others. Did those newcomers really think they could compete with Su Chen? Su Lingyun felt that Su Chen participating in this trial was somewhat unfair. Li Yi couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. This guy never spoke a word of truth. Although it was impossible to determine Su Chen's current level, the striking purple outfit he wore among the new students was unmistakable. With such strength, he still dared to say that taking first place was not easy? While a few were conversing, all the students had completed their check-in. Ji Xinyuan floated in the air and began to explain the trial rules. In this trial, we will not divide the practitioners into main combat and support groups as we usually do. After discussions among the teachers, we have decided to simulate a disaster zone as the main venue for the trial. For this purpose, we have specially created a personal instance, exclusively for you students. To challenge. The rules are simple: survive as long as possible until the disaster ends or force the other students out of the instance. Both count as part of your assessment. Additionally, just To mention, inside, just like in ordinary instances, killing will not have actual effects, so you can go all out without worrying about hurting your classmates. Killing others will earn trial points. And the one with the highest score will be the first place in this trial. Is there anyone with doubts? No one raised any questions. Instead, everyone was excited, eager to make a big move inside. As outstanding candidates from various provinces, they actually held a fair amount of disdain for others. You say you are the top student of your province? I would say your title lacks substance. Some claim that this province's difficulty is easy, while others take advantage here and there. In short, there are plenty of excuses. No one is convinced. Only by truly engaging in a battle can the conflict be resolved. Buzz. A teleportation array appeared before everyone. 3 minutes after crossing the teleportation array, the trial will officially begin. Ji Xinyuan's voice echoed in every student's ear. A slight commotion broke out on site, and soon, the students began to head towards the teleportation array. Su Chen and his group also immediately set off, disappearing into the swirling portal. The scene shifted. Su Chen arrived inside the trial instance, but Su Lingyun was nowhere to be seen beside him. After looking around, he confirmed that everyone had been randomly teleported to different locations within the instance. This, to some extent, eliminated the possibility of team cheating. However, Su Chen believed this was unrealistic. The instance was only so big, and eventually, they would still run into each other. It was impossible to prevent. Just as Su Chen was pondering how to find his teammates, a bell rang from an unknown source, and the entire instance world began to shake violently. The ground trembled continuously, nearly causing Su Chen to lose his footing. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the ground, and scorching lava erupted from within, shooting up over 10 meters high. Following that, massive stones wrapped in flames streaked across the sky, heading straight towards Su Chen's direction. Faced with such a disaster, even though Su Chen was confident he wouldn't suffer too much damage, he didn't lose his mind and think about taking it head-on. Bang! The flaming meteor created a huge pit, and dust spread in all directions. Su Chen quickly retreated a distance, narrowly avoiding being caught in the yellow dust storm. Suddenly, a crack appeared beneath his feet. In that moment, the once slightly warm instance world sent a chill of coldness through Su Chen. Damn it! Su Chen cursed under his breath and hurriedly distanced himself from the area. Just a second later, a stream of scorching magma shot out from a crack. Although it was just a small amount, Su Chen did not want to experience the thrill of being roasted like a little bird. He picked up his shield and battle axe, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. In this trial dungeon, other students hadn't even been seen, but the initial environment had already made him feel nauseous. Su Chen selected a range and began to move forward. The dungeon was vast, and after wandering for a while, he finally spotted a plump student wearing a green mage robe. The person had a face full of fat, with a faint smile hanging on his lips. Su Chen noticed a large number 3 floating above the guy's head. It proved that this fatso had already defeated 3 students, and his strength was quite decent. The two were close enough that the fat guy naturally saw Su Chen. When he took out his weapon, a lewd smile appeared on his face. However, his forward movement suddenly halted as he noticed a faint purple glow emanating from Su Chen's equipment. He blinked, and only then did he see the unique figure of the person opposite him, holding a shield and shouldering a battle axe. Even though he had never seen Su Chen before, there were plenty of legends circulating about him in the entire first-year freshman circle. Coupled with that glaring purple outfit, the fat guy was already about 80% sure that this shield warrior was the one rumored to be invincible among the first-year students. Although he didn't know who had placed such a big hat on Su Chen, the fat guy had no intention of testing the authenticity of his strength. Even with family support and having embedded level 4 gems into his entire green outfit, he wasn't confident he could defeat the guy in front of him. Without any hesitation, the fat guy turned and ran. Su Chen was taken aback, still trying to figure out what was happening when his left arm, encased in the shield, instinctively reached out. Come back! Controlled by a mysterious force, the fat mage's face turned ashen. Damn it! It was actually a taunt. You want me, a mage, to fight in close combat? Isn't that asking for my life? But the fact had already occurred, and even if he was unwilling, the fat guy could only brace himself and charge forward. The staff struck Su Chen's raised shield, producing a light sound, and then, there was nothing more. A mage attacking Su Chen physically? It would be a miracle if he dealt any damage. The fat mage's face darkened a few shades upon seeing this. However, seeing that Su Chen had no intention of counterattacking, he was just about to raise his staff and cast an escape skill to make a hasty retreat when he saw a smile on Su Chen's face that he couldn't comprehend. The giant axe was raised, and just before the fat mage could successfully cast his skill, it came crashing down on him. The fat mage had 2 level 4 blue agates embedded in his gear, adding an extra 8,000 health points. As a mage, even though he was relatively fragile, with his entire outfit and gems, he had nearly 10,000 health points overall. Even facing Su Chen, the fat mage was confident that with his ridiculously powerful gear he could successfully escape from the opponent. But the moment the giant axe made contact with him, the fat guy's expression changed drastically. His mouth opened, and before he could utter a word, he was violently cleaved in half by Su Chen's furious axe. Minus 34,867. 34,000 explosive damage appeared on a professional, and even if he was just a mage with poor defense, it made Su Chen feel a wave of satisfaction with his current strength. Above his head, a large number 4 slowly emerged. It was slightly larger and brighter than the fat guy's 3. It looked like he had a big light bulb on his head. Meanwhile, outside the 10,000 books pavilion, the fat mage was enveloped in a white light and appeared here. He plopped down on the ground, his face jiggling with fat, and fine cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Even the mage robe he wore was showing signs of being soaked through. The fat mage gasped for breath, recalling the scene from just moments ago, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. The instant the giant axe landed on him, the terrifying damage had torn his flesh apart, to the point that he didn't even know whether the extreme pain was caused by his shattered body or the more than 30,000 points of explosive damage. Damn it, am I going to have to embed myself with level 4 blue agate just to withstand a single blow from that guy? Thinking of this possibility, the fat mage turned pale. He had planned to get a set of emerald green gear to achieve a good score in the trial, but who would have thought that he would encounter that freak, Su Chen, shortly after entering? What a stroke of bad luck! The fat man was so frustrated he was about to go crazy, and at that moment, a harsh mocking voice rang out. Ah, fat guy, you're no good either. You can only bully us commoners. Why did you back down as soon as you saw Su Chen? You couldn't even take one hit. Tisk, seeing that it was the 3 practitioners he had eliminated earlier mocking him, the fat man quickly stood up and shouted curses at them. What do you know? I just had bad luck. Who could withstand that guy's attack? Still talking back to me? What, haven't you had enough of being beaten? Come on, let's go to the arena and practice a few moves with me. The 3 remained unmoved, and the leading young man even winked at his 2 classmates. He's getting anxious. Anxious? I told you, this fat guy only bullies the weak. Always flaunting your broken gems. How's that working out for you? Still just getting beaten by others. After saying that, the person pouted and shook his head, looking disdainful. The fat man was furious, standing in front of this person, shouting that he wanted to go to the arena for a PK. He boasted about how he would beat the other person to death. The bickering was just an interlude. Outside, Xiong Yuanzhang, who was watching the trial projection, had been paying attention to Su Chen and the others. Especially when Su Chen encountered the fat mage, it made him pay even more attention. He thought there would be a simple fight, ultimately ending with Su Chen's victory. He guessed the outcome, but he never expected the process to be so absurd. This guy actually split that person in half with a single axe. And the more than 30,000 damage points made Xiong Yuanzhang's jaw drop almost to the ground. What kind of damage is this for someone over level 20? Could it be that the purple gear drop from the previous large dungeon gave Su Chen such a huge boost? Xiong Yuanzhang remembered that when they fought Ufula, Su Chen's damage was also extremely abnormal, exceeding 10,000 output despite the level suppression. But at that time, he had never been this outrageous. A flash of lightning crossed Xiong Yuanzhang's mind. He suddenly recalled what Su Chen had said earlier about upgrading his skills. Could this be the effect after the upgrade? Xiong Yuanzhang frowned, since he didn't have the Qianku unlock. Normally, one would only gain extra experience upon reaching level 100. That would be the time for ordinary practitioners to upgrade their skills. So he was also unclear why Su Chen had suddenly become so powerful. The huge gap was like a cat's claw, constantly stimulating Xiong Yuanzhang, and he was eager to find out the truth of the matter. Xiong Yuanzhang's gaze fell on Ji Hao and the others. If they also showed such changes, then perhaps his speculation could be validated. In the trial dungeon, as time passed, the students gradually began to encounter each other, and under the temptation of trial points, battles inevitably broke out. Despite the countless disasters surrounding them, the students' enthusiasm for fighting could not be dampened. At this moment, from Xiong Yuanzhang's perspective, Su Lingyun encountered a 4-person team. The opponents were working together to attack 3 scattered students, and with excellent class combinations and a level of teamwork far superior to their opponents, the 4 eliminated them one by one. Their movements did not stop, and they all turned their attention to Su Lingyun. The intention was obvious. Perhaps we can finally see the true strength of Su Chen's team now, Xiong Yuanzhang murmured, his eyes fixed on the screen without blinking. Facing the encirclement of 4, Su Lingyun did not take a step back. Instead, she waved her staff and began to chant a skill spell. The deep blue magic cloak fluttered without wind. This defensive equipment dropped by Ufula was directly embedded with a level 4 blue chalcedony by Su Lingyun. Coupled with the already superb attributes of her purple gear, her survival ability had increased significantly. Among the 4, a man in armor wielding a sword saw that Su Lingyun did not flee and even dared to strike first. He let out a disdainful laugh. Don't struggle. I'll make sure to take you out of the dungeon quickly so you won't suffer any more than necessary. Su Lingyun responded with a smile. Did he really think that a top scorer from the college entrance examination, a legendary mage, could be provoked by just 4 people? Meteor fire rain fell with the disaster. Unlike the normal fire rain that fell from the sky, this skill could slightly adjust its attack direction before landing. Su Lingyun utilized the harsh environment around her to seal off all escape routes for the 4 with her skill. Then, a brilliant array rose beneath her feet and beams of starlight shot towards the opponents at an extremely fast speed. Faced with the sudden high-speed rays, the 4 were taken aback and hurriedly dodged. But the fire rain that fell from the sky quickly taught them a lesson. What it meant to be a true legendary mage. The fire rain exploded around the 4 and a violent heat wave began to spread, engulfing them completely. Massive damage numbers appeared, dense as a spring. -7,021, -6,824, -6,788, -6,892, -7,104, -7,111. Damage exceeding 7,000 continuously emerged above the heads of the few, and in less than a second, the previously arrogant swordsman turned into a white light and was teleported out of the trial dungeon. The other 3 followed suit, collapsing in the sea of fire. With just one skill, a team composed of at least rare-level professionals was directly wiped out. This level of power was terrifying. Xiong Yuanzhang, watching this scene from the outside, was utterly shocked. Even this legendary mage was so strong? That damage of over 7,000, even if he, a LV-26 advanced professional, tried, he probably couldn't achieve such a level. Moreover, this was just Su Lingyun's area damage skill. If she were to unleash a single target burst attack, Xiong Yuanzhang estimated that even with a purple gear belt and gems, he would probably struggle to withstand a single blow from her. This deduction made Xiong Yuanzhang sigh. His earlier speculations were confirmed to some extent. He began to envy the professionals from the Divine Martial Academy. Being equipped with such outrageous gear in the early stages of leveling up, it would be hard for them not to be strong at the same tier. When facing dungeons and wild monsters of the same level, Xiong Yuanzhang couldn't imagine what kind of massacre it would be. As the numbers above Su Lingyun's head changed, Xiong Yuanzhang's gaze began to shift. He kept searching for the figures of Ji Hao and Lu Mingcheng, but unfortunately, these 2 had been avoiding disaster since entering and had not encountered a single academy professional. He could only shift his attention back to Su Chen and Su Lingyun. As more and more were eliminated, the numbers above Su Chen's head became increasingly glaring. The score of 498 witnessed the many professional students who had died at his hands. Although some were killed by others, the accumulated numbers transferred to Su Chen. This was quite terrifying. When Su Chen's battle axe cleaved a professional to death, the number above his head suddenly trembled violently. Countless rays of light surged within, puffing the number up. Finally, with a bang, the light broke through the numerical limit, soaring into the sky and illuminating all areas. Within a 3-kilometer radius, a terrifying aura spread out from Su Chen, causing the nearby professionals to change their expressions drastically and flee the area. At the same time, the trial space underwent a new change. One by one, monsters that were either vaporized or flowing with magma emerged from fissures in the ground or meteor disasters. They floated in the air, aimlessly wandering within the trial instance. Upon seeing the professionals, the elements on these monsters would roll violently, resembling a pressure cooker about to explode, making it unapproachable. Faced with the suddenly appearing unknown monsters, an assassin professional activated Shadow Stealth, preparing to probe the opponent's details. But when the weapon struck the gaseous monster's body, the assassin's expression changed drastically. -208. A mere damage of just over 200 made the assassin have no thoughts of fighting back. His panel simultaneously displayed a prompt. You are attacking an elemental monster. Physical damage will be reduced by 85%, spell damage increased by 5%. As a close-range high-explosive class, where would he get spell attacks? Was this a joke? The assassin prepared to make a quick escape from this hellish place. But the monster's reaction was much better than he had anticipated. It lunged at the assassin, but, unfortunately, it missed. As one of the few early-stage classes that had invested some attributes in agility, his speed was significantly higher than that of an ordinary person. He easily dodged the monster's attack. However, this action undoubtedly enraged the gaseous monster. It let out a roar, attracting all surrounding elemental life, wanting to tear this human professional to shreds. The assassin's face changed wildly. He had no intention of fighting. He was about to flee when a molten hand reached out from the fissure and grabbed his ankle, firmly holding him in place. A multitude of monsters overwhelmed the assassin, emitting strange cries as if announcing their arrival. It wasn't just the assassin in this situation. Professionals Everywhere were being besieged by elemental monsters. Faced with these monsters that had extremely high physical immunity, physical professionals could only silently shed tears, hiding behind their mages, clinging to them for survival in times of crisis. The mages, however, were pleased with this. Their attacks on the elemental monsters dealt higher damage than before. This made the mages' eyes light up. Could this guy be their mage's blessing? With the appearance of elemental monsters, the mindset of the students can be described as polarized. The physical department practitioners donned pain masks, especially those lone wolves, who would get beaten up whenever they encountered an elemental monster. Meanwhile, the mages were all smiles, as the rewards for killing these elemental monsters were substantial, earning points for every 5 monsters slain. This caused a rapid change in the points held by everyone. A leaderboard dropped from the horizon, visible to all students. It displayed each person's real-time points, and the assessment was based on this leaderboard. First place, Suchin 542 points. Second place, Guman 192 points. Third place, Su Lingyun 178 points. 17th place, Fei Hu 144 points. 35th place, Lu Mingqing 109 points. 2,785th place, Ji Hao 74 points. The emergence of elemental monsters led to generally higher points for mage-type practitioners. Even Ji Hao, the healer, managed to break into the top 3,000 with just his skill. Dark Redemption. At that moment, he was engaged in a fierce battle with a lone lava monster. Dealing with such ordinary life template monsters, even with Ji Hao's limited offensive means, he could easily take it down thanks to his professional traits. The steadily increasing points made Ji Hao feel incredibly pleased. He hummed a little tune and began to head towards his next target, which was the towering light column radiating a powerful aura in the distance. Sensing this familiar yet dangerous aura, given his relationship with Su Chen, he could naturally identify the owner of the aura. That was Su Chen, ranked first on the leaderboard. Looking at the guy with a staggering 542 points, Ji Hao could only sigh and think of him as a beast, while also hurrying to catch up and cling to that guy's leg. As a priest wandering in such a dangerous place, he might attract the ire of a passing student who could easily take him down. As he advanced, Ji Hao stood on a broken hillside and could already see Su Chen in the distance, wielding his weapon, unleashing axe lights, and crushing the group of elemental monsters as if they were chickens. Ji Hao grinned widely, casting a movement buff on himself, and quickly rushed down the hill towards Su Chen. He ran joyfully, already envisioning the scene of the two of them rampaging through the trial dungeon. All the lava monsters and vapor monsters would be points in their hands. In this level of trial, Ji Hao's principle was to find Su Chen and then push through wherever they went, killing everything in their path. Just as Ji Hao was immersed in this wonderful fantasy, a figure appeared at the foot of the mountain, causing him to suddenly stop in his tracks. The person across from him was equally astonished to see Ji Hao, but he quickly reacted, picking up his weapon and preparing to unleash an attack on Ji Hao. At that moment, a red skull mark appeared above both their heads. Centered on them, the red skull transformed into a blood-red cage spanning several dozen meters, trapping them inside. The sudden turn of events startled Ji Hao, causing the other person's attack to instinctively pause as he warily observed the blood-red cage surrounding them. Deathmatch mark activation conditions triggered. Both parties must successfully defeat each other within 10 minutes to exit the deathmatch. The losing side will lose the experience required for their current level up, as well as 9 times the stored experience. Note: if time runs out without a winner, both sides will be judged as losers and face deathmatch penalties. The appearance of the deathmatch cage undoubtedly revealed both parties' identities. Ji Hao looked at the long-haired youth at the foot of the mountain, his eyes slightly dazed. To be honest, he never expected to activate a deathmatch within the trial dungeon. Generally, deathmatches would be arranged after the trial, but the proactive activation of the deathmatch mark forced him to confront this challenge ahead of time. But that was fine. Seeing that the opponent was at a lower level than him, Ji Hao's face was filled with confidence. He looked down at the long-haired youth, exuding a faint air of arrogance. It seems that even the heavens are on my side. This time, your path of trial is unlikely to go far. Facing Ji Hao's mockery, the long-haired youth also smiled coldly. Ji Hao, you can't really think that I'm afraid of you, can you? Without Su Chen as a priest, even if you are a legendary class, how could you be my opponent? You dared to challenge me to a deathmatch before, so today I'll let you taste the flavor of failure. The long-haired youth retracted his weapon and took out a colorful fruit, throwing it directly at Ji Hao. This guy, just in case, took out a consumable item first, preparing to kill Ji Hao at the first opportunity. Seeing the colorful fruit flying towards him, Ji Hao was also startled. He quickly pulled out a simple array plate from his backpack and smashed it towards the colorful fruit. The array plate transformed into a large net of light in midair, wrapping around the colorful fruit. At this moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the colorful fruit, and golden light burst forth from within, a terrifying aura spreading out. Boom! With a loud bang, the colorful fruit exploded violently, shattering the net created by the array plate into pieces. Smoke and dust rose, completely enveloping Ji-hao's figure. The appearance of the deathmatch cage naturally did not escape the notice of the teachers and eliminated students watching outside. As they saw the two professionals begin to fight fiercely, everyone was left in confusion. How could a trial suddenly turn into a deathmatch? It had only been a month since school started. What conflicts needed to be resolved with a deathmatch? Looking at one of the protagonists, Ji-hao, Xiong Yuan furrowed his brow, worriedly staring at the trial scene. How could Ji-hao, a priest, handle a main combat class opponent? Although he couldn't understand what the people around him were saying about the deathmatch, he knew it was likely not a good thing. Failure would probably result in severe punishment. Watching both sides throw items without any restrictions, he realized that Ji-hao was likely facing a formidable opponent. In a situation where he was already at a disadvantage, how could he counter the opponent who had damaging items? As for the other side, Gxan Yuan approached Class 4's head teacher, Zhuang Qing, and quietly asked, "What's going on? How could Ji-hao, a priest, end up in a deathmatch with other students?" Zhuang Qing, dressed in sportswear with her long waves cascading down her back, shook her head in confusion. "I don't know. I haven't heard of him having any conflicts with anyone. Besides, Ji-hao is in Su Chen's team. Who would be foolish enough to challenge him to a deathmatch?" Mentioning Su Chen, Zhuang Qing shot a resentful glance at Gxan Yuan. The last duel between Fei Hu and Su Chen had made her the laughing stock among her colleagues, who said behind her back that she was a cash cow. As a result, during that time, people kept coming to her with all sorts of bets. The stakes weren't high, but it left Zhuang Qing feeling quite displeased. So, she had become the cash cow in her colleagues' eyes, a mere credit machine, right? "And, aren't you that guy's third uncle? Shouldn't I be asking you about the situation?" Zhuang Qing's words made Ji Xingyuan fall silent. "If I had known, would I still need to ask you?" He secretly cursed in his heart, but his gaze remained fixed on Ji-hao, unmoving. Even though he knew his wife had sent Ji-hao quite a few good things, the sight of a priest facing a main battle opponent still made him uneasy. At this moment, Ji-hao had cast all his continuous buff skills on himself. He was surrounded by a green light, which was a bit dazzling. Ji-hao held a mechanical longbow in his hand, and with little effort, he pulled the bowstring back fully, aiming at the feet of the long-haired youth. He had tied a disposable spell scroll to the arrow. The power wasn't great, but the quantity was considerable. He still had over 20 arrows in his quiver on his back. Whoosh! The special arrow shot out. It was incredibly fast, reaching the long-haired youth's feet in the blink of an eye, and the scroll ignited spontaneously, erupting into a blazing fireball. This strange scene caught the long-haired youth off guard. So focused on dodging the arrow, he was completely unprepared when the fireball struck him, igniting flames on his body, and when they extinguished, his status bar displayed the burn debuff. The long-haired youth realized he had been tricked by Ji-hao, and anger surged within him. Just as he was about to cast a skill in retaliation, he saw arrows continuously shooting towards him. The wrapped spell scroll had begun to glow and flicker, a sign of an impending explosion. The long-haired youth was alarmed and quickly retreated, taking the opportunity to pour a bottle of health recovery potion into his mouth. But the peculiar nature of the scroll was beyond his expectations. Even though he had distanced himself from the arrows, the scroll seemed to have a tracking system, with the skills heading straight for him. Ice arrows, sandstorms, fireballs, rocks. Various skills dazzled the long-haired youth. He was both shocked and furious. This damned Ji-hao had indeed prepared a lot of attack items for him. Realizing he couldn't dodge all the skills, the long-haired youth reluctantly took out a random teleportation stone. With a flash of light, he disappeared from his original spot. The next second, the rain of arrows shot by Ji-hao bombarded the area where he had just been. The long-haired youth reappeared, fortunately teleporting to within 5 meters of Ji-hao. A look of wild joy spread across his face as he waved his staff, casting a lightning strike directly at Ji-hao. At such a short distance, combined with Ji-hao's not-so-agile movements, he naturally couldn't evade the instant spell's attack. Minus 1870. With that hit, it felt as if Ji-hao's health had been slashed away. Fortunately, influenced by Su Chen, he had equipped a level 4 blue chalcedony. Thus, his health was still in a relatively healthy state. He stowed the bow back in his backpack and tore open another spell scroll. Instantly, a terrifying wave of fire spread rapidly from his center, forcefully pushing the long-haired youth, who was still trying to attack, far away. Minus 2410. A significant amount of damage appeared above the long-haired youth's head, causing his expression to change drastically. Unlike Ji-hao, he wasn't wealthy enough to embed level 4 gems in his equipment. As a result, when the firewall struck, the long-haired youth's health was instantly reduced by more than half, plunging him into a crisis. Perhaps the next scroll could kill him. Ending the fight this way would also kick him out of the dungeon. Thinking of the terrifying consequences of failure, the long-haired youth's face paled slightly. He gritted his teeth and took out several beginner random teleportation scrolls, tearing them one by one. Each time he teleported to a new location, he would cast skills to bombard Ji-hao. But this time, Jihao was prepared and would not give him a chance. First, he easily dodged the skills, then Jihao cast a Dark Redemption healing elixir on himself. Plus 2,740. His health was instantly restored. The sight of this made the long-haired youth's blood pressure spike as he frantically unleashed skills trying to kill Jihao. But as a legendary healer, how could Jihao not have some protective means? He continuously maneuvered, taking advantage of the terrain to dodge each single target skill one by one. Only for those area skills would he use a scroll to trade one for one. The long-haired youth saw that the effect was not good, so he had to tear open another teleportation scroll, hoping to get as close to Jihao as possible. Once, twice, 3 times. The long-haired youth remained hovering about 10 meters away from Jihao. This distance was very awkward. If it was too far, Jihao would have a hard time defending against the skills he released, with a high chance of hitting. But if it was too close, Jihao's vigilance was at its peak, and these skills were nothing but a tickle to a priest who mastered recovery abilities. If he didn't use powerful skills to take him down, as time passed, the only one who could fail would be himself. The long-haired youth gritted his teeth and tore off the last scroll in his hand. This time, luck was on his side, and he actually teleported right behind Jihao. The distance between them was less than 3 meters. It was a range where he could casually cast a skill that the opponent couldn't dodge. He was so excited that he almost screamed, wanting to use the most powerful item in his hand to directly kill Jihao. But at that moment, a cold killing intent enveloped the long-haired youth, and that terrifying aura made his heart skip a beat. Turning his head, he saw a dazzling beam of light. Outside the deathmatch cage, where Su-chun was shouldering a battle axe, looking at the long-haired youth with a playful expression. Neither side spoke, but it brought an indescribable pressure to the long-haired youth. It felt as if he was not facing a student practitioner, but a wildly violent lord-level boss. Jihao, at the moment the long-haired youth disappeared, also realized that the other party had most likely teleported behind him. The faint sense of danger from his back was hinting at the opponent's approximate position. He did not turn around. The staff in his hand flickered with extreme black light. Dark Redemption transformed into pitch-black thunder, shooting towards the direction of the danger behind him. At the same time, Jihao quickly tore open a defense scroll, and 6 ice pillars rose from the ground, forming a hexagonal defensive ice wall. The ice wall expanded outward in 3 layers, with new ice pillars appearing in each layer. The 2 major skills erupted simultaneously, waking the long-haired youth affected by Su-chun just in time. He widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at everything happening before him. At such a close distance, he had no time to react. The next second, the long-haired youth was pierced by the thunder. At the same time, the ice wall rose beneath him, smashing half of his body directly. Minus 2,140. Minus 3,458. Over 5,500 damage fell on a severely injured mage. As if a heavy truck had hit an old lady, there was no way to withstand it. The long-haired youth was enveloped in white light and had already teleported to the front of the Wanben pavilion. At this moment, his face was filled with terror. He touched his chest and right side, and after finding them intact, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when the long-haired youth checked his experience, a cold prompt made his face turn extremely ugly. You failed in the deathmatch, losing 400,000 experience points and 3,600,000 reserve experience points. Your level has dropped, currently at LV20. A dim glow enveloped the long-haired youth, as attribute points vanished from within him due to the level drop. The long-haired youth, already feeling weak after death, turned red in the face from the loss of attributes. His breathing became rapid, and his heart beat quickly, emitting a mournful cry of being overwhelmed. He stared intently at Su-chun in the trial screen. If it weren't for this guy, he would have definitely had the chance to slay Jihao. Even if he would be killed by Su-chun waiting outside, he wouldn't have lost such terrifying experience. He clenched his fist tightly and opened the 10,000 books pavilion under the gaze of many eyes. He left behind a solitary, desolate figure. A cold and handsome young man in armor, sitting on a warhorse, watched the departing figure, then shifted his gaze to Jihao and Su-chun, a faint cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Pulling the reins of the warhorse, he left the place without looking back. He had no desire to watch this farce any longer. That Jihao won a bit too easily. A teacher noticed the details of the battle and remarked with a smile, "A win is a win. If this were in the wild, that little guy would have probably been dead by now. Winning is the key. Who cares what method he used?" someone retorted, clearly disagreeing with the previous viewpoint. If it weren't for Su-chun's overwhelming presence, that kid would have definitely released his skills. Who knows who would win or lose then? Someone scoffed disdainfully. There aren't that many reasons. It's already rare to open a deathmatch cage in the trial dungeon, and with Su-chun influencing the spirit through the score column, rather than saying Su-chun affected the deathmatch, I think that guy was just unlucky. What a coincidence to run into Su-chun. If he can win, it's a miracle. This explanation drew laughter from many teachers, and even the onlooking students began to discuss the battle that had just taken place. While lamenting the intensity of the deathmatch, they also envied Ji Hao's strength. As a legendary priest, being able to fight so fiercely against a main combat class and narrowly win in the end was no easy feat. Xiong. Yuanjing couldn't help but clap his hands, feeling happy for Ji Hao's victory, while also confirming that Su Chen's team's strength had undergone a tremendous change. If the main C's damage had significantly increased, it could be explained by changing equipment or adding gems. But Ji Hao, as a healer, had just dealt a final blow that exceeded 2,000 damage. Moreover, he noticed that the opponent's weapon hadn't changed. This meant that, without changing weapons, even a support class like Ji Hao could barely contend with a main combat class. This was probably what Su Chen referred to as skill upgrades. The enhancement it brought to the practitioners was certainly not something that one or two pieces of purple gear could compare to. I need to get my hands on this thing as soon as possible. Otherwise, with my LVE 26 level, I might not be able to compete with the ordinary students of the Divine Martial Academy. The ordinary students mentioned by Xiong Yuanzheng naturally referred to practitioners bound to the Qiankuan lock and undergoing skill upgrades. With his current strength, joining Su Chen's team as a secondary C might be a bit of a drag. Xiong Yuanzheng shook his head in lament. Who would have thought that a practitioner just over LV20 could be so powerful? These were things he couldn't comprehend at Lingxiao Academy. At this moment, Xiong Yuanzheng was completely determined. After Su Chen and the others came out, he would have them tell him the conditions for obtaining the Qiankuan lock. Inside the trial dungeon, Ji Hao had already arrived beside Su Chen, grinning widely, happily showing off beside him. How was that? Wasn't I cool just now? A combo that directly took out the opponent. That foul-mouthed guy must be heartbroken, losing so much experience. Su Chen scratched his ear in silence, feeling no interest in the two of them pecking at each other like chickens. Even the recently appeared blood-red cage, with a little thought, he could grasp the key within. Looking at Ji Hao, who still had an excited expression, Su Chen quickly interrupted him and asked, "Did you see any other monster gathering spots earlier?" He glanced at the thickening light column above his head, feeling a bit helpless and amused. Originally, if I encountered other professionals, I could have a good chat with them. Now, ever since this thing appeared, I haven't run into a single person for half a day, except for you. Hearing Su Chen's complaints, Ji Hao felt that the other party was just showing off. Half a day without seeing anyone. Do you know how I got here during this time? He glanced sideways at Su Chen, remaining silent, and pointed his chin in a certain direction. The meaning was self-evident. Su Chen paid no mind to Ji Hao's antics, shouldering his battle axe and walking towards the indicated direction. Along the way, elemental monsters appeared continuously, and Su Chen smashed them down like whack-a-mole without any pressure at all. His points steadily increased, but unfortunately, the two of them hadn't encountered a single professional. Anyone with a brain would deliberately avoid Su Chen, seeking other students or monsters to hunt. No need to be a fool and seek death. While the two were leisurely wandering around the trial dungeon, another student who had broken through 500 points finally appeared. Immediately after, as if a chain reaction had occurred, 6 more students appeared in succession, their points sufficient to form a light column. Looking at the leaderboard, Su Chen discovered that Su Lingyun, who had previously ranked 3rd, had surged to 2nd place. The light column that appeared at the beginning might have been in the direction of Su Lingyun. Sensing that familiar aura, Su Chen and Ji Hao slowly moved closer to each other. The other party seemed to have sensed something as well and was also walking towards the two. 5 minutes later, the 3 members of the team gathered together. The first thing Su Lingyun said made Su Chen gain some understanding of those students who had collectively broken through earlier. I found a boss-level boss among a group of gaseous monsters. Su Lingyun recounted what she had seen. Next to a huge fissure, I and other nearby professionals discovered a group of elemental monsters gathering. There are 10 boss-level leaders among them, and I estimate that after a while, these monsters will launch an attack on us. By then, many students in the trial dungeon will probably die, especially melee professionals. By the way, the boss point rewards are substantial, about 20 points for each. If possible, we might be able to hunt some bosses, and our points could increase faster. Who would have thought that after hearing Su Lingyun's suggestion, Ji Hao suddenly clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes, just in time for Su Lingyun to catch him. She glared at Ji Hao, raising her staff, ready to strike at any moment. I've been talking for so long without even taking a sip of water, and you dare to roll your eyes at me. You've really crossed the line. Facing Su Lingyun's threat, Ji Hao raised his index finger and slowly shook it. Kill a boss? What boss to kill? I estimate that according to Su Chen's idea, it would be good enough not to trouble those students who have broken through 500 points. Is it like this? Su Lingyun blinked her big eyes, looking at Su Chen with a hint of inquiry. After Ji Hao's reminder, she felt that what the other party said was pretty much on point. With Su Chen's strength, killing professional practitioners was indeed the fastest way to earn points. It was one thing not to find anyone before, but now various beams of light were shooting into the sky. This symbolized the powerful identification of professional practitioners which in the eyes of the three had somewhat become a guiding light. He. Su-chan chuckled lightly, glancing at Ji-hao with some surprise. When did this kid understand me so well? Is my thinking that easy to guess? Ji-hao is right. This trial dungeon, to put it bluntly, is just that, a bunch of noobs pecking at each other. If we finish them off early, we can get our rewards faster. We still have a lot to do later. Su-chan shouldered his battle axe and walked towards the 6 beams of light gathering in the distance. According to Su Lingyun, they had discovered a massive fissure from which monsters were continuously crawling out. This could also explain why there were so many students breaking through 500 points in such a short time. Let's go. Hurry up and follow, Su-chan said without looking back. What about old Lu? Aren't we going to look for him? Don't worry, I think that guy is a bit smarter than you. He should come over based on the position of the beams. On the other side, 6 professional practitioners exuding powerful auras stood together. There were also quite a few students around, all teammates of the 6. Looking at the hundreds of meters long fissure and the monsters continuously emerging from it, one of them said in a deep voice, "Aren't we going to take action? If we wait any longer, with our strength alone, it will be a bit difficult to earn these points." "What are you afraid of?" someone retorted. "With so many of us, we can't even handle a group of ordinary monsters. Besides, we still have you, Jing and the others here. Even if they were a group of elite templates, they would still meet their end under our long swords." At this point, the two couldn't help but look at the thin figure standing at the front. He was playing with a short dagger, performing various knife tricks, the blade slicing through the air, leaving behind a strong green glow. This was a top-quality green gear. This person was named Yu Jing, and with his level 22 and powerful hardware adorned with level 4 gems, he had jumped to become the temporary captain of these teams. At the same time, as a legendary profession phantom assassin, Yu Jing's strength surpassed everyone present. Apart from Su Lingyun, who had just left, no one could restrain him. "Hey, old 4, why did that Su Lingyun leave the team for no reason? Isn't it better to kill elemental monsters together?" Seeing his teammates' confusion, the professional practitioner named Old 4 shook his head. This fool, his brain doesn't turn at all. He turned around, pointing towards the distant horizon, where 2 beams of light were approaching. The aura they emitted was stronger than any professional practitioner Old 4 had ever seen. "They should be going to meet Su-chan," Old 4 said with some worry. "I hope they don't end up fighting. Otherwise, my little arms and legs can't take a beating." To his surprise, his companions looked disdainful. With more than 30 of them here, let alone Su-chan, even those top second-year seniors would have to think twice before causing trouble. "I say, Old 4, you're just too much of a worrywart. No matter how strong Su-chan is, he's just one person, and at most, you can count Su Lingyun. Everyone's levels are about the same. It feels like you're acting as if we're in trouble." Looking at the beams of light getting closer, Old 4 stopped talking and instead took out his weapon, his gaze vigilantly watching ahead. The other professional practitioners also became tense, standing behind the 6 masters. A figure carrying a giant axe slowly appeared before everyone. Su-chan wore a shy smile, looking harmless, and when he saw them, he waved his hand enthusiastically. This left everyone a bit confused, not understanding what Su-chan really meant. Could it be that seeing they were many, he wanted to seek cooperation? But the next moment, the voice from across shattered their naive fantasies. "Hello, classmates." Su-chan waved again. "I didn't expect you all to be here, which saves me the trouble of looking for you. To thank everyone for my efforts, I can let you clear out the monsters here first so you can earn more points before exiting the trial. This way, you won't have to worry about not having enough credits, which would affect your trial results." But hearing such shameless words, Su Lingyun couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Perhaps realizing the inappropriateness of the occasion, she quickly stifled it, her face turning red, even the soft flesh on her cheeks twitching. "Ha ha ha." Compared to the image-conscious Su Lingyun, Ji-hao had no such reservations and began to laugh heartily, clutching his stomach. This somewhat jarring sound echoed in the trial dungeon. Even the rain of fire and the eruption of lava couldn't stop it from reaching the ears of these professionals. Old 4 sighed inwardly. The thing he feared most had finally happened. The leader, Yu Jing, had a dark expression. Su-chan clearly didn't take them seriously. What more points before the trial? He was treating them like pigs. Those elemental monsters were merely feed, and when the pigs grew fat and strong, their fate was naturally not hard to guess. Not only him, but the other professionals standing behind also turned red upon hearing this, clamoring to teach Su-chan a lesson. One hot-tempered guy directly cast a fireball spell towards Su-chan and the others. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and the fireball dissipated in mid-air. The rain of fire and meteors fell from the sky in the trial dungeon, and the lava continuously erupted, scorching every professional. The heat wave hit him, making the emotions of the professionals, already provoked by Su-chan, become even more frenzied. As the first person made a move, they began to attack in perfect unison. The melee fighters charged forward, while the support quickly cast buffs on their teammates. Due to the distance between both sides, even the ranged professionals ran forward, reaching a suitable distance to start casting their skills. But how could Su Lingyun, also a ranged mage, sit idly by in such a situation? She gripped her staff and released a meteor shower before the others. Since her skill's effect was similar to the natural disasters in the trial dungeon, almost no one noticed the anomaly coming from the sky. By the time those mages stopped and found a suitable position, the meteor shower had already locked onto their location, causing a violent explosion upon impact. Dense fire attribute particles spread out, resonating with the lava in the ground fissures, further evolving into a larger area attack skill. -8,210, -7,504, -8,541, -8,223, -7890. 7 or 8 unfortunate souls were struck by the rain of fire. Their fragile bodies simply couldn't withstand such terrifying damage, and they all turned into white light, disappearing from the trial dungeon. After these people died, all the accumulated points were piled onto Su Lingyun's head. The leaderboard changed. Su Lingyun ranked first with a staggering score of 867. With just one move, Meteor Shower, she had reduced the enemy's numbers by nearly 1/5. This sudden turn of events caused Yu Jing and the others to change their expressions drastically, and their gazes towards Su Lingyun became more vigilant and wary. This person has such deep scheming. Earlier, while they were killing monsters here, they hadn't noticed Su Lingyun using such a terrifying skill. The skill damage, which exceeded 8,000, seemed to cast a shadow over them. Even though melee defense was somewhat stronger, taking this move would likely cost them a significant amount of health. Quick, everyone charge forward and use skills to overwhelm them. Yu Jing shouted. The mages should do the same, wait until we get close before releasing skills. After saying this, Yu Jing entered stealth mode and stealthily approached Su Lingyun. According to his plan, in a long-range exchange, their remaining mages might not be able to match Su Lingyun alone. Rather than waiting to be killed from a distance, it would be better to surround them all at once and unleash a flurry of punches to take down the master. Even if Su Chen's strength was rumored to be extraordinary, but facing their group of talented professionals, relying solely on his own power might not be enough. Outside, the battle scenes between Su Chen's and Yu Jing's groups had been magnified to the point where everyone could notice. Watching the 8 professionals with over 500 points engage in a chaotic battle, many observing students trembled with excitement as if they were part of the fight. This should be the first major battle among the top professionals of the first-year students since the start of the school year. Seeing such a lopsided number of participants, many felt anxious for Su Chen and the others, wondering how they could win against a team of over 30 professionals. But the next second, a chorus of gasps erupted. They held their heads in disbelief as they looked at the somewhat delicate and petite Su Lingyun. This mage had actually killed nearly 10 professionals from the opposing side. With just one skill, the leaderboard quickly changed. Su Lingyun jumped from second to first place. It was then that people realized that this mage from Su Chen's team had previously been in second place on the leaderboard. This level of strength was almost unparalleled among the entire first-year freshmen. The terrifying damage made everyone's scalp tingle, and they secretly noted down this name. Old G, your class has suddenly produced 2 freaks, TSK. Some teachers were also paying attention to this battle. Seeing Su Lingyun disrupt the enemy's formation with a single skill, they couldn't help but click their tongues, feeling a bit envious. If only our class had such students. Ji Xinyuan laughed heartily. Luck. It's all luck. These little guys were said to have defeated a lord-level boss in a large dungeon, dropping a few purple items, which is how they raised their strength to this level. In the past, they could never have achieved such exaggeration. Ji Xinyuan's words made the other teachers' eyes nearly pop out. Lord-level boss? Goodness, a group of kids in their 20s can actually defeat a lord-level boss. That's incredible. Back when I enrolled, let alone a lord-level boss, even a chief level 1 was quite a challenge for me. The teachers felt a bit emotional, being able to defeat a lord-level boss at this stage. Dealing with these equally talented professionals shouldn't be too difficult. Earlier, they had said that Su Chen and the others might encounter trouble, but now it seemed that they dared to be so arrogant and treat Yu Jing and the others like pigs. Naturally, they had the corresponding confidence. At this moment in the scene, the melee professionals had already appeared in front of Su Chen, but their attack target was Su Lingyun behind him. This mage posed a significant threat. Let it freely unleash its power on the field. Perhaps it won't take long before it can kill them one by one with terrifying damage. But these professionals only saw Su Lingyun's strength, subconsciously ignoring that Su Chen was the true leader of this small team. The one most renowned in the academy is also Su Chen. They bypassed him to attack Su Lingyun. If such foolishness were to happen, Su Chen might as well give up being a shield emperor and change careers. A smile hung on Su Chen's lips as he faced the crowd's assault. He simply opened his hand slightly and uttered 2 syllables. Come here. The expressions of the group of professionals changed. They felt as if an invisible shackle had bound them, and their weapons uncontrollably swung towards Su Chen. Despite their surprise, they were not overly worried. Even if he used taunt, so what? With so many people, one hit from each could easily chop you to death. Bang! Buzz! When the attacks landed on Su Chen, he pushed his shield forward. With his arm, the 3 orbs of light surrounding him quickly transformed into a protective barrier, enveloping his entire being. The dense barrage of attacks was blocked and absorbed by innate unmoving King, producing a crisp sound like weapons striking steel. I told you to go kill the elemental monsters for points, but you didn't listen. Su Chen swung his giant axe, spinning his body 180 degrees, successfully slicing the axe blade across each professional's chest. Now that I've sent you directly out of the trial, do you regret it? As his words fell, a wave of spine-chilling damage appeared on several of them. Minus 32,950. Minus 31,887. Minus 36,024. 29850. They died very decisively, wrapped in white light and exiting the dungeon. Su Chen's axe seemed to have sliced through the throats of the opposing professionals. They stared blankly at everything happening before them, unable to make a sound, unsure if they were in the real world. This damage was simply fantastical. Compared to their silent shock, the crowd of onlookers outside Wanben Pavilion erupted. Damn, this damage. It's unreasonable. I'm fully geared in green, and even when triggering weak point damage, it barely exceeds 7,000. Why does he deal over 30,000 with a casual strike? I'm not Li Jie. Who the hell can understand? Now I know why only Su Chen has been rumored to be the strongest in the first year. This is simply absurd. Even if it were 10 Jings to Su Chen, they would still be a bunch of rotten fish. One axe could chop you all up. Currently, the mainstream level of students was still at LV21, and they might not even have had time to fully change their equipment. The shock brought by Su Chen's axe was truly incomprehensible, so much so that many students opened their equipment panels, calculating what kind of data would support Su Chen's current damage. But not counting it was fine. Once they did, a big problem arose. That last strike, after deducting the double weak point damage and the skill's additional 1.8 to 2.2 times damage, required a physical attack attribute of around 8,000 to achieve. But this clearly defied logic. It should be noted that even many professionals at levels 40 or 50 might not have such panel attributes. So, what is Su Chen's physical damage on the panel? This left the students present extremely curious. According to previous speculation, a physical damage of 8,000 is indeed a bit outrageous. Su Chen must have some damage increasing methods they are unaware of. Perhaps it's a skill damage coefficient, or maybe an enhancement from a support class. However, according to the traditions of the Divine Martial Academy, due to the special effect of the Qiankuan lock, many people's guesses lean more towards the former. Even so, the vaguely calculated attributes of Su Chen left them feeling a sense of helplessness. How could there be such a huge gap after just 1 month in the academy? This question was also on Yu Jing's mind inside the trial dungeon. At this moment, he was in a state of invisibility, hiding in a corner, cold sweat pouring down his face like a waterfall. So close. If he hadn't tried to take a detour to ambush Su Lingyun, he might have been controlled by Su Chen's taunt just now and then killed in one hit by the giant axe. Thinking of that scene, Yu Jing felt a wave of fear. He had previously relied on his top-notch gem green gear to rampage through the trial world, but unexpectedly facing the rumored invincible Su Chen from the first year, he felt like a boiled shrimp, only able to hide in the corner and tremble. The gap in strength was truly terrifying. He had no qualification to confront him head-on. Yu Jing made up his mind that even if he lost face, he couldn't let his teammates step forward one by one to their deaths. This was just a trial dungeon, there was no need to fight so desperately. But just as he was about to call his teammates to retreat, he noticed an axe light slashing towards him at an angle. Yu Jing was horrified and hurriedly prepared to escape. But the speed of the axe light was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, it swept past his body. Yu Jing could feel his vitality rapidly draining away, and he wanted to struggle a bit more, but he was powerless. He never understood until his death why Su Chen was able to see through his invisibility. Looking at the emerging figure of the assassin, a strange expression flashed across Su Chen's face. This guy doesn't know that the score column on him is 1,000 times more glaring than a light bulb? In this situation, still wanting to be invisible, he must be dreaming. If Yu Jing knew he died so pathetically, he would probably be so angry he'd die again and then spit blood. Damn it, no experience in the first trial. After dealing with Yu Jing, the remaining professionals had already started to flee. Forget about teaming up to besiege and eliminate Su Chen. Saving their lives was the most important thing. The three split into 2 groups, chasing the nearest professionals. Moments later, they regrouped, looking at the rapidly rising scores on the leaderboard, and Su Chen smiled. This trip was worth it. Su Lingyun nodded, a happy smile on her face, but soon she sighed. But this is only a one-time opportunity. Now that we have these 2 light bulbs over our heads, we're unlikely to encounter other professionals. Hearing Su Lingyun's concerns, Jihao, the slacker, was quite carefree. Then we just wait until the trial ends or until the next student with 500 points appears. Unless they all get stuck at 499, avoiding us and not leveling up, but I estimate that's not very realistic. Su Chen also understood the predicament they were facing, which was that there was no one to kill. Although elemental monsters could also increase points, killing those monsters didn't yield any experience. Moreover, as long as he ensured he remained first on the leaderboard until the trial ended, that was enough. In the current situation, it really was as Jihao said, they could only wait slowly for the trial to end. But things didn't go as planned. Although the trial dungeon was large, it still had its own boundaries. At this moment, near the boundary, a large rain of fire fell, covering the surface with a layer of orange-red. Countless surviving professionals fled in droves, wanting to find a safe place to hide until the end. However, when designing the dungeon, the academy teachers had already considered such situations and naturally had corresponding measures to deal with them. According to the number of survivors, for every few less people, the boundary will suffer a natural disaster that washes everything away, pushing the students closer and closer to the same area. Even more insane is that the number of monsters will also increase accordingly. They crazily chase the students, wanting to kill them here. The mages are fine, but those in melee professions are truly suffering. They are besieged by countless monsters, and without any assistance, the outcome is naturally not hard to guess. They are promptly teleported outside the instance. As a result, the number of students decreases, natural disasters wash everything away, and the number of monsters increases. During this time, when students encounter each other, they might even stab each other in the back. The trial instance gradually falls into a vicious cycle. The death toll rises dramatically. Correspondingly, the number of students with scores exceeding 500 is also increasing. But if given a second chance, they would rather struggle to survive here than face the frenzied pursuit from Su Chen. Wherever the light pillars shine, Su Chen will chase after them. With Jihao's acceleration skill, the distance between both sides quickly closes. What awaits the other side is a brutal beating. Whenever the opponent shows a face that seems ready to curse, a deep sense of satisfaction rises within Su Chen. This trial is simply a delightful little game for him. It's a classic game of whack-a-mole. Su Chen runs around, continuously eliminating those strong players with scores over 500. As the range of the light pillars grows larger, every time he moves in a certain direction, it triggers a strong chain reaction. Nearby professionals frantically flee to the sides. Through the leaderboard, they can see that the one rampaging through the trial instance is Su Chen himself. Thus, every time they move away from Su Chen's trajectory, they inevitably encounter other professionals. A fierce battle officially begins. The trial instance becomes increasingly chaotic. When the number of people drops below 1,000, Lu Mingqing finally returns to Su Chen's side. At this moment, he bends over, gasping for breath, a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, and looks at Su Chen with an incredibly resentful gaze. Su Chen shivers, goosebumps rising all over, and suddenly retreats. I say, old Lu, why did you only come now? The trial is almost over. Hearing Su Chen say this, Lu Mingqing's breathing becomes even more hurried, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. You think I don't want to come earlier to chase you? Every time I try to catch up to you, you run off so far. Every time it's like this. Do you know how I managed to run with these legs? Faced with Lu Mingqing's questioning, Su Chen awkwardly scratched his head. Good heavens! So you've been trailing behind us all this time? Earlier, he thought Lu Mingqing might have hidden in some corner. After all, his score on the leaderboard hadn't changed in a long time. Su Chen even had the dark humor to think, what if some brave warrior accidentally eliminated Lu Mingqing? If he knew, he would have to reward that person with a thumbs up and then discuss the philosophy of being a professional with them. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Su Chen had put him in a bind. Su Chen cleared his throat and awkwardly changed the subject. Now that everyone is here, let's follow the direction of the light pillars and start clearing out those professionals. Everyone nodded in agreement. They began to move towards the nearest location of the light pillar. As Su Chen and his group moved, all surviving professionals started to flee in a frenzy. With the shrinking space of the trial dungeon, the remaining area now allowed them to see the movements of all professionals with scores exceeding 500. The most eye-catching were still the 2 towering beams of light in the center of the dungeon. Just from a distance, one could feel a terrifying aura rushing towards them. Undoubtedly, the owners of those 2 light pillars were the top 2 on the leaderboard, Su Chen and Su Lingyun. At this moment, they began to clear the trial dungeon. The first to suffer misfortune were the students, who had reached a score of over 500 either voluntarily or involuntarily. Faced with Su Chen, they were no different from other professionals. They were all a bunch of useless fish. With the professional assistance of the warlock Lu Mingqing, their movement speed was significantly faster than before. In a moment, they caught up to the fleeing team of professionals. Upon seeing Su Chen and his group arrive, the students with scores over 500 turned pale. Damn! What terrible luck! He sighed and then said to his teammates around him, "You guys run first, find a place to hide. Learn from this lesson, unless absolutely necessary, it's better to keep your score below 500, that way the opponent won't be able to find you." However, his teammates were not as pessimistic as he was, all smiling. "What a good captain we have, even thinking about how to protect us before dying. But don't worry, we won't go after Su Chen for revenge this way. You can leave with peace of mind. Safe travels." They waved their hands and then fled in all directions. Seeing this, the captain's already unpleasant expression turned darker than coal. It was as if dark clouds were shrouding him and the atmospheric pressure around him gradually lowered. "Su Chen, I am 70. Stop, stop, stop." Su Chen raised his hand to stop the other's self-introduction. "Why is it so popular to talk like this nowadays? Do you have to introduce yourself before a fight? After all, they were all a bunch of defeated opponents. Was there really a need to remember names? Brother, bear with me, I'll be quick." Su Chen looked at him seriously. The team captain was completely confused. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Just as he was about to ask, he saw a purple light of an axe swiftly cleaving towards him. The captain's heart raced with alarm, and he instinctively dodged to the right. The axe light grazed his collar, leaving him pale with fright. Even though he didn't know the specific power contained in the axe light, the intense threat it radiated still made his hair stand on end. It felt as if he had been targeted by some terrifying creature. But before he could catch his breath, a rain of fire that had appeared in the sky without him noticing began to fall from above. The moment it touched the ground, the fire rain exploded violently. A raging wave of energy engulfed him completely. -7,150. This person's defense was decent, but he still couldn't withstand Su Lingyun's upgraded meteor fire rain. He didn't even last a second before being sent out of the dungeon by a flash of white light. His death officially marked the beginning of Su Chen's team's reign of terror in the trial dungeon. As the safe zone continued to shrink, Su Chen and his group effortlessly cleared out the remaining students with scores over 500 from the dungeon. As for the remaining professionals, with Su Chen's sweeping assault across the map, they began to emit heart-wrenching wails. 1 axe per person, who could withstand that? The 4 of them fought from east to west, pushing from south to north. The trial dungeon was almost plowed a meter deep by them, and all surviving professionals were trembling in fear. They hid in some concealed corners, not daring to move, because at this moment, the safe zone was small enough for Su Chen to spot them with the naked eye. As long as they could survive, just relying on the survival score rewards, they could still gain considerable benefits. Su Chen couldn't find them, but that didn't mean the local natives, the elemental monsters, couldn't find him. Another scream echoed. Su Chen worked with these elemental monsters, clearing them out of the dungeon one by one. The number of practitioners kept decreasing. 72, 54, 27, 12, 9. When the number of survivors dropped below 10, a grand bell tolled again, and everyone was enveloped in white light, transported out of the dungeon world together. The scene shifted. Su Chen found that several people had returned to the front of the 10,000 books pavilion. However, unlike before, both students and teachers present were glancing in his direction, whether intentionally or not. Su Chen looked over, and some students quickly averted their gazes, fearing that Su Chen would set his sights on them. They didn't dare to experience the terrifying scene from the dungeon again in the real world. It could really kill. "Su Chen, you really are something." Xiong Yuan was walking over from a distance, patting him on the shoulder with a somewhat emotional tone. "This isn't a trial at all, it's clearly your personal show, killing wherever you go. Tisk, truly impressive." Since Xiong Yuan decided to join the team, he was pulled into the Gourd Six Brothers group by Su Chen. After such a long time of online communication, there was no awkwardness. When they finally met, he whispered to the 3, "You guys have no idea, the teachers outside are about to explode. I heard that before, there were no students like you, Su Chen, who eliminated so many legendary practitioners early on, and their homeroom teachers were all furious. Especially the homeroom teacher of class 45. Several practitioner teams you killed earlier were his students. This time, being directly wiped out by you, I estimate you're going to be in trouble, Su Chen." Hearing Xiong Yuan's words, Su Chen's mouth twitched. It was just a month-end trial, it couldn't be that they would hold a grudge, right? He instinctively glanced over at the teacher's group, but he noticed a bald man staring at him, and when Su Chen turned to look, the man's eyes widened even more. He looked like a monster ready to eat someone. His mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. However, a layer of fine sweat broke out on Su Chen's back. He seemed to understand the man's lip movements. "You little brat, don't leave after school." Su Chen felt a bit awkward, not knowing what to say in response, so he could only scratch his head and chuckle awkwardly. Fortunately, Ji Xin Yuan spoke up to save him. "The trial is over. The final scores of all students will be calculated based on the points earned and survival time. Now announcing the top 10 of the trial, other students can check their scores or detailed information on the Academy's official website. First place, Su Chen. Second place, Su Lingyun. Third place, Li Tong. Eighth place, Fei Hu. 10th place, Xia Zizhen. With the announcement of the top 10, many students began to wail. They were all the strong ones, with over 500 points, who were the first to be eliminated by Su Chen. Because they were too conspicuous and targeted by Su Chen, their high points were of no use at all. They might as well have survived longer as ordinary practitioners. It was all that guy's fault. Everyone looked over, only to see Su Chen scratching his head and grinning foolishly, like a grown child. Losing to someone like this made them feel even more frustrated. Unwilling, truly damn unwilling. Others' thoughts on Su Chen were unclear. In any case, he felt quite awkward now, having accidentally eliminated a student and causing this bald homeroom teacher to rank last among the 93 large classes of new students. This was not a good reputation. The death glare directed at Su Chen made him feel as if ants were crawling all over him. The top 10 in points were invited to face Ji Xingyuan. What Su Chen didn't expect was that the trial rewards had already been prepared. After Ji Xingyuan asked for everyone's opinions, a brilliantly colored high-grade gem appeared in their hands. Since there were no Shebat Jade and Purple Robe Jade, Su Chen had to focus on the remaining 4. Given his profession's uniqueness, he eliminated the Yellow Dragon Stone that increased evasion and the Emerald that increased speed. Between the Blue Chalcedony and the Red Agate that increased defense, he chose the Blue Chalcedony that would help him the most. The reason was simple: the higher the blood limit combined with innate immovable king, the stronger his survival ability would be. However, lacking a suitable purple gear for inlay, this level 5 gem could only gather dust in Su Chen's backpack for now. After the award ceremony, Su Chen noticed that the bald homeroom teacher had stopped paying attention to him, and he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he heard Ji Xingyuan speak again. Today, only the top 10 rewards will be distributed on site. The other students, please keep an eye on the Academy's official website for trial information. The prizes will be delivered to your dorms by tomorrow at the latest. I declare that the first trial assessment is officially over. With these words, most of the students present showed happy smiles, because those who ranked in the top 70% would receive corresponding rewards. Rather than a trial assessment, it was more like a charity event hosted by the Academy. It was easy to obtain quite a few rewards, although their value wasn't too high. It could alleviate the credit expenditure situation for many students. It allowed them to temporarily recover some losses. After the trial ended, Su Chen, along with the newly joined Xiong Yuanzhang, arrived at the fragrant building. The few of them had booked a relatively spacious private room and began chatting and laughing, especially Xiong Yuanzhang, who showed no signs of nervousness or awkwardness as a new member. In response to his teammates' teasing, he fought back without holding back. Xiong-da, have you thought this through? Ji Hao said, munching on the delicious food in front of him, his words somewhat unclear. After equipping the Qiankuan lock, leveling up won't be as fast as before. Xiong Yuanzhang was certainly aware, but he was more eager for the special effect that could upgrade skills in advance. He could clearly distinguish which was better between the two. It's fine, my level is relatively high, so using the Qiankuan lock can balance the team's level, making things easier in the future. But how do you actually obtain this equipment? Is it very difficult? In response to Xiong Yuanzhang's question, Lu Mingcheng, who had farmed Goblin's treasure to the point of nausea, had the most authority to speak on this. He informed Xiong Yuanzhang of the acquisition method and then added, currently, you can only solo this dungeon, we have other things to do. If you're lucky enough to drop a dungeon refresh scroll, a week should be enough. Su Chen nodded, eating his meal while his eyes were glued to the television screen on the wall. Inside, a news anchor was reporting the latest news. Among them was news from his hometown, Hachuan City. Recently, natural disasters have frequently occurred in many places across the empire, and the occurrence of wild secret realms has significantly increased in a short period. According to statistics, the number of deaths and missing persons in the disaster areas has reached over 10,000, and local governments have dispatched powerful individuals for rescue, hoping to alleviate some of the casualties. Experts from research institutes have analyzed that wild secret realms, as high-yield spatial worlds, have already shown a trend of becoming a regular occurrence. We suggest that professionals active in the following locations pay attention to their safety while also contributing to local rescue and disaster relief efforts. Among them are Longxing City, Ningxing City, Hachuan City. Listening to the news broadcast, Su Chen recalled what Ji Xingyuan had said on the first day of school. The secret realm is another real world. Powerful beings inside occasionally come out to cause destruction, just like their exploration of the secret realm, which is also an invasion of that world. After the battle with Afra, Su Chen's understanding of this became clearer. He had gained quite a few unique insights. However, all of this had little to do with Su Chen. As a mere freshman, he had no energy to concern himself with so many matters. Moreover, with their strength, getting involved in such high-level games would only be seeking death. Even he couldn't guarantee his own survival. Listening to Xiong Yuanzhang still chatting with his teammates, he didn't say much, just quietly watched the television. After the gathering, the group split up. Xiong Yuanzhang went to the front of Wanben Pavilion, alone grinding the Goblin Scholar, hoping to obtain the Qiankuan lock early. Meanwhile, Su Chen and the other three went to the second floor, entering the Afra dungeon they had previously cleared once. This time was generally the same as before, but the trial dungeon did not have the dark door appear as it had previously. Afra's intelligence had been completely eradicated, and only his combat awareness was awakened. After consuming the divine court flower, his combat power had not risen to that of a lord-level boss. He was merely a super strong presence among the chief level. The group had no trouble successfully clearing this large dungeon. The rewards were much less than before. Su Chen had anticipated this and was not too surprised. They cleared all the other unchallenged dungeons, and aside from some different clearing mechanisms, the dungeons with no experience faced a Waterloo. The rest all topped the leaderboard. Not knowing how many people's eyes had been blinded, the discussions about Su Chen's team were once again ignited, but this time there were a few pieces of gossip that few had noticed. That was the death struggle between Ji Hao and the long-haired youth. The cause of the incident was revealed. If he guessed correctly, it should have been the two people following the long-haired youth. As for why, Su Chen found it hard to comment. He could only say that everyone had their own considerations. Perhaps for profit, they stabbed the long-haired youth in the back. At this moment, after failing in the death struggle, the long-haired youth's level had fallen to the very bottom of the entire academy. Last place. The story of the long-haired youth spread to the ears of other students. Now, in addition to losing the right to mate for 10 years in the academy, he was also remembered by many students. The one with the lowest level, trash. As a main combat profession, he hadn't even defeated a priest, which was simply a disgrace. Outsiders didn't know the details of the battle at the time and could only look down on him crazily. Even on the Academy's official forum, someone posted about the long-haired youth's death struggle. Compared to the gentle and refined appearance of the students in reality, they were much more irritable while surfing the internet. They all transformed into young people and angry brothers directly, tearing the long-haired youth apart. When he learned that he was being ridiculed online, the long-haired youth was completely devastated. Dude, are you sick? What does my death struggle with Ji Hao have to do with you? Isn't this a bit too nosy? Su Chen was not clear about the fate of the long-haired youth. After Xiong Yuanjing joined the team, their daily activities remained unchanged. They would go outside the city to level up on their days off. Another week passed, and Su Chen was just a sliver of experience away from reaching LV27, while Ji Hao and the others had reached LV24. This absurd leveling speed had gradually set them apart from others, making them a unique presence among the first-year teams. Xiong Yuanzhang was lucky. On the 7th day, he finally obtained the Qiankuan lock. Naturally, he mixed into Su Chen's leveling team. After 3 days of cultural classes, Su Chen, as usual, prepared to take his teammates outside the city to relax, aiming for that imminent LV30. But suddenly, a piece of news spread throughout the academy. A large number of rewarding tasks had been issued from the Tiandu Hunting Hall, simultaneously posted on the task center systems of many academies. Su Chen had learned about the hunting hall during his first trip outside the city. As an official institution under the empire, the hunting hall played an extremely important role. It served as a lubricant for cooperation among professionals. Every day, it released a massive number of tasks for professionals to choose from, many of which were team combat tasks. For example, going to a perilous dungeon to collect rare items, or hunting orders for wild monsters issued by a processing factory. However, these tasks were usually aimed at social professionals, meaning those who had not been admitted to an academy or had already graduated. They had a large base and plenty of time, making them the best candidates for completing these miscellaneous tasks. Today, the number of tasks from the hunting hall surged, and they had no choice but to distribute them to other cooperative forces, including the Xinwu Academy. Su Chen had heard from passing students that the newly released tasks offered extremely generous rewards, including the qualification to exchange for the incredibly precious cultivation fruit. Su Chen was no stranger to the concept of reward purchase qualifications. As the top academy in the empire, Xinwu Academy had countless strong individuals emerging from it, naturally possessing a rich heritage. The cultivation fruit was a very precious leveling item. Its effect was simple yet powerful. It allowed professionals to gain an additional 10% experience. After battles, the effect lasted for 5 hours. The cultivation fruit was a hot commodity among higher-year students and was treated as a general equivalent. It cost 1,000 credits each, yet was priced without a market. Because of this, Su Chen was almost out the academy's main gate when his steps abruptly turned back into the task center. Inside, there was a spatial array, and a large number of tasks flowed before their eyes like a waterfall of information. Strangely, Su-chen couldn't clearly see what was written above, yet he remembered the information and understood the task requirements and rewards. The academy is really generous, they just give out 10 qualifications for cultivation fruit exchanges. I heard many seniors are scrambling to collect them, and the more they give, the more they get, Ji-hao couldn't help but exclaim while filtering through the newly released tasks. Due to the dungeon's dominance on the leaderboard, he actually had quite a few credits in hand, with a large daily income. But Ji-hao knew in his heart that they were just an extremely special small group. It was only because of the abnormal Su-chen leading them that they had such a substantial wallet now. For other students, spending 1,000 credits to buy a cultivation fruit was indeed too extravagant. Is it really that valuable? Xiong Yuanzhang was somewhat surprised. It was just an extra 10% experience for 5 hours. Was it really that exaggerated? He had been at Shinwu Academy for nearly 10 days and had a certain understanding of the prices here. A piece of ordinary green gear only cost a few thousand credits, yet the price of the cultivation fruit as a consumable was astonishingly high, making it hard to comprehend. One step by step asked, "Do you think this is a joke?" Su-chen explained with a smile, "Don't underestimate this 10% experience. For us professionals, leveling up takes years. If we can maintain this pace during this period, the time saved, especially for those of us with the Chinkuan lock, you can calculate it yourself if you're interested." Su-chen said, extending his hand to take a task list. Mystery Realm Inspection Suitable Level LV20 LV35 Task Content: Investigate the situation of mystery realms appearing around disaster areas. If a mystery realm is discovered, the professional must explore the intensity of the mystery realm and create a simple report. Task Reward Qualification 2. Purchase 10 to 100 cultivation fruits. This newly emerged inspection task was assigned from the hunting hall. Due to the simultaneous outbreak of numerous natural disasters, the local government attached great importance and issued this large-scale inspection task to the hunting hall. Most mystery realms appeared outside the city, and how vast is the area outside the city? Just looking at the densely packed leveling areas gives a hint. The inspection range is divided according to the types of monsters, and a city has issued several hundred similar tasks just with different locations. After selecting for half a day, Su-chen finally set his sights on a place called Donghai City. There, non-natural disasters occurred more frequently, and the terrain was vast, providing enough time for their group of students to explore. The task difficulty was not high, and even if they couldn't complete it, there was a minimum qualification reward for purchase. It was completely a no-risk deal. Holding the task list for Donghai City, Su-chen pressed his student card against it. The list, which originally emitted a glow and resembled a magical item, quickly transformed into an ordinary storage scroll. At the same time, the information about this task was temporarily deleted. Unless Su-chen's team failed in their actions or exceeded a certain time limit, this task would not appear before other professionals. This avoided malicious competition among students. Hao leaned in, but after glancing a few times, he lost interest. In his view, these tasks were much the same, and whether they could find a mystery realm depended entirely on luck. "We're going for a few days this time. I don't see it clearly." Stated above? Su Lingyun asked. "There are only 2 days off. Will that be enough time?" Su-chen smiled and shook his head, pointing at Ji-hao. "Teacher Ji is his third uncle. We can take a leave without any issues. Isn't it better to practice leveling in the wild than to be cooped up in the academy listening to cultural classes every day?" The group exchanged glances and laughed in unison. Even Xiong Yuanzhang did the same. He had come to the academy in a study capacity, and all arrangements had to be prioritized here. What terrifying cultural classes 4 days a week? They had never even heard of such a thing back home. However, there were also many benefits, as it could help most students thoroughly catch up so they wouldn't be completely in the dark when going into the wild. Just as Su-chen and the others were leaving the task center, preparing to head to Donghai City, the system suddenly popped up a message. Upon clicking, they found that a task had also arrived. Truth of the disaster task difficulty. Task content: go to Donghai City to investigate the location of the mystery realm, and be cautious of the mystery realm professionals lurking in. Task reward: Tianqing Stone times 2000. Su-chen glanced at the system task, waves of thought stirring in his heart. Unlike the suspicious nature of the hunting hall patrol task, the hints provided by the system were quite clear this time. The large-scale arrival of the secret realm might have been caused by human interference. They used certain methods to make the blue star actively bring forth the secret realm, creating a spatial passage between the two. Especially the last sentence of the task. Content: professionals from the secret realm? Su-chen squinted, lost in thought. He boarded the train to Donghai City. Su-chen and the others had booked 5 business class tickets, and the distance wasn't too far. The seats were very spacious, with the front and back rows swapped, forming a semi-closed circular space. Su-chen called the others over and began to deploy for this patrol task. Xiongde, did the Cultural Studies course at Lingxiao Academy tell you about the reasons for the formation of secret realms? Or anything else related? Xiong Yuanzhang was taken aback, unsure why Su Chen suddenly asked this. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. No, we only covered some basic knowledge. No one has told us much about secret realms. Why? Is there something else I don't know? Su Chen nodded, his expression becoming serious as he cautioned everyone present. Deep within the secret realm, there are vast empires on our level, and their power is terrifying. The large-scale dungeon that suddenly mutated last time the boss Afra was from the Twilight Empire, trying to cross over using a teleportation array. I think you should still remember. Xiong Yuanzhang's eyes widened, not realizing there was such an insider story. That Afra, he had felt something was off from the beginning. How could a large dungeon spawn a lord-level boss? It was clearly unreasonable. If, as Su Chen said, the Twilight Empire was behind it, then it made sense. However, what does this have to do with the task? Xiong Yuanzhang asked in confusion. Are you suggesting that this task is related to the Secret Realm Empire? As soon as he said this, the expressions of the others changed slightly, losing the previous tourist-like mindset. I can only say, it's possible. The professors at the academy said that Secret Realm dungeons are actually two mirrored spatial passages. When an entrance to the Secret Realm forms on the blue star side, a corresponding passage will also appear on the other side, connecting to a certain location on the blue star. Every time we enter the secret realm, the other side is silently invading us. I suspect that perhaps enemies have already infiltrated, waiting for us to take the bait. Based on the system hints, Su Chen subtly conveyed the key points to his teammates. He couldn't be too straightforward. Fortunately, as the team leader, as long as he controlled the overall direction and pace of the task, they were unlikely to encounter any special dangers. This patrol task. I've taken covers all leveling areas from LV20 to LV29, totaling about 30 regions. When the time comes, we will disguise ourselves as ordinary professionals leveling up in the areas while secretly searching for the specific location of the secret realm. Seeing Su Chen take this task so seriously, the others nodded earnestly, silently committing what Su Chen said to memory. They weren't fools and vaguely guessed that Su Chen might know some other information. As for why he didn't say it, that naturally involved certain secrets that couldn't be brought to the surface. The task duration is tentatively set for a week. If we discover the secret realm, we will report it in time. If not, there's no need to force it. Just consider it a vacation to relax. The train was fast, and Su Chen and the others successfully arrived in Donghai City by the afternoon. The sea surrounded the right side, and the breeze carried a hint of salty sea air. Su Chen and the others planned to find a hotel close to the outskirts of the city. However, to his surprise, the first two places they tried had no private rooms available. A patrol team with the same purpose. As Su Chen arrived here a step ahead, preparing to haul back a big catch. Helpless, Su Chen had to endure the heartache and booked 3 luxurious suites in a very high-end hotel. The mission plan was for 7 days, and Su Chen wasn't in a hurry to leave the city. Instead, he wandered around Donghai City. Due to the time spent booking the hotel, the previously blue sky was now shrouded in a layer of black veil. Night fell. The unique human fireworks gradually rose. They strolled through the night market, and in just a short while, their hands were filled with various delicacies. Ji Hao even put on gloves and started gnawing on a roasted dragon leg. He was eating with grease all over his mouth. The golden, crispy oil skin, combined with the fragrant spicy oil and cumin, was simply delicious. Even the light makeup on Su Lingyun's face was quietly disrupted by the food, leaving a few shallow yellow oil stains. Donghai City is by the sea, and at this time of year, the temperature is just right for someone like Su Chen. He wore a short-sleeved shirt and shorts and flip-flops, wandering aimlessly. The night view here was beautiful, and the stars in the sky were clearly visible. A red shooting star rose into the sky, and Su Chen followed its gaze, watching it explode with a bang as it reached its highest point. A bright blue firework burst forth, enveloping the entire night market. Wow! So beautiful. Daddy, let's set off another one. A crisp, tender voice reached Su Chen's ears. A little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, was hugging the thigh of a middle-aged man, coquettishly asking for another firework. The man smiled brightly, gently stroking the little girl's head. Yao Yao, wait for daddy a moment, I'll go get some more. After saying this, the man returned to a small shop behind him and brought out a handful of differently packaged fireworks. The little girl was excited, taking the candle flame from her father and lighting the toy firework in her hand. When the top of the firework burst into brilliant flames, the little girl giggled, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. Seeing this scene, Su Chen felt a bit curious. It was only mid-October, why were they setting off fireworks? His gaze fell on the small building behind the middle-aged man, the one he had just returned to. In front of the small building were 2 rows of flower baskets, with a large red carpet laid out on the ground, sprinkled with shiny bits of foil paper. Su Chen suddenly realized that this must be a newly opened shop. The father and daughter were the owners of the shop. Meanwhile, Xiong Yuanzhang, who was eating skewers, also saw this scene. He sniffed and made a strange remark. What adorable human cubs, their scent seems to welcome the morning sun exuding a fragrance unique to them. Su-chen shot him a sideways glance, not understanding what he was thinking. Could it be that he had turned into a druid and picked up those quirks that animals have? Thinking of this, he suddenly moved a few steps away from Xiong Yuanzhang. At the same time, he suddenly blurted out, "Xiong de, do you like honey? Especially the kind that flows fresh from the honeycomb?" "Of course I like it. What's up?" "Nothing at all." After a moment of silence, Su-chen muttered a few words. Even with Xiong Yuanzhang's legendary druid hearing, he couldn't quite catch what Su-chen had just mumbled. He felt perplexed. Why was this guy acting so strange? Little did he know, in Su-chen's eyes, he was the strangest one. It was the first time Su-chen had seen someone slightly affected by their profession. However, he had heard of similar cases before, so he didn't hold any particular bias against Xiong Yuanzhang. As they watched the night deepen, Su-chen and the others strolled for a while longer before returning to their hotel. Lying in bed, Su-chen tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, the task prompts from the system flashed through his mind. A secret realm practitioner, huh? He murmured to himself. While he was curious about the world within the secret realm, he also felt a significant resistance. He wasn't sure if the other party could be considered normal humans. From encountering the defector Angus in the Golden Territory to the ancient city Lord Afra, both of these humanoid bosses left a deep impression on Su-chen. Especially the latter, who was undoubtedly the most challenging boss he had faced since his job change. The key point was this: if they were normal humans, how could they possess the life template of a boss at the same time as changing jobs? Their health and blood were unreasonably high. No other practitioners of the same level could match them, including Su-chen himself. This was clearly a special ability that only wild monsters had. Yet, they had formed a very stable social structure, developing to a point that was almost on par with the Dragon Empire. If everyone had a monster template like Afra while also mastering advanced technology, just thinking about it was overwhelming. Su-chen had no idea. When he finally fell asleep last night, when he opened his eyes in the morning, he surprisingly felt a long-lost drowsiness since his job change. After a quick wash, Su-chen began a complete makeover. He stowed away his giant axe and shield, pulling out a short dagger that he didn't even know where it had come from. He was also dressed in a mismatched outfit of shabby blue and green gear. Anything that could remotely appear impressive was stuffed into his backpack. The other teammates were similarly dressed, looking as ordinary as possible. The five of them gathered together, appearing no different from other groups of life practitioners. The only distinction was that they looked a bit younger. To fit their current personas, Su-chen led his teammates to a level 20 patrol area. This was the place with the lowest task level requirement. Their group of slightly over level 20 life practitioners was just right for dealing with these wild monsters. Since Donghai City didn't have any renowned academies, the frequency of practitioners appearing here was low, and it was rare to encounter a small team like theirs. At that moment, the five of them were surrounding a few level 20 ordinary wild monsters, having a great time grinding. After putting down his top-tier equipment, Su-chen's damage plummeted, and even with his level advantage, he needed the other four to assist him in taking down these ordinary monsters. Although he could solo them, he had to play along to make the act more convincing. "I finally understand the difficulties those life practitioners face," Jihao exclaimed dramatically after giving Su-chen a healing boost. As a legendary healer, his growth path was undoubtedly the envy of many students. Before the college entrance examination, he had Wei Lingyun by his side, and after entering the Divine Martial Academy, he had even found himself a big brother-level bodyguard. Now, his level was higher than those main combat legendary practitioners in the first year, which was hard to believe. During this time, he had only released some enhancement skills, and there was no need for him to take action otherwise. As a result, Jihao had become a lazy priest who leveled up while lying down, unable to feel the hardships of other practitioners. "Who says otherwise?" Xiong Yuanzhang replied, struggling to take down the wild monster in front of him. At the same time, he noticed that his experience bar had barely increased, which felt somewhat uncomfortable. Compared to the rapid upgrades before, with the current progress, he didn't know when he would reach LV 27. His gaze fell on Su-chen and the others. More than the life professionals, he felt more emotional about his own teammates. With the equipment of the Qiankuan lock, their levels were almost on par with his, which was truly abnormal. Su-chen did not participate in the conversation among the few. Due to the system's mission, he took this operation very seriously. It wasn't just about discovering the secret realm coordinates. More importantly, this was in the wild, and without any protective measures, death meant death. He wasn't sure how strong the lurking professionals on the other side were, but the 3-star difficulty indicated that they still posed a certain threat. After sweeping for half a day, Su-chen did not find any useful clues. He led the group to the next area, using the same method to begin patrolling the wilds of Donghai City. During this time, Su-chen saw many professionals like them wandering nearby, seemingly searching for something. Suchen silently noted the appearances of the group and signaled to Xiong Yuanzhang, then casually walked to another position. It wasn't until that group of professionals left that Suchen turned and asked, "Did you remember the aura of those guys?" "I remembered. Next time I see them, I won't mistake them." Xiong Yuanzhang was extremely confident but still added, "Unless they're wearing perfume or something. Otherwise, it's impossible to make a mistake." Suchen nodded. He didn't regard that group as professionals in the secret realm. The distance was too far for Suchen to gather effective information, but he could roughly guess that they were a certain professional team. Their purpose was the same as theirs, to obtain qualifications for the cultivation fruit. Of course, this was just Suchen's speculation and not accurate, otherwise he wouldn't have had Xiong Yuanjing memorize their scent in advance. This also served as a reminder for Suchen. He wasn't sure if the professionals lurking in the secret realm would have any changes on their panels, but to be safe he had Xiong Yuanjing remember every team of professionals they encountered. By the end of the day, Suchen and the others had not discovered any useful information and had to return to the hotel, planning to reassess tomorrow. However, for 3 consecutive days, as the area level continued to rise, more and more professionals appeared nearby, and Suchen's patrol mission began to hit a bottleneck. While searching for the secret realm, he also had to be wary of that group of professionals. Without a way to distinguish them, he treated all encountered professionals as enemies. On the 4th day, when leaving the city, one team of 6 professionals almost clashed with Suchen and the others because of this. It was only when a passing LV-42 middle-aged man appeared that the conflict was barely averted. The two sides parted unhappily, each leaving while not forgetting to glare at each other. Suchen recalled the scene at that time, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. On the morning of the 4th day, a few people stumbled upon a wilderness boss during their routine patrol. However, before they could get close, a team of professionals rushed in first. Suchen didn't waste any words and immediately drew the monster's aggro towards his team. Even the ownership of the boss was secretly grasped by Su Lingyun, who was exerting her strength. Seeing that they couldn't kill the monster, the opposing team turned their attacks on Suchen and his group. The sudden turn of events caught Suchen off guard. He never expected that those people would dare to kill in the wilderness for a boss. Due to equipment issues, Suchen and his team were locked in a fierce battle. When the opponents realized they couldn't take down Suchen, they frantically pulled out an attack scroll, vowing to eliminate him on the spot. Suchen was also enraged and was about to pull out his purple weapon to deal with those bastards, when a level 42 uncle appeared beside him. With his superior strength, he easily controlled the battle between the two sides. When the professional team left, cursing, Suchen and his group lost interest in fighting an ordinary boss. However, a single sentence from Xiong Yuanjing made Suchen instantly alert. "Suchen, those guys have a strange smell. They give me a very unpleasant feeling, like arsonists ready to destroy the forest. The druid's special intuition is giving me a mental hint." Xiong Yuanjing's expression was serious as he sniffed the air, his eyes fixed on the direction the group had left. Suchen didn't doubt Xiong Yuanzhang. This guy was the first human he had seen affected by his profession. With naturally sharp senses, he could notice details that ordinary people overlooked. But the panel I checked earlier showed that they were no different from other professionals, even their strength was the same. Suchen pondered, could there be something he had overlooked? At that moment, Su Lingyun suddenly spoke up. "Suchen, didn't you say you had been to a secret realm before? Did you bring anything back that could help Xiongda compare? That would be great." Suchen's eyes lit up, and he gave Su Lingyun a thumbs up. He had previously fallen into a cognitive trap and hadn't fully developed Xiong Yuanzhang's unique ability. He hadn't thought of this idea at all. Suchen took out his shield and retrieved a level 5 blue chalcedony from his backpack, the reward from the academy trial. He placed it in Xiong Yuanzhang's hand and explained, "I obtained a level 4 blue chalcedony in the secret realm, which I have already embedded in my shield. Let's compare it with the gem obtained in the real world and see if there are any new clues." Although the purple equipment couldn't be traded, outsiders could still touch it. They just couldn't see the equipment panel or utilize the additional attributes it provided. Holding it felt like a 1:1 replica toy. Xiong Yuanjing took the 2 items and sniffed them carefully for a long time, his brow furrowed. After comparing, he delivered news that wasn't particularly good. After embedding the gem and with the passage of time, the residual aura on the shield is indeed too faint. However, the shield also has an aura that I dislike. The only uncertainty now is whether the two are of the same origin. Upon hearing this, Suchen took out the dragon scale necklace. This was a top-notch green equipment he had exchanged in the secret realm shop, and he hadn't expected it to serve such a purpose now. The moment the dragon scale necklace appeared, Xiong Yuanjing's expression visibly darkened. He took a deep breath, and under the expectant gaze of the onlookers, he confirmed the true identity of that group of professionals. Although people say that the secret realm and the real world are two sides of the same coin, this is still a legend, and in my view, the two worlds should have essential differences. For example, the tainted world Aura, on the blue star side, no matter what, everything has a peculiar scent on the outer layer. Earlier, I attributed this smell to regional issues, but after comparing it with the items produced in the secret realm, I finally understand that this is a unique aura of each world. Upon hearing Xiong Yuanjing's explanation, the others suddenly realized and confirmed that the previous team had indeed come from the secret realm. Su Chen's guess was not wrong. Natural disasters were frequently occurring in various places, coinciding with the discovery of secret realms. This matter was most likely caused by human factors. Without delay, after a brief discussion, Su Chen and the others decided to pursue that group of secret realm professionals. Xiong Yuanjing took the lead and traversed several leveling areas, but they still did not find any trace of the other party. Near a LV-28 swamp area, they completely lost the trail. The area was filled with swamp toxins, and the atmosphere was incredibly chaotic, leaving Xiong Yuanjing unable to gather any useful information. Helpless, Su Chen and the others could only rush in. However, after a thorough search, they still found no trace of the other party, and even after leaving the area, it was the same. Xiong Yuanjing sighed helplessly. The clues end here. I don't know if it's because this place has erased their aura or for some other reason. But in any case, we haven't found anyone. Xiong Yuanjing felt somewhat complicated. The first task after joining the team ended in failure. It made him seem like a high-level player with low abilities. Naturally, Su Chen and the others did not share this view. After all, the task itself carried a lot of uncertainty, and no one would blame Xiong Yuanjing for it. He patted the other's shoulder and smiled to comfort him. It's okay, the monk can run, but the temple can't. We now know that enemies have infiltrated. Even if we don't find anything further, this task will likely yield a good amount of rewards. What Su Chen referred to was the reward quantity for purchasing the qualification. For cultivation fruits, the base was 10, but since they had discovered significant clues this time, the rewards would surely be substantial. Although he knew Su Chen was just comforting him with nice words, his mood improved considerably. Just as Su Chen said, tasks were inherently filled with uncertainty. No one could guarantee that they would successfully complete every task. Let's call it a day for now. If we finish exploring these leveling areas and still have no other clues, perhaps we can slightly change our approach. Su Chen's words caught everyone's attention, and he smiled. The patrol tasks are not only being done by our small team, we can go to the local hunting hall and try our luck. Perhaps information that is useless to others could be the key to completing our task? They initially thought Su Chen had some brilliant idea to save this patrol task, but was it really just this? Everyone was a competitor. Even if the information was useless, they wouldn't just give it away for free. Moreover, this time the hunting hall had released too many tasks related to the secret realm. Anyone with a bit of common sense knew that even a trivial piece of information, if encountered by the right person, could sell for a sky-high price. By then, even if they wanted to buy, they would likely be seen as easy targets to be taken advantage of, which was really not worth it. Time flies quickly. After Su Chen and the others had patrolled the entire task area, they had already reached the afternoon of the 6th day. At this point, the few of them looked somewhat fatigued, no longer displaying the joy they had when they first received the task. Especially Xiong Yuanjing. Over these days, he had frequently used his abilities, and a chaotic mix of scents surged up to his head, nearly making him faint. During this time, they also detected some world aura from the secret realm, but just like before, it vanished without a trace once they reached a certain area. This led Su Chen and the others to overturn their previous assumptions. That group of secret realm professionals might have used special disguises to eliminate their residual aura as much as possible, avoiding exposure. This made what was originally a relatively simple task suddenly much more difficult. As a result, after thoroughly checking around 30 areas, they hadn't seen a single shadow of the professionals from the secret realm. The only thing worth celebrating was that after a few days of casual leveling, Su Chen finally reached LV-27. He was one step closer to LV-30. At the same time, it also brought a faint sadness to Su Chen. Leveling up too quickly might not be a good thing. He still hadn't gathered a complete set of LV-20 purple gear, and where would he find equipment for LV-30? But this was also partly Su Chen's fault. Because there had been no one who leveled up faster than him. Most students, after equipping the Qinkun lock, would take at least 3 months to progress from LV-20 to LV-30. After finishing their cultural classes, their speed might be slightly faster, but none could match Su Chen, who had touched LV-30 in less than 2 months during the school term. In such a short time, let alone top-tier equipment, having any equipment at all was already quite good. Returning from the wild to Donghai City, Su Chen planned to go to the local hunting hall to try his luck, as per their earlier plan. Everyone had little expectation for this, thinking it was just the last task process before leaving. When the few of them entered the hunting hall, the flow of professionals was as bustling as ever. The massive crowd was comparable to a train station. Countless tasks appeared in people's minds in an extremely subtle form due to special formations. Many professionals were lost in thought, staring intently at a certain point ahead, looking as if they were hallucinating from eating poisonous mushrooms. Their hands gestured in the air, without headphones, muttering something under their breath. These people were actually establishing contact with the task hall in their minds, searching for tasks suitable for themselves. After circling around, just as expected, there was no discussion about the recently popular patrol task. Clearly, they also knew that the rewards for this task were substantial and didn't want to leak the information they had. So there really is no news? Su Lingyun sighed, her mood somewhat downcast. After nearly a week of high-intensity patrolling, even for her, a legendary professional, her legs felt a bit unresponsive at this moment. Her feet were numb while walking. As expected, Lu Mingchang was still somewhat spirited, looking around with a curious expression. This task has been issued hundreds of times just in one city. If it were that easy to complete, would it still be our turn? Although, sigh. Su Lingyun wanted to say something more, but the words stuck in her throat, and she could only helplessly sigh. At that moment, several urgent tasks suddenly appeared before them. Missing person notice, suitable level, none, task content, search for the missing Yao Yao. If you have any clues or find the real person, please contact Master Chen at Heji Steamed Bun Shop on Manhwa Street, Southeast City. Photo and detailed information attached. Task reward 200,000 gold coins. Not only Su Chen and his group, but even other professionals received the task prompt simultaneously, letting out soft exclamations. Just as Su Chen was about to check the specific task details casually, the originally somewhat quiet hunting hall was suddenly pierced by a wail, followed by heart-wrenching cries. Su Chen, who was checking the tasks, was startled and instinctively shivered. What's going on? He turned his head to see a man and a woman sitting on the ground in the distance, crying loudly, though he couldn't quite make out what they were saying. He gestured to his teammates and stepped forward. At the entrance, guards were already preparing to intervene. How could such an absurd scene occur in the Grand Hunting Hall? Someone was actually mourning here. But before the guards could act, the surrounding professionals began to wipe their tears simultaneously, and soon they too were sitting on the ground, weeping. This left the guards somewhat bewildered. What was happening? This was a place for making money and taking on tasks, not a funeral parlor. Could they not be more mindful of the occasion? At the same time, more and more red emergency tasks appeared before everyone present. The issuers were different, but the content was all missing person notices. By the time Su Chen and his group arrived, the place was already in chaos, and the man and woman were still crying out. But they could now hear the specific content clearly. Dear professionals, please help me, old he. My girl was fine just yesterday, but she suddenly went missing. I haven't been able to contact her for 2 days. This. As he spoke passionately, Old Sun's face turned red, and he choked on his words, unable to continue. It was the woman beside him who cried out, please help find my Yao Yao. She just had her 5th birthday, and nothing bad can happen to her. As they got closer, Su Chen and his group recognized that the speaker was the father, who had taken his daughter to set off fireworks. It was the opening of a shop and his daughter's birthday. He had let off many fireworks for her. Su Chen remembered this vividly. The others were also residents of that neighborhood. All like this couple, having lost their children and coming to the hunting hall for help. Those earlier red emergency tasks were issued by them. At that moment, Xiong Yuanzhang, standing behind Su Chen, was twitching his nose, looking at the man named Old He with a serious expression. He leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered, those people have the aura of a secret realm. Su Chen frowned, looking at the man and woman still crying on the ground. You mean, they are disguised secret realm professionals? He scanned the information of these people. They were all ordinary people whose levels were not even as high as his, and they certainly didn't look like people from the secret realm. No, those people have been close to them. To be precise, the target is the children from that neighborhood. I don't know why, but I always feel there's an even more sinister aura entangled with them. It's not just about their levels, it might also involve some evil rituals. We need to be careful. The more Xiong Yuanzhang explained, the heavier Su Chen's heart felt. How did a simple patrol task lead to so much trouble? Although Su Chen hated the unpredictability of tasks, he couldn't ignore the clues right in front of him. He walked up to Old He and softly said, Old He, tell me where your daughter was before she went missing. I might be able to help you. As he spoke, he took down the missing person notice that Old He had posted. At that moment, Old He's eyes were red and swollen. Hearing someone speak to him, he lifted his head, revealing an extremely youthful face. The surrounding sounds of piercing cries and his own wails made it hard for Old He to hear what the young man was saying. He let out a sound of surprise, his gaze slightly dazed. Su Chen repeated his earlier words, and upon hearing them, Old He excitedly hugged Su Chen's thigh, shaking it and pleading continuously. Please save Yao Yao. She's still so young. She must just be lost. She can still be found. After saying this, Old He's eyes reddened again. A woman nearby also came over, grabbing Su Chen's thigh and sobbing uncontrollably. Su Chen had never encountered such a scene before. His mind went blank, not knowing where to place his hands, just repeatedly shouting for them to get up. It was Lu Mingcheng, who was still in good spirits, that reacted quickly. He hurriedly squatted down and helped old he and his wife up. Su Lingyun softly comforted them from the side. Please calm down for a moment and tell us what you know. To be honest, a week ago we saw you setting off fireworks for the children at your door. I still have some impression of Yao Yao. Perhaps because Su Lingyun had a sweet appearance, her words seemed to have a soothing power, and old he and his wife gradually stopped crying, beginning to recount the events leading up to Yao Yao's disappearance. Su Chen led the couple outside the hunting hall to a relatively quiet tea house to discuss in detail. Once their emotions stabilized, old he's expression became much calmer. He poured tea for Su Chen and the others and began to narrate what had happened. According to old he, on the day of the disappearance, Yao Yao was playing with friends on a nearby street. At that time, the sounds of children laughing and playing could still be heard. When he called his daughter home for dinner, he realized that at some point, Yao Yao and her playmates had already left the area. Old he hadn't thought much of it at the time, assuming she had just gone to play with other nearby children. But when he searched all the homes of the nearby kids, old he became completely panicked. At that moment, other parents also came looking for their children, and when old he realized something was wrong, he hurried to report it to the police in Donghai City. After a series of surveillance checks and investigations, no trace of the children was found. The surveillance footage showed the children laughing and playing one moment, and the next moment, they disappeared from the camera, never to be seen again. Faced with such a bizarre situation, the police also understood that the children must have encountered some supernatural force. This is what people often refer to as main combat or support professionals. The powers they wield are called supernatural by ordinary people. It wasn't until the investigation yielded no results that old he and the others thought to come to the hunting hall for help. But he was also a clever man, knowing that simply posting a task would not be timely enough. So he joined forces with other parents to stage this scene of crying. It couldn't be said to be an act. After all, when he truly cried, old he couldn't control his emotions, sobbing even harder than his wife. After understanding the basic situation, Su Chen looked at Xiong Yuanzheng. Xiong Yuanzheng nodded, knowing it was his turn to step in. He cleared his throat and asked old he, "We have a general understanding of Yao Yao's situation. Do you remember the last place the little girl was seen?" Old he nodded. He could never forget such a thing. He drove the group to an overgrown, abandoned park and said, "Before the footage disappeared, Yao Yao came here with her friends. Previously, the police comrades had helped us investigate, but no useful clues were found. Originally, they had already reported this to their superiors, and soon a senior professional would come over, but I can't wait any longer. Every second of delay increases the danger to Yao Yao." Su Chen understood Lao He's mindset and could only comfort him not to worry. At this moment, Xiong Yuanzhang was already sniffing around on the ground, walking in a certain direction. On the night he arrived in Donghai City, he had a close encounter with a little girl named Yao Yao. It was like the vibrant vitality emanating from the forest in the early morning, which he remembered vividly. But now, that fresh scent was enveloped by a foul odor, causing him to feel a strong disgust. The crowd began to move forward following Xiong Yuanzheng's footsteps. The foul smell seemed to guide everyone like a beacon in the night. Although the odor gradually dissipated with the passage of time and distance, the freshness unique to Yao Yao left a trail in the air that only Xiong Yuanzheng could perceive. Realizing they were too far away, he called Lao He to drive the car, stopping and starting as they began to pursue. Lao He, who was driving, occasionally glanced at Xiong Yuanzheng, waiting for his next instruction. Seeing Xiong Yuanzheng's increasingly serious expression, Lao He couldn't help but feel nervous. "Little brother, how is it? Can you find Yao Yao?" Xiong Yuanzheng nodded, then said to Su Chen, "I estimate we need support. The foul smell over there is too strong. I suspect the situation over there is very complicated. Perhaps the place where Yao Yao is located is the other party's secret realm." After saying this, he gestured to Lao He, "Take the suburban road and keep going straight." The car began to head towards the suburbs. Su Chen was also reporting at the task center of the Divine Martial Academy. A response came back quickly. A derivative task for the patrol mission was formed, with the reward changing from the original 10 to 100 to now 100. At the same time, investigation tasks were sent to other students of the nearby Divine Martial Academy. Soon, a friend request popped up. "Shui Tianjiu LV46 Holy Radiance Knight has sent you a friend request." Upon seeing the name, Su Chen couldn't help but show a strange expression. If he remembered correctly, this Shui Tianjiu was touted as the Academy's top genius in recent years. But awkwardly, all the dungeon records she could leave in the first 2 layers had been broken by Su Chen and his group. Even those that didn't make the rankings had been cleared by Su Chen. As a result, the nickname Shui Lao gradually spread within the academy, which was obviously not very pleasant for a girl. Su Chen could only pray that this Shui Tianjiu would be easier to communicate with, otherwise this task would indeed be a bit difficult. He chose to accept Shui Tianjiu's friend request. Before long, a message popped up from the other side. "Send me a location, I'm rushing back from outside." The city. If there's anything, wait for me to return before taking action. Clearly, the information Su Chen reported had raised the difficulty of the task by several levels. This might have already exceeded what they could handle. Su Chen looked at Xiong Yuanzhang and asked, "How much further do we have to go?" Feeling the increasingly close breath of Yao Yao, Xiong Yuanzhang pondered for a moment. "I estimate we have less than 10 minutes left." Su Chen nodded, pointing to a spot ahead. "There's a supply station up ahead. Old He, you two get off here and leave the matter of finding Yao Yao to us. There may be danger ahead, it's not safe for you to follow," Su Chen added. Old He was a sensible person. Although he was anxious, he had no choice but to cooperate with Su Chen, hoping to find Yao Yao as soon as possible. After dropping off Old He and his wife, Su Chen and the others continued forward until an abandoned factory appeared in their sight, at which point Xiong Yuanjing slowed the vehicle. He sniffed the air and said with great certainty, "It's inside that factory. Not only is Yao Yao there, but there's also a large amount of secret realm energy hidden inside." Su Chen changed into his full gear and said seriously, "This is not a side quest, everyone must stay alert." "Old Lu, what level is your soul return technique?" At Lu Mingcheng held up his fingers, indicating 6. "Everyone need not worry, we have 6 soul return marks now. As long as the healing keeps up, it won't be so easy for anyone to die." This undoubtedly served as a calming agent for everyone, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, what they were about to face could be practitioners from the secret realm world. No one could predict the specific situation, and even Su Chen cautiously chose to report the situation upward. When they were still some distance from the factory, Xiong Yuanjing parked the car and the group proceeded on foot. Su Chen discussed battle details with the others while replying to Shui Tianzhou. "Where are you?" Su Chen typed back, "At the entrance of the enemy's lair. Hurry up. 20 minutes away. Wait for me." Su Chen wanted to urge the other party to speed up, but after thinking it over, he deleted all the edited messages. In the end, he only wrote one thing: as soon as possible. Inside the abandoned factory, a dozen wild-looking figures, their faces smeared with paint, were surrounding a small altar in the center, constantly bowing and kneeling. Dozens of children were hanging from the altar. Their mouths were sealed with tape, and no matter how they cried, all that came out was a low, muffled sound. Transparent flames burned on the altar, continuously scorching the bodies of the children. Strangely, their bodies showed no signs of injury, but their skin, which should have been full of collagen, gradually became loose, appearing extremely aged. The trembling bodies from fear caused the ropes hanging the children to sway back and forth, with some swinging so much that they even tangled together. At that moment, beneath the altar, a tall, thin man wearing a crown made of beautiful tail feathers, after finishing his worship, shouted to the nearby kneeling figure, "Claude." His voice was hoarse and harsh, completely unlike a normal man's. "Please give your orders, priest." Claude replied respectfully, "I sense the presence of rats. It seems you have brought back something unclean." Claude's body trembled, his head nearly touching the ground. "It is my fault," he apologized to the priest. "Please give me some time, I will take care of them. I will ensure it is done before the sacrifice is completed. Please rest assured." The priest nodded and said no more, while Claude's body gradually became transparent and disappeared from the spot. After Claude left, the priest knelt down again before the altar. The others followed suit, bowing their heads in unison. With each bow, the transparent flames burning on the altar grew stronger, and the children's vital energy rapidly dissipated. "So, are we really going to wait for that Shui Tianjiao?" Ji Hao raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Chen. In his opinion, even if they encountered high-level professionals, with the strength of their team, it was still uncertain who would win or lose. Especially with Su Chen at the front, and the 5 of them already having the soul return mark prepared, he felt completely unafraid. "Waiting a little longer won't cost us anything," Su Chen replied irritably. What was this guy so anxious about at such a critical moment? Besides, I have a bad feeling, like I'm being watched, and it's giving me goosebumps. Although the sense of crisis wasn't strong, Su Chen still felt a wave of unease. He kept observing his surroundings, alert to any signs of movement. What Su Chen didn't notice was that behind him, Xiang Yuan was now with his eyes tightly closed, and hair was starting to grow inch by inch on his surface. His nose twitched, his brows furrowed. Despite the surrounding silence, he felt a chilling sensation. Even the bearman form was stimulated to activate, yet Xiong Yuan still didn't realize where the threat was coming from. Suddenly, a strong, pungent stench hit him. Now, not only Xiong Yuan but even Su Chen sensed the impending danger. A dark-skinned man, dressed like a wild man and holding a dagger, emerged from behind Xiong Yuan. The cold gleam flickered as it swiftly aimed for Xiong Yuan's back. The intense sense of danger was screaming in warning, and Xiong Yuan, completely transformed into his bearman form, his body swelling, and even his attributes were significantly enhanced. But the dagger, surrounded by a rich green light, still plunged fiercely into Xiong Yuan. Due to the sudden change in size, the dagger that was originally aimed at his back ended up only piercing into Xiong Yuan's thigh, which was a stroke of luck. -4,750. Even though the bearman form had tough skin and flesh, this sudden strike startled everyone present. Suchin turned around sharply, only to see that the strange man actually wanted to swing his weapon again, aiming to finish off the severely injured Xiong Yuan. He quickly used taunt, letting out a low growl. The battle axe was raised high, and with the opponent's astonished expression, it came crashing down right in the center of his chest. Minus 25,871. The damage of over 25,000 hit this man, causing Su Chen's pupils to constrict as he hurriedly checked the opponent's attributes. Savage Tribe Claude, boss level, LV32, health 148353/164000. Fortunately, he was just an ordinary boss level enemy. While Su Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt a bit wary of this wild man, Claude. It wasn't that he was afraid of him, despite the guy's high level. In terms of strength, he was clearly not as outrageous as the previous bosses they had encountered. But this stealthy ambush that went unnoticed by everyone had directly caused Xiong Yuan to suffer heavily. If it weren't for the decent defense of the bearman form, an ordinary profession would have probably already knelt down. Feeling the intense pain in his leg, Xiong Yuan roared angrily, drawing a long sword from his waist, flames erupting fiercely from it as he slashed forward. Minus 2,904. Minus 210. Minus 201. 321. Xiong Yuan's output wasn't high due to the lack of a purple weapon and the level suppression between them. However, thanks to the special effect of the flaming long sword, he still inflicted a burn status on Claude. How dare a mere LV32 ordinary boss like you attack us? The remaining few reacted just as quickly. Ji Hao and Lu Mingcheng, the two assistants, were the first to cast healing skills on Xiong Yuanzhang, whose severely depleted health quickly returned to a healthy state. Su Lingyun unleashed the Starburst formation, with starlight continuously leaping out from the circle beneath her feet, bombarding Claude all over. Minus 4,505. Minus 4,210. Minus 3,870. Minus 4,150. A barrage of damage struck, leaving Claude's mind blank as he struggled to deal with a few mere rats. As a warrior from a savage tribe, how could he be so suppressed by these obviously weaker rats? A flicker of anger flashed in Claude's eyes. He wanted to crush these rats one by one and turn them into sacrificial offerings. Perhaps the Lord God would grant us even more power. With this thought, Claude hurriedly escaped the attack range of the Starburst formation, preparing to enter stealth mode again and take down that clumsy bear with a single blow. But how could the already alert team allow Claude to have his way? A frenzied assault ensued, causing Claude, who had not yet entered stealth, to suffer a drastic drop in health. He fell below 20%, entering a berserk state. Su Chen dared to face off head-on, let alone this ordinary boss with just a slightly higher level? With the bombardment of his teammates' skills, Su Chen, with just a shield counterattack, brought the frenzied Claude to the brink of death. Claude's bones were shattered by Su Chen's heavy blow, leaving him unable to move as he lay on the ground. Yet his crimson eyes remained fixed on Su Chen. The priest will not let go. Before he could finish, Su Chen stepped on Claude's head, the terrifying force instantly killing the already weakened Claude, who then transformed into a mass of light and scattered on the ground. After a quick glance and finding only green gear, Su Chen paid it no mind. His gaze fell on the abandoned factory ahead. The nauseating aura began to spread rapidly around him without needing to be sensed. He vaguely heard the terrified cries and sobs of children inside. Although the sounds were muffled, as if someone had covered their mouths, they still made Su Chen's heart leap to his throat. At this moment, Su Chen could no longer care whether Shui Tianjia could arrive in time. He quickly ran forward, calling to his teammates, "Hurry up, we don't have time." The others were not foolish. Seeing Su Chen's anxious demeanor, they hurried to catch up, but fate was not on their side. Just as Su Chen reached the factory entrance, a group of similarly dressed monsters charged out. They wielded various weapons, but all were boss-level enemies, albeit only around level 28, slightly weaker than Claude. However, this level was no longer effective in forming a level suppression against Su Chen. His strength could be maximized. The supportive auras from his teammates appeared above his head, and Su Chen felt his combat power surge. You have received basic bloodlust enhancement. Attack increased by 100 points. Attack speed increased by 10 points. Lasts 200s. You have received super speed aura enhancement. Attack speed increased by 40 points. Lasts 100s. You have received mighty strength spirit enhancement. Attack increased by 150 points. Lasts 200s. He swung his axe at the savage tribe boss that had charged close, the battle axe carrying a heavy, domineering momentum, striking down hard on the boss's right shoulder. The boss raised his weapon to block, but the terrifying force left him with no ability to retaliate. Fear appeared in the boss's eyes. With a sickening sound, a deep gash that could be seen to the bone sliced from the boss's right shoulder to his left chest. Terrifying damage surged from his head. Minus 40,808. But that was not the And Su-chen unleashed his bloodlust, quickly delivering 3 consecutive strikes that slammed hard into the boss's chest. -12,131, -14,720, -17,391. The boss's health plummeted wildly, and in an instant, half of its health was knocked off by Su-chen. If other professionals saw this, they would surely be shocked to drop their jaws, as this was a boss-level creature of the same rank. Although for many, facing such a level of monster one-on-one is far from stressful. But the unparalleled shock brought by this terrifying damage is beyond any language to describe. The boss let out a miserable howl and fell out, and the other Savage Tribe bosses instinctively took a step back, a flicker of fear crossing their faces. Just as they wanted to retreat back to the factory, it seemed they recalled something. Their bodies paused, and then they picked up their weapons, rushing towards Su-chen. There were about 10 of them. No mages, all melee professions. But the bad news was that all these people had the boss-level template. This put immense pressure on Su-chen, who was protecting Ji-hao and the others behind him, and then a super battle unfolded. Both sides immediately began to unleash powerful skills. But compared to the melee bosses of the Savage Tribe, Su Lingyun, wielding a purple weapon and capable of unleashing large-scale skills, was the core of this battle. Her long hair danced as she waved her staff, and a scorching heat began to rise from her body. Huge fireballs the size of water tanks rained down from the sky, piercing through the clouds and smashing through the factory roof, continuously bombarding the bosses ahead. -7,048, -7,874, -8,022, 8,142, -7,589, -7,980. Dense damage numbers rose from the heads of the opposing bosses, whose health plummeted under the terrifying fire rain. Flames obscured their vision, and the vast coverage of that skill left them nowhere to escape. Taking advantage of the chaos, Su-chen pursued and delivered a violent slash, directly killing a boss. Wielding a spear on the spot. After killing the boss, Su-chen quickly changed the battlefield, weaving through the group of bosses, continuously striking at their thin health. The originally tense and fierce battle was instantly tilted by Su Lingyun's fire rain, and the scales of victory began to lean towards Su-chen. Donghai City Meteorological Monitoring Station. This was originally a regular monitoring station for detecting local daily temperature changes and extreme weather. At this moment, deep underground, a transparent light curtain enveloped a huge sand table. If one looked closely, they would find that this was a miniature model of the entire Donghai City, reduced by an unknown number of times. In reality, the transparent light shield also covered the entire Donghai City. Just then, a monitor suddenly saw a large number of fire attribute extraordinary particles gathering in a certain area of the suburbs, bombarding the abandoned factory in the sand table. The monitor widened his eyes, looking in disbelief at the sand table. Who would dare to unleash powerful skills in the city? These days? Judging by the intensity, it was estimated to be around LV-30. So brave? Aren't they afraid of being caught by the extraordinary law enforcement team? He was just about to call his colleagues over to watch, but suddenly a towering black mist erupted from the factory. The monitor's mouth dropped open, his body seemingly frozen in time, unable to move. It wasn't until a few seconds later that he snapped back to reality and shouted loudly, "Not good!" Everyone in the base was drawn over by the shout of the inspector. They looked anxious, and a bald man at the front was loudly muttering, "What's wrong, Shijia? If you don't say something about 4 or 5 to 6, just wait and see if I don't deal with you today." Seeing the base supervisor approach, the inspector Chijia pulled him over to the sand table, pointing at the place where black mist was rising. "Supervisor, look, it's the aura of the secret realm world. It actually triggered such a huge commotion. Could it be that some terrifying mutation has occurred?" The bald supervisor's expression was serious as he stared at the sand table. After a moment, he began issuing orders. "Contact the high-level professionals of the City Defense Army. Temporarily classify this incident as disaster level C. Hurry up." The bald supervisor urged Inspector Chijia, then turned to the others and said, "Quickly relay the message to the residents near the factory. Let them be prepared and evacuate in time if necessary." After saying this, he began to manipulate the sand table, and a light curtain descended from the sky, quickly enveloping the entire factory. Meanwhile, on Su-chen's side, as he killed this group of bosses, he also felt the eruption of that evil aura. It was different from the feeling of being infected by the dark primordial insect. The aura coming from inside the factory made Su-chen feel an inexplicable disgust. He heard the low whimpering sounds coming from within and hurriedly ran forward. At that moment, a light curtain descended from the sky, enveloping the entire factory. Su-chen crashed into the light curtain and was violently bounced back. At this time, the ritual was at its final step. The priest had burned the transparent flames to the maximum, and the life force of the suspended children had dropped to freezing point, yet they were still one step away from completion. Indeed, this place is still different from the Empire, the priest sighed, stopping his kneeling motion. However, with those guys as nourishment, it should be about enough. His gaze seemed to penetrate the factory walls, watching Su-chan and the others. When the priest took a step forward, preparing to stretch his muscles, his expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. A light curtain quickly descended, wrapping the entire factory. The overwhelming oppressive force emanating from it made him realize that he had been discovered by the people of this world. This thwarted the priest's plan for murder and sacrifice. He felt a bit angry but was not worried about being trapped by the enemy. Behind the altar, a layer of spatial passage floated in the air, quietly hovering there. This was his confidence for escape, and the reason he placed the altar here. The priest took out a transparent crystal ball, gently stroking it with his palm, and in the next moment, a slightly surprised female face appeared inside. She looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "Priest of the savage tribe, what brings you here?" The priest revealed a slight smile, the heavy grease paint on his face adding a touch of mysterious charm to the smile. He said in a hoarse voice, "Our cooperation may have to come to an end." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman on the other side screamed, "What did you say?" She glared at the priest, gritting her teeth and enunciating each word. "We are still attracting the attention of those people in the outside world, and now you suddenly say the cooperation is ending. Do you know how much loss this has caused us? Could it be that you want to bring disaster to the savage tribe?" Facing the angry woman in the crystal ball, the priest shook his head and said sincerely, "Miss Zhuangyi, I am very sorry. Please forgive me for not collecting enough of the deceased's aura. While extracting the life essence from living children, I was discovered by the people here. The soul crystal is only a breath away from taking shape." He raised the crystal ball above his head, allowing the enormous light shield outside to appear in Zhuangyi's eyes. "I am trapped here by them, and now I only have two choices. One is to directly withdraw to the Twilight Empire and return to my savage tribe, but after so long of ritual, I fear I will never have the chance to form the soul crystal again." He paused and added, "Unless we kill again, causing large-scale casualties." The priest knew this was unrealistic, as their homeland was likely suffering from silent destruction and invasion at the same time. Every time the secret realm opened, both sides would suffer varying degrees of damage. Zhuangyi could not accept the outcome of spending such a high price without any gain, especially since the soul crystal was just a hair's breadth away from successfully condensing. She was even less willing to give up. Her voice became incredibly sharp with anger as she shouted at the priest, "What about the second one?" A barely perceptible strange smile appeared on the priest's face as he projected the figures of Su-chan and the others onto the crystal ball through the gap in the door wall. "I know you are very close to me. Come and kill them. Let me drain their life energy, and perhaps the soul crystal can be completely condensed." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuangyi on the other side calmed down, and there was a moment of silence within the crystal ball. After a long while, Zhuangyi coldly uttered a single word, "Okay." Somewhere in the city, Zhuangyi's chest heaved as she stared coldly at the crystal ball. This damned guy actually dared to use me. How could she not see the priest's intentions? Unfortunately, the soul crystal was something she desperately needed, fitting perfectly into her plans. Knowing it was a blatant scheme, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and go to the factory to kill Su-chan and the others, even if it might lead to her own demise. At this moment, nearly 15 professionals, indistinguishable from normal humans, stood behind her. If someone were to probe their information, the result would likely be completely normal. Bang! Zhuangyi crushed the crystal ball fiercely and turned to her subordinates. "Send back the information we gathered to the Empire. This time, we have a new mission." At the moment the priest was exposed, various forces quickly made their choices. Meanwhile, Su-chen and the others, located at the center of the vortex, looked solemnly at the suddenly descending light curtain. This was a small formation evolved from the city defense array of Donghai City. The meaning it represented was self-evident. The enemies hidden inside were no longer something they could intervene in. Soon, besides Shui Tianzhao arriving, other official powerhouses would come to support. But in that case, the lives of those children inside would. Thinking of the parents crying in the hunting hall, Su-chen fell silent. The opportunity was right in front of them, yet it was blocked by a thin light curtain. Su-chen let out a sigh. He had done what he was supposed to do. As for the outcome, he could only hope that those little ones would have some good luck. After collecting the spoils on the ground, Su-chen led his teammates away from the factory area until they returned to the small vehicle. But before he could catch his breath, a system prompt directly disrupted his plans. Mission upgrade: the truth of the disaster. Zhuangyi's assassination. Mission difficulty: mission content. Upgrade mission: you have entered the sight of a powerful professional who is locked onto your position through special means. Please survive this assassination. Mission reward: random mount ×1. Looking at the system task with a difficulty level of 5 stars, Su-chen felt an invisible pressure weighing down on him, making his expression extremely grim. 5 stars. What does that even mean? Back when Su-chen had not yet Reached LV-20, he was once hunted by a LV-34 assassin. Although in hindsight, that person probably wasn't doing too well, otherwise he wouldn't have been killed on the spot by a mere rookie like Su Chen. If it hadn't been for his promotion to LV-20 and obtaining the innate unmoving king as a life-saving trump card, the outcome could have been uncertain. Even that level of threat was only rated 4 stars. He couldn't fathom what kind of enemy in Donghai City would pose a 5-star danger to him. He turned to his teammates and shouted, "Get in the car quickly, prepare any usable items you have, enemies are coming. Don't hold back on any gems or sky tilt stones, embed them all into your equipment. Hurry!" Su Chen was the first to take out all the gems he had stored, especially the level 5 blue chalcedony he received as a reward from the academy trial. Seeing Su Chen so anxious, although Jihao and the others didn't know what was happening, they obediently followed suit. Xiong Yuanzheng, possessing special scouting abilities, took the wheel. He floored the gas pedal and began to speed away from the factory. Among the more than 10 bosses he had killed, Su Chen had the luck to find a purple necklace. Without even checking its attributes, he directly embedded the level 5 blue chalcedony into it. Wild necklace, purple, usable above LV-20 durability, 1000 health, 1025 constitution plus 21 strength plus 22 gem, blue chalcedony, level 5, health plus 8000 binding, health plus 521 mana plus 224. Glancing at the unexpectedly good attributes, Su Chen immediately replaced the dragon scale necklace, causing his health to surge past 20,000. The others followed suit, starting to embed the most life-saving blue chalcedony and red agate into their green gear. This was not the time to worry about money, but Su Chen's demeanor indicated that something significant was about to happen. As Su Chen took out the sky tilt stone, just as he was about to modify his equipment, a heavy earthen wall suddenly burst up from the road, directly blocking the car's path. Xiong Yuanzheng was startled by the sudden change and quickly jerked the steering wheel, slamming on the brakes. But the distance was too close. The already fast car had no time to make any significant adjustments and crashed straight into it. Bang! The front of the car was smashed to pieces, and both Xiong Yuanzheng and Su Chen in the front seat lost several thousand health points on the spot. The 3 in the back were also jolted hard, their already fragile bodies nearly gasping for breath. At the moment the car hit the earthen wall, Su Lingyun felt the world spin, and her vision went blank for a brief moment. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, realizing the collision was unavoidable. She instinctively released Starlight Impact towards the roof, the terrifying mana explosion directly flipping the roof off. Su Chen, protected by the innate unmoving king, wasn't truly injured, only losing some shield value. He saw the front of the car was on fire and hurriedly helped his teammates out from the roof. Just as they hadn't gotten far, the car exploded with a roar, and several torn metal shards flew through the air, one even embedding itself beneath Su Chen's feet, scaring everyone into a cold sweat. A massive stone rose from the road, and such a bizarre scene made it clear, even to the dullest, that a professional was targeting them. But who could it be? Those wildlings from the secret realm had already been nearly wiped out by them. With such doubts, Xiong Yuanzheng spotted a tall figure emerging from the sea of flames. She wore a sky blue mage's gown, and beside her floated an ancient book similar to the one in Lu Mingqing's hands. Behind her, 15 professionals followed, their aura firmly locking onto Su Chen and his group. But the appearance of the tall woman caused several people to change their expression simultaneously. For the moment they saw each other's attributes, they knew a fierce battle was inevitable. Perhaps someone might die here. Although there was Lu Mingqing's resurrection technique as a backup, no one wanted to experience real death. Vanguard Officer Zhuang Yi, Boss Level B, LV-39 Health for 68000/468000. With a level as high as LV-39 plus the boss template, she was undoubtedly the number 1 enemy for the group. The terrifying suppression from the huge level difference was a full 60% even for Su Chen, the highest level in the team. Not to mention Jihao and the others. As for the 15 professionals behind, Su Chen noticed that among them were a few who had previously caught Xiong Yuanzheng's attention. At this moment, they seemed to have taken off their masks, and the information above their heads was fully exposed. Fortunately, they were not like the boss group from the barbaric tribe. They were all elite minor monsters around LV-29, not too strong. Even so, just one Vanguard Officer Zhuang Yi could overpower all 5 of them. Su Chen took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Add speed buffs and escape quickly. I'll hold them off from behind." After saying that, he contacted Shui Tianjiu and sent a voice message, "Hurry up, we're about to be done for." Once everything was ready, Su Chen firmly raised his shield in front of his chest, protecting the 2 support members behind him. They absolutely could not die, they had to maintain the dual effects of resurrection and healing. Lu Mingqing picked up the spirit language manual, which glowed and opened on its own. A series of halos descended upon everyone's heads, and their combat power increased significantly. Faced with a nearly LV-40 boss, they had no intention of taking it head-on. The moment the halos appeared, they began to run sideways. The group moved quickly, causing Zhuang Yi, who still wanted to attack, to momentarily freeze in surprise. Then she covered her mouth and chuckled, looking at Su Chen and the others. Backs with amusement. If it weren't for the timing being inappropriate, I would really want to play with you little ones for a while. What a pity. The ancient book in her hand emitted a glow, and an orange light ball shot rapidly towards Su Chen and the others. Originally the size of a bowl, the light ball grew larger during its flight, and by the time it approached Su Chen, it had become a massive fireball with a diameter of 2 meters. Su Chen raised his shield to block. Facing the powerful level suppression, even with Su Chen using shield counterattack, he still lost a significant amount of shield value. -705. -885. The fireball exploded a second time, and despite a 95% damage reduction effect, it still dealt nearly 1,000 points of terrifying damage. If it had landed on Ji Hao and the others, it might have taken them out in one hit. Fortunately, Su Chen had just upgraded his equipment, so ensuring his safety in the short term was not a problem. He was just afraid that Ji Hao and the others would suddenly drop dead. Encountering an LV-39 Secret Realm professional in the city was something they had never anticipated. But what you fear will come. Behind Zhuang Yi, the professionals rushed out quickly, charging towards Su Chen and the others. She flipped through the ancient books in her hands, and a yellowish light flickered. A massive earthen wall, even larger than before, rose up from the ground, blocking the escape route of Su Chen and the others. Due to their low levels, none of them had learned flying skills yet. Faced with such an obstacle, they had no choice but to change direction and run sideways. This group of elite monsters was clearly not to be underestimated, and they quickly caught up. The leader was none other than the captain of the Secret Realm team who had first encountered Su Chen. He held a curved knife in his hand, grinning maliciously at Su Chen and the others. "You ignorant ants, I've tolerated you for long enough." He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. "Brothers, kill them. Lord Zhuang Yi will reward you handsomely." As soon as he finished speaking, the Secret Realm professionals behind him surrounded Su Chen and the others. They drew their weapons and charged forward. Facing the level 39 Zhuang Yi, Su Chen dared not act recklessly, but why should these elite monsters dare to flaunt their power in front of them? Dealing with these pathetic creatures, Su Chen activated shield counterattack and swung his axe. -42,556. Almost 90,000 health points were directly cut in half. The Secret Realm professional was so frightened by the battle axe that he nearly lost his mind. If it happened again, he might just die on the spot. In this world. But Su Chen didn't give him a chance to escape. With another swing of the axe, he cleaved the retreating elite monster in two. Blood gushed out. The smell of blood spread. Although these professionals were high-level, mere elite templates posed no threat to them. After just 2 rounds of skill attacks, Su Chen and the others had slain more than half of this group of professionals. The remaining few, terrified, retreated to Zhuang Yi's side. The battle ended so quickly that even Zhuang Yi, who wanted to watch the show, didn't realize that her subordinates had been cut down by 10. The remaining few were also covered in wounds, looking utterly disheveled. This left Zhuang Yi feeling absurd. These little mice who dared not fight her were actually this powerful? Looking at the bravest Su Chen, she shot an ice spear straight towards his chest. Su Chen reacted incredibly quickly, raising his shield, and 3 light spheres formed a defensive barrier, easily blocking the attack. However, the actual damage Su Chen suffered was not as simple as it seemed. -1,240. -558. Even with a 95% damage reduction, he still took over 1,000 points of terrifying damage. And the pitiful rebound damage didn't even scratch Zhuang Yi. If relying on rebound damage could kill the opponent, Su Chen and the others wouldn't be in such a sorry state, fleeing in all directions. Seeing Su Chen block her ice spear and still be able to bounce back and lead his teammates to escape, a hint of surprise appeared on Zhuang Yi's face. This guy is quite interesting. His strength is not as simple as it seems. She led a few subordinates to pursue, and the significant level difference brought a clear advantage at this moment. Even though Zhuang Yi was not particularly fast, Su Chen and the others, with their attributes greatly reduced, were slower than her. In no time, the distance between them closed again. A fire dragon several meters long flew from Zhuang Yi's hand, rushing towards the clouds at high speed, then crashing down directly in the path of Su Chen and the others. The fire dragon was too fast, it exploded in mid-air before it even landed. The violent shockwave sent Ji Hao and the other fragile ones flying, their bodies feeling as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer, experiencing excruciating pain. Even Xiong Yuan showed a pained expression. -7,805. -8,055. -6,547. -7,502. -375. Just the shockwave from the explosion caused their health to plummet to the bottom. Fortunately, Su Chen had mentioned updating the gem earlier, and the first choice now was naturally the blue chalcedony to increase health. So far, several people have over 10,000 health points, but their defenses are slightly lacking, unlike Su Chen, who was so sturdy. After Jihao was knocked down, he quickly got up and threw a large healing pill at Lu Mingcheng's head. Plus 2,340. Then various healing spells were used in succession, frantically pulling everyone's health back up. Plus 425. Plus 434. Plus 423. Plus 427. In no time, everyone's health had recovered to more than half. This is not a dungeon, so many methods are completely unrestricted. For someone like Jihao and Lu Mingcheng, whose healing skills have cooldowns, in such an urgent moment, the self-sustaining health potions are more useful. At least they provide an additional means of recovery. Su Chen himself has the buff of health like a dragon, and his shield value quickly returned to normal. He is not afraid of Zhuang Yi alone. Even if he can't win, at least he has a chance to save his life. But no one expected to encounter such a high-level secret realm practitioner in the suburbs. This caught Su Chen off guard. Now he can only barely resist the opponent's attacks, playing a turtle strategy. A boss of this level is simply not something their small team can handle. A moment's inattention could lead to total annihilation. Su Chen can only pray in his heart that Xue Tianjiao can arrive quickly. On the other side, Wang Wei is leading the city guards towards the suburban factory. They are riding flying mounts tamed by practitioners. These eagle-headed, lion-bodied monsters look like the legendary griffins. With their wings spread, they can fly far with just a gentle movement. Feeling the special fluctuations coming from below, Wang Wei scanned the area and discovered the two teams of Su Chen and Zhuang Yi engaged in battle. Rather than a battle, it would be more appropriate to say it was a one-sided crushing. He glanced at Zhuang Yi's basic information and, upon finding out it was just a LV-39 elite boss, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although he is only a LV-37 ordinary practitioner himself, he has several teammates behind him, and with their cooperation, killing a boss is not difficult. He stroked the griffin's head, making a strange call that sounded like he was conversing with the griffin. This group of griffins is very intelligent. Plus, Wang Wei's profession is a beast tamer, so communication between them is not difficult. The griffins quickly swooped down, heading straight for the center of the battlefield. The black dot appearing in the sky caught everyone's attention. Unsure if it was friend or foe, they all cautiously watched each other. It wasn't until Wang Wei and his 10 companions landed that Su Chen finally relaxed. Because the other side said nothing upon landing, he saw that the city guards, led by Wang Wei, were methodically surrounding Zhuang Yi. As for the remaining low-health elite monsters, they didn't even have the qualification to be looked at. Without needing anyone to speak, Su Chen took the lead and charged back with his teammates. The previous leaders, seeing Su Chen rushing over, instinctively took a step back, their faces filled with fear. If they knew the old trope from 100 years ago, they would be shouting at this moment, "Don't come over!" Unfortunately, Su Chen shattered the fantasy of this elite monster with just one axe. Minus 42,555. The violent damage exploded. This person didn't even have time to let out a scream before turning into a mass of light scattered on the ground. The bear-like Yuan Zhang, who followed behind, transformed into a bear human and swiftly slashed with his flaming sword. Facing the encirclement led by Wang Wei and the city guards, Zhuang Yi couldn't spare any effort to stop the massacre by Su Chen and his group. To put it bluntly, he was just a slightly higher level boss. His power was limited. Even against this group of well-trained city guards, he couldn't fully unleash his strength. The remaining elite monsters didn't last even half a minute before being turned into scraps by Su Chen and his companions. Now, only Zhuang Yi was left, and Su Chen no longer felt the initial trepidation. There was no need to flee randomly anymore. With so many level 30+ professionals holding the front line, they only needed to provide auxiliary damage from the periphery to take him down without injury. Just in case, Su Chen instructed Yuan Zhang to stay on the outside to protect the 3 fragile ones. He himself charged straight into the encirclement. Seeing the level 27 Su Chen rush in front of Zhuang Yi, Wang Wei and the others were all taken aback, wondering when he had gotten in. "Kid, come back!" Wang Wei shouted, rushing to the boss's front to replace Su Chen. At the same time, a griffin swooped down, letting out a sharp cry that made Zhuang Yi, who wanted to cast a spell to crush Su Chen, feel dizzy. Shadows appeared before her eyes. 7 or 8 Su Chens struck at her together, and Zhuang Yi tried to block but found herself swinging at nothing. That imposing battle axe struck her chest. Put! Blood gushed out. It was like cutting a major artery, and it couldn't be stopped. Minus 16,515. Zhuang Yi even had a bleeding status above her head, losing 500 health points every second. Don't be fooled by Zhuang Yi's somewhat disheveled appearance. As a boss, she was only suffering superficial wounds. Wang Wei, who rushed over, was wide-eyed at Su Chen's ferocity, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Goodness! How could a level 27 shield warrior be this fierce? Despite facing over half of the attribute's oppression, he could still deal such terrifying damage. This person must be wearing a full set of purple gear. He quickly glanced at Su Chen's equipment. More than half a set was purple, but there were still many pieces glowing green. They were just a bit more vibrant than ordinary items. This made Wang Wei drool, wishing he could strip Su Chen of his purple gear and wear it himself. But the timing wasn't right, so he had to give up. Taking a few steps back, he whistled, and the griffins circling in the air quickly dove down. Some of them even glimmered with elemental light, and with a swoosh, their attacks landed directly on Zhuang Yi. -2457, -1889, -2022, -2214. Although the damage wasn't high, it still forced Zhuang Yi into a flurry of activity. Surrounded by so many professionals, let alone her being a level 39 boss, even if she were a lord-level boss, it would be a disturbance. If a lord-level boss were present, wouldn't they just pick up all of Su Chen's group and throw them around? They were simply not on the same level. And don't underestimate the city guards as just a group of ordinary professionals. Their griffins could enhance their master's combat power to a certain extent. This was a reward specifically given to these professionals by the local authorities. Once a professional bonded with a mount, the mount would provide a certain degree of attribute enhancement to the master. The specific effect depended on the mount's quality and level, and its value was much higher than that of weapons of the same level. Not to mention these flying combat mounts, which were outrageously expensive. With Zhuang Yi's firepower suppression gone, the output environment for Su Lingyun and the others improved significantly, allowing them to unleash their firepower freely. 80%, 68%, 54%, 37%. Zhuang Yi's health plummeted, quickly losing more than half. She exerted all her strength, yet still couldn't escape from this group of professionals, and 2 pages of her ancient book were knocked away. Zhuang Yi's face turned pale. She knew that if she didn't quickly get away from these guys, there would likely be even more terrifying strong opponents waiting for her in this strange world. Fortunately, she took out a space scroll and, before anyone could react, tore it in half. A space passage appeared, and Zhuang Yi leaped into it. However, just as she was about to leave, she suddenly reached out and grabbed a delicate white hand materializing from behind Su Chen. It pulled him into the passage. Then they quickly vanished from the spot. Not good. Seeing the scene, everyone was shocked. This boss could actually take Su Chen with her as she left. What did she want to do? Jihao and the others looked even more grim. Their connection with Su Chen was gradually fading. Even Xiong Yuanzhang frowned as the space passage blocked his perception. He had no idea where Su Chen had been taken. But at that moment, Xiong Yuanzhang suddenly turned around, looking towards the abandoned factory, his expression a mix of surprise and relief. Inside the factory, Zhuang Yi used a space scroll to pass through the light barrier and appeared right next to the altar. Su Chen stumbled out of the passage. Being forcibly pulled into a teleportation passage by a boss was indeed a first for him. He gripped his weapon instinctively, observing his surroundings. He saw transparent flames burning fiercely, roasting a group of elderly-looking children. The whimpering sounds that could still be faintly heard from outside had now turned into breaths resembling those of the elderly. Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. What happened? Why did it turn out like this? Su Chen didn't know, but it felt as if something was blocking his heart, making even his breathing heavy. He couldn't bear to see these things. Let alone a group of children who should be laughing and playing, being treated like pigs, suspended in the air, continuously roasted by strange flames. His gaze fell on a wild man adorned with a beautiful feathered crown. A red light flickered behind him, symbolizing his identity as the chief boss. Unlike the boss he had seen earlier, this one, although also a chief-level boss, gave Su Chen a vague sense of threat. He quickly checked its attributes, and the result made his heart sink. Higher level than Zhuang Yi. Savage. Tribe, High Priest, Chief-level boss, LV 41 health, 486-200/486-200 facing 2 high-level chief bosses in a not-so-spacious enclosed factory. Su Chen felt immense pressure. But at this point, he could only fight with his back against the wall and take on the 2 bosses. He shouted angrily, and the axe light slashed out at high speed, targeting the wild priest. But what Su Chen didn't expect was that the other party had already made a move the moment he laid eyes on him. The priest summoned the transparent flames from the altar, and as Su Chen's axe light struck, flames suddenly erupted from the ground, enveloping Su Chen entirely. -12,647. Over 10,000 points of terrifying damage appeared on Su Chen for the first time. Although the damage was absorbed by the innate unmoving king, such a frightening scene still shocked Su Chen. The transparent flames were an area of effect skill capable of bypassing the defense mechanism of shield counterattack, thus inflicting all the damage directly on him. The priest raised his palm upward, and the transparent flames surged again. Despite Su Chen dodging as much as possible to the side, his pitiful speed attribute still left him burned all over. -12,445. In just a moment, Su Chen's shield value dropped by nearly 30,000. Now Su Chen understood where the difficulty of this 5-star mission came from. The source was right here. Plus 2,200. Plus 2,200. Plus 2,200. Fortunately, vitality like a dragon was continuously restoring Su Chen's shield value. Although it wasn't high, he was confident that if the priest boss only had this flame attack, it would be very difficult to break through his innate unmoving king. But at this moment, Su Chen forgot about the boss, Zhuang Yi, who had brought him in. Ancient books swirled in her hands, and vast elemental particles gathered within, forming a wave-like phantom in the air. As Zhuang Yi cast her spell, the wave became more and more solid until it finally burst forth from the void. The raging wave swept through the entire abandoned factory. In an instant, the seawater engulfed Su Chen, then crashed against the surrounding walls. With a loud bang, the factory walls shattered into countless fragments, and the building rapidly collapsed as its bottom support disappeared. The entire abandoned factory was directly smashed to pieces by Zhuang Yi alone. At this moment, the transparent light shield outside was still emitting a soft glow, maintaining the destruction within the formation. But the enormous commotion could not be hidden from anyone. Moreover, Xiong Yuan had already locked onto the aura and rushed over with his team. They watched the incredibly brutal battle scene inside and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Su Chen. Wang Wei's face turned pale, and he quickly called out to the observation platform. "Remove the city formation, we have someone trapped inside." His voice was loud, but in the noisy scene no one could hear what he was saying, let alone the group of inspectors on the other side. With no other choice, Wang Wei had to input text roughly explaining the situation. The other side reacted quickly, promptly retracting the defensive formation. Even though they responded swiftly, the battle inside continued unabated. The two boss-level figures relentlessly bombarded Su Chen. Damage surged like a tide, especially the wild priest, whose controlled transparent flames could inflict massive damage on Su Chen each time. Zhuang Yi was no fool. Upon realizing Su Chen's weakness, she quickly adjusted her strategy. She suppressed him with large-scale spells. After taking heavy hits in succession, even Su Chen was momentarily dazed. Everything before him was pitch black. He could only vaguely sense skills continuously landing on him, which were then blocked by the emerging innate unmoving king. The output speed of the two bosses increased continuously, and the transparent light shield surrounding Su Chen was on the verge of collapse, as if it could shatter at any moment. This made Zhuang Yi's eyes light up. This broken turtle shell was finally about to be smashed. But what he didn't know was that the recovery speed of vitality like a dragon was inversely proportional to the remaining health. The shield value was the same, from previously plus 2,200 per second to plus 4,400, and now to plus 6,600. When Su Chen stubbornly endured a round of bombardment from the two bosses, his shield value finally stabilized at around 47%, and it began to rise at a terrifying speed of 6,600 shield points per second. At this moment, Zhuang Yi and the wild priest unleashed all their power in the shortest time possible. But even so, Su Chen still stood firm over there. As the damage weakened, the might of vitality like a dragon that erupted from Su Chen could not be suppressed at all. The shield value skyrocketed. In just a short while, it returned to 80% of the safety line. From the original plus 6,600, it changed back to the current plus 2,200. This scene was just revealed as the formation dissipated, and the crowd that had just barged in took it all in. Looking at Su Chen, who faced two major bosses with a cold expression, axe in hand, everyone felt a surge of shock in their hearts, especially the city guards like Wang Wei, who looked at Su Chen as if he were a monster. What kind of freak is this? He can actually withstand the frenzied output of two bosses without dying. Even they, when alone, would probably kneel in such a situation. Not to mention being able to confront the bosses. But they were unaware that in this short time, even with the protection of the innate unmoving king, Su Chen had almost been knocked out. Although he hadn't taken any damage, the fact that he was being pressured and attacked by the two bosses the whole time was true. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his handsome image at the last moment, which could be considered a successful save. The reactions of Ji Hao and the others were much smaller. Although Su Chen hadn't revealed any information about the SSS level skill to them, after being in a team for a long time, they inevitably learned some specific details. For example, they knew that the glowing orb that surrounded Su Chen all day was a super strong defensive skill. They had never seen anyone truly break it. Moreover, combined with that incomprehensible recovery skill, it made it even more daunting, leaving them unsure of how to face Su Chen. At this moment, Zhuang Yi and the wild man priest shared this sentiment. Watching Su Chen, who was swaying but not falling, their eyes were filled with anger yet also helplessness. They had tried every method they could think of, but they just couldn't break that seemingly thin yet incredibly tough protective light shield. The previously effective transparent flames had also completely extinguished after Su Chen's shield value dropped below 50%. Who could withstand a recovery of plus 6,600 per second? with the attack frequency of the wild man priest. One hit wouldn't even match the recovery. How could they play? The two exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. They had thought that capturing one person would complete the last piece of the soul crystal, allowing them to retreat directly to the secret realm. But who would have thought that the one Zhuang Yi captured was an ultimate invincible turtle shell? Even with the suppression of over 10 levels, they still couldn't do anything to the opponent. The wild man priest felt a bit irritated. This damn soul crystal condensation had failed. Where could he go to reason about it? This could only be attributed to their bad luck. Lacking that opportunity, realizing that continuing this battle was meaningless, he turned to walk towards the secret passage, preparing to end this terrible journey. But at that moment, a sound of horse hooves came from afar. 6 figures riding white-winged warhorses rushed over quickly. Leading them was a female knight. She was clad in heavy silver-white armor, holding a spear over 3 meters long in her right hand, the tip sweeping across the ground, creating a whistling sound as it cut through the air. Seeing the newcomer, Su Chen's face lit up with joy. The path-protecting expert he had been longing for had finally arrived. Shui Tianjiao's arrival undoubtedly gave everyone a shot of adrenaline. That impressive level of LV-46 provided an unparalleled sense of security. Su Chen noticed that the spear and armor in Shui Tianjiao's hands were surrounded by a purple halo. She raised her spear high and a silver dragon phantom emerged above it, locking onto the wild priest and Zhuang Yi. A strong sense of crisis made their hearts constrict, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end. It was as if ants had encountered a giant dragon. The gap in strength was unimaginable, a vast chasm of life itself. Previously, they had felt the pressure of Su Chen and his companions' levels, but now, with their roles reversed, they instantly felt death itself gripping their throats. The feeling that they could drop dead at any moment urged the two to flee from the sight of this dangerous woman. "Run!" the priest shouted. After saying that, he dashed towards the passage, completely ignoring the soul crystal that was about to take shape on the altar. It was a nearly real transparent crystal, emitting a faint purple glow around it. Clearly, it was a treasure. But the wild priest had no time to care about these things. Survival was the most important thing. Zhuang Yi reacted a moment too late, and in that brief moment, the spear entwined with the silver dragon phantom was thrown by Shui Tianjia. The violent force created a sharp sound of breaking air. The spear transformed into a silver dragon, moving so fast that even Su Chen could only see a faint purple phantom flash by. Boom! The spear pierced through Zhuang Yi's chest, blood gushing out, and the spiraling force shredded her sky-blue robe to pieces. The entire person was pinned in the void by the spear. Minus 75,440. The brutal damage made Zhuang Yi spit out a mouthful of blood, mixed with shattered internal organs. One strike took away nearly 1/6 of her vitality, filling Zhuang Yi with deep fear. She wanted to escape, to flee from this world. But the binding effect of the skill was not something Zhuang Yi could easily shake off. Moreover, Shui Tianjiao had 5 powerful teammates, all equally formidable. Among them were 2 mages and a knight similar to Shui Tianjiao. The knight followed Shui Tianjiao's lead, thrusting his spear towards Zhuang Yi. This time, there was no silver dragon phantom, but the spear was also entwined with thunder, piercing through Zhuang Yi's abdomen. The immense impact made the sharp spear tip feel like a heavy cannon, creating a hollow explosion at the point of entry, flesh and blood flying, making onlookers feel uneasy. Minus 62,410. The damage was slightly lower than Shui Tianjiao's, but to Su Chen and the others, it was still terrifying. Following that, 2 fire attribute skills struck Zhuang Yi, combined with the damage from Su Chen's counterattack, causing this poor professional to fall directly into a berserk state. Minus 54,120. Minus 56,088. The battle happened too quickly. From Shui Tianjiao's appearance until now, it had only been a little over 10 seconds. This Zhuang Yi, who had previously been so arrogant in front of Su Chen and his companions, was now beaten into a dead dog. Even in a berserk state, she was still firmly pinned in the void. Her eyes turned blood red, emitting sharp, piercing howls, and she began to go completely insane. But Shui Tianjiao and her companions showed no change in expression. With just a round of concentrated fire, they turned Zhuang Yi into a pile of minced meat. The light clusters scattered. Due to the vast level difference between the two sides, the dropped equipment was not good, consisting mostly of blue sky and white clouds, with only one piece of green gear. Shui Tianjiao didn't care about this. They were all above LV40 and looked down on such things. As for experience, there was not a bit to be had. Her gaze fell on the child hidden above the altar. At this moment, they were already on the brink of death, their life force drained, leaving only a few barely perceptible heavy breaths. These damned guys. Shui Tianjiao's eyes were filled with coldness as she stepped forward to rescue them one by one. Su Chen and the others gathered around. Seeing the once vibrant young children now resembling old men on the verge of death, exuding a decaying aura, they felt a wave of discomfort. Ji Hao held a softly glowing milky light in his hand and gently placed it on the child. The feedback results made his face look extremely grim. "Give it up," Shui Tenjio said. They aren't injured, their life force has just been nearly drained by those scraps. A complex look flashed in Ji Hao's eyes as he turned to ask, is there no other way? Shui Tianjiao shook his head. Unless there is life force to help them recover their vitality, ordinary treatment methods will have little effect. Wang Wei and the city guards also rushed over. Seeing these children, they felt a surge of anger but also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He comforted everyone, saying, don't worry, the guard camp often has trained battle mounts. Sometimes the eggs they lay have their life essence extracted for use as medicine, just in case. To be honest, such injuries are not uncommon in the secret realm, so everyone need not worry too much. Hearing Wang Wei's explanation, everyone's tense nerves relaxed. Picking up the children, Wang Wei began to contact the guard camp. After some explanation, he smiled at everyone, saying, please come with us, this area has already been taken over by higher level professionals, and since it involves the secret realm, it's best if we don't get too involved. Wang Wei glanced at the secret realm passage, feeling a bit regretful. That wild priest was probably the mastermind behind this tragedy. The soul crystal that was about to take shape on the altar had lost control and could not absorb enough soul essence, turning into a piece of scrap. The soul essence stored within had all dissipated into the air. Su Chen didn't care about this. Although the soul crystal was good, it was of no use to him. It was a rare item for levels above 40. It was far less valuable than the rewards from system tasks. Moreover, considering the results of this battle, the Academy could also exchange for quite a few cultivation fruit redemption qualifications. As for the fleeing wild priest, others would naturally pursue him. After all, passing through this passage was a reverse invasion, and the danger would greatly increase. But that was not something Su Chen needed to worry about right now. In less than half an hour, 10 ambulances arrived. While taking the children away, they also brought Su Chen and the others back. In this remote suburb, without a vehicle or mount, who knows how long it would take to return. After getting in the car, Su Chen saw a nurse injecting a green liquid into the children. As the liquid flowed into their bodies, their faces visibly regained color at a noticeable speed. Even though they still looked a bit pale compared to normal, it was much better than their previous state, resembling elderly people on the verge of death. Only then did Su Chen feel relieved. After relaying the news back to old he stopped paying attention to these matters, because the guard camp had arrived. After getting out of the car, they were invited to a conference room for tea. The reason, of course, was to inquire about the specific details of this battle or to investigate information related to the secret realm professionals. When several people left the guard camp, their faces were somewhat haggard. These guys were like interrogators, repeatedly asking the same question to the group. This was still under the assumption that Su Chen and the others had no connection to the secret realm professionals. Otherwise, the process would have been even stricter. Fortunately, the interrogating officer was in a good mood and only asked Su Chen 4 times before letting them go. For their discovery and indirect destruction of a secret realm professional's stronghold, they were given substantial rewards. For instance, the cultivation fruits they had been longing for each received 100. Converted into points, that was 100,000. This lifted Su Chen's spirits quite a bit. With these, they could quickly level up to LV30. Just as he fantasized about obtaining a new SSS talent, a sudden commotion erupted outside the camp gate. Looking up, he saw dozens of anxious middle-aged men and women rushing in from outside. The guards did not stop them, allowing them to rush into the camp hospital. Among them were old he and his wife, who appeared relatively calm compared to the others. After all, Su Chen had already clarified a series of events to him over the phone. To sum it up, the child was out of danger and currently in good health. It wasn't until they saw their daughter Yao Yao quietly lying on the hospital bed that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her face was somewhat pale, as if she had been seriously ill. However, smiles filled their faces. As long as the child was fine, they had no further demands. Su Chen followed them, took a quiet glance outside, and then silently exited the hospital. This part was now considered concluded. Although the process was somewhat tortuous, fortunately, it did not lead to a major disaster. Ji Hao and the others were waiting for Su Chen at the door, and the guard camp had dispatched a special vehicle to escort them back to the city center. After all, there were quite a few secret realm professionals who had infiltrated. This time, who knew if the fleeing wild priest had leaked any information? In any case, being cautious was better than making a mistake. Fortunately, they arrived safely at the Donghai city station. The group had purchased night tickets, and they would likely arrive in Tiandu by tomorrow morning. A week of high-intensity tasks had left them physically and mentally exhausted. As soon as they boarded the train, they leaned their heads and fell asleep immediately. They didn't recover on the train, and it wasn't until they lay in the dormitory for another day that they gradually regained their spirits. That day, they went to the task center to submit the patrol task they had previously accepted. Due to the increase in task level, the rewards had changed from the previous 100 cultivation fruit exchange qualifications to now 100. According to the feedback from the Donghai City Hunting Hall, the group had completed the task quite well. Therefore, the final reward was set at 785 exchange qualifications. Adding the previous ones, they had a total of 885. Since they dominated almost all the lists in the Wanben Pavilion's first 2 floors, Su Chen's credits were undoubtedly excessive. Spending nearly 800,000 credits was also done without hesitation. Amidst the exaggerated gazes of the onlooking classmates, the group swaggered out of there with several boxes of cultivation fruits. As for why they didn't put the cultivation fruits in their backpacks, you'd have to ask the fisherman why he always likes to parade around with his big catch. To put it bluntly, even if the fish spoiled while he was showing off, he wanted everyone to know he had caught a big one. The group's current mindset was just like that. This scene was captured by onlookers and posted on the official forum. A newly released post quickly climbed the trending list, making it into the top 10. Can anyone good at math calculate how many points are needed for several boxes of cultivation fruits? Shocking. The financial power of a first-year freshman is actually so strong. Calculating the credit earnings of major dungeons, Brother G takes you to understand the true strength of Su Chen's team. A series of messages related to Su Chen inadvertently became popular at the Shinwu Academy. Anyone who saw these posts was left in awe of the financial power possessed by Su Chen's team. This is even richer than the old students in the 3rd and 4th grades. There's even a female teacher who lost a bet and is so furious that she wishes she could rob Su Chen. This is the real fat sheep. Su Chen didn't pay any attention to all of this. Returning to the dormitory, Su Chen directly closed the door. He set aside the matter of the cultivation fruit. What he was thinking about now was the purple mount egg given by the system after the task upgrade. This was the first time he encountered such a generous reward for a task. After all, in theory, even the most ordinary mount shouldn't be obtainable at their level, unless you are a corresponding professional. Otherwise, you have to follow the above principles. The reason is that new students have no chance to interact with mounts, so aside from beast tamers and other situations, no other professionals can own mounts. And the benefits of mounts go without saying, they increase one's attributes in all aspects. I just don't know what it will hatch this time. Su Chen was somewhat looking forward to it, taking out the special pet egg rewarded by the system. With a thought, an egg the size of an ostrich appeared in Su Chen's hand. Then, just like before when opening a blind box, as Su Chen silently chanted to open it in his heart, the pet egg began to slowly rotate. A clicking sound echoed in the room. A gray animal the size of a palm pushed open the eggshell and struggled to crawl out. The little guy had bright eyes, and due to just being born, its skin was hairless, showing only a light gray-black color. However, on its head, a tuft of long hair suddenly stood out. It looked very much like the bowl-cut hairstyle in Su Chen's memory. Especially with its long face and a cheeky smile at the corners of its mouth, it gave Su Chen a bad premonition. Looking at its ears. Damn! The fantasy was shattered. This creature had long, upright ears, completely different from the short and cute type he had hoped for. Thud! Su Chen squatted on the ground, looking up at the ceiling with a face full of despair. The little guy staggered over to Su Chen and affectionately rubbed against his pant leg. Even though it was hard to tell what species it was, its pure call revealed its roots. Hearing this devilish call, Su Chen felt his head spinning. What I wanted was a purple mount, not for you to come and torment me. Su Chen let out the heaviest sigh since his job change. He didn't ask for a griffin like Wang Wei and the others, or Shui Tianjiao's winged white horse, just give him a normal-looking mount with purple qualifications. But this? What's with giving him a donkey? That's right, this gray little creature with one big eye and one small eye, exuding wisdom, is a purebred donkey. With thick eyebrows and big eyes, it looked very smart. All of Su Chen's joy vanished the moment the donkey appeared, and the fact proved that smiles don't disappear, they just shift. The little donkey showed 2 rows of neat front teeth, its long tongue licking Su Chen with a human-like smile on its long face. Su Chen watched in silence. Until he saw the information panel, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Goodness, I really got something good. When Su Chen saw the attributes of the little donkey, he was instantly stunned. In his understanding, the purpose of a mount was merely to bind with its owner and then provide corresponding attribute boosts. As for skills, most were useless trash. Skills like the horse's charge or the beast's bite were quite ordinary. Perhaps the griffin's elemental bolt was a decent attack skill, but that was only available at high levels and after reaching adulthood. But now this little donkey, what was going on? Fortunate divine donkey quality, purple, awaiting evolution, level 1, 0/500, health 500 mana, 96 strength, 12 spirit, 9 constitution, 25 agility, 20 physical damage, 60 magical damage, 45 speed, 40 defense, 125 ability rank, level 4, purple, 120% attribute boost, increase owner's physical damage, 15 increase owner's magical damage. 5 increase owner's health, 140 increase owner's mana, 12 increase owner's speed, 10 skills, Lucky Aura, S, Lifelink, S, Divine Speed, S, Lucky Aura, S increases all monster drop rates by 20%, probability based. Skills trigger chance increased by 15%, skill radius, 20 meters, cooldown, 0s lifelink, S fires a lifelink that grants a target teammate an additional layer of defensive shield value is half of the fortunate. Divine Donkey's health, if the shield breaks, the fortunate Divine Donkey loses the same amount of health, skill diameter, 30 meters cooldown, 120s divine speed, S in non-combat state, speed increases by 200% in combat state plus 20% speed, attack speed plus 25%, skill radius, 30 meters cooldown, 0s with only a LV1 fortunate Divine Donkey. The skills it possessed were incredibly exaggerated, boasting 3 major S-level skills. This was something others wouldn't even dare to imagine. Especially the 2S skills, Lucky Aura and Lifelink, which provided tremendous help to the team. Besides alleviating the issue of insufficient purple gear, it could greatly enhance the team's survivability. Suchen noticed that the little donkey's constitution and speed attributes grew very high. Even if it had to survive in the wild later, it probably wouldn't encounter much danger. Perhaps it was due to the system's rewards? Suchen thought to himself. Such outrageous skills made Suchen dismiss his prejudice against the wise-looking little donkey. Other than that, its growth was in line with normal mount standards. Suchen picked up the little donkey and played with it in his hands. Looking at the mount that was only the size of a palm, Suchen temporarily overturned his previous upgrade plans. This little guy, with just a bit of force, could be easily squashed, let alone being useful in battle. Even simple riding would be impossible. Once the little donkey's level increased and it had some self-preservation ability, it could level up alongside them. Without the restrictions of the Chinkuan lock, the donkey's level would quickly catch up to Suchen and the others. By then, the attribute boosts from the mount would significantly enhance Suchen and the team's overall strength. Today happened to be the last rest day of the week. With little time left for rewards, Suchen didn't disturb Jihao and the others. He took a vehicle and headed out to the wild alone. Suchen didn't go too far, carefully arriving at the LV1 to LV3 level area. This was mainly to protect the little donkey's life. If he accidentally entered a poisonous or miasmic area, this little guy probably wouldn't last even a second. Putting the little donkey in his pocket, Suchen took out his battle axe and began to slaughter the wild monsters around him. These wild monsters couldn't withstand even a casual strike from Suchen. The level gap between the two sides was too great, and Suchen could not gain any experience or equipment. However, for the little donkey, it seemed as if the experience bar had been fitted with a booster, skyrocketing rapidly. In just a few minutes, its level reached LV3, which was much faster than Suchen's initial upgrade. As the level increased, Suchen noticed that the little donkey's size seemed to have grown somewhat. The whole donkey had become a size larger. Yet it still looked very small, far from the size a normal donkey should be. Suchen moved to a higher level area and resumed his slaughter. These mindless monsters, seeing Suchen boldly appear in their territory, all rushed at him with loud cries. The outcome was naturally predictable. They were all chopped in half by a single axe, blood splattering across the ground. To Suchen, these were merely small fry, but for the donkey, they were like large experience pills. With the huge experience compensation from killing monsters of a higher level, the little donkey was constantly flashing with bright light, its level rapidly increasing and its size visibly growing. It was now no different from a newborn donkey. It had grown to the height of Suchen's calf. Only the tuft of hair on its head and its extremely straight front teeth made it look a bit comical. Moreover, during this time of monster hunting, Suchen also felt the power of the donkey's S-level skill. The attack speed and movement speed boost provided by Divine Speed almost made Suchen think he had changed into a pair of purple shoes, and they were of the highest quality. Suchen had previously tried Lucky Aura and Lifelink. The former didn't have much effect due to the low level of the monsters, but Lifelink was impressive, showcasing its strong protective ability. Especially with the donkey's high constitution growth, the value of Lifelink became even more apparent. By the end of the day, the little donkey had already grown to LV15, progressing extremely quickly. With a slight tilt of its head, the little donkey's tongue could reach Suchen's palm. The wet, slippery sensation made Suchen feel a bit nauseous, and he quickly wiped it on the donkey's fur. Once it was somewhat clean, he patted the donkey's rear. This little guy was really restless. The little donkey didn't mind, wagging its tail and following closely behind Suchen. Due to its small size, it couldn't activate the mount state, so the speed advantage of Divine Speed in non-mount state couldn't be fully utilized. However, compared to before, Suchen's speed had increased quite a bit. Upon returning to the academy, Suchen bought a few ears of boiled corn, eating one himself and tying the rest around the little guy's neck. The little guy's face was too long. Even when it opened its mouth wide, it couldn't reach the corn, making it anxious and making strange noises. Its quirky sounds drew the attention of surrounding students, who looked on in amazement at the combination of a person and a donkey. Is this a donkey? Some stared wide-eyed, incredulous at what they were seeing. From the shared glow emanating from the feet of both Su-Chen and the donkey, it seemed to be this person's exclusive mount. But is this person using a donkey as a mount? The crowd was puzzled. After all, donkeys are not really suitable for riding. In terms of looks and combat power, they are at the bottom of the tier. Is this person here to be funny, casually binding a donkey as a mount? The attribute boost must be lower than that of a white quality. Hard to say, this donkey might have some special talent. Didn't you see that person in all purple gear? They're not stupid. Damn, how many pieces of purple gear does this guy have? It's so bright. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now. This donkey must be something special. The discussions of the crowd reached Su-Chen's ears. However, he paid them no mind. Their reactions were all within his expectations. Not to mention them, even Su-Chen himself felt nothing but disdain when he first saw the little donkey, let alone using it as a mount. But after understanding the little donkey's skills, even Su-Chen could only exclaim that it was truly impressive. As the sounds of awe and spread, there were also a few first-year students among the crowd. They recognized the now famous Su-Chen, especially after the trial assessment, where he firmly established himself as the top freshman. The gap was so stark that it left the new students feeling hopeless, yet they all began to work hard on their gear. They knew that if they relied solely on their professions, everyone was a super genius, at least a rare profession. No matter how big the gap, it wasn't to that ridiculous extent. Therefore, the most important gear for enhancing a profession naturally caught their attention. Especially since it was rumored that after Su-Chen's bountiful harvest in a large dungeon, the Wanben Pavilion had become a stronghold for first-year students. Every day, new teams came to challenge it, hoping to obtain top-notch gear and get rich overnight. But absurdly, while they were still eagerly searching for new gear, Su-Chen turned around and joined the ranks of training mounts. This was a realm that lower-year students could hardly access. Su-Chen brought the little donkey back to the dormitory and stored it in the mount space. This was a storage space similar to a backpack, but it could store bound mounts, a feature that was gifted to Su-Chen when he drew the little donkey. It was very valuable. At this moment, Ji-Hao was boasting about his food in the dormitory. Seeing Su-Chen return, he moved the bag full of items aside. Back already, he said, chewing on something, his words unclear. What did you do this afternoon? I didn't see you around. Su-Chen sat down opposite Ji-Hao, opened the bag, and inside were delicious-smelling foods. Seeing the logo of Fragrant Building on the food box, Su-Chen knew this guy had gone to the canteen again. Fragrant Building was very famous within the academy. However, due to the high costs and the fact that payment relied entirely on credits, many students could only look longingly at it, as they didn't have enough credits to indulge in eating there. But Ji-Hao was different. He had plenty of credits now and would go there to eat after classes in the afternoon and evening, which had earned him another nickname among the freshmen, Soft Rice Hao. A tall guy over 1.9 meters, yet he had switched to the profession of a stay-at-home dad. The most ridiculous part was that in Su-Chen's team, he mostly played the role of someone living off soft rice. There was no way around it. The team members were too strong, and he rarely got a chance to act. Only when Ji-Hao really got busy did it mean they were facing an enemy too strong, and even he, the healer, had to take action. I went for a stroll in the wild and found something interesting. I'll show you in a couple of days, Su-Chen said with a beaming smile. That kind of joy was impossible to hide, and anyone could see it. Ji-Hao looked at Su-Chen. Curiously, what could he have found in just one afternoon? Did he stumble upon some special treasure? Just like the last time they encountered a secret realm team in Donghai City, where the elite monsters following Zhuangyi dropped a lot of gear they had never owned before. This piece of equipment is similar to the Qiankuan lock, both being special items that do not occupy equipment slots. Just like how Su-Chen appeared in his eyes, the basic information that could originally be seen at a glance has now changed to an ordinary LV-27 professional. Even he himself had slightly altered his attributes. Phantom Mask Green, special item usable above LV-20 effect, conceals real information from professionals, not exceeding their own LV-3. It was this equipment that caused Su-Chen and the others to waste a lot of time back then. But it must be said that this small piece of equipment is very practical, a dimensional strike against low-level professionals. The accuracy of information can completely influence the final outcome of a battle. At that time, Su-Chen also realized that judging an opponent's strength solely by the information panel was actually not very accurate. Got a purple item? Ji-Hao asked curiously. But seeing that Su-Chen did not have a new purple halo around him, he was a bit confused. With their current configuration, what could possibly make Su-Chen so happy? You'll know when the weekend comes, Su-Chen said mysteriously. The little donkey was still at a low level. Once they formed a team to level up and brought it out this weekend, its growth speed would definitely reach a peak under the rewards for defeating higher level enemies. Not revealing too much to Jihao, Suchen finished his dinner and went straight back to his room. Sunday. The five of them rushed out of the city gate early in the morning. According to their plan, they should head straight to the LV.31 area of the Misty Stone Forest and sweep through it. Jihao and the others held the training fruits in their hands, ready to use them, when they heard a series of sounds coming from their feet. Su Lingyun's expression froze. She thought there might be some special monster hiding nearby. Turning her head, she saw a donkey at the height of her thigh staring at her with wide eyes. Slurp, the long tongue slurped and licked Su Lingyun's arm, a wise expression appearing on its long face. The person and the donkey stared at each other, and once Su Lingyun realized what was happening, she let out a startled ah. Fortunately, she noticed the connection between the donkey and Su Chen. Otherwise, she might have instinctively cast a skill and directly killed the little donkey. This is. The moment Su Lingyun saw the donkey clearly, she was completely taken aback. She widened her eyes, scanning back and forth between Su Chen and the little donkey, filled with confusion. What on earth had Su Chen brought back? A donkey pet? Jihao also realized at this moment that the surprise Su Chen had mentioned earlier was this? Was it the one Su Chen had dropped that day? Jihao didn't know, but he was greatly shocked. But the next second, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded unfolded. Su Chen took out the training fruit, rubbed it back and forth on the little donkey's fur to confirm it was clean, then held the fruit up to the donkey's mouth. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The little donkey pouted and took a big bite of the training fruit, then began to chew. With a smacking sound, feeling the sweet and refreshing taste in its mouth, the little donkey's eyes lit up, and then it took the remaining fruit into its mouth, swallowing it in one gulp while everyone stared in astonishment. Whoa, whoa! Watching the little donkey enjoying itself, even wanting to eat a few more, Jihao and the others gaped, feeling as if their worldview was collapsing. Damn, a donkey is actually eating the same fruit as me. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Jihao stammered. He swallowed hard while speaking. Damn it, the donkey's expression was so blissful that he was actually feeling a bit tempted. Is the cultivation fruit that delicious? Jihao took a bite, and the overwhelming sourness hit his brain like a wrecking ball, his features instantly scrunching up, even his jaw was strained, with visible veins popping on his neck. Ugh! Jihao spat out the bite he just took, sour juice flowing from his mouth. This exaggerated scene made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. Is it really that bad? Even Su Chen looked skeptical. He brought the fruit to his nose and sniffed. Only a faint fruity aroma wafted out. It shouldn't be that outrageous, right? Su Chen stared at the fruit for a long time and finally took a gentle bite. Crunch! The next second, a strong sourness surged up, and Su Chen completely lost his expression management, his face changing 7 or 8 times in just a few seconds. You have received the cultivation fruit buff, gaining an additional 10% experience after battles, duration 18,000 S. Fortunately, just one bite of this fruit grants a buff, so Su Chen simply stuffed the rest into the donkey's mouth. The little donkey didn't seem to mind the sourness of the cultivation fruit. Instead, it ate it with great relish. Su Lingyun and the others also grimaced as they took a bite, then imitated him, disdainfully putting it into the donkey's mouth. But compared to the powerful effects of the cultivation fruit, this little flaw was something they could accept. At this moment, Jihao placed his hand on the donkey's head, rubbing it back and forth, and was surprised by the pleasant texture. Since the little donkey appeared, he felt an invisible wave enveloping the surroundings, the most obvious being the increase in his own speed. He took a glance at his status bar. To his surprise, there were 2 strange buffs stacked on him, one of which was the effect of swift journey that he could clearly feel. Very practical. But the other one made him slightly startled. Damn, a mount has such a freakish skill? Jihao exclaimed, attracting Su Lingyun and the others over. Xiong Yuanzhang, being a very perceptive druid, also noticed something unusual about himself. Especially the lucky aura. It was simply unheard of. Is there really a skill that can increase monster drop rates? Oh my goodness, Su Chen, your donkey is something else. Xiong Yuanzhang clicked his tongue. Su Lingyun and Lu Mingcheng also gasped in amazement. Although they didn't know where Su Chen got this mount, its skill attributes were truly enticing. Today, I'm planning to let the donkey level up with us. Seeing everyone's expressions, Su Chen smiled slightly. Is this surprising? Once Lifelink comes out, they'll know how powerful the donkey is. However, this skill requires the mount's level to reach the current cap to take effect. That is, Su Chen's current level of 27. When everyone truly began their journey, they realized just how formidable the donkey's skill effects were. Originally, a journey that would take half a day, Su Chen and the others completed in less than an hour, successfully arriving at the Maze Stone Forest. This was a hard sandstone area, with jagged rocks and no signs of life. But just a glance revealed that these were all monsters formed from earth elements. Sand element, normal, LV 31 health. 16520/16520. Unlike those in the trials, while the earth elements could be attacked normally, they had high resistances, making this place not a good leveling area for other adventurers. Su Chen hefted his giant axe, surveying a Group of monsters disguised as stones, nodding in satisfaction. The reason for choosing this place is that earth elementals are naturally slow-witted and highly drowsy. They generally won't wake up unless harmed. This provides a relatively safe leveling ground for the little donkey. Lu Mingcheng put a layer of soul return on the donkey before buffing everyone. Feeling the power coursing through him, Su Chen gently pressed his shield against the stone and, before the opponent opened its elemental eyes, he struck down with an axe. Minus 29,265. This poor elemental monster, sleeping soundly, was smashed into countless fragments by some bastard. Successfully killed Sand Earth Elemental. Normal experience plus 160, level up bonus experience plus 32, team bonus experience plus 400. Information appeared, and a small monster could provide Su Chen with 592 experience points. The rewards were quite generous. The little donkey could also enjoy the same experience benefits as Su Chen. As Su Lingyun and the others joined in, the monster killing speed nearly doubled. The group split up, with Su Chen fighting alone down one path while the others handled the small monsters in another direction. However, the team would stay within a diameter of 40 meters to trigger the donkey's lucky aura. As the elemental monsters rapidly decreased, Su Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that these ordinary small monsters could still sporadically drop some blue sky and white clouds. As for green gear, there was none, as it didn't belong to the drop category of ordinary monsters. Su Chen and the others pushed through, and before long, their backpacks were filled with junk. Yet they were undeterred, continuously killing the stone monsters, occasionally having a piece of equipment drop. At that moment, Xiong Yuan was in high spirits, using his flame longsword to smash the elemental monsters into pieces, resulting in an LV-30 blue ring. He looked at the newly acquired ring with joy and exclaimed, "Su Chen, your mount's skill is truly incredible. A blue ring. Dropped so easily, it seems we'll have to rely on it for our future gear." As he spoke, he patted the little donkey, which had grown a bit larger. Although this fellow looked somewhat strange, its displayed abilities were not something an ordinary mount could compare to. Even the purple quality mounts he had heard about before couldn't match it. Ha ha ha, of course. With the support of Lucky Aura, our future purple gear is assured. We might even look forward to legendary pink gear. Su Chen replied with a smile, his tone seemingly casual, but his words made everyone's hearts race, followed by expressions of excitement. Pink gear? That was a divine artifact that even many high-level professionals and even 100-level powerhouses could hardly reach. The reason was simple: the same-level Lord-class boss was just too difficult to deal with. Not to mention the extremely low drop rate for pink gear, which was not something ordinary professionals could covet. Don't even mention pink gear. Even if a purple gear drops, I'd laugh myself awake tonight. Ha ha ha, let's look forward to it first, then make it happen. With our talent and strength, one day we will follow in the footsteps of those predecessors, enter the void, and fight for humanity. The arrival of the little donkey added a lot of joy to the team and filled everyone with hope for the future. It was a visible broad road. As long as they followed it, they would naturally become top-tier powerhouses, relying solely on the little donkey's skills. Ji Hao couldn't help but fondle the little donkey's tuft of hair, playing with great delight. The donkey didn't mind, instead happily responding with sounds, and then a beam of light shot towards Ji Hao, causing a faint green light shield to appear around both of them. Ji Hao was startled by the sudden green light, then reached out to touch the shield, looking at the newly appeared skill introduction on the panel. His mouth gradually opened wide, as if he could swallow an apple whole. This, damn, is it really that overpowered? Ji Hao swallowed hard, his gaze burning as he looked at the little donkey. If it weren't for the fact that this creature didn't meet his aesthetic standards, he would have rushed over to hug it and kiss it wildly. This lifelink was simply a blessing for a priest like him. With the shared damage from other lives, he no longer feared being suddenly killed by some powerful boss in one hit. What's going on? Is this light shield a new skill you've mastered? Su Lingyun asked as she turned to Ji Hao after defeating a stone monster in front of her. She thought this was a new skill the little donkey had acquired after leveling up. After all, normally, pets would comprehend new skills after a certain period. They couldn't learn new abilities like humans do through skill books. Moreover, she had noticed that over time, the little donkey's physique had become increasingly robust. The creature that could only reach her thigh before was now almost at her waist. I don't know, but this skill feels even more powerful than Swift Journey. It can actually provide me with a shield? This isn't just a mount, it's practically my real father. Ji Hao exclaimed, hugging the little donkey and letting out a strange giggle. The others were incredibly envious. Who wouldn't want a powerful mount to protect them? This sparked some thoughts in their minds. If they could have equally strong mounts in the future, why would they envy Ji Hao? Looking at the little donkey's ordinary appearance, it shouldn't be a particularly rare breed, so they probably could get something similar. If Su Chen knew what they were thinking, he would surely laugh himself to death. Goodness, you want to find a donkey rewarded by the system too? You must have drunk a bit too much. Even without considering the skills, just the purple Quality alone was enough for an ordinary practitioner to strive for a lifetime. Not to mention this could be a donkey that could evolve. Even if offered a pink item in exchange, he would refuse without hesitation. A day passed. Quickly, the donkey's level soared. Without the restrictions of the Qianquan lock and with the assistance of the cultivation fruit, it leveled up to LV22 by defeating monsters above its level. Its size had also grown larger than a normal foal, reaching the standard for initial riding. Although it wasn't as cute as it was when it was younger, its clear, foolish eyes and distinctive tuft of hair and big teeth still gave the donkey a unique wise aura. Even so, Su Chen was still not satisfied. After 3 days of cultural classes, Su Chen and the others took the little donkey outside the city again. After a day of dull and tedious monster grinding, not only did the little donkey reach the current level cap LV27, but the others also saw corresponding level increases. Xiong Yuan went from LV26 to LV27, while Jihao and the others reached LV25, with only Su Chen needing a bit more experience to level up. However, even without a level change, Su Chen's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation thanks to the donkey's attribute boost. Fortunate Divine Donkey Quality Purple Pending Evolution Level 27 676,000/676000 Health 10 640 Mana 1 728 Strength 66 Spirit 36 Constitution 133 Agility 101 Physical Damage 660 Magical Damage 360 Speed 404 Defense 1 330 Ability Rank Level 4 Purple 120% Attribute Boost Increases Master's Physical Damage 405 Increases Master's Magical Damage 135 Increases Master's Health 3780 Increases Master's Mana 324 Increases Master's Speed 270 Skills Lucky Aura S Lifelink S Swift Journey S. Such an exaggerated boost in attributes left Su Chen more than satisfied. Aside from the defensive attributes, the others have seen significant improvements, much greater than what a piece of purple gear would provide. Moreover, Su Chen also noticed that the little donkey's attributes seemed a bit off. It appeared that during the gradual increase in size, the growth coefficient corresponding to its attributes had changed. This is also a unique evolutionary path for mount-type beings. Compared to human professionals, the enhancements brought by leveling up are much more pronounced and exaggerated for them. Su Chen felt the impact of the added attributes. Previously, he was just a shield king with high attack and thick health, with very distinct professional characteristics. But now, thanks to the little donkey's amplification, even his previously weak speed attribute had skyrocketed to the top of the team. The other attributes also showed significant increases. It was as if Su Chen had been given a whole new set of equipment. Moreover, the little donkey had now reached a size suitable for riding. As Su Chen mounted its back, he merely thought of a certain direction, and the donkey charged forward on its own. The speed was so fast that the wind nearly forced Su Chen's eyes shut, and he finally understood the true purpose of the skill: godly speed. In the mounted state, the mount speed is the primary factor, further increasing movement speed by 200%, so fast that one couldn't even see a shadow, especially for a little donkey that excels in speed and physique. This skill was extremely compatible. Su Chen felt that just that moment was faster than many cars. Just as Su Chen marveled at the little donkey's power, a lost wild monster appeared ahead, looking quite strong. Sand Elemental King, boss level, LV32 health, 334 500/334 500. I can't believe we encountered a lone boss. Su Chen saw the information displayed and a sly smile appeared on his face. Gripping his battle axe, he swaggered towards the opponent. He unleashed a collision-style shield counterattack, smashing his weapon directly into the boss. Minus 36,631. With a 25% attribute suppression, just by having the little donkey as a mount, Su Chen's damage could still reach such levels. With just one axe, this boss lost over 1/10 of its health. Not to mention that behind him were Su Lingyun and Xiong Yuanzhang, both dealing damage. After just a few rounds of attacks, the boss couldn't withstand the furious onslaught from the three and turned into a burst of light scattered on the ground. But what surprised them was that a hint of purple appeared among the boss's drops. What was going on? Usually, getting a decent green gear from these boss-level monsters was already considered good. But now, what was happening? Everyone instinctively shifted their gaze to the little donkey behind them. They all had the same answer in their hearts. We seem to be getting rich? Su Lingyun's voice broke the silence in the room. It's not just a possibility, it's really happening. In this day and age, can even a boss-level leader drop purple gear so easily? She approached the light orb and noticed it was a purple chest piece with attributes leaning towards Constitution for tanking. The only one suited for this equipment was Xiong Yuanzhang, as Su Chen had already collected all the purple gear for his class. Xiong Yuanzhang was both confused and delighted to receive the purple chest piece out of the blue. Happiness came too suddenly, he wasn't prepared for it. He thought reaching LV27 today would be good enough, but who would have thought there would be such a pleasant surprise? Xiong Yuanzhang didn't hold back, happily accepted it and equipped it. His health and defense shot up, which also boosted his combat power, making his gaze towards the donkey even more affectionate. Shon Yuanjing took out a cultivation fruit, rubbed it on the donkey's fur, and fed it to the donkey. The little donkey enjoyed it immensely. It loved eating such sour food. I thought that even if this skill had an effect on purple gear, the probability wouldn't be very high. But this, Lu Mingchang was so envious he almost shouted. However, as a support class, he could only bully someone like Jihao, the healer, and even his win rate couldn't be guaranteed to be high. If only he had a few more pieces of purple gear. Lu Mingchang thought to himself, but his eyes suddenly lit up. I got it, he shouted, startling everyone. You better give us an explanation, or I can't guarantee you'll return to the city in one piece. Jihao cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound, slowly advancing towards Lu Mingchang. Seeing Jihao's stance, Lu Mingchang didn't care. This guy was just tall and strong, but if it came to a fight, he was all talk. Otherwise, how would the nickname Soft Rice How spread in the academy? He dodged Jihao's outstretched hand and excitedly shouted, since the lucky aura can have a significant effect on purple gear drops, why don't we go to the academy's Wanben Pavilion to farm those bosses? They have a rich variety and a large number. Isn't that better than wandering around in the wild? Although the experience rewards from dungeons aren't as high as in the wild, if we think about it, having a few more pieces of purple gear would benefit us even more. What do you say, brothers? Lu Mingching's suggestion stunned Su Chen. He hadn't thought of that before. He had been so focused on leveling up to LV30 that he fell into a blind spot. After a moment of thought, he realized this method was indeed feasible. The Wanben Pavilion had many dungeons. Although they had set many records compared to the entire first and second floor dungeons, there were still many they hadn't tackled. Sure, but if we want to run dungeons, we'll probably have to wait until next Thursday, Su Chen said helplessly. Seeing the reward time limit just pop up, today's main goal had been achieved. Aside from himself, the other teammates, including the little donkey, had all leveled up. Especially the little donkey, which had reached its current level cap. The harvest was undeniably rich. Su Chen had no complaints. No worries. Plans are always changing. That's something we can't control. As long as the final result is good, we can all accept it. As for how many detours we took along the way, who cares? Jihao brushed aside his not-so-long bangs coolly. His thought was that with everyone's current strength, even if something unexpected happened in the middle, they could correct it in time. They wouldn't waste too much time. Right. Even if we don't go to the Wanben Pavilion to farm gear next week, once we reach LV30, we'll still have to go there again. Su Lingyun smiled. Alright, let's tentatively plan to start next week to meet those bosses at the Wanben Pavilion and see if the donkey's skills are really effective. Just afraid today was a coincidence, purely our luck. Everyone laughed upon hearing this. Even if the lucky aura only affected items below purple quality, they could still obtain more top-tier green gear than before. It was a win-win. Glancing at the sky, Su Chen and the others began to head back to the academy. The misty stone forest was quite far from the heavenly capital, but fortunately godly speed provided enough movement speed and they quickly covered half the distance. However, just as Su Chen was riding on the donkey, leisurely humming a tune, an invisible wave enveloped the night, silently isolating this area from the real world. Su Chen and the others didn't notice anything amiss, but after walking for nearly 10 minutes and still being trapped in a familiar environment, their expressions gradually grew serious. Rebel Army Secret Realm Type Cooperation Competition Exploration Battle Description: a certain stronghold of the Rebel Army has been discovered by the Empire, and troops are being dispatched to sweep it out. You can choose to assist the Empire's army in annihilating the rebels or help the rebels successfully escape the pursuit, both of which will yield corresponding rewards. As the Secret Realm introduction appeared, many beams of light descended from the sky, appearing in this special space. There seemed to be over 100 people. There were lone wolves, but more were teams of level 20 to level 29 professionals. Upon seeing the Secret Realm prompt and the arrival of the professional teams, Su Chen immediately realized he might have accidentally entered a secret realm. Yet, he still hadn't figured out how his group got in. Su Chen recalled the previous Golden Secret Realm, where they had appeared in a low-level area, and just entering the entrance had almost led to a major fight between the two teams. This time, however, over 100 professionals had been silently pulled over. Subsequently, the Secret Realm task was issued, and its significance was self-evident. What surprised him was that his system also sent him a task at this moment. Judging by the description, it seemed even more difficult than the Secret Realm task. Delayed clue. Task difficulty. Task content. The mouse has revealed its tail. The superior of the defector, Angus, was accidentally discovered by an Empire spy who secretly followed and found the rebel stronghold. Please successfully eliminate the rebel army while completely clearing the Empire's reinforcements within 10 days. Task reward: 1 LV30 purple title, simultaneously eliminating the rebel army and the Empire's reinforcements. To Su Chen, this seemed Almost impossible to accomplish, not to mention the combat power of both sides. Just their small team, even if they were strong, how could they deal with an enemy organized as an army? If the other side focused their fire, they might just be completely overwhelmed. Even someone as powerful as Afra had been beaten to a pulp. How could they, a group of professionals, fare any better? Damn, what kind of luck is this? Looking at the secret realm task description, Ji Hao exclaimed. How was everything fine just a moment ago, and now suddenly they were pulled into some ridiculous secret realm? I want to go back to the academy. Farm bosses. I'm not here to waste time with you all. After cursing for a while, Ji Hao finally calmed down. It wasn't that he particularly liked the bosses of Wanben Pavilion, but the recent experiences in Donghai City had left a very bad impression on him, especially towards the secret realm. Practitioners, he found them utterly detestable. One group was playing ghost rituals there, while another was out in the wild doing who knows what. At that time, those two major bosses were terrifying to them. The immense level suppression made it impossible for them to fight back. He hated the feeling of being completely crushed. If he had known that the elite team they encountered in the wild should have been dealt with directly, if it weren't for that person intervening, Thinking of this, Ji Hao's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly whispered to a few people. Damn! There should still be that group lurking in Donghai City. The others were taken aback by his words, confused about what he was talking about. Had the topic strayed too far, big brother? Seeing their dazed expressions, Ji Hao had no choice but to patiently explain. Do you remember the secret realm practitioner team we first encountered? There was a LV-42 practitioner, remember? Damn, if it weren't for the illusion mask, I would have almost thought he was a good person. Ji Hao's mind cleared up a bit, unexpectedly recalling what had happened back then. The illusion mask was a decent piece of equipment, but its ability could only cover a level not exceeding 3 levels below the user's. Facing an LV-42 practitioner, it couldn't provide any concealment at all. Su Chen also felt a bit overwhelmed, sensing that his mind had been sluggish lately, as if it were rusty. He couldn't remember anything, and when faced with situations, he couldn't think straight. Just like earlier, he hadn't reacted in time. But regarding this matter, Su Chen frowned in thought and really couldn't come up with a good solution, finally letting out a helpless sigh and saying, that person's level is too high. He's not someone we can deal with. Now we can only contact the hunting hall over in Donghai City and see if they can send some experts to find them. Even so, Su Chen didn't hold out much hope. If there were LV-42 invaders, what about LV-52 or LV-62? Anything was possible. All he could do was upload the information about the illusion mask and see if he could recover some losses. Su Lingyun didn't feel much about this. To put it bluntly, they were just newcomers who had been in the academy for a little over a month. They had no experience dealing with such chaotic matters. Just being able to notice was already good enough. So she maintained a good mindset and didn't shout like Ji Hao. Instead, she quietly observed everything around her. The number of people from the special space was gradually increasing, which also made her pressure slowly grow. With so many practitioners going to the secret realm world, would their identities be directly exposed? Would the real world open up a wider passage, enough for the Imperial Army to descend? Su Lingyun took a deep breath. She knew her worries were unnecessary. If the sky were to fall, there would be tall people to hold it up. These matters were not for her to manage. At this moment, nearly 300 practitioners had gathered here. The space gradually became noisy from its previous quiet state, until at a certain moment, a huge beam of light appeared out of nowhere, enveloping everyone within it. Su Chen instinctively covered his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had arrived in a dark valley. There were no other practitioners in sight nearby, but Su Chen and the others had already drawn their weapons, because at the entrance of the valley, a group of armored patrols had just walked in. There were only 10 of them, and their levels weren't very high, only LV-25. But what made everyone's hearts tremble was that from the moment they entered the valley, their gazes had been locked onto the group. A signal flare shot up from the leader's hand, illuminating the somewhat dim sky. Now, no matter how foolish one was, it was clear that they had definitely been exposed. Damn! Su Chen couldn't help but curse. What kind of luck was this? Just as he entered, he encountered such a misfortune? Kill them, then escape from here. Without Su Chen's reminder, their long-term cooperation had taught them how to respond to the current situation. As the mage with the longest attack radius in the team, Su Lingyun immediately unleashed a meteor fire rain. Lu Mingcheng also placed damage status on the enemy, wanting to end the battle quickly. These LV-25 patrolling guards were just ordinary monsters, and when they saw the fire rain falling from the sky, their faces changed dramatically. Due to the discipline inherent in their profession, they didn't panic and scream like other monsters, but they turned and ran, not daring to stay even for half a second. This aura of destruction was something they couldn't handle. Unfortunately, a little donkey that let out a whimper appeared, instantly rewriting the fate of the patrolling guards. With the attack speed boost from the 1,000-mile movement, Su Lingyun's attack speed increased by 25%. The fire rain fell at an even faster speed, enveloping the 10 patrolling guards, who were completely burned to corpses amidst their shrill screams. After killing the enemy, the group hurriedly ran towards the mouth of the valley, wanting to escape from this place as soon as possible. But as they passed by the charred, mangled bodies, black marks shot out from them, imprinting themselves on the group. You are affected by soul tracking. LV1. Your location will be sensed by the practitioner of this skill. Duration 600s. You are affected by soul tracking. LV2. Your location will be sensed by the practitioner of this skill. Duration 1200s. You are affected by soul tracking. LV3. Your location will be sensed by the practitioner of this skill. Duration 1800s. Since Su Chen was the closest, 3 of these marks landed on him, while the others also had 1 or 2. This tracking method was something they had never seen before, but it didn't stop them from recognizing the technique and realizing the severity of the situation. The already tense time became even more nerve-wracking as the tracking marks flickered in the air at a rapid pace, making the group feel a bit of a chill. Hurry, there's no time. They didn't even have time to choose an escape direction and rushed straight into the dark forest in front of them. The trees here were lush, with leaves of a strange black-gray color. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, but only left tiny shadows, greatly disturbing Su Chen and the others' vision. Fortunately, Ji Hao cast a light spell to illuminate the way ahead, allowing them to move smoothly through the forest. But Su Chen forgot one thing. That was, during their escape, they had no idea where the enemies with the signal flares were located. Suddenly, a distinct rustling sound came from ahead. Many footsteps approached from afar, finally emerging from the bushes. Su Chen and the others immediately stopped as he saw a group of soldiers riding warhorses and holding spears appearing in their line of sight. It looked like there were about 50 of them, but the information on the panel made Su Chen feel a bit troubled. If this group of knights also dropped tracking marks upon their death, wouldn't he have to run until midnight to escape their pursuit? Rebel Army, Vanguard Cavalry, Normal, LV-26 Health, 16440/16440. A group of LV-26 Vanguard Cavalry blocked their path, led by a boss-level leader. This made Su Chen and the others feel a bit challenged. But just a bit. Su Chen picked up his giant axe, mounted on his little donkey, and charged towards the group of knights at an incredible speed. Seeing Su Chen's actions, Su Lingyun and the others understood his intentions. They all unleashed their skills and attacked forward. The once silent black forest was suddenly filled with light, illuminating half of the night sky. The knight squad reacted quickly, raising their spears, forming a line, and charging towards Su Chen and the others. But this was unlike any battle Su Chen had experienced before. These ordinary knights, under the leadership of the boss, charged collectively, surrounded by a faint red aura, with massive spear shadows appearing, stabbing towards Su Chen. The overwhelming numerical advantage of 50-1 meant that even a monster like Su Chen, who was invincible at the same level, could not withstand their assault. Crack! The spear shadow struck above Su Chen's shield, producing a crisp sound. -4852. Massive damage appeared above Su Chen's head. Before Su Chen could even counterattack, he felt a terrifying force transmitted through the shield, sending him flying. Fortunately, Su Lingyun's meteor fire rain arrived just in time, the scorching fire elements directly smashing the knight's charging formation. -9570, -8570, -8775, -8894. Although the opponents managed to dodge in time, a few unfortunate souls were nearly turned into mush, ultimately burned alive by the flames. The dim sky was covered by a layer of dark clouds, accompanied by a tremendous thunderclap. Many bolts of lightning pierced through the black woods, blocking the moon, striking those knights who barely survived. -6545, -6240, -5889. It should be noted that even though Lu Mingcheng was just a support class, the moment he picked up the purple gear, he became a god. The enhancement from the equipment was utterly unreasonable. Those who had just escaped the sea of fire were now struck by lightning, and this time they were completely finished. The originally 50-member knight regiment lost over a dozen members in a single wave of spells. The team size shrank by nearly a third. This made the leading knight's expression grim, watching the group marked with tracking mark with great vigilance. Initially, he thought this 5-person team was just ordinary enemies, merely marking them after killing a few patrolling guards. Even the recent fireworks were just a routine release. They had encountered similar issues before, but they had all been resolved. But this time, he raised the longsword at his waist, a strange fluctuation shimmering around him, surrounding everyone just like the red spear tip before. A green recovery mark lit up above his head, and his health slowly began to recover. The scene was coldly observed by Ji Hao and the others, without any movement. Although the opponent's recovery skill had a wide range, the healing amount was not sufficient, so there was no need to rush. At this moment, Su Chen returned to the battlefield on his donkey. The terrifying impact from before had nearly stunned him. What skill was that? So fierce? Su Chen did not believe this was A unique army skill of the opponent, it had to be some kind of powerful universal skill. Even a super tank like him could be sent flying, which spoke volumes about its power. Previously, Su Chen thought that Xiong Yuanzhang had an army skill, but later found out it was just an ordinary blessing skill that increased attack damage. At most, it just consumed less skill energy. Having suffered earlier, Su Chen naturally would not charge forward recklessly again. Even though the red light surrounding the opponent had slightly faded, he still, like Su Lingyun and the others, attempted a ranged attack. 3 beams of axe light fell on the flank of the army formation. With Su Chen's current damage, these ordinary knights simply couldn't withstand his slashes. 5 of them were directly reduced. The knight leader's expression changed. This kid, who had been knocked away by them earlier, had such a terrifying long-range attack. He immediately realized that he had to make a decision to resolve the current predicament. Gritting his teeth, the knight leader took out a signal flare that Su Chen and the others were quite familiar with. Before they could react, the signal flare shot up into the sky, illuminating the night once more. Damn it! Jihao's face turned red with anger. What was wrong with this group of rebels? Each one had a signal flare? Was it really necessary to be this exaggerated? This was the first time Su Chen encountered such a situation and was quite speechless. How could they be fighting and suddenly start signaling for help? But at this point, Su Chen had no choice but to kill this group of knights and seek a new escape route. However, the next moment, a scene that nearly made Su Chen spit blood unfolded. The once fierce knight regiment chose to retreat actively. Without the advantage of being mounted, they couldn't catch up to the others. He didn't dare let the donkey stray too far from the group, fearing it was a trap to lure him in and then surround his teammates. Su Chen had also tried to run directly, but the knight leader was like a stubborn adhesive. The enemy advanced while he retreated, and when the enemy retreated, he advanced. They played this little trick clearly. Just as this group wanted to hang back and wait for reinforcements, Su Chen finally erupted. He mounted the little donkey, suddenly turned around, and swung his axe forward. Riding at high speed, he was astonishingly quick. The knight captain couldn't react in time and saw Su Chen charge into the ranks, his axe swinging and spraying blood. The originally somewhat orderly formation was instantly thrown into chaos, and the frightened horses reared up, throwing their riders to the ground. Not only did the knight leader fail to react, but even Jihao and the others were left dumbfounded. However, their longtime cooperation made them instinctively unleash their skills. After a series of combo attacks, the knight regiment that had been trailing Su Chen was instantly shattered. The numerical advantage was completely lost. As a result, these people posed no threat to Su Chen and his group. In just a few moments, they wiped out this group of self-righteous fools. Fortunately, they didn't trigger the tracking mark again, otherwise, it would have been quite a hassle. Thanks to the existence of the lucky aura, the knight leader dropped a piece of decent green gear, but unfortunately, it was a spear that no one present could use. After picking up the remaining loot, they hurried forward. This area was all black forest territory. Apart from that damned tracking mark above their heads, there was hardly any light source to be seen. Just then, several explosive flashes suddenly lit up the sky, striking directly above their heads in a straight line from a distance. Soon after, faint sounds began to emerge around them. They grew closer until they realized that a group of knights, seemingly coming from nowhere, was approaching. Just like before, they were also configured with 50 men. But this time, there were 3 full groups surrounding them from the front and sides. What the hell? Jihao looked at the pursuing enemies behind him, his face contorted in frustration. Is it really necessary to be this ridiculous? We were about to leave, and they still want to chase us? How much are they being paid to fight so desperately? Xiong Yuan, feeling somewhat helpless, transformed into his bear form, shielding the 3 fragile ones in front of him. He currently had no long-range attack means, and facing that group of knights who understood combo skills would truly be a one-sided fight. Even Su Chen had just lost over 3,000 health. If it were him, he would probably end up with a hole in his body and tragically die here. Looking at the 3 knight regiments pursuing them, Su Chen felt very helpless. He could only draw his battle axe and shield to face the upcoming challenge. Fortunately, after the last round of battle, the few of them had already become familiar with the characteristics of the knight squad, which was invincible in close combat but weak at range. Not to mention Su Chen, he felt that even a level 40 or below class holder, despite having attribute suppression, would still be crushed by this group of knights. But as long as they mastered ranged attack methods, these people were nothing but experience points for them. Su Chen had no time for idle chatter. Before this group of knights charged, he took the initiative to strike first. Thunderfire rained then fell. The great battle was about to begin. With the advantage of being the first to act, Su Chen's team disrupted the formation of the knights in the first wave of attacks. They used the little donkey's swift journey to speed up and quickly reached the center of the knight squad, engaging them in close combat. They immediately neutralized the knights' charge from the side and rear. After all, they couldn't attack their own teammates just for Su Chen and the others, right? The charge came to a halt. But under the command of their leader, these knights dismounted and drew their swords, surrounding Su Chen and his companions once again. Seeing this situation, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Goodness, are they cutting off their own legs? If the knights formed a battle array, he might still be somewhat wary, but if they dismounted, they became ordinary melee monsters. To him, they were just moving soft-shell shrimp. Su Chen swung his giant axe, carving a bloody path, and even had the leisure to take out a fruit, taking a bite before tossing it on the ground. Brothers, eat the good fruit, this is the Welfare Bureau, let's go. Su Chen laughed heartily, and shield counterattack was triggered continuously. With each swing of his weapon, he took away several lives. At this moment, pleasant notifications rang in his ears. Successfully defeated rebel army. Vanguard Cavalry Normal Experience plus 135, Training Fruit Extra Experience plus 13.5, Team Extra Experience plus 270. Successfully defeated Rebel Army. Vanguard Cavalry Normal Experience plus 135, Training Fruit Extra Experience plus 13.5, Team Extra Experience plus 270. Successfully defeated Rebel Army. Vanguard Cavalry Normal Experience plus 135, Training Fruit Extra Experience plus 13.5, Team Extra Experience plus 270. The previous notification about the training fruit was also changed. These ordinary panel monsters were like moving salted fish to Su Chen. It took no effort at all to collect this group of experience points. Originally, it was a crushing advantage of 150 to 5. Just by changing the combat method, this group of knights instantly collapsed. They were forced to retreat by Su Chen and his companions, with some even mounting their warhorses, preparing to flee. This is the complexity of humanoid monsters. Their upper limit is very high. For example, the military formation they formed, just 50 people, could still inflict some damage on Su Chen. Su Chen didn't know if it was right to call this group of guys humanoid wild monsters. But the information displayed on the panel actually had no difference from other wild monsters. At most, they had a bit more intelligence. The knight leader also sensed something was wrong and quickly shouted, "Run, return to the horses, reform the formation." Without him saying it, many knights afraid of death had already started to act. They hurriedly mounted their warhorses, picked up their spears, and prepared to give Su Chen and his companions a hard lesson, to show them what true power was. Unfortunately, Su Chen had learned a little trick from the enemy knight leader who had chased them earlier. Retreating while advancing, he positioned himself behind a certain knight squad, wildly swinging his axe. These ordinary template trash monsters could not withstand even a casual strike from him. Ji Hao and the others followed suit, trailing behind another team. At this moment, Xiong Yuan stood up, playing his unique role in close combat. In bare form, these knights were like little ants that could be crushed with ease. Even if the little ants had decent health, it was just a matter of crushing them a few more times. The knights were suffering heavy losses, and the three leaders were watching anxiously, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Su Chen and the others had escaped far from the valley, so the signal sent out by the knight leader could only indicate Su Chen's approximate location. The tracking mark was also showing that they were continuously moving east. This meant that the three knight legions had not encountered the previous group. If they had seen the battle scene at that time, they wouldn't have rushed over in such a panic. Now, the situation had evolved to this point, completely out of their control. As a result, they had also followed the old path of that senior retreat. But while the idea was good, the outcome was grim. Don't be fooled by the little donkey looking just like an ordinary domestic donkey. This one was a genuine top-tier mount with purple aptitude. Moreover, it excelled in speed. Coupled with the enhancement of godly speed, how could these ordinary warhorses compare? Before long, the knights who had just started to flee were cut down by Su Chen. This included the three knight leaders. They were all boss-level figures, but the loot they dropped was not at all commensurate with their status. There were only some ordinary green gear and gold coins, though there were a few more gems like the heavenly tilt stone. However, because of them, the battle took a bit more effort, resulting in a few scattered individuals escaping. These small fry did not have signal flares, making it impossible to relay the news in time, which also extinguished Su Chen's desire to pursue. Returning to the previous battlefield, Su Chen found Ji Hao and the others gathered around several pieces of equipment radiating a green aura. Upon closer inspection, Ji Hao had already picked up a set of armor from the ground and put it on directly. A miraculous scene unfolded. Ji Hao's face was shrouded in a layer of mist, which dissipated to reveal a strange face. Ji Hao looked at himself, then picked up the leg guards from the ground and put them on as well. This time, even the information changed. The original false information of the illusion was obscured, forming a new piece of information. Rebel Army, Vanguard Cavalry, Zhang Aidid, Ordinary, LV-25, Health 15-840/15-840. This is the member information of the night group just now? Su Chen's eyes lit up, sweeping away the gloom of being pursued earlier. He carefully examined the set of equipment in front of him. If used well, the upcoming actions would undoubtedly be much easier. I can't believe these boss-level monsters can drop such green gear. Looking at Jihao's transformation, the others were all taken aback, eyeing the remaining green set. It was obvious that this functional equipment should be part of some set effect. As the name suggests, a set is a combination of several pieces of equipment from the same lineage, capable of exerting greater power than normal gear. This set possessed special abilities like deception and face change. What a pity, there are only 2 pieces, not enough for us to share. Xiong Yuan searched the area and only found 2 pieces of the deception set. Adding Jihao's piece, there were a total of 3. He felt a bit regretful, wishing each team member could have a set to better avoid danger. But these were drops from boss-level monsters. Getting 2 pieces at once was already incredible luck for the team. How could they hope for more? After securing the loot, the group moved on. As time passed, the marks on their bodies began to slowly fade, with Suchen being the most affected, but the effect lasted only about half an hour. When the marks disappeared, the group changed direction slightly to avoid being pursued by knights again. But looking at the pitch-black environment now, it seemed unlikely anyone would come looking for trouble. Wouldn't everyone prefer to have a good rest at night? But this was destined to be just Suchen's wishful thinking. In the distance, a man dressed in night gear, with only his eyes visible, stood on a tree trunk, gazing at the few people who had started a fire. His eyes were filled with confusion. He had clearly seen the rebel signal flare launch just moments ago, and there had been sounds of battle before, so why was there no sign of them now? Could it be them? The man in black felt uncertain. The earlier commotion was significant, with at least 2 night squads charging simultaneously. His speed was not slow. He had rushed over as soon as the battle began, and seeing the fallen horses and soldiers along the way, his heart began to race. As the Empire's advance intelligence officer, his task was to investigate and monitor every move of the rebel stronghold. The man in black had come to Black Scale Valley to gather intelligence on the rebels, and he hadn't even had time to confirm the specific situation here before being drawn in by the battle. Judging by the signal flares, there was indeed a hidden rebel outpost nearby. What he needed to do now was to further investigate for more detailed information and then relay it back to the Empire's internal intelligence system. The man in black took out a scroll. He pressed his palm on it, closed his eyes, and let everything he saw, heard, guessed, and thought emerge in his mind. Lines of text appeared out of thin air. Once he finished recording, the man in black took another distant look at Su Chen and the others before vanishing into the darkness. This scroll was then transmitted back to the Empire's intelligence office using a special spatial method. 5th Intelligence Group. Information regarding Su Chen and the others, as well as the situation of the rebel stronghold, was presented before a tall man. He had a resolute face, wore heavy armor, and carried a heavy longbow on his back. The terrifying aura he unconsciously exuded made the surrounding professionals' faces flush, as if their breath had been taken away. This man was the leader of the 5th Intelligence Group, a level 100 expert, Pei Yongwang. Looking at the recently transmitted intelligence scroll, Pei Yongwang's expression remained calm. After a few minutes, he said, "Send a supply officer and a vanguard army to Black Scale Valley to sweep away the rebels. Zhao Family County, I will only give you 1 week. If the mission fails, you need not return." "Yes." Below him, 2 rows of people stood, and one oddly shaped short and stout man shouted loudly. After speaking, he turned and left to prepare all the equipment for the advance expedition. The supply officer had already been dispatched before the order was announced, executing the mission alone. Zhao Jiajun held a blank scroll in his hand, and as his gaze swept across it, the intelligence regarding this mission emerged. He arrived at an incredibly bustling military camp and stopped in front of his own vanguard army. At this moment, the soldiers under his command were still training earnestly. A glance revealed that this group of soldiers, with their upper bodies incredibly muscular, was still engaged in the tedious basic training. Although the lack of combat days made it hard for them to muster enthusiasm, none of them were slacking off or trying to cut corners in their training. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Zhao Jiajun's face. He stood in front of everyone, his voice raised to gather all attention, and began to issue the latest orders. "Assemble. From now on, prepare your weapons and equipment. Tomorrow morning we will head southeast to the Black Scale Valley. There, we have discovered the latest rebel camp, and we need to behead them one by one to honor your glory." At this moment, on Su Chen's side, after a day of battle, they encountered a secret realm on their way back to the city, and several consecutive fierce fights had left them physically and mentally exhausted, their stomachs already protesting with growls. Su Chen held a piece of bread, which was the food he had stored in his backpack. It was meant for emergencies, and he hadn't expected to actually take it out today. The few of them gathered together, eating food and discussing their next moves. Jihao took a big bite of an apple, mumbling, "Let's go back to that valley tomorrow. We've been fighting since we arrived, and we haven't figured anything out. Now we've come to this godforsaken place, and we haven't even encountered a single blue star professional. What kind of situation is this?" Xiong Yuan nodded in agreement. He had previously experienced a small secret realm and was somewhat familiar with its rules. In this secret realm, whether due to its vast activity range or other reasons, they hadn't seen a single professional. Moreover, from the moment they entered, they had been in a completely passive state. From the moment the patrolling guards discovered them until they were driven far away, they hadn't even had a chance to explore their surroundings. If they didn't actively seek clues about the rebels, they wouldn't be able to complete such a difficult task before time ran out. Then let's tentatively plan to return to the valley tomorrow for a patrol. Suchen nodded and then said, I can go alone. The deception set should help me blend into the valley. I'll gather the remaining intelligence bit by bit. If danger arises, I'll just ride back on my little donkey. There's no need to worry about safety. Su Lingyun smiled at his words, her lips curling up as she said softly, with your ability to save yourself, I estimate that only a LV-40 or above boss might pose a slight chance of danger. But thinking about it, that's unlikely. The secret realm won't let us die on our own initiative, and those monsters are probably at most LV-30, not too exaggerated. Exactly. We can't withstand what you can, and rather than worrying about Su Chen's safety, we should think about what we should do. Ji Hao chimed in, continuing the conversation. As they talked, everyone felt a bit emotional. Su Chen's combat power was indeed a bit exaggerated, fierce like a beast. Even though they were all desperately trying to catch up, the gap seemed to be growing larger. Su Chen could only smile and shake his head. He couldn't exactly say that the system was giving him a boost, could he? Whether it was his 3 SSS level core skills or his battle axe and shield, they were all gifts from the system. Completing this mission would also reward him with a random LV-30 purple quality title. This was the only piece of equipment he lacked. Could he not pay attention? Moreover, he had already thought about tomorrow's actions during the previous battle. He also had some guesses about the missing Blue Star professionals. Their initial teleportation location might just be the destination that other professionals were striving to reach. It's just a bit dangerous. If an ordinary person encountered those 2 waves of encirclement, they would definitely die very painfully, with no chance of survival at all. It's only because Su Chen and the others are quite strong, otherwise they really wouldn't be able to withstand a charge from the Night Order. Just entering the secret realm and facing such danger, especially at what could be the rebel stronghold of the Black Scale Valley, his vigilance had already reached its peak. If he thought he could just charge in relying solely on his SSS skills, then by that time, Su Chen might not even know how he died. After a night of rest, Su Chen returned along the original path, walking cautiously and not quickly, arriving near the outskirts of the Black Scale Valley. The daylight was bright. From the outside, the valley appeared pockmarked, with signs of destruction all around the inner walls. There was not a trace of life inside. Only a large lake in the center of the valley that rippled slightly. Su Chen observed carefully. Not seeing anyone moving inside raised a hint of doubt in his heart. Was the Black Scale Valley like this yesterday? He questioned himself. But at this point, he could only brace himself and go take a look. To be safe, Su Chen decided to first walk around the top of the valley to prevent himself from encountering any blind spots in his line of sight. However, upon reaching the peak, Su Chen opened his mouth, staring blankly at the Black Scale Valley before him. Earlier, he had looked straight into the valley from the entrance, thinking it was a one-way entry and exit. But now, with a broader view, Su Chen discovered that at the end of the valley, there was actually another valley path hidden away. Due to the angle and positioning, he hadn't noticed the connection. He walked along the rocky walls at the top of the valley, circling the peak for a while, and finally saw some signs of human activity in the Black Scale Valley. Warhorses, camps, soldiers, all were visible to him. Su Chen even noticed that in the innermost tent, there was a powerful aura emanating, stronger than that of ordinary professionals. It was the familiar feeling of level suppression. Even from a distance, Su Chen could sense the presence of the other party. He scanned the number of camps in the valley, estimating around 300, assuming 4 people per camp, that would be about 1,200 people. There might be some deviation, but it didn't matter. These humanoid monsters could not be dealt with by just Su Chen and his companions. This didn't even include the boss-level monsters or the strength of high-level bosses. No wonder they have to wait for the Imperial reinforcements to arrive. Only by choosing to join one side can the battle be ended. Su Chen understood the correct way to approach the secret realm task. But he also clearly knew how absurd the task given by the system was. To actually require the complete annihilation of both sides, how much faith did they have in him to give him such a difficult problem? Su Chen complained in his heart, and after clarifying the general situation, he had no intention of taking action and prepared to return the way he came to discuss specific strategies with his teammates. But just as he turned around, he noticed a dark figure in the distance sneaking around, crouched at the edge of a cliff in the valley, investigating the situation. Dressed in black, only 2 eyes were visible. The figure was using something resembling binoculars to observe below, not even hearing the sound of Su Chen's footsteps approaching. The figure took out a blank scroll from last night, placed it beside them, and began to record the movements of the rebels below bit by bit. Su Chen found it interesting. Who was this person? Why hadn't he seen them before? Could they be an imperial spy? He didn't act rashly. Some experts are particularly sensitive to reconnaissance methods. As long as a probing gaze falls upon them, they would sense the source of the other party, which is quite terrifying. Fortunately, Su Chen had learned the imperial language related to the secret realm in his cultural classes, and, with the powerful memory of a professional, he could recognize most of the information the figure was recording. After watching for a while, he found that what the other party recorded was not much different from what he understood. At the same time that disappointment filled his heart, he had no interest in continuing to watch. Su Chen pulled out his battle axe and raised it high. In the moment the axe was about to fall, the man in black felt a chill run through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he flipped over and leaped up, preparing to retreat along the predetermined route. As the Empire's advance intelligence officer, he knew all too well what his job entailed. Encountering a master who suddenly attacked was not something new for the man in black. Although he felt panic inside, the muscle memory developed from years of training allowed him to preserve his life in danger and, relying on his excellent speed, shake off the enemy. Unfortunately, the man in black underestimated one thing: Su Chen was Su Chen, and others were others. With just one move, taunt, this quick-reacting man in black stumbled back like a wooden puppet and then charged at Su Chen. Shock appeared on the man's face. He wanted to do something to save his life, but it was all in vain. Su Chen had seen many professionals who, after being taunted, would only struggle aimlessly. Therefore, he had some experience dealing with these guys. With just one move, the shield counterattack, Su Chen cleaved the man in black in front of him in two. Light orbs scattered all over the ground, filled with blue skies and white clouds, but Su Chen took out several scrolls he had seen earlier. He opened one and found it was a topographical map of the area, with special locations marked by the man in black himself. He took the other scrolls and flipped through their contents one by one, and Su Chen's expression instantly became incredibly exciting. Vanguard Army March Route, Rebel Army Annihilation Plan Draft, Rough Distribution Map of Rebel Army Strongholds. Among other things, Su Chen was completely stunned, and there were even direct orders issued by the leaders of the Empire's intelligence agency. He saw the Vanguard Army's marching route and some unique information from the supply officer. He glanced at the dead man in black, a smile he couldn't suppress curling at the corners of his mouth. "Good brother, you actually delivered such a big gift right before you died. How should I repay you?" As Su Chen organized the information left by the black-clad men, a perfect route through the secret realm flashed in his mind. He turned to glance at the rebel stronghold below, a smile creeping onto his lips. Truly, the heavens are against you. He descended the valley, following the traces back to the team's base. At that moment, Ji Hao and the others were bored, sitting under a tree chatting. When they saw a stranger suddenly appear, they all grabbed their weapons, ready to kill. "It's me!" Su Chen quickly waved his hand to stop him. Although skills wouldn't cause him any harm when used on himself, he didn't want to take a beating for nothing. Xiong Yuan squinted at Su Chen, sniffing the air, and finally recognized who it was. He was somewhat speechless. Why hadn't he taken off the deception set upon returning? He scared them half to death. Su Chen put away his gear, revealing his true appearance, and briefly recounted what had just happened. He then took out the intelligence scrolls one by one. "Before those professionals or the Imperial Army arrive, we won't be able to reach the rebel stronghold." Su Chen pointed to a piece of information on the scroll. It mentions that the Imperial Army is stronger and more numerous. Unless something unexpected happens, the rebel stronghold is likely doomed. But we need to consider the influence of the professionals. I think, given the obvious disparity in strength between the two sides, as long as they aren't fools, they will choose to help the Imperial Army eliminate the rebels. That would be the easiest way to complete the secret realm task. But Su Chen paused, contemplating his wording. He couldn't reveal the system's matters. That wouldn't benefit anyone. The intelligence mentions a logistics officer responsible for this battle's supplies, who is already on the way. He should arrive at Black Scale Valley within 2 or 3 days at the latest. What we need to do is intercept the logistics officer and seize all the supplies he has. Think about it, how can an ordinary secret realm task compare to the logistical supplies needed by an army? Even if we can't use them, we can take them back and exchange them for credits, right? As Su Chen spoke confidently, Lu Mingqing's eyes lit up. Goodness, I love bullying this kind of soft persimmon, weak and loaded with gear. Not knowing Su Chen's system task, he excitedly asked, "Are you saying we should help the rebels attack the Imperial Army? Isn't that even harder?" Su Lingyun understood Su Chen's intentions and explained, "What Su Chen means is to rob the logistics officer. This way, when the Main force arrives and finds the logistical supplies have not kept up. They will only have two choices. One is to give up the fight and retreat back to camp, but that's clearly impossible. How could they easily end a battle after expending so much manpower and resources? Moreover, the rebels aren't fools. Once their stronghold is exposed, they will definitely need to relocate, so this situation is unlikely to occur. Su Lingyun looked at Lu Mingcheng, who seemed to understand but not quite, and continued, what the Imperial Army is left with is really only one choice, which is to fight hard. Before their basic supplies run out, they must eliminate the rebels. In this way, the ultimate goal of this operation can be achieved. When the clam and the snipe fight, it is the fisherman who benefits. During the battle between the two armies, we can act according to the situation, maximizing our gains without being limited to the framework of the secret realm task. With this explanation, everyone present finally understood. They looked at Su Chen, all eager to try. Next, they would be dealing with the Imperial Army's logistics officer. Although his strength might not be too strong, he was indeed wealthy. Perhaps after one battle, their gains would be enough to last them for months without food or drink. So what we need to do now is lie in wait for the logistics officer on the outskirts of Black Scale Valley. Killing him will mean we have completed half of our plan. Next, Su Chen began to discuss the specific details with his teammates in depth. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At this time, the sky was filled with dark clouds and the moonlight was almost invisible. At the peak of the Black Scale Valley, Su Chen had somehow donned a full set of black clothing, lying on a high ground overlooking the rebel stronghold below. Just like the previous black-clad man, the area was scattered with rocks and weeds, which, combined with the dim night, effectively concealed Su Chen. Since they had finalized the tactical details 3 days ago, the group had spread out to carefully observe every movement in the vicinity. Su Chen even had a communication device used by the black-clad man and the supply officer in his hand. It was a palm-sized, ancient round disc that flickered with a faint light. Su Chen held it in his palm, and the conversation between the black-clad man and the supply officer surfaced in his mind. The meeting place for the two was precisely at the peak of the Black Scale Valley, the location where the black-clad man had been earlier. Today was the last day of their agreed meeting, and Su Chen couldn't be sure if the other party had sensed something, as they had yet to show up. Su Chen comforted himself that there was still half an hour until the agreed time, and the other party should still be on their way. But as time passed second by second, Su Chen's heart sank little by little. Just as he was about to give up on tonight's operation and plan for tomorrow, several ordinary-looking farmers carrying grass baskets climbed up a mountain in the dark. This made Su Chen's eyes light up, and Ji Hao and the others, hiding in other places, also noticed the anomaly. In this desolate Black Scale Valley, where was there any farmers? At this moment, Su Chen was wearing the deception set, concealing his original appearance, and with his entire body in black clothing. Only one eye was visible, giving him confidence to play the role of the black-clad spy well. He stood up from the peak. The sudden appearance of the shadow at the top startled the farmers, who exchanged glances, looking uncertainly at the shadow ahead. Why did it feel strange? This was very different from the intelligence mentioned. Was the person so tall? The leading old man decided to test the waters, stepping forward and hoarsely asking, "Who goes there?" At the same time, he made a strange gesture with his left hand. This was a communication signal between the two parties. If someone was unaware, they would surely expose themselves at this moment. Su Chen, seeing that gesture, felt his heart drop. Damn it, how careless. The intelligence hadn't mentioned any hand signals or secret codes. He realized his thinking had been a bit simplistic. After all, the Twilight Empire was a massive force comparable to the Dragon Empire. These were probably all verbally agreed upon. How could they be recorded on the intelligence scroll? The transfer of violent mechanisms was certainly not something to be handled so casually. Su Chen felt he needed to reflect on himself. He had underestimated the other party. But it didn't matter. These guys coming to the Black Scale Valley in the middle of the night, gesturing with unknown signals, were unlikely to be good people. Even if they were good people, these secret realm practitioners would kill them without hesitation. He had no psychological burden, because he had no right to sympathize with the ordinary people here on behalf of the humans from Blue Star. That would be disrespectful to the deceased who perished due to the wanton slaughter by the strong in the secret realm. Su Chen no longer concealed himself, summoning the little donkey, and leaped forward at an exaggerated speed. Under the cover of night, these farmers only saw a fleeting shadow rush by, and a huge gash appeared on their bodies. Blood splattered, and the leading old man was sent flying backward, cleaved in two. Before he could even feel the pain, he felt as if he had crashed into a thick wall, then rebounded to the ground. At that moment, his face was covered in blood as he looked up, a tall, furry figure looming over him, coldly gazing down. The bearman, Xiong. Yuan Zhang sneered coldly. Sure enough, a disguise of the grain officer. I don't even know what kind of farmer could survive a hit from Su Chen and still have the strength to look at my monster. As soon as he finished speaking, Flames surged from the long sword in his hand, stabbing fiercely toward the farmer's heart. The farmer reacted quickly, dodging to the side to avoid a fatal blow, but he was still pierced through the left arm, blood gushing out. Meanwhile, in the distance, Su Lingyun waved her staff, and a magic circle appeared beneath her feet, countless starlights erupting from it, enveloping all four farmers. Ji Hao merely shot a symbolic darkness spell, then hid behind, fishing for opportunities. Due to the surrounding environmental issues, Su Lingyun couldn't unleash a too obvious meteor shower to avoid alarming the rebel army below, so she had to find another way to fight. But once the battle began, the information above the heads of the four farmers, originally showing LV-12, suddenly changed. One was a LV-26 Imperial Grain Officer, and the other three were LV-29 Elite Imperial Guards. Just four boss-level figures. The one that was previously knocked away by Su Chen was now being ravaged by Xiong Yuanzheng, the Imperial Grain Officer. This boss-level figure was incredibly frustrated, not only facing a level suppression from Xiong Yuanzheng but also having no power to fight back. The powerful attributes granted to Xiong Yuanzhang by the Bearman were fully displayed at this moment, completely dominating the boss. Meanwhile, Su Chen was chasing and hacking at the three guards who, in their attempt to protect the grain officer, had completely neglected their defenses. This led to the three unfortunate souls losing a significant amount of health right at the start of the battle, facing 5 top-tier practitioners. Of the same level, these 4 bosses were no match, being suppressed from start to finish. When they tried to escape, Su Chen pulled them back with taunt, leaving them with no hope of survival. In the end, the 4 showed expressions of despair and fell to the ground unwillingly. The other 3 guards dropped little of value, and the few looked at them as trash and collected them. But on the grain officer's side, just as they had previously speculated, he dropped 10 storage scrolls. It was obvious that they contained the supplies needed by the rear army. After collecting all the spoils, Su Chen and the others returned to their base and opened the storage scrolls one by one. Grain, equipment, siege crossbows, recovery items, water resources. Among them, 9 were consumables for war. These were of no use to Su Chen and the others, and they could only find a place to exchange them for money. However, the last storage scroll, when opened, caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. Even Su Chen looked inside with a shocked expression. It was a nearly mountain-high pile of heavenly tilt stones. It looked like there were at least tens of thousands of them. Damn, this is really a windfall. Ji Hao's eyes widened as he looked at these heavenly tilt stones piled together like ordinary pebbles, tears almost streaming from his mouth. The others were equally astonished. If these heavenly tilt stones were to flow into the market without considering the short-term devaluation of goods, it would take at least tens of millions or even over 100 million gold coins to buy them. Now, simply killing a boss-level enemy can yield such rewards, which is beyond everyone's expectations. This, Lu Mingqing swallowed hard, his gaze burning as he looked at Su Chen. With so many heavenly tilt stones in hand, he could significantly enhance his combat power and better participate in the great war between the Empire and the rebels. Now it all depended on how Su Chen would distribute them. Su Chen pondered for a moment before making a decision. I, Lingyun, and Xiongde will each take 20%, and the remaining 30% will be split evenly between Old Lu and Ji Haoping. How about that? No one objected. As long as the distribution wasn't too outrageous, no one would quibble over the gains and losses. If they missed out this time, they could redistribute next time. The others followed Su Chen, initially attracted by his formidable strength. However, along the way, they also discovered that their captain had a commendable charisma, someone they could trust completely. So, they found nothing wrong with this somewhat hasty distribution method. Su Chen stored the heavenly tilt stones in his backpack and realized that the previous guesses were somewhat conservative. There were a total of 124,235 heavenly tilt stones. According to the distribution plan just made, Su Chen received 28,574 stones, and with his previous stock, he now had over 33,000 stones. This instantly boosted his confidence. The other 3 were also beaming with joy. A simple action had yielded rewards almost equivalent to what other professionals would earn in at least half a year. Ji Hao, Su Lingyun, and Lu Mingqing immediately enhanced their purple gear. Meanwhile, Su Chen and Xiong Yuanzheng smiled at their teammates but made no moves. They had already reached LV-27, too close to LV-30, and even the best attributes of these enhanced gears couldn't compare to the same quality of LV-30 equipment. So, they decided to hold off, preparing for a big upgrade at LV-30. Su Chen had a clear goal in mind, the purple title gifted by the system. Anything occupying the equipment slots could be enhanced using the heavenly tilt stones. Ji Hao and the others understood this principle. Many players would save resources for the next stage at this intermediate level of LV-25. So, they simply enhanced their gear to +4 or +5 and stopped wasting heavenly tilt stones. After a round of upgrades, the 3 felt an exhilarating rush akin to spending freely in a shopping mall. Their strength had also improved somewhat. Ji Hao, glowing with excitement, looked at Su Chen and asked, jaw-dropping Question. Since the Imperial Army has supply officers, the rebels stationed in the valley must have plenty of supplies too, right? Is there a possibility that we could just steal supplies and the rewards would be greater than what we get from the secret realm? Not to mention, having a supply officer's half of the assets wouldn't be too much, right? Everyone exchanged glances, all gasping in surprise. Jihao's line of thought actually had some merit. If Jihao's idea is feasible, then no matter how great the rewards of the secret realm are, it probably won't be as thrilling as stealing from the opponent's home. Moreover, the grain officer just now is the best example. No one stipulates that only killing bosses or clearing dungeons can yield top-notch equipment or rich resources. As long as they dig out the rebel army's assets, this trip to the secret realm can be considered a complete success. But for the specific details, few of them still need to discuss further. In the next 2 days, things were different from the calm that Su Chen had imagined. Some professionals from Blue Star had already found the Black Scale Valley based on the clues from the secret realm guide and were preparing to explore it. Su Chen had no intention of warning those who recklessly dared to venture into the valley. As expected, all those guys ended up dead inside. During this time, the Night Army came out to patrol, and many freelancers had discovered this place, causing the base leader to suspect whether he had already been exposed. Under such circumstances, those arriving professionals all suffered greatly. As soon as they reached the Black Scale Valley, they were overwhelmed by the Night Army, unable to even put up a fight. Although no survivors were left, the rebels inside the valley had already planned to relocate, preparing to abandon this base. This discovery infuriated Su Chen. Damn it, the Imperial Army hasn't arrived yet, and if the rebels escape, how will he complete his system task? Coincidentally, Su Chen spotted a team of professionals from the Cherry Blossom Empire. 4 men and 2 women, levels ranging from LV-23 to LV-26. The group was sneaking toward the valley. One of the charming female professionals was close to the captain, quietly complaining. The task time is already halfway over, and we haven't even seen a shadow of the rebels. Oda-sama, equivalent to master, do you think we can still complete the task? The charming woman wrapped her arms around the left arm of the man named Oda, pressing against him softly, causing the cold-faced captain to breathe a little faster. He wrapped his arm around her in return, and under the curious gazes of the other team members, they kissed publicly. Only when their breathing became heavy did Oda finally let her go and smiled. Shuiying, don't worry. As far as I know, our companion Dao Shine Keita is about to arrive here as well. There are other professionals with them, and if all goes well, by tomorrow night at the latest, all Blue Star professionals will be here. As for the rebels, his gaze fell at the entrance of the valley filled with confidence. With our more than 100 professionals plus the Imperial Army, how could we not deal with a small group of rebels? Saying this, Oda laughed. Clearly, their team was very lucky, having made it this far without encountering the Night Army. Otherwise, they wouldn't be making such ignorant remarks. At this moment, Su Chen was hiding in a tree behind them. After the battle with Afra, Su Chen returned to the academy and studied the language of the Cherry Blossom Empire during his spare time. He was afraid that if he encountered them again, he wouldn't understand a word they said. He didn't expect it to come in handy this time. Although the distance was a bit far, Su Chen still got the gist of it. Tomorrow night, huh? Su Chen calculated in his mind whether the rebel army would relocate their camp before that group of professionals arrived. If they did move, how could he accurately inform the Imperial Army? Although they weren't fools and surely had experts skilled in tracking with them, the rebels had been hiding so well until now that they had only just been discovered, so they naturally had corresponding countermeasures. Now, Su Chen could only take it one step at a time, hoping that the Imperial Army and Blue Star professionals would arrive quickly. Otherwise, their plan to fish in troubled waters might fail. However, looking at the professionals from the Cherry Blossom Empire ahead, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised his battle axe, exerted force with his feet, leaped into the air, and suddenly slashed out a beam of axe light toward them. A strong sense of crisis enveloped the hearts of the 6. They turned back to look, only to see a purple light streaking through the air, rapidly flying towards them. Even without actual contact, their sixth sense was going wild with warnings. Run! You'll die! You'll die! You'll die! As the captain, Xiongde, the strongest among them, was the first to react to the sense of crisis. He pushed away the Snow Cherry nestled in his arms and quickly rolled back, hiding beside a large tree. Snow Cherry's face was filled with terror as she could only watch helplessly as the attack descended, unable to do anything. Minus 9,240. Minus 8,988. Minus 9,114. Minus 8,987. Minus 8,845. Even though the sword she dealt magical damage, it was not something these ordinary professionals could withstand. Just looking at their health points, it was clear that none of them had 2 LV4 blue agates. Faced with someone like Su Chen, who could deal 5-digit damage with a single blow, all they could do was wait to die. Poof, poof, poof. The purple axe light swept through, as if a fire knife was cutting through tofu, directly severing the 5 of them in half. They turned into white light and vanished from the spot. This scene caused Seong-dae, who had narrowly escaped disaster, to change his expression drastically. He didn't dare to utter a harsh word and hurriedly got up to flee. But he didn't have wings on his back, and for Su-chen, who already had a mount at this stage, being slow was no different from being a turtle. Su-chen merged with the donkey, transforming into a shadow that directly swept past the desperately running Seong-dae. Bang! Su-chen used the giant axe like a baseball bat, swinging it and sending Seong-dae flying like a ball. The terrifying impact made Seong-dae's eyes bulge. It felt like a missile had exploded on his back, and he crashed directly into an old tree. Crack! A deep pit was smashed into the tree trunk, and Seong-dae fell to the ground like a dead dog, without a single breath escaping. He too turned into white light, disappearing into the secret realm. Seeing that the entire team of professionals from the Cherry Blossom Empire had died and returned home, Su-chen finally exhaled a breath of foul air, feeling much lighter. Daring to flaunt their love in front of me, they really deserve to die. Reflecting on the disgusting scene he had just witnessed, Su-chen snorted. He hid nearby for a while, and after confirming that no one had noticed the commotion, he mounted the donkey and began to patrol the surrounding territory. He needed to prevent these professionals from getting hot-headed and causing trouble for the rebels. Otherwise, even if the rebels were slow-witted, they would still sense that something was off. If they really moved their base, Su-chen would have nowhere to cry, so he needed to organize this group of professionals. When the Imperial Army and the rebels clashed, they could strike together. This would not only benefit Su-chen's own plans but also help these professionals complete their secret realm tasks. A win-win. However, things did not progress as smoothly as Su-chen had imagined. He thought that appealing to their emotions and reasoning would move these guys. But who would have thought that he encountered a bunch of stubborn individuals who didn't want to hear a word of his nonsense? One person controlling their entire team? How could that be possible? To deal with such people, Su-chen has always preferred to win them over with virtue, directly suppressing them with force. If they don't listen, just kill them back to the real world. Why bother with so much trouble? The result of this approach was a sharp decrease in the number of professionals. And in the end, Su-chen only managed to recruit fewer than 70. Many of these had witnessed Su-chen's frenzied slaughter and dared not resist, fearing they would be kicked out of the secret realm. After all, it wasn't easy to come here, and no one wanted to return empty-handed. After Su-chen explained the pros and cons of the situation, the professionals finally calmed down and began to gather together, waiting for the Imperial Army to arrive. Another day passed. The patrols of the rebel army had clearly intensified, but the frequency of encounters with professionals had dropped significantly. This eased their minds. Perhaps it was just an accident after all? As these knights completed their patrol tasks around the territory and prepared to return to the valley, they heard a faint sound of hooves in the distance. A look of confusion appeared on their faces. Could it be that a knight had gone out to patrol the outskirts? Before they could react, they heard a more dense and heavy sound of hooves echoing through the woods. Upon closer inspection, a banner was fluttering, and the unique imperial symbol above it shimmered with light, radiating a mysterious power that stirred their fighting spirit. The patrolling knights turned pale at the sight, and without a word, they spurred their horses back towards the valley. They rushed back to the chief's tent and reported the situation to the tall, robust man sitting in the main seat. Not good. Chief, the Imperial Army has discovered us just outside the valley. The knight spoke in a panicked tone, stumbling over his words. Our men estimate that the Empire has sent at least 1,500 troops to encircle us. Chief, what should we do? What? The Empire has come looking for us? Why so soon? The little bugs that appeared these past 2 days, even if there are spies among them, why would the army arrive so quickly? Impossible, there must be something we don't know. Go investigate further. As the knight finished speaking, the tent erupted into chaos. Many civil and military officials became agitated, roaring in panic and anger. But some remained calm, their brows furrowed as they looked towards the stronghold leader on the main seat. The leader also felt somewhat helpless. He hadn't expected the military to find this place so quickly. He had thought they could delay for a few more days, but it seemed unlikely now. However, he wasn't too flustered. If they had been completely unprepared and without any trump cards, they would have left long ago when the professionals came to inspect in large numbers. What he hadn't anticipated was the timing of the Imperial Army's arrival. Just 1 day short. The leader stroked a huge scale placed on the table in front of him, its overall shaped diamond-like, with a slightly distorted outline that made it appear more aesthetically pleasing than ordinary scales. It was engraved with intricate and mysterious patterns, and when his palm brushed over it, it emitted a faint glow, as if it were a living scale. While the high-ranking members of the stronghold were still arguing below, the leader stood up, took the scale in his hand, and walked out of the tent first. Seeing this, everyone stopped their quarrels and followed him. They arrived at a tranquil and deep lakeside, where the leader finally stopped. This was a round lake. similar to the one at the valley entrance, the only difference being that the water was faintly tinged with red blood. There were also the remains of unknown monsters left behind. These were the corpses of monsters from the dark forest outside, which he had fed into the lake, all to help the chief's black-scaled dragon complete its evolution. By then, they would have the confidence to fight back, even against a small imperial army, let alone stronger foes. What a pity, we were still a bit short on time. The leader sighed and threw the huge scale into the lake. He saw a shadow flash beneath the water, and the scale sank rapidly, being drawn to the bottom by the shadow. The leader simply gazed calmly at the lake's surface, lost in thought. Until the obvious shouting came from outside the valley, he turned back and issued orders to the higher-ups at the stronghold. Order all soldiers to fight with me. If you want to survive, we must set the battlefield at the lakeside of the valley entrance, understood? And on the side of the Imperial Army. They had originally arrived near the Black Scale Valley at noon, but their speed was delayed due to the inability to contact the supply officer. The supply officer was likely caught in some mishap. The choices left for them were the same as what Su Lingyun had predicted earlier. Only by making a concerted effort to completely eliminate this group of rebels could they complete this extermination mission. The leader of the vanguard army, Zhao Zhejun, looked at the rebel soldiers gathered at the valley entrance, a hint of disdain flashing across his face. He brought a complete vanguard army of over 2,000 men. What could those ragtag soldiers use to fight him? Zhao Zhejun took out a longbow from behind and drew a specially made arrow, magical energy surging, and it began to attach a rich fire element. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, directly piercing into the crowd of rebels, followed by a loud explosion that sent surrounding soldiers flying, blood splattering everywhere. Charge! As the leader, Zhao Zhejun was the first to spur his horse forward, his level 38 radiating a terrifying aura that intimidated the rebel soldiers from advancing. Knights, warriors, mages, archers, and other professionals in the rear unleashed their skills. The once tranquil valley suddenly erupted with sounds of explosions. The two sides quickly mixed together, the sounds of hacking and killing rising and falling, the scene instantly becoming chaotic. Hidden in the shadows, Su Chen and the others saw the war had begun and called everyone to head towards the valley. He shouted loudly, "This time we will cooperate with the Imperial Army to exterminate the rebels, and we must take them down quickly. Let me say one more thing, this operation will be organized in teams, no need to force cooperation. If you can help, if not, then it's your own bad luck. That's it. Charge!" Su Chen's group also began to advance towards the center of the battlefield. But he played a little trick, wearing the deception set during the charge, directly becoming invisible and slipping away from the crowd. He met up with Ji Hao and the other three. They had tasted success from the supply officer once and naturally wanted to reap another profit. The few of them left the battle circle and climbed to the peak on the far side of the valley, advancing towards the rebel stronghold. Ji Hao had an excited expression, rubbing his hands back and forth like the most hated creature in the world. His mouth kept muttering about equipment, materials, gems, and the like. Seeing Ji Hao's foolish demeanor, Lu Mingqing scoffed, "This fool," as if he had never seen anything good in his life. He was different. Lu Mingqing wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, looking at the empty rebel stronghold below, as if it were not an enemy camp but a gold mine filled with treasures. His throat involuntarily rolled. How do we get down?" His voice stuttered, but his eyes remained bright. Looking at the equally unambitious Lu Mingqing, Su Chen smiled faintly and took out a bundle of vine ropes from his backpack. Since he was preparing to raid the other party's lair, he naturally wouldn't come unprepared. Su Chen pulled out an ordinary long sword, completely inserting the tip into the ground, leaving only the hilt exposed. This was a type of anti-slip handle with a round head at the bottom, allowing the vine ropes to lock onto it without worrying about slipping off. Connecting several bundles of vine together, Su Chen threw it down. Seeing such a rudimentary descent equipment, the others all had a big question mark above their heads. "Dude, are you trying to get me killed? Su Chen, are you trying to swallow my share too?" Ji Hao looked at the sections of vine ropes tied up by Su Chen, asking nervously. The mountaintop was at least 100 meters high. Could they really get down safely with this? "Ah, look at your scared face." Su Chen laughed and gave Ji Hao a nudge. This guy was always so serious. "Don't say I didn't provide you with safety measures." Su Chen called over the little donkey. It raised its head, forming a life chain between Ji Hao and the donkey, capable of protecting Ji Hao in times of danger. It wouldn't let him die too quickly. "Old Lu, hurry up and put Ji Hao in a revival state. Look how scared he is." Lu Mingqing also chuckled, casting the skill on Ji Hao, then said with a smirk, "Look at someone's pathetic state, clearly dying to go down, but now he won't even dare to descend a small hill. TSK, really embarrassing for the team." After saying that, he rolled his eyes and pouted. The mocking expression nearly made Ji Hao explode on the spot. Ji Hao glared at Lu Mingqing, took a few deep breaths, and finally managed to calm himself down. He couldn't fight back. As the pure support in the team, Jihao's combat power was always at the level of a floor tile. If he practiced against Lu Mingcheng, he might as well be beaten to a pulp. Looking at that provocative and arrogant expression, Jihao decided to let him off this time, waiting to get some top-notch equipment before reclaiming his dignity. He glanced at Su Chen, then at the small flowers and trees below, and suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. I'll demonstrate first, don't worry, with the little donkey and old Lu here, you won't die, Su Chen said with a smile. After that, he grabbed the vine rope, let his body leave the mountaintop, and slowly slid down, pulling his hands in. The vine ropes in the dark forest were much sturdier than he had imagined, with no risk of breaking at all. In no time, he successfully reached the ground and waved to the others above, signaling them to hurry down. Although 100 meters was high for professionals, as long as they didn't fall headfirst into the ground, they generally wouldn't die. Aside from pain and a rapid drop in health, there were no other issues. Seeing Su Chen land safely, Jihao gritted his teeth and slid down as well. The process was going smoothly until Jihao looked up and saw Lu Mingcheng placing his hand on the vine rope, a grin on his face reminiscent of a Dragon King's crooked smile. Damn it, old Lu, you better wait for me. Jihao was startled and hurriedly slid down. Although he was less than 20 meters from the ground and there was no real danger, he was still frightened by Lu Mingcheng, tightening his legs and trembling slightly. Above, Lu Mingcheng chuckled. After Jihao went down, he slid down as well. Compared to Jihao's tension, he had no psychological burden at all, reaching the bottom in just 20 seconds. Su Lingyun and Xiong Yuan followed suit. As for the donkey, it was stored in Su Chen's mount space below and then released, successfully completing his space travel. We'll split up, Jihao and Lingyun together, Xiong Di and old Lu together, searching from the center outwards, and we must be quick. Before the war ends, we need to successfully return to the mountaintop. We can't let those guys wrap us up here. Jihao and the others nodded, without hesitation, quickly selecting a target and starting their search. Although logistical supplies are generally not placed in the center of the camp, Su Chen knew that the tents in the middle were occupied by the high-ranking rebels, and whether there were any leftover treasures inside was anyone's guess. They had to search thoroughly. Entering the central tent, Su Chen began to check one by one. Contrary to his expectations of wealth, these rebels were extremely poor. Even in the leader's tent, he found nothing of value. As for the other high-ranking members, there was even less. This made Su Chen somewhat suspicious. Could it be that these guys had stored everything in storage scrolls and carried them around? This left him feeling a bit frustrated. If that were the case, they could only look for the basic supplies hidden in their army. The three groups searched for half an hour. Fortunately, heaven does not disappoint those who are diligent. Near a cluster of tents by a lake, Su Chen and the others finally discovered the enemy's supplies. Most of it consisted of common items like food and weapons, far more shabby than the imperial grain supplies. However, there were also some good items. Su Chen found a few pieces of green equipment jewelry with decent attributes, which he distributed among Jihao and the others. After all, jewelry like this was almost non-existent in the market, let alone those with slightly better attributes. However, Su Chen noticed that gemstone resources seemed to be a necessity for every march. They discovered many low-level gemstones in a corner, packed in boxes, probably around 30 or 40 boxes. But several of them were empty, indicating that the gemstones had been taken out by someone. Jihao's eyes turned red at the sight, wishing he could spread the gemstones on the ground and dive in to enjoy them. Su Chen didn't give him that opportunity, taking all the loot and preparing to end this trip. He wore a broad smile. It had been a bountiful day. This unexpected visit to the secret realm, which he thought would be a long and tedious series of tasks, turned out to be full of surprises, even preparing resources up to level 30 ahead of time. Just as they were all beaming with joy, ready to return to the mountaintop along the same path, a shadow emerged from the bottom of the lake. It was a snake-like monster covered in pitch-black scales. Its body was as thick as two people hugging each other and over 10 meters long. Even standing still, it exuded an oppressive aura. The black snake flicked its tongue, looking at the tent where the gemstones were stored carefully, sensing for a moment before glancing at Su Chen and his group, who were already far away. Its eyes glinted coldly, and its massive body crawled ashore, making not a single sound as it silently moved across the ground. Su Chen and the others were clearly unaware that they had been targeted by a giant creature, still chatting and laughing as they walked towards the vines. Especially Jihao, who had a somewhat greedy nature, felt a bit dizzy. If it weren't for the circumstances, he would have wanted to sing loudly, ready to shout at the rebel stronghold. Looking at the vines hanging down from the sky, Jihao was not as afraid as before. Just as he was about to grab the vine and climb up, urgent screams suddenly came from behind. Be careful! Jihao suddenly turned around. He saw an enormous python rushing from the rear camp, its mouth wide open, quickly lunging to bite at the crowd. The size of its mouth left no doubt that it could swallow several people whole. Su Chen was the first to react. He sidestepped to create distance while casting a taunt on the creature. He drew out his weapon and shield, preparing for the impending battle. Unexpectedly, the plan went smoothly until the final moment when a variable appeared. Where did this giant snake come from? Su-chan had no time to think. He glanced at the snake's attributes, feeling a mix of shock and rising desire. Black-scaled python, Lord-level boss/remnant. LV36 health 2405000/2405000. If they could successfully kill this monster snake, the team's LV30 equipment would surely be secured. The black-scaled python, in an instant of aggro transfer, slammed its head against Su-chan's shield. Although Su-chen was prepared, the sheer power of such a large creature was absurd, sending him flying without a chance to retaliate. -2475. Under the immense level suppression, even Su-chen's defense felt as fragile as paper, taking thousands of damage in an instant. He quickly scrambled to his feet, summoned his donkey, and rushed back to the battlefield. Su-chen swung an axe at the python's neck, but the crisp sound of metal clashing made his heart sink. -17,819. Not even reaching 20,000 damage, this guy's defense was truly outrageous. Su-chen grumbled internally, but his hands didn't stop moving. Su Lingyun and the others quickly organized a counterattack, unleashing skills in a flurry, and for a moment both sides were evenly matched. Looking at the panel that resembled the initial state of Afra, Su-chen couldn't help but recall what old Mu had told him before. Afra could hardly be called a true lord-level boss. He had been forcibly promoted by some external force. Just from his meager health, one could see the truth. Just over 1 million, although much more than a typical head-level boss, it was far from the threshold of a lord level. A normal LV27 lord-level boss would have at least 13 million health. That was a formidable existence, 1,000 times stronger than ordinary monsters, hence the title of lord. As for why Afra could exhibit the strength of a lord-level boss at that time, it was likely due to the effect of the fruit he consumed. Su-chen narrowed his eyes, recalling the information, while also noticing that this creature was similarly a powerful being on the verge of promotion, but that half-step distance felt like a chasm. If this black-scaled python were a true lord-level boss, Su-chen would have fled with his teammates to the valley without hesitation. Who would want to fight such an absurd creature? But now it was just a half-crippled version. Even with a high-level suppression, it was not unbeatable for them. Su-chen took out 2 cultivation fruits, stuffed one into the donkey's mouth, and after taking a bite of the other, tossed it on the ground. He excitedly shouted, "Brothers, let's max out our states. Today we're going for something big." After saying that, he charged forward, engaging in battle with the black-scaled python. Lu Mingqing quickly cast buffs on the others. You have received basic strength aura boost, strength increased by 24 points. Duration 150s. You have received super speed aura boost, attack speed increased by 40 points. Duration 100s. You have received monster strength spirit language boost, attack increased by 150 points. Duration 200s. Lu Mingqing flipped through the ancient language book in his hands, lights flashing continuously. Various buff skills were rapidly cast on Su-chen and the others. Jihao placed healing skills on Xiong Yuanzheng and Su Lingyun. These two were the secondary damage dealers and absolutely needed to be protected. Encountering a boss of this level is truly dangerous. Just a brush can injure, and a direct hit can kill, showing no mercy whatsoever. Outside, a large-scale battle is also taking place at the valley entrance between the rebel forces and the Imperial Army, and with Blue Star professionals involved, there are bound to be many variables. Even Su Lingyun didn't dare to use her signature skill, Meteor Shower, and could only use some of her basic skills to deal damage. Even so, under the bombardment of several people, the health of the black-scaled python was rapidly declining. As long as it couldn't break through Su-chen's defenses, it wouldn't be able to harm Jihao and the others behind him. But how many bosses that have grown to this point don't have ranged attacks? The black-scaled python raised its head and let out a long cry, water elements wildly gathering on its forked tongue, the cold air condensing into 3 icy spears. Whoosh! The icy spears, charged with power to the limit, shot directly towards Jihao and the others. Clearly, the black-scaled python was quite intelligent, knowing to first deal with the pesky small fries bothering it from a distance. Jihao and the others were startled by the speed of the icy spears, even though they had already begun to dodge during the opponent's skill wind up. However, they were still predicted by the black-scaled python's trajectory. At that moment, Xiong Yuanjing transformed into a bear human and stood protectively beside them, his reaction speed extremely fast. The moment the spear flew out, he reacted. Like grabbing a chick, he seized the nearest Su Lingyun and Lu Mingqing, pulling them back forcefully. Boom! Boom! The spears pierced the ground, creating a large pit, with dirt flying everywhere, obscuring their view ahead. The 3 successfully dodged the black-scaled python's attack, but Jihao wasn't so lucky. The spear pierced through his body, and the immense inertia sent Jihao flying far back until he was pinned against a nearby rock wall. -52,104, 5,320. The brutal damage sent Jihao to meet his ancestors. Even the little donkey's shield couldn't protect him, and his own health was also cut in half. Fortunately, the rebirth mark was still hovering over Jihao's head. Lu Mingchang, also a warlock capable of casting healing spells, managed to pull him back up, even if the healing amount was small. Xiong Yuanzhang removed Ji Hao from the icy spear and fed him a health potion. This tall guy, standing at nearly 2 meters and always dressed in a bizarre manner, finally regained some color in his face. Recalling the scene of being instantly killed, Ji Hao felt a wave of fear and was almost infuriated with himself. Damn it, why didn't I dodge? He cast several healing spells in succession, finally bringing his health back to a safe line. Although facing the black-scaled python, his so-called health safety line wouldn't matter much. It was better to restore his state just in case. Seeing that the black-scaled python was about to cast another skill, preparing to wipe out Ji Hao and the others completely, Su Chen also got angry. Did it really think I posed no threat to you, you beast? Su Chen cursed loudly. Then, he unleashed all the damage skills he had mastered in the shortest time possible, pouring them all onto the black-scaled python. Minus 24,420. Minus 4,504. Minus 6,660. Minus 7,480. Minus 6,870. Minus 23,878. A massive amount of damage erupted in a short time. Even as a half-step lord, the black-scaled python couldn't withstand such a frenzied attack. Its mouth opened, letting out a mournful hiss. As Su Chen's team was fiercely battling the black-scaled python, the army at the mouth of the valley was engaged in an even more brutal fight. The rebel leader's face was twisted with rage, his body drenched in the blood of enemies. Even as he slaughtered madly, he could not stop the iron cavalry from the empire. Even the battlefield he had previously set was forced back by dozens of meters. According to his initial plan, he intended to use a living sacrifice to allow the black-scaled python to complete its evolution ahead of time, ensuring victory in this great battle. But now, for some unknown reason, despite the obvious fluctuations of battle here, the black-scaled python still had not appeared. Whoosh! A streak of light in the form of an arrow shot forth, piercing through the rebel leader's left arm, and the moment he was momentarily stunned, blood gushed out, creating a large hole at the wound. The rebel leader let out a scream, but did not lose his composure, as the priests in the rear had already cast healing spells. This would allow him to survive longer on the battlefield. In the distance, Zhao Jiejun was unfazed by this. His strength was on par with the rebel leaders. The reason he could suppress the other side was entirely due to the Imperial vanguard he had brought with him. In a situation where levels were generally not high, the advantage in numbers determined everything. Watching the rebels still struggling to resist, Zhao Jiejun snorted disdainfully, then took the military flag in hand and waved it vigorously. All soldiers, charge forward and take down the rebels. Those who slay the leaders will be greatly rewarded. Zhao Jiejun roared. Then, all the soldiers of the vanguard seemed to be injected with adrenaline, charging forward recklessly. Their only target was the rebel leader's head. The Blue Star professionals mingling within the army, dressed in all sorts of bizarre outfits, had initially been mistaken for spies from enemy nations in the early stages of the war. But as the number of spies increased, they struck the rebels with lethal blows, as if there was a deep-seated grudge between the two sides. This made Zhao Jiejun and the other commanders temporarily suppress their thoughts of questioning the other side. Perhaps these were all enemies of the rebels, coming to seek revenge together. Faced with such concentrated fire, even though the rebel leader was a boss-level figure, no matter how high his level, he was forced to retreat step by step. In an instant, he was heavily injured by the skills unleashed upon him. The rebel leader's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth against the pain and rode his horse backward in a frantic escape. He feared that if he stayed for another second, he would be turned to dust by countless skills, leaving not even a trace behind. Seeing their leader flee, the remaining rebels had no intention of continuing the fight and began to retreat as well. Zhao Jiejun would not let such a good opportunity slip away. He shouted again, "All vanguard troops, charge forward and eliminate the rebels, leave not a single one behind." Zhao Jiejun was full of vigor, not expecting these guys to be so weak. In the face of losses in supplies and resources, a single charge was enough to send the enemy fleeing in panic. The great credit for exterminating the rebels should belong to me. The professionals of the vanguard also began to roar with excitement, launching a frenzied attack on the unfortunate rebels who were lagging behind. The rebels were already at a numerical disadvantage, and the negative effects of their retreat further reduced their numbers. Before they could escape back to their camp, more than half were shot down by the vanguard. When the rebel leader finally returned to the camp, preparing to call upon the black-scaled python under the great leader's command to fight, he suddenly witnessed a scene that made his eyes bulge in shock. A 5-person team was engaged in fierce battle with the black-scaled python. To be precise, it was one person, the young man wielding a shield and carrying a large axe. He was actually able to face the black-scaled python head-on? What kind of monster is this? For a moment he forgot that there were pursuers behind him, standing there dumbfounded, watching the figure radiating a powerful aura. He seemed to see the youthful visage of the great leader. Whoosh! An arrow carrying thunder and lightning shot towards him, startling him awake. The rebel leader then remembered that they were fleeing, seeking help from the black-scaled python. But what was the situation now? The black-scaled python was also fighting against someone? Was it someone from the Imperial Army? The identity of the rebel leader was unknown. But he glanced at the pursuers close behind, gritted his teeth, and took out a flute from his pocket. Under the cover of the many rebels, he began to play a strange melody. The sound was soft, yet it magically reached the ears of everyone present. The sudden sound of the flute made Su Chen and the others instinctively turn around, only to see that the rebels and the Imperial Army had already clashed before them. The two sides were once again locked in battle. But what surprised him was that after the strange flute sound began, the black-scaled python suddenly stopped its attack in a bizarre manner. It then twisted its body and quickly charged towards the rebel leader. The black-scaled python moved swiftly, appearing to the Imperial vanguard like a massive rock crashing through at breakneck speed. Under the command of the rebel leader, it plunged into the crowd, not needing to use any skills at all. Just the pressure of its level was enough to crush the vast majority of enemies. However, inevitably, many unfortunate rebels were turned into meat paste, dying unjustly. The sudden appearance of the giant black snake made Zhao Jiajun and the others extremely vigilant. The powerful aura it emitted was undoubtedly the strongest among everyone present, almost reaching the level of a lord. His expression darkened just as victory seemed within reach. A powerful monster suddenly appeared to disrupt everything, and who could feel good about that? Seeing the rebel leader playing the flute, he knew that the key to victory or defeat lay here. Zhao Jiajun shouted loudly, "Everyone, surround the rebel leader. Double the reward for anyone who beheads him." The reward for beheading a general was already generous, and now it was doubled. Who wouldn't be tempted? The vanguard once again aimed their spears at the rebel leader, preparing for a concentrated attack to take him down. Unfortunately, with the black-scaled python present, how could they truly succeed? It rampaged through the crowd. Having no opponents at all, not even Zhao Jiajun, the vanguard leader, could restrict it in the slightest. The rebels' original numerical disadvantage quickly turned into good news of equal strength with the addition of the black-scaled python. Zhao Jiajun's face turned ashen. He knew that if this continued, they would undoubtedly lose. They had to deal with the black-scaled python first. Fortunately, Su Chen had previously inflicted considerable damage on it, and after rampaging on the battlefield for so long, this creature was not unscathed. The vanguard had the strength to completely slay it. After all, it wasn't truly a lord-level existence. There was nothing to fear. With the change in tactics, the black-scaled python was bombarded with overwhelming skill attacks, and even the Blue Star professionals turned their weapons against it. But correspondingly, the rebels, now without anyone to restrain them, launched a frenzied slaughter against the vanguard. But Su Chen would not sit idly by and watch the rebels turn the tide. He rode his little donkey, darting into the battlefield at high speed. These ordinary soldiers couldn't see his figure at all. They only felt a flash of light, and their companions beside them were cut in half. Su Chen's entrance was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. To him, these soldiers were merely inexperienced novices that he could easily manipulate. This group of rebels was no match for the Night Order that had previously hunted them down. They were just ordinary infantry, wildly swinging their weapons on the battlefield. Although Su Chen also didn't understand any axe techniques, sheer strength could overcome tenfold wisdom. Anyone he struck would either die or be severely injured. The surrounding rebels seemed like a patch of weeds, constantly being harvested by Su Chen. Such an exaggerated scene naturally caught the attention of those nearby, who stared at Su Chen in astonishment, wondering where this reckless man had come from. One man and one donkey could dominate the battlefield? It was truly outrageous. The soldiers around initially wanted to form a battle formation to encircle and kill Su Chen, but they underestimated his strength. The strongest freshman from the Divine Martial Academy was not to be trifled with. No heavy-armored shield warriors, knights, or tank druids could withstand his light axe strike. Blood splattered everywhere, causing the rebels, who shouted daily about overthrowing the Empire, to reveal expressions of terror. They began to retreat. It wasn't until they heard the attack of the Imperial Army behind them that they finally stopped. Looking at the incredibly brave Su Chen in front and the advancing Imperial Army behind, their faces turned grim. They glanced around, biting their teeth, and ultimately decided to charge toward the Imperial Army. This bizarre phenomenon left Su Chen stunned. Through the reflection of the axe blade, he could see his own face clearly. After staring for a long time, he found nothing terrifying about himself. As for why the rebels were so frightened, Su Chen was unclear. His reckless behavior on the battlefield was intimidating, comparable to that of a black-scaled python. It was far superior to that of the rebel leader and the Zhao family. He was simply a humanoid killing machine. The Imperial Army could handle these ordinary rebels to some extent, but when faced with Su Chen, wherever the terrifying giant axe appeared, death would follow. If one looked down from above, they would see that the battlefield had formed two vortexes resembling vacuums. One was the exaggerated black-scaled python, and the other was Su Chen shouldering the giant axe. No one dared to approach, but at that moment the leaders of both sides had issued a death order: no retreat. Retreating would mean there would be no chance of survival. Even the Blue Star professionals involved in the battle were completely caught up in this vortex, with no possibility of escape. Previously, some professionals had been injured and attempted to leave the battle circle, only to be deemed deserters by the Imperial Army. They were killed on the spot, although not many professionals witnessed this scene at the time. As time passed, more and more professionals were slaughtered, and they gradually understood the rules of the battlefield. The forces of the Blue Star professionals, rebels, and Imperial Army continued to dwindle, unable to stop. They didn't dare to stop. Su Chen and the black-scaled python, the two toxic elements of the battlefield, received special attention from the leaders of both sides, especially the black-scaled python. Its massive body naturally attracted many skills. Skills would occasionally splash skill halos around it. Fortunately, it had a high-level suppression over this group of guys, so there was no need to worry about health for now. Meanwhile, Su Chen, empowered by the shield counterattack, made the rebels feel what true despair was. Compared to the steadily decreasing health of the black-scaled python, they simply couldn't break through Su Chen's defenses. The unique damage reduction mechanism of shield counterattack gave Su Chen an overwhelming advantage against opponents weaker than him. Even if some skills were not blocked, Jihao would instantly restore his health, so there was no need to worry too much about safety. The war continued, and the ground had been shattered by countless skills completely unrecognizable. The soldiers on the field were extremely exhausted, their chests heaving violently, and the weapons they wielded were no longer as powerful as before. The rebel leader had even lost his left arm but still fought fiercely against the enemy. The Zhao family army was not in a much better state. Their thighs, waists, and arms had been battered to the point where their armor was in tatters, and the skin beneath was reduced to a pulp. The forces on both sides had dwindled from over 3,000 to less than 500, and all of them were severely injured soldiers unable to fight. At this moment, the mages, who controlled large-scale attacks, played their role. They unleashed spell after spell, delivering the final blows to the enemy. Su Lingyun chanted incantations, raising her staff, and began to indiscriminately release the meteor fire rain. This skill, which she had been holding back for a long time, proved to be incredibly effective in this war. The tightly packed crowd allowed each of her fireballs to achieve results, killing many enemies. The spreading flames continuously burned them, adding insult to injury for these already gravely wounded soldiers, who were soon reduced to ashes, leaving no corpses behind. In the mage's final frenzy, the number of combatants on the battlefield plummeted: 425, 258, 147, 78, 54, until only a few dozen remained. Both sides finally came to their senses, staring blankly at the corpses strewn around them. The war had constantly stimulated their adrenaline, keeping these soldiers' nerves taut, forcing them to numbly continue killing in hopes of surviving by sheer luck. But now, looking at the still formidable Su Chen and the black-scaled python, they showed a hint of confusion in their eyes. Could they really defeat such an enemy? It wasn't just the soldiers who thought this. Even Zhao Jiajun, the leader of the Imperial Vanguard, looked at Su Chen with a face full of terror. Although Su Chen was slaughtering the rebel forces on the battlefield, he had noticed that this mysterious powerhouse was quietly controlling the overall strength of both the rebels and the Vanguard. Earlier, when the black-scaled python appeared and the rebels gained the upper hand, he had slaughtered the rebels. When the Vanguard regained the advantage, he began to unleash Axe Light, each time inadvertently taking a few Imperial soldiers with him. Once or twice he could understand as accidents, but cold sweat broke out on Zhao Jiajun's forehead. He truly hadn't expected the situation to reach this point. The battle was too intense, leaving no possibility for retreat. Now both sides were caught in a brief calm. He had to make a decision. Looking at the surviving Imperial Vanguard soldiers, covered in blood, almost none were unscathed. Zhao Jiajun felt like his teeth were about to shatter, but he could only helplessly shout, "Retreat!" As soon as the words left his mouth, these severely injured soldiers seemed to release the tension in their minds, with several collapsing to the ground. Unconscious, Zhao Jiajun paid no attention to these soldiers. As the leader of the vanguard, he had to ensure the survival of the majority. Although the outcome of this campaign against the rebels could be deemed a disaster, he could not allow the entire vanguard to be buried here. In the distance, Su Chen, wielding his battle axe, revealed a playful smile. They had fought to this point, and they still thought he would let them leave safely? Summoning a little donkey, Su Chen leaped onto it, pointing his giant axe at the remnants of the Imperial army, laughing loudly. "Dumper truck, start up!" The little donkey transformed into a charging war chariot, bringing forth a brilliant purple light as it flew towards Zhao Family County. The soldiers lagging behind, even at their peak strength, could not withstand a single blow from Su Chen, let alone in their current weakened state. "Quick, retreat!" the Zhao family county was filled with terrified screams. He whipped his warhorse with all his might, and the horse let out a painful neigh, suddenly speeding up. But before he could run far, a cold wind swept in from behind. Then he felt a sudden lightness in his body, and he was thrown off the horse. Instinctively, he turned to look back, only to see the donkey wearing a mischievous grin, having knocked his warhorse far away, which lay motionless on the ground. A flash of purple light suddenly appeared in Zhao family county's eyes. A heavy battle axe came crashing down. He was suspended in midair without any displacement skills and could only watch helplessly as this domineering and heavy strike came down on him. Minus 20,327. With his already low health, Zhao family county was nearly pushed into a berserk state by this blow. Fortunately, a priest beside him managed to stabilize his health just enough to prevent him from losing his sanity. But Su Chen was already close, and dealing with such a low health boss was a piece of cake. Even though the opponent had a staggering 55% attribute suppression over him, it did not stop Su Chen's desire to kill. At this moment he had Lu Mingqing's buff, which significantly increased his attack speed. He proactively pressed his shield against the opponent's weapon, quickly slashing with his right hand, then pressing the shield again and slashing. Minus 20,787. Minus 20,871. Minus 20,487. Su Chen's series of hit-and-run tactics immediately pushed Zhao family county into a berserk state, his eyes turning blood red, becoming somewhat deranged. He no longer shouted to flee. With his attributes skyrocketing, he chose to engage Su Chen in close combat, which was the instinctive choice most bosses would make at this point. Perhaps ordinary people would be very afraid of a boss suddenly going berserk. Many teams, whether in dungeons or the wild, had records of being wiped out by a berserk boss. But for Su Chen, such a boss was merely a piece of cloth wrapping up equipment, waiting for him to tear it open and reap countless treasures. Boom! 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 Su Lingyun's attacks rained down from the sky. As the secondary damage dealer of the team, she would not just watch Su Chen face the boss alone, even if it was nothing for him. Similarly, rebel mages unleashed their skills on Zhao family county. A barrage of attacks. Zhao family county, who had been holding up decently, was suddenly bombarded by a deluge of skills, becoming somewhat disheveled. His hair was a mess, his mouth slightly open, and he began to unconsciously drool. He had been knocked silly. Mad and foolish, Zhao family county had lost all hope of escape. In the desperate eyes of the remaining soldiers of the vanguard army, a flash of extreme purple light appeared, and Zhao family county's head flew into the sky, accompanied by a fountain of blood. Thud! The leader of the Empire's vanguard army fell heavily to the ground, transforming into a mass of light. At this moment, the battlefield was eerily quiet, all staring blankly at the tall figure shouldering a giant axe. Especially the Blue Star professionals, who found the scene before them hard to believe. LV.38 Zhao family county was actually defeated head-on by a professional whose level was not much different from theirs. Although it was somewhat opportunistic, the strength displayed in battle could not be diluted. The damage dealt to Zhao family county was terrifying, exceeding 5 digits, making them question their lives. No, dude. We are all professionals in the LV20 to LV30 range. Why are you so exceptional? Watching the burst of green light from Zhao family county, they couldn't help but swallow hard. These were all top-tier green gear dropped by the boss, far superior to what was available on the market. Unfortunately, the ownership of the boss belongs to Su Chen, and even if they had the heart, they couldn't take away those glowing equipment on the ground. Out of sight, out of mind. They constantly comforted themselves in their hearts, forcibly shifting their gaze, but the scene before them was beyond their expectations. After killing the Zhao family troops, Su Chen began to slaughter the ordinary soldiers around him until the last one fell. The professionals also received the prompt information for completing the secret realm task. But that axe-wielding brute did not stop his movements. He turned and charged towards the direction of the rebels. With that excited demeanor, was he planning to kill the rebels too? This was a force guarded by a half-step lord boss. Did they think it was the same as the Empire's vanguard army? They widened their eyes, all thinking that Su Chen had gone mad. Killing one group of people wasn't enough. He actually wanted to kill the rebels too. What was this guy trying to do? The expressions of these professionals varied. Some were shocked, some were disdainful, and a few showed a thoughtful look. Their expressions said it all. They all looked like they were waiting to see the excitement. After all, that black giant snake was a half-step lord-level super boss, not something one person could defeat. Moreover, the boss was just one step away from LV40. It was beyond Su Chen's reach. But what they didn't expect was that among their group, a 5-person professional team suddenly charged towards Su Chen. They cast spells, continuously eliminating the surviving rebel soldiers. They only bypassed the black-scaled python. This guy was not to be trifled with. With their team's strength, if they encountered such a boss in the wild, the only thing they could do was to run away quickly or send a simple farewell letter to their families. Unlike the Zhao family, troops. The rebel leader had long been paying attention to Su Chen, commanding the soldiers to form a battle formation and attack Su Chen the moment he made his move. But how much strength could these bloodied soldiers exert now? Not to mention others, with Su Lingyun and Lu Mingqing's heavenly thunder and heavenly fire, they could blast this group of rebels to smithereens. Not to mention that a 5-person team was now charging in from the rear to help. Even if these soldiers fought desperately, they still couldn't withstand Su Chen and their reckless charge. Seeing this, the rebel leader's eyes nearly burst with rage. He quickly played the flute, controlling the black-scaled python to counterattack. But by this time, the rebel soldiers had suffered heavy casualties. Even if the black-scaled python joined the battlefield, it couldn't turn the tide. Most importantly, when Su Chen saw the black-scaled python coming, he charged forward with his shield. Amid the expressions of the Blue Star professionals watching from a distance who expected this, Su Chen was sent flying over 10 meters by the snake's head. He rolled on the ground for an unknown number of times before finally stopping, but the damage displayed above his head barely broke 2,000, which made these guys widen their eyes, their mouths agape enough to fit a chicken egg. What the hell was this damage? Just over 2,000? Are you kidding me? They had all seen the strength of the black-scaled python before. Dealing with those ordinary soldiers was no harder than crushing a few ants. Even among them, the Blue Star professionals, there were unfortunate souls who were hit by the black-scaled python, their vitality collapsing instantly, turning into white light and exiting the secret realm on the spot. Moreover, that person was not weak. Their equipment at least had 2 level 4 blue agates embedded, with vitality over 10,000. Yet, even this could not withstand a single charge from the black-scaled python. But how did that person's vitality only drop by about 2,000? They couldn't understand, but they were greatly shocked. This mysterious expert who had gathered the professionals from the start had such terrifying strength. Seeing Su Chen fall to the ground and then quickly get back up, charging at the black-scaled python, they knew that this guy hadn't suffered much injury at all. Just looking at that unyielding vitality was enough to tell. While Su Chen was holding off the black-scaled python, Jihao and the others were dealing with the remaining rebels. Without the half-step Lord Boss's restraint, these guys were no match for them at all. Just a few rounds of bombardment turned the opponents into a sieve. Only the rebel leader was left playing a lonely tune. His face was pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and the sound of his flute was no longer steady. Watching Su Chen and the others gradually approach, the rebel leader trembled all over. He played the unique flute sound to summon the black-scaled python, and the creature continuously hissed in response, giving him clear feedback. Unfortunately, unless he had been near the black-scaled python from the start, no one could save him now. Su Chen, who was fighting ahead, glanced back. He saw Jihao and the others surrounding the rebel leader, not making a move, just quietly encircling him. The rebel leader was sweating profusely under their gaze. Even the sound of his flute became intermittent, and the black-scaled python almost broke free from his control, which startled the rebel leader greatly. Now he was trapped between a wolf in front and a tiger behind. He realized that there was no way for him to escape, and no matter where he went, his head could be exchanged for quite a bit of wealth. He didn't believe these guys wouldn't act. Watching the black-scaled python rush urgently towards the rebel leader, Su Chen revealed a cold smile. If it weren't for the appearance of the rebel leader, he wouldn't have had any way to deal with this black-scaled python. Previously, it had just run away halfway through the fight, and he couldn't stop it at all. This was still when it was running wildly on the ground. If he guessed correctly, this guy had previously lived at the bottom of the lake. If it couldn't be contained on land, how could he deal with it once it got into the water? Not to mention anything else, just the speed of movement was a huge problem. But now Su Chen was using the rebel leader's fear of death, constantly calling for the black-scaled python to come to his rescue, allowing him to use this idea to wear down the boss's vitality. Although progress was slow, the effect was clearly visible to everyone. The 5-man team that had rushed over was shocked and surprised to see Su Chen single-handedly holding off the black-scaled python, while the others were just doing the hard work, facing this powerful half-step Lord Boss together. With the help of others, the boss's vitality decreased even more rapidly. This gave hope to the group watching from a distance. When the first person stepped forward to help, the entire team scattered at once. Groups of 3 or 2 all moved towards Su Chen. They wanted to get a piece of the pie in this great encirclement. The weaker professionals had already consciously positioned themselves next to the rebel leader. Meanwhile, those with decent strength all surrounded the giant snake, continuously releasing skills to bombard the boss. But the black-scaled python, being a half-step Lord Boss, showed no signs of fatigue even when facing such a large number of professionals attacking. Those with ranged attack capabilities were fine, but the melee professionals had to risk their lives to provoke the black-scaled python's reverse scales. The giant python glowed with a yellowish light all over, and just as the melee professionals tried to dodge, the yellow light rapidly spread outward from its center. Then, a loud bang echoed through the valley. Boom! The earthy yellow light exploded unexpectedly. Its power was even more terrifying than a fire elemental riot. Except for Su Chen, anyone who got close to the black-scaled python was obliterated. Even he was blown far away. Fortunately, with the support of the innate unmoving king and vitality like a dragon, he didn't suffer much harm and stood up, dusting himself off before returning to the battlefield. The rebel leader stared unblinkingly at the battle near the black-scaled python. Seeing Su Chen remain unscathed under such a explosion, a faint sense of helplessness rose in his heart. The black-scaled python was a near LV-40 half-lord lifeform. If it couldn't take Su Chen down in one hit, he didn't know what could turn the tide, especially with this group of unknown professionals helping. Su Chen didn't have to bear all the pressure alone. Green light occasionally burst from him, restoring his vitality. Various auxiliary skills were being cast on him without cost. There was even a circle of red mysterious runes, slowly rotating beneath Su Chen's feet. Among these professionals, there was even a rare formation master. This invigorated Su Chen. He carefully felt the attribute enhancement coming from beneath his feet and discovered that the red runes were a magical auxiliary means to change weapon attribute attacks. The black-scaled python was of the water element, so that formation master had given Su Chen a layer of fire attribute attack buff. This made his damage against the boss at least 10% higher than before. Don't underestimate that 10%. With Su Chen's current damage, he could deal an extra 2,000 points of damage to the black-scaled python. As time passed, the black-scaled python's health continued to decline. This intelligent life form also realized that breaking through Su Chen head-on was unlikely, so it changed direction and charged. This startled the professionals in its path, who quickly stopped casting spells and fled to the sides. Boom! The black-scaled python trampled over them, and these poor professionals had no resistance, turning into white light and disappearing into the secret realm. Su Chen felt a bit helpless about this. He had previously used taunt to stop the boss's attempts to break out. This time, his skill was on cooldown, and the black-scaled python seized the opportunity to charge out. However, these issues weren't too big. As long as the boss didn't run, everything was negotiable. As for the dead, what did it have to do with him? Everyone was there with the intention of killing the boss for loot. No one was more noble than the other. If there were to be some tear-jerking scenes of mutual assistance, unless it was a team member, Su Chen would definitely think the other person had completely lost their mind. Watching Ji Hao and the others dodge the attacks in the distance, Su Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. The black-scaled python's breakout gave the rebel leader a glimmer of hope for survival. He quickly climbed onto the boss's head, and with a change in the sound of his flute, he actually attempted to control the black-scaled python to escape. In Su Chen's astonished and furious expression, "What the hell? You brat, you better stand still." Su Chen's loud shout startled the rebel leader, making his heart tremble. He dared not look back and hurriedly played a more urgent tune on his flute. The black-scaled python was quickly moving out of the valley. Its massive size put immense pressure on the Blue Star professionals. They wanted to block it, but their own conditions simply did not allow them to act recklessly. Su Chen, riding on a donkey, activated godly speed, and his figure almost turned into an afterimage as he rushed towards the black-scaled python. In no time, he caught up with it. Seeing the black-scaled python getting closer, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. As long as the boss didn't dive to the bottom of the lake, he still had a chance to slay it. However, he didn't choose to strike immediately. Instead, he waited until the black-scaled python had fled the valley for several hundred meters before leaping towards the rebel leader. This leader-level boss, who could only rely on controlling the black-scaled python to escape, was no match for Su Chen. Not to mention that he was on the verge of entering a berserk state with low health, while now he was playing the flute to control the black-scaled python. Once the flute sound was interrupted, the black-scaled python would no longer obey his commands. When Su Chen's giant axe came crashing down, the strong desire to survive instinctively made the rebel leader draw his weapon to block. Bang! The battle axe struck the rebel leader's long sword, producing a piercing buzz. Minus 18,870. Useless. Even though he blocked Su Chen's attack, the rebel leader still felt a peculiar force coming through the long sword, continuously damaging his body. It felt like being burned by raging flames. Without the rebel leader's control, the black-scaled python let out a shriek, then twisted its body, trying to throw them off its back and crush them directly. Su Chen and his companion were caught off guard, and the black-scaled python indeed succeeded. When they fell to the ground, they saw a shadow reaching up to the sky, rapidly descending. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the long tail of the black-scaled python. It was covered in a thick chill, with a hard layer of ice forming on its surface, crashing down with unmatched force. The speed of the black-scaled python was too fast. Su Chen couldn't dodge in time and could only raise his shield over his head, praying not to be smashed into the ground. The rebel leader, faced with this situation, desperately wanted to play the flute to regain control of the black-scaled python. But during the python's earlier resistance, his flute had been flung away, and he was not a shield warrior like Su Chen, so he had no good way to defend himself. Bang! The long tail struck like a whip, shaking the ground. Su Chen was directly smashed into the earth, his body buried halfway. Fortunately, his constitution and strength attributes were both high, so he only lost a few thousand health points, which was not a big deal. However, his thighs felt somewhat numb, as if they were broken. But the rebel leader was undoubtedly in a much worse state, almost being flattened into a pulp, embedded in the ground and unable to be pulled out. A red light surrounded him, and he unexpectedly entered a berserk state. Yet, he seemed to have lost consciousness, lying motionless on the ground. This scene startled Su Chen. At that moment, the black-scaled python's long tail swung around for a second time, scaring Su Chen into hurriedly moving to the side. Boom! The unfortunate rebel leader was struck again. His body turned into a puddle of blood, completely dead, with light orbs scattered all around. But the ownership did not belong to Su Chen, who could only watch enviously. Fortunately, there were no purple items inside, otherwise he would have insisted on claiming ownership. Now, all the rebels in the Imperial Army were dead. The only one left for him to face was the black-scaled python. Black-scaled python, Lord level boss / remnant LV36, health 1757588/2405000. The black-scaled python had already lost a significant amount of health in the previous battle. Now, with no place for it to hide completely, Su Chen felt much more at ease. Moreover, he turned to look towards the valley. Ji Hao and the others, including those professionals, had already rushed over from the battlefield. They gathered around the black-scaled python dragon. No one spoke, they all attacked the black-scaled python dragon in unison. Colorful skills struck fiercely against the black-scaled python dragon, causing this powerful monster to let out a cry of pain. However, compared to being besieged by the Imperial Vanguard army before, its current situation was undoubtedly much better. Its health was not dropping as quickly as imagined. But the black-scaled python dragon was still just a monster. Although it had some intelligence, it was not high. The environment it faced now was far worse than before. At that time on the battlefield, the Imperial Vanguard army not only had to guard against the threat posed by the black-scaled python dragon itself, but also had to keep an eye on the movements of the rebels. Therefore, the damage it sustained was much less than expected. Back then, Su Chen and his 100 or so people could push a Lord-level boss to its final stage. Although the previous Ofrala was just a defective product, it still possessed a certain power of a Lord-level boss. The black-scaled python dragon, while high in level, was essentially only slightly stronger than a chief-level boss, far less destructive than a Lord-level boss. Moreover, with the black-scaled python dragon's health reduced to about 2/3, it undoubtedly gave these professionals a glimmer of hope for victory. Bang! Su Chen swung his giant axe, stepping in front of the black-scaled python dragon, continuously striking at its head. This creature was incredibly agile, and his previous attacks had missed several times. To resolve the black-scaled python dragon more quickly, Su Chen chose this very risky approach. This put him at risk of taking damage from the skills of the professionals behind him. Fortunately, Su Chen's defense was robust. Even if he was accidentally injured, it wouldn't be a big deal after the damage was absorbed by the innate unmoving king. Under the frenzied fire of many professionals, the black-scaled python dragon's health continued to decline. Correspondingly, this boss's counterattacks became even more intense than before. Each time it released a skill, several professionals lost their lives. They couldn't withstand even a single strike from the black-scaled python dragon. Not to mention these ordinary professionals, even someone like Ji Hao, a legendary profession, couldn't take a hit. Those who managed to dodge the attacks and survive were all gasping for breath, looking at the black-scaled python dragon with a hint of fear. This creature, even when besieged by numerous professionals, the aura it exuded was always at its peak. The attacks it unleashed, aside from Su Chen, no one could withstand. Especially since these professionals did not have a warlock like Lu Mingqing, they couldn't extend their dying time. This meant that even a small mistake could be seized by the black-scaled python dragon, leading to their demise in a single blow. As time passed, while the black-scaled python dragon's health decreased, the number of professionals was also dwindling. Under Su Chen's intentional control, the number of professional deaths skyrocketed. When the black-scaled python dragon's health was down to around 800,000, there were less than 20 professionals left struggling to hold on. Looking at the remaining professionals, Su Chen let out a quiet sigh. Among them, 5 were the first to come to their aid. Su Chen didn't want them to die in such a suffocating manner. As for the others, regardless of their strength, their speed was decent enough to help them evade some not overly dangerous attacks. However, the expressions in their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction and indignation, and their gazes towards Su Chen grew increasingly angry. They had worked hard all day fighting the boss, only to end up as someone else's wedding dress. Although saying this wasn't rational, after all, the black-scaled python was initially the prey of Su Chen and his group. It was just that the rebels had collapsed too quickly, allowing the black-scaled python to appear among them. Asking Su Chen to share the boss rewards with them, he wasn't that kind-hearted. At most, he would give some decent equipment to the first 5-man team that rushed out, treating it as a reward for their hard work. If they still couldn't see the situation clearly, Su Chen would have no choice but to go on a killing spree, sending them all out of the secret realm, at which point they would only be able to complete the basic secret realm tasks. Su Chen glanced at the boss that was still resisting. Currently, its health was low, with less than 300,000 left before it entered a berserk state. If all went well, everyone could focus fire for more than 10 rounds to eliminate it. Then it would enter a berserk state, completely under the control of Su Chen's team. But things didn't develop as smoothly as Su Chen had imagined. Among the remaining scattered professionals, a mage, for some unknown reason, inexplicably cast a spell aimed at Su Chen. Once or twice it was fine. It could be understood that both sides were constantly shifting positions during the battle, and the skills accidentally hit Su Chen. But after several consecutive times, the skills exploded right behind him. The most outrageous was when a large area skill actually hit Jihao's side, which was a bit too much. Su Chen's gaze fell on a plump man with wide eyes, unable to believe he was staring at his own hands. That doubtful expression seemed to tell Su Chen, "I accidentally slipped, believe me, bro." Just as the plump man was about to explain, he suddenly felt the sky darken. He looked up and saw purple lightning rolling in the clouds. In his terrified expression, the lightning struck down directly, hitting him on the head. The plump man wanted to scream. Unfortunately, Lu Mingcheng controlled the heavenly thunder with a flick of his hand, and the booming sound echoed in all directions, striking down 4 times in succession, turning the plump man to ashes. Lu Mingcheng had been following Su Chen for a while, and since the Ufula dungeon, it was clear that Su Chen was quite particular about sharing loot with outsiders. He could be generous and fair within the team, but that didn't mean he would be the same with outsiders. Lu Mingcheng glanced at the remaining scattered professionals, thinking to himself, "You guys better behave. Just be happy if you can sneak in some experience." He secretly scoffed. This group still hadn't realized their position. Who needed them to besiege the black-scaled python? The 5-man team could take it down by themselves, at most just taking a bit more time. Lu Mingcheng's display of heavenly thunder shocked everyone present. Although they had noticed the plump man's little actions before, Lu Mingcheng's instant kill was a bit too domineering, wasn't it? A sense of sorrow for the fallen filled the hearts of those scattered professionals. They felt like mere laborers, and just before the black-scaled python's death, Su Chen's team might find an excuse to kill them all. Although this thought was absurd, it made them timid in the subsequent battle, avoiding accidentally injuring Su Chen again. They were afraid of giving the other side a chance to eliminate them. If Su Chen knew their thoughts, he would definitely scoff. He just didn't want to share the resource output with too many people. However, letting them catch a whiff of experience was still no problem. Under Su Chen's repeated torment, with shield counterattack, the black-scaled python finally couldn't hold on and entered a berserk state. At this moment, Su Chen had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that the black-scaled python had finally lost its rationality, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this guy didn't run away, everything would be negotiable. Even if its attributes were enhanced and it became harder to deal with, it wouldn't matter. In its berserk state, the black-scaled python became even more dangerous. Its skills were released more frequently, and its combat instincts became sharper. It no longer insisted on fighting Su Chen head-on, as that would be counterproductive. Dragging it out would only lead to its own demise. Therefore, the black-scaled python turned its attention to Jihao and the others on the outer circle. Even though Su Chen sensed something was off and used taunt to control it, he could only hold it for a few seconds at most. A yellowish light emanated from the black-scaled python as it swiftly charged towards Jihao and the others. Su Chen's eyes nearly popped out at this sight. Wasn't this just a monster version of a self-destructing truck? If the black-scaled python really exploded like that, aside from him, everyone present would be done for. Su Chen hurriedly urged the little donkey to rush towards Jihao and the others. It dragged Jihao and Lu Mingcheng away at high speed. As for Su Lingyun, she was being held tightly by the bear-like Yuan Zhang, who was hastily fleeing in another direction. With the boost of godly speed, their speed was not slow at all. At least, they were much faster than the others. Only a group of other professionals who also wanted to run but were too slow were left, struggling helplessly. The yellowish light around the black-scaled python grew more intense, and in the desperate gazes of the crowd, it charged straight into them. There was a loud bang. A massive circular pit was blasted out around the black-scaled python. The blast radius was nearly 10 meters. This self-destructing truck skill directly plowed the ground, sending dirt and stones flying, and the surrounding forest was utterly devastated. Seeing the black-scaled python's handiwork, Jihao and the others, who had already escaped far away, all gasped in shock. Such outrageous destructive power made them grateful for the donkey's escape skill, godly speed. Otherwise, they might not have been able to escape this time. After entering its berserk state, the power of this self-destructing truck was clearly stronger than before by several levels. Even Su Chen was left covered in dirt, as if he had just come out of a coal mine. He spat out a mouthful of dust and looked at the black-scaled python with a gaze full of killing intent. Damn it! He had underestimated it. The explosion was much more powerful than before, and he had been caught off guard, ending up looking disheveled. Su Chen glanced at the black-scaled python, which still had 300,000 health left, tightened his grip on the battle axe, spat, and ran in front of it, striking down fiercely. Minus 14,819. The damage was even lower than before, which Su Chen had anticipated. But with the black-scaled python's health already so low, how many more of his attacks could it withstand? Su Chen pressed his shield against his left arm, wielded the axe in his right hand, and once again employed the hit-and-run tactic, continuously hammering the black-scaled python. This powerful boss fought back with all its might, but it still couldn't withstand Su Chen's ultimate hit-and-run. After more than 20 consecutive strikes, the black-scaled python let out a reluctant roar, and its snakehead fell heavily to the ground. Delayed clue task completed. You have obtained the title 1000 slaughters, purple. Secret realm task completed. You have obtained fragrant energy seed, purple, times 10. You have obtained random teleportation. Scroll, medium, times 3. You have obtained alchemy oil of Olgaidi, fire, times 20. You have obtained alchemy oil of Olgaidi, ice, times 20. Successfully defeated the black-scaled python, Lord level boss / remnant, experience plus 37,000, cultivation fruit additional reward experience plus 3,700, team additional reward experience plus 51,800, overlevel additional reward experience plus 53,650. Congratulations, your level has risen to LV 28, all attributes plus 1, strength plus 1, constitution plus 2, free attribute plus 6. At the moment the black-scaled python fell, Su Chen did not hear the system prompt in his ear, and his level finally reached LV 28. This was a level that could make new students of the same rank feel despair. Clearly, there wasn't much difference at the time of enrollment, so why now? Su Chen's face was filled with surprise as he looked at the two clusters of purple light that fell from the corpse of the black-scaled python, feeling as if he had fallen into the clouds. It was as if he was surrounded by soft cotton candy. Ji Hao and the others felt the same. The rewards from this secret realm were so abundant that they were momentarily stunned. Not to mention the purple quality fragrant energy seed. Just the alchemy oil and teleportation scrolls, which were rare consumable items, were enough to keep them happy for half a day. Moreover, they looked towards the two purple light clusters, their eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. The black-scaled python was at LV 36, so the purple equipment it dropped was naturally usable at LV 30. This was equivalent to helping them gather the next stage of equipment in advance. They didn't know how much effort this saved them. Everyone gathered around, and as they got closer, they discovered that in addition to the purple equipment, there were actually several pieces of green equipment with particularly rich halos. Su Chen and the others first collected the green equipment, a scale armor, a ring, a necklace, and 2 stylish staves. Whoever could use them would take them. After all, these were equipment dropped by a semi-lord, and their attributes were all exceptional. There were no bizarre attributes like spirit power or agility on the scale armor. In addition, there were 2 skill books. One was the rare druid skill Flame Hawk. The other was a rare displacement skill for warriors, Phase Impact. Su Chen's eyes lit up at this sight, and he immediately learned the skill. Phase Impact A, LV1, perform a phase shift, dashing forward at 200% speed for a distance. The distance varies based on mana consumption, up to 5s. Your next attack will deal 180% damage. Cooldown, 100 SA level rare skills are the highest level skills available for purchase on the market. They are also among the most scarce resources. When Su Chen saw Phase Impact for the first time, he knew it was definitely a powerful weapon second only to weapon mastery. For others, Phase Impact might be precious, but that was all. However, Su Chen already had the skill Shield Counterattack, which corresponded with it, all of which increased the damage of the next attack. If the two could stack, the resulting power would be astonishing, likely pushing Su Chen's damage beyond 60,000. A happy smile appeared on Su Chen's face just from the scraps. He had gained so much, and he couldn't even imagine what the remaining 2 pieces of purple equipment would yield. He shifted his gaze to the clusters of purple light. Su Chen suddenly gasped, for he saw a weapon with a design even more exaggerated than Alandi's comrade. It was a giant sword. Unlike traditional weapons, this looked more like a heavy and sharp door panel. It was 2 meters long overall, with a handle about 20 centimeters, and the remaining 180 centimeters was all blade. But its width is a full 40 centimeters. On it is carved a scene of dragon beasts soaring through the clouds. If it weren't for the sharp blades on either side, one might think that the door panel had come to life and evolved into a purple object. Without hesitation, Su Chen took the giant sword in his hand, and the equipment attributes immediately appeared before his eyes. Seeing such luxurious attributes, even he couldn't help but drool a little. Dragon Scale Giant Sword, purple, not usable yet, usable at LV 30 and above, melee. Classes can use durability 1000 damage 35-44 strength plus 34 strength plus 33 strength plus 34 binding health 1130 increase mana 547 increase so fragrant. Just a weapon, and the added damage is almost higher than Su Chen's own. How exaggerated is that? It should be known that many of Su Chen's equipment are top-notch, and even with the donkey's assistance, this still pales in comparison to the boost brought by a giant sword. This means the giant sword's attributes are absolutely top-tier, almost to the point of being unbeatable. Because according to the equipment advancement attributes, a normal purple weapon at LV30 should have damage around 2200. Yet the dragon scale giant sword purple has almost an additional 1300, which is simply outrageous. Unfortunately, Su Chen's level has not yet reached LV30, otherwise he could equip the giant sword and have some fun with it. Looking at the giant sword in Su Chen's hand, the other few couldn't help but drool with envy. Just looking at its invincible and powerful design, one could tell how precious this giant sword is. Not to mention the inexplicable chill emanating from the weapon. Just getting close made the others shiver slightly. It was as if they were being targeted by some powerful boss. Shon Yuanzhang was staring so hard that his eyes were almost popping out. His weapon was a sword, and now seeing this uniquely shaped yet imposing weapon, how could he not be tempted? But when his gaze shifted to another purple light cluster, even this usually calm giant couldn't help but exclaim. The sudden shout startled everyone. Turning to look, Shon Yuanzhang had already approached the purple light cluster, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, smiling radiantly. Hee, sorry everyone, my luck has come too. Shon Yuanzhang pointed at a longbow radiating a purple glow, his grin almost reaching his ears. As a wild dream druid, his class changes are diverse, allowing him to adapt to any combat environment. Whether in the sky, on land, or in the ocean, it's all his domain. Thus, the weapons he can use are varied, including swords, axes, staves, spirit books, bows, and spears. They had previously found longbow-type weapons, but the attributes were too poor, and Shon Yuanzhang didn't even look at them. However, to fully utilize a weapon's characteristics, it still depends on one's own attribute points and the number of transformation forms mastered. Now, mastering the bare human power form using a bow and arrow is naturally no problem. Druids are the darlings of nature. In terms of mastery over bows and arrows, they are even stronger than those elves whose main weapon is a bow. Seeing Shon Yuanzhang's happy expression, Su Chen and the others offered their sincere congratulations. Especially Ji Hao, who was particularly noticeable, couldn't wait to jump out and shout loudly, "Congratulations, Shon De, for successfully kicking Ling Yun out and becoming the second biggest leg in the team. Congratulations." After saying that, he even started clapping enthusiastically. Su Lingyun's forehead twitched with a black line, and her long leg directly kicked Ji Hao in the butt. As she gritted her teeth and said, "You're asking for it. Ah, serves you right, who told you to be such a brat?" Lu Mingcheng also kicked in, laughing and scolding, "If you learn resurrection in the future, you might just try to usurp the throne and come to poop on my head." Everyone laughed upon hearing this. With Ji Hao's personality, he might really do something like that. Ji Hao patted his butt, not caring, and smiled at Shon Yuanzhang, urging him, "Hurry up, Shon De, what are you waiting for? Pick it up. Ha, don't rush, it's coming." Shon Yuanzhang laughed and then took the longbow, which was also carved with dragon patterns, into his hands. Mongoose Xian Bao, purple, not usable yet, can be used above LV30, usable. By ranged classes, durability 1000 damage, 2747 strength plus 31 strength plus 30 bound, vitality 1024 increased mana 504. Shon Yuanzhang gasped in shock the moment he saw the attributes. Wow, this is really violent. It couldn't be more top-notch. As a long-range weapon, the damage attribute actually reached over 2700, which he never expected. Seeing the curious gazes from the others around, Shon Yuanzhang didn't hide it and revealed the weapon's attributes. This naturally caused Ji Hao and the others to exclaim in surprise. "This is ridiculous, a weapon that equals the total damage of a person, how absurd." But soon, they quickly realized that Shon Yuanzhang equipping such a top-notch item didn't make them feel uncomfortable. So, Ji Hao turned to look at Su Chen, his eyes widening, his chin raised, glaring at Su Chen like a certain animal. But he just wouldn't speak, waiting for Su Chen to admit his guilt. Being stared at by a fool, even with Su Chen's mentality, he found it hard to endure. He quickly raised both hands and sent the equipment attributes to the others. Shon Yuanzhang was the most curious. His mongoose Xin Bao purple was already top-notch, and he really wanted to know what level Su Chen's giant sword would reach. As soon as the attributes came out, it was as if his mouth had been taped shut. He opened it for a long time but couldn't say a word. He just kept going The other three weren't much better off, looking at Su Chen as if he were a monster. Their eyes seemed to say, "Dude, are you kidding? With such explosive attributes, who wouldn't die in one hit?" Su Chen's equipment was already top-notch, and now with the dragon-scale giant sword, wasn't that going to the heavens? They could all imagine the scene of Su Chen rampaging in the future. It was simply too beautiful. "Wow, big uncle, you're my long-lost big uncle." Suddenly, a voice like a duck broke the silence. Ji Hao hugged Su Chen's thigh and shook it back and forth, continuously shouting, "Su Chen, you are my guiding light on the path to leveling up, my guardian on the way to becoming stronger. I'm willing to accompany you on this road until we grow old. Tell me loudly, do you agree? Put. Jihao's words made Su Chen spit out a mouthful of saliva. With the highest constitution attribute in the team, he almost choked to death. Cough, cough, cough. He kept coughing, looking at Jihao with a resentful gaze. Good heavens, is this a way to mess with me? Except for Su Chen, no one had ever experienced the bizarre situation of being hugged by a 1.9-meter tall muscular man while he shouted about growing old together. This isn't the place for such nonsense. Today, he finally witnessed what it meant to have a face thicker than a city wall. He swung his thigh with force, directly sending Jihao flying. At this moment, Su Lingyun and the others were already laughing so hard they couldn't make a sound, tears streaming down their faces. Su Chen felt like his head was spinning. Damn it, he had a brain-dead teammate. What to do? Waiting online. Very urgent. After a bout of playful chaos, they gathered up all the remaining loot. This included the drops from the rebel leader and the Zhao family county, which they also picked up. Then, before the 10-day deadline arrived, they voluntarily exited the secret realm. This trip to the secret realm was simply astonishing. They saved a full 6 months of development time. They returned to the forest where they had previously disappeared and started heading towards the academy. The group chatted and laughed, feeling not a hint of fatigue, and made their way back to the academy, still full of energy. Back in the dormitory, Su Chen lay on his bed and began to check the purple title awarded by the system. He took a deep breath, recalling the rewards from the last 4-star mission. His heart couldn't help but race. His gaze fell on the title called Thousand Man Slayer, and the attributes naturally appeared. Thousand Man Slayer, purple, usable at LV 30 and above. Title: Durability 1000 strength plus 34 strength plus 34 base damage plus 15% attack. Additionally adds ice attribute damage bound. Vitality 1024 increase, mana 509 increase. Deed though thousands may come, I shall go. Hiss. This title. Looking at the title, which seemed somewhat simple compared to other purple gear, Su Chen's mood was quite unsettled. Because this title exceeded his expectations. The double increase in strength attributes reached the peak, representing the highest boost. Not to mention the 15% damage increase equivalent to an S-level skill weapon mastery. Just the additional ice attribute damage alone was much better than most purple gear titles, because this was equivalent to inscribing a magical damage rune on his weapon, allowing Su Chen to transform from pure physical output to a super shield warrior with dual cultivation of magic and physical prowess. Thinking of this, Su Chen took out the rewards from the secret realm mission to look at again. Alcadia's alchemical oil, ice, consumable item usable at LV 20 and above. Effect adds ice attribute attack to the weapon, lasting 600s. The effect is very straightforward, similar to Su Chen's title, but this alchemical potion could sell for an incredibly high price on the market. Although a bottle of potion, no matter how expensive, would always find a buyer as long as it was a consumable. But lasting only 600s, what could it do? At most, it could be used for a burst in front of a boss, and it couldn't fundamentally be used as a daily consumable. Continuously using attribute potions would be unaffordable even if one had a mine at home. Now, with just one title, Su Chen could achieve infinite enchantment, truly taking a big step ahead in saving money. And the gains didn't stop there. He took out another reward to check the specific attributes. Fragrant Energy Seed, purple, consumable item usable at LV 20 and above. Effect immediately increases 20,000 experience points upon use. Can choose whether to put into experience pool. Can be cultivated into Fragrant Energy Fruit, purple. Note: Energy Fruit is a consumable for LV 40 and above. The Fragrant Energy Seed is a special item that can be consumed directly, increasing experience by 20,000 points. Although this amount of experience is not much in Su Chen's eyes, the fact that it can be used directly without being allocated to the experience pool is quite nice. As for cultivating this thing into a higher level energy fruit, Su Chen stated that he has no time for that. Who knows when he will reach LV 40? At the current pace, it would take at least another 6 months. By then, he would have even better items in hand and might not even care about this so-called energy fruit. Without hesitation, Su Chen put the energy seed in his mouth and began to chew. It tasted good, reminiscent of eating salty, fried melon seeds. You have consumed Fragrant Energy Seed, purple, experience plus 20,000. Watching the experience bar jump forward a little, Su Chen felt good and stuffed the remaining 9 seeds into his mouth. You have consumed Fragrant Energy Seed, purple, experience plus 20,000. You have consumed Fragrant Energy Seed, purple, experience plus 20,000. You have consumed Fragrant Energy Seed, purple, experience plus 20,000. In just a moment of chewing, Su Chen's experience bar was already nearly half full. No wonder this item that can directly increase personal experience is classified as purple quality. If it were green quality, the gap between noble families and commoners would be magnified countless times. It could even cut off the path for commoners to rise. However, these are not things Su Chen should consider right now. The recent Secret Realm wars have truly exhausted him, and he needs to rest for a while. At this moment, far away in the Twilight Empire, the 5th Intelligence Group was not slacking off due to Su Chen's rest. Instead, they became even busier than before. News had just come in that the Vanguard army was ambushed by rebels and unknown forces, and the situation was critical. The intelligence officer had been in contact with the Vanguard army, receiving some fragmented messages about the black-scaled python, the donkey rider, and the rogue forces that appeared from nowhere. Images flashed in the intelligence officer's mind, eventually forming a clearer timeline of events on paper. Unfortunately, the intelligence officer sighed just before the Vanguard army had completely lost contact, likely having encountered misfortune. Organizing the materials in hand, he stood up and walked toward the deepest part of the intelligence room. In a secret prison, Pei Yong looked at the intelligence in his hand, a hint of confusion crossing his face. The Vanguard army was completely annihilated? Not a single one escaped. Such a rare occurrence hadn't happened in many years. Logically speaking, even if they were outmatched, it shouldn't have ended in total annihilation. What went wrong? He looked at the intelligence officer's highlighted notes on the black-scaled python and the donkey rider. He was already familiar with the information on both. The little black snake was a pet of the rebel leader and had decent strength. It was said to have touched the threshold of lord level and had some potential. If the Zhao family encountered this python, they would indeed be no match. But how could there be no survivors at all? Could it be this guy? A profile image appeared before him, depicting a warrior riding a donkey at full gallop. With a shield in one hand and an axe in the other, he was exceptionally eye-catching even on the battlefield. The intelligence was relayed back by the liaison officer who was with the Vanguard army at the time. There were also some obvious rogue professionals. Pei Yong closed his eyes in contemplation, connecting all the clues and ruling out other factors, ultimately forming a theoretical guess in his mind. Blue Star. He opened his eyes, recalling the intelligence about that place. The 9 great empires. God-level powerhouses, void coordinates. That was a world of immense strength, with overall combat power far superior to theirs. According to the intelligence he had gathered, the Blue Star was currently at war with at least 20 to 30 void forces simultaneously. What a terrifying display of power this was. The Source Realm had only made contact with the other side in recent decades, and aside from minor skirmishes, there had been no significant conflicts. Was this a coincidence or was it premeditated? He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a steady sound, but the furrowed brow revealed his inner turmoil. Perhaps it was a counteraction following the exposure of the last infiltration plan? Aside from the fallen Vanguard, there might have been unknown changes occurring elsewhere. He summoned the intelligence officer and instructed, "Go send those guys from the rebirth path to Black Scale Valley. I want to know the specifics of what happened at that time." Yes. In just half a day, dozens of unfamiliar wanted notices suddenly appeared throughout the Twilight Empire. These individuals had no real names and were referred to only by their code names. Among them, the most talked about was a peculiar warrior riding a donkey with the highest bounty, officially known as the Grey Donkey Knight. Su Chen was unaware that he had become famous in the Twilight Empire. After returning from the Secret Realm, the team took a few days off. Although there were classes and some outings to level up during this time, the intensity was far less than before. However, the lower-level Ji Hao and the others had consumed 10 energy seeds, and with the accumulation from their trip to the Secret Realm, they had leveled up from LV25 to LV26. They were only 4 levels away from LV30. But after just a few days of relaxation, Su Chen and the others received a notice from the Academy. Upon opening it, they realized it was time for the monthly Academy trial. They were not averse to this money-making minigame that allowed them to exploit the Academy's resources. However, their gains from the Secret Realm had been so substantial that they were somewhat dismissive of the trifling rewards the Academy offered. After seeing the message, Su Chen poked Ji Hao's shoulder and smiled. "What do you say? Should we take a day off?" Ji Hao, confused, asked. "What for?" Su Chen spread his hands, and suddenly a pile of heavenly tilt stones fell to the ground, which he quickly stowed away in his backpack. "What for?" "Of course, to level up. With the time we would spend on the trial, we could accumulate quite a bit of experience. Besides, we don't really need those few level 5 gems right now, and I just got a new skill. I feel like the experience pool is a bit lacking, you know." Ji Hao understood now. Although Su Chen's level was higher than theirs, it was likely that the skill experience required for leveling up was the biggest expense. Now that he had acquired a rare skill, how could he resist the temptation of upgrading it? Ji Hao also understood what Su Chen meant. He took out his phone and dialed his uncle's number. A familiar voice came through on the other end. "Kid, what's up?" Ji Hao shrank his neck and awkwardly smiled. "Uncle, tomorrow is the Academy trial, and our team wants to take a day off." Even though he was just making a phone call, Ji Hao's expression made it seem as if Ji Xingyuan was right in front of him. There was no helping it. After the last red romance incident, Ji Shin Yuan had specifically brought him in for a good beating. That feeling. Hiss. What's going on? Can you explain in detail? Ji Shin Yuan's voice rang out again. Ji Hao did not hide anything and laid out their team's plan completely. After all, the academy trial was just that. Similar to the monthly exams in high school. If your grades were poor and you wanted privileges, naturally someone would deal with you, but if you were a top student, even if you missed a few classes, the teachers wouldn't care. Because they knew your strength. Now, Su Chen's team was the top student group in the first year of the Divine Martial Academy. Taking leave was naturally not a pressure. Sure enough, when Ji Shin Yuan heard that Su Chen and the others were aiming for LV30, he immediately gave them the green light without a second thought. Since the call was on speaker, Ji Shin Yuan's straightforwardness made Ji Hao feel particularly good. He grinned at Su Chen and the others, raising an eyebrow as if to say, "Aren't I impressive?" But who knew that the next second, Ji Shin Yuan's words would bring him back to reality. "By the way, you better behave and not affect Su Chen's leveling up, got it?" Before Ji Hao could explain, the call was hung up. Only the sound of a busy tone was left. Ji Hao's face turned from green to red, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. "So this is how you treat your nephew? Alright, I remember this." Amidst the laughter of Su Chen and the others, Ji Hao gloomily put away his phone, took a deep breath, and then pretended to be indifferent as he laughed along with them. But his eyes were vacant and his smile looked a bit stiff. The second trial was approaching. After the experience of the first trial, many students were eager to show off their skills this time and earn the academy's valuable rewards. Because after the first trial ended, many outstanding performers were noticed by private forces who were willing to spend heavily to recruit them. Everything from Heavenly Tiltstone to Blue Jade to Purple Robe Jade was arranged. The skill equipment was also top-notch. Except for not being able to provide purple gear, everything else that could be supplied was already in place. For example, Fei Hu, who ranked 8th in the last session, was noticed by a certain force. Now, with a major equipment update, he was lucky enough to find a LV20 purple sword in a dungeon. This made his reputation soar among the new students, almost rivaling other top experts. After all, at the LV20 stage, purple gear was definitely the top equipment for professionals. Even Su Chen didn't have a higher level pink gear. One can imagine the value of this purple sword. Therefore, Fei Hu's voice was very loud in this academy trial, and he was recognized as a top expert likely to enter the top 5. As for why it was likely, one had to mention how many unfortunate souls encountered Su Chen early on and were eliminated. No matter how strong you were, if you met a top expert like Su Chen, it was utterly useless. Fei Hu's purple gear was impressive, but compared to a freak like Su Chen, who could leave a purple light trail just by walking, it was still far behind. Hence, he was deemed likely to be in the top 5. But until Ji Shin Yuan, like last time, presided over the discipline and informed everyone of the trial rules, they realized that something seemed to be missing around them. Especially the people from Class 1, who searched for a long time but couldn't find Su Chen. At this moment, Ji Shin Yuan smiled and said, "I have good news for everyone. Su Chen's team is not participating in this trial. If you want to earn a 5-level gem, then give it your all to squeeze into the top 3. As soon as he finished speaking, all the new students present, including some teachers, couldn't help but exclaim, "Not participating? Why is that?" With Su Chen's team's strength, they could at least guarantee 2 5-level gems. Moreover, some had heard that a big guy had also joined Su Chen's team. In terms of strength, he shouldn't be too far off. As long as he wasn't a support class, they could easily take the top 3 spots. Why not come and easily obtain 5-level gems? Don't tell them they look down on these rewards? That would be a bit ridiculous. Ji Shin Yuan looked at the astonished expressions of the crowd and didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. Although these little ones were quite diligent, there were precedents to consider. He amplified his voice with magic and said with a smile, "The Su Chen team is currently challenging LV30 classmates, keep it up." After saying that, regardless of the stunned students, he directly activated the trial teleportation array. A tremendous suction force emerged, pulling all the new students inside. The scene fell silent. Only the first-year teachers, equally shocked, looked at Ji Shin Yuan with questioning expressions. "Challenging LV30, are you kidding me?" Ji Shin Yuan chuckled, not even considering who had brought out these students. Challenging LV30 was not something to be taken lightly. Su Chen, of course, had no idea what was happening at the academy. At this moment, the team was out in the wild, frantically hunting monsters, facing the elemental creatures in the maze of stones. With a strong desire to reach LV30, after consuming some cultivation fruits, Su Chen and the others were filled with unparalleled enthusiasm for monster hunting, especially Xiong Yuanzhang, whose passion was even higher than Su Chen's. They fought from dawn until nightfall, refusing to return to the city even after the reward time ended. To save time on the journey back and forth, they directly set up 3 tents. Xiong Yuanzhang went nearby to hunt some decent wild monsters. He dragged them back and they turned them into a pile of large meat skewers. As the campfire was lit, Su-chen stuck the skewers into the ground, brushed them with oil, and let them roast over the hot flames. He occasionally turned the skewers until the meat was thoroughly cooked and emitted an enticing aroma, at which point they began to feast. Ji-hao bit into a skewer and then his mouth quickly started moving. He swallowed without even tasting the meat. Delicious, Ji-hao said, his face not flushing and his heart not racing. Su-chen ignored this lively character and continued eating. As night fell, they began to return to the tents to rest and prepare for the upcoming days of leveling up. Although it seemed like only 2 levels from LV28 to LV30, Su-chen still took a full 8 days to complete this journey. Congratulations! Your level has increased to LV30. All attributes +1, strength +1, constitution +2, free attributes +6, when the special light indicating a level up shone on him, a wonderful system. Notification rang in Su-chen's ears. This moment was finally here again. SSS level desire, mission completed. You have obtained the exclusive SSS level skill, Berserk Blood Shadow. Berserk Blood Shadow, SSS LV.1, instantly consume 50% of your health. Gain the Blood Shadow Blessing. Attack speed increased by 140%, movement speed increased by 200%, critical hit rate increased by 20%, attacks become area slashes, current/distance 1 meter. In the Blood Shadow Blessing state, lose 1% health per second, can be turned on and off at any time. Note, when activated a second time, your health must remain above 60%. The long-awaited SSS skill, with its powerful effects, was completely worth all of Su-chen's efforts. Upon seeing the description of the Blood Shadow Blessing state, Su-chen just wanted to howl with joy. At this moment, aside from high-level exclusive skills, he had already reached his own limit among low-level practitioners. Shield up counter for damage reduction and attack. Health like a dragon for invincible recovery. Innate immovable king for ultimate defense. Berserk Blood Shadow for ultimate burst. The 4 SSS skills left Su-chen with no obvious weaknesses, allowing him to unleash a power far beyond the ceiling of practitioners at the same level. This was the power of SSS skills. Even if a Lord-level boss stood in front of him, Su-chen dared to boast, "I want to take on 10. After Su-chen reached LV30, the members of the team stopped their actions, their gazes naturally converging on him. LV30, that's really impressive. However, the others were not far behind in leveling up. Xiong Yuan was right behind him at LV29, and he could also reach LV30 in half a day's time. But he was the unfortunate one with the least experience gained in the team. Because Su Lingyun and the others were at lower levels, they received higher rewards for defeating monsters of a higher level. So their total experience was naturally higher than his. Especially Su Lingyun, as a legendary mage, had a knack for mass monster farming. She was definitely not lacking in the team's damage output. Thus, she was the first among Ji-hao and Lu Mingqing to advance to LV28. The other two were still lingering at LV27, but their situation was similar to Xiong Yuan's. They were just a little short on experience to level up again. As their levels increased, the experience required for everyone to level up also grew, and the level gap was slowly narrowing. At this moment, Su-chen finally snapped out of his focus on the SSS skill, Raging Blood Shadow. Seeing the eager looks from everyone, Su-chen grinned. As a teammate, he certainly knew what they were thinking, but he didn't immediately equip the Dragon Scale Giant sword. Instead, he took out the Heavenly Tilt Stone and scattered it on the ground until it formed a small mountain before stopping. Su-chen inserted the Dragon Scale Giant sword into it, and a surge of grandeur enveloped him. "Enhance it for me," he roared, gripping the sword's hilt. Then, the pile of Heavenly Tilt stones flashed with countless lights, slowly merging into the Dragon Scale Giant sword. A familiar notification sound rang in Su-chen's ears. Congratulations, equipment modification successful. Current modification level +1. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. Congratulations, equipment modification successful. Current modification level +3. Congratulations, equipment modification successful. Current modification level +6. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. The mountain of Heavenly Tilt stones quickly vanished under Su-chen's full power, becoming the nourishment for the Dragon Scale Giant sword to grow stronger. Although a +6 purple weapon was already sufficient for Su-chen's current level, not enough. Su-chen threw out another pile of Heavenly Tilt stones, the quantity even more terrifying than before. Continue. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. Congratulations, equipment modification successful. Current modification level +7. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. Equipment modification failed. Please keep trying. Congratulations, equipment modification successful. Current modification level +8. Congratulations, equipment modification successful. Current modification level +9. During the weapon enhancement process, Su-chen's fierce filling of heavenly tilt stones left Jihao and the others stunned. They had no idea how many heavenly tilt stones he had released. When the weapon got stuck at +8 and couldn't be enhanced successfully, Su Chen's eyes turned red with anger. Su Lingyun hurriedly stepped forward to grab Su Chen, urging him to stop, saying that the current attributes of the dragon scale giant sword were already sufficient. There was no need to continue wasting heavenly tilt stones. But Su Chen was already too invested to heed anyone's advice. With his own stock plus the more than 30,000 heavenly tilt stones he had obtained earlier, Su Chen's resources had dwindled significantly on his path to pushing the weapon to +9. He was left with less than 4,000 pieces. This meant that from +1 to +9, Su Chen had hardly gotten any lucky breaks. It was all based on the completion rate of the modifications. However, this was the norm for equipment enhancement in most cases. Su Chen was just one of many unfortunate souls. With the remaining heavenly tilt stones, Su Chen didn't want to keep hoarding them. He dumped them all into the 1,000-man slaughter, stably upgraded to +7. Although the effects of enhancements become increasingly outrageous after +10, Su Chen's heavenly tilt stone was nearly depleted, leaving him with no resources to continue. However, Su Chen did not end there. He took out 2 pre-synthesized level 5 Shibat Jade and embedded them into 2 pieces of level 30 purple gear. At this point, the strongest equipment in Su Chen's possession was considered fully graduated. When he saw the surface of the dragon scale giant sword glowing with a rich purple light that seemed ready to burst forth, he felt an overwhelming urge to shout in excitement. Dragon scale giant sword purple +9 completion 0.0000169%, usable above level 30. Melee classes can use durability 1000 damage 3544 strength plus 34 strength plus 33 modified damage 387. Increase all attribute modifications 16. Increase gem Shibat Jade level 5 physical damage 104. Increase binding health 1130. Increase mana 547. Increase 1000-man slash purple +7 completion 0.0045, usable above level 30. Title durability 1000 strength plus 34 strength plus 34 base damage plus 15% additional attack adds ice. Attribute damage modified damage 287. Increase all attribute modification 12. Increase gem Shibat Jade level 5 physical damage 104. Increase binding health 1024. Increase mana 509. Increase previously modified achievement though 1,000 men I shall go forth. Looking at the 2 enhanced pieces of purple gear, Su Chen couldn't wait to equip them. A surge of powerful energy flowed from within, giving him the illusion that he had not just changed weapons but had transformed his entire body into level 30 purple gear. Even if a level 100 monster stood before him, he would have the courage to charge forward with his sword. Although the outcome might not be pleasant, he opened his attribute panel and began to admire his peak stats. Name Su Chen class Shield Emperor unique level 30 508/841000 health 31 752 mana 3 485 strength 394 spirit 83 constitution 448 agility 113 physical damage 7 316 magical damage 5 553 speed 226 defense 3 760 skills shield counterattack SSS LV6 taunt Amax health like a dragon SSS max innate unmoving king SSS max sword chi slash BLV1 triple strike BLV1 weapon mastery SLV6 phase impact ALV1 berserk blood shadow SSS LV1 rage 0 out of 100 reputation 2900. Looking at his own luxurious attributes, Su Chen felt that some of the LV40 experts who were struggling might not be as strong as he was. After comprehensive enhancements, Su Chen just wanted to find a monster to test his skills and see how powerful he had become. But seeing the motionless elemental beings around him, Su Chen suppressed the restless thoughts in his heart. No, he needed to find something stronger. With that in mind, Su Chen looked at a few teammates and asked, "How about we head back to the school dungeon? I'm feeling a bit itchy. Want to run a dungeon?" Jihao and the others showed knowing expressions. Su Chen was worried that a sudden change in the team's activity direction would affect the soon-to-level-up Xiong Yuanzheng and Jihao, fearing that the two might harbor grievances. However, these 2 tall young men were not petty individuals. Naturally, they wouldn't dampen Su Chen's enthusiasm at this time. After getting the agreement from his teammates, Su Chen laughed heartily, mounted his little donkey, and began heading towards the academy. Of course, he didn't let the donkey go full speed, otherwise, in no time, the others would be left far behind. After Su Chen reached LV30, the donkey, no longer restrained by the Qiankuan lock, also leveled up to LV30. Its attributes saw a slight increase. Once they returned to the academy, they headed straight for the Wanben Pavilion. Before coming, they had already discussed going for a dungeon with a difficulty around LV32. It was called the Golden Feast. The monsters inside were goblins that Su Chen was familiar with, but different from the ones he had encountered before. The monsters in this dungeon liked to store the treasures they found in a vault. The vault was exceptionally sturdy, not something ordinary adventurers could break open. Interestingly, over time, this vault door underwent an unknown transformation and became a gigantic mutated turtle. It had high attack power, but its speed was too slow, making it nearly impossible to kill the adventurers who came to challenge it. Occasionally, it would cast some area spells, which could easily be dodged. However, this mutated boss had an incredibly high health pool, and no adventurer team from LV30 to LV39 had managed to defeat it within the time limit. Therefore, they couldn't obtain the final completion rewards. Yet, students continued to flock to challenge it, because when adventurers attacked the boss, it would randomly drop treasures based on the damage dealt. This made the Golden Feast a true amusement dungeon for the Wanben Pavilion. Although the rewards might not be substantial, the fun it offered was worth the challenge for all teams in the academy. But this didn't mean the boss wouldn't drop top-tier equipment. Ever since it was reported over a decade ago that someone had defeated the boss and obtained purple equipment, this place had become a daily check in Holy Land for ordinary teams. The anticipation was palpable. To test his limits, Su Chen naturally wanted to challenge a dungeon that was somewhat difficult to prove his strength. The leaderboard next to the Golden Feast was completely blank, because no one had truly cleared the dungeon. Upon entering the dungeon, Su Chen found himself and his companions in a spacious underground cavern. The surroundings were golden and glittering, filled with beautiful shining crystals. He approached and placed his hand on one, and after receiving some information, Su Chen immediately lost interest in further exploration. They were all ordinary items, almost falling below the white quality threshold, just a bit more visually appealing. Ji Hao and the others were very interested in this well-known amusement dungeon. They looked around here and there, but didn't find any goblins. Being well-versed in the Academy's cultural studies, Su Chen knew that the goblins were all at the very center of the underground cavern, supplying nutrients to the mutated boss. The so-called nutrients were treasures. As they moved forward, they discovered several small goblins carrying burlap sacks filled to the brim with brightly colored gems. A lot fell along the way, making Su Chen and the others feel somewhat ridiculous. They ignored the busy goblins. At this moment, Su Chen could already see the gigantic turtle, located in the center, at least 3 stories high. Its exposed head showed no expression, with drooping eyelids as if it hadn't woken up. Its entire body was covered in thick, heavy scales, and mysterious, exquisite patterns adorned its shell. A phantom red gate appeared as the patterns on the turtle's back shone with light. Su Chen looked at the boss, and information instantly appeared before his eyes. Xuanmen. Turtle, boss level, mutated, LV32 health 3244000/3244000. Sure enough, a mutated boss is different. Looking at the attributes of the Xianmen turtle, Su Chen couldn't help but show a look of surprise. This is way stronger than other boss-level bosses, with even more health than the half-lord boss we encountered before. Su Lingyun also exclaimed. The world is full of wonders. During their time studying at the academy, they had encountered many types of bosses they had never heard of before. Today, they finally saw another one. Su Chen drew the long sword from his back, preparing to launch an attack, but at that moment, a prompt sounded in their ears. You have entered the warning range of the Xianmen turtle. In combat status, please defeat the Xianmen turtle within 1,200 seconds, or it will be considered a failure of the dungeon challenge. Killing a mutated boss with health higher than a half-lord in 20 minutes, no wonder no one had completed it for so long. But that didn't make sense. The Divine Martial Academy was full of prodigies, and after LV30, the number of purple weapons would definitely increase. Although it might not be possible for everyone to have such an exaggerated amount, for a 6-person team, having 2 or 3 pieces wouldn't be difficult. Could it be that even with this configuration, they couldn't defeat the Xianmen turtle? Doubt arose in Su Chen's heart, but his body was already rushing towards the boss. At the same time, blessings of light shone upon him. You have received basic strength aura enhancement, strength increased by 24 points. Duration 150s. You have received super speed aura enhancement, attack speed increased by 40 points. Duration 100s. You have received monster strength spirit language enhancement, attack increased by 150 points. Duration 200s. Go. Su Chen shouted, activating Raging Blood Shadow, causing his health to instantly drop by half, and it continued to decrease rapidly at a rate of 1% per second. But what he gained in return was an unimaginable, powerful strength. From within, Su Chen was enveloped in blood, with only 2 pairs of glowing crimson eyes visible. With each movement, blood mist shadows followed behind him, moving so fast that one couldn't help but wonder if he had rocket boosters under his feet. As he was about to approach the boss, Su Chen's speed suddenly surged again, and the giant sword left a shadow as it struck directly at the giant turtle's neck. This scene startled even Ji Hao and the others. What skill was this? They had never seen anything like it, but the next second, an even more shocking scene unfolded before them. Phase impact. Shield counterattack. As the giant sword fell, the previously quiet Shin-Men turtle, which seemed to be resting, suddenly let out a deafening wail. A terrifying golden light damage burst forth from its head. Boom! Minus 204,284. 200,000? The members of the team stared wide-eyed at the exaggerated damage glowing in golden light, all looking incredulous. Although Su-Chen's previous damage was high, it was still within their understanding. At most, it was just a bit more than the skill enhancements that came with their professions. But now, dealing 200,000 damage in one hit, this was beyond what a LV-30 could unleash. Even LV-40 couldn't do it, and even they dared not think further. Especially Xiong Yuanzhang, whose mind was a complete mess at this moment. Looking at the unusable python Jiao Shen Bao in his hand, a hint of confusion and daze flickered in his eyes. Did he have such exaggerated damage after reaching LV-30? It was unimaginable. But looking at Su Chen, who was enveloped in a blood shadow, and recalling the golden light damage that had appeared earlier, he suddenly had an epiphany. The new skill Su Chen had comprehended this time not only greatly increased his speed but also had a certain probability of enhancing critical hit attributes. Unlike weak point damage, critical hits are not something every professional can unleash at will. They require special skills to assist, resulting in a very low probability of dealing this extra double damage. Weak point damage and critical damage may seem similar, but there is a significant difference between them. The former deals double damage, while the latter usually appears in conjunction with weak point damage, and together they can increase damage by a full 4 times, comparable to the boost brought by Su Chen's current shield counterattack. Not to mention the peculiar attribute of enhancing critical effects, the specific increase it brings can only be understood by those who use it. When the Schwanman turtle let out a wail, a massive muffled sound suddenly erupted from the red door hidden in another void behind it. It sounded as if it had been struck hard by some kind of pillar hammer. The door opened a crack, and a rich green light orb flew out, landing behind the team. It was a palm-sized, transparent magic orb. It seemed to be equipment for a magic profession. The first hit gives us a big gift. Ha ha ha, keep going, hurry up. Ji Hao picked up the magic orb and laughed loudly. He even raised his staff and hurled a darkness spell fiercely at the Schwanman turtle. Although the damage was somewhat pitiful, it was the best attack skill Ji Hao could muster at the moment. The other members did not lag behind, their hearts ablaze. As Ji Hao said, this was just the first piece of equipment dropped by the Schwanman turtle. There would be more resources waiting for them. With the dungeon having a time limit, they had no time to waste. The group attacked together, coordinating with Su Chen's frenzied high-frequency strikes, causing the Schwanman turtle's health to plummet. It kept howling. Equipment continued to fly out from the red door like dumplings. But Su Chen also noticed that as the Schwanman turtle's health decreased, its body became increasingly agile. It was far from the helplessness described by outsiders. So, the root of not clearing the dungeon is actually here? Watching the Schwanman turtle continuously unleash skills in an attempt to obliterate them, Su Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. But if it's just like this, it might not be enough. Su Chen's lips curled into a brilliant smile. However, due to his body being enveloped in blood shadows, his expression was indiscernible, with only 2 glowing blood-red eyes exposed. He slashed forward, and a sword chi materialized out of thin air, striking fiercely at the Schwanman turtle's neck. But almost in the next instant, a second sword chi followed, then a third, a fourth. When Su Chen entered the state of frenzied blood shadow, his attack speed had nearly increased by half compared to before. With Lu Mingqing's assistance, his current lethality could be said to break through the heavens. Minus 24,322. Minus 25,788. Minus 51,067. 5862. Just a remote attack releasing sword energy, at least it deals over 20,000 damage. When a critical hit is triggered, it can even break through the 50,000 mark. Although it seems lower than the previous explosive damage of 200,000, this is merely Su Chen's most ordinary strike, and the giant sword hasn't even touched the Shen-Men turtle in the slightest. It's a pity that if I only use sword energy, I can't trigger shield counterattack, and the poking strategy is naturally out of the question. During the attack, Su Chen discovered some flaws in this strategy, but it doesn't matter. According to Su Chen's original idea, the sword energy should be used in the wild against monsters. Once his skill level increases, he will be able to perform true remote attacks. The efficiency of monster farming will definitely be much stronger than before. Since he has tested the specific effects of sword energy, Su Chen no longer hides from the Shen-Men turtle. With the shield pressed against the opponent, he directly unleashes his ultimate move poking strategy. Boom! 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 The giant sword continuously strikes at the neck of the Shen-Men turtle, scattering its thick, keratinous armor everywhere. Currently, Su Chen is in a blood shadow state, with a critical hit rate of 20%, averaging 1 critical hit every 5 strikes. Moreover, after equipping the 1000-man Slaughter title. Every time the giant sword makes contact with the Xianmen turtle, it erupts with a burst of ice flowers on its surface. The ice flowers are extremely cold, causing additional significant damage. This makes the Xianmen turtle suffer greatly, and the large red door behind it shakes violently, continuously dropping treasures. This massive boss, with its health dropping below 1 million, has become more agile than normal monsters. The frequency of skill releases has also increased, all pouring down on Suchen alone. But how could Suchen fear a boss that is only 2 levels higher than him? Even if this Xianmen turtle is a mutated species, it doesn't matter. Suchen withstands the boss's skills, landing his attacks heavily on the opponent. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. The Xianmen turtle simply cannot withstand the pressure from Suchen and can only desperately retreat. Unfortunately, Suchen's speed is even more exaggerated now, almost teleporting in front of the Xianmen turtle to continue his assault. Minus 101,241. Minus 98,488. Boom. Minus 210,821. Minus 101,241. Each sword can take away over 6-digit health from the Xianmen turtle. Moreover, when encountering a critical hit, it can deal terrifying damage exceeding 200,000. Even as its health decreases, the Xianmen turtle's strength increases. But even when it enters a berserk state, it cannot withstand Suchen's terrifying onslaught. For it, even a small sword strike can impose a huge burden on its entire body. As Suchen completely shatters its surrounding keratin, he activates phase impact, again his momentum suddenly rising. Even though its consciousness is already confused, the Xianmen turtle instinctively retracts its neck, wanting to escape. Suchen cannot allow the Xianmen turtle to escape his attack range. He taunts it back. In the face of the opponent's terrified and angry gaze, Suchen finally brings his sword down on the Xianmen turtle's head, delivering another shockingly high damage that stuns the entire arena. Boom! Minus 250,256. AO, accompanied by a low, rumbling roar from the Xianmen turtle. Its towering figure, comparable to a 3-story building, finally crashed heavily to the ground. Bang! The ground trembled, raising thick dust around the Xianmen turtle. The goblins still digging for treasure heard the commotion and rushed over from all directions. Looking at the fallen, bloodied body of the Xianmen turtle, these incredibly greedy goblins actually began to wail in grief. They let out piercing screams. Dropping the sacks in their hands, they rushed towards the body of the Xianmen turtle, surrounding it in a circle, lying on the ground and weeping uncontrollably. Suchen raised an eyebrow at this. What was going on with these goblins? Had they actually developed feelings for the Xianmen turtle? Just as Suchen and the others were puzzled, the red door hidden in the void finally stopped. Trembling, like a rope pulled to its limit suddenly snapping, it burst into the instance world with a boom. The door, as if it had infinite weight, slammed down on the massive back of the Xianmen turtle, directly pressing it into the ground. The goblins that had been surrounding the Xianmen turtle stopped crying as soon as the red door appeared. They quickly stood up and scattered in all directions, not even acknowledging Suchen and the other 5 human professionals. It was only when the red door touched the ground that the Xianmen turtle finally stopped sinking. Just as Suchen and the others wanted to step forward to check the situation, the red door suddenly emitted a radiant glow. The glow flickered, growing brighter with time, almost transforming the entire door into a mysterious object made of light. At that moment, the little donkey let out a series of rhythmic brays. Suchen glanced over. The creature nudged his hand, but its braying continued unabated. This struck him as odd. What was up with this donkey? Before Suchen could figure it out, the surrounding goblins suddenly screamed and quickly charged towards the glowing door. Boom! The light door seemed to be filled with energy, and the 2 door panels swung open violently, revealing a dark, deep void. Then, like a volcanic eruption, countless objects erupted from within with a rumble. The sky was suddenly showered with golden crystal rain. Suchen and the others widened their eyes, watching as the goblins, who had just been crying, now looked as joyful as if it were a festival, eagerly picking up the dazzling crystals spewing from the red door. These were all their accumulated wealth. They couldn't let it be left here. They had to build a storage door to properly secure their treasures. So these guys were just pretending to cry. Watching the busy goblins, Jihao finally witnessed what crocodile tears truly meant. Although goblins and crocodiles had no connection, it didn't stop him from using this phrase to describe them, even if it wasn't entirely fitting. They were a bunch of greedy monsters. How could they be sad over the death of a door that was merely for storing their treasures? Bang! Suchen killed a goblin clutching beautiful jewels with a single sword strike, smiling at the others. We worked hard to defeat the boss. We can't let these little guys take our loot. At that moment, Xion Yuan was also stepping on a goblin, which looked shifty-eyed and clearly wasn't a good creature. No, it wasn't just this goblin. All goblins look the same, and just one glance could evoke a deep-seated aversion. Put! The flame sword swept through. And this goblin, with no power to resist, was slain by Xiong Yuan. Confirming their targets, the group began to act separately. They would eliminate these despicable goblins trying to take their spoils. Even if these treasures were painstakingly hoarded by the goblins, encountering them meant that ownership had to be adjusted to seem reasonable. In no time, these goblins were slaughtered by Su Chen and his companions. They arrived in front of the Red Gate, their faces full of anticipation as countless treasures sprayed out from within. Although they were mostly the shabby decorative gems that the goblins had stuffed inside before, there were occasionally blue and green items that shot out. The green items were whatever, but as for the blue ones, Su Chen and the others didn't care for them at all. The donkey was still braying, and Su Chen didn't understand what it meant, letting it dart back and forth around the Red Gate. After a few minutes, the Red Gate finally slowed down the rate of treasure spraying, but Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, because what appeared now were actually practical treasures like equipment, gems, and items. As the items became fewer and the intervals between sprays grew longer, a strong sense of anticipation flashed across Su Chen and the others' faces. Because in the last 2 rounds, the Red Gate had sprayed out incredibly precious skill books. One was the Archer's Thunder Arrow, and the other was the Assassin's Shadow Stealth. Both were A-grade rare skills, the best skill resources available on the market. Except for Xiong Yuanzheng, no one met the learning requirements. Naturally, these 2 skill books went into Xiong Da's pocket, and a proud smile appeared on his face. He hadn't thought that one day druids could also be so sought after. The equipment skills that others couldn't use had some relevance to him, which justified the reasonable allocation of resources. Although with Xiong Yuanzheng's current worth he could buy similar skills on the market, getting them for free was still the best. It was much more comfortable than the buy type of spending. To this, Su Chen could only chuckle. Kid, you just don't understand the joy of the rich. If I had money, I would buy all the heavily tilt stones on Blue Star and then upgrade the Dragon Scale Greatsword to the highest level. Although Su Chen wasn't sure if the current circulation of heavenly tilt stones on Blue Star could achieve that, daydreaming had no harm. After waiting a few more minutes, the glow on the Red Gate finally faded, but in the final stage, it still sprayed out 3 light clusters in succession. 2 of them radiated a rich purple color. The little donkey's voice rang out simultaneously. Su Chen suddenly turned around and hugged the donkey's head into his arms. He laughed heartily as he looked at the last 3 items, feeling an indescribable joy in his heart. Donkey brother, you call so well. If you can call, just call a few more times, it sounds so pleasant. Ha ha ha. Yes, it really sounds pleasant. Ji Hao also laughed. They finally realized that the little donkey's constant humming around the Red Gate earlier was actually sensing the effect of the lucky aura. It turned what was likely to be a rather ordinary haul into 2 purple items and a dungeon refresh scroll. This allowed them to enjoy a thrilling play session today, refreshing the amusement book that needed a few days of cooldown time. Who knows, they might even get a few more purple items. Wow, a dungeon actually dropped 2 purple items, incredible. As he walked up to the 2 purple light orbs, Ji Hao shook his head in amazement. He thought about how he had tackled many dungeons in the 10,000 books pavilion, and aside from the super high drop rate special item, the Heaven and Earth Lock, he had only received 1 purple item that was given to him by A.O. Fei. He had never seen anything good in the 10,000 books pavilion. 1 pair of boots, 1 belt, not bad, at least they're not some random junk gear. Su Chen first picked up the dungeon refresh scroll before looking at the 2 purple items. With the boosts from the little donkey and Furious Blood Shadow, Su Chen's speed was even more exaggerated than those of other assassins wearing top-tier gear. So, his requirements for the boots weren't that high. However, the belt, this item, like jewelry, was hard to find on the market. The occasional ones that circulated were all trash. So, when Su Chen saw the belt, he was completely captivated. He picked up the gear, and the attributes naturally appeared. Giant Rock Belt, purple, usable above LV 30 durability, 1000 health, 2821 strength, plus 34 strength plus 32 bound, health 1042. Increase. The attributes were decent, with a high health base and 2 double bonuses to strength. It was very much in line with Su Chen's current development direction. He embedded a prepared level 5 mutton fat jade into the equipment, then tossed the original belt into his backpack and equipped the brand new Giant Rock Belt, purple. You have equipped Giant Rock Belt, purple, health plus 3683, mana plus 547, damage plus 419. The attribute boost was significant, especially in terms of health. It was clearly not a main constitution belt, yet the health increase was still astonishing. Besides the base attributes of the Giant Rock Belt, purple, itself, the most important aspect was the bound attribute. Each LV30 purple item, once bound, could increase health by just over 1,000, and little by little, it would eventually lead to a qualitative change. Slurp. A sound of drooling came. Su Chen glanced over to see Ji Hao staring at the purple boots, drooling with such longing that he looked like he wanted to press his face against the gear. He wanted them. He wanted them very much. His current movement speed was very slow. He could barely stand still and heal, and if any skills came his way, he was likely unable to dodge. Just like last time when he was killed by the black scale python, it was because his movement speed was too slow to avoid the opponent's skills. If he had a pair of running shoes, he might survive in more situations. But then, Xiong Yuanzheng's big hand pulled Ji Hao back. He chuckled and said something. That made Ji Hao feel immense pain. I want one too, Xiong Yuanzheng said teasingly, looking at Ji Hao, who was even taller than him. What the hell are you doing? You already have a purple weapon. Why are you coming over to join the fun? Ji Hao wanted to push Xiong Yuanzheng's big face away, but he was too weak to do anything to him. He could only take a step back, slightly looking down at him, and grumbled, Xiong De, I see you're just here to annoy me. How could that be? Xiong Yuanzheng retorted, I really need a pair of purple running shoes. After equipping the python serpent Xianbao, I will also shift from a semi-frontline position to a ranged output. With running shoes, whether it's kiting or holding enemies, I can maximize the advantages of the shoes. Moreover, I transform into Bear Man during battles, so you can just hide behind me and heal. When danger strikes, I can instantly turn into a fiery eagle and fly away with you. Isn't that much faster than you running around blindly? After Xiong Yuanzheng's persuasion, Ji Hao's not-so-smart little head was instantly in a worse state. A look of confusion and contemplation appeared in his eyes. Is it really like this? Ji Hao always felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He scratched his head, feeling that his scalp had been itchy lately. Could it be that his brain was about to grow out? Then, should I just accept it? Xiong Yuanzheng asked for his teammates' opinions. He wasn't trying to fool Ji Hao, the truth was just as he said. Rather than handing it over to Ji Hao, who had low base attributes, it was better to let him, a fully functional druid, wear it. Whether chasing or fleeing, it could yield good results. Seeing that several teammates, including Ji Hao, had no objections, Xiong Yuanzheng breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid his teammates would misunderstand him. After all, he had just received a purple item and then turned his gaze to another pair of running shoes. Without a reasonable explanation, anyone would feel uncomfortable. Xiong Yuanzheng spoke up, thank you all for your understanding. From now on, for the next 10 pieces of LV30 purple gear that drop, aside from the exclusive druid equipment, I will withdraw from the distribution. Xiong Yuanzheng's face was resolute and his tone was very serious. This made Ji Hao feel a bit embarrassed. It was just a piece of purple gear. Did it really need such a big fuss? Su Chen and the others only nodded in support of Xiong Yuanzheng's choice, saying nothing more. They thought similarly to Ji Hao. Although purple gear was precious, as long as it was reasonably distributed among the team members, there wouldn't be any major issues. Moreover, with the increase in strength and the cooperation of the little donkey's lucky aura, they would definitely not lack purple gear at the LV30 stage. So no one would fixate on a single pair of purple running shoes. After distributing the equipment, everyone began to clean up the battlefield. The Red Gate spewed out too many treasures, although most were pretty useless crystal junk. There were also quite a few good items mixed in. The blue sky and white clouds need not be elaborated on. The key point was that some of the top-notch green gear that dropped was far superior to what was available on the market. This filled them with enthusiasm, as if they were exploring a treasure, constantly searching in this underground cavern for any top-notch green gear they might have missed. Su Chen and the others were having a great time in the dungeon. But outside, dozens of professionals were gathered at the entrance of the dungeon. Because the Golden Feast leaderboard had been quietly updated. Golden Feast completion records: first place Su Chen, Ji Hao, Su Lingyun, Lu Mingcheng, Xiong Yuanzheng 4 minutes 50 seconds. Seeing the completion information that suddenly appeared on the leaderboard, they all had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. One chubby second-year student said to his teammate beside him, "This can't be a mistake, right? It's one thing to clear the Golden Feast, but every dungeon has a day when it can be cleared. But this, what does it mean to clear it in 4 minutes and 50 seconds? Don't tell me this Su Chen's team is that Su Chen from the first year. Can they really handle dungeons above LV30 now?" As soon as the chubby guy finished speaking, a chorus of agreement arose around him. This newly appeared completion record also left them somewhat stunned. Although dungeons like Golden Feast, which had a difficulty level of LV32, could be challenged by some LV27 and LV28 professionals, clearing it in only a quarter of the stipulated time, what does that even mean? To know, in recent years, any professional from the Divine Martial Academy who met the challenge requirements did not miss such a high-profile dungeon. Even Shui Tianjiu and her team had crazily challenged it here, constantly pushing close to the minimum time limit for clearing. But without exception, they all failed. Although this was partly due to the Shui Tianjiu team having poor luck during the LV30 period, with very few purple gear in the team, it also indirectly reflected how incredibly difficult this seemingly entertaining dungeon, the Golden Feast, truly was. It had stumped countless students for such a long time. Sigh, the new waves of the Yangtze River push the old waves forward. We old students are actually About to be caught up by a newcomer. This shouldn't be. Someone sighed, leading a group of teammates into the golden feast. The others, seeing this, followed suit and rushed into the dungeon. Although they couldn't defeat the boss within the time limit, they could at least secure some basic green gear. As the entrance to the dungeon continued to flicker with light, the surrounding professionals had decreased by 2 circles. Those remaining were merely onlookers wanting to see the excitement. They posted the first clear record of the Golden Feast online, announcing it on the Divine Martial Academy's campus forum. The absurdly fast clearing record was highlighted prominently. To make their entertainment post go viral, they even used their small wallets to buy traffic, ensuring the post appeared in the sight of more academy professionals. Due to the explosive title and content, it became a topic rarely seen in over a decade. Many students entered with the idea of competing in quality, eager to share their thoughts in the comments, only to find that the images and text in the post were all genuine. They checked carefully dozens of times and found no signs of alteration in the images. Moreover, through other channels, news about Su Chen's team clearing the Golden Feast was spreading wildly. Because this was simply not a fabrication, many professionals near the Wanben Pavilion rushed over to investigate. But when they saw the clearing leaderboard, they were once again dumbfounded. Even those usually very calm students couldn't help but rub their eyes. They blinked repeatedly at the record board. Golden Feast clearing record: first place, Su Chen, Jihao, Su Lingyun, Lu Mingcheng, Xiong Yuanzhang, 4 minutes 21 seconds. What is going on? Could it be that the news is false? The clearing time isn't 4 minutes 50 seconds, but 4 minutes 21 seconds? These new students hadn't figured out what was happening when suddenly a flash of light appeared at the front of the dungeon and a 5-person team appeared before everyone. However, they vanished in an instant, returning to the dungeon world. The leaderboard updated again, 4 minutes 18 seconds. Inside the dungeon, Su Chen and the others changed their usual walking habits and all crowded around Xiong Yuanzhang. At this moment, he was carrying a longbow, his face full of spring breeze and pride. Without needing a reminder from his teammates, Xiong Yuan spread his arms wide, flapping them like a bird's wings. A miraculous scene unfolded. Xiong Yuanzhang was now engulfed in flames, his body wildly expanding, transforming into a terrifying bird nearly 4 meters long. And the flames that should have burned everything did not feel hot at all when Su Chen and the others grasped the claws of this flame eagle. Whoosh! The flame eagle flapped its wings, carrying Su Chen and the others at incredible speed towards the Xianmen turtle. The flames engulfing it turned it into a fireball as it flew, streaking across the sky like a meteor. As they approached the boss, Xiong Yuanzhang landed, letting Su Chen and the others down, but he did not revert to human form. Instead, he transformed into a 3-meter tall bear man form. After several battles in the dungeon and with the extra experience rewards from the cultivation fruit, Xiong Yuanzhang finally leveled up to LV30. He equipped the long-desired Python Serpent Xian Bow. When the countdown prompt sounded in his ear, he drew his dark bow into a full moon shape, and arrows appeared in his hand in the form of pure energy. Thunder flickered on it, illuminating the surroundings even brighter. Whoosh! The thunder arrow shot out, hitting the massive eye of the mystic turtle with a series of sharp explosions. Minus 18,480? Lightning exploded in the boss's eye, dealing nearly 20,000 points of damage. Whoosh! 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 Minus 18,050? Minus 17,725? Minus 17,899. 18,899. Compared to swinging swords in close combat, Xiong Yuanzhang preferred the thrill of long-range killing. His attack speed was very fast, and with Su Chen blocking in front, Xiong Yuanzhang didn't have to think too much. He could just focus on outputting and cause terrifying destruction. Perhaps other teams also had damage-dealing professionals, but they didn't have a top-tier shield warrior like Su Chen. No matter how terrifying the boss was, he dared to step forward and take the hits for you. That kind of overwhelming sense of security was something no one else could provide. After Xiong Yuanzhang advanced to LV30 and updated his equipment, his strength underwent a qualitative transformation. The previously soft attacks were now replaced by arrows wrapped in lightning, making him the second damage dealer in the team. Under the frenzied bombardment of the team, the Mystic Turtle's health was draining like a flood released from a dam. Even when it entered a berserk state and began to counterattack wildly, it couldn't withstand the skill bombardment from the few of them. When the Mystic Turtle's health was completely depleted and it fell heavily to the ground, the dungeon refresh scroll in Su Chen's hand had also fulfilled its mission. At this moment, the students outside, witnessing the leaderboard records advancing again, erupted in an uproar. Golden Feast completion record: first place, Su Chen, Jihao, Su Lingyun, Lu Mingcheng, Xiong Yuanzhang, 3 minutes 59 seconds. This already absurdly fast record was unexpectedly pushed forward significantly by them. How could those still struggling inside, only able to secure a minimum damage reward, compete? Not to mention crossing the 4-minute mark even entering within 20 minutes was difficult for them. It wasn't that their strength wasn't enough, it was just that the mystic turtle was inherently overpowered. Besides having high health, it also had a ridiculous buff that lowered health while significantly increasing strength. They had the ability to kill the boss, but the time taken was definitely more than 20 minutes. Yet Su Chen's team completed the dungeon in just 3 minutes and 59 seconds. It was simply outrageous. Here they come. Is it them? Damn, what's up with Su Chen? A newbie already at LV30? Is that for real? Is that the point? Look at the purple light on him. Damn it, he must have at least 3 or 4 pieces of purple gear. It's ridiculous. When Su Chen's team appeared in the outside world, it immediately caused a commotion. The students gathered here scanned the few members of the team with the eyes of someone looking at rare animals. Especially Su Chen. Faced with the confused, curious, and shocked gazes around him, he felt quite uncomfortable. It was as if he could feel these guys almost seeing through his underwear. Among them, several beautiful senior girls boldly greeted him, and some even asked for Su Chen's contact information on the spot. This scared Su Chen enough that he hurriedly pulled Ji Hao and the others to leave. Let's go. He walked quickly, afraid of being stopped by this group of enthusiastic senior girls. Although Su Chen knew this might just be a simple introduction, the moment all the boys' eyes turned to him with a murderous intent, he panicked completely. Bro, make way, make way. At that moment, Su Chen, who had cleared the Yi Golden Feast in 3 minutes and 59 seconds, felt like his scalp was about to explode. He dashed out of the Wanben Pavilion, feeling the murderous aura attached to him gradually fade, and only then did Su Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Why does this feel scarier than fighting a boss? Although the few of them had already experienced this kind of treatment when they first came out, that was in the past. Just now, the students gathered at the dungeon entrance were a sea of black, with at least a few hundred people. Most were second or third-year seniors, with a small number of first-year students only at level 20. So when the record was refreshed again, not only did these second-year seniors turn their attention, but many third and fourth-year students also looked over. For a moment, Su Chen and his group became somewhat popular within the academy. Many people knew they had successfully cleared the outrageous dungeon, Golden Feast, even pushing the record to under 4 minutes. Even many teachers received the news. The information spread quickly throughout the academy, but Su Chen was clearly unaware of how outrageous the spread of the news was. While the group was having a meal, many unfamiliar faces came to greet them, and some socially bold students even wanted to take a photo with Su Chen. It made him feel like a celebrity. This left Su Chen completely baffled. It was just one dungeon clear. Did it really warrant such adoration? But he clearly underestimated the popularity of Golden Feast and the speed at which rumors spread. In just one night, Su Chen's name spread throughout the second year, and then the news spread to the third and fourth years. When they learned that the Golden Feast had been cleared by a first-year professional team, their expressions were no less than those of the initial onlookers. The third and fourth-year seniors felt the same way. Only the first-year students, upon realizing Su Chen had done something big again, simply exclaimed wow, and then showed no further emotional fluctuations. For them, Su Chen had already created quite a few outrageous feats. This time, it was just clearing a dungeon, nothing to make a big deal out of. Sigh, I'm running low on experience, it's giving me a headache. At this moment, Su Chen had returned to his bedroom. Looking at the few skills he needed to upgrade in his hand, he felt that the day of upgrading Shield Counterattack to a divine skill was getting further away. Phase Impact and Raging Blood Shadow were both very practical skills, especially the latter as a newly acquired SSS level regular burst skill at LV30. Su Chen was determined to upgrade it no matter what. But the problem he faced now was that while his stored experience was enough, what about in the future? No one could withstand him burning through it like this. Others usually focus on leveling up one skill and then select a few supplementary ones. Su Chen, on the other hand, couldn't wait to upgrade all the skills in his hands, because the LV6 skill, Shield Counterattack and Weapon Mastery, brought him immense help. The enhancement was comparable to 1 or 2 pieces of top-tier purple gear. Now that there were new skills added, how could he possibly endure it? After much inner turmoil, Su Chen finally made up his mind. He concentrated on Furious Blood Shadow, and the experience in Heaven and Earth Lock began to plummet rapidly. Congratulations, your skill Furious Blood Shadow has successfully upgraded to LV2, attack speed plus 5%, movement speed plus 10%, critical hit rate plus 2%, /distance plus 2 meters. Congratulations! Your skill Furious Blood Shadow has successfully upgraded to LV3. Congratulations, your skill Furious Blood Shadow has successfully upgraded to LV4. Congratulations, your skill Furious Blood Shadow has successfully upgraded to LV6. After consuming 4,490,750 points of stored experience, Furious Blood Shadow was finally upgraded to LV6 by Su Chen. Furious Blood Shadow SSS LV.6 instantly consume 50% of your health to gain the Blood Shadow blessing. Attack speed increased by 165%. Movement speed increased by 250%. Critical hit rate increased by 30%. Attacks become area slashes. Current/distance 11 meters in the state of Blood Shadow blessing. Lose 1% health per second. Can be turned on and off at any time. Note: when reactivating, your health must be above 60%. Looking at the fully enhanced skill attributes, Suchen nodded in satisfaction, a clear smile curving at the corners of his mouth that he couldn't suppress. The critical hit rate he valued most had reached 30%. This meant he could achieve a critical hit once every 3 attacks on average. Although the actual effect was just like dealing 1 extra hit of damage, one shouldn't only look at the surface. For example, when Suchen and his teammates were grinding monsters in the wild, if the opponent's level was very high, normally Suchen would need 2 hits to kill them. But if a critical hit occurred, he would only need 1 sword. A couple of times might not show much difference, just a matter of hitting once more or less. But if you extend the grinding time to days, weeks, or months, the difference could be enormous. Moreover, after upgrading Furious Blood Shadow, Suchen had truly become a ranged warrior. In the wild, he no longer had to painstakingly chop down monsters one by one with his weapon. After finishing the upgrade of Furious Blood Shadow, Suchen turned his attention to Phase Impact. With a massive amount of experience invested again, Suchen felt heartache but also began to anticipate the skill effects after Phase Impact upgraded. Congratulations, your skill Phase Impact has successfully upgraded to LV2. Sprint speed plus 10%, movement sprint time plus 2s, next attack damage plus 10%, cooldown time -5s. Congratulations, your skill Phase Impact has successfully upgraded to LV3. Congratulations, your skill Phase Impact has successfully upgraded to LV4. Congratulations, your skill Phase Impact has successfully upgraded to LV6. Phase Impact A. LV6. Perform a phase shift, sprinting forward at 250% speed. For a distance, the length depends on mana consumption, up to 15s. Your next attack will deal 230% damage. Cooldown time, 75s. Feels good. Seeing the effect of the LV6 skill Phase Impact, Suchen felt as if he had become completely transparent. With 230% damage plus the 400% damage from shield counterattack, the explosion of power was absolutely earth-shattering. Against a boss-level enemy of the same level, Suchen could easily slaughter them like a chick. Not to mention those elite monsters or even ordinary wild creatures. The fundamental reason why Suchen's strength was far superior to that of other new players of the same level was his powerful skills. Equipment was only secondary. Now, apart from 2B level skills, all other upgradable skills had reached LV6. This made Suchen even more curious about what level his current strength was at. He gazed out at the moon, pondering his future development strategy and direction. Now he was not alone, he carried the hopes of several teammates on his shoulders. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences for them. At that time, the loss for the 5 of them would not just be some trivial experience. In a serious case, it could render their months of effort futile. So, let's wait for Jihao and the others to level up first. The next day, Suchen and the others set out early from the city gate. As their levels increased, the training areas suitable for them continued to move away from the city. If they didn't get up early, they might waste the entire morning just traveling. Thanks to the overall improvement in strength of Suchen and Xiong Yuanzheng, they set their sights on the LV38 area of Screaming Forest. This place was home to a group of strangely temperamental monster apes. They were large in size, with strong limbs that allowed their strength, speed, and constitution attributes to grow well. Most of them were elite-level small monsters. This made the area very popular among adventurers, and just on the way, Suchen and the others encountered many adventurer teams. Judging by their levels and direction, it was clear they were all heading towards Screaming Forest. In the distance, Suchen saw several ironback silver apes playing in the woods. They swung on the trees, their agile hands and powerful upper body strength allowing them to move freely through the rainforest. Ironback Silver Ape Elite LV38 Health 117,700/117,700. Looking at the elite monsters with just over 100,000 health, Suchen confidently drew his greatsword and pointed at the Ironback Silver Apes, letting out a wild laugh. You guys are just what I need. As soon as he finished speaking, various auras flickered around Suchen, and then a burst of health enveloped him completely. Only his eyes, glowing bright red, remained visible. He slashed forward with several ice blue sword lights, moving at incredible speed, striking the heads of the Ironback Silver Apes in the blink of an eye. Minus 20,979. Minus 3,154. Minus 42,126. Minus 3,154. Minus 42,841. Ah! One of the ironback silver apes could only let out a painful howl before being sliced into pieces by the sword light, which then encased it in extreme cold. Frozen chunks scattered on the ground. Successfully killed ironback silver ape. Elite experience plus 975. Level up bonus experience plus 390. Training fruit. Bonus experience plus 97.5. Team bonus experience plus 2437. When this ironback silver ape died, the surrounding ones were greatly frightened and all screamed in terror. Their voices were completely disproportionate to their size, sharp and thin, making Su Chen's eardrums ache from a distance. However, although these primate-like monsters possessed a certain level of intelligence, in most cases, their thinking remained in a chaotic and instinctual state. Just like now, after they called out, they found that the few people walking over, including Su Chen, were actually just a few little ants that didn't even reach their waist. The ironback silver ape slammed its fists against its chest, producing a series of dull thuds. Its chest heaved violently, and visible transparent whirlwinds of air emerged from its mouth and nose. Its eyes, once a clear white, gradually shifted to a furious red. Whoa! This time, the ironback silver ape let out a low, angry roar, and with a powerful push of its limbs, it lunged towards Su Chen and the others. A bunch of idiots, still not running. Su Chen and his companions burst into hearty laughter. Even Su Lingyun couldn't help but chuckle at these elite monsters. They had previously feared that the ironback silver ape was smarter than other monsters and would choose to retreat upon seeing its companions die, but they didn't expect it to be a group of fools who couldn't see the situation clearly. Since that was the case, there was no need for Su Chen and his group to hold back. They faced the monsters on either side, with Su Chen on one side and Xiong Yuan and the others on the other. As the ironback silver ape approached, they unleashed their skills simultaneously. Minus 62,042, minus 9,344, minus 61,814, minus 11,880, minus 10,764, minus 10,245. Minus 11,231, minus 5,481, minus 6,012, minus 5,121. Under the onslaught of Su Chen and his companions' furious skills, the life template of the elite-level ironback silver ape couldn't withstand it at all. Even with a significant level suppression, these wild monsters were no match for Su Chen and the others. Successfully killed ironback silver ape. Elite experience plus 975. Level up bonus experience plus 390. Cultivation fruit bonus experience plus 97.5. Team bonus experience plus 2437. Successfully killed ironback silver ape. Elite experience plus 975. Level up bonus experience plus 390. Cultivation fruit bonus experience plus 97.5. Team bonus experience plus 2437. Listening to the experience notifications ringing in their ears, Su Chen and his companions felt quite pleased. These elite monsters were very easy to kill, and they provided a lot of experience, making them the perfect choice for leveling up. Relying on their powerful firepower, Su Chen's team killed everything in sight, taking down all the ironback silver apes. They looted a lot of equipment along the way, but unfortunately, it was all useless junk. For more than 10 consecutive days, the 5 of them spent all their time in the screeching forest, having killed countless ironback silver apes. Any adventurer team that encountered Su Chen and his group would retreat in fear, terrified by their frenzied slaughter. They were afraid that a careless bump would cost them their lives here. As the reputation of the small team spread, Ji Jia, Su Lingyun, and Lu Mingqing successfully advanced to LV30. Su Chen and Xiong Yuanzhang, having killed more wild monsters, naturally gained more experience, and in just over 10 days, they pushed their levels to LV32. During this time, they also killed some wild boss-level monsters, otherwise, the two would have had to wait at least another day to level up. After nearly half a month in the smell on them was quite indescribable. One night, Su Chen and the others gathered around the campfire, roasting the delicious dragon meat that Xiong Yuanzhang had hunted, especially Ji Hao, who loved eating this roasted meat so much that he had gained a bit of weight over the past few days. Wow, this stuff is really damn delicious. Ji Hao leaned against a tree, rubbing his already bulging belly, a satisfied look on his face. Xiongde, even if you only become a life profession worker in this life, with this skill alone, you could at least buy a house in Tiandu. Mentioning houses made Su Chen recall the absurdly high property prices from his previous life. In this data-driven otherworld, Tiandu, as the absolute core of the Divine Dragon Empire, was truly a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. For an ordinary person to buy a house here could definitely be considered an industry elite, and a top-tier one at that. What good is a house? Can it be eaten? What if one day the Empire's defense line in the starry sky breaks and the situation returns to what it was 100 years ago? Can a house in Tiandu save your life? Looking at the crackling firewood, Xiong Yuanjing shook his head in rebuttal, saying, Strength. Strength. Only with great strength can one truly do everything they want? Who knows, maybe one can even venture deep into the starry sky to explore the origins of monsters and the secrets of data. Xiong Yuanjing's tone changed from usual. It was filled with a sense of longing mixed with regret. This piqued Su Chen and the others' interest. Could it be that Xiong Yuanjing had a past they didn't know about? However, their curiosity did not sway Xiong Yuanjing. He said little, only sighing and shifting his gaze to the moon in the sky. The clear sky had few clouds, making it easy to see the countless stars and the crescent moon hanging at the horizon. He quietly admired the night sky, and as he relaxed, the natural energy around him began to converge towards him, the druid. It contained the coolness of the night rainforest and, wait, the previously comfortable expression on Xiong Yuanjing's face suddenly turned serious, and he stood up, looking curiously into the dark behind him. There had been some distant roars of the ironback silver monkey, but at some point, the sounds had gradually faded, leaving them enveloped in the silence of the night. Even the sounds of insects and birds at night were absent. Even though it was close to winter, with monsters everywhere in the wild, such a situation was impossible. Moreover, he had just caught a whiff of a familiar and repulsive scent. It was faint, but as a druid, he had keenly detected it. What's wrong? Xiong Yuanjing's strange behavior naturally caught the attention of Su Chen and the others. They looked around the surrounding woods but found nothing. After all, each person's development path was different, and what they perceived was naturally different. Xiong Yuanjing did not respond but scanned left and right, his nose twitching. At this moment, even Jihao, who was usually oblivious, sensed something was off. There was a feeling that something big was about to happen. Suddenly, Xiong Yuanjing's body swelled up, his thick fur sprouting from his skin, instantly transforming into the bearman form. He drew his longbow from his back and shot an arrow into the darkness. The arrow, infused with thunder, zipped into the dark, illuminating the surroundings brightly. Thud! Under the gaze of Su Chen and the others, the thunder arrow struck the chest of an ironback silver monkey, but strangely, the monster did not make a sound. It let the blood flow freely. Unlike the ordinary ironback silver ape, this monster had an exceptionally terrifying face, with two bulbous yellow eyes staring unblinkingly at Su Chen and the others. There were no pupils or whites, the eyes looked as if yellow balls had been stuffed inside. Its mouth had transformed from a humanoid shape into a short, bird-like beak. A uniquely shaped and bizarrely behaving ironback silver ape appeared before everyone, sending a chill deep into their hearts. It wasn't that this creature was particularly powerful, but rather that its behavior was nothing like that of a normal living being. As their gazes focused on it, they felt a sense of relief, but their hearts also rang alarm bells, and they hurriedly drew their weapons, scanning the surrounding darkness. They were horrified to discover that this ironback silver ape was actually a mutated monster. But the source of the mutation. Ironback silver ape, elite, dark corruption, LV38 health, 169, 854/180, 440 dark corruption? Isn't this the mutation type of the two roadblock monsters from our first large dungeon? How could it appear here? Upon seeing the attributes of the small monster, Su Lingyun couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise, staring at the scene before her. She remembered that old Mu had sealed all the passages connected to the darkness. Why were they still encountering such special monsters? It wasn't that she was afraid. It was just that these dark creatures were far stronger than normal small monsters, yet they provided the same experience. They were simply not suitable for leveling up. Things are probably going to get messy, Su Chen said lightly. When Old Mu had told them about the dark ancient domain, Su Chen had specifically researched the relevant information. Not only the dark ancient domain, but even other worlds that had spatial passages appearing in Blue Star would permanently establish some kind of connection once they appeared. This was a coordinate, and even if the teleportation passage was destroyed, they could still lock onto the coordinate through some means and re-establish contact. So while Su Chen was surprised to encounter the dark, corrupted ironback silver ape here, he was more concerned about where the source of the darkness was. Old Mu had once said that the appearance of the dark ancient domain was not a bad thing. For them, it could even be considered an opportunity. As for what the opportunity was, Old Mu hadn't made it clear. He probably hadn't expected that Su Chen and the others would encounter the passage connecting to the dark ancient domain so soon. Again, Su Chen entered Blood Shadow state, activated Phase Impact, and pressed his shield against the creature. The giant sword struck down, and golden light suddenly appeared on the monster. Boom! Minus 81,260. Minus 12,157. Under Su Chen's intense firepower, the mutated ironback silver ape was slain on the spot, its body frozen into countless ice fragments. Su Chen discovered that ice attribute attacks could deal about 15% extra damage to most wild monsters, presented in the form of ice element explosions. When encountering monsters with opposing attributes, even greater power could be unleashed. After dealing with the monster, Jihao and the others gathered around, looking at the ground, covered in ice crystals, and spoke seriously. Do you remember those two bosses from back then? They all came out of the dark portal. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a teleportation passage nearby. The dark aura has eroded this. Ironback Silver 8, turning it into this form. Su Lingyun looked worried. Everything had seemed normal before, but now it gave her an incredibly strange feeling. It was as if something greasy was wrapping around her entire body. The nauseating aura permeated the air, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Can you sense the specific source? Su Chen asked. We've been killing monsters in the Screaming Forest for so many days and haven't seen any mutated creatures. The sudden appearance tonight can only mean two possibilities. Xiong Yuanzhang, feeling the unusual dark and cold aura around, pondered for a moment and said, one is that the passage just happened to appear tonight and the location is right near us. The second is that the passage from the dark ancient domain has appeared in the nearby leveling area, spreading to the Screaming Forest. However, judging by the intensity of the dark aura, I lean towards the latter. Xiong Yuanzhang provided his answer, pointing in a direction over there. After saying that, he looked at Su Chen, waiting for the other to make a choice. After all, they had been out of the city for nearly half a month, and everyone had crossed LV30, achieving their goal. As for whether to take another risk, let's go. Su Chen gave his answer. Old Mu told us back then that while the dark ancient domain is dangerous, it is also an opportunity for us, and before he could finish, a group of adventurers hurriedly passed by them, heading straight for the direction Xiong Yuanjing pointed out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The previously quiet forest suddenly echoed with the sound of hurried human footsteps from afar. After a moment, a group of adventurers, just like the previous team, was quickly rushing forward. Their faces showed urgent excitement, making their pace incredibly swift. These people had varying levels, with some just over LV20 students and others even being strong players above LV40. But they all had the same goal, as if they had received some information. Even Su Chen was now completely bewildered, thinking, hey, what's going on here? I haven't finished speaking yet. He quickly grabbed a young man of LV.31 who abruptly halted, glaring angrily at Su Chen. Hey, what are you doing? The dark ancient domain has already opened. If you don't hurry, it'll be too late. Saying this, he tugged at his sleeve, but surprisingly, it didn't budge. Only then did he turn back to size up Su Chen, realizing he was actually a master of the same level. His expression softened a bit, but he still wore a sour face towards Su Chen. Buddy, tell me in detail, what's going on with the dark ancient domain? I see so many people rushing there. As he spoke, Su Chen took out a LV30 blue gear from his pocket and handed it to the young man. This time, even if the young man was still angry, he calmed down. Although this blue gear wasn't worth much, being so generous just to ask for information was quite a big deal. The young man readily accepted the equipment, a smile appearing on his face as he began to explain the situation to Su Chen. A few days ago, a special mission was issued from the hunting hall to investigate the disturbances in the Chiyuan Mountains, because someone had discovered mutated monsters there, all of which had been eroded by the dark aura. But the spatial passage formed between the Chiyuan mountain range and the dark ancient domain is not stable. It only lasts for a short day before disappearing. However, the anchor point has been established, and the time for the spatial passage to appear again will not be far off. Until tonight, a small team sent out a message stating that the spatial passage had appeared. At the same time, the hunting hall issued a task inviting nearby professionals to participate in the attack on the dark ancient domain to seize the teleportation base. The young man only had time to say this much before being pulled away by his teammates, and then they continued on their way. Su Chen and the others were quite shocked after hearing this. Especially the task of attacking the dark ancient domain startled Su Chen greatly. Why would they involve low-level professionals from their community in attacking external forces? Although he was quite prominent in the academy now, at LV30, to be honest, he was nothing in the outside world. But now, not to mention LV30, he even saw a bunch of students in their 20s. Their excited demeanor seemed as if they were not going to battle, but rather to enjoy a leisurely outing in the countryside. There might be things we don't know about. Why don't we go take a look? Ji Hao, who understood Su Chen the best, noticed his confusion and suggested. Alright, let's get ready. Su Chen thought for a moment and made a decision. He mounted his little donkey and led a few people to follow the crowd. After walking for most of the day, Su Chen had arrived at the LV42 leveling area, stopping at a place called Wasteland Plain. At this time, the area was brightly lit and a large group of professionals had already set up camp here. More people were arriving one after another. Su Chen found a spot and set up his tent, along with the crowd. This time he could see that there was a huge spatial rift in the center of the plain. Countless dark energies were seeping out from it. If one observed closely, they would notice that the rift was slowly widening, developing into an oval shape. Listening to the idle chatter around him, Su Chen and the others finally understood why everyone was rushing over here. It turned out that once the passage between the dark ancient domain and Blue Star was completely stabilized, a large number of monsters would invade Blue Star. If it were just that, it would only require military professionals to join forces to suppress them. However, the dark ancient domain is relatively special. If the dark energy is allowed to dissipate, it will attach to the land, transforming the covered area into a place suitable for mutated monsters to survive. Conversely, if they could imprint the blue star's aura on the other side, the will of blue star would envelop it, completely bringing it under the influence of blue star's forces. The benefits gained at that time would far surpass merely killing a few bosses. Things like purple gear, skill books, and gems would pale in comparison. The will of blue star would represent a smooth path for professionals to level up for a considerable period. Attributes like equipment drop rates, critical hit rates, stun, and fatality, which almost never appear in the current world, would all be granted as buffs. Even, there would be a certain probability of obtaining the legendary pink gear, the dream of countless professionals. Now the opportunity was right in front of them. Who wouldn't be excited? When will this be ready? Looking at the distant spatial passage, Su Lingyun asked impatiently. She had now reached LV30 and had replaced all her equipment. However, without the enhancement of purple gear, Su Lingyun at this stage was far less intimidating to creatures of the same level than she had been before. At most, she could rely on the advantages brought by her legendary class to be slightly stronger than other professionals. This made the talented Su Lingyun feel a bit of a gap, which was why she was eager to kill more bosses to obtain suitable purple gear for herself. I'm not sure, maybe tomorrow, or perhaps it could take a week. Su Chen was also experiencing the entire process of a spatial passage forming from nothing for the first time, especially one that wanted to invade Blue Star. He had never seen anything like it before. What he said was merely speculation, and he was uncertain about the specific outcome. This was the result of not having enough knowledge accumulated. The purpose of the Divine Martial Academy establishing cultural courses was precisely for this reason, so that students wouldn't be completely ignorant and not even know when a spatial passage would form. How embarrassing! Su Chen glanced at the professional team next to them, preparing to set up a tent. They had arrived shortly after Su Chen and were also newcomers to this place. However, the other party's level was as high as LV49, definitely intermediate professionals, and in terms of experience, they were far superior to Su Chen and his classmates who had only learned in the classroom. Su Chen walked over with the roasted meat leg that Xiong Yuan had prepared earlier. He sat down next to a burly man and smiled as he spoke. Brother, this is the beast leg our team just roasted. If you don't mind, would you like to try some? The strong man glanced at Su Chen, and upon seeing that he was just a LV32 kid, he thought he looked quite young. However, the strong man sensed a faint feeling of danger from him. This startled him, and upon careful sensing, that feeling of danger quickly disappeared, which made the strong man breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps he was just too tired lately, even misjudging the aura of a student. The strong man took the roasted meat leg, and the special aroma wafting from it whetted his appetite. Kid, what's up? The strong man wasn't afraid of Su Chen poisoning him the moment he took the roasted meat. He knew it was just an ordinary white item. The other members of the team looked over, their gazes somewhat meaningful. So, only the boss gets the roasted meat, huh? Faced with these looks, Su Chen cleared his throat and pretended nothing had happened. It wasn't that he didn't want to share, but there was only this little bit of roasted meat left, so he couldn't help it. Brother, what's going on with this dark ancient domain? When do you think the spatial passage will take shape? Can you share a bit? Su Chen asked quietly. Hey, I thought you were asking something else. The strong man patted his chest and laughed heartily. You asked the right person. Back when we were at your level, we encountered a situation like today. At that time, we had no experience and thought it was an invasion from another world. Although that was indeed the case, for us professionals, it was a rare opportunity. The strong man's words evoked memories among the team members, and a hint of nostalgia appeared on their faces. If we had known back then that performing well in the interdimensional war would earn us more blessings from the will of Blue Star, we wouldn't have been so timid, afraid that one misstep would lead to our demise in this war. After finishing the last bite of meat, the strong man took a sip of wine, burped, and then advised Su Chen. If you want to quickly complete your transformation in strength, this is definitely the best opportunity of your life, as long as you're not afraid of dying. As for the opening time of the passage, he glanced into the distance and estimated about 3 days, I suppose. But I advise you to wait here, otherwise. The strong man didn't continue, but Su Chen already understood what he meant. He smiled and, after exchanging a few pleasantries, returned to the team to inform everyone of the news. Captain, that kid is not right. At this moment, in the strong man's team, a petite girl whispered. Her gaze towards Su Chen carried a hint of doubt. Her profession was quite special, leaning towards divination and calculation, making her a very pure support class. Just like the captain, she had sensed a faint danger from this person. This startled her. It should be noted that they were a team close to LV50, considered to be of mid-level in the professional circle. Yet, They had detected danger from a kid who was 20 levels lower than them. It was simply absurd. The strong man pondered for a moment and provided a reasonably plausible explanation. Maybe he has some life-saving trump cards given by his elders. Remembering the large purple aura flickering around Su Chen, the strong man continued, "We can keep an eye on him and help him out when we can. At the very least, we can get closer to this kind of strong second generation." Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chen took the strong man's advice and did not grind monsters during this time, simply waiting patiently for the passage to open. Until the afternoon of the third day, under the gaze of nearly 50,000 gathered professionals, the passage was fully formed. In that moment, a dark aura surged into the sky. Along with it came countless monsters, their spirits and appearances completely twisted. The moment they appeared, the dark aura eroded the earth, marking the area beneath the monsters' feet with the imprint of the dark ancient domain. Strangely, they were enveloped in a layer of mysterious power, making it seem as if they were in another spacetime. Su Chen and the others were not surprised, they simply waited quietly for them to approach. Until they were right in front of the professionals, this terrifying battle finally erupted. The professionals drew their weapons, charging towards the dark monsters rushing in. An astonishing scene unfolded. When someone approached those monsters, the professionals would be enveloped by the mysterious power surrounding the monsters, pulling both sides into a new space, isolated from the current world. Each level had corresponding monsters, and for those like Su Chen, the corresponding monsters were those with flickering blue mysterious halos. At the moment of contact, Su Chen's team of 5 was pulled into another combat space. Along with them came over 100 dark monsters ranging from LV-30 to LV-39. Kill! Su Chen wasted no time and charged in on his little donkey. He was enveloped in blood, like a red lightning bolt crashing into the monster horde. At the same time, colorful lights flickered around him. The giant sword swung like the Grim Reaper's scythe, striking at the leading dark monster. Boom! Minus 325,602. Terror and damage emerged. After phase impact reached LV6, the damage unleashed in conjunction with shield counterattack was simply terrifying. Even many LV50 professionals with average skill combinations couldn't achieve such damage. Ordinary life template monsters couldn't withstand such a fierce blow at all. They were instantly shattered into ice shards by the ice element. Boom! 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 Thunder and fire rained down from the sky, and Xiong Yuanjing's thunder arrow shot through the chests of these monsters like a streak of light, producing a thunderous sound. Successfully killed the wood dragon. Normal, dark corruption, experience plus 170, level up bonus experience plus 8.5, cultivation fruit bonus experience plus 17, team bonus experience plus 425. Su Chen glanced at the panel prompt and curled his lips. Killing these dark creatures was more laborious than normal monsters, yet the experience rewards were the same. If it weren't for the high team experience and other benefits, Su Chen would never want to deal with such bizarre monsters. As Su Chen and his companions began to slaughter these monsters, more creatures, relying on the mysterious power enveloping them, charged in. Fortunately, their levels were all within the range of LV-30 to LV-39. However, with monsters joining the battlefield, other professionals naturally entered as well. Without a word, they picked up their weapons and unleashed skills at each other. Skills were thrown out as if they were free. The battle between both sides was incredibly fierce, but Su Chen, relying on his perfect weapon and skill combination, carved a bloody path. The entire central battlefield was cleared by him. These guys couldn't withstand even a single sword strike from him. Even releasing sword energy from a distance could shatter these dark monsters into pieces. Su Chen transformed into a whirlwind, continuously slashing out ice blue sword energy in all directions, leaving behind a ground covered in ice shards. This scene left the newly arrived professionals dumbfounded. Did we enter the wrong battlefield? A mage questioned from the depths of his soul. He quickly checked the surroundings and found that everyone was a LV-30 professional. Even the monsters were the same. But why was that profession wrapped in blood shadows so fierce? This momentum was even more outrageous than the LV-40 professionals he had seen. We're so close to Tiandu, we can't be encountering geniuses from those top academies, right? One person whispered. But none of his teammates replied, as they themselves were second-year students from a top academy in Tiandu. Seeing a professional with a similar level but far superior strength, they couldn't help but feel a bit shaken. I don't know, but look at all those purple lights flashing on that guy. He must be no ordinary person. He's probably a monster from the Divine Martial Academy, and one that has the Qin Kuan lock type. Someone shook his head in lament. At least I've never seen anyone from our academy with such configuration and damage. One sword strike dealing 6-digit damage is just ridiculous. While they were discussing, the dark monsters in this space had already been mostly killed by Su Chen. After he killed the last monster, the space shattered, and everyone appeared in the outside world. At this moment, many transparent spaces appeared around them. Upon closer inspection, Su Chen realized that these were all similar to the battle space they were in, just with different colors emanating. Battle spaces continued to shatter. Most were professionals emerging from them, but a very small number were dark creatures that had triumphed and crawled out. They then continued to push outward, attempting to expand the range of dark aura's corruption. At this time, the spatial passage was still continuously delivering monsters. The endless influx made Su Chen feel a bit of a chill. He didn't know how many dark creatures would appear in the end. As expected, wanting to counter-invade the dark ancient domain isn't that easy, Su Chen thought to himself. Surveying the surroundings, Su Chen rushed towards the nearest battlefield space. He descended like a bolt of crimson lightning, arriving at each battlefield space in an exaggeratedly violent manner. He left behind only a ground covered in ice blocks from the dark monsters he slaughtered. As time passed, the title of Crimson Giant Sword echoed throughout the ranks of level 30 to 39 professionals. Although it was only a short day, Su Chen's domineering display left a profound impression on countless professionals. The battle continued from day to night, and then from night until dawn. This state persisted for 7 consecutive days before the situation finally eased. The number of dark creatures had decreased. As soon as the news broke, it excited the vast number of professionals. Finally, it was their turn to counterattack. Su Chen also breathed a heavy sigh of relief upon hearing the news. If it weren't for the continuous support from professionals, relying solely on their 50,000 would likely not be enough to fend off the enemy. At this moment, the corpses of dark creatures had piled up across the wild plains, leaving almost no place to step. Fortunately, these monsters were all below level 60, still within their manageable range. Moreover, as Su Chen knew, there were many high-level professionals hidden in their rear forces who had not yet revealed themselves. Among them were level 100 big shots. The reason they hadn't stepped in to directly annihilate this group of monsters was entirely due to their unwillingness to snatch opportunities from mid to low-level professionals. Such a scale of monster tide was not something one could encounter at will. If the monster-killing efficiency was high enough, the speed of experience growth could be even faster than in the wild. What Su Chen did not expect was that the war he thought was about to end ultimately lasted another 10 days. Although everyone had leveled up by 1, the immense fatigue on their bodies and minds caused their monster-killing efficiency to drop increasingly. Eventually, they had to completely put down their weapons and rest for several days to barely recover. The intensity of the battles was too great. One careless moment could lead to death. The monsters surged like an endless tide, making it impossible to kill them all. Even a freak like Su Chen was feeling the strain. Fortunately, the spatial passage of the dark ancient domain no longer spewed out monsters. Everyone finally had time to rest properly. At that moment, a commanding voice spread across the battlefield. All professionals, restore your state on the spot. Tomorrow at noon, we will officially counterattack the dark ancient domain. After speaking, a gentle milky white light enveloped the area. The health and energy lost by everyone during the battles were completely restored at that moment. Ji Hao, as a legendary healer, couldn't help but gasp in awe at such a large-scale recovery skill. Wow! He blurted out a curse without any decorum. When would he also be able to master such an outrageous skill? By then, he wouldn't just be able to heal a few people in his team, he could even take care of thousands or tens of thousands. Ji Hao felt a bit envious, but he also knew that such a terrifying effect would likely require the skill to be at least level 9. The amount of experience needed was far greater than leveling from 1 to 100. He feared he wouldn't have much hope of mastering it quickly in the coming years. However, I could go to the dark ancient domain and try my luck. Maybe with the blessing of the blue star will, I could get a super rare skill book? Ji Hao thought to himself. As for getting rare gear, don't even mention his ancestors' graves smoking. It wouldn't even be certain if he could get a rare gear. Although it was stated that the attack would only commence at noon tomorrow, there was still plenty of time. However, everyone began to busy themselves, contacting the potion shops in Tiandu to send supplies. After all, attacking was much more difficult than defending. To let the blue star will envelop the dark ancient domain, they needed to fight fiercely and push forward continuously. When faced with the endless dark monsters, these healers would be overwhelmed. Even Ji Hao sought help from Ji Xinyuan. He had previously informed his uncle about going out to level up, and now that the dark ancient domain had descended, Ji Hao naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Arrangements for potions were a must. After learning the situation, Ji Xinyuan only asked a few questions before going silent, leaving Ji Hao looking bewildered. No, uncle, I haven't finished speaking. Ji Hao was in disarray, staring blankly at the communication panel. What surprised Su Chen and the others was that before night fell, a streak of light rushed in from afar, landing right beside the team. Su Chen was startled and almost swung his sword at it. Fortunately, he sensed a familiar aura from the light, which made him suppress his impulse and lower his sword. Uncle? As the light dissipated, Ji Xinyuan's figure appeared. Seeing that Su Chen and the others had all reached level 30 or above, a smile crept onto his face. Not bad, it seems your days off weren't wasted. Ji Xinyuan patted Ji Hao's shoulder and said with a smile. However, I must remind you, if you don't meet the standards in the cultural test, you'll have a hard time. Su Chen sheathed his weapon, not caring about Ji Xinyuan's words. After all, the cultural classes were almost over, and since then, there would be no more cultural classes to attend in their entire first-year life. There were still some in the second year, but the courses were significantly fewer, lasting only about a month. It's not that we don't want to go back, you saw it too. The appearance of the dark ancient domain is an opportunity for us. Isn't this better than going back to attend some cultural class? Ji Hao began to grin, extending his hand. Uncle, hand it over. Ji Xinyuan shot him a sideways glance but still took out 5 storage scrolls and handed them to everyone in turn. Inside are potions for restoring health and mana, as well as some items for survival and escape. The dark ancient domain is an opportunity, but it also harbors great danger. Don't just look at the surface benefits. Moreover, this operation isn't as simple as you think. Just going to play a minor role isn't enough. Don't try to show off for the sake of the Blue Star will. Otherwise, with so many intermediate professionals present, what do you think they are here for? The so-called intermediate professionals referred to those at levels 30 to 59. Levels 60 to 89 were advanced professionals, while levels 90 to 100 were top-tier professionals. Su Chen and the others were at the bottom among the intermediate professionals. Just as Ji Xinyuan said, their strength couldn't compare to those old-timers who were close to level 60. Competing for contributions and counterattacks was indeed unrealistic. However, if they only focused on competition among those below level 50, Su Chen felt that with his current skill burst level he had a chance to compete. But there was no need to tell Ji Xinyuan that. After giving Su Chen and the others a few more instructions, Ji Xinyuan didn't linger. He had a lot of things to attend to. It was already quite difficult for him to take the time to come in person. Before flying away from the screaming forest, he glanced at Su Chen and the others once more, then transformed into a streak of light and completely disappeared. A day quickly passed. As noon approached, along with the subsequent arriving professionals, nearly 100,000 people were now present, all silently checking their own statuses, including equipment durability, supplies, items, and a series of other things. Once we go in, no one knows what the situation is on the other side. Let's not stick our heads out. If we can hide, we should try to retreat. Don't charge forward like an idiot. Put. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, a light laugh came from behind. Turning around, he saw that it was Su Lingyun, this girl, ruining the atmosphere. He frowned and pretended to be angry, glaring at her. But Su Lingyun wasn't afraid at all. She wiped the saliva that had accidentally sprayed from the corner of her mouth and chuckled. Who knows who it is that always rushes to the front during fights? You should be the one being careful. Besides, all of us arranged classes now. Even if we wanted to charge, we couldn't. Su Chen facebombed. He had forgotten about that. Ever since Xiong Yuanjing changed to a long-range archer, he was the only melee class left in the team. So what he just said, Su Chen felt a bit awkward, and before he could continue, a commanding voice echoed from the sky. All adventurers, move out. No nonsense. The level 100 powerhouse directly ordered the army to set off, without even discussing basic tactics. The emphasis was on one word, charge. Upon hearing the command, all adventurers began to advance. But after a day of rest yesterday, the adventurers had spontaneously lined up according to their levels. High levels in front, low levels behind. The 5 of them were at the back of the line, and as they approached the spatial passage, the entire adventurer army began to shimmer with colorful auras. All the support classes were buffing their own teams. Even the level 100 powerhouse, who had never shown himself, sprinkled a blood-red mist from the sky, landing on every adventurer. You have received War Roar LV7 enhancement, damage plus 780, attack speed plus 35%, health recovery speed plus 480, mana recovery speed plus 240. Lasts 600s. Compared to the previous large-scale healing spell, while War Roar also affected everyone, Su Chen could clearly feel the difference between the two. That level 100 powerhouse was clearly preparing to push towards divine skills based on healing spells. If healing spells were the favored child, then War Roar could at most be considered an adopted one. However, Su Chen was still very satisfied with the effects of War Roar. His damage had significantly increased. He had truly reached a level where ordinary small monsters couldn't withstand a single hit from him. As the main force advanced, Su Chen's team got closer to the spatial passage. Although the passage was in a different space from the real world, he could still vaguely hear waves of roars from behind, like a tsunami. There were roars from dark monsters and from many human adventurers. Su Chen took a deep breath, took down the giant sword from his back, and gripped it tightly in his hand. Then, with firm steps, he crossed into the dark passage. Boom! 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 As soon as Su Chen crossed the spatial passage, he felt a chilling aura surrounding him. His gaze swept across the scene. The sky was stained blood red, and the ground beneath his feet was wrapped in bizarre purple-black patterns. The entire world looked incredibly eerie and terrifying. It was as if he had entered the legendary hell. Boom! 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 The rumbling sound echoed again, startling Su Chen at the sight before him. Unlike the battles on Blue Star, here he could not choose to fight monsters of the same level. He had heard before that the halos surrounding those monsters were actually the result of Blue Star's will interfering. The purpose was to allow the professionals to have their own battlefield. But here in the dark ancient domain, it was filled with skill macro lights constantly crashing down on the dark monsters that surrounded them. There were no level restrictions here, with monsters ranging from LV1 to LV60 appearing. They were densely packed, stretching as far as the eye could see. All were grotesque dark monsters. There were horse-headed monsters with heads exploding like flowers, but on their heads bloomed countless milky white maggots. There were also gigantic mantis monsters, their insides filled with writhing white maggots, even their eyes turned into nests of insects. Their entire bodies were tightly controlled by those bizarre insect monsters. Surrounding them were waves of black air currents constantly spreading across the battlefield, attacking the professionals who were fighting. But Su Chen noticed that the ground beneath all the professionals' feet was the same earthy yellow as Blue Star, forming a stark contrast with the purple-black here. The professionals were frantically expanding outward, trying to increase their territory. But just like when the dark ancient domain invaded Blue Star, the monsters here were endless. And every step the professionals took forward resulted in huge losses. The battle was exceptionally brutal. Every second, monsters and professionals were engulfed by countless skills, and under the dazzling beams of skills, they were obliterated into ashes. At this moment, the area occupied by the Blue Star professionals was roughly around 3 kilometers in radius. They were advancing at a slight speed, but Su Chen could tell that the speed of advancement had slowed to a crawl, because those coming out of the passage now were mostly students just over LV30, with many being above LV20. Their combat power was extremely weak, so now it depended on whether reinforcements would arrive. Otherwise, the final outcome of the battle would be fortunate to maintain the current situation. Hurry up! Don't block the way! A vague voice came from behind. The battlefield was too noisy, with explosions ringing in Su Chen's ears, but he could understand the general meaning by observing the expressions of the professionals behind him. He led his teammates to a less crowded area. This was a newly formed front line, and dark monsters were continuously charging toward them from a distance. Before Su Chen could attack, over 6 skills shot toward him. What the hell? Su Chen was startled and quickly raised his shield in front of him. 5 of the skills caused no damage, but the last one dealt a terrifying blow that took away over 3,000 health points. Hiss! This hit made Su Chen's scalp tingle, not knowing which high-level dark monster had shot it. Fortunately, the battlefield was extremely chaotic, and such attacks were not frequent. In his current area, the frequency of skill bombardments was about 4 to 5 times per second. If an ordinary LV30 shield warrior were here, they wouldn't be able to withstand it without a few priests taking turns to heal. Luckily, the 4 members of his team were 10 meters behind him, not at the front line of the battlefield, so they were relatively safe. Lu Mingqing cast the rebirth, stayed on everyone, then used his skills to start throwing them toward the tide of monsters ahead. At this moment, let alone a few clusters of thunderclouds, meteor showers, tsunamis, and thunderous lightning were everywhere on this battlefield. It was completely different from the easy battles that Su Chen and the others had previously imagined. At this moment, Su Chen's ears were almost shattered by the explosive sounds, but there was no good way to deal with it. He could only unleash ice blue sword energy, attempting to kill the dark monsters rushing towards him one by one. Minus 31,680, minus 10,504, minus 32,214, minus 12,117, minus 30,241. A dense array of damage numbers appeared. Each time the sword energy swept out, it could take away a large number of monsters' health in front of him. The ice element explosion could slightly restrain this group of monsters, and the additional damage had already reached 30%. When Su Chen killed the first dark monster, a prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Successfully killed giant goblin, normal, dark corruption, invasion. Contribution plus 10. You have taken 5,000 damage. Invasion contribution plus 1 invasion contribution? Before he could figure out what it meant, a stream of information flooded into his mind, quickly informing Su Chen what invasion contribution was. Simply put, it was the contribution made by individual professionals in the Blue Star's counter-invasion of the dark ancient domain. The more contributions made, the greater the final rewards. Su Chen's spirits lifted. If invasion contribution could be quantified, then he wouldn't have to tire himself out. Especially since taking hits, oh no, helping teammates withstand damage also counted as contribution. Wouldn't he be able to earn a good amount? Enemies of the Invaders Heroes of Mine series task difficulty task content successfully survive until the Blue Star base is established. Task reward? Depends on invasion contribution points. Goodness, a task has come. Out again. Seeing the sudden appearance of the system task, Su Chen's mood began to get excited again. Counting every time he grew stronger, he couldn't do without the help of system tasks. Now that a 5-star difficulty series task had appeared, Su Chen was determined to complete it this time. Perhaps the rewards wouldn't be worse than the blue stars will. With that, Su Chen began to crazily slash out sword energy, turning all the dark monsters rushing towards him into ice blocks. The invasion contribution was skyrocketing, completely unlike the strength a LV-33 professional should have. Even the other shield warriors beside him had long since changed several times, taking turns to rest at the back. But Su Chen seemed unfazed. Not only was he fierce on the offensive, but his defense was also ironclad. Not taking a step back, he remained at the very front line of the battlefield. The professionals around had long been dumbfounded, looking at Su Chen as if he were a monster. Damn it, where did this kid come from? A LV-33 little guy is this freakish now, someone roared loudly. Despite the loud voice in the chaotic battlefield filled with explosions, it was no different from speaking softly. It couldn't be heard at all. But this did not affect the shocked expressions on the faces of those around. Wow, a freak has come to this battle zone. Doesn't he need to rest? Rest? That little red guy has been holding the line for half a day, not losing a bit of health. Truly a freak. Where's the freak that is this strong? Calling someone a freak is an insult. What are those 3 ghostly orbs? Such strong defense, I really want one too. Su Chen's prolonged violent output and absolute defense finally caught the attention of those around him. They scanned him back and forth, their eager gazes resembling that of monsters spotting some novel prey. They wanted to investigate further. Although Su Chen's level had already reached LV-33, it was still not enough for them. However, these people also understood that the power wielded by a professional belonged entirely to themselves and could not be taken by outsiders. Especially with the purple gear, even if stolen, it would be of no use. This was also the main reason why professionals in the wilderness of Blue Star maintained calm and did not interfere with each other. Now, these people focused their attention on Su Chen. Besides being curious about the source of his terrifying damage, they also wanted to see how long this guy could hold out. Little did they expect that a whole day would pass just by watching. Su Chen, come back, you need to rest. Let us take over the rest. At this point, the sky had darkened, the blood-red sky slowly shifting to a dark purple. It gradually merged with the ground. After a whole day of slaughter, the professionals of Blue Star had become exhausted, some even unable to lift a finger, collapsing into sleep as soon as they returned to the rear camp. Faced with the endless dark monsters, they had nearly drained every last bit of energy and mana from themselves. Holding on until now was entirely due to sheer willpower. Since they were all solo teams, usually just grinding wild monsters and doing dungeons, they had never participated in such a large-scale cross-border battle. Therefore, they did not have a clear understanding of the brutality of war. For example, reasonable distribution of stamina, or how to allocate living forces. This was the job of a legion commander, but now the professionals were fighting individually, with no unified command. This also led them to invest all their energy from the very beginning, resulting in the current situation. The lower level professionals retreated one after another and then suddenly felt light, collapsing to the ground with a thud. This put the professionals at the front in a dire situation. The pressure skyrocketed. Even Su Chen felt it was somewhat unbearable. His attacks were high, and he killed dark monsters at a rapid pace. But he couldn't withstand the sheer number of opponents who were madly charging at them without regard for their lives. Xiong Yuan came closer, roaring loudly behind him. Su Chen, come back, it's time to rest. Hurry! Su Chen gritted his teeth, watching the dwindling number of professionals on this side, fought for a moment and decided to heed his teammates' advice. But he did not retreat immediately. Instead, he slowly moved back, step by step shrinking their defensive line. Not just him. Even many professionals above LV-40 did the same. This caused the originally 3-kilometer defensive line to gradually shrink to 2 kilometers. By now, the professionals nearby had gathered, and the skills they released became more concentrated. For a moment, they managed to hold back the dark creatures' attacks. But the professionals of Blue Star had no more strength to advance. They could only grit their teeth and hold firm against the monsters' onslaught. Until those who had collapsed from exhaustion regained their clarity and rejoined the battlefield, they finally had a chance to breathe. Then, they too retreated back to the camp and collapsed. The dark monsters and the professionals of Blue Star maintained a strange balance like this. Both sides continuously sounded the counterattack horn. They wanted to completely eliminate the other side and seize the territory. Unfortunately, this was not an easy task for either side. And on Su Chen's side, just as he was about to kill the monster in front of him and return to the camp to rest, a sudden change occurred. A group of LV-40 to LV-59 boss-level monsters appeared on the eastern side of the battlefield, right where Su Chen was. When they appeared in front of a team of professionals with an average level of less than LV40, the destruction they caused was unimaginable. A large number of professionals were instantly shattered by the impact. The corpses shattered into countless fragments, crashing onto the cold, purplish-black ground. The bosses unleashed powerful skills, rapidly clearing all obstacles in front of them. The originally delicate balance was swiftly broken. The defense line now resembled a tattered cloth torn apart by countless dark monsters advancing deeper. Quick, block them. Don't let them near the spatial passage, or all our efforts will be in vain. High-level experts above LV50, charge with me. We must intercept them all. Kill these monsters. Roars erupted on the battlefield, and unless one listened carefully, it was impossible to distinguish whether the growls came from professionals or dark creatures. The defense line was breached, and the situation was precarious. Even Su Chen's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. This group of bosses was beyond his capability to handle. A group of bosses above LV40. How could his small arms and legs compete with them? But Su Chen still underestimated the sharpness of these bosses. Skills bombarded this way like super missiles. Even with Su Chen's incredible speed, he was still hit by most of these skills. Minus 15,425. Minus 2,577. Minus 2,878. Minus 6,874. Minus 7,225. As Su Chen used shield counterattack, preparing to block these attacks and even use the force of the enemy to retreat quickly, he realized that each of these skills was shockingly powerful. One attack even knocked off over 10,000 from his shield value, nearly giving Su Chen a heart attack. The once indestructible shield was now on the verge of collapse. Although there was still a considerable amount of shield value left, it couldn't withstand the terrifying barrage of skills. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen summoned his little donkey to his side and retreated as if flying. Fortunately, Ji Hao and the others were far enough away, and they managed to retreat in time, thus avoiding the torment of those bosses. That terrifying damage. It was simply a scratch away from injury, a touch away from death. It gave ordinary professionals no chance to survive. Only experts of the same level could fight against them. Glancing at the professionals rushing this way, Su Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but when he shifted his gaze to another corner, he was nearly scared out of his wits. Quick! Don't let them in! Block them all! Su Chen let out a roar from the depths of his soul, and before he could catch his breath, he hurriedly charged westward. The defense line is about to break. Hurry up! Hold the line! All available professionals head to the western battlefield. All of you. It's no wonder Su Chen was so anxious. The boss group in the east had drawn too many high-level professionals away. This caused the already unstable situation on the western front to collapse instantly. Without the restraint of high-level combat power, these dark monsters were simply rampaging. They charged boldly towards the professionals' position. The remaining people had weapons that were almost smoking, yet they still couldn't stop the numerous monster attacks. If they retreated just a bit slower, they would be torn to shreds by countless attacks. Damn it! Damn it! Su Chen cursed furiously. Although he was unfamiliar with these professionals, from resisting the invasion of the Dark Ancient Domain to the current counterattack against the other world, Su Chen had established a deep connection with these nameless comrades. Kill! With the boosts from Godspeed and Phase Impact, Su Chen transformed into a streak of blood-red lightning. He raced across the purple-black land. In just a moment, he arrived in front of the group of rampaging monsters. He raised his giant sword above his head, and amidst the shouts of retreat from those around him, he struck down fiercely on the monster's chest. Boom! Minus 391,243. A terrifying damage of nearly 400,000 erupted. This dark creature, which had just torn a female professional to pieces a second ago, was shattered into fragments under the incomprehensible damage. It was then wrapped in icy mist and frozen into ice shards. Su Chen did not stop roaring as he wildly swung the giant sword. The ice-blue sword energy swept through the bodies of these monsters, taking their lives along with it. At this moment, a strange sight appeared in the southwest corner of the battlefield. The originally gloomy and oppressive battlefield suddenly had a brilliant ice-blue hue. Monsters were either frozen into ice sculptures or turned into ice debris scattered on the ground, adding a different vitality to the purple-black earth. Minus 37,270. Minus 36,898. Minus 74,124. Minus 73,878. Under the blessing of Blood Shadow, Su Chen's attack speed was terrifying. The once incredibly heavy, dragon-scale giant sword was almost dancing in his hands, leaving after images. The ice-blue sword light swept in all directions, slicing all dark creatures that tried to approach into ice crystals. Even monsters above level 40 were no exception. Watching Su Chen still fiercely outputting damage, the professionals around who were preparing to retreat all stopped in their tracks. They looked at the scene before them in disbelief. One-man army. This idiom involuntarily surfaced in their minds. They had previously thought this was an extremely exaggerated description, but now, this was clearly stating a fact. Who the hell could kill a group of dark creatures all by themselves? These weren't the ordinary small monsters outside that could be killed just by having hands. But in this state, Su-chen was indeed killing monsters as easily as killing chickens. Almost no ordinary lifeform template monster could withstand a single sword energy from him. Occasionally encountering a critical hit, even those elite monsters could only die with resentment, unwillingly collapsing at Su-chen's feet. The super high damage that could easily exceed 5 digits was simply dazzling to them. Coupled with the insane attack speed, the once precarious defense line in the southwest corner was actually saved. Who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? A professional shouted excitedly. I don't know. I know, this is Blood Red Giant Sword. We fought side by side on Blue Star. Someone recognized Su-chen and shouted to explain to the surrounding professionals. I heard he is a genius from the Divine Martial Academy. Hurry, give full support to him, and take back our territory. Kill. Damn it, charge. After experiencing some chaos, the professionals steadied their emotions and charged back into the battlefield, striking their skills fiercely against the brains of the monsters. Seeing the front line stabilize again and even showing signs of a counterattack, the experts who originally wanted to return for support couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Their gazes fell upon that unique blood shadow, silently noting this person. In fact, Su-chen didn't know that not only those above LV50 were paying attention to him. Even the high-level bosses hiding in the shadows, upon witnessing Su-chen's terrifying strength, couldn't help but feel a chill. Could it be that after so many years in the starry sky, the little ones of Blue Star have grown to this extent? One person, one sword, single-handedly guarding against the attacks of dark monsters of the same level. Although they were just the most ordinary small monsters, it was enough to make one proud. From the Divine Martial Academy. What an interesting little guy. A ripple echoed in the void, and a slightly relaxed female voice came from within. Then, a soft light shot out from somewhere in the space, heading straight for Su-chen. Then let me see how far you can go. Whoosh! A milky white light penetrated Su-chen's back. This sudden strike startled Su-chen, who thought some careless dark creature nearby was trying to ambush him. Before Su-chen could think too much, a prompt from the system rang in his ears. You have received Advanced Power Aura LV6 Amplification, Strength increased by 726 points. Duration 3000s. What is this? Feeling the surging power coursing through him, Su-chen's eyes widened in shock. Goodness, what the hell is this? An instant increase of 726 points in strength? That's equivalent to an increase of 3,630 in physical damage out of thin air. Coupled with the damage previously amplified by War Roar, his physical damage panel actually broke through 5 digits. He had become a complete monster. Was it that mysterious powerhouse who helped me? Su-chen thought to himself, because the Advanced Power Aura skill was something that the professionals on the battlefield couldn't possibly access. As far as he knew, skills with the prefix advanced could only drop from bosses above LV60, not to mention that the level had directly increased to LV6, which reminded him of the outrageous support skills like the previous large-scale healing spell and War Roar. In that case, Su-chen tightened his grip on the giant sword, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at the dark monsters charging fearlessly ahead. He let out a cold laugh. If you want to seek death, then I'll grant you that. Swish! Sword energy surged out, sweeping across a fast-moving leopard-like dark monster. Its face was twisted, drooling, and revealing disgusting maggots charging straight at Su-chen. It opened its mouth wide, wanting to bite this troublesome human in front of it to death. But the next second, a golden light exploded from its head. Boom! Minus 92,878. The ice-blue sword light slashed through the body of the leopard monster, then passed through the dark monsters closely following behind. Until the sword energy disappeared into the distance, the remaining dark monsters were allowed to survive. Only a long vacuum zone covered in ice crystals was left. Their not-so-bright brains felt the ultimate threat of death at this moment, and their gazes towards Su-chen became somewhat fearful and evasive. Just as the dark creatures hesitated, Su-chen's sword light erupted again. This time it wasn't just one, but, like a mad sword saint, he kept slashing. Sword energy enveloped all directions. Die, you filthy bugs. Su-chen's violence made this group of dark monsters experience what it meant to be a humanoid war machine. After being enhanced by the Advanced Power Aura, he could take the lives of large numbers of dark monsters with just a sweep of his remote sword energy. This caused the notification sounds in Su-chen's ears to ring incessantly, and his experience skyrocketed like a rocket. Successfully killed the one-eyed strange bear, normal, experience plus 170, training fruit extra experience plus 17, team extra experience plus 425, successfully killed the zombie evil spirit, normal, experience plus 170, training fruit extra experience plus 17, team extra experience plus 425, successfully killed the one-eyed strange bear, normal, experience plus 170, training fruit extra experience plus 17, team extra experience plus 425. Although these were just ordinary monsters and the experience gained was not much, it still added up, allowing him to successfully advance to LV34 in just one day. While this was also related to the accumulation from the previous battle, the speed at which he leveled up again still greatly impacted Su Lingyun and the others. This trip to the Dark Ancient Domain seemed to be the right choice. After the boss group in the east was eliminated by experts above LV50 working together, the situation on the battlefield finally stabilized. There was even a tendency to expand outward. After 3 consecutive days of battle, they finally awaited reinforcements as a large number of new forces emerged from the spatial passage to join this battle for the two realms. After the intense fighting of the previous days, the remaining dark creatures in this area were already few, far from the numbers at the time of their arrival. Su Chen and the others began to take turns resting with other professionals. No one could fight day and night without sleep. Before entering the Dark Ancient Domain, Su Chen and the others had wandered in the wild for half a month, followed by 10 days of high-intensity defensive battles. After arriving here, they had fought almost non-stop for 4 or 5 days. They had been fighting for a month in total. Not to mention that his greatsword was almost smoking from use. Damn it, they had fought so much that their brains were about to explode. Su Chen was now feeling a bit dazed, his eyes vacant, and he could only force himself to stay awake. But suddenly, Su Chen's eyes widened as he looked at Ji Hao and the others, saying something inexplicable. It's vacation time. Ha! The others, whose basic attributes were not as high as Su Chen's, were so exhausted that they were fuzzy and couldn't quite hear what Su Chen was saying. The academy is on vacation. Damn it! Is the first half of the year over just like that? I haven't even felt it yet, and it seems like we missed the academy trial again. Hearing Su Chen suddenly bring this up, Su Lingyun's mind was still functioning relatively quickly, not yet to the point of passing out. So she was the first to react and retorted, "There's still a month until vacation. It's still early, and I heard from my third uncle that at the end of each semester we need to spar and communicate with students from other academies, saying it's to make friends through martial arts." Put. Ji Hao interrupted, and after speaking, he spat. Make friends through martial arts? That's just pure nonsense. It would be more accurate to call it a show-off competition. Previously, it was some academy teacher who proposed that students from top academies go to other academies to kick down doors. They said it was to exchange experiences and share insights. But when it was actually implemented, it turned out to be nothing but a disruption. Your academy sends out its strongest students to exchange experiences, right? And then pretends to be innocent and weak. Look how impressive you are. Due to the existence of the Tianjiao Road, students from the Divine Martial Academy have always lagged behind students of the same age from other schools in terms of level. Although they were taking the path of accumulating strength over time, trying to be the strongest at each stage, they still couldn't compete against opponents who were a whole level above them. Especially for these new students. Without good equipment to support them, their early leveling speed was slow, and they didn't have enough spare experience to enhance their skills. This allowed those people to seize the opportunity, coming over every year to flaunt their meager muscles. Although once the students of the Divine Martial Academy level up, they would retaliate in kind. Yet, it still couldn't stop a large number of top-tier students from coming over every year to stir up trouble. Whether for their elders, teachers, or simply to show off, these academies always managed to create quite a spectacle. By the end of the semester, when we go back this time, let's see who dares to kick the door down. We'll send their brains flying, Ji Hao said nonsensically, recalling how his third uncle had been bullied like that back in the day. His face had been swollen from the beating. Although he had retaliated fiercely afterward, it still didn't feel satisfying. Sigh. Su Chen naturally understood what Ji Hao was talking about, but he waved his hand, interrupting the topic. That's still far off. Once this base is established, who knows how much time will have passed? Why think so much? If it doesn't work this year, then next year, if not next year, then the year after. There will always be a time to catch up. For now, let's focus on handling the matters at hand. Su Chen yawned, hoisting his giant sword and returning to the battlefield. There was no choice. Despite being exhausted, they saw the signal from the professionals preparing to take a break. The few of them could only return to the battlefield. Fortunately, at this time, the number of monsters wasn't too overwhelming, so they weren't as tired as before. At this moment, on a plain not far from Su Chen and the others, a sudden sound of shattering glass echoed. A breath not belonging to this world began to spread. It was like a delicious and sweet delicacy merging into the surrounding air and starting to spread outwards. Nearby dark creatures began to roar restlessly. They all rushed towards this place. They came in droves, numbering at least several tens of thousands, all dark monsters active in this area. The aura of the new world attracted them like poison. Like some instinct, they wanted to tear it apart, swallow it whole, or even completely destroy it. The violent emotions stimulated their nerves. Coincidentally, one of the approaching groups was in a straight line with the battlefield where Su Chen and the others were located. What's going on? Haven't the dark monsters been mostly eliminated? Where did so many come from? Who knows? No matter how they got here, just kill them. Watching the dark monsters rapidly approaching, a dark wave sweeping in like a tsunami, the pressure on the professionals instantly peaked. But after the seemingly endless back and forth battle before, their faces showed no signs of fear. Instead, they were all eager to try. This was the dying counterattack of the dark ancient domain. They all thought that although this group of dark monsters looked terrifying, upon closer inspection, they numbered at most around 100,000. The reinforcements from the Blue Star professionals had already arrived one after another, their numbers long exceeding 100,000. Even the front line had advanced about 3 kilometers. These monsters, unless they encountered a boss in groups, were simply not their opponents. The battle reignited. However, Xiong Yuan on the western battlefield was constantly frowning, scanning his surroundings. He seemed to sense some unusual aura. The world of enlightenment. On a plain adjacent to the city, an irregular crack suddenly appeared. Wisps of visible black mist floated out from it, merging into the air and spreading throughout this world. Like Blue Star, the world of enlightenment is also a planet transformed by data. But the rulers of the planet are not humans, but slender, upright lizard people. Their skin is dark green, and their sturdy tails rest on the ground. The most peculiar thing is that they all have enormous eyeballs that seem almost ready to pop out, and their long tongues occasionally lick their lips. As the rulers of the planet, the lizard people possess considerable intelligence. They call themselves the enlightened, meaning the noble sun that brings light to the new world. However, the enlightened are not as great as they claim. Instead, they are incredibly brutal, constantly encroaching on the living space of other beings. They intend to seize control of the entire planet, whether in the sky, underground, or in the unfathomable ocean. Due to the relatively short time since the entire planet was digitized, only a mere 40 years have passed. This group of enlightened still believes they have been blessed by the heavens, evolving from ordinary crawling lizards to the current enlightened. Having not yet faced the threat of deep space monsters, they focus their attention on primitive violent behaviors such as infighting and expanding their territory. This has led to extreme chaos within the enlightened civilization, with no strong and stable regime to oversee the situation. As a result, after so many years, even the number of level 100 powerhouses is scarce, with all the experts perishing in wars against their own kind. One day, an enlightened preparing to hunt suddenly discovered that the originally boundless plane had, at some unknown time, developed a pitch-black crack. The crack continuously emitted black mist. Its original hunting target was a foolish sheep, but when the black mist entered the sheep's body, the seemingly innocent and adorable creature underwent a terrifying transformation in a very short time. The white, soft wool was dyed a deep purple, as if splashed with ink. The sheep's horns rapidly grew into 2 curled, sharp spiral horns. The most terrifying aspect was its eyes. The previous white background with black pupils had vanished, replaced by a mass of wriggling maggots. They squirmed inside, draining the life from this body, while their tails continuously expelled egg-like substances. Witnessing such a bizarre, absurd, and disgusting scene, the enlightened turned pale and vomited. What is this thing? Its pupils trembled as it looked at the now transformed black sheep and the terrifying crack behind it. The enlightened felt as if a giant stone was pressing down on its chest, making it difficult to breathe. Yet, inexplicably, it had a feeling. If it killed it, or entered that crack, it would gain countless benefits. The enlightened was driven by this feeling restless. Despite some fear of the now monstrous black sheep, it still drew its weapon and charged at the creature. The weapon struck the top of the dark monster's head, and the basic information revealed in the enlightened's eyes made it breathe a sigh of relief while also secretly clicking its tongue. The level hasn't changed, just the attributes are much stronger than before, especially the vitality. Although this monster's attacks were stronger and more disgusting than before, in terms of strength, it was not enough to instill fear in the enlightened. After killing the dark creature before it, the enlightened approached the dark passage. Just as it was about to observe, a stream of information suddenly surged into its mind. Dark ancient domain. World will. 2 realms war. The enlightened's eyes became dazed, and only after absorbing all the information did it regain clarity. It stared in shock at the spatial passage, never expecting such an astonishing secret to be hidden here. Thinking of the images about to appear in its mind, it quickly took a few steps back, looking with some fear at the ever-expanding crack. Although the speed is very slow, within a few days, this spatial passage will be completely formed. By then, it will mark the beginning of the invasion of the dark ancient domain. I alone cannot possibly resolve such a calamity. I must call for more Qiguang to come. After pondering for a moment, this Qiguang made the most correct choice. It returned to the city to report what had happened here, and the news was relayed up the chain, quickly reaching the ears of the city. According to its subordinates, it had already sent many Qiguang to verify. However, without exception, they all received information transmitted by the world will, confirming the authenticity of the dark ancient domain. The lord of Qiguang City cast his gaze towards the plains, his eyes filled with contemplation and hesitation. After hesitating for a long time, he sighed and relaxed his furrowed brow. The lord of Qiguang instructed his subordinates, try not to let the news spread to other royal cities. This opportunity should belong to our Leiguang royal city. Send my orders, organize the army to the plains, and surround the dark passage. A disdainful look appeared on the face of the lord of Leiguang royal city as he drew his sword from his waist, his voice sounding incredibly arrogant. If we take down the dark ancient domain, when we return victorious, with the world will backing us, we will make the Yanmang royal city pay a painful price. Let that old guy regret the decision he made back then. After the second crack appeared, Suchen was forced to fight for another 3 days. Although the intensity was not very high, it still exhausted them mentally. At the moment the battle ended, they all lay on the ground gasping for breath, not wanting to move a single finger. Whatever the front line, whatever the battle, who cares about the chaos? I just don't want to move anymore. If we encounter the invasion of the dark ancient domain again, please don't call me. Damn it, I was fooled by the big pie they painted. Suchen lay on the ground, weakly complaining, just wanting time to pass quickly, fast-forwarding to the day the stronghold was completed. Ha, hee, Suchen, I find that your thoughts are getting better and better. Ji Hao was gasping for breath, his lungs nearly dried up, but he still couldn't stop his chattering mouth. Didn't Bear say that a new crack has appeared behind us, where a large number of dark monsters are gathering? And that passage is not connected to the Blue Star forces. Who knows, there might be a big battle waiting for us. At most 5 kilometers, be careful. As he spoke, he made a gesture of 5, even though no one was watching. But everyone heard what Ji Hao said. There were others with perception abilities besides Ji Hao, and the news had already spread across the battlefield. So after resolving the immediate crisis, they quickly began to recover their strength in preparation for the upcoming battle. However, what Su Chen and the others did not realize was that the Qiguang world had no experience dealing with the dark ancient domain. They thought that sending out tens of thousands of Qiguang troops would be enough to suppress the spatial rift. However, when the dark monsters surged into the Qiguang world like a tsunami, they finally understood how absurd their mistake was. Despite the assistance of the world's will, these tens of thousands of Qiguang troops were still defeated and scattered. The news was sent back to the royal city. Furious, the lord of Leiguang royal city overturned the table on the spot. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. They can't even deal with a group of ordinary monsters. I spend so much money on you every year. What have you been doing? He roared loudly, as if that would ease the anger in his heart. The lord of Leiguang royal city was genuinely angry. After all, there were over 10,000 well-trained Qiguang soldiers, most of whom were above level 30. How could they be defeated so quickly? Could it be that someone is sabotaging us? He thought of a possibility, but then he shook his head. Before setting out, his spies had specifically gone to investigate, and no other traces of people were found at the scene. Could it really be that those subordinates were so weak that they couldn't even handle a group of dark monsters? The lord of Leiguang royal city was filled with doubts and looked at the intelligence officer standing respectfully beside him, speaking coldly. Speak, what exactly happened? Could it be that 10,000 experts couldn't deal with them? The intelligence officer was indeed one of the Qiguan army responsible for recording battlefield conditions to ensure the most accurate information was sent back to the royal city. But he never expected that this battle would have so many variables. The powerful items that had been prepared beforehand were almost never used. The monsters locked by the will of Qiguan all established a new spatial battlefield with them, and both sides fought fiercely on the battlefield. Even if those powerful items were released, they could only kill a handful of monsters. Faced with the endless stream of dark monsters, these Qiguang people, whose average strength was lower than that of the Blue Star, quickly fell behind. Even the Blue Star professionals had spent nearly 100,000 people to take down the passage back then. This group of Qiguang, who were unaware of the dangers, were lucky not to be slaughtered. But the Qiguang were not without advantages. Unlike the Blue Star professionals who treated this place as a trial ground, they approached the problem with a simple mindset of making a quick profit and leaving. Since the army's strength was insufficient, they would just send stronger ones. If level 50 was not enough, then level 60, level 70, level 80, level 90. There would always be a Qiguang capable of solving the problem. As a result, this cheating-like method proved to be effective quickly. In less than half a day, the area near the spatial passage was occupied by a group of high-level professionals. These people were all Qiguang experts above level 70. Dealing with dark monsters with an average level of less than 40 was naturally a piece of cake. In less than half a day, they wiped out all the monsters in the area, leaving only a solitary spatial passage. They gathered around, feeling the information transmitted to them by the world's will. However, with the previous experience, this group of Qiguang did not rashly charge into the rift but instead uploaded the news to the Lord of Leguang Royal City. Looking at the good news coming in, the tightly furrowed brows of the Lord of Leguang Royal City finally relaxed. As expected of my fierce generals, they settled this group of dark pests in less than half a day. He held a wineglass in his hand, swirling the red liquid inside, which was unknown whether it was wine or blood, and drank it all in one go. However, Vok and the others said that if we want to establish a foothold in the dark ancient domain, it mainly relates to the Qiguang that first contacted the spatial passage. Is it about level or strength? The Lord of Leguang Royal City closed his eyes in contemplation. 5 minutes passed and he quickly came to a conclusion. It was related to the level of the Qiguang that first contacted it, and next was their strength. The monsters that emerged from the spatial passage were of a level not much different from the first discovered enlightenment, fluctuating no more than LV20. If it guessed correctly, the other end of the passage also required practitioners of similar levels to occupy. High-level enlightenment would at most kill some monsters. It was not wrong in its guess. High-level powerhouses played the role of escort in this war, ensuring that the main force encountered no problems. As for taking action, if they did, it would naturally attract the most terrifying monsters from that side. At that time, a battle among top powerhouses would erupt, and Su Chen and his group of practitioners would not even be able to withstand the aftermath of the fight, let alone think about leveling up. It would be good enough to keep their lives. Therefore, the Lord of Thunderlight City could become a city master. His mind was definitely sharper than that of ordinary people. After analyzing all the information about the dark ancient domain, the Lord waved his hand and prepared to deploy the elite soldiers guarding the city. Only other different units, such as city guards, patrollers, and peacekeepers, were left as scattered troops. Those who were truly going to the battlefield had almost all been drawn away by the Lord. The number reached a terrifying 230,000. This time, there will be no more accidents. A confident smile appeared on the face of the Lord of Thunderlight City as he leaned back in his precious gem chair, leisurely reviewing the documents before him. He could already envision the scene of the Enlightenment army sweeping through the dark ancient domain invincibly. By then, the will of the world would be upon them. Old dog. This time, you will have to pay the price. In the dark ancient domain. After the last monster on the battlefield was eliminated, the offensive and defensive battle of the Blue Star practitioners finally came to an end. They could finally rest for a few days. The rest was to slowly expand their territory until the will of Blue Star enveloped a 100-kilometer radius, which would truly establish a stronghold. Not just a verbal claim to land, but to genuinely establish a stronghold. A city. A giant city covering 100 kilometers. This was equivalent to driving a nail directly into the dark ancient domain. Therefore, during the subsequent expansion process, Su Chen could already foresee how much trouble they would encounter. Monster attacks were manageable, but the most feared were they maze tactics encountered in previous large-scale dungeons. Trapped formations. For those who did not understand formations, the only way to survive was to forcibly break the formation. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. After resting for a day, Su Chen and Ji Hao and others headed west, where they were most familiar and felt confident. Armed with weapons, Su Chen stepped on the purple-black land, and behind him, a faint blue holy glow enveloped the path he had walked. This holy glow was the reflection of the will of Blue Star. It represented that Su Chen and the others had occupied this place, which had been designated as the Blue Star's territory, giving no face to the dark ancient domain at all. But the road ahead is not smooth sailing. In this cursed place, there are always unexpected monsters waiting for you, including but not limited to monsters, bosses, or other natural disasters. The danger levels vary. On the second day of advancing, Su Chen encountered a mysterious spring lake, with icy cold air emanating from the water. The clear surface of the lake starkly contrasted with the eerie and sinister environment. It looked as if it had been forcibly pieced together, creating a jarring dissonance. However, through the data panel, Su Chen discovered that this was not normal spring water at all, but rather a special blood left by some kind of monster. But that monster's level was too high. Even its blood could form a cold spring, existing in the dark ancient domain without being damaged in the slightest. It also contained considerable power. After all, this is a world shrouded in data, high level and low level. Creatures seem to differ only in rank, but their internal evolutionary levels almost divide them into two species. Those high-level creatures increasingly resembled the divine beasts of ancient myths. Even their blood contains boundless power, causing the nearly insane dark creatures around to dare not approach. Instinct told them that this place was extremely dangerous. Perhaps, long ago, Blue Star had already been transformed by data. Su Chen thought silently. As they left the cold spring and continued forward, they encountered a LV-38 wild boss. Three-headed lion dog, boss level, dark corruption, LV-38, health 483, 625/483, 625. Ha, a wild equipment treasure chest has arrived. Looking at the grinning boss, Ji Hao couldn't help but laugh first. In some secret realms or dungeons, one often encounters randomly spawned treasure chests which contain many good things, but the probability of encountering them is too low. At least Su Chen and the others had never encountered one. But Ji Hao was not wrong. A mere LV-38 boss, even if corrupted by dark energy, was not a match for their current team. Whoosh! Minus 12,863. Minus 13,245. Minus 14,101. Xiong Yuanzhang was fully drawn back, unleashing a series of thunderbolts to attack the boss first. Since they had already made a move, there was nothing more to say. Su Chen transformed into a blood-red lightning bolt, leaving a trail in the dim environment, and quickly rushed to the front of the boss. One strike. Boom! Minus 322,925. With one blow, combined with Xiong Yuanzhang's earlier thunder arrow, the two directly reduced this boss to a sliver of health. Before it could even launch an attack, this poor creature was forced into a berserk state. The already confused boss, now in a berserk state, displayed a frenzied demeanor, making it even more chaotic and mad. But it was of no use. Su Chen was not a rookie just starting out, and naturally would not let the opponent launch an attack. Triggering his rage, he swiftly slashed down 3 swords in succession, directly cleaving the monster into 3 pieces of flesh. Then it was frozen into an ice block by the extreme cold. A circle of light emerged. Su Chen and the others initially didn't pay much attention, just wanting to casually collect the equipment and continue on their way. Who would have thought that an unexpected purple equipment staff would drop here? This made the team exclaim in surprise. There was actually a pleasant surprise. Especially Su Lingyun, whose big eyes blinked rapidly, her gaze fixed on the purple staff and not moving away. The purple weapon she had been longing for. Although they had encountered many boss-level monsters in the previous war, their luck had been too poor. Even with the assistance of the little donkey, they still hadn't dropped a single piece of purple equipment. But now, just by randomly encountering a monster boss, her most urgent wish had been fulfilled? As the Su Lingyun naturally took it without hesitation. The others had no objections either. It was just that Ji Hao and Lu Mingqing were drooling at the sight. I want it too, they shouted in their hearts, but unfortunately, such equipment would definitely be prioritized for use, and only then would it be their turn. Looking at the staff in her hand, Su Lingyun couldn't suppress the joy in her eyes. The attributes were simply amazing. Dark Lionheart Staff, purple, usable above LV-30 for ranged classes, durability 1000. Damage 2908, spirit power plus 32, spirit power plus 32, bound, health 1121, increases mana 682. Su Lingyun had seen Su Chen and Xiong Yuanzhang's purple weapons before. She naturally knew how exceptional the attributes of this Dark Lionheart Staff, purple, in her hand were. Although it couldn't compare to Su Chen's monstrous giant sword, its damage was still slightly stronger than Xiong Yuanzhang's python serpent bow. Purple bows, being fast attack weapons, inherently didn't have the advantage in damage, so the comparison wasn't really fair. But Su Lingyun was still happy. Being able to obtain such an exceptional weapon made the trip worthwhile. After Su Lingyun equipped the purple weapon, the atmosphere in the team clearly changed from before. Especially Ji Hao and Lu Mingqing, who were all staring at Su Lingyun with eager eyes. They wished to encounter another wild boss. That way, they could also get their hands on a suitable purple gear. But unfortunately, that was just their wishful thinking. In reality, there weren't that many wild boss encounters, and the group's pace wasn't fast. If they encountered one so frequently, it would be suspicious. What they didn't expect was that they actually encountered a wild boss, but this boss was circling a cold spring, constantly observing. It seemed to be waiting for something to emerge. This discovery left Su Chen and the others stunned. This cold spring. Didn't we just see it from behind? Could it be that we've entered an illusion again? Ji Hao rubbed his eyes, recalling their previous encounter. No, this one is different from the one we saw earlier. Xiong Yuanzhang shook his head in denial. The shape of this cold spring was more square, while the previous one was more oval, making it easy to distinguish. However, there was one difference: the concentration of cold air. There were already obvious signs of ice forming around, covered with dense ice elemental mana, which would cause significant damage upon contact. This was also one of the reasons why the boss was wandering around the cold spring but didn't dare to approach. But more obviously, something inside was attracting it. Fear and desire were vividly displayed on this boss. But Su Chen didn't care what the other party was waiting for. He only knew that his friend's next piece of purple gear was about to fall into this guy's hands. Mud truck. Start. Su Chen drove the little donkey, rushing at high speed towards the boss that was gazing at the lake. Then, the giant sword slashed down, bringing immense impact as it struck the boss. Boom! minus 342,255. A critical hit appeared again, directly reducing this LV-36 boss to low health. It let out a wail and was sent flying towards the center of the cold spring. Before Su-chan and the others could take any further action, the lake's surface rumbled. A pair of large, furry black hands emerged from the bottom of the lake. They crushed the boss and then quietly returned to the cold spring, as if nothing had happened. Hiss! At the moment the boss was crushed, Su-chan and the others couldn't help but step back. Their gazes towards Han-kwan were filled with wariness. Although the boss had just been severely injured by Su-chan, the fact that it could be crushed like a chick showed its terrifying strength. At least in terms of size, it was not much smaller than the Shin-men turtle. Encountering such an opponent in the wild, Su-chan was not reckless enough to insist on a showdown. This was the dark ancient domain, not the leveling grounds outside Blue Star City. A careless mistake could be fatal. Let's retreat, this isn't a place for us. Su-chan stared at Han-kwan for a moment and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He possessed 4 SSS level skills and was not afraid of that mysterious monster. But he couldn't ignore the safety of his team. Moreover, establishing a base didn't mean they had to explore in one direction. He turned and walked in another direction. The 4 followed, and Jihao scratched his head, puzzled. Aren't we going to continue forward? Although it's possible to encounter a third Han-kwan, we can just go around it. Why change our direction? Upon hearing Jihao's words, Su-chan realized he was misunderstanding. He took out a parchment scroll and unfolded it to show everyone. The scroll was filled with countless blue lights spreading in all directions. One blue light with an arrowhead caught everyone's attention, and Su-chan timely explained, "This is the advancement task our team received before we set out. As long as the total area we occupy reaches a radius of 100 kilometers, we can establish our base. At that time, the blue star will activate its great power and directly create a city in the void. Don't worry about what kind of monster is in this Han-kwan, even a lord-level boss can be dealt with." Before they set out, the blue star had issued this task, and Su-chan had mentioned it to the others before. This was the first time they were seeing this parchment. Jihao looked at the small area wrapped in blue and his expression immediately fell, feeling a bit dejected. 100 kilometers? How long will it take us to explore this? Looking at the range of blue light on the parchment, they estimated that this group of professionals hadn't even finished exploring a 20-kilometer radius. After all, this wasn't a straight line, not every place needed to be checked, but at least there couldn't be too many oversights on a large scale. Don't worry, this time out is mostly to familiarize ourselves with the process of pioneering. It's far from a true exploration of the dark ancient domain. But the others were taken aback by this statement. What did he mean by familiarizing with the process? Seeing the confused expressions on their faces, Su-chan felt a bit helpless. It seemed that the recent high-intensity battles had left these people dazed. He pointed to the south. Even without the super perception ability of Xiong Yuanzhang, they could see a thick black mist rising not far from them. This was the gathering of monsters from the second rift. Once that world completed its counterattack and stepped into the dark ancient domain, Su-chan and the others would have to return to the entrance of the passage, wary of the small movements of the unknown beings from that world. There was no choice, the rift was too close. If the other side had any ill intentions and destroyed their spatial passage, the plan for Blue Star professionals to invade the dark ancient domain would basically be doomed. So, after clarifying the basic situation with Jihao and the others, Su-chan prepared to head to the next destination, but just a few steps in, the voice of that mysterious powerful being echoed in everyone's ears. All explorers returned to the passage. Though short, the message contained a lot of information. The few of them exchanged glances. Could it be that Su-chan's words had truly come true? What kind of bad omen was this? Feeling the strange looks directed at him, Su-chan forced a smile, riding his little donkey at the front. Damn! What a coincidence! Su-chan cursed inwardly. He would never admit to being a harbinger of doom. Just a coincidence. Purely a coincidence. In just an hour, the wandering Blue Star professionals had mostly returned to their original positions. However, the mysterious level 100 powerhouse did not show himself, only transmitting his voice into the ears of all the professionals. A new passage has opened in the south. The forces are unknown. To ensure the smooth establishment of the stronghold, I need you to monitor every move of the other side, including but not limited to investigating their species, levels, numbers, and determining whether they have the capability to withstand the onslaught of dark monsters. If there is even the slightest hint of danger to the stronghold. The mysterious powerhouse paused for a moment, then coldly uttered a single word: kill. As the words fell, Su-chan felt the surrounding environment instantly drop in temperature. A chilling wind swept by, causing him to shiver instinctively. This startled him. It should be noted that Su-chan's current constitution attribute was the most exaggerated, with various resistances extremely high, yet even this could not withstand the level 100 powerhouse's command to kill. The strength of the other party was absolutely beyond his imagination, capable of altering the world with their spirit. Ridiculous. With a big shot issuing orders, these professionals naturally would not disobey, drawing their weapons and raising them to the sky in response. They then began to head south. Suchen followed the team, feeling the overwhelming battle intent emanating from the surrounding professionals, his heart somewhat unsettled. It seems the outbreak of war is unavoidable. Suchen sighed. From the words of that level 100 powerhouse, if the other side wanted to defy them, it would be equivalent to declaring war on Blue Star. Why do I say this? Those not of our kind must have different hearts. Moreover, this was a major issue concerning the establishment of strongholds in the Dark Ancient domain between the two worlds. The two sides were only 5 kilometers apart. Who would dare to let a foreign force build a nest right next to their home? Therefore, a massive war, with forces numbering in the hundreds of thousands, was about to break out in the Dark Ancient domain. Even though it was still unclear which force the other side belonged to, that was already irrelevant. The rift opened near the Blue Star stronghold, which was the greatest path to death. 5 kilometers was short for this group of professionals, and they arrived at the scene in no time. The professionals at the front stopped. They were about a kilometer away from the group of dark creatures. At this moment, those monsters surrounded the spatial passage, quietly waiting for the unfortunate ones to poke their heads out. Saliva dripped continuously from the mouths of these monsters, their eyes fixed on the exit of the spatial passage. They all wanted to be the first to take a bite. After an unknown amount of time, a group of armored lizard soldiers, holding shields, charged over collectively. They had already known about the crisis in this world through messages conveyed by the will of the world, so they had made ample preparations before entering. These enlightened beings quickly threw out hundreds of scrolls which unfurled in the air, forming a golden light shield to protect them within. But the dark monsters were not to be underestimated. Faced with such a seemingly laughable defensive tool, they merely bumped into the light shield, shattering it to pieces. Click, click, click. The golden protective shield shattered like glass struck by a heavy object, cracks rapidly spreading to every corner, and then, under the ugly expressions of these beings of light, it suddenly exploded. It transformed into countless specks of light that vanished into the air. With the protective shield broken, these beings of light felt a wave of pressure, but they did not panic too much. Even though this defensive measure lasted only a moment, it was enough for the subsequent beings of light to arrive on the battlefield. Whoosh! A large number of light warriors appeared, and like the previous ones with shields, they also pulled out scrolls from their bodies and threw them in all directions. Then, they formed a new protective shield. Due to the increased number of throws, this time the coverage area of the items was much larger than before, giving these beings of light a moment to breathe. Even if the shield only held for a moment, it was completely sufficient for these well-prepared beings of light, who were soldiers of the Royal City Army. More and more beings of light appeared on the battlefield, and they began to launch fierce attacks on the surrounding dark creatures. With the protective shields continuously appearing, this group of dark creatures, tightly pressed against the spatial passage, had little way to kill these damned lizardmen. But as the number of beings of light increased and the front line expanded, the items in their hands were being consumed rapidly, until all 230,000 beings of light appeared on the battlefield. The golden protective shield finally completed its mission and gloriously went offline. The great battle was about to break out. 230,000 light soldiers, with overwhelming might, crazily bombarded the dark monsters, trying to charge forward. But the dark monsters were different from ordinary creatures. They had been eroded by dark energy and had long evolved into a higher form of life. Even though they were pitiful shells controlled by maggots, their strength was not something ordinary people could compare to. With their high vitality, these dark monsters continuously assaulted the defensive line of the light soldiers. Even though they were numerous due to the years of war in the world of light, the strength of these soldiers was not particularly strong. There were even few above level 40. Most were new generation lizardmen, with levels generally around level 30. Although they were equipped with quite a few items for this purpose, the quality was hard to describe. Unlike on Blue Star, where almost all were elite teams participating in the war. Although the army was large, well organized, and had many other advantages in terms of the world of light, these lizardmen were still somewhat too weak. Even if they mobilized a large army to invade the Dark Ancient domain, the effects were not as previously anticipated. These dark monsters seemed impossible to kill, recklessly charging at the light soldiers. Due to the level difference between the two sides, the front line of shield-wielding beings of light felt their bodies weakening after just a short while. The damage from the dark monsters was too high, even with shields to mitigate damage. They felt as if they were about to be smashed to pieces and killed on the spot. I can't hold on here. Someone help. Me too. Shield warriors in the back, hurry up and support. Quick. I can't do it anymore. The battlefield was incredibly chaotic, with the front line on the verge of collapse at every moment, putting immense pressure on the shield-wielding beings of light. They felt that in the next second they would be crushed into fragments by the skills of these dark monsters. At this moment, the battlefield had truly become a meat grinder. Skill auras continuously erupted, illuminating the dark sky brilliantly, making it feel as if a light ball had been placed above their heads. The effect was far better than that of bars or KTVs. But under the overwhelming auras of light, every minute and second, either a being of light or a dark monster was crushed into minced meat, tragically dying on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Su Chen and the others, watching the astonishing battle erupting in the distance, all wore expressions of astonishment and confusion. The army, lizardmen. Aside from the lizardman monsters, Su Chen had never seen lizardmen that had evolved into higher intelligence. They had even formed an army of an incredibly large scale. Su Chen couldn't guess the exact number, but it seemed to be greater than their own numbers. It's just a matter of rank. Due to the great distance, he couldn't see the information on those enlightened panels. But just from the strength perspective, he felt that the other side was somewhat weaker than the average practitioners of Blue Star. Most of their equipment was almost all blue sky and white clouds, with very few green items, let alone the even rarer purple ones. This was a pathetic force. Su Chen formed a judgment in his heart, and even had a rough prediction about the final outcome of the war. Although this group of lizardmen seemed to be at a disadvantage, now they at least had the advantage in numbers. As long as no groups of bosses above level 50 showed up, they would shrink the front line, concentrate their firepower, and still had a good chance of eliminating this group of dark monsters. Unfortunately, even if they won the war, the fate of these lizardmen, in Su Chen's view, was already sealed. Since they came here to watch the battle, they had no intention of leaving empty-handed. As Su Chen expected, when the battle situation fell into a stalemate or even a disadvantage, the enlightened soldiers indeed shrank their defenses and huddled together. This gave them stronger firepower and defensive capabilities. They held their ground near the spatial passage, successfully defending for a full 2 days. At this point, this group of enlightened soldiers was already so exhausted that they were almost delirious, relying solely on their physical instincts to fight. Even if they were given a second of rest, they would probably fall asleep on the spot. But fortunately, the dark monsters were ultimately eliminated to a large extent, and they no longer had to worry about the defense line being breached. But the cost was also quite tragic. Originally, there were 230,000 enlightened soldiers, and now, after the battle, their numbers had dwindled to less than half. They barely maintained around 100,000. After completely eliminating the dark monsters, the enlightened warriors all collapsed to the ground, too exhausted to even lift a finger. Without high-level practitioners participating in the battle, dealing with this group of monsters was no small feat. But before they could rest for too long, they felt the ground tremble. The enlightened soldiers were frightened and quickly stood up, drawing their weapons, nervously scanning their surroundings. When they saw the Blue Star practitioners approaching in the distance, shock immediately appeared on their faces. Many enlightened soldiers were so scared that they screamed, speaking in a language that Su Chen and the others couldn't understand. Among the enlightened army, a general with the highest level stepped forward. Looking at this group of practitioners radiating green light and with strange appearances, it forced a rather unpleasant smile. "Everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you in the dark, ancient domain. We just happened to be here collecting some equipment treasures. How about?" Before it could finish speaking, it saw the leading individuals put a capsule into their mouths and surprisingly spoke the common language of the enlightened world. "Hello, welcome to the dark ancient domain. You can call us the Blue Star Civilization." The enlightened general's eyes widened, unable to believe what it was seeing. What kind of item was this? Before it could think too much, the other side spoke again, but the words that came out made the enlightened general's eyes bulge even larger. "I wonder if you are aware of the rules of the dark ancient domain. If you want to establish a base here, there is a construction fee to be paid." Construction fee? Hearing about the outrageous city building fee, General Chiguang's lizard-like eyes widened in shock. Clearly, the message from the World's Will was not like this. Looking at the person in front of him who claimed to be from the Blue Star Civilization, wearing a faint smile, he knew that today would not end well. The representative of the Blue Star professionals was at LV-58. Retribution Paladin. He pretended to wipe his sword, but his gaze remained fixed on General Chiguang. A tremendous sense of oppression enveloped General Chiguang's heart, and in the pitch-black, cold dark ancient domain, he felt cold sweat trickling down his back. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he found that his voice had become hoarse and he couldn't speak. The surrounding Chiguang warriors also sensed that the atmosphere was off, quickly drawing their weapons and warily watching the strange group in front of them. Even though there was no real clash of blades, the dazzling green aura surrounding the Blue Star professionals had already made their hearts sink to the bottom. They were even short on blue gear. There were even sporadic purple auras lingering, which further shook their hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, Blue Star Warriors, the Qiguang world has just settled in the Dark Ancient Domain. Please take care of us. As for the city building fee, we will pay. General Qiguang's voice was hoarse, and despite his unwillingness, the current situation forced him to bow his head. Otherwise, the 100,000 Qiguang warriors behind him would surely be ruthlessly wiped out by the other side. The losses from the trip to the Dark Ancient Domain had already far exceeded his expectations. If everything were to be buried here. He glanced back at the spatial passage, no longer daring to think further. Ah, refreshing. The retribution. Paladin laughed loudly upon seeing General Qiguang make a choice. The lizardman's eyes lit up. Could it be that paying the city building fee could truly avert disaster? They quickly followed suit with forced smiles, feeling relieved in their hearts. It seemed like it was just a robbery. As long as they weren't asked to offer all their possessions, everything could be negotiated. All of it. I want all the spoils you just acquired, including all the equipment and items on you. But with the retribution Paladin's demand, he could no longer smile. His expression completely froze, and his pupils shrank to pinpricks. I hope the warrior can be understanding. Repelling those dark monsters has already caused us severe losses. Before he could finish, a dazzling sword light filled his vision. General Qiguang's eyes widened in terror as he looked at the retribution Paladin. How dare he? Even if the Qiguang army was not as strong as the other side, 100,000 people could still bite off a piece of flesh from you Blue Star people. At that moment, he felt as if the entire world had turned into a sharp sword, and time had slowed down countless times. He saw the disdain on the Blue Star Knight's face, saw the mockery hidden in their eyes, a mix of sympathy, regret, but mostly indifference. He heard the shouts of his comrades behind him and their furious roars, and more of Qiguang's painful wails. His gaze quickly shifted, and he saw his subordinates being bombarded by countless skills, severed limbs and shattered flesh scattered all over the ground. General Qiguang wanted to roar in anger, commanding the warriors to form a battle array to resist the enemy's attack. But at that moment, he suddenly saw a headless body gushing blood. General Qiguang suddenly realized that he had been killed by that dazzling sword light in one strike just moments ago. It was only the last flicker of thought that exploded in his mind at the moment of death that made his thoughts speed up, experiencing a kind of time acceleration skill in a roundabout way. Bang! General Qiguang's head fell to the ground, and the War of Civilizations began. The Blue Star professionals, already prepared, unleashed all their skills on the Qiguang warriors. As soon as the battle began, countless Qiguang were torn to pieces by the powerful skills. But just as General Qiguang had thought, even if it was an army composed of 100,000 highly intelligent beings, even an equal number of monsters launching an attack could cause significant destruction. No one can be certain they can remain unscathed in a battle of this level. Therefore, the number of Blue Star professionals who fell due to concentrated attacks from skills is not small. But Su Chen did not take a step back. Instead, he continuously pushed forward along a path. Every moment, there were enlightened beings dying at his hands. Compared to some professionals who couldn't bring themselves to harm higher intelligent beings, Su Chen had no such reservations. What a joke! He could kill even the human race in the secret realm without hesitation, let alone the lizardmen of different races. At this moment, the giant sword around him flickered with bright blue fluorescence covered in layers of ice flowers. Relying on his high attack and defense, Su Chen was like a fish in water on the battlefield, able to take down many enemies with a single sword energy. Moreover, he discovered that killing these creatures not only provided experience points but also contributed to his invasion score. Clearly, the will of Blue Star regarded all life except humans as enemies. Any existence that hindered Blue Star from seizing territory should be violently eradicated. Therefore, in order to gain more contributions, Su Chen had no choice but to ruthlessly attack this group of lizardmen. Successfully killed Enlightened Osborne, normal. Invasion contribution plus 10. Successfully killed Enlightened Ed, normal. Invasion contribution plus 10. Successfully killed Enlightened Mackie, normal. Invasion contribution plus 10. But what Su Chen did not know was that just as there were mysterious powerful beings backing Blue Star, there were also high-level professionals hidden within the enlightened army. And at that moment, Su Chen, who was slaughtering on the battlefield, happened to enter its line of sight. This enlightened stood in the void, its body hidden in the dark side of the world, and even the mysterious powerful beings on the Blue Star side had not noticed it at all. This enlightened was different from its kin. It had a pair of heavy, fleshy wings behind it. Surrounded by thunder, the sound of violent electricity crackled around it. Ignorant ant. Its voice was extremely cold, clearly not taking the Blue Star professionals below seriously. Indeed, from its perspective, apart from a few high-level enlightened hiding nearby, it did not see any other experts on the battlefield. This group of professionals could easily defeat the enlightened army, not only because of their good equipment but, more importantly, their high levels. Coupled with the different states of both sides, In the eyes of this enlightened with fleshy wings, the strength of the Blue Star professionals was just so. At most, it was just that the opposing royal city provided them with more support. Clearly, the data had been digitized for too short a time, and the prolonged war had led this enlightened to misjudge the situation on Blue Star. It still thought that Blue Star, like its own side, was in a chaotic era of royal city fragmentation. It gathered thunder in its right hand, locking its gaze on Su Chen, while a cold smile crept across its lips. "Little ant, your strength is not bad, but unfortunately, you have encountered me today." At this moment, Su Chen, who was immersed in the thrill of killing enemies, was clearly unaware. In some unseen place, a high-level professional had set their sights on him. Bang! A thunderclap echoed across the entire battlefield. Even with countless skills roaring, it could not drown out this thunder that resonated in all directions. Before the sound even erupted, Su Chen's hair stood on end, his heart contracted suddenly, and it felt as if his breath had stopped at that moment. He felt as if he were being targeted by some incredibly terrifying monster. Suddenly, a sense of impending doom washed over him. Su Chen was unsure where the danger was coming from, but instinctively he raised his shield above his head and crouched down. He tried to cover his entire body as much as possible. It turned out that Su Chen's instincts were correct. Boom! Blue lightning flashed in all directions, descending with a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the eyes of these Blue Star professionals. It struck down upon Su Chen's shield. But clearly, the attack from the high-level professional was not as weak as Lu Mingqing's thunder. It was clearly an elemental attack. Yet Su Chen only felt as if a missile had exploded above his head, causing a deafening ringing in his ears. The blue lightning formed a lightning sphere, rapidly expanding around Su Chen. Those nearby, whether they were from Qiguang or Blue Star, were like true ants in the face of this terrifying attack. Anyone swept by the lightning was instantly turned to ashes with a crackling sound. In the final explosion, everything around was completely engulfed. What's going on? Damn! How did a big hole get blasted here? Could it be that a high-level dark monster has come to kill us? Thunder! It's thunder! There are high-level professionals hiding in the enemy's dark corners. Be careful of positioning. Don't let them take us all out in one go. This terrifying thunder covered an area of dozens of meters with a single strike, and countless people met their demise. A massive pit appeared on the battlefield, sending chills down the spines of the Blue Star professionals. If they were even grazed by it, it would probably be no different from death. But sharp-eyed professionals noticed that at the very center of the pit there stood a shield upright. It seemed there was still a living person beneath it. This left those nearby, who had felt the terrifying power of the thunder, in shock, their jaws nearly dropping. Damn! What the hell is this? How did he survive such a hit? This is simply outrageous. Whose subordinate is this? An ultimate meat shield, but I wonder which big shot it belongs to. Compared to the shock of the Blue Star professionals, the Qiguan lizardmen appeared incredibly excited. The moment the thunder struck, they knew that the hidden strongman had finally made a move. Those powerful beings at LV-60, LV-70, or even LV-80 could unleash such terrifying might with a casual strike. Dealing with Blue Star professionals who were not even LV-60 was like squishing them like bugs, right? They also noticed the prominent shield in the pit. Surviving a strike from a Qiguan strongman was one thing, but what did it really mean? Could dying a little slower change this person's fate? It was merely a matter of enduring a couple more skills. In the instant the thunder fell, Su Chen was completely stunned. The violent attack nearly sent him away instantly. Even with the supreme defense of the innate, unmoving king, he was still thoroughly frightened. His heart raced uncontrollably. Minus 44,640. Minus 27,840. Minus 22,247. The continuous damage nearly shattered his shield, and when he looked up, more than 300,000 defense points were now less than half. Fortunately, blood like a dragon began to take effect. It was like a powerful blood-producing machine, continuously generating fresh blood for Su Chen, while his shield value was rapidly increasing. Plus 36,030, plus 36,030, plus 23,995. Vitality like a dragon as an SSS level skill, its power is beyond doubt. Even if Su Chen is struck heavily in an instant, it can restore his shield value to a safe level in just a few seconds. At this moment, Su Chen's whole body is numb and he can hardly move. The LV6 skill shield counterattack can negate 95% of the enemy's damage, but this thunder element characteristic completely envelopes him. He feels as if he has been squatting in a toilet for 10,000 years, unable to move at all. The light beasts outside think Su Chen is too scared to move, only able to survive under the shield, which makes them burst into wild laughter. As if that could cover up the fact that they were slaughtered by the Blue Star professionals earlier. If Su Chen knew what the light beasts were thinking, he would definitely spit in their faces. Nonsense! My leg is clearly crippled. Can we please stick to the facts? But despite his body being Incredibly numb, Suchen forcibly controls himself, preparing to retreat to his side. Because that chilling feeling has returned. Suchen. It's Suchen. Damn it, a dignified high-level professional actually getting ambushed here. Ji Hao and the others, being relatively fragile, were protected in the middle by the main force and couldn't take care of Suchen at all. When they saw the thunder descending towards Suchen, they all exploded. Like madmen, they rushed to the front line, looking at the figure huddled under the shield in the distance. Still alive. Still alive. Quick, Ji Hao, old Lu, you two hurry and restore Suchen's state. Hurry, Su Lingyun shouted anxiously. As professional support, the two naturally didn't need to wait for their teammates to remind them to use their skills. But they were too far from the explosion center and their skills couldn't reach. They were so anxious that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, almost rushing over to directly pull Suchen up. Xiong Yuanjing was still relatively calm, pulling the two back and shouting loudly, "Wake up! Suchen is not dead yet. If you go over now, not only will you not be able to help, but those light lizardmen will see you two fragile ones trying to save him, and you'll be dead in a round of concentrated fire. Don't you understand that even rebirth won't help?" Xiong Yuanjing's words barely brought the two back to their senses, but at this moment Ji Hao's eyes were wide open, unwillingly saying, "So what do we do now? Are we just going to watch Suchen die in front of us?" This statement was like a knife, stabbing into the hearts of the four, the oppressive atmosphere making it hard for them to speak. Xiong Yuanjing took a breath, looked at the sky, and spoke with certainty. The mysterious powerhouse who blessed Suchen before won't just stand by. Since the light beasts broke the battlefield rules first, we can't blame our side's experts for stepping in early. His gaze was firm, believing that she would definitely take action to save Suchen, because as the escort for this invasion mission, she had no reason to watch the light beasts torture Suchen under everyone's gaze, especially with such a blatant display of bullying. Moreover, Xiong Yuanjing had a guess in his heart that this mysterious powerhouse most likely possessed the priest's divine skill, resurrection. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so calm and still hasn't made a move until now. And as an escort, even as a support profession, her strength was absolutely guaranteed. At least, there would be no problem in slaughtering high-level opponents. Just as the second thunder was about to converge, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed in the sky. Light beasts. Simply outrageous. The sound of angry shouts echoed in all directions. It suppressed all the chaos and noise, leaving only the overwhelming pressure of violence enveloping the entire battlefield. Even the thunder gathering in the sky was extinguished like a small flame by the raging wind at this moment. Everyone looked up in shock, not seeing anyone appear, but a thick sense of crisis, sharp as a needle, fiercely pierced each person's heart. It made their scalps tingle. This powerful being wouldn't use a grand spell to wipe out the Qiguang, would they? Thinking of this, many Blue Star practitioners began to retreat, fear evident on their faces. Quick, retreat, stay away from these Qiguang. A powerful being is about to strike. No one paid attention to the strange actions of the Blue Star practitioners. The Qiguang on the battlefield felt as if the sky was about to collapse. They had never experienced such a vast and overwhelming life force. Even the ruler of their royal city definitely did not possess such terrifying power. Especially the Qiguang wrapped in thunder who had acted earlier. The stronger the opponent, the more they could clearly feel the other's might. It was a strength that was nearly extreme, approaching perfection. It was far stronger than this LV-74 Qiguang. Regardless of the profession, even a mere life practitioner could kill their opponent through the vast level difference. Moreover, this mysterious powerful being seemed to have touched the edge of divine skills. Such terrifying power, with just a roar, had scared the Thunder Qiguang half to death. The face that had once seemed heroic in the eyes of the Qiguang began to twist at this moment. It shouted loudly, "Quick, join forces to block her. This person is probably stronger than the city lord. We must not confront her head-on. All Qiguang, retreat." Its roar also echoed in all directions, causing all Qiguang to panic and turn to flee towards the spatial passage. Similarly, 10 Qiguang of various shapes appeared in the sky. They looked at a certain void with extremely serious expressions, completely ignoring the chaotic battlefield below. Even when the Blue Star practitioners caught up and slaughtered, it did not stir any emotional waves in them. However, a high-level Qiguang wearing a wizard hat and holding a staff had its eyes fixed on the shield below. Its spiritual sense was incredibly sharp. It had once obtained a rare skill book related to fate. It could sense its own fortune in the dark and calculate good and bad omens. Although the sense of crisis was already strong enough to make it feel like a party was happening in its brain, this wizard hat Qiguang sensed a deeper, more intense crisis hidden beneath. It was a powerful force that could overturn the entire royal city, even the whole Qiguang world. And its source was right below. That weak lifeform curled up beneath the shield. It had somehow blocked the thunderous strike. Unfortunately, no matter what trump card you hold, you ultimately cannot escape death today. The wizard hat Qiguan closed its eyes, quietly waiting for the upcoming battle. It only needed one opportunity to completely annihilate that ant. At some unknown time, a figure shrouded in dazzling light appeared on the horizon. Behind her were several top-tier practitioners at LV90 and above, each exuding a powerful aura. Just by looking from a distance, the 10 Qiguan felt a tremendous pressure coming at them. But at this moment, no one spoke. They all instinctively drew their weapons and unleashed their strongest skills one by one. As the escort of the Qiguang army, they needed to ensure the safety of the main force below first, buying more time for their kin to retreat. But now it seemed impossible to achieve perfection. On the Blue Star side, there was not just one perfect powerhouse leading the charge. There were also several top-tier powerhouses following closely. This had largely ruined their previous plans. Now they could only take the initiative and strive to buy more time. The movements of the high-level practitioners were incredibly shocking. Their magical attributes had undergone transformation, and every move was filled with a sense of destruction. It was as if the ranged skills they currently possessed could erupt in their hands with effects akin to natural disasters. The sky was illuminated by the terrifying skills unleashed by the enlightened ones. Meteor, thunder, invisible calamity, hurricane, curse. Countless skills erupted, and the high-level professionals, due to their exceptionally high base attributes, had an attack speed far beyond what Su Chen and the others could compare to. In just a moment, they unleashed numerous skills, bombarding the top professionals of Blue Star. Faced with such a scene, the few on Blue Star all wore expressions of mockery. What a bunch of pathetic losers, daring to strike at them. The figures in the dazzling light were the level 100 big shots, the mysterious strong ones that Su Chen referred to. With just a gentle wave of her hand, an invisible wave radiated outward from her as the center. The wave swept through space, creating visible ripples in the air, and anything caught in its path had all their skills instantly turned to ashes. It was as if the sound had been completely devoured by this wave, forming a vast vacuum zone. Then, at an extremely fast speed, it swept toward the 10 enlightened ones. Not good. Run. Quickly retreat. The faces of these high-level enlightened ones changed drastically as they hurriedly fell back, but still, one unfortunate soul who was not quick enough was swept by the skill. This person met the same fate as those skills that were obliterated. Their entire body was enveloped by some mysterious force, then transformed into countless tiny particles, dissipating in the air like sand. The enlightened ones who witnessed the scene were all greatly frightened. They had no means to counter. At this moment, they no longer cared about the army below, all quickly retreating toward the spatial passage. They feared that if they were even a moment too late, they would be struck by the opponent's extremely bizarre attack. But the wizard hat enlightened one never forgot about the ant. Below, it summoned its magic, and the staff in its hand flickered with a dark glow. No one present noticed as a terrifying, cold, invisible wave swept across the sky, directly landing on Su Chen's head. Boom! At that moment, Su Chen, who was struggling to control his body and trying to move, suddenly felt an extremely cold aura. It penetrated through his shield and entered his body. What is this? Su Chen sensed something was wrong, and just as he wanted to check the situation, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He vomited a pool of black blood. You are affected by Curse of the Yin Spirit. All attributes -20%. Effect decreases over time until the state ends, losing 5,241 health points per second, and stacking a layer of curse. Mark, adding a layer of curse mark every 600s, while refreshing skill status, up to 5 layers, only affects lost health duration, 600 SI. Cough. Damn it, I've been cursed. Suddenly hit for no reason, Su Chen was so angry that he almost cursed out loud. Damn it. So this is the world of enlightenment. Don't wait until I level up, or you'll regret it. The 2 life and death crises were all thanks to the other party. How could Su Chen, who was immensely proud inside, endure this? Fortunately, this curse attack wasn't as domineering as the previous thunder, which had knocked him down and left him unable to stand. At most, he had lost some vitality. Due to the overall defeat and retreat of the Enlightenment forces, Su Chen's side was temporarily safe. Ji Hao and the others hurried over. Seeing Su Chen, who was twitching under the shield, they were startled. It wasn't until Ji Hao discovered that Su Chen's vitality was full and he didn't look like someone who had been ambushed by a high-level professional that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ha, as expected of you, Su Chen. Such a terrifying attack didn't kill you. Truly. The Thai Ji have recognized. Ji Hao, who had been extremely anxious earlier, returned to his usual carefree demeanor after seeing that Su Chen was fine. They didn't charge forward with the main force but quietly came to Su Chen's side to protect him. However, Lu Mingcheng wasn't as optimistic because he noticed a mass of black mist enveloping Su Chen's brow, and even the 3 light orbs that had always been around him were similarly surrounded by black mist. What's going on? With the help of everyone, Su Chen stood up, trembling. After Ji Hao and Lu Mingcheng took turns using purification skills, the negative effects like electric shock and paralysis were finally removed. He let out a long breath and explained. Just now, I Don't know which bastard ambushed me and put a curse on me. But it's not a big deal, I can still hold on. Suchen knew that with the dual guarantees of innate unmoving king and vitality like a dragon, he could still keep his life, even if the one who cast this curse was a high-level professional. But to think that one move could completely erase Suchun was underestimating the power of an SSS level skill. At this moment he looked towards the battlefield ahead where the Enlightenment warriors were desperately squeezing towards the spatial passage. Countless skills were bombarding them every second. Their resistance was as comical as an 80-year-old woman wielding a kitchen knife saying, "Come one step closer and I'll cut myself." The slaughter began. Watching the Blue Star professionals harvesting the lives of the Enlightenment warriors like cutting wheat, the anger in Su Chen's heart not only didn't dissipate but was firmly stuck in his throat. He couldn't spit it out. No, I must go find trouble with these guys. The more he thought about it, the angrier Su Chen became, and he wanted to charge into the battlefield with his giant sword, but Xiong Yuan quickly grabbed him. "What are you doing? What are you doing? You still want to fight in this state?" Su Lingyun also held on to Su Chen, not wanting him to take more risks. The two precise strikes had already made the situation clear. It was obvious that someone had set their sights on Su Chen. If he went back to the battlefield, there was no telling if a high-level professional hidden in the shadows would ambush him again. Moreover, Su Chen was still under a clearly troublesome curse. To go into battle in this state? Su Lingyun tried every way to persuade him and finally managed to convince Su Chen to back down. What's important now is to remove the curse on Su Chen. "Ji Hao, old Lu, do you have any way?" What else could they do? Just use purification skills. But after 10 minutes, when they saw that the black mist on Su Chen not only hadn't disappeared but was instead spreading all over his body, their faces all darkened. "Do you think you can run away? Naive." At this moment, 9 high-level Enlightenment professionals had already returned to their home ground through the spatial passage. But the voice coming from behind was like a demonic sound echoing in their ears, constantly provoking their nerves. The sense of crisis was simply off the charts. But those powerful beings from the Blue Star did not immediately kill them. Instead, they leisurely toyed with them from behind. It was clear to any discerning eye what their intentions were. Although the Qiguang were filled with anger, their instinct for survival told them that the best choice at this moment was to remain silent and flee. Do not attempt to provoke the other party. Otherwise, that formidable figure would not hesitate to eliminate a few more Qiguang experts. In their frantic escape, the Qiguang did not notice that beneath the feet of the Blue Star warriors, blue lights were flickering. This was clearly a manifestation of the world's will invading. However, unlike before, the blue light transformed into fluorescence and disappeared between heaven and earth shortly after appearing. This indicated that even a few blue star beings, despite descending here as invaders, could not carry the will of the Blue Star to invade. Unless a large army set out, it would be impossible to truly plunder territory like in the dark ancient domain. When the Qiguang saw the Thunder Light Royal City appear in the distance, excitement spread across their faces. Finally, they could rid themselves of these monsters. Even if the Blue Star professionals were strong, they would surely be wary when facing the full power of a royal city. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Wrong to an absurd degree. The Blue Star warriors had come this time not just to hunt them down, their main purpose was to investigate the reality of this world. After all, since the Blue Star had been digitized, it had suffered constant external disturbances. Therefore, after 100 years of evolution, under the influence of the environment, the professionals had developed some degree of aggressive tendencies. The cosmic forces they dominated numbered in the dozens. And judging from the performance of the Qiguang world in the dark ancient domain, their strength was undoubtedly far weaker than that of the Blue Star. Unless something unexpected happened, the invasion would face little obstruction. Now, let her come and see the quality of this so-called Qiguang world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The mysterious powerful being, wrapped in dazzling light, looked at the fleeing Qiguang, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. She pointed her finger, and with a booming sound, a pure white beam of light descended upon the center of the Thunder Light Royal City. The people in the city, the laboring workers, the nobles enjoying their splendid lives, and even the ministers of the royal city, all looked up towards the direction of the light column, their faces showing shock. But before they could react, the light column suddenly contracted and then expanded at an incredibly terrifying speed. It produced a massive explosion that echoed throughout the entire royal city. Boom! The Qiguang who were closer to the light column only had time to glance at the world one last time before being mercilessly obliterated by the expanding light column. It spread in a way that the Qiguang could not comprehend, reducing everything it touched to dust. In the end, it formed a terrifying ruin spanning several thousand meters. The royal city, has been destroyed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could professionals possess such terrifying power? It's fake. We must be under a mental illusion. Lia, quickly break it for me. The Qiguang, who had previously thought they saw a glimmer of hope in the royal city, at this moment felt their long-established worldview collapse. They held their heads and gaped, unable to believe that what they were witnessing was real. What kind of monsters had they provoked? The Thunder Light Royal City could not withstand them. The Qiguang world could not stop them either. The terrifying beam attack naturally drew the attention of everyone in the royal city. Countless frightened civilians looked towards the ruins where the once bustling commercial street had been erased by a mysterious force. Those who had thrived here, the civilians of Qiguang, vanished along with the light beam, dissipating into the heavens and the earth. A huge uproar erupted within the royal city, the clamor echoing in every corner. Is this an enemy attack? Who is so audacious? This is the Thunderlight Royal City. Protected by the city lord, do they not value their lives? Crazy, completely crazy. In broad daylight, daring to attack Thunderlight Royal City, they must not know how to write the word death. Most ordinary Qiguan did not realize the severity of the situation, thinking it was just an ordinary attack. But they did not consider what such a terrifying skill, affecting so many, truly represented. Compared to the anger of the ordinary Qiguan, the true masters of Qiguan felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Sensing that the royal city was about to face an unprecedented disaster, it was possible that their lives and deaths depended on today. Countless Qiguan experts hurried towards the Lord's mansion, wanting to meet their ruler, the most powerful king in Thunderlight Royal City. At this moment, the city lord's face was extremely grim, gazing at the few imposing unfamiliar figures at the horizon. Ahead, 9 Qiguan experts were in a state of utter disarray. Although they had not been killed on the spot, they had suffered greatly. Their vitality was drained, as if they had been squeezed dry, showing no trace of a master's aura. Are even Leah and the others not their opponents? What should we do? General Saria is not in the royal city right now. Relying solely on our strength, we probably cannot stop that group of monsters. Quick, activate the magic formation. We must block them. The experts shouted continuously while also contacting the guards in the city. The protective formation enveloping the royal city rose, safeguarding all Qiguan. At the same time, countless war machines emerged from underground, firmly locking onto the aura of the Blue Star experts. A dense array of guards appeared throughout the royal city, weapons aimed at the sky. The Thunderlight Royal City, resembling a city on the brink of war, made the high-level experts shake their heads and chuckle. Especially when the 9 Qiguang experts saw the protective formation rise, it was as if they had grasped a lifeline, rushing forward like the wind. Only now do you think to run? Don't. You think it's too late? The high-level expert waved his hand again, and 9 dark orbs of light appeared. Just as the Qiguang experts were about to breach the protective formation, large holes appeared in their chests. The Qiguang displayed terror, looking down at their hollow chests where dark, eerie mist swirled. The black mist seemed composed of countless tiny insects clinging to their flesh, beginning to devour them bit by bit. This dark orb was incredibly sinister, entirely different from the few holy glows that had appeared earlier. If Jihao were here, he would recognize at a glance that this was the upgraded version of Dark Redemption, released by the high-level expert, easily capable of killing the 9 Qiguang experts. They were enveloped in the black mist, their bodies corroded to the point where only their heads remained. Among them, the Qiguang, wearing a wizard hat, remembering the living, used the last bit of strength to force out an ugly smile towards the figure wrapped in radiant light. His lips trembled, forming a silent phrase. What use is it to kill me? What does it matter if Thunderlight Royal City is destroyed? Compared to the silence of death, the fall of a genius is what people truly relish. That shield warrior, I accept. The keen-sensed Blue Star experts naturally noticed the wizard hat Qiguang's dying farewell. They frowned, the image of that little fellow struck by lightning surfacing in their minds. Also a shield warrior. He had performed exceptionally well in this invasion war. Could it be Lin Xian? What should we do now? A female expert holding a mysterious bow asked hesitantly. The little fellow had great potential, he was a talent worth nurturing. But they had already reached the lair of Qiguang. If they turned back now to save someone, wouldn't that be wasting this great opportunity? Next time they come, they might not even get close to the Thunderlight Royal City. She would not underestimate the power of a group force and the rich reserves it held. Despite the Thunderlight Royal City appearing to be on high alert, there might be some powerful artifacts prepared for them. Once they breached the Royal City, it would be a matter of life and death. Even though Lin Xian was very strong and possessed the resurrection spell, they did not want to experience the taste of death. The one called Lin Xian was a level 100 powerhouse wrapped in dazzling light. At this moment, she frowned slightly. When had this young prodigy, praised by old Mu, fallen into a trap? There was a saying that the wizard hat Qiguang did not get wrong. So what if the Thunderlight Royal City was destroyed? Compared to the life and death of the human race's prodigies, these newly awakened Qiguang were simply not worth caring about. She snorted coldly, her gaze locking with the Lord of Thunderlight City in the distant palace, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes. I'll come back later to take your life. Compared to the professionals still fighting on the front lines, even chasing into the Qigong world, Suchen sat on the ground like someone unconcerned, quietly admiring the scenery ahead. Although there wasn't much to see in this broken place called Dark Ancient Domain, but it could at least pass the time. At this moment, the cursed black mist had spread over most of his body. The members of the team were extremely worried. If it weren't for Suchen's blood energy always being full, they would have almost taken him back to the Divine Martial Academy. The cold aura emanating from the black mist made Ji Hao and Lu Mingcheng, the two legendary support types, feel extremely disgusted. It was something completely belonging to the opposite side, a dirty filth they never wanted to touch in their lives. Sigh, do we really have to hold on like this? There are a total of 5 layers of curses. If the effects of the curses get stronger later, we won't even be able to leave. Su Lingyun sighed, also sitting on the ground, looking listless. It's fine, I know my situation. If a mere curse skill could erase me, that would be underestimating me too much. Su Chen, the injured one, didn't feel much, but Su Lingyun couldn't take it anymore. He had to patiently comfort her. Don't talk about those high-level professionals. Even if a top-tier professional came and could take me out in one move, I'd still consider him impressive. Su Chen was bragging, completely unconcerned about whether he was really that tough. Anyway, there was no one else around, so he just said it. But before he could continue boasting, a teasing laugh reached his ears. Oh, is that so? Little guy, since you're so powerful, do you want to try my iron fist? Su Chen was taken aback and turned to look, only to find several blue star powerhouses, exuding a terrifying and overwhelming aura, had quietly appeared behind him. Moreover, judging by the teasing expressions on their faces, it was clear they had heard his bragging. But this shouldn't be the case. Such a strong aura could be sensed even from a distance. Now they were standing less than half a meter behind him. Not only did he not sense them, but even Ji Hao and the others seemed to have unconsciously overlooked their presence. It was as if they hadn't noticed that a few more people had appeared. To be honest, Su Chen admitted that his mind had experienced a small short circuit. He was a bit confused. No, weren't you all supposed to be in the Enlightenment world killing people? How did you end up here? Several question marks popped up above Su Chen's head. Before he could ask, Lin Xian waved her hand, creating a gentle breeze that blew away the stubborn curse's black mist. This incredibly powerful curse skill seemed to Lin Xian to be just an ordinary black mist. With just a light blow, she could carry it away. Feeling his body suddenly lighten, Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. My goodness, a big shot is indeed a big shot. Ji Hao and Lu Mingcheng had no idea how many times they had used purification skills without effect. With just a wave of her hand, it was as easy as brushing off dust, effortlessly removing the curse skill. One could imagine how strong she was. Su Chen quickly got up and solemnly thanked her. Thank you, senior, for your assistance. Su Chen will never forget this. Ji Hao and the others also expressed their gratitude in succession. Although Su Chen felt he could withstand the curse without any problem, he knew he had to be polite. One couldn't blame someone for helping them, but he was just saying that, if it really came to doing something impossible, he wouldn't foolishly rush in. Ha ha ha, little guy, Lin Xian doesn't want others to call her senior. Just like us, you can call her Lin Xian, a top-tier professional laughed. Lin Xian? Yes. Those who master divine skills can be called immortals, you'll understand in the future. Divine skills? Su Chen was taken aback, not expecting the person before him to be so powerful. He had underestimated her. He quickly changed his tone, fearing to offend Lin Xian. After all, she was a terrifying existence on par with old Mu. If he really angered her, she might just wave her hand, and he would vanish like that black mist in the blink of an eye. No need for excessive courtesy. I didn't expect you to have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Even if I hadn't intervened, this little curse probably wouldn't have been able to harm you. Lin Xian praised. This prodigy, praised by old Mu, was indeed extraordinary. To be able to withstand the curse skill of a high-level professional without dying was stronger than most prodigies she had seen. However, seeing that Su Chen was fine, she felt relieved. The main purpose of this trip had been achieved. Next, it was time to deal with those ridiculous enlightenment forces. She flew away with her accompanying strong ones until they disappeared from Su Chen's sight, and suddenly, a pleasant voice came through. The enlightenment world can also establish a base. Hurry over. Hearing this, Su Chen could no longer sit still. He mounted his little donkey and rushed toward the battlefield. Enlightenment! Here I come, prepare to die. A burst of blood mist erupted from Su Chen, enveloping him, and he transformed into a blood-colored lightning bolt, re-entering the battlefield. That frenzied figure of slaughter reappeared, causing the surrounding professionals to have stars in their eyes, and they all increased their output against the enlightenment forces. They didn't want to lose their contribution points to the invaders. Damn it! Meanwhile, on the side of Thunderlight City, due to Lin Xian and the others' brief disappearance, the Lord of Thunderlight City mistakenly believed that the other side had no way to deal with the city defense formation. This led them to kill 9 strong Enlightenment professionals in a fit of rage. The idea was somewhat absurd, but it strangely spread in the upper circles, whether it was an ostrich mentality, unwilling to face strong enemies, or a foolish belief in such nonsense. However, they all agreed that the city defense formation could not be closed yet to prevent petty thieves from causing chaos in Thunderlight City. As for who the petty thieves were, those who understood knew. Just as the Lord of Thunderlight City and others breathed a sigh of relief and were about to discuss their next actions, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. The city defense formation was being attacked, causing it to dim entirely. This frightened them, and they quickly flew into the sky to investigate the situation. What happened? What's going on? Didn't that group just leave? Who is attacking the city's protective formation again? Before anyone could respond, a buzzing sound rang out once more, and this time they saw it clearly. A terrifying beam of light descended again. This time, it directly blasted a huge hole in the already shaky protective formation. The beam spread out, turning the surrounding formation into powder, the defense array that originally sheltered all the citizens of Thunderlight City. At this moment, it was as fragile as glass, having no effect whatsoever. City Lord, the formation is broken. It's broken, someone shouted excitedly. Shut up, I can see that. The Lord of Thunderlight roared, channeling all his magical power to issue an emergency mobilization order to all the enlightened in the city. All enlightened experts, join me to face the enemy. The survival of Thunderlight is at stake today. Fight! Kill these bastards who dare to attack my Thunderlight City. Crush them! The Lord of Thunderlight had great prestige in his city, and with just one call, countless powerful beings responded. They soared into the air, searching for the elusive Lin Xian and her companions. But unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed this time. Since the spatial passage opened, the enlightened world was fated to become a part of the Blue Star's conquest. And Thunderlight City was merely the first to face the invasion. The ferocity of the attack was so ruthless that even the top-tier professionals following Lin Xian were caught off guard. It seemed that this time Lin Xian was serious, and a good show was about to unfold. Any hidden cards or deep reserves were laughable in front of Lin Xian, who wielded divine skills. Boom! 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 Beams of light fell from all directions, encircling the vast Thunderlight City in concentric circles. Then the beams began to expand, rapidly destroying Thunderlight City. Countless wails echoed from afar, causing the powerful beings in the air to change their expressions wildly, continuously roaring in anger. No! No! Don't! Bastard! If you have the guts, come out and fight. Hiding in the shadows is cowardly. You Blue Star bastards, I want you dead. Aha! These enlightened beings searched for Lin Xian's figure, but to no avail. They could only watch helplessly as beam after beam expanded, inching toward the center of the city. Damn it! With billions of enlightened, could she really bear to kill them all? At this moment, even the Lord of Thunderlight was roaring in anger, unleashing powerful skills toward the sky. But compared to Lin Xian, who mastered divine skills, even he, the strongest in Thunderlight City, was merely futile against the cleansing of divine skills. There was no way to change their fate. Boom! 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 With each explosive sound, only a nearly 1,000-meter area remained relatively intact, while the outside world had been completely obliterated by the beams. The once prosperous city had turned into nothingness, all traces vanished, leaving only a thin layer of fine sand on the surface. The ground had sunk several dozen meters. At this moment, all the remaining powerful beings in the city, including the Lord of Thunderlight, looked up at the sky in despair. No one escaped, for they had already tried. The outside was shrouded in an invisible barrier. No matter how they tried to break it, they could not shake the barrier in the slightest. There was no way to escape. And what awaited them was the final beam of light descending. Boom! When Su Chen arrived in the Qiguang world, the Qiguang warriors had already been killed down to a few. The few remaining were not pursued. Everyone was busy with important matters. Establishing a base. The initial goal of the Blue Star professionals was to head towards the dark ancient domain, but just as the plan was halfway through, the Qiguang world suddenly jumped in to cause trouble. No, to be precise, it was the other side that had the bad luck of appearing near the spatial passage of Blue Star. If it weren't for the fact that the spatial passage was randomly generated, some would almost suspect that there was turmoil within the Qiguang world, playing some kind of borrowed knife to kill. But it didn't matter, even if they were schemed against, so what? After all, they had already descended into the Qiguang world, and a blue halo rose beneath their feet, initiating a new round of base establishment. Indeed, plans can't keep up with changes. Su Chen sighed and quickly charged forward on his little donkey. He did not act together with his few teammates. The Qiguang world was not like the dark ancient domain. The danger level was not that high, with wild monsters around level 30. To him, they were no different from the grass by the roadside. Moreover, quickly spreading the Blue Star will to cover the area of the base would also yield him a considerable amount of invasion contributions. When Su Chen activated Raging Blood Shadow combined with the little donkey's divine travel, his speed was truly unimaginable. Many professionals only felt a scarlet blood shadow sweep past them, and the blue star will quickly descended along the trajectory of the other. What just passed by? A professional rubbed his eyes, looking blankly at his teammate beside him. I don't know, it was so fast, I didn't even react before the person was gone. The teammate shook his head with a bitter smile. As a priest, how could he have such a monstrous dynamic vision to notice someone? It should be those who have touched high-level professionals, right? Otherwise, no one could move that fast. But I always feel that this blood shadow is somewhat familiar. Strange. Su Chen was unaware of the shock he had brought to these blue star professionals. He rode his little donkey and galloped, and in terms of the speed of city building, in the Qiguang world he was absolutely in a league of his own. Moreover, he was running in a super large circular trajectory, and in this mid-low level training plane there was simply no danger. Furthermore, Su Chen vaguely sensed that in a place far away from here, a terrifying battle was breaking out. There was a familiar aura from there, sweeping across the sky until it disappeared at the horizon. Su Chen guessed it must be Lin Xian and others fighting against the Qiguang experts. That was a super existence who mastered divine skills, revered by blue star humans as an immortal. Dealing with mere Qiguang was surely a piece of cake. So Su Chen had no worries at all, focusing on encircling the vast plain. He didn't know how long it had been. When Su Chen's gaze fell upon the area completely covered by the blue star will, a sudden realization arose in his heart. The base was about to be established. Not just him, but many blue star professionals also sensed it, all looking up at the sky. Countless blue streams of light appeared, as if the most perfect blacksmith in the world was weaving and forging a gigantic city in the sky. This marvelous illusion amazed countless people, but some felt a surge of fear, repeatedly retreating from the coverage of the blue star will. However, those with knowledge immediately burst into laughter, because this illusory city formed by the flowing light posed no threat of crushing the professionals. When it landed, they were originally of the same origin as Blue Star. Even if the city fell, it would pass through them, as if both sides were in different spatial dimensions. Only when the city landed would it completely transform into a solid entity. Amidst the continuous flow of light, a magnificent and grand city had already emerged. Inside the city were countless ancient buildings, towers, inns, palaces, and houses, making one feel as if they had returned to ancient times. Beneath the magnificent exterior, exquisite details abound. Su Chen noticed that the city gate closest to him was intricately carved with bizarre beast patterns. Moreover, it faintly emanated a sense of danger, as if the beasts were about to come to life. Finally, just under a kilometer from the spatial passage, the ancient city slowly descended, eliciting gasps of amazement from the crowd of professionals. I never expected that one day I, Oldly, would have such an experience. Opening a grand city for my dragon empire in another world. I have no regrets in this life. Ah, what nonsense. Clearly, it was a collective effort. How did it turn into this nonsense coming from your mouth? What a joke. My contributions in this battle should at least rank in the top 10. Don't believe me? Look, the golden list has appeared in the sky. Only then did everyone notice that along with the ancient city, a golden list that connected heaven and earth was descending. On the list, countless names began to emerge, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the contribution rankings for the invasion of the Enlightenment world. Those at the top were all renowned experts from this team, all at LV 59. They were just a step away from reaching LV 60 and becoming true high-level professionals. The names appearing at the top of the list were all enveloped in a beam of blue light descending from the sky. Some began to exude a terrifying aura, directly breaking through to become high-level professionals with a massive influx of experience. Their base attributes received unprecedented enhancements akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Professionals of this level, no matter where they were, could be considered masters. Some suddenly had purple lights surrounding them, as they were directly blessed with several pieces of purple gear by the will of the world. This sparked laughter and shouts of envy and jealousy from the onlookers. Even more astonishing, some were enveloped in a circle of colorful halos, the legendary blue star blessing that could enhance various hidden attributes. If used well, it could completely change one's fate. But the only drawback was that the blessing had a time limit, and no one knew how many days this gentleman had been blessed. As beams of blue light descended, the giant city was about to touch the ground. Just as the golden list fully materialized, the giant city passed through the crowd in another illusory form, completely manifesting before their eyes. A beam of blue light, entirely different from the previous ones, descended, radiating a grand aura and covering a much larger area than before. The last name on the golden list also emerged. Enlightenment World Invasion. Contribution rankings, rank 500, Su Chen, LV 34. What's going on? A LV 34 kid actually appeared on the rankings? Is this a mistake? I'm a LV 48 mage, and my contribution is somehow lower than that of a lower-tier professional? I've already worn out the word envy, damn it. Why doesn't this good fortune come to me? The disturbances from the outside world formed a massive wave, with countless professionals looking up in awe. What kind of existence could it be that, with a mere LV34, managed to break into the top 500 of the invasion contribution rankings among over 100,000 professionals present? Did they grow 3 heads or have a few extra arms? How could it be so outrageous? The members of the team all gasped in surprise. Clearly, even they, who were closest to Su Chen, did not expect him to perform so brilliantly. Ji Hao hurriedly rushed towards the only figure in the city currently enveloped in a beam of light, shouting excitedly. Unfortunately, at that moment, Su Chen could hear none of the outside sounds. Aside from some mysterious echoes, all that remained were the continuous notification sounds bombarding his eardrums. Congratulations, you have received Blessing of Blue Star, Reward Experience plus 600,000, Reserve Experience plus 12 million. Congratulations, you have received Blessing of Blue Star, Reward Source of Strength purple times 10, Source of Spirit purple times 10, Source of Constitution purple times 10, Source of Agility purple times 10. Congratulations, you have received Blessing of Blue Star, Reward Profession Skill Book, Scholar S times 1. Congratulations, you have received Blessing of Blue Star, Reward Bladebreaker Ring purple times 1. Congratulations. You have received Blessing of Blue Star, Amplification, Attack Critical Rate plus 10%, Item Drop plus 10%, Evasion Probability plus 20%, Attack Trigger Electric Shock Probability plus 10%. Attack Trigger Poison Probability plus 10%, Attack Trigger Paralysis Probability plus 10%, Attack Trigger Curse Probability plus 10%. Originally, Su Chen just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to establish a base in the Enlightenment world and gain some benefits. It was unclear whether it was due to having slaughtered too many Enlightenment beings, or cheating wildly while riding a little donkey. In any case, his invasion contribution had risen to the top 500 among all professionals. It was quite miraculous. With a full 600,000 experience points poured into him, Su Chen leveled up on the spot, reaching LV35. Unknowingly, he had completed half of this stage's journey. But upon careful calculation, it had already been over a month since he left the city, during which he had even participated in the grand event of the Two World War. Otherwise, based on their own efforts in the wild to grind monsters, it would have taken at least another week to reach this level. Even the reserve experience had increased significantly, which was a nice recovery for Su Chen. What delighted him the most were the 3 major rewards given by the Will of Blue Star. Source of Strength purple. Consumable item, usable at LV30 and above. Effect permanently increases strength attribute by 2 points upon use. The description is extremely simple, perhaps to those who do not understand. A mere 2 points of basic attribute seems insignificant compared to the benefits of changing equipment. And that is indeed the case, but only in the early stages, when one can occasionally equip better gear. Once they surpass LV60 and attribute enhancement occurs, every single point of attribute will unleash unparalleled power. Items like the Source of Strength purple truly serve to increase one's foundation, especially for those who reach level 100 and have almost nowhere left to progress. Consumables that permanently increase basic attributes are what they need the most. Moreover, the Will of Blue Star had given a total of 40 attribute sources at once. This was an outrageous number that others might not obtain in a lifetime. And Su Chen looked at the S-level Scholar skill book, unable to suppress a gulp. If the Source of Strength purple is a rare consumable, then this scholar bestowed upon him is nearly as valuable as Su Chen's other S-level skill, Weapon Mastery. It is known that one of the reasons Su Chen's damage is so explosive now is due to the help of this S-level skill that enhances basic attack. In Su Chen's view, the status of Scholar seems to be even higher than Weapon Mastery, and it could even be classified as an SS-level skill. Scholar S, passive as a sage among humans, you excel at uncovering all unknown mysteries, constantly exploring the depths of the human body. With each upgrade, you gain an additional 4 points of free attributes. In this era where climbing higher means competing with one's foundation, the existence of a scholar is almost a bug. Mastering it, a professional will uncover more potential than others. With the accumulation of attributes, strength will absolutely experience explosive growth in the later stages. This is also why there is a distinction between ordinary, rare, and legendary professionals. It's not just about the skills one can master or comprehend. It also lies in the foundation. Without hesitation, Su Chen immediately mastered the Scholar, feeling the powerful force that emerged from within his body. Su Chen felt a wave of satisfaction. As the Shield War Monarch, Su Chen's focus has always been on survival and defense. Powerful attacks are merely an addition. Therefore, he allocated every extra 4 points of free attributes in a 1 strength to 3 constitution ratio. Instantly, Su Chen felt his already full state surge to a new height. Vitality, attack, and defense all saw significant improvements. Vitality plus 2100, Physical damage plus 175, Strength plus 35, Constitution plus 105, Defense plus 525. Even though the attributes had not yet been enhanced, the boost brought by the scholar was absolutely comparable to the benefits of a piece of the same level purple equipment. Suchen felt that the will of Blue Star was indeed too generous, even providing such a high-level skill book, which was truly beyond his expectations. As for the remaining purple equipment and buffs, only the attack critical rate plus 10% and item drop plus 10% were somewhat useful. The rest could only be considered icing on the cake for Suchen at this stage. And this LV30 purple ring of the Broken Blade, purple, usable above LV30 durability, 1000 damage, 885 strength plus 34 strength plus 32 binding, vitality 1029 increase mana 573. Increase considerable damage, double strength, unexpectedly good. Without hesitation, Suchen directly equipped it and casually popped the source of attributes into his mouth. The reason for saying popped is that this thing looks quite similar to a fruit. It's a rare item that can be consumed by professionals. After organizing everything, the blue light disappeared and Suchen appeared before everyone, facing the envious gazes around him that seemed ready to burst into flames. Suchen simply took out a fruit radiating a purple glow and leisurely began to eat it. This action was like igniting a powder keg. Instantly, the emotions of the surrounding professionals were ignited, their necks craning forward, unable to believe what they were seeing in Suchen's hand. What the hell is that thing? A fruit is actually a purple quality item. I've never seen such a thing in my life. Calm down, wasn't there a master who got one of these fruits earlier? But the color seems a bit different. Besides, you can't snatch a purple item away, so why bother? That makes sense, but I'm so damn envious. Wow! Suchen's display of wealth undoubtedly angered the surrounding professionals. They looked as if they could spit fire. However, given the crowd in the mixed company, if they truly wanted to teach Suchen a lesson, it would undoubtedly tarnish their reputations. They would be whispered about behind their backs, accused of being greedy for wealth. So, even though they were unwilling, they could only curse a few times to vent their frustrations, at most spitting a thick phlegm on the ground. When Suchen finished the blessing from the blue star, a large number of blue lights descended, almost enveloping all the professionals. This time, the spectacle was clearly many times more grand than before. After all, it was a blessing aimed at all professionals, and such a scene was to be expected. The blue light on Jihao and Lu Mingcheng varied in size and duration, with those who contributed less, like Jihao and Lu Mingcheng, emerging earlier than Su Lingyun and Xiong Yuanzheng. They had a special halo flashing over them, and with a massive influx of experience, their levels had also increased. As for equipment and items, they did not have as bountiful a harvest as Suchen. When Su Lingyun and Xiong Yuanzheng emerged from the light column, they had an additional piece of purple gear. Clearly, given their current strength, their contribution among professionals of the same rank was considered high. The Blue Star Blessing naturally rewarded them with 2 pieces of purple gear. This trip was not in vain. Watching his teammates discuss their respective gains, Suchen munched on some fruit and waved his hand. The base in the light world has been established. Our main task is still over in the Dark Ancient Domain. We shouldn't linger here for too long. Ha ha ha, who would have thought the Blue Star Blessing would be so generous? Jihao laughed. If I had known, I would have contributed more. But it's alright, there's still a chance in the Dark Ancient Domain. This time, I want to score big. Jihao fantasized about what rewards the second Blue Star Blessing would bring him. Little did he know, a nearby level 54 professional overheard and chuckled. Suchen and the others looked up in confusion, only to see a middle-aged man with a beer belly wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, his eyes nearly squinting shut from laughter. He looked to be in his 30s. Facing their puzzled gazes, the beer-bellied professional explained, in a short period, each person can only receive the blessing of the Blue Star's will once. Even if you go to the Dark Ancient Domain to participate in city building, you might be lucky to get some experience rewards in the end. Young man, don't be too greedy. Is that so? Listening to the beer-bellied professional's explanation, Suchen felt a bit regretful but could understand. The Blue Star Blessing was not an ordinary reward unless in special circumstances. It was not advisable to bestow too much on the same person in a short time. Moreover, the Light World and the Dark Ancient Domain were essentially other worlds that required external invasion, with only the difficulty varying. Furthermore, Suchen receiving the Blue Star Blessing in the Light World might not be a bad thing. The Dark Ancient Domain was fraught with danger, and the competition for contributions was fierce. Even his proud little donkey couldn't help him much. Even though he was strong, he couldn't compete with those level 50 professionals. This would also lead to his invasion points being very close to the real rankings. At that time, the rewards would definitely not include the source of attributes in the Scholar Skill Book. However, after thinking for a while, Suchen decided to return to the Dark Ancient Domain first, as the system task he had been thinking about was still incomplete. Perhaps he would have to wait until things were settled in the Dark Ancient Domain. Returning to the cold, dark otherworld, Su-chen and the others once again swept through this area with the will of the Blue Star. This place was not like the light world, there were countless dangers and one careless move could lead to death. Therefore, the progress of the Blue Star professionals executing their tasks was incredibly slow. It took a full week to fully spread the will of the Blue Star and successfully summon the ancient city. After successfully establishing the stronghold, Su-chen only saw a small portion of people receiving the blessings of the Blue Star. These were either those who had not been in the Light of Dawn world before, taking a different path, or the professionals who had been working hard here all along. There were also some obvious newcomers, like fledglings who had never seen the world, starting to squawk in chaos under the blue light. Seeing this, Su-chen revealed a knowing smile that only those who had been through it would understand. At that moment, many powerful auras emerged from the spatial rift. It turned out to be high-level professionals who had received news earlier. Even Lin Xian appeared in the sky above the ancient city. After the ancient city was established, strong individuals had to be stationed there to prevent a counterattack from dark monsters. There had been a powerful being that launched a sneak attack, shattering the ancient city with a colossal hand that covered the heavens and the earth. None of the professionals inside survived. It was analyzed that the attacker was likely a terrifying being that had reached level 100. With just one strike, the Dragon Empire lost tens of thousands of professionals. After this incident, whenever an ancient city was established, the Empire would send a large number of experts to garrison there to ensure the safety of the ancient city. Besides those high-level or top-tier professionals, Su-chen also saw many ordinary professionals who were not very high in level but were all protected by experts. They were incredibly excited, looking at the grand and towering ancient city as if they had seen a mountain of gold, eager to hollow it out and exchange it all for beautiful gold coins. These were all representatives sent by powerful factions within the empire, responsible for resource sales and related business negotiations. After all, the ancient city had now been successfully established. The next step was to activate it, turning it into a brand new otherworldly stronghold and transit station, with terrifying benefits hidden within that were not to be disclosed to outsiders. At the moment the city was completed, Su-chen finally heard the system prompt in his ear. Enemies of the invaders, my heroes, series task completed. 1. Invasion contribution 3,542,251, evaluation perfect. You have obtained summoning stone pink ×5 summoning stone? What is this? Su-chen was taken aback. He had originally thought he would receive some top-notch equipment or skill books. He didn't expect it to be something he had never heard of, the summoning stone. He felt a bit disappointed, knowing from the name that it was just a rare gem item. But when he scanned the pink mark on the back of the summoning stone, his breath suddenly became rapid, staring blankly at the system reward item. He wanted to take it out to have a look, but then, as if realizing something, he took a deep breath. The timing wasn't right, he would discuss it later. Su-chen called over Ji-hao and the others. The dark ancient domain should have nothing to do with us for now. Should we return to the academy, or continue leveling up outside? After more than a month of continuous struggle, the few of them could hardly endure any more turmoil. If they kept pushing themselves to level up recklessly like this, they might just collapse from exhaustion. Su Lingyun immediately expressed the need to return to school. Mages are not like warriors. To unleash explosive damage, mana is an unavoidable topic. Even with the legendary support of Lu Mingchang, her mana was always insufficient. From time to time, she had to drink a bottle of mana potion to make up for the depletion. In the short term, it was manageable, and no problems were apparent. But over time, Su Lingyun began to feel a prickling pain in her head, a sign that her energy was breaking through its lower threshold. If she didn't take some time to rest, she might really be done for. Hearing Su Lingyun's complaints, Ji-hao and Lu Mingchang could relate deeply. Although they hadn't reached such an absurd level, they also experienced similar symptoms such as mental fog and sluggish reactions. Everything indicated that the team might really need to take a break. Su-chen was already anxious to return, so how could he not agree? He quickly nodded and led the team out of the dark ancient domain, heading towards the Divine Martial Academy. During the time they were away, the academy was bustling with activity. The consecutive 2 sessions of academy trials had allowed many students to taste success. Level 5 gems were truly enticing for them. As one of the champions, Fei Hu was in high spirits and showed great enthusiasm for the upcoming academy exchange meeting. Now, his level had reached LV 28 and he was less than 2 levels away from reaching LV 30. However, thinking back to Su-chen, who had already entered the ranks of intermediate professionals a month ago, Fei Hu felt incredibly gloomy. I wonder how strong that guy is now. Leveling up as an intermediate professional was much more difficult for them. At most, it should be LV 33. Fei Hu felt uncertain, as that freak leveled up too quickly, making him hesitant to view him with ordinary standards. He was almost on par with those ordinary professionals who hadn't used the Shinkuan lock. This academy exchange meeting was the best opportunity for those academies to make their mark. However, even if faced with professionals who had high-level equipment but lacked skill depth, Hu was confident he could defeat them even if their levels were slightly higher. The only variable was whether Su Chen would attend this exchange meeting. After all, he had almost disappeared from the academy for 2 months and no one knew what he was up to. As for what Su Chen was doing, he was, of course, on his way back to the academy. He rode on a little donkey, leisurely eating the source of attributes, feeling his body grow stronger bit by bit. The smile on his face never faded. It wasn't until he returned to the academy and got back to his room that Su Chen barely finished eating the fruit, gaining an additional 80 points in attributes. He threw himself onto the bed, letting out a long sigh. He hadn't felt anything before, but the moment Su Chen lay on the bed, his mental world began to actively close off. It blocked out all external noise, bringing Su Chen into a dream. He slept for a full 2 days. Professionals possess physical qualities far beyond ordinary people, which also meant that recovering from a near-exhausted state required more time. In the morning, when Su Chen opened his mouth and stretched, he groggily opened his eyes. Sitting up, he dazedly stared outside, feeling as if he had forgotten something important. Su Chen instinctively put his hand into his storage backpack. When he touched a rough, cold, hard object, his eyes widened in shock. He became fully alert. Damn, I really should be dead. How could I forget this? Su Chen took out the item rewarded by the system. Looking at the rough exterior but with a mysterious natural bagua stone embedded in the center of the summoning stone, pink, Su Chen's eyes widened, his breathing gradually quickening, warmth flooding his palms. No wonder the attributes of the summoning stone, pink, were simply outrageous, and it was no surprise that Su Chen's mindset was unstable. Don't say it's him, anyone would be unable to resist. Summoning stone, pink, special item, usable at LV1 and above, can be used below pink quality. Effect, can consume summoning stones to enhance equipment quality. Each piece of equipment can only be used once, and the quantity consumed is only affected by the equipment quality. Similar to the effect of the equipment upgrade token that Su Chen obtained before. The summoning stone, pink, also possesses the powerful ability to change the fate of equipment. However, unlike equipment upgrades, the summoning stone, pink, can elevate the equipment tier, turning an item that should be green into a purple one. An originally purple piece of equipment turns into pink. What does this mean? The pink equipment that others can only obtain after countless battles with Lord-level bosses, Su Chen can now enjoy in advance. Moreover, as he understands, except for special circumstances, pink equipment generally only appears for high-level professionals and above, making it extremely rare. After all, a complete Lord-level boss is simply not something that a low-level, poorly equipped, and skill-mixed team like Su Chen's can handle. Even if 100 people came, they could only barely deal with a flawed boss like Afra. But if he had pink equipment, Su Chen couldn't dare to imagine how powerful he would be with his current strength paired with pink equipment. And he holds 5 summoning stones, pink, in his hands. Enough to elevate his dragon-scale greatsword into a whole new realm of invincibility. But, looking at his already reached LV35, Su Chen hesitated again, whether to experience the thrill of pink equipment now or wait until he reaches LV40. Su Chen was caught in a dilemma. After all, this was the closest he had ever been to pink equipment. Who knows when he would encounter it again next time. However, after much thought, Su Chen decided to forego the enhancement and wait until after reaching LV40. Because whether it's LV43 attribute equipment or LV53 attribute dual gem socket equipment, they are all much stronger than consuming the summoning stone, pink, now. Moreover, the most important point, Su Chen couldn't explain the source of the pink equipment. After all, the team had been battling in the dark ancient domain, and everyone was very clear about what equipment they had dropped. There was simply no excuse to be found. He could only wait until the semester ended, and after the team members had their own activities, he could find a suitable excuse to deceive. No, to coax everyone. Otherwise, there really wasn't a good way out. After making up his mind, Su Chen felt a bit gloomy. But thinking about getting a pink equipment after reaching LV40 made him incredibly excited. He couldn't help but want to go back to the dark ancient domain and grind for 2 more months to directly level up to LV40. Just as Su Chen had this thought, his phone suddenly received a mass notification from the academy. Looking at the content, Su Chen felt as if he had been splashed with cold water. Then his eyes showed a hint of confusion, a bit of doubt, and 96 parts of disbelief. To all first-year students, hello, the Academy will hold a semester cultural course assessment from January 28 to February 1. Please arrive at the designated examination room on time according to the examination notice in the attachment. Late arrivals will have their scores invalidated, and students who fail will lose the Academy resource subsidy for the next semester. Please inform each other. Academic Affairs Office of the Divine Martial Academy. What? Exam? Am I supposed to take it with my head? With Su Chen's current strength, even if he really fails, it wouldn't have much impact. But the feeling of disgust seemed to be etched in his bones. Even though he had ranked first in his grade, For 3 consecutive years in high school, it couldn't change Su Chen's aversion to exams. Moreover, he hadn't studied cultural subjects for almost 2 months. He probably forgot most of what the teacher taught earlier, which meant he had wasted a whole semester, right? A hint of confusion flickered in Su Chen's eyes. It felt like after returning from the dark ancient domain, the academy had transformed into something he couldn't comprehend. At this moment, not just Su Chen, but most of the new students were holding their heads in pain, staring at the text messages appearing on their phones. Who understands that after a semester, 5 thick books were covered? This is going to be a disaster. Su Chen lay back on his bed, looking at the leisurely drifting clouds outside the window, feeling that letting time pass slowly wasn't so bad. But reality wouldn't allow Su Chen to slack off. Besides the upcoming cultural subject assessment, he also had the summoning stone pink in his hand, which meant he had to consider his future career path. If he wanted to weaponize the pink items at LV40, he had to think about the equipment level issue for LV50, which required the system reward of equipment upgrade tokens as support. After all, it didn't seem right for a rare pink item to only be at level 10. This also led to a large number of gem resources, and with the academy points Su Chen currently held, it might not be enough to fulfill his ambitions. Because Su Chen planned to achieve all purple gear during the LV40 to LV59 phase after mastering the pink items. This would be the stage where his strength would grow the fastest. He had to strive for perfection. Now, with the support of the little donkey and the blue star will drop rate, the benefits of farming dungeons should be maximized. But to gather all the LV40 purple gear in advance, those attribute leaping monsters are a hassle. Sigh. Su Chen felt his head was about to explode. With a pile of things to do in his hands, he didn't even know which to tackle first. Moreover, he thought of the Mage Mutual Aid Association in his hometown, the force that had tried to kill him by hiring assassins. With the holidays approaching, he couldn't just stay in the academy dormitory all the time, could he? If his strength was sufficient, Su Chen would definitely seek revenge for what happened back then. It made him feel like he had no home to return to, and he had never swallowed that anger. Ding! At that moment, his phone vibrated, and looking at the message, Su Chen raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Academic Affairs Building. It was still the same room where he had processed his enrollment. Su Chen gently knocked on the door, and after a response from inside, he pushed the door open. Mu Jin sat behind the desk, pointed to the chair in front, and smiled at Su Chen. Sit down, I heard. You recently went to the Dark Ancient Domain? It seems you gained quite a lot, even reaching LV35, very impressive. Su Chen was a bit surprised. Seeing through his level wasn't a big deal. After all, old Mu was a 100-level powerhouse who mastered divine skills. In other words, he was a celestial. But how did the news about his time in the Dark Ancient Domain get out? Could it be that the intelligence network of the Divine Martial Academy had become this powerful? Su Chen was puzzled, but old Mu didn't explain much to him and instead said, "The Academy exchange meeting is coming up soon. Do you have any preparations on your side? We plan to hold this grand event at the end of the semester, collaborating with several top-tier academies. In the past, during the new student phase, the Divine Martial Academy was always the one getting bullied. Now that your team is among the new students, it shouldn't be a problem dealing with those ordinary practitioners without the Shenkuan lock, right?" Su Chen shook his head. His strength was no longer comparable to that of his peers. The only ones who could pose a threat to him, apart from high-level practitioners, were probably those Lord-level bosses, and only ordinary professionals in the first year. It's not that Su Chen looks down on them. With his current defense and vitality, combined with vitality like a dragon, they wouldn't be able to defeat him even if they attacked for a year. Moreover, what kind of experts could possibly come from a small academic exchange? Don't worry, old Mu. If any students from other academies dare to come and kick the door, I guarantee they won't leave unscathed. Those who have blocked the gate of my Divine Martial Academy in previous years, once the exams are over, I will visit them one by one to learn about their prowess. If that's the case, I might not be here at the academy, but rest assured, old Mu, there are still 2 experts in the team, both legendary professionals. With them here, no one can flaunt their power. Su Chen appeared extremely confident, even bordering on arrogance. But Mu Jin, who had been paying close attention to him, naturally knew that this little guy was not exaggerating. He was absolutely guaranteed in terms of strength. However, the reason I called you here today is not solely for this matter. Mu Jin handed a document to Su Chen with a smile. The Divine Martial Academy is the most powerful academy in the Empire, having produced countless high-level and even top-tier professionals. Talents gather here, and everyone wants to be the trendsetter of the era. But there are also differences. Among geniuses, the most ordinary are the rare professionals. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are the geniuses of various regions, the hope for their family's rise. Every year, there are at least 8 or 9,000 rare professionals joining the academy, and here, they are the most ordinary students. In the face of stronger geniuses, their brilliance is overshadowed, and their pride is completely polished away. The Divine Dragon Empire is so vast and only about 100 legendary professionals emerge each year. These people can be considered prodigies wherever they go, but compared to the outstanding ones, they still fall a bit short. Mu Jin looked directly at Su Chen, his tone serious. In terms of strength, skills, equipment, opportunities, or foundation, they all fall short. Outstanding ones, barring any accidents with their development trajectory, will surely master divine skills in the future, and not just one. For this reason, the Academy has a special training method for the outstanding ones. Whether it's resource provision or other aspects, it far exceeds that of ordinary students. Now, after unanimous discussion among the Academy's higher-ups, you are tentatively designated as a candidate for the outstanding ones. Once the exams are over, you will follow me. Only by passing the trial for the outstanding ones can you truly be called an outstanding one, and not just something we say casually. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the document to read. What was written on it was much more detailed than what old Mu had casually mentioned, especially regarding the benefits, which were treasures that required special permissions to exchange. Just like the cultivation fruit that Su Chen used, it was one of the most ordinary consumable resources. Just right, as he needed to accumulate a large amount of resources to become an outstanding one, it suited him perfectly. After returning from Elder Mu's place, Su Chen didn't rush to Wanben Pavilion. First, he needed to prepare for his review, and second, he needed to explain the current situation to a few members of his team. This included the matter of the prodigies and the upcoming Academy exchange meeting. The latter was the main focus. Just thinking about the countless exam questions he needed to review in the next few days made Su Chen's head spin. Feeling frustrated, he naturally needed to vent his anger. The Academy exchange meeting was a great platform for that. He could fairly, justly, and openly teach a lesson to the other Academy's geniuses, which would help relieve some of his pent-up frustration. At that time, Su Chen planned to block the entrance of each academy for a day, and whoever dared to come out would be beaten. If any upperclassman dared to intervene, he wouldn't hold back either. With these thoughts in mind, Su Chen had already arrived at the Academy's library. Having been at the Divine Martial Academy for almost an entire semester, this was only his second visit to this place. The first time was when he wandered around the campus after enrolling. The library was vast, a gigantic building formed by the union of 4 super skyscrapers. Inside, there were countless resources, including but not limited to upgrade resource introductions, dungeon statistics, skill combinations, and various semi-confidential information about otherworldly explorations. However, Su Chen wasn't interested in any of that, he just wanted a quiet place to read. When he arrived at the self-study room, he found it already packed with people. They were all first-year students like him, seizing the opportunity to review. As for the upperclassmen, they had fewer courses and had completed their exams a month ago. With no other choice, Su Chen had to search floor by floor. He didn't ask for much, just a place to sit. But unexpectedly, he searched through 8 floors before finally finding a secluded and quiet corner. Unfortunately, this spot was right next to the restroom. The smell was hard to describe. Su Chen ignored it. In fact, the stench of the dark ancient domain was even worse, filled with decay and a chilling atmosphere. After spending a long time in that environment, Su Chen felt his nose had evolved significantly, greatly increasing his resistance to sensitive and irritating smells. When he placed 5 thick books in front of him and prepared to study seriously, he suddenly realized, damn it, did the teacher even highlight the key points? Su Chen felt a bit frantic, thinking that fighting a boss was not this exhausting, but what made him even more desperate was what came next. After contacting class monitor Li Yi, he painfully learned that there were no key points for the exam, because the entire book was basically key points. After receiving this devastating news, Su Chen could only grit his teeth and dive into his studies. But the more he reviewed, the more lost he felt. Aside from the knowledge points from the first 2 months that he could barely grasp, everything else felt like reading a foreign language. Before long, he entered a state of questioning who he was, where he was, and what he was supposed to do. It wasn't until a day had passed and Jihao and the others came looking for him that Su Chen finally lifted his head from the heavy books. Seeing Su Chen's dazed expression, Su Lingyun couldn't help but chuckle softly. As a mage, her mental strength was naturally much stronger than Su Chen's, so she faced little pressure in reviewing what the professor had taught. It was just a matter of putting in some effort. The others in the team were the same. Even Xiongyu Wanzhang, a druid with a balanced development, found reviewing easier than Su Chen. The top student who had dominated the rankings for 3 consecutive years was now being dragged away from the library by Jihao and the others. Yes, literally dragged away. Su Chen felt his head buzzing, and everything in front of him appeared as double images. Even walking made his legs feel weak. This amused Jihao and the others greatly, and it wasn't until dinner that Su Chen managed to regain some of his spirits. Everyone, in a while, we will jointly hold an academy exchange meeting with several top-tier academies. At that time, I will most likely not be around. Elder Mu has asked us to uphold the reputation of the Divine Martial Academy, so everyone must not drop the ball. Shon Yuanjiang waved his hand upon hearing this and didn't ask Su Chen what he was going to do, only assuring him to go with peace of mind. They would guard this place. Who dared to defy? They would taste the power of his mighty python bow. Su Lingyun also wore a smile, feeling no pressure at all. Having spent a long time with Su Chen, they had experienced many extraordinary journeys that most professionals would never encounter in their lifetime. The top-notch equipment they had gained was astonishing. Plus, with their LV6 enhancement skills, if they couldn't defeat ordinary professionals of the same age, they might as well go home and slack off. Everyone brushed off the matter, but Lu Mingcheng asked a question that no one had cared about. By the way, what are you all planning to do during the holiday? Continue leveling up or what? Ji Hao glanced at him, looking at him as if he were a fool. What, do you want to keep leveling up forever? It seems like not exhausting you into a fool before was a waste. Shut up, I'm talking serious business. Lu Mingcheng laughed and scolded. That's why I say you're stupid. 2 months of holiday, it's impossible to just relax all the time. Everyone will go home for the new year, spend time with family, and come back to level up together after the holiday. Work and rest combined. Ji Hao said exactly what Su Chen was thinking, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Exactly, after a tiring semester, everyone needs to relax a bit. It's not good to be tense all the time. Although the new year wasn't particularly necessary for Su Chen, everyone had different living environments and their expectations naturally varied. Moreover, it wasn't a big deal. After a little discussion, they reached a conclusion. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was January 28th. The cultural course assessment began. It lasted a total of 5 days, 1 subject per day. After a long period of preparation, Su Chen arrived at the examination room with a bit of anxiety. Professionals had excellent eyesight, and to prevent cheating, there was a distance of 2 meters between adjacent candidates. Moreover, there were frosted partitions set up in front of each desk. As for cheating methods like using small notes, as a teacher of the Divine Martial Academy, their strength was extraordinary. It was just a simple invigilation. The mental energy spread throughout the examination room, watching who dared to cheat. Bang! 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 The bell rang, and the invigilating teacher handed out the papers, looking at the exam paper that was almost half a finger thick when folded. At that moment, Su Chen's mind went into a state of crash. No, I studied for so long to avoid failing the exam. You throw out so many questions, are you trying to kill me? There was no choice, even though he felt frustrated. Su Chen could only grit his teeth and answer the questions one by one. Then he realized that his answering speed was unusually fast. Because, question, what is the most universally threatening creature below LV40 on the planet Irjuo? No way. Pass. Question, outside Tiandu City, what are the long-term stable dungeons that can be explored below LV40? Please list at least 5 examples. Answer, derivatives of the spirit monster tribe, Flamingo Dynasty. Damn, pass. Looking at the impeccably neat exam papers on the table, Su Chen fell into silence. After so many days of review, he thought he would see some results, but he realized he had underestimated the situation. Each question was crafted just right, touching on knowledge points he had happened to see but hadn't memorized. Countless answers flashed through Su Chen's mind, but when the tip of his pen touched the paper, he couldn't write even a single word because, what the hell was the correct answer? Su Chen scratched his head, a slight sweat forming on his forehead. When he looked up and scanned the room, he didn't see the scene he had hoped for. Most students appeared relaxed, as if the teacher had gone easy on them and the exam was a piece of cake. Although he couldn't see what they were writing, the continuous sound of pens scratching paper around him made Su Chen feel a twinge of doubt. Could it be that the exam papers were different? Maybe mine is harder? Meanwhile, the invigilating teacher patrolled the exam room, able to spot anyone with a little movement at a glance, especially Su Chen, who looked like he was scratching his ears and cheeks, making him seem like a troublemaker. He wasn't low in rank, but he seemed like a second-year student who had dropped down to the first year, a rookie. Although Su Chen had a great reputation in the academy, it didn't mean everyone knew him, especially in terms of appearance. Aside from students in his year, he rarely showed up in the teachers' circles. Most only knew that there was such a person in the first year, with decent talent, who had broken many records. That was all. The invigilating teacher was no different, mistaking Su Chen for a muscle-bound fool who only knew how to level up while having a brain full of mush. He stared at him all day. From the start of the exam in the morning to its end in the afternoon, his gaze never left Su Chen for a moment. Even his intuition was locked onto him. This made Su Chen feel exceptionally stifled, his face turning beet red. How could he, the top freshman, be subjected to such strict scrutiny during an exam, as if they were afraid he would cheat? Fine. Originally a 6-hour exam, Su Chen stopped after less than half an hour. For the remaining time, he silently composed a narrative about the invigilating teacher in his mind. During this time, he tried to submit his paper early, but the teacher just glanced at it and said flatly, "You can submit early, but only if you don't fail. You look decent, but why is your brain like mush? Go back. As soon as he finished speaking, the exam room erupted in laughter. They really didn't expect that the usually imposing Su Chen, who had broken countless records, would actually be at the bottom in a cultural exam? Looking at Su Chen's face, which had turned a deep purple, they whispered to each other, exchanging knowing glances. Thus, under the laughter of the entire exam room and the teacher's teasing encouragement, Su Chen successfully dragged it out until the end of the exam. At this moment, in the hallway outside, Ji Hao and the others looked at Su Chen, whose face was as dark as a pot bottom, and not only did they not hold back, but they laughed even louder than the other candidates, especially Ji Hao, who was almost in tears. They had submitted their papers early and waited outside Su Chen's exam room, thinking that even if this guy hadn't reviewed well, passing should still be no problem. But who would have thought, not only would he not pass, he couldn't even get out of the exam room. This left Ji Hao dumbfounded with laughter. Goodness, really good. The top freshman, on the very first day of the exam, actually failed? This is big news. In fact, before Ji Hao and the others could spread the word, the Academy forum already had someone involved coming forward to share their account. They detailed the entire process of Su Chen going from calm to gradually red-faced and finally to completely exploding. The description was extremely detailed, and onlookers gathered around, making a huge contribution to getting the topic trending early. Come on, where exactly did the posters sit to see this so clearly? I feel like it was Su Chen's left front desk, because I sat behind him and saw it clearly. That guy kept looking back. I'm dying of laughter. The top freshman actually can't even pass the exam. It's simply outrageous. I can testify, everything the poster said is true. Everyone please look, image.jpg. Above is a picture of Su Chen scratching his head, his face crazily flushed, red enough to make one wonder if he had boiled a pot of water in his head. How is there even white smoke coming out of his head? But how could anyone bring a phone into the exam room? Well, those who understand. News about Su Chen failing the exam quickly spread like wildfire on the forum, and before long, even Su Chen himself saw this post. One comment nearly broke Su Chen's defenses. Blind guess, Su Chen failed all 5 subjects because today's beginner dungeon detailed explanation is the easiest subject. Below, there was a highly upvoted follow-up comment. Feel the pain of the world. I'm in pain, damn it. Su Chen was so angry he cursed out loud. He had studied so hard for so long, and it turned out all the knowledge had gone to the dogs? However, the facts proved otherwise. The eyes of the masses are sharp. A highly upvoted answer must have its reasons, and in the following 4 days, Su Chen experienced what it meant to be a poor student. Each subject was harder than the last, and each had more questions than the previous one. It was simply unbearable. Su Chen sometimes couldn't help but wonder if the teacher who set the questions was deliberately targeting him. Did they not want to see him do well? What embarrassed him even more was that on the 3rd day during the exam for Secret Realm Analysis Guide, he ran into 2 familiar faces. They were all his high school classmates, Yun Qi and Lin Luo, especially the latter, who felt so pleased to see Su Chen's current miserable state. Although the conflict between him and Su Chen had long been resolved with time and those 2,000 heavily tilt stones, seeing the other party in distress still made him unable to resist clapping in delight. When handing in the paper, he even laughed loudly as he passed by Su Chen, waving the densely written exam paper in his hand. This left Su Chen dumbfounded. When did Lin Luo become better at studying than me? Looking at the still pristine exam paper, Su Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This is unscientific. 5 days of exams ended. Su Chen didn't even know how he managed to get through. His classmates looked at him with strange expressions, trying to hold back their laughter. Whenever Su Chen walked away, bursts of suppressed laughter would follow behind him. Su Chen's breathing became incredibly heavy, his fists clenched, wishing he could just punch someone. But thinking of the serious consequences of fighting in the academy, Su Chen forced himself to suppress his anger and headed straight for the academic affairs building. He should go find old Mu now for that so-called genius assessment. Su Chen wanted to see what was really going on. It was all so mysterious, and he hadn't said much to him at the time, which made him all the more curious. Is Shui Tianjiao really called Shui Tianjiao? Unintentionally, Su Chen thought of this question. Although the name engraved on the record board in the instance was indeed the 3 characters of Shui Tianjiao, he always felt that this was not the person's real name. Rather, it was a title of respect for a genius. Arriving at old Mu's side, seeing the knowing smile on the other's face, Su Chen's face immediately flushed. Because at that moment, old Mu was holding 5 pristine white test papers. Oh no! There were also some answers that Su Chen had racked his brain to write down, which were likely incorrect. Hee, I didn't expect that the first time we meet today, you would give me such a big gift. Looking at the dismal test papers, old Mu laughed. Do you know that I've been laughed at by a bunch of old geezers recently, saying that I brought in an illiterate? Does that make sense? Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly. The old geezers old Mu referred to were naturally the higher-ups of the academy. Those who had also reached level 100 and were likely to master divine skills. Although calling someone illiterate was a bit excessive, Su Chen naturally understood the implication behind old Mu's words. Rest assured, this time the genius trial will definitely help you vent your anger. I will make sure that no one dares to embarrass you. Su Chen's tone was full of confidence, as if the trial posed no difficulty for him. Likewise, he didn't take to heart the words of those old geezers. Ridiculous. He now mastered for SSS level skills and wore top-notch equipment. If he couldn't clear the genius trial, he might as well change careers to brick moving. Who knew? A hearty laugh suddenly erupted from behind him, startling Su Chen. He quickly turned around and found several elderly men with white beards and thin frames had appeared behind him without him noticing. Given how silently they had appeared, and even in front of old Mu, their laughter showed no restraint. Su Chen could guess that these were likely the old geezers old Mu had mentioned earlier. Cold sweat broke out on Su Chen's forehead as his mind raced. He wondered if he had said anything offensive just now. For a moment his CPU overloaded and his face began to redden again. Kid, quite the bravado. An old man patted Su Chen's shoulder and laughed heartily while stroking his beard. This old man looked frail and weak, like someone who couldn't even beat a child. But the strength in his hand was considerable. The slap on Su Chen's shoulder hurt, almost knocking his protective light shield out. Su Chen gasped, feeling a rapid itch in his arm, a prickly heat sensation. Damn! It's swollen. Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the old man in front of him, thinking, what a monster. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. The last one who dared to comment like this on the genius trial has grass 3 meters high on their grave. Kid, are you very confident? At this moment, another old man in red interjected. Although he wore a smile, his tone was icy cold, evoking an involuntary sense of alienation. Su Chen felt a bit frustrated. Casual boasting shouldn't count. Unfortunately, having made a bold claim in front of old Mu, he couldn't lose face. Su Chen had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, not at all. I just thought, since I'm already prepared to challenge, it's better to be confident than to shrink back. At least I can fully showcase my strength. Moreover, old Mu asked me to take on the genius trial, so she must have her reasons. I naturally trust her judgment. By the end, Su Chen subtly boasted about himself. But everyone present was seasoned, and such tricks were hardly concealed from them. Naturally, another round of laughter erupted. Su Chen, while I believe you can earn the title of genius, you must remember that the genius trial is not like other instances. Dying in the trial means you are truly dead. After the laughter, old Mu reminded him, moreover, the situation there is complex, and many otherworldly beings will appear. According to their terminology, this is actually a trial for the strong, a slaughterfest prepared for powerful beings. The more challenges you overcome inside, the longer you persist, the more benefits you will naturally gain. Follow me. With that, old Mu stood up, and the old fellows no longer spoke, following behind him. Su Chen, being the weakest and lowest in status present, naturally dared not say a word and could only obediently follow. As they walked deeper into the room, old Mu cast a spell, and a profound spatial passage appeared. Let's go, it's right inside. Old Mu entered first, and the old fellows followed closely behind. Su Chen glanced into the depths of the passage before following. To think he even mastered spatial skills, he truly is not simple. Su Chen sighed inwardly. Mysterious space. Su Chen and the others emerged from the spatial passage. When he saw the surroundings shrouded in thick darkness, with only an ancient tower standing between heaven and earth in the distance, Su Chen felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed like the trial tower from the college entrance examination. However, in terms of scale and the aura it emitted, the previous tower, though vast, was clearly a replica of the one before him. Su Chen thought to himself, and at that moment he heard old Mu say, ahead is the teleportation entrance to the Tianjiao trial. This ancient tower connects countless other worlds and is a marvel of the deep cosmos. Anyone who enters and passes the assessment can receive considerable rewards and be honored with the title of Tianjiao. As far as we know, Tianjiao is divided into 3 ranks, with the first rank being the highest. Since the establishment of the academy, only the old principal has ever achieved the status of a first-rank Tianjiao. Now, traversing the starry sky and exploring the unknown depths of the universe, there are countless level 100 powerhouses who have perished at his hands. It is said that before he left back then, he had mastered 4 divine skills. Su Chen, how much do you think the status of a first-rank Tianjiao held the old principal? 4 divine skills? Su Chen gasped. Mastering 1 divine skill could be called immortal. With a mere gesture, one could destroy a city, just like the Thunderlight King city, which was forcefully erased by Lin Xian using divine skills. Su Chen was shocked for a long time when he first heard the news. And the old principal mastering 4 divine skills, how powerful must he be? What title should he be given? Su Chen took a deep breath, not daring to think further. Could a first-rank Tianjiao really become a monster powerhouse like the old principal? Su Chen didn't believe it, but he could guess that the benefits a first-rank Tianjiao brought to the old principal were definitely not small, otherwise old Mu wouldn't be so concerned. Su-chen, our requirements for you are not high. As long as you reach the second rank of Tianjiao on par with Shui Tianjiao, we will be satisfied. After all, the first rank of Tianjiao is too far removed from us ordinary people, too illusory. Though the second rank of Tianjiao is also difficult, you have broken many of Shui Tianjiao's records, and your foundation is deeper than hers. If luck is not too bad, there is still hope to reach that level. Old Mu's expectations were very palpable to Su-chen. The previously somewhat murky eyes of the other party had now become incredibly bright. Even the old fellows who had previously laughed at him were now looking at Su-chen with anticipation. He didn't know if Old Mu's earlier words were meant to stimulate him, but a surge of ambition rose within Su-chen. If Shui Tianjiao could do it, why couldn't I? Su-chen. The old principal could, and so can I. Su-chen was never one to be content with being behind, even against a powerhouse who could control 4 divine skills. He had the courage to see him as a rival on the path of Tianjiao. The first rank of Tianjiao, I, Su, am determined to achieve. Old Mu, I won't say too much. As long as I can exert my strength normally, reaching the level of Shui Tianjiao shouldn't be too difficult. In fact, even a top-tier genius isn't out of reach. Although Su-chen was confident that he was invincible among his peers, he still chose to be modest. However, to Old Mu and the others, this sounded very arrogant. A top-tier genius, what kind of existence was that? Even the old principal had to endure various hardships to barely become what was called a top-tier genius. The benefits gained from the ancient tower were enough to change his life. Don't aim too high. Just focus on what you can achieve. Although Old Mu believed in Su-chen's strength, he still advised him, if you're not sure, then give up. The title of genius is just an embellishment for you. If you really miss it, then so be it. Go on, we can only accompany you this far. After saying this, Old Mu waved his hand, and a gentle breeze enveloped Su-chen, sending him to the foot of the ancient tower. Looking at the hopeful expressions of the academy's higher-ups in the distance, he glanced at the towering ancient tower. Su-chen felt inexplicably nervous. He took a deep breath, drew the giant sword from his back, and then stepped boldly into the ancient tower. Watching Su-chen disappear from view, the old man in red spoke, can he really make it? Even if it's just a second-tier genius? If he runs into a monster that counters him or encounters a special enemy, there should still be a chance of failure. Mujin pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, Su-chen's strength is quite good. He has previously traversed the dark ancient domain, and with the blessing of the Blue Star Will, his luck shouldn't be too bad. Moreover, it's just a second-tier genius. I have confidence in him. The old man in red sighed. He had only been a third-tier genius in his day and had already reached this level. As the most promising genius of the year, the academy would naturally observe him in secret and provide corresponding evaluations. The final result was that the academy's higher-ups unanimously believed that Su-chen was likely to reach the second-tier genius level, and there was even a chance he could obtain the title of a top-tier genius. This was why Old Mu and the other high-ranking officials personally accompanied Su-chen to the trial site. If he could truly become a second-tier genius, based on past patterns, Su-chen was very likely to reach the realm of immortals before graduation. He would have more time to strive for higher and broader realms. Buzz. The moment he stepped into the ancient tower, Su-chen felt a dizziness in the world around him, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in a special space of emptiness. A buzzing sound echoed in his ears, and a cold, indifferent voice of authority rang out. Blue Star Trialist. Number 18458, welcome to the Origin Genius Battlefield. In countless worlds, geniuses gather to compete for the title of Cosmic Genius. Please choose one of the following 2 methods for your assessment. At this moment, 2 transparent halos, one red and one blue, appeared before Su-chen. The right one emitted an ice-blue glow filled with countless flickering lives, all of whom were professionals under the world's data system. They fought fiercely, standing out from countless competitors. Ultimately, they seized the title of genius. The left side was engulfed in hellfire, where monsters gathered, with thousands, even hundreds of thousands of monsters in every corner. Yet among them, a warrior engulfed in golden flames fought desperately. Su-chen saw that within the hellfire, some managed to repel the monsters and obtain the title of genius. But more perished in the merciless tide of monsters, their faces filled with terror, but more so with unwillingness. What were they unwilling about? Was it the title of genius? Su-chen sensed the information coming from the 2 halos. The right ice-blue halo was named Battle to Become a God. To be recognized as a genius, one must achieve a total of 1,000 victories through countless battles with peers of the same level. But the requirements were very strict. The total number of defeats could not exceed 10. Otherwise, the victory count resets to 0, and you must challenge Invincible Path again, but the accumulated losses for the second attempt cannot exceed 5. The third attempt only allows for 1 chance. No wonder Old Mu and the others said luck is very important, so that's how it is. Seeing the introduction of Invincible Path, Su-chen suddenly realized that for ordinary people, fighting 1,000 battles against enemies of the same level with a win rate of 99% is required to be called a genius. I just don't know what level of genius this belongs to. Suchen looked to his left, where information was also flowing in, and suddenly his brow furrowed as he focused on the Hellfire aura. Because just now, as the information appeared in Suchen's mind, the system actually released a new task. Moreover, this time it was very special. Path of the Genius, task difficulty, task content. On the path of the genius, with corpses strewn everywhere, become the genius of the invincible path, stand at the peak of the same realm, and look down upon all enemies, trampling them underfoot. Task. Reward depends on the genius rank. Tasks ranging from 3 stars to 6 stars is the difficulty set based on different paths and genius ranks. Suchen squinted his eyes, feeling quite surprised by this newly appeared task, which only manifested when he touched Invincible Path. Indeed, the aura of Hellfire burning on the left is truly named Invincible Path. Compared to Path to God of War, Invincible Path is much more difficult, because it tests all aspects of a practitioner's limits. Attack, defense, health, mana, speed, evasion, and a series of attributes will all be part of the assessment for Invincible Path. Each attribute has a corresponding assessment target, just like the scene he saw earlier where a practitioner was surrounded and killed by monsters. That was the dying image of a previous genius who had failed. His defense and endurance were insufficient, and he ultimately fell under the wave-like attacks of the monsters. And this is just one type of assessment. In comparison, Path to God of War is somewhat easier, but the quality of the genius title obtained is also a notch lower. However, the specific differences between the two are not detailed in the information stream. It remains for Suchen to verify himself. And the task given by the system is locked onto Invincible Path, destined for Suchen to miss the chance to compete with those otherworldly geniuses. But just before making his choice, he inexplicably asked, after completing Invincible Path, "Can I still go to Path to God of War?" "Yes," the authoritative voice echoed again. Suchen had no more concerns and walked straight towards the Hellfire. Outside, the ancient tower lit up with blood light the moment Suchen chose Invincible Path, illuminating the entire space brightly. The high-ranking officials of the academy changed their expressions upon seeing this scene and exclaimed in shock. "Invincible Path? How could it be this? Mujin, didn't you tell the kid to choose Path to God of War? It's over. This time it's over. Don't even mention obtaining the genius title, surviving the assessment would be good enough. What on earth is going on?" No one understands Suchen's choice, not even old Mu himself. Although she didn't explain the specifics of the difference to Suchen, with this little guy's intelligence, he should be able to figure it out. Facing the inquiries of his friends, old Mu calmed down and thought, perhaps this is a decision Suchen made after weighing the pros and cons. Everyone need not worry. After observing him for such a long time, I've found that this kid possesses a very powerful life-saving skill. Ordinary boss level monsters can't even get close. Even when facing a flawed lord boss, even if he can't win, he has a way to drag it out until the trial ends. Moreover, since this kid dares to choose, there must be a reason for it. We can just watch quietly. Mu Jin's words calmed everyone's excited emotions. It's no wonder they were so nervous. This was a second-tier prodigy, likely to master at least 2 divine skills in the future. If he were to fall during the prodigy trial, they would regret it for a lifetime. Inside the ancient tower, in the Origin Prodigy battlefield, after entering the Invincible Path, Suchen felt the air around him filled with a bloody aura, and the sky was dyed a dark red. He looked around, countless intense malicious thoughts locked onto him, but Suchen couldn't find where the enemies were. At that moment, he noticed a transparent hourglass appearing in the sky. The golden sand inside was like a bright light dotting the dark red sky. Numbers appeared above: 57, 52, 48. So it's a countdown, but what exactly does the Invincible Path require? While thinking this, Suchen heard that previously authoritative and indifferent voice sound again. Invincible Path survival. Please survive under the siege of 1,000 monsters of the same level. There are 2 ways. To win, kill the monsters, survive for 10 minutes. As the voice fell, all the golden sand in the hourglass disappeared. Roar! Ah! Ugh! Countless harsh and unpleasant roars came from all directions, and the dense malicious thoughts locked onto Suchen, as if they wanted to tear him apart completely. A light circle descended from the sky, enveloping a 3-kilometer radius around Suchen, forming a completely enclosed battlefield. Suchen now understood why surviving for 10 minutes was one of the conditions for passing. It turned out there was no way to escape, aside from those with extremely fast speed or strong defense. Other practitioners had only one path to take. That was to kill 1,000 monsters. Suchen glanced at the attributes of the monsters rushing towards him and finding them to be just ordinary life panels felt no surprise. Blood Fighter, ordinary. LV35, health 24,500/24,500. Although killing these ordinary monsters was no different from killing chickens for practitioners, a quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. Moreover, in such a confined space, monsters surrounded him from all sides. The time left for practitioners to fight was tighter, and it tested their strength even more. However, this level of danger was nothing more than a tickle for Su Chen. These warriors, formed from coagulated blood, roared as they charged at Su Chen with various weapons. Su Chen smiled slightly, unhurriedly raising his heavy sword, and a cloud of blood mist erupted around him, enveloping his entire body, revealing only his two scarlet, glowing eyes. He mounted his little donkey and charged forward with a speed and dominance greater than those blood fighters. His whole person transformed into a blood-red lightning bolt, rushing towards the army of warriors. With a horizontal slash, the long sword light swept across, and those blood fighters who were hit were instantly obliterated, turning into pitiful ice shards that scattered in the air. Boom! Minus 366,086. Minus 368,351. Minus 364,716. Minus 367,177. Minus 370,004. 366,948. A flash of gold passed by. To deal with these ordinary little monsters, Su Chen unleashed a terrifying damage of 360,000. Even with 10 lives, he could kill them in rounds. But these blood fighters were different from other monsters. They were like emotionless killing machines, and even when their companions were slaughtered in droves, it did not change their determination to kill Su Chen. Soon, the charging warriors surrounded Su Chen tightly, raising their weapons, wanting to take him down in one blow. Su Chen's sudden burst of power did not mean his sustained combat ability was poor. Even without using the trick of baiting, these little monsters couldn't get close to him. Countless sword lights flashed, bringing with them pieces of sky-blue ice shards, slaughtering the blood fighters' lives as if harvesting wheat. Successfully killed blood fighter, normal, experience plus 180. Additional reward experience plus 18 from cultivation fruit. Successfully killed blood fighter, normal, experience plus 180. Additional reward experience plus 18 from cultivation fruit. Successfully killed blood fighter, normal, experience plus 180. Additional reward experience plus 18 from cultivation fruit. The sound of experience notifications rang in Su Chen's ears. Although killing enemies was quite easy, the reward experience was indeed too little. It hardly stirred any fighting spirit in Su Chen. Compared to team grinding, the efficiency was simply several times lower. Fortunately, 1,000 LV-35 monsters still contributed some experience to him, which was better than nothing. For other professionals, the survival assessment, which required exhausting all their efforts to clear, was like a joke in front of Su Chen. It was utterly unthreatening. Without much effort, Su Chen simply kept unleashing sword lights, wiping out this group of little monsters completely. He didn't even catch his breath. When the last blood fighter died, the hourglass in the sky began to turn again. Inside, it had unknowingly filled with golden fine sand. 59, 55, 48. At the same moment the countdown appeared, a milky white light group suddenly materialized, flowing into Su Chen's brow. Then a layer of white light began to burst from his body, with a gentle power caressing him, silently restoring Su Chen's state. Even though Su Chen hadn't lost even a bit of health, just from the feeling, this healing white light seemed to be quite effective. Path of invincibility damage. Please kill the boss. Under specific circumstances within the time limit to prevent a tragedy, a dignified voice echoed, and Su Chen felt the world shift. A tall but extremely dilapidated city appeared, with countless human beings on the city walls roaring, their skills crashing toward the boss like waves. The boss was a gigantic python that blocked the sky, its massive body resembling a mountain, and at this moment it was left with only a sliver of health, madly charging toward the city. It wanted to use the last bit of strength in its body to kill these damned humans. One tall young man pulling a long bow caught Su Chen's attention. He thought this person would be the key to this assessment. But who would have thought this was just a pretty face with no real use? The attacks were pitifully few, just over 20,000. The damage dealt to the giant python was more laughable than a tickle. Boom! The giant python burned through its last bit of health, and in the despairing gazes of the crowd, it suddenly charged toward the city wall. It smashed a large hole in it, and then its body exploded, turning into countless poisonous waters that splashed into every corner of the city. The poison disaster had arrived. Will a toxic disaster descend if I fail the assessment? When the image disappeared and reappeared, Su Chen found himself replacing the previous longbow practitioner standing atop the city wall. Looking at the enormous python in the distance, Su Chen felt a surge of interest. The last stage was a comprehensive test, and Su Chen had barely exerted himself before he wiped out that group of blood fighters completely. This time, it was purely a test of explosive power. He needed to kill the opponent before the giant python broke through the city wall and poisoned the entire city to pass the assessment. But if he accidentally let the boss kill him? Su Chen shook his head. The previous practitioner had already paid the price with his life. There was no need for him to investigate further. He just needed To do well in the current task, Dragon Elephant Python Lord Level Boss LV35 Health 255000/22-421-000. As expected, a boss of this size is generally only reached by Lord level creatures. Still 200,000 health left? The Dragon Elephant Python exuded an overwhelming might. Even with just a sliver of health remaining, it still gave off a tremendous sense of pressure. Many guards on the city wall were so intimidated that they couldn't move. Suchen didn't know if this was due to the trial environment, but it wasn't a big problem for him. Perhaps an ordinary practitioner would take a considerable amount of time to whittle down the Lord level boss's 200,000 health. There might even be situations where the burst damage couldn't keep up with the opponent's healing speed. But facing the domineering aura of the Dragon Elephant Python, which crushed everything in its path, Suchen simply tightened his grip on the giant sword. Then, he pushed off the ground with force and leaped off the city wall. The giant sword, carrying a seductive purple glow, aimed for the boss's most vulnerable eyes. Under normal circumstances, with the powerful intelligence of a Lord-level boss, it would definitely be able to dodge this strike. But it had already fallen into madness, wanting to crush everything in front of it, including this ant that had jumped over, unaware of its own death. No! Run! You're no match for it! The soldiers on the city wall gasped as they saw Suchen soaring down towards the boss. They all exclaimed in shock. Even their attacks paused for a moment. What did this rookie want to do? Was he throwing his life away? From their perspective, Suchen was just a complete rookie who had just stepped onto the battlefield. It was already impressive that he could keep his hands steady during the fight, but what was he doing now? Huang Ming just said he wanted to kill the python to avenge his parents. I thought he was just talking big because he was so timid, but I didn't expect. Sigh, another life is about to be lost. Fortunately, the python is almost dead. It won't be in vain. For so many of us. So impulsive. Suchen didn't know what others were saying about him. At this moment, he had already reached the top of the python's head. The giant sword plunged down like a hammer from the sky, piercing the boss's eyeball, and the terrifying pressure caused the eyeball to burst, spewing out countless strange liquids. It splattered all over Suchen. Then, a burst of golden light exploded above the boss's head, making the guards in the distance widen their eyes. What is this? Bang! A piercing sound of ice exploding rang out, and the giant python's eyeball was enveloped in terrifying ice crystals, forming a massive ice ball. Then, with a bang, it shattered. A horrifying damage number appeared above its head. Boom! Minus 259,999. Even when facing a true Lord-level boss, Suchen could unleash such terrifying damage in an instant. He directly subdued this ferocious giant python on the spot. It began to emanate cold air, forming shards of ice, and with a gust of wind, the already frozen python scattered like dust across the battlefield. The ice blue mist looked particularly dazzling at this moment. Kill, the Dragon Elephant Python has been killed? Did I see that wrong? Where did such a huge python go just now? We won? Ha 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 ha, we won. This damned guy finally got his comeuppance. Ha ha ha. At the moment the Dragon Elephant Python died, an overwhelming cheer erupted from the city walls. Some young soldiers threw their weapons to the ground and began to wail loudly. The tension that had been taut finally relaxed, and the immense pressure dissipated with their cries as they looked at the blood-red figure outside the city, wielding a giant sword. Gratitude welled up on their faces. But Suchen paid no attention to them. Perhaps they had truly existed at one time and had indeed encountered the Dragon Elephant Python's attack on some day. However, their appearance here, as part of the trial of the invincible path, was enough to explain everything. At the moment the Dragon Elephant Python died, a system notification sounded in Suchen's ears. Experience for killing a Lord-level boss has been credited. However, since this was a super-nerfed version, and Suchen had only contributed a tiny portion of the damage, the experience gained was not much. Moreover, the boss did not emit a healing aura, making it essentially a hollow monster with the strength of a Lord-level boss but lacking any means of survival. A bit of experience was good enough. As for equipment, Suchen dared not hope for too much. Outside, when Suchen killed the boss, the ancient tower shimmered with a blood-red light. This brought a hint of excitement to the faces of Elder Mu and the others. I can't believe he passed the second stage so easily. Ha. If I remember correctly, this stage tests damage. Although little Suchen is a shield warrior, his damage is ridiculously high for his level. Such performance is only to be expected. Someone laughed and said, if that's the case, little Suchen should have no problem with the health and defense tests either. The red-clad elder, who had previously spoken harshly to Suchen, clapped his hands repeatedly, his laughter echoing all around. Then the only remaining tests are the magic damage and speed tests. I remember little Suchen has a donkey by his side, which should be a mount. With a mount, these two tests should also be fine. Ha. The higher-ups of the academies, who had been somewhat worried, now felt optimistic about the subsequent tests as they saw Suchen swiftly pass 2 stages. If he could pass the invincible path, even if he only obtained the lowest level 3rd-tier genius title, its quality would rival that of the 2nd-tier genius title from Battle to God. Because the invincible path represents balance, practitioners who pass it based on their own strength have almost no weaknesses. For practitioners of the same tier to defeat him would be a pipe dream. His combat power was enough to overshadow all the geniuses of the same era. The potential he possessed was such that one could easily see his bright future. Don't be too optimistic, the test isn't over yet. Don't forget there's still the magic damage test. It's not too late to laugh after Suchen gets the genius title. Though he said this, Mu Jin was smiling even more happily than these old fellows, just not as ostentatiously. Invincible path vitality resists the 10 attacks of the undead flames. Surviving is considered a pass. Some equipment has been disabled, **** when the hourglass's countdown ended, Suchen found 10 oddly shaped beings appearing before him. They had transparent bodies floating in the air like spirits surrounded by eerie black flames. Just a glance made Suchen feel a threat far more formidable than the blood fighters he had faced earlier. Although this level of threat was nothing to him, it was still quite rare. Suchen began to probe the attributes of these beings, only to make an unexpected discovery. Undead Flame Elite Fixed LV 35 Vitality 113,750/113,750. The word fixed reminded Suchen of a special group of monsters he had unintentionally learned about before. Or rather, a damage mechanism. That is, fixed damage, which can deal a set amount of damage regardless of defense. This ability resembled certain rule-based attacks. For fragile classes, it was inconsequential. They were even more willing to encounter these creatures because other minor monsters might deal even higher damage. But this was a nightmare for frontline tank classes. Every strike would cut into their arteries, and they couldn't defend against it unless a priest healed them. Otherwise, ordinary players would turn and flee upon seeing these beings, not even bothering to take a second look. And what Suchen encountered was an elite monster with fixed damage. He wanted to test whether his SSS level shield counterattack took priority over this fixed damage. Raising his left arm, he discovered that his shield was actually missing. Recalling the rule prompt, Suchen suddenly realized, chuckling and shaking his head, waiting for the so-called undead flames to strike. Wasn't this just about taking hits? He was already used to it. No big deal when the first undead flame surged with black fire, unleashing a pillar of flame that completely enveloped him. Suchen's expression finally changed slightly, because this damage seemed a bit high. -1,500. Immediately after, the second and third undead flames launched their attacks, followed by a series of flame pillars directed at Suchen. The flames scorched his body, and the blood on him began to boil. Blood mist evaporated, creating an incredibly eerie scene. -1,500. -1,500. -1,500. The 10 undead flames dealt a total of 15,000 points of damage to Suchen, marking the highest damage he had ever taken from an elite monster of the same level. Unfortunately, this was not the legendary true damage. It was completely absorbed by innate unmoving king and shortly after restored by vitality like a dragon ****. In just a few seconds, the undead flames that could take the life of an ordinary player had no effect on Suchen at all. Even without using shield counterattack ***, it was the same. Third level cleared. The recovery skill fell upon Suchen, and the golden sand within the hourglass began to flow away. Once more, a dignified and indifferent voice began to explain the content of the 4th level's assessment. Invincible path defense. Please resist the 10 attacks of the Blood Fighter clan. Surviving is considered a pass. If your constitution attribute is lower than the opponent's strength/magic attribute by February 3rd, you will suffer critical damage ranging from 2 to 10 times ***. Once again, 10 monsters appeared, identical to the previous Blood Fighters, composed entirely of blood. However, their weapons were bizarre and varied, including swords, daggers, staves, bows, spirit language books, and even crystal balls and formation compasses. They represented attacks from different fields, different attributes, and even different affinities. If Suchen's defense was slightly lower, these beings, which seemed as easy to deal with as the Blood Fighters, would unleash terrifying power that could leave him speechless, because they were enveloped in a layer of mysterious aura, which seemed to be the key to unleashing 2 to 10 times the damage. If luck was not on his side and he suffered a 10-fold critical hit, even a deity would be unable to save him. Fortunately, Suchen's overall attributes are stacked to the highest in terms of physique, and his defense is also invincible. Therefore, none of these flashy members of the Blood Duel clan can trigger so-called critical damage. The skills hitting Suchen are merely ineffective. There is simply no difficulty at all. If other prodigies currently challenging the invincible path heard this, they would definitely be so furious that they could spit smoke from Suchen's ancestral grave. although Su-chen himself doesn't even know if he has an ancestral grave. These two assessments are precisely aligned with Su-chen's strongest points, so there is indeed no difficulty. But then, what the authoritative voice said made him feel a bit of pressure. Invincible Path Mana. Please channel your mana to the city defense formation to help the practitioners of Mingxin City repel the enemies. The scene shifted again, and Su-chen found himself in a quiet room with 100 people, all practitioners, regardless of their profession, warriors, knights, or mages. They all sat on cushions, placing their hands on the crystal ball floating in front of them. Intense mana fluctuations surged in the quiet room, eventually flowing into the massive crystal ball at the center. Is it just channeling mana? Su-chen felt a bit worried. Compared to his super high vitality, he actually had very little mana. Most of it was added by the bound purple gear. He had almost no equipment with inherent spiritual power attributes. Until now, he only had 4,634 points of mana. Su-chen took a breath and imitated the others by placing his hand on the crystal ball, feeling the gentle pull coming from it, not strong. But during this time, Su-chen sat down a bit anxiously. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. Due to certain special reasons, almost all of Su-chen's skills had no consumption. Even the occasionally used sword chi slash and triple strike were those with minimal consumption. Over time, he had almost forgotten that the effect of vitality like a dragon was the recovery of both vitality and mana. Although the trigger condition for vitality like a dragon is a decrease in vitality rather than mana. However, due to furious blood shadow, Su-chen was constantly in a low health state. This allowed Su-chen to continuously enjoy the recovery effect brought by vitality like a dragon. His mana was overflowing and simply could not be used up. The slight pull from the crystal ball made Su-chen unconsciously circulate his mana throughout his body, then expel it outward, sending it into the crystal ball. To be honest, this process was quite comfortable. Before long, Su-chen actually fell asleep sitting on the cushion. However, what Su-chen did not see was that the other practitioners sitting next to him, as time passed, all turned pale, looking weak and exhausted. It was as if they had been drained dry. Even worse, some, due to their relentless persistence, attempted to pass the mana assessment. Without stopping in time, they were actually backlashed by the crystal ball, spitting blood on the spot. If Su-chen had remained awake, he would have definitely noticed that all the practitioners in this quiet room were actually prodigies from other life planets. 40 minutes later, Su-chen opened his hazy eyes and found that the once crowded quiet room now had only a few people left. One by one, they were enveloped in white light and disappeared in an instant. Su-chen was not surprised by this. In his view, these people must have been unable to withstand the continuous output of magical power and were transported outside by the formation here. But himself, Su-chen glanced at the crystal ball in front of him and noticed that it had stopped operating at some point, no longer drawing magical power. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in the sky. Invincible Path. Magical damage within the specified time. Kill 150 ghostly shadows to pass the level. The scene changed. Su-chen found himself in a cold ghost domain, surrounded by a dense mass of transparent ghosts, drifting aimlessly without consciousness. Only the occasional passing adventurer could pique their interest. You are affected by Dance of Magical Words enhancement, and when attacking special life forms, the output method will be converted based on the monster's characteristics. Lasts for 100 as. Suddenly, a halo appeared around Su-chen. Dozens of small monsters rushed towards him as if they had found some delicious treat. Faced with these ordinary life template monsters, Su-chen remained calm. Even when a ghostly shadow lunged at him, he simply positioned his giant sword between them. The moment the ghostly shadow touched the giant sword, the blade erupted with a rich magical aura, turning the fastest charging monster into swirling white smoke. Minus 21,453. Minus 4,290. Is it really this easy? Su-chen swung his weapon as if wielding a glowing branding iron, burning through a pile of cotton. Under the effective Dance of Magical Words, his attacks on these ghostly shadows had shifted from physical damage to magical damage. Even though the damage was slightly reduced, it was still beyond what this group of ordinary life template monsters could withstand. Even an ordinary physical damage adventurer could handle these. The only thing worth noting was the time. Su-chen looked up at the hourglass, filled with golden sand, which showed that the remaining time matched the duration of Dance of Magical Words. He had only 100 seconds to deal with these monsters, which was indeed not easy. However, Su-chen was indifferent to this. He merely swept out a few sword lights, annihilating most of the ghostly shadows that were about to pounce on him. When a quarter of the sand had flowed through the hourglass, there were no more ghostly shadows around Su-chen. All had been turned to ashes by the dragon-scale giant sword. When the trial was passed, Su-chen was immediately transported to another world without having time to rest. Invincible Path. Speed survived the Super Beast Tide of Mohaxing. All equipment usage rights are sealed. Enhancement attributes retained. Successfully reaching the Hope Fortress. is considered passing the level. This is the final level of the invincible path. The trial taker can choose to give up or receive corresponding rewards as the voice fell. Healing skills arrived late. Just like in the second level, the super beast tide scene from Mohaxing reappeared before Suchen. Seeing the dense mass of beasts like a raging flood, even Suchen gasped in shock. Adventurers fled in a frenzy, using their life-saving trump cards, trying to survive this mad beast tide that could destroy the entire continent. Their only goal was to reach the imperial capital, to the ultimate human sanctuary, Hope Fortress, established to cope with this terrifying catastrophe. But these adventurers ultimately did not achieve their wish. Under the relentless pressure of the massive beast tide, they exhausted their stamina and magical power, yet still could not escape the enemy's pursuit. Thus, they died in frustration on the escape route, the beast tide sweeping through, leaving not even a corpse behind. After watching the entire footage, Suchen was left utterly shocked. The massive tide of beasts, so vast that it was impossible to count, could cause disaster-like destruction simply by advancing forward. Cities, wheat fields, mountains, and rivers all became incredibly fragile under their iron hooves, reduced to countless ruins. Even high-level and top-tier professionals appeared insignificant in the face of such an enemy. Even if one could kill tens or hundreds of thousands of magical beasts, it would hardly make a splash against the entire tide. Even the final symbol of hope, the barrier of light, was seen by Suchen in the last moments before the image disappeared, revealing a scene of utter devastation. The tall and thick city walls, the vast protective formation, and countless high-level professionals engaged in an incredibly fierce battle against the tide of beasts. The final outcome. Suchen took a deep breath, silently adjusting his physical condition, waiting for the final challenge to arrive. He did not choose to give up, not to mention that his speed, due to the little donkey and the raging blood shadow, was already extraordinary. They had come to the final step, and no one was willing to retreat, regardless of whether they had the strength to face the frenzied tide of beasts, especially those prodigies who had passed all the previous levels. Seeing that Suchen did not respond, the golden fine sand flowed quietly as usual. But this time, the time prepared for Suchen was obviously longer than before. Outside, the ancient tower suddenly erupted with a blood-red halo in a short time. Elder Mu and the other high-ranking officials of the academy clenched their fists in excitement, their eyes fixed on the ancient tower, waiting for the final anomaly to appear, so that Suchen could achieve the title of Invincible Path Prodigy. The final challenge should be a speed test. This challenge seems dangerous, but for those skilled in speed, like thieves, it's not that difficult. However, little Suchen is just a shield warrior, and speed is a disadvantage. A high-ranking official of the academy spoke, but his words were filled with concern. Although he hoped Suchen could pass the final challenge, it was well known that shield warriors had short legs, a hurdle that could not be overcome. Facing the overwhelming tide of beasts, it was uncertain what choice Suchen would make. Don't rush, just wait. Suchen is not the kind of person who seeks glory for the sake of it. He never takes on things he is not confident about. Although previous experiences had not presented anything that made Suchen feel uncertain, Elder Mu's words were meant to inject a dose of comfort to everyone, to let them quietly await the outcome. If he could succeed, Mu Jin could already envision the legendary scene of the others soaring to the sky. Perhaps he could be like the old principal who was once a force to be reckoned with in his youth, and even now could remain invincible on Blue Star, launching further explorations into the depths of the universe. She vaguely saw the shadow of the former principal in Suchen. Buzz. The golden fine sand flowed away completely, and Suchen was enveloped by a beam of light, transported to the moment when the super beast tide erupted, and a large number of professionals fled from Jer City towards the bright barrier. Run! They're coming! Run! Don't push! If you push again, I swear I'll knock you out with one punch. The beast tide is here, hurry to the imperial capital. The chaotic and noisy voices lingered in Suchen's ears. As his consciousness just recovered, he saw countless ordinary people running towards the city outskirts. The streets were in complete disarray, and the entire city's operational system collapsed under the impact of the super beast tide. No matter how the city officials mobilized, they couldn't persuade those who wanted to escape. Then the herd effect appeared. Regardless of their levels, almost no professionals chose to hold the city. They all fled to the safest imperial capital, which would later be transformed into the Hope Barrier, the center of the empire. Suchen noticed that many obvious professionals were stepping on the heads or shoulders of the crowd to move forward. Their clothing styles were all different, and their equipment was filled with strong regional characteristics. This made Suchen pause. He didn't expect Jer City to have such diverse culture, capable of producing so many varieties of equipment. No more delays. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Suchen summoned his little donkey and activated Raging Blood Shadow, transforming into a blood-red afterimage as he dashed through the crowd. However, the city was in utter chaos, and there were no normal roads to speed up. Fortunately, Suchen never considered himself a good person. He rode his little donkey, weaving back and forth through the surging crowd, dodging when he could. and leaping over obstacles when he couldn't. As for whether he would land on some unfortunate soul, that was beyond Su Chen's consideration. Even, quick, pull him down, this guy actually has a mount. Ha ha ha, we can definitely escape back to the imperial capital. Brothers, charge! Ahead, a five-man team had been watching Su Chen for quite some time. Seeing him charge through on his donkey, they were drooling. The leader calculated Su Chen's speed, took out his weapon, and timed his attack. The others followed suit, unleashing skills at Su Chen. Although this was equivalent to the attack level of a combat professional at LV10, Su Chen still frowned and swung out a sword aura, cutting these people in half. It wasn't that he was ruthless, but he noticed that many people around him were becoming somewhat delirious. Instead of fleeing, they turned around and surrounded him. What's going on? At this moment, Su Chen noticed a female professional with long braids about 100 meters ahead, continuously releasing skills. She was very fast. With each step, blue gusts of wind appeared beneath her feet, allowing her to quickly surpass other professionals. However, the skills she released had a strong confusing effect, treating the ordinary professionals as pawns to specifically block those fast-moving professionals. Interesting. Su Chen ignored the professionals, rushing at him, accelerated, and knocked everyone blocking his path aside. Slightly altering his direction, he headed straight for the braided professional. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming from behind, Adeline frowned slightly, thinking that the super beast tide had rushed over early. But when she turned her head, she saw a blood-red lightning bolt charging rapidly from the crowd. Just the overwhelming momentum sent the surrounding professionals flying away, unable to get close at all. Adeline was also startled and quickly activated her skills, trying to escape from here. She didn't even realize that this was one of the targets she was trying to block with her skills. Previously, Su Chen had not used his full strength, yet he was still obstructed by this woman's schemes. Although the other party was not targeting him alone, with his temperament, he could not endure it. Want to run? How is that possible? A hearty laugh reached Adeline's ears, and immediately after, she felt a warning signal from her body's instincts. Her entire body felt as if it had been pricked by needles. This left Adeline in shock. She was at LV38 Genius, and if she could pass the final speed trial, she would become a true prodigy. With her nearly flawless strength, how could she feel such a tremendous threat from another practitioner? She couldn't believe it and instinctively struck backward, hoping to slow her opponent's advance. Unfortunately, her wish was in vain. Watching her fireball, large enough to engulf an adult, being effortlessly extinguished by the other party, Adeline's expression was as if she had seen a ghost. No, her A-rank explosive fireball actually caused no damage to this person? If Su Chen heard this woman's thoughts, he would probably laugh his head off. A practitioner of the same level trying to break through his defenses? She should take a good look at herself. Although he had no weapon, Su Chen used his hand as a sword and slashed forward, unleashing a blade of ice blue sword energy. The sword energy moved extremely fast, freezing everyone in its attack path into ice sculptures. It headed straight for Adeline. No! Spare me! Although Adeline had not yet fully felt the power of the sword energy, her instinctive warning system went off. Her subconscious trembled wildly, reminding her not to take this hit head-on, because it could cost her life. So, Adeline instinctively shouted the words that were a humiliation to her, begging for mercy from a stranger. Unfortunately, Su Chen had no intention of showing mercy. Through this woman, he discovered that against the backdrop of the Super Beast Tide, many fast-moving practitioners were rushing toward the city gate. Each of them was extremely powerful, exuding an aura that was several levels stronger than their peers. This left Su Chen with some confusion. Could it be that the path of invincibility was not a solo assessment? If he had not fallen asleep at the mana barrier, he would naturally have understood the truth of the matter. Now having to verify it through a woman was quite troublesome. Fortunately, Su Chen already knew the answer he wanted, so, put. The ice blue sword energy sliced through the long-haired practitioner, directly cleaving this would-be prodigy in half. It then transformed into countless ice crystals, disappearing into the sky. Luck is very important. Just before dying, Adeline suddenly recalled what her mentor had once told her. At first, she did not understand, but now, she might have grasped the meaning behind her mentor's hopeful yet worried gaze before parting. She also understood that being versatile did not mean being the strongest. It only represented a practitioner's ability to develop in multiple directions at the current stage. They would no longer be caught off guard by other practitioners exploiting their weaknesses. But when facing a stronger opponent, sheer strength could break through all techniques. No matter what tricks you had, they would all be defeated or even killed in one blow. So strong. Perhaps he could become the legendary top prodigy. This was Adeline's last thought. After killing Adeline, Su Chen did not proceed according to his previous plan but instead began rushing toward the next suspected prodigy candidate. In his mind, these otherworldly prodigies were all potential enemies. They were all strong foes for Blue Star in the future. Now was the time to strike while they were weak. When else would he wait? A smile crept across Su Chen's lips as he suddenly pulled out a calendar from his backpack, which he had obtained from who knows where. He circled February 1st. It read, "Today is suitable for praying, seeking children, opening and closing, sacrifices, killing, and arson." The colon star beast is a highly intelligent monster born from the colon world. Blessed by the world at birth, it gradually transforms from a weak life form into an extremely terrifying giant beast of the starry sky as it grows. Upon reaching adulthood, its level often exceeds LV90. Anto is a colon star beast, although still a juvenile. Its level has already reached LV39, making it stronger than most talents below LV40. Its body is comparable to a slightly stronger earth dragon beast, measuring nearly 3 meters in length. Among a group of humans or humanoid beings, it appears incredibly out of place, with many professionals mistaking Anto for a monster that emerged from a super beast tide. This has led to Anto being attacked occasionally during its escape. With its defense, the attacks from these ordinary professionals pose no real threat. However, as the saying goes, many drops make a flood. Anto does not possess the terrifying recovery ability of Su Chen, and within just half an hour, it is already on the verge of exhaustion. Say it again. I am a noble star beast, I don't eat people. Anto roared angrily, releasing a transparent shockwave that pushed aside those professionals, who were still preparing to unleash their skills. However, this shockwave did not inflict any effective damage on them. It wasn't foolish, it knew that to complete the trial in a human context, the most important ironclad rule was that it could not kill. If it were to kill this group of refugees, its fate would be sealed, overwhelmed by countless enraged humans and then crushed to bits. Despite understanding this, and even curling its tail against its abdomen to show its harmlessness, the super beast tide had already arrived, and this group was simply too slow. Each time it rushed ahead, it had to explain itself again to prove its innocence. Alas, I never expected that the simplest speed test for me would turn out to be a real hidden level. Anto thought, feeling a surge of frustration, as if it had been thoroughly tricked in the origin celestial battlefield. Why would a star beast appear in a trial ground set in a human context? It had secretly observed that other trial takers, even if not human, were still humanoid beings, wearing masks that no one could recognize. Their identities were not affected at all, but its 3-meter-long body, running wildly through the city, would instinctively be seen as part of the beast tide by anyone. Just as Anto pondered how to break through the current predicament, it suddenly sensed a terrifying wave coming from behind. A strong smell of blood spread around, startling it. Looking back, it saw the overwhelming beast tide had broken through the city walls, sweeping toward them. But what was even more terrifying was that it saw a blood-colored figure weaving through the crowd, specifically hunting down trial takers like itself. Who is that? Anto's eyes, larger than a human head, widened in shock, locking onto the figure. The blood-colored figure wielded a giant sword that, to Anto, seemed even more terrifying than the beast tied behind it. With a mere swing, it could slay trial takers of the same level. There was no room for resistance at all. Anto was so frightened that its soul nearly left its body. It didn't care whether it would hurt others and charged forward with all its might. This unknown being's power was too terrifying. It still had a chance to escape from the beast tide, but if caught by this figure, even if it had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to survive. What Anto didn't expect was that the escape skill it released made such a loud commotion that even Su Chen couldn't help but glance over. Starlight filled the air, and the entire beast seemed to transform into a stream of light rushing forward. Anto's secret technique was a last resort skill that not only consumed mana but also drained its vitality. This made Anto, a nearly 3-meter-long colon star beast, feel like a sponge being squeezed, its form rapidly shrinking to about 2 meters as time passed. The strong limbs exerted force continuously, trying to increase their speed even more. This allowed Anto to quickly break away from the main group of fugitives, charging forward alone as a beast, without human obstacles. Its speed was even faster than before. Anto let out a sigh of relief and looked back. Faintly visible, that blood-colored figure showed no signs of urgency to escape. Instead, it was chasing after those trial takers to kill. A terrifying battle erupted between the two sides. Unfortunately, all it could see was the blood-colored figure weaving through the crowd, each attack claiming one or several lives. This made Anto gasp in shock, its body instinctively telling it that if it didn't run, its fate would be the same as the other trial takers. Without hesitation, it directly activated the life-saving skill of the colon star beast, Void Traversal. Anto surged with all its magical power, using a very special method to send the magic outside its body, forming a pitch-black spatial passage ahead. With all 4 legs straining, Anto suddenly charged forward. However, just before entering, Anto instinctively glanced back, and the entire beast trembled in fear. It hurriedly dove into the passage, because it realized that the blood-colored figure had somehow emerged from the crowd and was advancing towards it. Anto clearly saw that the figure's gaze was fixed on itself. Then, it accelerated, running so fast, Su Chen, who was slaughtering his way through the crowd, was somewhat surprised. He had noticed that peculiar beast lying on the ground early on. However, the distance between them was quite far and even. If he wanted to kill the other, there was still a group of trial takers blocking the way. Although these were all geniuses who had gone through the strict selection of the invincible path and reached the final step in the face of Su Chen, there was not much difference between geniuses and ordinary people. It was merely a matter of one sword or two. After he killed the last trial taker within his sight, the super beast tide had already advanced to less than a kilometer behind him. The professionals behind let out miserable wails, unleashing all the skills they could use, desperately sprinting forward. Some even pushed the professionals, blocking their way backward to save their own lives. Chaos erupted again, but it was of no use. No matter how they wailed, cried, or furiously counterattacked, in front of the super beast tide, it was like a gentle breeze, unable to shake it, even a little. Su Chen sighed. After all, he was not a top tier or even a powerful professional mastering divine skills. He couldn't stop this crisis. He could only ride his little donkey and flee rapidly. After covering some distance, Su Chen looked back and found that all the professionals in the city, except for a few who had left early, had been swallowed by the super beast tide. Not a single splash was made. Su Chen's gaze was somewhat complex. Although he knew this was just a trial for the prodigies, the super beast tide was indeed a real event that had once occurred. He wondered how Blue Star would respond if it encountered such a terrifying beast tide. What Su Chen did not expect was that the final assessment would take much longer than he had imagined. For a whole day, he crossed several large cities, witnessing countless professionals go from fleeing to perishing. In such a short time, the number of professionals who died before Su Chen was estimated to be over 100 million. He felt a bit emotional. The fragility of life was vividly displayed in the face of such terrifying waves. Even high-level professionals could only flee in embarrassment, unable to change anything. However, the breath of that ground beast is getting closer. Su Chen did not specifically chase after it, just traveling normally, at most reminding the local crowds to grab their buckets and run when passing through cities. Although it was of little use, it made him feel a bit better. Such a long journey had also made the little donkey somewhat tired. Its eyes no longer held the previous light, merely dragging Su Chen forward in a daze. He did not know how long it had been when a magnificent city appeared at the end of his sight. He also saw the ground beast that had been desperately fleeing before him. At this moment, Anto was no longer the fierce creature it once was. Its body had become skin and bones, and if one did not look closely, they might think it was a large lizard. We're almost there. Anto was already somewhat delirious. After a long time of full-speed escape and multiple bursts of escape skills, it finally saw the glimmer of hope as the blood-colored figure behind it caught up. This ultimate defense line, known as the Hope Barrier, was incredibly exaggerated in design. The city walls were dozens of meters high, stretching several kilometers horizontally, almost impossible to see the end. On the walls stood a dense crowd of professionals, armed with various weapons, nervously looking ahead. They ignored the large lizard in Su Chen, one beast and one person. You're the last one left. Keeping you alive doesn't seem fair to those trial takers. How about I send you to meet them? A clear voice entered Anto's ears. Through magical power. Even though the two sides spoke different languages, in the Origin Hero battlefield, any language would be transformed into mental waves by the highest will hear, automatically conveying a meaning that the other could understand. Upon hearing this, Anto tightened its tail, forcing itself to activate its innate skill again, despite being drained countless times. Void Traversal. This skill, capable of teleporting across space, was something Su Chen had never seen in a professional beast of the same level before, even if the distance moved was not far. Anto did not expect that this last burst would only move forward about 100 meters. Looking back, the blood-colored figure had not been pulled away at all. The distance was even closer. Damn it, I really did it. Anto jolted, and its speed unexpectedly had a brief boost, moving closer to the nearby Hope Barrier. It cursed under its breath, truly unsure of what to say. That guy behind probably slaughtered all the trial takers in sight, and even so, could easily catch up to it. This level of strength was beyond Anto's imagination. It absolutely did not believe this was a trial. For levels 30 to 39. Cheating, damn it, definitely cheating. Although Anto had countless curses it wanted to shout, the threat of death loomed overhead, preventing it from making any excessive moves. At this moment, Su Chen activated Phase Impact, charging towards Anto at an even more frenzied speed. The distance between them continued to close. Su Chen was confident that as long as his giant sword touched the strange-looking ground lizard, he would be able to slay it on the spot. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Just as Su Chen finally caught up to Anto, a joyful smile appeared on his face as he prepared to bring down his giant sword. Both sides unexpectedly entered the protective range of the Hope Barrier at the same time. The giant sword fell, and in the expression of despair and terror on Anto's face, a light shield enveloped him. The sword that Su Chen had meticulously planned for so long had no effect at all. It was as if it had struck a mass of cotton, the damage completely absorbed. This sudden turn of events left both sides momentarily stunned, and then two beams of light descended simultaneously, transporting them to another space. I'm not dead? Looking at his body, which had been restored by healing skills, Anto felt a sense of having survived a disaster. He let out a long sigh of relief, followed by a low chuckle and then an incredibly wild laugh. Although the laughter of the star beast was quite strange, resembling some kind of duck's quack, the excitement contained within was something anyone could clearly feel. Hey, what are you laughing at? Suddenly, a puzzled voice appeared behind Anto. He quickly turned around and saw a stranger human standing in front of him. Although he had never seen him before, the highly distinctive giant sword made him momentarily freeze. He instinctively took a few steps back. Fortunately, a voice of authority that both were very familiar with echoed all around. Trial ended this round's Invincible Path third-ranked genius title recipients, Suchen. Anto before Suchen could figure out why he had only received the minor third-ranked genius title. Countless beams of light flickered, enveloping him and the creature named Anto. Suchen's eardrums began to suffer continuous bombardment. You have obtained the title Invincible Star Purple. You have obtained third-ranked Genius Blessing Amplification. Upgrade speed increased by 10% until reaching LV70. You have obtained Overbearing Aura Domain Amplification. Monster Attribute Suppression against you will decrease from 5% to 4% until reaching LV70. You have obtained Any Part Equipment Box Purple ×2. You have obtained Skytilt Stone ×20,000. You have obtained Random Gem Box ×1000. You have obtained Class Random Skill Book A ×1. You have obtained Achievement Third-ranked Genius Reputation plus 2000. Congratulations on successfully passing the third-ranked Genius Trial Assessment. Extra Reward Experience plus 1000000. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV36. All attributes plus 1, Strength plus 1, Constitution plus 2, Free attributes plus 10. Congratulations, you have obtained the qualification to challenge the second-ranked Genius. During the challenge, the trialist can gain numerous benefits and be exempt from the real death characteristic. Will you challenge? Note, the Origin Genius battlefield can only be challenged at LV30, LV39 and LV60, LV69, with each person having 2 opportunities. Su Chen was overwhelmed by the countless notification sounds, his ears buzzing. Helpless, he had to actively browse through the panel records. Only then did he realize that this trip through the Genius trial had yielded rewards equivalent to at least a month of work outside. No, even longer. Especially the obvious benefits, Overbearing Aura and third-ranked Genius Blessing. With these two, Su Chen's leveling speed could even accelerate further. If the rewards for the third-ranked genius were so generous, then Su Chen began to browse the detailed information about the second-ranked genius, and upon seeing it, his breathing became heavier. Without any hesitation, Su Chen shouted loudly, "Challenge!" In fact, the content of the second-tier genius trial in the Invincible Path is the same as that of the third-tier genius, but the difficulty is worlds apart. The monster template has directly upgraded from ordinary to elite level. What Su Chen is focused on is precisely this point. Outside of special areas, there aren't that many elite monsters for him to slaughter. Just like the Blood Duel Warrior in the first level. Blood Duel Warrior Elite LV36 Health 123/200/123/200 with a health pool just over 100,000. Given Su Chen's current damage, even if he can't achieve a one-hit kill, it would only take a bit of effort. However, the experience gained is 5 times different. It's a pity that the rewards for third-tier geniuses can't be used right now. Su Chen can understand this. The Invincible Path tests the true strength of the trial taker. When entering the Origin Genius battlefield, it is not about challenging upwards based on rewards obtained. Otherwise, the difficulty of the second-tier genius trial would significantly decrease. Facing the Blood Duel Warrior again, Su Chen didn't play around with flashy moves, he simply repeated the most basic shield counterattack. The damage unleashed by this unadorned attack was incredibly terrifying. These Blood Duel Warriors had no resistance and were directly transformed into a large amount of experience. Successfully killed Blood Duel Warrior Elite Experience plus 900, additional experience from Cultivation Fruit plus 90, successfully killed. Blood Duel Warrior Elite Experience plus 900, additional experience from Cultivation Fruit plus 90, successfully killed. Blood Duel Warrior Elite Experience plus 900, additional experience from Cultivation Fruit plus 90. Outside, when the ancient tower erupted with a far more intense red light than before, the high-ranking officials of the academy were instantly invigorated. Impressive! Little Su Chen actually passed the assessment of the Invincible Path. Truly the strongest genius among this year's freshmen. The old man in the red robe stroked his beard and laughed heartily, his small frame exuding a powerful aura that resonated throughout the space. Haha, I heard those old guys from the West bragging about how many third-tier geniuses came out this year, but can Battle to God compare with the Invincible Path? Little Su Chen alone could take them all down. It's a pity that the second-tier genius of the Invincible Path is almost at the threshold of the first-tier genius, a battle to God. With Su Chen's current accumulation, he probably has no hope of passing. What are you afraid of? Isn't there another chance at LV60? He can still obtain the second tier. Genius then. This kid really hit the nail on the head. He actually has a chance to reach the level of the old principal. Ha ha ha. However, after a moment of excitement, the crowd gradually became puzzled. Little Su Chen, why hasn't he come out yet? Boom! Before a few of them could figure it out, the ancient tower erupted with a blood-colored halo once again, and at the same time, two rings of light, one solid and one illusory, began to surround it. If one looked closely, the illusory ring was divided into several small sections, each corresponding to different attribute trial assessments. Seeing this scene, even old Mu was somewhat taken aback. This is little Su Chen choosing to continue challenging the second tier. Genius? Isn't that a bit too much? In terms of difficulty, this is several times that of the third tier genius. Since he chose to continue the challenge, worrying about it is useless. Let's wait slowly. I believe he will succeed. Shenwu Academy. With the cultural course assessments concluded, many academies began to prepare intensively for the Academy Exchange meeting. This grand event, brewing for nearly 2 months, caused quite a stir among all the freshmen. There are many geniuses eager to showcase their talents, but they know that facing ordinary professionals who level up far faster than themselves, winning is actually quite difficult. However, once they defeat their opponents across tiers, the Academy will not skimp on resource rewards. This made many self-proclaimed powerful freshmen turn their attention here, especially the geniuses who usually ranked in the top 100. During assessments, one by one, they were eager to get started. However, unlike the tense preparations speculated by the outside world, Su Chen's team was savoring delicious food at the fragrant building, their expressions indescribably relaxed. Su Lingyun sipped her juice and took a bite of grilled meat, mumbling to a few teammates, "What do we say later? Who goes up?" Having carried this heaven and earthlock for so long, I've almost forgotten what the normal leveling speed is. By the way, we won't encounter any geniuses above LV40, right? Su Lingyun joked. Although she was confident in dealing with the geniuses sent by top universities, she would never underestimate them. Shon Yuanzhang was a living example right in front of her. After the college entrance examination, many universities lured numerous geniuses with great benefits, including legendary professionals. Although such situations were rare, these universities were not lacking in rare-level professionals. Moreover, one of her friends was on the list for this exchange meeting. There are quite a few above LV30, but as for LV40, let's forget it. No matter how much support the university provides, it's impossible to reach that height in just one semester. Shon Yuanzhang, aside from the usual monster-killing rewards, had never stopped receiving support from Lingxiao Academy. He was very clear about how substantial the support was for legendary professionals from top universities like his. But we shouldn't belittle ourselves. Even if there's a level gap, our equipment is better, and so are our skills. We should have no problem dealing with those guys. Shon Yuanzhang picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, his tone full of confidence. If Su Chen comes back and sees that we haven't guarded the university gate well, he won't be happy. After following him for so long, we should be able to contribute something. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the exchange meeting officially began. Unlike the usual sparring on the arena, the university exchange meeting was all about excitement. Many geniuses would choose a target university before the challenge, and once the exchange started, they would directly block the university gate and angrily shout insults. The targets of their insults were often students of the same level, forcing you to take action and then using various means to defeat you. Being blocked at the doorstep and publicly humiliated was something no spirited young person could tolerate. Therefore, this kind of battle was filled with fiery tension and was a staple event that every university looked forward to each year. While enjoying the spectacle, they also observed the geniuses from other universities, as many powerful factions would take the opportunity to extend olive branches. Su Lingyun and her team, being among the top freshmen, naturally had the duty to guard the university gate. The first-year exchange meeting was about to begin. At this moment, outside the university gate, a large crowd had already gathered. Most of them were professionals from other universities, standing in front of Shenwu Academy, eager to see the other side's predicament. After all, they had learned beforehand that most of the students from the other side were following a cultivation path called Path of the Prodigy. The leveling was slow, but their strength was absolutely formidable. They were eager to see just how strong this heaven and earthlock really was. To make the students of Shenwu Academy continuously tread this seemingly unreliable cultivation path. Due to the commencement of the exchange meeting, the entrance of the academy had already been subjected to spatial skills by the strong. Many professionals appeared crowded, but in reality, they were all in 2 different spaces. The outer layer, which was also the largest space, was where the onlookers and all the students participating in the exchange conference were located. The inner layer was, I am Zhang Tianshan from Cheongming Academy. I have long heard of the great name of Shinwu Academy, and today I have come to seek guidance. Who dares to fight me? A black-faced man holding double hammers and exuding a powerful aura shouted here. After waiting for a moment and seeing no one respond, he spat out a thick phlegm in a very crude manner. His tone was no longer as polite as before. Grandpa Zhang Tianshan is here. Which turtle grandson dares to step forward for a fight? If I don't beat you all to a pulp today, I won't be surnamed Zhang. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately angered many students from Shinwu Academy. Among them, a girl with a ponytail and a graceful demeanor stepped out of the crowd and directly entered the inner space. She held a red tassel spear, her momentum quite fierce. However, compared to Zhang Tianshan, she felt somewhat lacking. Some sharp-eyed students could naturally see the clues. This Zhang Tianshan was at LV34 expert. Meanwhile, the ponytailed girl was only a pitiful LV28. And without the enhancement of purple gear, it was difficult for her to overpower him in terms of momentum. Fortunately, among the same clan, there was no so-called level suppression, allowing both sides to fully unleash their paper strength. As the vanguard challenging Shinwu Academy, Zhang Tianshan still had some skills. He swung his double hammers and, with a burst of speed, charged towards the ponytailed girl, bringing his hammers down fiercely. Bang! The ponytailed girl, being one of the top 100 strong in the Academy's trials, had incredibly skilled combat techniques. Although she was suppressed in attributes, she was able to cleverly counter Zhang Tianshuan's attacks time and again. Coupled with upgraded skills that were undoubtedly much stronger than Zhang Tianshuan's, the two sides exchanged blows back and forth. The onlooking students gasped in amazement. Wow, this girl is so strong. Aside from her basic attributes being suppressed by Zhang Tianshan, her combat skills and skill intensity are actually higher than his. This kind of skill enhancement, how is that possible? It's almost 1.5 times mine. It must be the legendary Qian Kuan Lock. I've heard that equipping this item allows one to upgrade skills in advance, which is incredibly overpowered. What? I heard this girl is a big experience eater. Otherwise, why would the genius of Shinwu Academy be below LV30? Many Academy geniuses frowned at the ponytailed girl's displayed strength. If all the competitors were of this level, then their upcoming battles would certainly be challenging. At this moment, the battle on the field quickly approached its conclusion. Although the ponytailed girl's combat skills and skill intensity were higher than Zhang Tianshuan's due to the exaggerated gap in their basic attributes, she soon fell behind. The moment the double hammers struck her head, the ponytailed girl was turned into a mass of starlight, her figure reappearing in the outer space. She looked at Zhang Tianshan in the arena, her eyes filled with unwillingness. If her level were a bit higher, reaching LV30, she would have enough confidence to defeat him. But reality has no ifs, losing is losing. No amount of excuses would help. The subsequent battles unfolded as many Academy geniuses had predicted. Although every student from Shinwu Academy was extraordinary and could pose significant trouble for the top-tier Academy geniuses, they still could not defeat them. It wasn't until a few geniuses with purple gear took the stage that the situation began to improve. After consecutively defeating several of the opposing geniuses, they were finally taken away by a wheel battle. At this point, both sides had truly ignited their fighting spirit, with voices rising and falling, one side finishing while the other took the stage, creating a lively atmosphere. And the biggest highlight of the exchange meeting lay in this. Both sides were not only masters of verbal sparring but also fought fiercely, each one going all out. Today, there are over 100 geniuses from top-tier academies. Every time one falls, another quickly takes their place, starting with a few beautiful lines of national essence, followed by a brawl with the students of the Divine Martial Academy. However, the Divine Martial Academy is at a disadvantage in terms of levels, with their equipment lagging far behind. Those skilled in combat are now fewer than 10. Even Fei Hu, who initially wanted to showcase his skills and turn the tide for the academy, fell under the opponent's wheel battle. Meanwhile, the top-tier academy still has nearly 20 people left. This is exhilarating. I didn't expect the feeling of trampling geniuses to be so refreshing. It's worth the trip. Worth the trip. Ha 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 ha. Divine Martial Academy Sun Thief, who dares to come up and spar with me? Watch me cut you down with 3 swords. Kill them, Hao Gu, go for it. Let's try to take them down, and then we'll throw a celebration banquet for you, Hao Gu. The man known as Hao Gu laughed loudly. His level is very high, reaching LV 36. Among all the academy professionals who came to battle, he ranks among the top. More importantly, Hao Gu is equipped with a piece of purple heavy armor, which greatly enhances his survivability. He has consecutively defeated 5 opponents. Hao Gu looked at the few remaining students of the Divine Martial Academy, his expression incredibly excited. If he could take them all down, he would likely receive a substantial reward from the academy, perhaps even surpassing those geniuses ranked ahead of him. Thinking of this, Haugu laughed heartily just as he was about to shout a few more curses when a burly man walked in. He appeared calm, his eyes as still as an ancient well, as if Haugu in his purple battle armor was insignificant. His arrival silenced the noisy atmosphere for a moment before erupting into even louder cheers. Purple armor. Damn, who is this guy? He has several pieces of purple armor on him. Xiong Yuanzheng. Isn't he the melee fighter from Su Chen's team? Why is he carrying a longbow? Wow. Look at his level, LV33. Damn, how is this guy's level so high? Could it be that he's not wearing the Qianquan lock and is just for show? Xiong Yuanzheng's appearance pushed the atmosphere to another climax. Their cheers grew more frenzied, eager to witness the ultimate clash of two great geniuses. But Xiong Yuanzheng was destined to disappoint them. He simply calmly uttered a few words. Su Chen's team, Wild Dream Druid, Xiong Yuanzheng. After saying this, he charged forward, and in the astonished gazes of everyone, he transformed directly into a massive flaming eagle. The flames moved at incredible speed, leaving only an afterimage in the eyes of the crowd. As for the professional known as Haugu, he didn't even have time to react before being swept past by the flames, a terrifying lightning burst erupting from within him. It was only after Haugu disappeared into the inner space that Xiong Yuanzheng's voice rang out again. Flame Eagle.